The man, originally the president of a billion-dollar publicly traded company, woke up one day and spent his entire fortune to buy 10 ancient divine swords. Everyone thought the man had gone mad, but only the man knew. Soon, a crimson blood moon would descend upon Blue Star. At that time, various plants and animals would begin to evolve wildly. The entire Blue Star would turn into a paradise for monsters, with half of the global population of 10 billion perishing overnight. The survivors would be horrified to discover that their weapons could merge with their bodies, transforming them into powerful mechas. Some wielded the Fang Tianhua halberd, transforming into the armor of Lu Bu. They swept through the monsters. Others carried the Overlord's sword, piloting the king's holy armor to protect his city. Once, a sage relied on the ancestral green dragon crescent blade to become the ruler of the apocalypse. In my previous life, despite possessing trillions in wealth, I was fond of daggers and was killed by a powerful beast after the apocalypse struck. Thus, I was reborn before the apocalypse, and the first thing I did was to spend my fortune of billions to buy 10 ancient divine swords, which were the Xian Yuan sword, the War Furnace sword, the Qishao sword, the Tailor's sword, the Ganjiang sword, the Moi sword, the Yuchang sword, the Chunjun sword, the Chang'in sword, and the Long Yuan sword. At that moment, I sat on the sofa at home, reminiscing about the apocalypse. After a moment, I suppressed my excitement and took out my phone to make a call. I asked the chairman if there was anything, and the voice of manager Wu Yifan came through the phone. Check if there's any large vacant land for sale indoors. The Su family group operates in various fields, and as the person in charge, Wu Yifan reported to the chairman. Currently, the only known piece is a 500,000 square meter area in the eastern suburbs. Contact the person in charge of this land immediately, secure it as soon as possible, and then start construction. Build an underground fortress for me, about 100 meters deep, with an area of around 200,000 to 300,000 square meters. The wall should be no less than 10 meters thick. Construct everything with reinforced concrete, and cover all areas with steel plates. My goal is to create an underground fortress with supplies sufficient for at least 10,000 people to survive for 2 years. The more, the better. You know how to do this, right? After listening, Wu Yifan was momentarily taken aback but quickly reacted. Chairman, if we proceed as you said, I calculated that aside from the 1 billion for acquisition, we will need at least an additional 5 billion. I will give you 10 billion, make sure it's completed within a month. If the budget is insufficient, call me anytime. Remember, I want a fortress with absolute defense. Money is not an issue. Alright, Chairman, I won't let you down. After hanging up, I made another call. 2 hours later, on a remote mountain in Xi'an City, a group of people appeared, each carrying various high-tech equipment, and I stood at the forefront. In my previous life, the Qishao sword was unearthed here. At my command, the 20 people behind me began using instruments to survey the mountain. After searching for most of the day, we finally discovered an unusual area. I gave Su Kuan a glance. Brothers, start digging here. We are using high-tech laser drilling heads for the excavation. We should have news soon. Sure enough, Su Kuan ran over shortly after. Brother, we found it. Immediately, my slightly anxious heart calmed down. Upon entering the tomb passage, I found many mechanisms had malfunctioned due to years of neglect. Occasionally, there were traps, but with adequate preparation, we navigated through safely and soon entered the main burial chamber. That should be the owner of the tomb. I nodded slightly, signaling everyone to open the coffin. As the coffin lid was opened, there lay a richly dressed corpse. Although it had been many years, the aura of royalty and nobility had not faded with time. Beside it was a crimson sword, with the characters Qishao faintly visible on the hilt. The sword glowed red, etched with dragon patterns. I reached out and took the sword, and a powerful aura slowly emanated from it, like a dormant crimson dragon. This sword was truly formidable. I praised it softly, then cut my finger, letting my blood stain the Qishao sword. This was the safest way, it would leave my essence on the sword. I carefully put it away, knowing that when the apocalypse arrived, the sword would reveal its true brilliance. The next morning, young master, you can get up for breakfast now. The voice of Butler Fu echoed outside the bedroom. I groggily glanced at my phone and saw it was already 9 o'clock, so I got up to wash up. At the dining table, Butler Fu reported on the tasks, saying that the matters young master instructed yesterday had been taken care of. And the farmer master from Highway City would arrive at 2 p.m. today. I responded softly. Thank you for your hard work, Butler Fu. In these days of rebirth, I not only exchanged the company's assets for various metal materials but also spent a large sum to hire a master swordsmith. At 2 p.m., Butler Fu's voice was heard outside the Su family mansion. Young master, the farmer master has arrived. I stood up and walked outside. Master Longming was well known and considered a great master. I couldn't afford to be negligent. Master Longming, welcome. The master responded with a fist salute. Young Master Su, indeed a remarkable talent. I wonder why you called me here. Upon entering the room, Master Longming got straight to the point. I would like to ask Master Longming to forge a batch of Longquan swords. May I ask why young Master Su needs so many Longquan swords? In response to the master's question, I had anticipated this. The Su family group, as the leading enterprise in Jianghai City, is involved in various fields. Now, the Su family group is collaborating with the government to promote intangible cultural heritage. One aim is to promote dragon country culture, and the other is to let more people understand the art of forging. Upon hearing this, the farmer master understood. As a leading enterprise, the Li family group certainly has plenty of money, just as wealthy people enjoy doing charity. I hadn't expected Master Longming to think this way. Bringing up the government's name was to have him forge a batch of Longquan swords in preparation for the apocalypse. I understand now. Since it's about promoting culture, martial arts are also a duty. How many swords does young Master Su need? This time, all materials and costs will be provided by the Su family group, and if needed, we can also provide a venue. With this said, the farmer master nodded slightly. I can handle this matter promptly. After sending off the farmer master, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. With this batch of swords, I felt more confident facing the apocalypse. The shelter is now under construction, and weapons are being forged. The only thing left is to acquire the other legendary swords. After sending off Master Longming, I opened my computer to look up information on the other swords when my phone rang again. What's up, Kunzi? Brother Yang, you let me know about the 10 famous swords, right? Up? Su Koan came to the Su family's mansion with an admission ticket. How is the matter going? Brother Yang, you still don't trust me to do things. After saying that, he handed me the admission ticket. Is there something big about to happen? Su Koan asked tentatively. I was a bit surprised by Su Koan's question. Brother Yang, don't hide it from me anymore. The news you've blocked is something I can't know about? Building fortresses, forging weapons, and now starting to collect dark visions. I'm not stupid. I took a sip of the tea in front of me and slowly said it was good. The bedroom is coming. Su Koan has been with me for many years. Saying he is a brother for life is not an exaggeration. Since I've figured it out, there's no need to hide it from him. Damn. No wonder Brother Yang, you've been so active lately. So what does this have to do with your weapon forging and collecting from the public? I smiled mysteriously and said, when the time comes, you will know. The next day at Sotheby's auction house, I arrived at VIP 888 room under the guidance of my bodyguards. Looking through the huge tempered glass in front of me, it is possible to clearly see the first floor lobby, but the lobby cannot see the situation in the second floor VIP room. As the time reached 10 o'clock, the auction officially began. An auctioneer dressed in a red chipa walked onto the stage holding a round plate covered with a red cloth. This item has been initially identified as a protective accessory of an ancient prince. As the auctioneer lifted the red cloth, a short sword with the aura of time, resembling a dagger, appeared before everyone. The starting price for this auction item is 1 million, and each bid increment is not less than 100,000. Because it is the first round of auction items, the better items are at the end, and only a few people raise their hands to bid. I originally came just for the pure military sword and did not care about the others. When it became a sword, a figure suddenly emerged in my mind, the super dancer who possessed the shadow kill mecha in the apocalypse, who in her past life was the owner of this sword and ultimately became the #1 assassin of the apocalypse. But in fact, this sword before me is not the one owned by the past life. The real sword is hidden inside this one. If I hadn't seen it in my past life, I might have really made a mistake. Perhaps for this reason, the auction house discovered it. Thinking of this, my heart couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Then, I waved my hand to the female attendant beside me, signaling to get married. VIP 888 guest bids 10 million. Is there a higher bid? Everyone also looked towards the room I was in, secretly shocked. Truly a grand gesture. As no one spoke up, the auctioneer smiled slightly at the crowd, and with a gentle strike of the hammer, congratulated the VIP of room 888 for winning the first item up for auction. And with my bid this time, the atmosphere at the auction house is gradually becoming heated. Finally, as each item is auctioned off, the main event quietly arrives. Next, we invite our final auction item, a masterpiece crafted by the ancient casting master, Master O, a sword of unparalleled nobility, the pure military sword of King Yu. The bidding starts now. As soon as the auctioneer finishes speaking, someone in the hall raised a sign, VIP No. 91 bids 500 million, VIP Room 111 bids 1.5 billion, VIP No. 1 bids 4 billion. As the prices continue to rise, they quickly reached the 100 billion mark. At this time, the VIP Room No. 1 is priced at 15 billion. Everyone turned their gaze to the third floor, and the crowd was not yet shocked. The website heard that VIP 888 VIP Room bid 20 billion. Everyone directly cursed. Who dared to offend the big shot on the third floor? At the same time, in room No. 1, a stunningly beautiful woman with a high ponytail and a cool demeanor flashed a hint of sadness in her eyes. Could it still not work? He suddenly got up from the sofa and walked out in a certain direction. Young Master Su, your 2 auction items have been packed for you. I took the black suitcase and was just about to turn around and leave. At that moment, a stunningly beautiful woman with a cool demeanor walked towards me, and it seemed that there was some intersection of human feelings. I raised my eyebrows slightly. Why do I feel this woman looks somewhat familiar? But when the woman approached, a hint of surprise flashed in my eyes. She is Lin Qianxue, the owner of the Moxie sword in her previous life, but in the apocalypse, a person and a sword. She is the Shura Empress who slaughtered through the entire Hangduan Mountains. In the end of the previous life, various rumors about her spread widely. However, such an existence is now coming straight towards me. The complexion still has a hint of intersection, which definitely has only one purpose, to want the pure military in one's hands. I want to exchange your pure military. Sure enough, it's still as direct and decisive as in the previous life. I calmly said, why do you want this pure military sword? The woman thought for a long time and finally said, my master. He is the 97th generation disciple of Master Ouyangzi. Now he is advanced in age and has dedicated his life to the art of forging. I hope that in his lifetime, he can have the sword of Master Ouyangzi, so that they do not fall into obscurity. The master treats me as his own, but now when I see the pure military sword, I feel incapable of doing anything for the master. Speaking of this, Ling Qianxue can't help but feel a bit sad. The disciple under Ouyangzi. I was somewhat surprised. It must be known that among the top 10 famous swords, the Zhanlu sword, the Chunjun sword, the Yuchang sword, the Tai sword, and the Long Yuan sword, 5 out of 10 all came from Ouyangzi's hands. The 2 swords, Ganjiang and Moi, were crafted by his daughter and son-in-law. It can be said that 7 out of 10 swords are related to Ouyangzi. How many has your master gathered now? Lin Qianxue thought for a moment. There is no concealment. Now the battle of Lu Tai has been retrieved, and the 2 swords of Ganjiang and Moxie have been passed down. The Long Yuan sword was requested by the farmer master of Jianquan town. I secretly sighed at this piece of news, which really came without any effort, but still maintained a calm demeanor and asked, where is your master now? 2 hours later, I followed Ling Qianxue to a place on Qingyun Mountain. After walking into a door, I saw 2 elderly people drinking together at a stone table in the pavilion. One of the elderly people has long hair, silver white like translucent silver threads. The plain long robe appears exceptionally white under the sunlight, exuding a charm of ethereal grace. Another elderly person is wearing a white Tai Chi suit, with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Although their face has wrinkles, their eyes are bright, and they have a beaming smile, looking very spirited. Master, you are playing chess with Grandpa again. Lin Qianxue was born to. The old man wearing gold-rimmed glasses heard the sound and smiled as he replied, Xiao Xue, you're here. Quickly bring the guest in. This person wearing glasses should be the ambassador of the ancient city. At this moment, the elderly runner turned to look upon hearing the sound, and when he saw me, his eyes clearly flickered for a moment, and at this moment, I am also sizing up the old man. Their gazes met, but in the next second, I felt my hair stand on end slightly, then hurriedly and inconspicuously shifted his gaze, while slightly startled in his heart. Who is this old man? Xiao Xue, you take the guests to the living room first. I'll be there soon. On the way to the living room, I found out who the person was that just played chess with your master. You mean Grandpa Li? Grandpa Li's real name is Li Daoxian. It is a famous method nearby. According to the master, it is a remarkable person who can easily capture good fortune and avoid misfortune through divination, and can even predict some heavenly secrets. Brother in the ancient city in the pavilion, your guest today is not simple. At this moment, the old man in the plain robe suddenly arrived at Brother Li's place. At this moment, the ancient city slightly took an interest in Su Chen. The secrets of heaven cannot be leaked, but it would be best if this person could get along well with it. However, one must never be an enemy. At this moment, Li Daoxian posed a riddle and did not continue speaking. I lost. I won't play anymore. I'm going to meet the young man you mentioned and see what makes him so special. I haven't heard you praise someone like this in a long time. After the ancient city leaves, Li Daoxian in the pavilion murmurs, is it coming so soon? On the other side, Lin Qianxue has brewed the tea and poured me a cup. Just as I picked up the tea, the master of the ancient city walked in. Master. Upon hearing this, I prepared to get up. However, I saw the master of the ancient city wave his hand and say, young friend, there is no need for too much formality. I don't know how to address you. Just call me Su Chen. Su Chen is the son of Su Zhenghong from the Su family of Jianhai. Seeing that I was a bit confused, master of the ancient city did not keep it a secret. He said that when you were a child, your father brought you to the city, and Brother Li even helped you read your fortune. When it came to this, he did not continue, and I wonder if young friend Su could let this old man take a look. June. I didn't say any nonsense. I immediately placed the suitcase on the table and opened it. Suddenly, Jun Jian revealed his true self, 3 feet of clear wind, all white and fragrant. Suddenly, the ancient city couldn't help but feel a bit excited. He picked up the sword, gently caressing the blade as if it were his own child, his gaze so kind and benevolent. To know, Oyizi spent 10 years crafting this sword and ultimately died from exhaustion. After a while, he sighed softly, reluctant to put the sword back, and then glanced unintentionally. I saw there was a sword in the box, and I squinted my eyes, sizing it up for a long time. Su Xiaoyu was really lucky. The senior has quite an acute eye. You don't mind, do you? I shook my head slightly. The master of the ancient city smiled, picked up the sword containing the residual long sword, slightly exerted force with his fingers, and suddenly twisted his wrist. I saw him draw a sword from the body of the sword, a pale yellow sword with a short, thin, and curved blade. One side is sharp, while the other side is dull, emitting a faint cold light in the air. It truly is the fish-hidden sword. When this sword is drawn, Lin Qianxue couldn't help but gaze over. After a while, he looked at me again, his tone slightly amazed. You really knew all along. You knew the secret of the fish in advance, spent such a large sum of money to buy Chun Jun, and now you specially came to see my master. So Lin Qianxue stared at me and said, what exactly is your purpose? And I was completely unconcerned. His slightly sharp gaze calmly spoke of Master Oyezi's sword. As soon as these words came out, I immediately felt a clear chill. Straightforwardly Lin Qianxue, the coldness of the path is grateful to my master's sword. Indeed the intention is not pure. I can clearly tell you that these swords are the most valued possessions of my master in this life, no matter what the conditions are. We will not agree. Xiao Xue must not act recklessly. At this moment, the ancient city also finds it hard to fathom Su Chen's thoughts. Young friend, what do you need these swords for? I did not answer the question about the ancient city, but continued to ask. Really no conditions can be agreed to. The ancient city is somewhat dissatisfied with my avoidance of the answer. If you have come for the sword, then it's better to go back. And my expression showed no change. I said lightly, I know where the forging notebook written by Uyazi's lifelong efforts is. When Yan's pupils slightly constricted at the ancient city, what master's forging notes? His heartbeat began to accelerate uncontrollably. As a direct descendant of Uyazi, how could the ancient city not know what significance this notebook holds for them? There are no less than thousands of forging methods recorded among them. Even the forging techniques of the 10 famous swords are detailed recorded in it. Little friend, how do I know whether what you say is true or false? The ancient city's gaze is like an arrow, staring at me and saying, you say you know where it is, which means the item is not currently in your possession. I will get the things, whether they are real or fake will be determined in the future. Right now, I just want to know if the master is interested in this transaction. The ancient city was silent for a while, If you, my young friend, can truly hand over the things to me, then these swords are actually not important to me, nothing can compare to this inheritance. I curved the corner of my mouth and said, since the master has said so, I will bring something over in 3 days. I will leave these 2 swords here as a token of our successful cooperation, and I will take them back together in 3 days. In the pavilion, the ancient brother said, how does this young man feel today? Li Daoxian spoke. The ancient city gazes at the horizon. Not knowing what it is thinking, the youth is formidable, unfathomable. Then Li Daoxian sighed lightly. It's coming. The mountain rain is about to come and the wind fills the building. For a moment, the ancient city hadn't reacted yet, but it seemed to have realized something. A shiver ran through my body. So what did you see? This young man is probably not from the current time and space. He should be the so-called person destined to face a calamity. Back then, Su Zhenghong brought Su Chen to have their fortunes told, and Li Daoxian noticed a hint of something. Is he here today to prepare for future disasters? 3 days later, I arrived at Qingyun Mountain as promised with the notebook. The ancient city was clearly shocked by me, but according to the agreement, it handed over Ganjiang Emosia and Jean-Lu Taijin to me. However, before leaving, it made a request to me, asking me to take Lin Qianxue away. I was slightly surprised by his actions, and after careful inquiry, the ancient city also informed me of the reason. The world will undergo great changes, and no one can be independent. I believe in my own vision. Xiao Xue follows you. It's the right thing. I felt a fluctuation in my heart. It was the first time I heard about the apocalypse from someone else's mouth, but both of them understood without needing to delve deeper. After a series of instructions in the ancient city, Lin Qianxue left Qingyun Mountain with me. 2 hours later, I took the letter given to me by the ancient city and went to the residence of the farmer master, which was the proof for requesting the Longquan sword. And Master Longming here has already prepared 50 swords. After reading the letter, he was first shocked by the decision of the ancient city, and finally gave me a respectful glance. After returning home, I took out the sword from in front of the grave. Now, I have gathered 8 out of the 10 divine swords, and in the future apocalypse, I will definitely have a place of my own. Just as my thoughts were in a whirl, Lin Qianxue walked in with a wooden box. This is the thing you wanted. I took it and opened it, and it turned out to be the Changying sword. So far, I have obtained 9 out of the 10 famous swords, with only the Xianyuan sword yet to be returned. But the Xianyuan sword has gone through the period of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, once again used by Daiyu for flood control. It remains missing to this day. I cut my finger and dripped the blood on it one by one, but this time, I still decided to leave Moyi to Ling Qianxue. The matter of the sword has come to a conclusion, and now I need to start working on some things. After Ling Qianxue handed me the sword, she turned and left my house, giving the reason that her master asked her to leave with me. My agreement does not mean that I will always stay by your side. Under the current situation, I can only helplessly smile. This temperament is indeed the same as money. The progress of building materials and rare metals is steadily increasing. With such money coming in, I can't help but have some other thoughts. What's most important now is that it has been completed, and controlling the mech requires a strong physique. Now that there is time, this aspect cannot be neglected either. The next day, I found the most famous gym in Jianhai City and booked all the facilities. Every day, I did various training sessions at the gym with professional guidance. My strength and speed were gradually improving, but it always felt like something was missing. I had strength and speed, but what was it that I lacked? In the midst of contemplation, those mechs from the apocalypse inevitably resurface in my mind, their slaughter unfolding like art. Suddenly I realized that Lin Qianxue is not just a super dancer, but also a master of swordsmanship. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel a bit of heat in my heart, so I immediately called Lin Qianxue. Hello, who is this? Su Chen, go ahead. What's the matter? I want to ask you to teach me how to practice swordsmanship. Now it's Lin Qianxue's turn to be surprised. The big CEO with a net worth of hundreds of billions wants to come and practice swordsmanship. Why do you think I would agree? And why do you want to practice swordsmanship? I just have a try-it-out mentality. If Lin Qianxue is unwilling, I can only think of other ways. I just asked about the method, and if he disagrees, I'll just hang up. Just as I was about to hang up the phone, a voice came from the other end saying, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, I will go find you. After speaking, there is the sound of a hang-up. The remaining woman the next day, Lin Qianxue arrived early at the Su family's mansion. The young master, That woman from before has come again and is already waiting in the living room. There is a knocking sound coming from outside the bedroom. I took a blurry glance and saw that it was only 7 o'clock. What is this woman doing? Isn't it supposed to be 9 o'clock? Everyone has arrived. I'll just wash up quickly and go out. Upon arriving in the living room, I saw Lin Xianxue wearing a white training outfit today, with her hair tied in a high ponytail. Lin Xianxue tossed a bag at me to change into. I saw that there was also a set of training clothes inside, so I turned around and went back to my room to change. In the next 5 days, I will go through a period of inhuman suffering. Even at one point during the training, I wanted to give up, but every time I recalled the cruelty of the apocalypse, I gritted my teeth and persevered. At the same time, a huge uproar arose in the outside world, with news spreading wildly about the Su family group building underground bunkers, collecting supplies, and hoarding metals. For a time, apocalyptic discussions surged, but I did not pay attention to it and had no intention of coming forward to explain. Instead, I turned around and sold the group's shares for 400 billion, and entrust the previous auction house to convert all the money into gold in the fastest way. While doing all this, the training was also coming to an end. After finishing the training, I kept Ling Qianxue behind, then entered the bedroom and took out the MOCS sword. Looking at the sword handed to me, Ling Qianxue asked in confusion, "Why are you giving this to me? I have no use for it." "Will be used." Seeing that Ling Qianxue had no intention of taking the sword, I didn't say much more, drew the sword, and said to Ling Qianxue, "Give me your hand." Although Ling Qianxue did not understand, she also wanted to know what I really wanted to do. Hesitantly extending her left hand, I decisively cut across Lin Qianxue's index finger with a sword. Lin Qianxue, who was in pain at the scene, grabbed her hand and cried out, "What are you doing?" And I then dropped a drop of blood on it. "Alright, that's all said." And I even thoughtfully took a band-aid from the drawer and gave it to Lin Qianxue. "I hope you can keep this sword close by, preferably carry it with you. I can also say that I haven't let your master down." Once again handing over the sword, Lin Qianxue hesitated and said, "Do you and my master, as well as Grandpa Li, know something? You wouldn't believe it if I told you, but soon you'll understand." This time Lin Qianxue took the sword. The doctor said thank you. He didn't understand my actions, but he knew this was what his master hoped for, and his master wouldn't harm him. "Where do you live now?" I asked aloud. "The Shangri-La Hotel right in front of this commercial street is not far from here." "Wen Yen," I suddenly said seriously, "don't run around during this time. I will contact you at any time." After I found out, Lin Qianxue left. Today is already the 1st. After thinking about it, there are still some things to do. I need to make the final preparations. The next afternoon, I called Kai Kuan over. "Kunzi, in the past couple of days, pick about 50 brothers with a loyal and clean background. Once you've selected them, let me know. I have something to assign to you." "Okay, brother, handle the shelter matter in the afternoon, and I'll arrange it. The Longquan swords in the basement should also be dealt with. As for Su Kuan, I plan to give the Long Yuan sword to him. After all, the 5 generations have all imitated the Longquan to create the Long Yuan. Perhaps it would be appropriate to give the Long Yuan to Su Kuan. But with Su Kuan's build, a heavier sword would definitely be a better choice, leaning more towards strength and defense, and there are currently no conditions for that." After dinner, I was staring at the moon in a daze in the back garden. Suddenly, "Who is following me?" As the words fell, a figure walked out from the darkness. I recognized the visitor and couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Daoist Li laughed. "Su Xiaoyu has not been seen for a long time, and Li Daogong is still wearing a plain long robe, with what seems to be something on his back, but at night, those eyes are still so bright and spirited. This is considered their first conversation." Daoist Li said in the middle of the night. "What is the purpose of this?" Daoist Li pondered for a moment and said that he was entrusted by others. After finishing, he took down the thing on his back, gently stroked it, and then handed it over. "This is a sword that Brother Gu has crafted over the course of 30 years. He asked me to give it to you. It is made based on the prototype of the Xianyuan sword recorded in ancient texts, but no one has ever seen the real Xianyuan sword." I took the sword, drew out the ancient pale yellow blade from its sheath, which appeared before my eyes, with patterns of mountains, rivers, and plants engraved on the front, and the sun, moon, and stars engraved on the back. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the luster flowed. There is no sharp sword light, but it seems more like a lurking lion, ready to burst forth with unstoppable strength at any moment. Good sword. Remember to take good care of this sword. Then, I took out another sword from behind. This sword has always been left in the sword washing pool of Qingyun Mountain's grass hall because it is too heavy, so it has always stayed there. Now I will hand it over to you. You might not be able to use it, but someone around you will be able to. Hearing Taoist Li's words, I couldn't help but feel a bit confused. I don't need it, but someone around me might. Upon hearing this, I looked over and was somewhat surprised. The sword with such a shape has a blade length of about 1.2 meters, and the body of the sword presents a heavy silver-gray color. However, the width of the sword is a full 20 centimeters, and the thickness is at least 2 centimeters. Just looking at it, it weighs at least 10 kilograms. A heavy sword does not move in the wind. I suddenly thought of these few words. This sword is called Juk. Although it is not among the top 10 famous swords, it is not far off. I believe this sword will help you. Just when I was thinking about who this sword was prepared for. Little friend, we will meet again in the future. When I raised my head upon hearing this, I could no longer see the figure of Taoist Li. I shook my head slightly and then brought the sword back to the bedroom. I have to say, this giant sword is really heavy. Looking at this heavy sword, I shook my head and smiled. Kunzi, your luck is really something. The next morning, I trained as usual, and the phone rang again. It was a call from Su Kun. Brother Yang, the matters over at the underground bunker have all been taken care of. The 50 people we talked about yesterday have also been selected. They are all brothers who have gone through life and death together, with clean backgrounds, and like me, grew up in an orphanage. It is because of the Su family that we have today. Although Su Kun is a rough man, he does not do things carelessly. Very good. After lunch, bring the brothers over to my place. Before long, I finished the morning training, and after having lunch, Su Kun came with people. A group of people dressed neatly in black suits stands at the door. Kunzi, call a few brothers to move the things out of the basement. Huang Jingyu is iron, and you few still need to go. Soon, one wooden box after another was moved out. Exactly 50 boxes. When opened, a bunch of silver-white Longquan swords appeared in front of everyone. All of you picked up a sword. Everyone had one. Although they didn't know what to do, they still followed the order. Soon, everyone had an extra sword in their hands, black suits paired with white long swords. It looked awkward no matter how you looked at it. Drop your blood onto your swords. The people in the world looked at each other, but Su Kun has a bad temper, dragging his feet. Hurry up for me. Can it harm you? Upon hearing this, everyone also bled profusely. Watching this scene, I also nodded slightly. All of you must keep this sword with you at all times. You have today to handle your own matters and pack your things. You must enter the fortress before 6 p.m. If you understand clearly, you can all disperse now. Su Kun became a bit anxious upon hearing this. What about my Yangge? What's the hurry? You can't do without it. I'm preparing it for you. When Yen Su Kun also smiled lightly, sent everyone away, and after chatting for a while, I let Su Kun go home first. At noon on the 5th, the phone rang again. I took a look and it was a call from the auction house Yangmi. Hello, Miss Yang. Young Master Su. The funds from Australia have arrived, and now 100 tons of gold have reached the auction house. How will you thank me? Young Master Su with divine eyes? I smiled slightly. Miss Yang has extraordinary means, so how could she possibly look at me with this little bit of kindness? Of course, if it's about treating her to a meal, then that's still not a problem. I'll take it seriously. Oh, that young Master Su. When are you coming over? I'm going over right now. After finishing the call, I called Su Kun again. Kun has been feeling stuck these past 2 days, just waiting for my news. Alright, brother, I'll be there soon. The two of them quickly arrived at the auction house. Yangmi is still in the familiar light blue qipao. Having waited for a long time, the Su group has completed the handover. This is our agreement. We only charge 50% of the service fee. If there are no issues, we can sign it. I roughly looked at some of the details. There were no issues, and then signed my name. I chatted with Yangmi again and then left the auction house. Kunzi, arrange for a few brothers to come over and transport the items. Already arranged. After speaking, the two looked at each other and smiled, then said, let's go back. An hour later, in the Su family mansion, I was discussing something with Su Kun while drinking tea, when Uncle Fu suddenly came over and said, young master, there is someone outside named Wu Yifun. I want to see you. Su Kuan frowning. What is this guy Wu Yifan here for? Uncle Fu asked him to come in. I have taken care of everything over at the chairman's group, and all the items have been handed over. I know I did a good job with this matter. So, Chairman, what shall we do next? Hearing this, I understood and smiled slightly, saying to Uncle Wu, don't worry, I never do things I'm not confident about. Hearing this, Chris Wu also understood what Su Chen meant. Chairman, then I will follow you. Actually, I also plan to bring Chris Wu along. There are many things that I can't handle personally, and someone has to take the lead and show their face, and Chris Wu is a good choice. Chairman, why do you want to sell the Su family group, and build such a large underground fortress? Since you plan to bring Wu Yifan along, I haven't hidden anything, but I only said that a disaster would come. For a moment, Chris Wu didn't know whether following Su Chen was right or wrong, and at this moment, Su Kuan spoke up, believe it or not, but I advise you to make a decision soon. It's best to bring your wife and children along. After all, time is running out. Upon hearing this, Wu Yifan looked at Su Chen again and asked, when is the disaster you mentioned? The day after tomorrow at noon. You have 1 day to consider what I said. He is now also in the same boat as Su Chen, sharing the same fate, thinking that he will know the truth or falsehood by the day after tomorrow at noon. With a gritted teeth, Chairman, I understand. I will bring my wife and children in tomorrow. I am also very satisfied with Chris Wu's performance after hearing this, and I have also thought about it. Tomorrow I will bring Fu Bo and Lin Xianxue in as well, and the rest will depend on noon on July 7th. 6th in the morning. I'll call Lin Xianxue after I finish breakfast. Where are you? I have something to discuss with you. I am at Qingyun Mountain. Su Chen. I no longer have a master. Lin Xianxue's voice carries a kind of heaviness and sorrow. I also instantly realized something. Remaining silent for a long time. Take care and adapt to the changes. I will go find you. Don't run around first. After saying that, I hung up the phone. I rushed to Qingyun Mountain at noon, and finally saw Ling Qianxue at the back mountain of the Chaotang, only to see Ling Qianxue squatting in front of a fresh mound of earth, holding a notebook in her arms, not wearing the previous casual clothes or training outfit, just dressed in a coarse linen garment with white sleeves. After finishing teaching Su Chen, Lin Qianxue returned to Qingyun Mountain to visit her master, not expecting that this would be the last time they met. I did not disturb him. I stepped forward to pay my respects, and then sat crouched beside Lin Qianxue without saying a word. For a long time, it felt like something was leaning on my shoulder. I took a glance and found that it was the girl who had fallen asleep. She probably hasn't rested well due to excessive sadness these past few days. I just kept this action without moving. After almost 2 hours, Lin Qianxue finally woke up leisurely, brushed her slightly messy hair, and softly said thank you. I also gently replied, it's okay, don't be too sad. Upon hearing this, Lin Qianxue lowered her head again, a woman with such a cold exterior, yet her heart is so fragile. What are your plans for the future? I want to stay at Qingyun Mountain with my master. Su Chen was not surprised by this answer. The master hopes that I will take you away, and a disaster will occur soon. He hopes that I will protect you completely. Did you and Master and Grandpa Li know about it early on? It's because no one would believe it if I said it, and even if I told you, you couldn't do anything about it, so I didn't tell you. I hope you understand. I am not someone who loves to explain, perhaps out of compassion. I shared some reasons. I will go with you, Lin Qianxue said after a long time. I also breathed a sigh of relief. This afternoon, I took Lin Qianxue back to the Su family's mansion. Su Kuan has been waiting here for a long time. When he saw Su Chen return, Brother Yang and Uncle Fu have already been taken over, and some of the Su family's servants have also been brought over. As for Wu Yifan, he is already over there. Good Kuan, come to my room for a moment. I didn't avoid Ling Qianxue. I handed the giant sword to Su Kuan. The promise you made has been prepared for you. Su Kuan happily took it, grinning. This is really cool. I like this kind of enjoyable pickup. This giant sword paired with Su Kuan's physique is indeed impressive. Let's go. We should also check out the underground fortress. Leaving the Su family and arriving at the eastern suburbs, I also discovered that there is a very interesting lift parking lot here. But this is completely useless in the apocalypse. This was thought of by Chris Wu, Su Kuan said beside him. Hearing this, I shook my head and smiled. This person is indeed descending to the underground through the smart elevator. After 100 meters, I saw the prototype of the empire I wanted to create, and I was slightly moved. The term steel dragon was my first impression of it. What caught my eye were the 4 towering dragon pillars, their diameter probably exceeding 100 meters, all cast in reinforced concrete. Each corner of the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest has a connection to the high wall, supporting the entire empire. And it is not pitch black, for dragon columns and high walls support a huge square transparent dome that reaches the ground. Su-Koen explained beside him that this transparent dome was designed using single-lens reflex principles and biomimetic principles to increase illumination. It is made up of pieces of solar energy-tempered titanium alloy glass stitched together. We can see the sky, but people on the ground cannot see underground. I have to say that this 10 billion spent is worth it. Very soon, Wu Yifan came out to greet them. Seeing the 3 people, he rubbed his hands and hurried forward with a forced smile, asking how the chairman was doing, hoping he wasn't disappointed. He indeed did a good job. So let's take a look. Next, the group, led by Wu Yifan, visited this underground empire. First, the power source. The dome is equipped with tens of thousands of solar panels, and there are also 20,000 large generators. A large amount of oil resources is stored underground, with some places continuing to be dug deeper, reinforced with cement and steel, where cold storage is placed, serving as a place for storing supplies, includes some rice water, as well as vegetables and fresh cold meat. There are also some farmland areas, and I have stocked up on a batch of seeds for the vegetable area. These will all be useful later. The air circulation here also connects with the outside world, so there is no need to worry about the oxygen supply. The entire city is built around a square shape, extending outward. In the middle is a 50-meter-tall building, where the chairman lives, allowing a view of the entire underground fortress. This is also a little thought from Chris Wu, who doesn't like the feeling of having the world. I also carefully looked over all the areas of the entire empire, and overall I am very satisfied, having not found any loopholes. After walking around, the brightness of the whole city also dimmed quite a bit, probably because it was evening. A group of people then arrived at the largest building in the middle, and Chris Wu actually went back first, after such a long time. He was afraid his wife and children would worry about him here. Uncle Fu and some of the Su family's servants are present. Take the elevator to the top floor, where there is a large living room, several independent rooms, and a big balcony. Just at this moment, the entire empire seemed to light up, with various neon lights and illuminating lights, and the lights of all the buildings turned on. I looked at the time. It was 6 p.m. Looking at the scene before me, a surge of ambition is building up in my heart. At this moment, Su-Koen said, "Brother, this place doesn't have a name yet. Why don't you give it one? Let's call it Eternal Night." Su-Koen was puzzled. The lights were bright. Why call it Eternal Night? I didn't explain much, and suddenly I realized that Lin Xianxue seemed to have not spoken at all this afternoon. After the master of the ancient city left, Lin Xianxue also became much quieter. "Are you tired?" Seeing Su Chen ask himself, Lin Xianxue also nodded slightly and hummed. I found a room for Lin Xianxue on the top floor, reminded her a couple of times, and then let Lin Xianxue rest well. "Brother, he is." I didn't answer. "Su-Koen is fine. You don't need to worry." Hearing this, Su-Koen did not ask again, so the two of them kept chatting on the balcony, and while chatting, they started drinking. Su-Koen also let go. "Bro, I'm so excited. A new era is about to arrive. Ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, I also squinted my eyes. Yes, a new era is about to arrive. On July 7th, yesterday, Su-Koen and I drank until late at night. I suggested that Su-Koen rest here, but he refused, saying he is not used to this place, and went back to be with his brothers. After washing up in the morning, Uncle Fu came up to call Su Chen for breakfast, and there was another person on the top floor. I also called Lin Xianxue down. After dinner, I reminded Lin Xianxue not to leave her room and to keep Xia by her side, and I am in the room next to Lin Xianxue, waiting for the apocalypse to arrive. What is placed in front of me is exactly 9 ghostly swords. The weather in the morning is still sunny, 10,000 miles without a cloud. It is now July, which is the summer season, and some people choose to go shopping. Some people choose to play by the seaside. Everything seems to be normal. However, the entire air is filled with a restless heat, and some people feel a hint of warmth, but they do not think much of it. It quickly became 11:55 a.m. The air was even hotter, and the sky seemed to be slowly turning red. Many people have noticed the changes in the surrounding environment. As soon as it hits 12 o'clock, the sun suddenly turned blood red. The entire blue star was instantly lit up. More than 7 billion people on the entire planet have noticed a point of the blue star. I saw the surrounding light turn blood red, and I was startled. At this moment, the 9 swords in front of me trembled violently. 9 paths of mysterious changes. The light of different colors seemed to be pulled from the sword and flew directly into my mind. The 9 swords also fell silent in an instant. And at this moment, I was enduring immense pain. My head felt like it was being smashed to pieces, and then healing repeatedly. I wanted to faint, but the pain kept me painfully awake. My eyes were bloodshot, and I tightly held my head, banging it against everything around me, constantly wailing, as if this was the only way to alleviate a bit of the pain. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood violently spewed from my mouth, and my mind was about to collapse. How could it be so fierce? Before losing consciousness, a strong sense of unwillingness filled my mind. How could I fall down in a place like this? He fainted immediately. At the same time, a middle-aged man had just come out of the supermarket after buying groceries and muttered, "Why does it feel so hot today? The sky is so red?" Just as he was placing his items in the car, he accidentally dropped the eggs on the ground. As he reached down to pick them up, he noticed that some of the broken eggs had turned into fried eggs, and the surrounding environment had turned blood red. Just as he was in disbelief, a surge of underground fire erupted, instantly engulfing him. This scene was happening in corners of various cities. In just a moment, the entire city was set ablaze. In a coastal city abroad, a young American couple was playing by the sea when they suddenly noticed a shadow over 100 meters high appearing on the water. Just as they were trying to see it clearly, it was no shadow, it was a towering wave. Oh my God! The boy took off running, leaving the girl frozen in fear. But how could she outrun a 100-meter wave? One after another, they were swallowed by the sea. In an instant, the entire city disappeared beneath the water. On Sakurajima, the Prime Minister was having a secret rendezvous with his secretary. The two were currently engaged in a passionate encounter at a hotel. The secretary felt increasingly hot and wondered why the old man was so vigorous today. A glance out the window nearly scared her soul out. She saw a fissure dozens of meters wide extending violently through the city, rapidly approaching their hotel. Oh my God! The secretary's panic alerted the Prime Minister to the city's dire situation. Seeing the massive crack rushing toward them, they barely had time to escape the hotel before it collapsed beneath them. At this moment, the birds in the sky were the first to mutate. Large numbers of birds flew south, with many dying along the way. Some seemed to have suddenly gone mad, their wings growing enormous, feathers hardening, and their bodies expanding. Their eyes turned a fierce red. Before long, some birds became larger than small helicopters. In this apocalyptic world, these birds were referred to as level 1 mutant beasts. As for the higher-level mutant birds, they were even larger than aircraft carriers. Meanwhile, passenger planes flying in the air were severely disrupted. Above Han Country, several level 1 mutant beasts collided with a civilian passenger plane, which headed straight for the Han State Building. At that moment, President Park Chang was in the State Building, monitoring the disaster's development. Through the window, he saw a massive plane heading directly toward him and shouted, "Oh, damn it!" Then, with a thunderous roar, the Han State Building was instantly reduced to ruins. Countries around the world were experiencing the calamity of the apocalypse. Some nations near continental plate junctions were even undergoing volcanic eruptions. On Su Chen's side, he fainted from the pain but was jolted awake by it again. His bones cracked, and his flesh tore apart, spilling a large amount of blood. Is it still not working? Receiving 9 types of power at once was overwhelming. If it weren't for Su Chen's extensive training and exercise during this time, significantly improving his physique and endurance, he might have already collapsed. But now, it didn't make much difference. Living a second life, he never expected it to end like this. With a heart full of unwillingness and defiance, Su Chen still weakly closed his eyes. On the brink of death, the chaotic sword-shaped light cores in his mind suddenly arranged themselves into a circle, forming a ring around his mental energy core. The 9 types of power, which had been in conflict, now settled into calm. Su Chen's life force, which had dropped to freezing point, surged back to life. The ruptures in his flesh gradually healed, and the collapse of his spirit also began to mend under the influence of the light ring. At this moment, various glimmers began to emerge from Su Chen's body, black, white, red, and pale yellow shimmering together. After a series of violent surges, everything settled as Su Chen's body continued to lie dormant. It was as if they willingly submitted. At this moment, the outside world was not only experiencing mutations among birds. Even a small blade of grass by the roadside had grown several meters tall in an instant. Various cats, dogs, snakes, and mice had also gone wild, becoming fierce and gigantic. A 2-year-old dog was even as large as a car, its fangs capable of crushing solid stone. People were not only enduring the devastation of the apocalypse but also facing threats from these mutated beasts and plants. The brutality of the end times was evident. Meanwhile, the Eternal Night Empire seemed to have suffered a violent impact. The entire Eternal Night Empire was shaking violently. Fortunately, the quality control was strict, adhering to the highest standards, and there were no real dangers. Compared to the dire situation outside, the Eternal Night Empire resembled the last sanctuary of the apocalypse. As the tremors of the Eternal Night Empire began to calm, Suchen also focused his mind, quickly familiarizing himself with the power within his body. Suchen slowly opened his eyes. The wounds on his body had completely healed, and the mental torment had also returned to normal. However, due to the massive consumption of energy during his awakening, he still appeared somewhat pale and weak. Feeling the power within him, even without transforming into his mech, Suchen felt he had the strength to shatter clouds and rocks. With a thought, Chi Xiao. A blood-red armor suddenly enveloped his body, with strands of black light swirling around it. Golden dragon patterns flickered in and out, and a faint dragon might seem to cause the surrounding space to tremble. Tai A. The blood-red mech vanished, and his body was instantly wrapped in a pale yellow mech. White patterns flowed across it. Behind the mech were 6 white flying swords, exuding a sharp intent. Zan Lu. A pitch-black mech covered his body, with blue water patterns interlacing. Compared to Qishao and Tai, this mech fatally radiated a wave of energy, deep and long like the ocean. Chun Jun. This was a light blue mech, or more accurately, a white and blue mixed color. It had no dazzling patterns, no profound aura. Compared to the other mechs, this one seemed more reserved. However, Chun Jun was known as the unparalleled sword, so it must not be that simple. Yu Song. A dark aura burst forth, and the mech was entirely black. It was as dark as ink, subtle yet rich in texture. Moreover, this mech seemed very thin, with almost no difference in physique before and after transformation. Just as he was about to look at the other mechs, he realized that summoning a mech was a significant burden on his spirit and physical strength. At this moment, Suchen felt a wave of dizziness and quickly steadied himself. He let out a bitter laugh. Damn, I'm exhausted. There was no choice but to wait for another opportunity to look later. After adjusting his breath for a while, Suchen suddenly thought of Ling Qianxue. He hadn't heard any noise from Ling Qianxue's room, which was definitely not right. He arrived at Ling Qianxue's door and gently knocked. Seeing no response, Suchen suddenly felt a bit anxious. Logically, Ling Qianxue should have completed her awakening by now. After all, Suchen had been recovering for quite some time. After much consideration, he kicked the door open. He found Ling Qianxue collapsed on the bed. Approaching to check, he discovered she had merely fainted, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Su Kuan had also completed his awakening. The 50 brothers immediately sensed an indescribable power within their bodies. My God, this feeling. This power is so strong. Is this why the boss wanted us to wield swords? The boss is mighty. They attempted to communicate with the sword-shaped light core in their minds. Suddenly, a silver-white mech instantly covered their bodies. Cold light flowed, and killing intent surged. Pale golden patterns flickered in and out, covering the entire armor. The size seemed custom-made, like a layer of clothing. Su Kuan noticed the commotion and was taken aback. At this moment, a nearby mech spoke up. Kuan Gu, you should try yours too. Hearing this, Su Kuan smiled and, with a thought, a gray-white mech enveloped his entire body. Covered in golden patterns, the shoulders and torso were particularly prominent, with a pair of light golden arm guards on the forearms. It stood like a giant shield before him, immovable and imposing. The already strong physique now appeared even taller. Su Kuan felt a surge of invincible pride within him. Huang Jin, punch me. Huang Jin was momentarily taken aback but quickly reacted. He controlled the mech and threw a powerful punch with all his strength. Su Kuan merely raised his left hand slightly, blocking with his forearm. He easily caught the fist, and no matter how hard Huang Jin tried, he couldn't push forward even a fraction. Brother Kuan, this is a bit terrifying. Ha 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 ha, let's go. Find Yang Gu. At this moment, Ling Qianxue had also woken up. She was still haunted by the awakening process, as it involved a famous sword, and the pain was more intense than what an ordinary person would endure. What exactly happened just now? I saw everything bathed in blood red, and then it felt like my head was going to explode. That's what your master and I refer to as disaster, or perhaps it's more appropriate to call it the apocalypse. Apocalypse? Before she could ask further, Su Kuan had already gone upstairs. Yang Gu. hearing Su Kuan's voice. "It's fine, you'll know soon. Just rest for a bit." With that, he left the room. Upon seeing Su Chen, Su Kuan immediately became excited. "Yang Gu, this looks really cool." "What? You successfully awakened?" "Hee, no need to say, the brothers have all successfully awakened too, they're downstairs. Let's go down and take a look." As soon as they appeared, the brothers shouted in unison, "Boss is mighty. The boss is truly a god." Su Chen shook his head and smiled at the sight. Alright, after being with the boss for so long, still so reckless." At this moment, Su Kuan spoke up. "Brother Kuan, you weren't saying that on the way here." Su Kuan, being called out, felt a bit embarrassed. "Damn you." Amidst the banter, the Eternal Night Empire seemed to have come under attack again, starting to shake. Under the influence of the apocalypse, the awakened mutant beasts were increasing in number. The eastern suburbs, located in the Gobi Desert, always had some creatures surviving. Exchanging glances, Su Kuan excitedly said, "Brothers, it's time to get to work." With a thought, Chi Xiao. The crimson mech covered his body, golden patterns shimmering, exuding dragon might. Su Kuan and his younger brothers were also stunned. "Wow! Boss, this is so cool. So domineering, boss." Su Kuan was momentarily dazed. "Yang Gu, you're really fierce." He originally thought his own was cool enough, but compared to Su Chen, it felt lacking. "Let's go, quick battle, quick resolution." Su Kuan and the others also summoned their mechs and quickly followed Su Chen to the site of the attack. "Yang Gu, it's the sand scorpions and ants." At this moment, the sand scorpions and soldier ants had already mutated. The sand scorpions had changed from yellow to red, their bodies becoming enormous, and their temperament fierce, standing a full 5 meters tall. The soldier ants, while not as large, had the advantage in numbers and were well organized. "That sand scorpion is mine, you guys take care of the others." With that, he charged straight at the sand scorpion. "Brothers, go!" The sand scorpion's crimson eyes fixed on the red mech before it, its pincers raised high. It sensed a threat from this human. Su Chen didn't think much of it. With a swift move, he threw a punch directly at the sand scorpion's head. The sand scorpion, in pain, became enraged. Its pincers continuously pushed Su Chen back, and its tail stinger was poised to strike, looking for a chance to deliver a fatal blow. Su Chen showed no fear and stood his ground. Fists against pincers. Before long, the sand scorpion's pincers seemed unable to withstand Su Chen's punches. They were shattered with a single blow. The sand scorpion staggered back. Trying to run? Su Chen closed in, landing on the sand scorpion's head, just as his fist was about to pierce its skull. The sand scorpion's long-prepared tail stinger suddenly shot out, but this human before it seemed unfazed. In the end, the fist still landed on the sand scorpion's head, while the tail stinger also lunged toward Su Chen. The result was different. The scorpion's head was smashed to pieces by a punch, while its stinger couldn't pierce the mech. The scorpion fell, filled with confusion and unwillingness. However, it seemed he discovered a glimmer of light within the shattered head of the scorpion. He began to search with curiosity. Soon, he found an irregularly shaped, white, transparent diamond crystal. Crystal core. He had originally thought this scorpion had not yet birthed a crystal core, so this was truly an unexpected joy. Although it was only a level 1 crystal core, it was still a good omen. He pocketed the crystal core and looked over at Su Kuan's side. The battle there was also nearly over. No matter how formidable the soldier ants were, they were still just ants. To end the fight quickly, Su Chen charged in. With a casual punch, he took down a body. In less than a moment. "Brother Yang, it's done." At this moment, Su Kuan's face was smeared with blood, but his eyes couldn't hide his fervor. Su Chen had just seen his performance. The mech summoned by the giant K was in Su Kuan's hands. It was powerful and destructive, with great defensive capabilities. Hundreds of soldier ants would have been quite troublesome to deal with if Su Kuan hadn't been there to block them. Tell the brothers to search carefully and see if there are any of these things among the bodies. This thing can upgrade the level of our mental power crystal cores. What? This thing can upgrade our mental power? Su Kuan then took the crystal core from Su Chen's hand and examined it closely. He memorized its appearance and immediately went to join the brothers in searching. "Brothers, look carefully to see if there are any chip-like things among these bodies." Before long, "Brother Yang, we found 12 of these things. Not bad, clean up the scene." After setting it ablaze, they returned to the fortress. "You take the brothers to rest a bit, there might still be battles ahead." Upon hearing this, Su Kuan quickly arranged a shift for guard duty. Su Chen also returned to the high-rise building. Ling Xianxua had just sensed that the fortress seemed to have been attacked, shaking slightly. She then saw Su Chen and Su Kuan summoning Mechas and going out to face the enemy. She observed the changes in Su Chen and the others, as well as the entire battle process. When Su Chen returned, there was a hint of shock in Ling Qianxue's eyes. What you just did? You saw it all, right? Yeah. Why did you and Su Koan become like this? And what happened to those creatures? Su Chen did not hesitate, as he was also unclear about why the apocalypse had come. I don't know the specific reason. I only know that many people will die in this apocalypse. I estimate that outside, it has already become a hell. Ling Qianxue lowered her head in silence upon hearing this, but Su Chen suddenly remembered something. By the way, have you felt a surge of power within your body? Power? Yes, for example, have you felt something new in your mind? I only remember when the surroundings turned red, a light from the Mocs sword flashed into my mind, and then I lost track of everything. Yes, that's it. Try to use your thoughts to approach it. Upon hearing this, Ling Qianxue closed her eyes and carefully felt that light. The crystal core formed by mental power established a connection with the sword core of Mocs. With a thought, suddenly, a purple mech enveloped her. Black patterns surged on it, and 4 purple wing blades slowly rotated behind her. A cold, chilling aura erupted. Ling Qianxue was momentarily stunned. What is this? This is what Mocs has given you. You can take some time to familiarize yourself with this power. After listening to Su Chen's explanation, Ling Qianxue slowly accepted this reality. After some consideration, she began to move around the fortress in the mech. On one hand, she gradually mastered the mech, and on the other, she checked for any potential threats. Seeing this, Su Chen returned to his own room. Looking at the crystal core in his hand, he steadied his mind, preparing to absorb the crystal core to enhance his strength. Su Chen knew well that in this apocalypse, only strength can determine everything. At this moment in Jianghai City, roar! In the night, the sounds of wild beasts' roars echoed, mixed with the desperate screams of humans. Tat 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 tat, accompanied by the gunfire of military troops. Faced with this situation, all cities launched rescue plans. The apocalypse had just begun, and there were few mutated beasts that could withstand bullets. As time went on, the level of the mutated beasts would rise. Once they reached level 3, firearms would hardly pose a threat to them. Hurry and save people. Save as many as you can. A soldier shouted. Don't get caught up in fighting. The army itself was not without threats, such as the mosquitoes in the dark, stray cats and dogs in the city, and the centipedes, spiders, and insects in dark, damp places had all mutated. The military suffered heavy casualties. Boom! Captain! An airplane! Reinforcements are here! Reinforcements have arrived! Brothers, put in more effort! We must hold on! The entire city was filled with danger, but there was also a glimmer of hope for survival. At night, the sky slowly began to regain its darkness, returning to normal. However, the impact of the apocalypse was indeed long-lasting. As for the current situation, this was only the beginning. Inside the fortress, Su Chen was currently absorbing the crystal core. The white crystal core formed by his mental power gradually deepened in color. From white, a faint yellow began to appear, indicating that Su Chen's mental power had advanced to level 2. His control over the mech and summoning time had both strengthened. Next, he needed to enhance the mech's strength. The 60,000 tons of rare metals that Lu Han had acquired were about to come in handy. After finishing his training, Ling Qianxue had already returned. Uncle Fu just called us for dinner. He seems a bit shaken today. I saw you training, so I didn't disturb you. Alright, let's go down together. After dinner, Ling Qianxue went upstairs first. Su Chen chatted with Uncle Fu for a bit, reassuring him not to worry. After that, he headed to the storage room for the rare metals. On the way, he ran into Su Koan, who was on shift. Brother Yang, where are you going so late? My mental power has advanced. I'm going to the storage room to upgrade the mech. Ah, you advanced already? But do we have the materials to upgrade the mech? It's the pile of materials that Lu Han collected. Can that pile of scrap iron upgrade our mechs? Can you read more books in your spare time? That's called rare metals. What if we don't upgrade the mechs and get pierced by high-level mutated beasts later? Su Koan scratched his head at this. That's true, brother, I'll go with you. Your mental power hasn't advanced, why are you trying to tag along? Go finish your shift first, we'll talk later. Su Chen found a spot to sit down, extended 2 fingers to his forehead, and communicated with the light core using his mind. Immediately, golden threads began to flow out from his forehead, wrapping around the rare metals in the storage room. The golden threads gradually grew stronger, while the metals began to lose their luster. The color of the light core in his mind also slowly transformed into a darker hue. The next day, as usual, the sun rose slowly. The sunlight still bathed the earth. But now, Blue Star was in ruins, with corpses strewn everywhere. Phew, finally done. After a whole night, Su Chen had finally reinforced all the mechs. Just as he got up, he felt a bit greasy. He had been busy from last night until now without taking a shower. Sigh, I should go back first. Upon entering, he saw the servants busy preparing breakfast. Compared to yesterday, they seemed a bit more spirited. Going upstairs, he found Ling Qianxue exercising on the balcony. She wore a gray corset on top and black yoga pants below. Her graceful curves were indeed a beautiful sight. Hearing the noise, Ling Qianxue turned to glance back. She paused her movements, not paying attention to Su Chen's gaze. Wiping her sweat with a towel, she said, "What are your plans for the future? Are you not going to let me take a shower first?" Ling Qianxue stared at Su Chen without speaking. "We'll talk about it later. Breakfast is already being prepared, and you should change your clothes," he said before returning to his room. When he came out of the bathroom, Su Chen felt completely relaxed. Ling Qianxue was ready by then. "Let's go." During breakfast, the two began to chat. "Later, I'm planning to take Su Koen and the others out to hunt those mutant beasts." "So soon? We still don't know what the situation outside is like. The apocalypse has just begun. Those mutant beasts are generally not strong. This is an opportunity. After a while, the mutant beasts will evolve, and it will be too late to go out then." "Evolve?" "Yes, they have to evolve to adapt to the environment, or it's more accurate to say it's survival of the fittest." "What about me?" "You stay, we still need someone to guard this place." "I want to go." "What do you want to do?" "We don't even know if it's dangerous outside." "I want to go." "Fine," he said, unable to persuade her. After breakfast, Ling Qianxue went with Su Chen to find Su Koen. Currently, all signals had completely failed. There was no way to contact anyone by phone, but fortunately, everyone was together. "Kunzi, gather the brothers, let's go do something big." "Really? By the way, leave 5 brothers to guard here." After saying that, Su Koen went to make arrangements. In no time, 45 brothers had gathered. "Today, we have one task, clear all the mutant beasts from this Gobi Desert." "Let's go." The group marched grandly to the Gobi Desert. They found that the eastern outskirts of the Gobi Desert were also littered with corpses, mostly of mutant beasts. It seemed like they had been eating each other. Now, only 2 mutated vultures remained, feasting on the carcasses. As soon as Su Chen and the others appeared, the 2 vultures fixed their gaze on them. "Hey, brothers, there are 2 who aren't afraid of death. Let's get them," Su Koen shouted. In an instant, everyone summoned their mechas. Seeing the various mechas before them, the vultures were startled, feeling that any one of these people could threaten them. "Run!" That was the first thought that came to their minds. Just as they took off, a swarm of sand crabs suddenly emerged from the sand below. They hadn't expected to miss their target. These sand crabs had originally intended to ambush the vultures while they were feeding but were scared away by Su Chen and his group. The cooked duck had flown away, and they turned their furious gaze toward Su Chen and the others. Su Chen noticed that the 2 vultures seemed to have gained intelligence, likely having developed cores. "Brothers, leave those sand crabs to you, I'll handle these 2 monster birds." With that, he focused his mind, and the Qishao mecha enveloped him, his mental power surged, and he shot into the sky. "What the hell? The boss can fly?" Su Koen was also a bit shocked. "What's the big deal? Yanggu is not the same as us." The 2 monster birds, seeing this, fled in different directions. Just as Su Chen hesitated about which one to chase first, a purple figure dashed toward the bird on the right. Seeing Ling Qianxue charge out, Su Chen headed straight for the bird on the left. "You flee, he chases, you can't escape." As Su Chen drew closer, the monster bird turned back and conjured a light sphere, launching it at him. Su Chen, however, was not flustered. Instead, his eyes shone brighter. This monster bird could already use abilities, indicating it must have a core inside. But just chasing like this wasn't a solution. As if understanding Su Chen's thoughts, the Taya sword core flashed. "Taya!" With a thought, the Qishao retreated, and a pale yellow mecha covered him. 6 flying swords shot out from his back, forming sword wings on either side of the mecha. Now, Su Chen resembled a giant bird, instantly catching up to the monster bird. At an altitude of 1,000 meters, the monster bird saw Su Chen closing in and cried out in alarm. "Damn, why is this human so strong?" Su Chen saw that the distance was sufficient and commanded the 6 flying swords to shoot out fiercely. They pierced through the back of the monster bird, penetrating its chest and leaving a long trail of blood droplets. With a mournful cry, the monster bird lost all signs of life. A punch struck, flesh and blood flying, and a crystal core came into view. It was a newly transformed 2nd-level crystal core. This strange bird had consumed so many first-level mutant beasts that its core had already evolved. Unfortunately, it ran into Su Chen. Otherwise, at this rate of growth, this strange bird could very well become a dominant force. But at this stage, Su Chen was still an invincible presence. After collecting the spoils, Su Chen hurriedly flew back. There were quite a few sand crabs on Su Koan's side. He wondered if they could hold up. By the time Su Chen sensed it, Su Koan and the others were already gathering their loot. Ling Qianxue had returned long ago. Seeing Su Koan's expression was a bit off, she asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" "The woman you brought back, Yang Gu," he replied. "We were going to charge straight in, but some of the sand crabs had abilities, and we got stuck for a while. But that woman came back shortly after. With a flick of her hand, those 4 wing blades behind her instantly killed all those sand crabs." Upon hearing this, Su Chen also looked at Ling Qianxue, who was just standing there, silent. Before long, the spoils were collected. They counted a total of 43 crystal cores, roughly 1 in 3. "Let's clear the area with the brothers. We need to eliminate all the mutant beasts in this Gobi desert." Some mutant beasts that only moved at night were also found. Creatures like sand lizards, sandworms, and gophers were killed on sight. The cleanup continued until nightfall, and they finally finished clearing the mutant beasts in the Gobi desert. They had harvested a total of 512 first-level crystal cores and 27 second-level crystal cores that day. The Gobi desert was now thoroughly cleaned. "Yang Gu, today was really exhilarating, so thrilling, but it was indeed a bit overwhelming. It was too tiring to fight barehanded. Why didn't I think of getting a batch of weapons when I was stockpiling supplies? That would have been so satisfying." Su Chen, upon hearing this, thought of something and said lightly, "It's fine, weapons are only useful now, they won't be for long." "Ha? Why? Look at these mutant beasts, they're getting harder to kill. Weapons can barely handle them. If we encounter that second-level vulture from before, we wouldn't even be able to aim, let alone kill it. How are we going to deal with higher-level mutant beasts later? We can't kill them barehanded. You'll understand when you reach level 3, by then, you'll have a suitable weapon." Su Koan wanted to ask more, but Su Chen had already left. Some things Su Chen didn't want to say, he had experience from having gone through it. Su Koan and the others were experiencing it for the first time. In this apocalypse, they needed to explore on their own. Otherwise, without Su Chen, they would be completely in the dark. After returning to Eternal Night, Su Chen distributed the spoils. "Now, each of you has 3 first-level crystal cores, that's enough for you to cultivate and break through. Remember, the most important thing now is strength, don't slack off, understand?" "Understood, boss." After the brothers left, Su Koan approached with a grin. "Hey, Yang Gu, what about mine? Here it is." Su Chen opened his hand, revealing a second-level sand lizard crystal core. "This can help you advance faster and stabilize afterward. I've already told you how to strengthen your mecha after advancing, your burden is not light." Hearing this, Su Koan became a bit serious. "Don't worry, bro." Su Chen was quite reassured by Su Koan's attitude toward work. He patted Su Koan's shoulder and let him go. Su Koan had already made arrangements. After going upstairs, Ling Qianxue, about to enter her room, was called by Su Chen. "Qianxue, here are 30 first-level ones and 5 second-level ones, take them for cultivation." "What did you call me?" Su Chen didn't pay much attention. "We can consider ourselves friends, right? I can't keep calling you by your full name. And at this time, that's not the important thing, is it?" Lin Qianxue also knew the strength of these supernatural beasts. The most important thing now was to improve her own power. She did not refuse and took it, softly saying, "Thank you." Su Chen waved his hand lightly. "You should go take a shower first, after dinner, you can practice. You still need to eat." At this moment, 3 high-ranking officials of the Dragon Country were in a safe house. One of them, dressed in a neat military uniform with golden epaulets shining with several stars, had a deep-set gaze and a dark beard, exuding an air of authority. He leaned heavily on the table, his expression grave and filled with sorrow. This disaster came too suddenly. As of now, the casualties across the country have exceeded a quarter, and we are powerless to stop it. An elderly man in a Zhongshan suit spoke up. "Commander Luo, this situation is not something we could have avoided. Cities are already starting self-rescue operations." Another middle-aged man in a suit and glasses responded, "Now, besides rescuing the people, we also need to restore communications, otherwise, our information is too isolated." "Haven't the signal towers on the ground been destroyed? It seems unlikely to rebuild communications anytime soon." "That's not entirely impossible, the satellites in space are still operating normally. It's just that the signal towers on the ground have been damaged, but underground wave communications can still be used." "Then how do we re-establish the connection between the underground waves and the satellites?" Commander Luo asked. "I'll arrange this, the ground troops will be responsible for the transmission. As long as the underground wave communications are still operational, it should only be a matter of days." "Let's hope so." On the streets of Jianghai City, 2 mutated wild dogs were rampaging through a store. The survivors had already been rescued to a safe shelter, which had a strong firepower network and sturdy stone walls. These 2 supernatural dogs could only rummage for food here. Just as they found a box of luncheon meat and biscuits in the cold storage, a black mechanical giant arm instantly crushed their skulls. "Brother Meng, your mech is really fierce," Zhang Meng, originally a subordinate of the underground leader Hai Yi in Jianhai City, said. He had been helping Hai Yi deal with some shady matters for a long time and often had conflicts with other gangs, so he carried a machete made of Damascus steel for a long time. Unexpectedly, after the apocalypse, this machete established a connection with Zhang Meng, allowing him to transform it into a mech for combat. There were many people like Zhang Meng, but Hai Yi valued him, and his mech was indeed more powerful. It was on a different level compared to the mechs made from ordinary steel pipes and fruit knives. Next to Zhang Meng, Ergo was also a super warrior, but he usually carried a fruit knife, which was considerably inferior to Zhang Meng's. However, Zhang Meng did not let Ergo's words get to his head. "Take care of it, bring the supplies back to Hai Yi. Hai Yi, we found this much today." At this point, Zhang Meng had already shed his mech. Hai Yi, whose real name was Hai Gui, was the underground leader of Jianghai City, having lived in this dark society since childhood and loved the Miao knife. Because of the apocalypse, the Miao knife he had followed for 20 years had transformed into his mech. For this reason, Zhang Meng had always worked under him. Hai Gui's half-closed eyes opened at this moment. "Xiao Meng, I heard that the kid from the Su family has hoarded a large amount of supplies recently, right?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Meng began to ponder. "It seems so, Hai Yi, various chickens, ducks, fish, meat, and vegetables, some of which were purchased from us at high prices." Hearing this, Hai Gui understood. This kid probably knew something. "You, find him for me in the next few days." In these days, Hai Gui's subordinates were not starving. The rice was enough for them to eat for several years. But aside from rice, there was nothing else. "Hai Yi, what do you mean by that? Haven't you had enough rice these past few days?" "Hai Yi, that's not what I meant. I was asking what happens after we find him." Hai Yi's eyes flashed with a hint of cold light upon hearing this. If he cooperates, it would be fine. If he doesn't, you know what to do. However, Su Chen wouldn't care even if he knew. And Hai Gui still had no idea what kind of person he had provoked. The next day, when the first ray of sunlight broke into the eternal night, Su Chen opened his eyes at that moment. After consuming 50 first-level crystal cores and 5 second-level crystal cores, his mental power finally reached the 3rd tier. The resources for this promotion are truly terrifying. However, when Su Chen felt the explosive power coursing through his body, he instantly felt that the resources spent were worth it. As if recalling something, he focused his thoughts, and Qi Xiao enveloped his entire body. At this moment, Qi Xiao had undergone a reinforcement, and combined with Su Chen's 3rd-tier mental power, it appeared even more formidable. Su Chen controlled his thoughts, gathering power in his left hand. At that moment, the light core of Qi Xiao in his mind suddenly brightened. In an instant, a Qi Xiao sword materialized in Su Chen's hand. Crystal core materialization. Finally reached this step. He stepped onto the balcony and casually swung the sword. What power! From the middle of the eternal night, this tall building reached the city wall, at least 100 meters away. Even after such a distance, it left a long white mark beneath the city wall. Ling Xianxue had also completed her advancement, just stabilizing her newly advanced mental state in her room. Hearing the commotion, Ling Xianxue stepped out. Seeing Su Chen summon Qi Xiao, she was somewhat shocked to find a materialized Qi Xiao in his hand. She couldn't help but cover her mouth lightly, as she had seen the original form of Qi Xiao before. This materialization was equivalent to mechanizing the Qi Xiao sword. "How did you do this?" Hearing Ling Qianxue's voice, Su Chen turned around and asked, "Are you talking about this?" He then raised the Qi Xiao sword and shook it. Once your mental power reaches the 3rd tier, your Remosia can also materialize. 3rd tier? Why? Summoning a mech requires a large amount of mental power. If you don't reach the 3rd tier, trying to materialize a weapon, your mental state might not hold up. The 3rd tier is a threshold. With this explanation, Ling Qianxue understood, but what puzzled her was, how did you reach the 3rd tier so quickly? Su Chen shrugged and said something that left her speechless. Talent, that's all. She probably had never seen this side of Su Chen before. Remembering how he had initially kept people at arm's length, she didn't expect him to be like this after getting familiar. However, she still quite liked that Su Chen treated her as a friend. "Let's go, I'll take you to a place." He then led Ling Qianxue to the storage room. At this moment, Su Koan was busy reinforcing the mech and did not disturb him. Su Chen brought Ling Qianxue to an open area to sit. "Qianxue, guide your mental power to your sword core, it will absorb the energy from these rare metals on its own." Hearing Su Chen's explanation, Ling Qianxue quickly entered the state. Seeing this, Su Chen also focused his mind and began to communicate with his sword core to upgrade the mech. Brother Meng, why are there so many mutant beasts here? Ergo asked. Ask me? Who should I ask? Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and charge out. At this moment, Zhang Meng, under Haiya's orders, had brought a dozen brothers to the eastern suburbs to find Su Chen. But as soon as Zhang Meng arrived, he was stunned. There were a large number of mutant beasts hiding beneath the sand. Especially those sandworms, although not a significant threat, their numbers were truly overwhelming. They had already lost several brothers along the way. If he had known it would be like this today, Zhang Meng would have never come. Suddenly, Zhang Meng noticed a breakthrough in the encirclement of the mutant beasts. Over there! Everyone, charge out with me! After several fierce counterattacks, Zhang Meng and the others finally broke through. They were running for their lives. Brother Meng, I can't run anymore, Ergo gasped for breath. If you don't want to die, hurry up and run. Brother Meng. It seems they haven't chased after us. When he turned around, it was true, those mutant beasts were gathered but dared not approach the side of the Gobi Desert. What's going on, Mango? I don't know. Brothers, let's rest here for a moment and stay alert. Those mutant beasts seem to be afraid of something. At that time, Su Chen had led Su Kuan and the others to clear all the mutant beasts in this area of the Gobi Desert. When these mutant beasts sensed the commotion and came to check, they encountered a scene they would never forget. Their kind was slaughtered by Su Chen and the others like chickens. These mutant beasts had already awakened their intelligence and had long marked this area of the Gobi Desert as a forbidden zone in their minds. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhang Meng also began to observe the surroundings. He found that this place was terrifyingly quiet. This should be the place where that kid from the Su family built the underground fortress, right? He had seen the news report back then. At that time, he had mocked Su Chen as a second-generation rich kid. But upon reflection, he couldn't help but feel a chill. This was truly being prepared for a rainy day. Mango, what should we do now? Zhang Meng suddenly came back to his senses upon hearing this. Haiyi had called them over to find Su Chen, but now Su Chen was underground. How could they find him? Just as Zhang Meng was questioning his life, a hole suddenly appeared in the ground, and Su Kuan and the others walked out from it. When Su Kuan woke up in the storage room, he found Su Chen and Ling Qianxue were practicing. He didn't disturb them and started patrolling in the eternal night after leaving. At first, everything was fine, but later he sensed sounds of fighting from the ground, along with the movements of mutant beasts. That was when he decided to bring his brothers up to take a look. Seeing a circle of mutant beasts surrounding them, he exclaimed, "You beasts really have no memory. We didn't come looking for you, yet you dare to come here to seek death." After saying that, Su Kuan's giant mech immediately covered his entire body, and the dragon spring armor of the brothers behind him also emerged one by one. Seeing this scene, that group of mutant beasts fled as fast as they could. Su Kuan was momentarily caught off guard. Damn, cowards. Just as he was about to deactivate the mech, he noticed that there seemed to be a few people behind him. Who's sneaking around back there? A loud shout startled Zhang Meng and the others. When Su Kuan saw clearly that it was a few people, he walked over to them. Not knowing what to expect, he was pleasantly surprised. Hey, Xiao Mengzi, what are you doing here? Zhang Meng was taken aback. He knew me? Seeing Zhang Meng in a daze, he deactivated the mech. Su Kuan. No. Kuan Gu. It's me. Why did you come here instead of following that old guy Hai Gue? I didn't do anything. Zhang Meng's younger brother was also stunned. How did his boss end up like this? Mango, what are you doing? What are you afraid of? Can you shut up? Get out of the way. Su Kuan saw this. Oh, Xiaomingzi, now you have some skills. It seems you still haven't been beaten enough by me. Seeing Zhang Meng's cowardly appearance, he lost the mood to tease him. So, what are you here for? If it were before, Zhang Meng would have arrogantly said to call Su Chen out. But now, seeing Su Kuan in the midst of the few younger brothers behind him, any one of them was probably not inferior to Hai Yez. If he had just bumped into Su Kuan, he probably wouldn't have lived for 2 seconds. Zhang Meng forced a smile and said, "It's nothing, Kuan Gu. Didn't I see you gathering supplies for the Su family in large quantities before? Some of it was even bought from Hai Yi. I just wanted to exchange a bit with young Master Su. I don't remember that old man Hai Gui's subordinates, those few bars, and some various businesses, lacking supplies, right? At that time, they weren't lacking, but after the disaster happened, they didn't stock up on these things, so, as Su Kuan understood, it was probably that the supplies weren't stored properly and were gone. Although the supplies were enough, Su Kuan wasn't someone overflowing with compassion. It seemed he thought of something. What do you want to exchange for? Ah, this. Zhang Meng hadn't originally thought of it as an exchange, he had intended to rob. With that question, he was instantly at a loss for words. But fortunately, his mind was quick. This Koan brother, you guys don't lack supplies, what do you need? Su Koan was momentarily at a loss. If they lacked nothing, then what was there to need? I don't need to trade anything if I have everything. Su Koan suddenly realized. Get lost, roll as far away as you can. The sudden outburst startled Zhang Meng and the others. At this moment, Ergo said, Manga, we. Seeing this, Zhang Meng helplessly replied, let's go back first. What about Hai Yi? I'll handle it. They came quickly and left just as fast. Fortunately, with the deterrence from Su Koan and the others, those mutant beasts had retreated into their lairs. The return journey was relatively uneventful. Watching Zhang Meng and the others leave in a disheveled state, he scoffed, humph, what a bunch, thinking they can catch a wolf with empty hands. After surveying the surroundings and finding no issues, he led his brothers back to Eternal Night. Upon returning, Zhang Meng immediately went to find Hai Gue. Hai Yi, that kid from the Su family is a bit hard to deal with. The negotiations didn't go well. What do you mean didn't go well? If it didn't go well, don't you know what to do next? He has a group of very strong subordinates. What do you mean? It seems his subordinates also possess the ability to summon mechas, and what? It seems that the mechas they summon are stronger than yours, Hai Yi. The east suburb has already taken over that stretch of Gobi Desert, and the remaining mutant beasts don't dare to provoke them at all. What? There are still troops stationed in the city, and the mutant beasts can only rest and recuperate outside. In the east suburb, there are at least tens of thousands of mutant beasts. Seeing that Zhang Meng didn't seem to be lying, Hai Gue let out a sigh of relief. I really underestimated that kid from the Su family. So what do we do now? What else can we do? Have our subordinates toughen up a bit. Should we go to the military shelter to avoid this? Do you really think the military is doing better than us? At this moment, in Eternal Night, Su Chen and Ling Qianxue had already reinforced their mechas and were listening to Su Koan recount what had just happened. They are probably sent by that Hai Gue guy to steal supplies, but they should have been scared off by you. From Su Koan's few words, Su Chen understood the other party's intentions. They only backed off because of the power Su Koan had displayed. He hoped the other side wouldn't do anything foolish, but Su Chen wasn't afraid of what they might do. So, brother, what about them? We don't need to worry about them. We have more important things to do. More important things? Currently, the Gobi Desert in the east suburb is under our control. What we need to do now is to take control of the entire east suburb and even the whole Zhanghai. Kunzi, gather the brothers, it's time to move. Hearing this, Su Koan grinned. I've been wanting to deal with those beasts for a long time. Once everyone was assembled, they marched towards the ground. Brothers, the boss said, no holding back, kill as many as you can. At this, silver-white mechas appeared. What the hell? Boss, what is this? Seeing that the mecha summoned by Su Chen had an extra weapon in hand, Su Koan couldn't believe his eyes. Su Chen just smiled and said, you'll have one too. With that, he charged ahead, with Ling Qianxue following closely. As the crowd appeared, the hundreds of mutant beasts lingering near the Gobi Desert scattered in all directions. But how could they outrun Su Chen, who was at the third level? A dull roar erupted as Su Chen vanished from his spot. In a flash, the Qishao in his hand pierced through the head of a first-level sand scorpion. Then, a terrifying force erupted, and the sand scorpion's head was instantly crushed. Nearby, several mutated sand rats and sand lizards realized they couldn't escape and lunged at Su Chen with their mouths wide open. With a swift motion, Su Chen reacted instantly, his figure shifted, and the Qishao flashed. This was the result of his training. The few mutant beasts that barely reached Su Chen's front were met with a flicker of red light. Their heads and bodies separated in an instant, and bright red blood splattered everywhere. Roar! A furious roar came from behind, and a mutated sand tiger pounced out at Su Chen. Su Chen swiftly sidestepped to avoid the attack, then instantly delivered a powerful punch to its head. Judging by its size, this sand tiger was over 5 meters long, likely already at the second tier. Taking advantage of its disorientation, a flash of red light appeared in his hand, and the sand tiger was instantly torn apart, blood and flesh flying everywhere. With a quick movement, 6 crystal cores appeared in his hand, one of which was a second-tier core. Boss, that monster bird is trying to escape. Su Koan's voice came from behind. Turning around, Su Chen saw that the vulture was actually at the 3rd tier. Initially, this monster bird had blended in with the other mutant beasts, but as soon as Su Koan got close, it launched a fierce attack. Fortunately, Su Koan's defense was strong enough to prevent the monster bird from succeeding. Unable to kill Su Koan in time and witnessing Su Chen slaughtering other mutant beasts, the vulture grew increasingly panicked, sensing a soul pressure emanating from Su Chen, and immediately tried to flee. However, the vulture's speed was strange, and Su Chen couldn't keep up with it. "I'll leave this to you for now, I'll be right back." With that, Su Chen soared into the air, chasing after the direction the vulture had fled. Su Chen was now also at the second tier, easily handling these small fry. With a furious throw, he took down a sand tiger. "Brothers, kill!" The 50 brothers behind him surged forward. Su Chen had already gained experience dealing with the vulture, quickly summoning Tae. After enhancement, the cloud patterns on the mech had solidified, allowing it to fly even faster than before. Meanwhile, Tae's 6 wing blades were intermittently causing trouble for the vulture. Just as it was in a state of panic, the vulture's wings were slashed. A great opportunity. Su Chen's speed surged, instantly surpassing the vulture from below. But at that moment, there was no sign of panic in the vulture's eyes. Instead, there was a glimmer of cunning. This was the flaw it was showing. With a powerful flap of its wings, a strong gust of wind disrupted Su Chen's balance. Then, the vulture unleashed an energy beam from its mouth, fiercely shooting towards Su Chen below. A massive beam pierced through Su Chen, connecting heaven and earth. This human could easily slaughter second-tier beasts, at least on the same level as it. This time, he's definitely dead. Gradually, the energy dissipated, but Su Chen's figure faintly reappeared. How is that possible? Tae's 6 wing blades formed a snowflake-shaped light shield above Su Chen. At that moment, Su Chen was also slightly astonished, grateful that he hadn't slacked off during training. Sensing the threat, he had reacted in advance. Seeing Su Chen unharmed, the monster bird turned to flee. "You think you can escape?" The vulture had originally used its injury to deceive Su Chen, but now that Su Chen was fine, its injuries were real. If Su Chen hadn't seen it wounded, he wouldn't have recklessly approached. "Die for me!" With a movement, a loud explosion sounded as Su Chen vanished from his spot. The next moment, the giant bird felt a killing intent locking onto it. It flew even harder, but no matter how fast it ran, it couldn't outrun the sword-like Tae that pierced through its neck without any obstruction, not even spilling a drop of blood. "I won't accept this." Filled with extreme unwillingness, the vulture lost consciousness. Then, the wing blades struck out, scattering flesh and blood everywhere, leaving only a slightly yellowed crystal core. After collecting the core and glancing at the spot where the monster bird had fallen, Su Chen left. Su Chen still needed him. At that moment, a small team was patrolling in Jianghai City, preventing sudden attacks from wild beasts. "Captain, look! What is that?" "What do you mean, what is that?" "Don't make a fuss." But when he looked in the direction his team member was pointing, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. There was actually a person in the sky. A gigantic monster bird in the sky shot an energy beam that pierced through a figure. The energy poured down, crashing to the ground and forming a large pit, the area around it instantly charred. "Captain, look at that person. He's actually fine." He had seen people who could summon mechs before. Both the special forces and riot control units had a group of such individuals. But one that could fly, this was the first he had encountered. Then he saw the strange bird being pierced through the throat by that person's sword, heading towards the eastern suburbs. Unable to hide his shock, when did such a character appear in Jianghai City? "Let's go back first. I need to report this to the higher-ups." Chenu, the overall commander of the ground forces in Jianghai City, was planning how to resolve the current situation. At that moment, a voice rang out. "Commander Chen, someone is looking for you outside." He frowned slightly, seemingly displeased at being disturbed at this time, but he ultimately decided to go take a look. "What? Are you serious?" "Absolutely true, Commander Chen. I, Feng Tianyi, guarantee it on my honor as a soldier. Moreover, I saw him heading towards the eastern suburbs. If this is true, then we have a way to deal with the current mutant beasts. You, come with me, let's see if we can find that person." Su Chen had returned to Su Kuan's side, and the blood seemed to have stirred the ferocity of the mutant beasts. Originally, they would run at the sight of Su Chen and the others. Now they were also struggling, but it seemed to be of no use. When Su Chen was not around, they could rely on their numbers to hold on for a bit. Now that Su Chen was back, it was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. The first-tier mutant beasts had no resistance at all, and the second-tier ones could only hold on slightly. Although the second-tier beasts could use some abilities, Su Chen and the others were all second-tier as well, which didn't make much of a difference. Su Chen was not polite. If they didn't kill these mutant beasts now, it would be troublesome once they leveled up. The mutant beasts kept pouring in. Su Chen continued to slash, while Su Chen and the others were constantly shrinking their encirclement. They still couldn't manifest their weapons, so they couldn't kill them as quickly as they came. They could only rely on Su Chen and Ling Qianxue to relieve the pressure. Although Ling Qianxue couldn't manifest weapons either, the 4 purple wing blades that came with the mech gave her the ability to kill quickly. At this moment, Commander Chen and Feng Tianyi were in a helicopter searching for Su Chen's whereabouts. "Commander, look over there." Feng Tianyi seemed to have discovered something. When Chen Yugang and Feng Tianyi got a clear view, they were deeply shocked. One person with one sword, killing mutant beasts as if they were chickens. Every strike resulted in a mutant beast losing its life. "Commander, it's him. It's the person I saw." The captain pointed at Su Chen and said. Suddenly, beneath the yellow sand, a sand vortex appeared. "Hiss, what is that?" They saw a massive creature slowly emerging from within. It was a gigantic desert serpent, likely a rare viper. Su Chen also noticed this situation and had not yet reacted. Suddenly, 2 more sand vortices appeared from other directions. A desert giant lizard and a desert giant scorpion emerged, each measuring 20 to 30 meters in size. Their cold gazes fixed on Su Chen and the others, waiting for the right moment to strike. Su Chen frowned slightly. There were actually 3 third-tier mutant beasts here? Kunzi, leave this to me, go handle the other areas. Su Kuan understood the seriousness of the situation and knew he couldn't help much here. Yang Ge, be careful. Brothers, gather around me. He looked at Ling Qianxue, not worried about her. Even if she couldn't win, she could still run. Qianxue, be careful too. Don't worry, I'm fine. Su Chen knew the urgency of the situation. This was his first time facing such powerful enemies, 3 mutant beasts of the same level as him. He didn't dare to be careless and stood ready. These 3 giant beasts had consumed a large number of humans and mutant beasts in recent days. They had been digesting and leveling up, disturbed by the massive sounds of battle from Su Chen and the others. Fortunately, they were all still 3rd tier. If they were 4th tier, they would have to run, and Su Kuan and the others might not be able to escape. Can the commander survive? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yugang said. I'm not sure, but he doesn't seem too flustered. Perhaps he has some confidence. Contact the ground troops and be ready for fire support at any time. After much thought, he still felt more assured dealing with the sand scorpion. That giant snake, with its scales, likely had extremely strong defenses. The speed of the sand lizard and its tongue were also very difficult to handle. After making up his mind, Su Chen's gaze instantly turned cold. He needed to kill the sand scorpion as quickly as possible. Chun Jun. Su Chen immediately transformed into the most powerful Chun Jun mech. The blood red faded, and white and blue emerged, with the Chun Jun sword coalescing in his hand. Boom! The ground beneath Su Chen collapsed instantly, and in the blink of an eye, he was before the giant scorpion. Gathering his strength, he slashed down, and a flicker of surprise and anger appeared in the giant scorpion's eyes. This human dared to charge at it. Did he think he was the weakest? Roar! With a furious roar, a pair of giant pincers thrust out, clamping down hard on the Chun Jun sword. Just for a moment, but then it felt a tremendous force transferring from its pincers to its body. Its entire lower half sank into the mud, and its pincers were injured by the immense power. The giant scorpion was caught off guard in an instant, seizing the opportunity to take its life. A hint of ferocity flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he raised the Chun Jun high. My life is over. At that moment, the giant snake and giant lizard had already surrounded him. The giant snake opened its massive mouth to swallow Su Chen, while the lizard's giant tongue lashed out at him. In an instant, Su Chen found himself in a desperate situation. A glimmer of hope flickered in the giant scorpion's heart. Sensing the threat from behind, Su Chen remained calm. Fish Song. A pitch-black mech appeared above Su Chen, just as the attacks from the giant snake and giant lizard arrived. Boom! This time, this human was surely doomed, right? Just as this thought was born in the giant scorpion's mind, a streak of cold black light appeared before it. What is this? Why does it feel so familiar? As if witnessing something incredible, it saw its own body. This was its last thought. The light in the giant scorpion's eyes dimmed as it fell heavily to the ground. Fish-san could disguise itself, blending into the surrounding environment, and could also perform brief teleportation. First, it used the unparalleled power of Chun Jun to catch the giant scorpion off guard, then took advantage of Fish-san's unexpectedness to successfully slay it under the watchful eyes of the other 2 beasts. Hiss! At this moment, the 2 giant beasts were furious. This human had toyed with them so. In an instant, both beasts went into a frenzy. The giant snake suddenly reared up, its mental energy surging. A sand vortex suddenly appeared beneath Su Chen, firmly gripping him as if trying to drag him underground. At that moment, the collar on the giant lizard's neck exploded, and it gathered terrifying energy in its mouth. In an instant, Su Chen found himself in a dire situation. Long Yuan. A faint green light burst forth, and the giant snake's sand vortex attack seemed to be isolated by this layer of green light. With a swift motion, he cleaved through the beam emitted by the giant lizard. Su Chen stood suspended in the air, calmly looking at the two giant beasts. In the 40 to 50 degree sky, the giant snake and giant lizard felt a chill. Their methods were completely ineffective against this human before them? Su Chen had initially treated this battle with caution, but during the confrontation, he discovered that these giant beasts had no power to resist against the mechs transformed from the divine swords. Their attacks and defenses, even their supernatural abilities, seemed insignificant before these divine swords. The giant snake and giant lizard exchanged glances, as if they had communicated, and instantly fled. Trying to run? In such short distance pursuits, if it were like that strange bird before, there might have been some trouble. But now, the sound of sonic booms erupted, and Su Chen instantly vanished from his spot. The two giant beasts could sense the imminent killing intent without even looking back. The long yuan sword flew out, tracing a peculiar trajectory, like 7 stars aligning, yet leaving no trace behind. Poof! A dull sound echoed as long yuan pierced through the giant lizard's neck. Yet, the giant lizard remained oblivious as it continued to run. Suddenly, it spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed, never to rise again. The giant snake, witnessing the giant lizard fall, felt its panic instantly transform into ferocity. Just as it prepared to turn back and fight to the death, Su Chen's figure vanished from sight. In a moment of daze, a flash of black light caught its eye, and a sharp pain shot through its vision. Hiss! The giant snake writhed in agony on the spot. Su Chen had transformed his mech into Yuzong, completing this surprise attack. For close-range pursuits like this, Yuzong was the perfect choice. Su Chen saw that the giant snake had lost its ability to escape. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed for the giant snake's vital point. In an instant, his hand struck down, drawing forth a splash of emerald blood. The giant snake's thrashing grew weaker until it finally collapsed to the ground. Few watching this scene, Su Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Summoning so many mechs at once was taxing. If the giant snake had held on a little longer, Su Chen might have faltered mentally. At that point, life and death would have been uncertain. Although Su Koan and the others had left the battlefield, they hadn't gone far. They were clearing out other beasts to prevent ambushes while keeping an eye on Su Chen's situation, ready to assist at any moment. A voice rang out. Kuan Gu, look, boss. Boss 1. Su Koan turned at the sound and saw the 3 giant beasts lying in pools of blood. Boss is too fierce. Boss is mighty. Meanwhile, Ling Qianxue stepped forward in an instant. How is it? Are you okay? Su Chen weakly waved his hand. It's nothing, these beasts are just too resilient. It took some effort. At that moment, in the sky above the eastern suburbs, Chen Yugong and Fang Tianyi had witnessed the entire battle unfold. Commander Chen, is this even human? Fang Tianyi was stunned by what he saw, unable to fathom that human strength could reach such heights. Chen Yugong was equally shaken, fully aware of the ferocity of these giant beasts. Yet this person had single-handedly slain all the beasts, and it seemed he possessed multiple powers. The trump cards in their army had only 2 abilities at most. Taking a deep breath, he said, notify the ground, no need to come over. What about us? Should we go over? Forget it over there, it's not appropriate for us to go now. Let's head back first, there will be plenty of opportunities later. What's wrong? Ling Qianxue asked as she noticed Su Chen gazing at the horizon. It's nothing, just a plane. It lingered from the beginning until just now. Ling Qianxue looked in the direction Su Chen was staring, faintly seeing a small black dot. What are they doing? Not sure, but the only ones still able to use helicopters should be the military. Forget it, no need to think too much. Let's collect the spoils first. Yang, these are the crystal cores we just cleared out. In the recent hunt, there were over 10,000 first-tier beast crystal cores, more than 400 second-tier cores, and only 4 third-tier cores. Su Chen took 4 of the third-tier cores and over 200 second-tier cores. Kunzi, you can handle the rest. Just put the excess in the storage room. Alright, Yang Gu. After discussing a few other matters, he took Ling Qianxue back to the central building of Eternal Night. Su Chen took out 50 second-tier crystal cores and handed them to Ling Qianxue. Qianxue, we've all had a tiring day, so rest well. Take this, if it's not enough, there's more. Now that they were so familiar, there was no need to be as reserved as at the beginning. Ling Qianxue gently accepted them. You've consumed a lot today too, recover a bit before practicing. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback by her words, then smiled. Don't worry, I know. This woman finally had a moment of clarity? Returning to the room, Su Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, calming his mind and restoring his state. After a while, he opened his eyes, feeling that he had almost recovered. It's time to begin. 2 third-tier crystal cores appeared in his palms. A stream of pale yellow energy entered his body, first wandering throughout, then being completely absorbed at the center of his brow. This process repeated itself. At that moment, in a safe house in Longwa, we've received news that a large number of super warriors have appeared in the eastern suburbs of Jianghai City, and one of them can even handle 3 high-tier giant beasts at the same time, Commander Luo of the military said. What's the source of this news? An elder asked. Elder Meng, rest assured, the information is absolutely reliable. Another middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses seemed to remember something. I recall that there was a news report from the eastern suburbs of Jianghai City before, right? It seems that Su Chen, the president of the Su Group, built an underground fortress there in advance. Could this batch of super warriors be related to him? Commander Luo frowned slightly upon hearing this. Li Xiao, is ground communication available now? Yes, do you want to? We can just use the heavenly eye to take a look. After saying that, Luo Qinghua's hands began to type on the keyboard. Soon, a virtual screen appeared in the safe house, displaying the eastern suburbs of Jianghai City. What is that area? Zoom in and take a look. Got it. At that moment, Li Xiao seemed to have discovered something. What is that? Upon hearing this, Luo Changhua and Meng Rohai also looked over, their hearts jolting. The once barren land was now completely soaked in blood, a sea of crimson. Various exotic beast corpses littered the entire scene, with 3 particularly massive corpses among them. Just looking at the bodies sent a chilling aura through the screen. What on earth happened here? The 3 high-ranking officials in the safe house were momentarily stunned. Luo Changwei reacted the fastest. It must be the work of those super warriors. Li Xiao, is this the location of the underground fortress built by Su Chen? Li Xiao also came to his senses. According to the news report at the time, it should be this place. Then it can't be a coincidence. I can even conclude that these people must be related to Su Chen. He must know something. What should we do next? After pondering for a moment, Luo Changhua said, Li Xiao, open up ground communications fully and be ready to contact Su Chen at any time. At this moment, Su Chen was still unaware that the high-ranking officials of Longhua had set their sights on him. He remained immersed in his cultivation. He let out a long breath. Still not working? Just now, Su Chen had failed multiple times in breaking through the 4th-tier bottleneck and ultimately did not succeed. It seems that mere cultivation alone cannot bring about a breakthrough in strength. But for now, this is enough. Clenching his fist, feeling the terrifying power within his body, Su Chen still revealed a smile. Although he had not broken through to the 4th tier, his strength had at least reached the peak of the 3rd tier. At this stage, there was no threat. Even if he encountered a 4th tier opponent, he could still fight back using the capabilities of his mech. Gulp, it's been a while, I'm a bit hungry. Let's go see what's available. Stepping out of the room, he noticed that Ling Qianshue's door was still tightly closed, so he didn't disturb her. He went downstairs. Uncle Fu, please get me something to eat. Of course, young master, I'll arrange for someone to get it now. Knowing it wouldn't be ready immediately, he stepped outside and began to stroll through the eternal night. Suddenly, he felt that this fortress lacked a bit of vitality, and some areas still needed defensive measures. Looking at the fortress he had built, he couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. He wanted to end this apocalypse, but Su Chen vaguely sensed that this apocalypse was not so simple. It felt like a great net was shrouding him, and he disliked this feeling. But for now, he could only focus on enhancing his strength. Power was the fundamental source of strength. To build a force that belongs solely to oneself is the only way to have the capital to resist. After all, individual strength is limited. Perhaps it is also related to his past life's experiences, which were filled with twists and hardships. Before long, he found himself back at the central building. Gathering his thoughts, he walked in, and Uncle Fu saw Su Chen return. Young master, you're back. The meal is ready. Good. Young master, I discovered that the internet seems to have been restored today. Has the military acted so quickly? Alright, I understand. Su Chen's original plan was to rebuild the network communications, but for now, there was no good way to proceed, so it had to be put on hold. The beasts outside were eyeing them hungrily. Without strength, one could not even protect oneself. But now, it seemed that some things could be realized. After dinner, Su Chen was about to return to his room when he happened to bump into Ling Qianxue as she opened her door. He felt that Ling Qianxue was different, but he didn't know how to express it. She seemed much more lively than before, her figure even more graceful. Is there anything to eat? Yes, Uncle Fu just prepared some. Why are you staring at me? Did you break through? Yeah, what's so strange about that? It's nothing, just feels like you've changed a bit. Ling Qianxue looked herself over. Not really, don't mind it, maybe I just sensed it wrong. Su Chen knew this was the change brought about by Ling Qianxue's breakthrough. After his own breakthrough, he felt his senses had become sharper, and his body more coordinated. He suddenly thought of something. By the way, after your advancement, your Moi sword should be able to materialize now. You can familiarize yourself with its power. Are you talking about the weapon that transformed during your previous battle? Yes, when you have time, you can go to the storage room. He watched Ling Qianxue as she seemed to ponder. Let's go eat first. Inside the shelter of Jianghai City, many people carrying mobile phones were hearing the sound of notifications. Everyone, the internet is back. There's a signal. Many people quickly took out their phones, and the first message displayed was the official announcement, along with disaster news below it. Seeing so many compatriots perish in the disaster, a wave of sorrow swept through the entire shelter. But soon, some people reacted. Upon discovering the internet was restored, they immediately called their loved ones. There were 7 shelters in total in Jianghai City, each housing over 100,000 people. They eagerly awaited someone to answer the calls from the other side. In an instant, some were weeping bitterly, while others cried tears of joy. Among them, a few familiar faces could be seen, including Yang Mi, Lu Han, and several senior members of the Su group. Yang Mi had been raising a Doberman, and when the disaster struck, the Doberman also underwent a transformation. However, the beasts possessed intelligence, knowing who treated them well and who did not. Many who had cats and dogs survived, but those pets risked their lives to protect their owners. Yang Mi was fortunate to have the transformed Doberman protecting her along the way. It seemed she was fine, just a bit shaken. Suddenly remembering something, Yang Mi picked up the phone and dialed. On Su Chen's side, an old phone rang, and he recognized the number vaguely. But he couldn't recall immediately and answered the call. Hello, is this young Master Su? A timid voice came through, and Su Chen remembered who it was. Miss Yang, it's been a while, how have you been? Hearing Su Chen's voice, Yang Mi couldn't suppress her emotions but managed to control herself. I'm fine, how about you? Are you okay? I'm fine, I'm here in the underground fortress, and I haven't suffered any attacks. Indeed, he had stockpiled a large amount of supplies from the beginning and invested heavily in building the underground fortress. Perhaps he knew something. In any case, he definitely knew more than she did. Is something wrong? Do you need help? Yang Mi was actually in a difficult situation. With over 100,000 people in the shelter, they could only receive a bowl of millet porridge each day. The shelter was also occasionally attacked by mutated rat swarms and strange birds. Yang Mi called Su Chen hoping that he was safe and that she could go to the underground fortress. After much consideration, Yang Mi said, I'm fine. You stay hidden in the underground fortress and don't come out. Su Chen was Yang Mi's last hope. She didn't want anything to happen to him. Su Chen smiled upon hearing this, thinking that she was worried about him. Remembering how much she had helped him before and that there would be more opportunities to use her skills later, he replied, alright, let me know if you need anything. Since Yang Mi was fine, there was no need to rush. They didn't chat for long before hanging up the phone. At this moment, in the upper echelons of Long Country, so, is there any movement from Su Chen? Not yet. The Sky Eye monitors 24 hours a day. If there's any news, it will alert us. Luo Changhua frowned slightly at this. If Su Chen remained inactive, would they just keep waiting? Why does this scene feel off? Li Xiao, are you sure this footage hasn't changed? Li Xiao was taken aback, unsure of what Luo Changhua meant. Changhua, what did you find? At this moment, Old Meng spoke up. Li Xiao, pull up the footage from 12 hours ago and compare it with the current one. Immediately, 2 images appeared on the virtual screen. The 3 of them were stunned at the sight. What is going on here? Although the objects in the 2 images were the same, the colors were drastically different. The image from 12 hours ago was a blood red, the result of the blood splattered from the beast Su Chen and the others had killed. The current image not only showed that the blood red was nearly gone, but the corpses of the slain beasts were reduced to mere skeletons, their flesh and blood vanished without a trace. Because the Sky Eye monitored the entire eastern suburbs, it was impossible to notice without zooming in, but the comparison made the discrepancy obvious. Was this caused by the mutated ants? Impossible, there's no way they could consume everything so completely in just 12 hours. These skeletons have not a trace of flesh left. The only ones that could clean up so thoroughly, besides the mutated ants, are the rat swarm around the shelter. They have a keen sense of smell and can detect blood from dozens of kilometers away. But how do we notify Su Chen? We can't reach him now. Contact the ground forces in Jianghai City and immediately dispatch reinforcements. But then there will be no one left at the shelter. This was indeed a problem, and after some thought, he continued, send fighter jets and mobile troops over. The defense forces will remain on standby. Also, prepare a fighter jet for me. I'll go personally. At this moment, Su Chen was still unaware that he had fallen into danger. After finishing the call with Yang Mi, he went to find Su Koan. Earlier, while wandering in the eternal night, he discovered that although there were sturdy city walls, they could only provide defense. He had originally thought that Su Koan and the others were breaking through, but since the brothers hadn't reinforced their mechs before, they prioritized that instead. Since they weren't busy breaking through, he called Su Koan to lead the brothers in setting up the high-voltage electric fence first. The walls already had excess barbed wire from when the fortress was built, so they just needed to electrify it. They activated 50 giant generators, and in an instant, the current could reach 100,000 volts. This was not just a spur-of-the-moment decision but also a result of their increased strength and mental power. Su Chen always felt that something was about to happen, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. After all, with his current strength, at the beginning of the apocalypse, there were very few things that could threaten him. "Boss, it's done. Boss, I'm done here too. Boss." Soon, the last section was completed. "Yang Gu, I'm ready on my end too." Su Chen looked around and confirmed that everything was indeed fine. He gave Su Koan a knowing glance, and they understood each other instantly. Ahem, during this time, everyone has worked hard. The boss says, "Tonight, we'll treat everyone to meat and drinks." "Alright, boss is mighty. Boss, I love you. Get lost." Yang Gu has no interest in men, Su Koan said, giving Su Chen a cheeky look. Seeing this, Su Chen felt it was time to let them relax a bit. They had indeed worked hard during this time. In their spare time, they had to patrol and schedule shifts, while the battle required them to be at the forefront, providing Su Chen and Ling Qianxue with a separate combat environment. Su Chen was facing 3 giant beasts, while they were up against thousands of mutated creatures. In fact, these people had it much harder. Su Chen seemed to sense the presence of a large number of creatures. Others might not feel it, but Su Chen's mental strength was approaching the 4th tier, allowing him to detect even the slightest vibrations. His training in sound localization also made his hearing exceptionally sharp. Qi Xiao. The blood-red mech appeared, and Su Chen soared into the sky, hovering in mid-air, surveying the entire Eternal Night City. "Ha! Didn't the boss say we were drinking tonight? What's the boss doing?" Su Koan noticed Su Chen's slightly serious expression and seemed to understand something. "Shut up, everyone, stop making noise." The group instantly fell silent. At that moment, a purple figure flew by, stopping beside Su Chen, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. It was Ling Qianxue. "Did your mech get upgraded?" "Yeah, just finished the upgrade. I feel something's off." "You sensed it too?" "A large number of creatures are rapidly approaching, not far from us." "They're coming." As soon as Ling Qianxue's words fell, a piercing roar echoed. Roar! The electric net seemed to be instantly activated, emitting blinding blue light, and 50 giant generators started operating simultaneously. That roar seemed just the beginning. Roar, squeak, the sounds of screams rose and fell, and the entire Eternal Night City trembled slightly. When Su Chen and Ling Qianxue moved forward to check, they found it was a swarm of mutated rats, countless 1st and 2nd tier ones. They still charged fearlessly towards the electric net. However, they still couldn't break through the electric net and the giant wall. At this moment, everyone knew something was wrong. "What's wrong with Yang Gu? A large number of mutated rats want to break in." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, everyone summoned their mechs and stood ready. At this time, it wasn't just the main gate that was under attack. The electric net of the entire Eternal Night City was now fully operational. Something's off. These mutated rats should possess intelligence, yet they continue to charge despite the casualties. Exchanging glances, Su Chen and Ling Qianxue had already guessed. "Kunzi, take the brothers to the south wall, west wall, and north wall. We can handle it here." Su Koan understood the seriousness of the situation. "Yang Gu, be careful. Brothers, split into 3 groups and follow me." Watching Su Koan lead the others away, Su Chen felt a bit more at ease. They seem to only be 2nd tier. Can they handle it over there? It's fine, Kunzi is already 3rd tier. With him around, holding the line is no problem, as long as they don't take the initiative to attack. Let's go find the one behind this, otherwise, these mutated rats will never stop attacking. As soon as Su Chen and Ling Qianxue appeared, the swarm of rats charged towards them. Without any unnecessary words, the Qishao sword materialized, and Ling Qianxue also summoned the Moi. "I'll go find it, cover me." Immediately, he activated Qishao, a faint dragon might radiating, and a dragon-shaped phantom flashed by. Instantly, the speed of the rat swarm decreased, and there seemed to be a hint of fear in their eyes. This was the natural suppression of a higher being over a lower one. Ling Qianxue didn't miss this excellent opportunity. With a swift strike, a portion of the rat swarm fell. Seeing this, the swarm seemed to regain some of their rationality. But at that moment, a roar echoed from deep underground. Roar! The eyes of these mutated rats instantly turned blood red. Coupled with the stimulation of blood, the swarm began to stir again. Damn it, we need to find it quickly, otherwise, after a while, Sukoan and the others really won't be able to hold on. You go first, I can hold this side. Hearing Ling Qianshua's words, Su Chen no longer hesitated. I'll be back soon. Tai A. The red sky faded, revealing Tai A. With a wave of his hand, 6 wing blades formed a piercing spear in front of him. Buzz, the 6 wing blades shot out in an instant, drilling deep into the ground. Along the way, the mutant mice that tried to intercept were torn to shreds, but not a drop of blood splattered on Su Chen. Occasionally, a few would come from the sides to harass him, but Su Chen easily dealt with them with 2 swift strikes. Roar! Roar! On both sides, a third-tier mutant mouse came to block him. These 2 mutant mice were not as massive as the other third-tier beasts he had encountered, but their speed was astonishing. With a cold snort, Su Chen increased his speed even further, showing no signs of retreat. At the peak of the third tier, he was no longer afraid of their threat. He swept his sword to the left and kicked to the right. In just one exchange, the outcome was clear. The 2 mutant beasts were pushed back, showing no fear, but rather growing more furious. How dare this little human look down on them? Immediately, one of the beasts opened its massive mouth and lunged at Su Chen, while the other swiped a claw at his abdomen. With a quick movement, he dodged the attack and then turned to stab his sword toward the neck of the beast on the right. Seeing this, the other mutant mouse bit down on the Tai sword, trying to block Su Chen's attack. However, it did not expect the sword to be so sharp. Its teeth were instantly shattered, spraying blood everywhere. Seeing the beast in pain, Su Chen's eyes flashed, and a wing blade swiftly cut across its neck, sending it crashing to the ground. The other beast, witnessing this, panicked and tried to flee. It knew it couldn't win, especially now that it was alone. In an instant, Su Chen closed the distance, delivering a chilling blow. Not forgetting the spoils, he knew these 2 third-tier beasts were valuable. As he got closer, Su Chen felt a sense of pressure. A violent, bloody aura. Soon, he saw its full form, 10 meters tall, entirely crimson, while other mutant mice had black fur. This one was red. Even its eyes were filled with a violent blood red. He could sense the presence of the 3 third-tier beasts from the sand scorpion? Logically, those 3 had already been slain by him and shouldn't appear deep underground. Su Chen seemed to understand something, but this blood mouse did not give him a chance to think. Upon seeing Su Chen, the only thought in the beast's mind was to eat him. It seemed to have absorbed too much energy. It still had some rationality, but not much. It charged at Su Chen, biting down fiercely. Again? Qi Xiao. Summoning back Qi Xiao, the sword blocked the blood mouse's attack just in time. Using the same trick, he sidestepped, trying to slash the blood mouse's mouth with his sword. But when he exerted force, he found Qi Xiao completely unmoving, firmly clamped in the blood mouse's jaws. Unable to withstand the beast's monstrous strength, the transformed Qi Xiao emitted a squeaking sound. 5th tier? Su Chen knew well that he was close to the 4th tier. Even if he couldn't resist, escaping would be easy. Yet this blood mouse could suppress him so easily. It must be 5th tier. At this moment, with Qi Xiao firmly restrained, Su Chen showed no signs of panic in his eyes, but rather a hint of excitement. He hadn't experienced such a power struggle in a long time. Chun Jun. Qi Xiao faded away, and the Qi Xiao sword disappeared as well, a faint blue light swirling around him, revealing Chun Jun. At this moment, Su Chen also manifested the Chun Jun sword. Since it was like this, let's see who was stronger. To the blood mouse, this was a blatant provocation. It swung a claw fiercely, and Su Chen did not retreat at all. Bang! A loud crash echoed, and Su Chen felt his hands tremble slightly. The blood mouse was also struggling. It felt like its claws were about to crack. Su Chen leaped into the air, swinging his sword down. The blood mouse dodged, sweeping its tail out, and Su Chen raised his sword to block. As they exchanged blows again and again, Su Chen noticed that this blood mouse seemed to have some issues with its sanity. During their encounters, the violent power within the blood mouse fluctuated wildly, occasionally showing moments of dazed confusion. Su Chen had found many opportunities, but the blood rat could quickly react to attacks. The blood rat increasingly felt that this human was difficult to deal with. It couldn't be killed, couldn't be caught, yet it was helpless. Roar! At this moment, the blood rat was furious to the extreme. Su Chen was also a bit anxious. He had no idea how Ling Qianxue and the others were doing. But now, facing this blood rat, he had no good solutions. The blood rat stood up high, as if it was enduring immense pain, slightly curling up. Suddenly, a violent wave of mental energy swept through. Su Chen's heart tightened. Something was wrong. This blood rat had changed. The blood rat suddenly bent down, gathering a terrifying dark energy in its mouth. In an instant, flying sand and stones, all visible objects were absorbed by the dark mass in its mouth. Su-chen felt himself being uncontrollably drawn in, as if the surrounding space was about to be torn apart. No matter how he struggled, he was gradually being attracted. If he got sucked in, it would truly be a matter of life and death. Is this its special ability? It seems that those three beasts were also devoured like this. What Su-chen didn't know was that not only those three, but a large part of the outside had also been consumed by it. That was why this blood rat could reach the 5th tier so quickly. Moreover, because of the rapid increase in energy, its intelligence had also been affected. Collecting his thoughts, knowing its special ability made things easier. Long Yuan. Su-chen's pure June transformed into the blue mech Long Yuan. A faint blue light shield blocked the terrifying attraction coming from the blood rat's mouth. At this moment, seeing that Su-chen seemed unaffected, the blood rat increased its power again. Generally speaking, when a beast sees its special ability ineffective, it would not continue. But this blood rat did not possess such thinking ability, it was acting purely on instinct. Watching Su-chen standing there unmoved, the blood rat's energy seemed to be slowly weakening. Su-chen narrowed his eyes, the opportunity had come. At this moment, the blood rat's physical strength and spirit had reached their limit. The instant the blood rat stopped its special ability, a shadow as dark as ink flashed by. A cold gleam flashed. Puff, roar. Su-chen had just unexpectedly switched to Yuzong, delivering a strike at the blood rat's weakest moment. Originally, he intended to take this opportunity to slay the blood rat on the spot, but unfortunately, the length of Yuzong was not enough, only leaving a large gash on the blood rat's head. However, this was still a fatal injury. Su-chen shook his head slightly. What a pity. At this moment, a trace of fear appeared in the blood rat's eyes, it sensed the threat of death from the recent attack. Roar! The blood rat roared again. What was it doing? Su-chen soon found out, a massive horde of rats was charging towards him. This blood rat had summoned all the rats that attacked Yangya. Meanwhile, the blood rat was quickly burrowing into the ground. This blood rat had originally absorbed energy to advance here, but sensing Su-chen and the others' presence in Yangya City, it led to the subsequent rat horde attacking Yangya City. Trying to escape? Just as Su-chen was about to chase after it, large groups of rats blocked his path. Although these low-tier ability rats posed no real threat to Su-chen, they could still obstruct him. The opportunity was fleeting. Tai A. 6 wing blades emerged, unstoppable, wherever they went, within 5 meters, blood and flesh flew. Without entangling too much with them, he followed the route the blood rat had fled. Not to mention that it was already heavily injured, but he couldn't let go of the 5th tier crystal core inside it. Along the way, there was blood left by the fleeing blood rats, catching up was only a matter of time. Brother Cohen, what's going on? What about these rat hordes? Yeah, why did these rat hordes suddenly seem to retreat? At this moment, Su-Cohen and the others were also somewhat injured, but it was just minor wounds. How the hell would I know? The more Su-Cohen thought about it, the angrier he became. After being suppressed by a group of rats for so long, they finally ran away. Hearing this, the brothers dared not make a sound. Have you seen Yang-gu? No, boss. Cohen-gu, look, Miss Ling has chased after the direction the rats retreated. Yang-gu must be over there. Cohen-gu, what should we do? What do you mean what should we do? Can you catch up? Rest in place. You few, take the seriously injured ones back to handle them first. You three form a group and check the situation of the fortress. After assigning the tasks, he began to rest in place. Damn it, this is really frustrating. Meanwhile, Ling Qianxue was chasing after the retreating rats. The direction these mutant rats are heading is towards the Rat King. Su-chen must have done something. I wonder how he is doing now. Thinking of this, knowing that Su-chen might be ambushed by the rat swarm, Ling Qianxue quickened her pace again. I hope I'm in time. At this moment, the blood rat was almost at ground level and heard the commotion behind it. Suddenly, it was shaken to the core and ran even faster. Unexpectedly, the rat swarm it commanded did not hinder Su-chen at all. This made it even more wary of Su-chen's strength, having no thought of fighting him. This dead rat can really run, the vitality of a 5th-tier beast is surprisingly strong. Su-chen, who was chasing from underground, couldn't help but complain, this blood rat was truly hard to kill. Suddenly, a light flashed before Su-chen's eyes as he reached the surface. The moment he emerged, he saw several warplanes circling in the sky, but this was not the time to think about that. He watched the blood rat fleeing for its life. Still running? The underground not only restricted the blood rat's movements but also limited Su-chen's actions. At this moment, the blood rat had also noticed that Su-chen was catching up. Its heart sank. Human, let's die together. After saying this, it gathered all its energy into its mouth. This time it was not to devour but to unleash all its energy in a burst. Already heavily injured, it was now even weaker, but if it continued like this, it wouldn't escape. Let's die together. The wave of destruction filled the entire eastern suburbs. Whether it was the warplanes in the sky or Ling Qianshu's still underground, they all felt this terrifying wave. Pop, like the sound of a balloon being popped, the blood rat's neck was instantly pierced, and the wave of destruction dissipated. Human, you. This was the blood rat's last thought. At this moment, Su Chen's armor had changed from light yellow to dark green. The shadowless divine sword, known as the Sword of Invisibility. Su Chen took a slight breath. Fortunately, I made it in time. If I had really faced this wave of attacks, I would probably be dead or severely injured. He glanced at the dark green armor on him with satisfaction. The invisible blade, the most lethal, truly worthy of the shadowless. Facing the blood rat's desperate strike just now, Su Chen believed in his armor. However, he had no confidence in whether his body could withstand such terrifying pressure. After all, it was a desperate strike from a fifth-tier beast on the brink of death. If it weren't for its confused mind, fighting purely on instinct, Su Chen might not have been able to kill it. The blood rat fell unwillingly, its blood-red eyes bulging, seemingly still in disbelief. He collected the blood rat's crystal core, and at this moment, the rat swarm underground had also caught up. Ling Qianxue followed closely behind, looking at the fallen blood rat on the ground. Are you okay? Ling Qianxue had just felt that terrifying wave, her soul trembling slightly. I'm fine. What about that wave just now? Su Chen pointed to the blood rat lying on the ground. It was the commotion it made just now, but fortunately, it's already dead. You killed it? Was that even a question? Is there anyone else here? Luckily, I had the shadowless, otherwise, it would have been hard to say. In shock, Ling Qianxue then noticed that Su Chen's armor was dark green. She was very familiar with the shadowless, after all, she had brought it herself. For a moment, she felt that the man before her was very mysterious and powerful. How much did he really know? Why does he know that these swords will transform into mechas in the apocalypse? Master and Taoist Li have seen through some things, but who is Su Chen? Yet everyone has their own secrets. Perhaps the time has not yet come, he sighed inwardly. He collected his thoughts. What about these rat hordes? At this moment, the rat horde rushed over and found that their king had been slain by Su Chen. For a moment, the headless crowd stared at the fleeing rats. Kill as many as we can, staying here is also a hidden danger. Su Chen and Ling Qianxue moved, charging towards the fleeing rat horde. At this time, in the sky above the eastern suburbs, Chen Yugan witnessed the scene just now. Unlike what he had heard from Feng Tianyi, seeing it with his own eyes made him realize how shocking it was. Su Chen had actually killed such a powerful monster with a single blow. Just moments ago, when he saw the attack of that blood-colored rat, Chen Yugan's soul trembled. But in an instant, he thought nothing had happened. Commander Chen, how's it going over in the eastern suburbs? How long until ground reinforcements arrive? At this moment, a familiar voice came through the communicator. Commander Luo, reinforcements may no longer be needed. Ha? What do you mean? It means Su Chen has already dealt with the rat horde here. Reinforcements are unnecessary. What? Already dealt with? Yes, Commander Luo, I'm currently in the sky above the eastern suburbs. I saw Su Chen kill the Rat King with a single blow. Now he is pursuing the remaining rat horde. A single blow? Absolutely true. Upon hearing this, Luo Changwa fell silent. As far as he knew, the number of rats around the shelter was no less than tens of thousands, and they had previously been helpless against them. After devouring the corpses in the eastern suburbs, the strength of that rat horde was unknown. You and your men should not act rashly. I will be there soon. Received. While pursuing the rat horde, Ling Qianxue suddenly noticed, what are those planes in the sky for? Su Chen replied without looking back, not sure, they were there last time too. Military? Should be. Su Chen also didn't know why the military was suddenly focusing on him. Could it be that his previous construction of the underground fortress caught the officials' attention? Or was it the earlier battle that drew their notice? When soldiers come, let them fight. When water comes, let it be covered. Ignoring the planes above, the two continued to chase the remaining rat horde. After a while, another plane flew in. For the first time, Luo Changwa saw this battle so directly. A huge blood rat lay dead on the ground, while the other rats were fleeing towards the city. Su Chen and Ling Qianxue were among them, slaying these mutant rats. Why does this blood rat exude such a terrifying and violent aura? Even in death, it radiates a sinister energy. Luo Changwa had never seen a mutant rat king as terrifying as this one. This Su Chen is not simple. Commander Luo, what should we do now? Let's go down and see what kind of person Su Chen really is. After saying this, the group of planes landed in the eastern suburbs. Su Chen and Ling Qianxue heard the commotion and stopped their attacks. The rat horde, seeing Su Chen and Ling Qianxue cease their actions, fled in panic. Who are these people? Let's observe first. Soon, Su-chen saw a man in a neat military uniform, with several stars shining on his golden epaulets, walking towards him and Ling Qianxue, surrounded by a few others. His pupils were deep and sharp, exuding an air of authority. Without much small talk, he said, "Hello, I am Luo Changhua, the highest commander of the Dragon Kingdom military. You can call me Commander Luo." Seeing the other party's friendly demeanor, as if there was no malice, Su-chen asked, "What do you need from me?" With Su-chen's direct attitude, Luo Changhua was momentarily taken aback. "Aren't you going to invite us down to sit?" "Sorry, we just faced an attack from mutant beasts over there. It's not convenient at the moment." Seeing that Su-chen had no intention of doing so, he simply stated his purpose. "We want to talk to you about cooperation." "Cooperation?" Su-chen was taken aback. "What kind of cooperation?" Upon hearing this, Luo Changhua glanced at Ling Qianxue beside him but remained silent. She is not an outsider. At this, a strange feeling flowed through Ling Qianxue's heart. However, Luo Changhua received different information, stemming from a soldier's instinct. After this disaster occurred, we discovered a group of people who have the ability to transform weapons into mechas. We call this group Super Warriors. Currently, some of the Super Warriors have chosen to follow the military through this disaster. There are also some Super Warriors who belong to various gangs, factions, or spontaneous small groups in society. We refer to them as wanderers. The existence of these wanderers has posed a significant public security challenge for our military, because among them, some are difficult to manage and arrange, which is one aspect. On the other hand, there are some ruthless criminals among this group who trample on lives at will and deliberately create adverse effects. Because they belong to certain gangs and factions, they act with impunity, and the military has no way to deal with them. We hope you can unite this group of wanderers into an alliance and eliminate those evil forces that commit crimes. When the opportunity arises, someone is always ready with a pillow. But Su-chen was no saint. From the current perspective, doing this was a thankless task. "Commander Luo, right? You just said so much. Have you considered that I might not agree?" Luo Changhua had just spoken at length without asking Su-chen if he was willing. Yet, he sensed something different from Su-chen's words and smiled slightly. "I believe that as long as there is no refusal, everything is negotiable." Upon hearing this, Su-chen scoffed inwardly, "Old fox. Then let's discuss your conditions first. If the conditions aren't settled, everything else is pointless." This statement effectively shut down all of Luo Chenghua's subsequent organizational language. "First, discuss the conditions, and the rest can be talked about later. First, we will guarantee the independence of your operation, free from military control, and you will take full charge. However, one point is that it must not endanger the country. Second, the military will ensure your supplies and, if necessary, provide firepower support for suppression. Third, the military will cooperate with your actions, with you in the lead. You will have partial access to the satellite surveillance system, allowing you to monitor the movements of the wanderers." At this point, Luo Changhua paused. "Of course, the satellite system can monitor any area of Long Country. As for what you want to do, the military will not restrict or monitor you." Upon hearing this condition, Su-chen's eyes lit up, but he still asked, "The three conditions you proposed seem like anyone could do this, right? So why me?" Since this operation was proposed by the military, it is naturally the military that provides everything. After all, this operation may take a long time. Gathering everyone is not something that can be accomplished overnight. As for why we chose you, first, these people need someone with sufficient strength to control them, and we have a certain understanding of your performance. You are the most suitable for this. Upon hearing this, Su-chen realized that his previous actions had indeed caught the military's attention. It was not an illusion. Second, and most importantly, only you can significantly shorten this time, which others cannot. Su-chen was puzzled by this. "Why do you say that only I can shorten this time?" "It's simple. Your strength is strong enough to keep these people in check. Moreover, you are already quite famous. You just need an opportunity to create momentum, and they will come to you on their own." "I'm already quite famous?" Soon, Su-chen suddenly thought of something. "You mean the report about building the underground fortress and stockpiling supplies, right?" After thinking it over, this was the only thing that made sense. After all, it was his only moment of fame. "That's right, with strong power, abundant resources, and absolutely safe shelter, you just lack an opportunity known to the world. In this situation, as long as you raise your arm and call out, I believe many wanderers will come to follow you. And those things mentioned above can also greatly shorten the time when it comes to realization." At this point, Luo Changhua stopped speaking, and Su-chen fell into contemplation. In the eyes of the military, these wanderers were uncontrollable factors that they wanted to resolve quickly. But he wanted to build his own power, and now was an excellent opportunity. completely under his control and not subject to military oversight. What are you thinking? It seems there's no reason for me to refuse these conditions. Upon hearing this, the stone in Luo Chenghua's heart finally fell to the ground. Then let's wish for a pleasant cooperation. Looking at the hand extended by Luo Changhua, slap, pleasant cooperation. At that moment, Chen Yugang behind them handed over a red square box. What's this? Inside is a device using the heavenly eye, along with a user manual. I believe it will be useful to you. We'll discuss the subsequent plans through the heavenly eye. After Luo Changhua and the others left. Why are we doing this? Ling Qianxue did not know that Su Chen wanted to build his own power. She simply felt that this matter consumed Su Chen's energy, and he was not someone who liked to meddle in others' affairs. You'll know later. Let's tidy up and head back. Yang Gu, how are you? Are you okay? As soon as Su Chen returned, Su Kuan rushed forward for a bear hug. What could happen to me? How are you and the brothers? I'm fine, a few brothers got injured, but it's not a big deal, they'll be fine after some rest. That's good. Yang Gu, what about those rat swarms? Do I even need to say? I knew you could do it, Yang Gu, but this time, I really felt frustrated. He patted Su Kuan's shoulder and said, it's okay, there will be a time for you to shine later. For now, there shouldn't be any other dangers, so you should head back and rest. Back at the central building, Su Chen and Ling Qianxue returned to their respective rooms. In his room, Su Chen held the crystal core of the blood rat and felt it, discovering that the energy contained in this core was extremely immense. What a good thing! This crystal core had a faint yellow hue, different from the others. After a quick tally, there were 16 third-tier cores from this battle, and just this one fifth-tier core. The remaining first and second-tier cores were countless. At least for the next period, he wouldn't have to worry about cores for advancement. He didn't rush to absorb the core to reach the fourth tier but instead took out the red square box. Inside was a pair of blue smart glasses. After glancing at the user manual, he put them on. This is. Su Chen wore the smart glasses, and now he could see an aerial view of the entire Jianghai city. It could be zoomed in and out, and the whole scene was visualized in his mind. He could even see every corner and notice two wanderers fighting over a small amount of supplies. Not just Jianghai city, but everything in Baishui city and Fuyo city could be checked at any time. No wonder it's called the Heavenly Eye. Let's see if there are any other functions. In the high-level safe house of Longhua. As soon as he returned, Meng Rohai asked, Changhua, how did the talk with Su Chen go? He agreed. Agreed? He didn't mention any other requests? Not at the moment, but now that the cooperation is established, it's a good sign. That's true, so what are your plans moving forward? With the cooperation established, the next steps will be very simple. Li Xiao, can the live streaming function of Longhua's Jiyin software still be used? Everything has been restored. What do you mean? You'll find out soon enough. While experiencing the functions of the smart mirror, Su Chen suddenly received this notification. Connect. Instantly, a virtual image from the kingdom of Luo appeared in his mind. Su Chen, we meet again. Commander Luo. There were too many people earlier, and some things weren't explained clearly. Now I will tell you about the subsequent deployment plan. Now that the network has restored communication, we plan to create a buzz for you to attract that group of people. Create a buzz? Yes, we want to use a live broadcast to give those people a more intuitive understanding of your strength. Most people still only recognize you for building the underground fortress and stockpiling supplies. Without sufficient strength, they won't follow you. So what do you want to do? You killed that mutated rat king, and only a portion of the rat swarm escaped. Now these rat swarms have returned to the city to lie low. These wanderers have a deep-rooted fear of the rat swarms, and the military has no way to deal with them, but you are different. Su Chen instantly understood Commander Luo's meaning. What do you need me to do? 3 days from now, we need you to cooperate and put on a show. Put on a show? Alright, we'll contact you then. 3 days later. At this time, in the city shelter, the military was arranging personnel to escort the refugees to a safer gathering place. Hurry up, everyone hurry. Everyone keep up. Several familiar figures mixed in, and Yang Mi was also following the transport vehicle to the military gathering place. Her Doberman was temporarily requisitioned as a guard dog, and now she was alone. Her chipa wasn't very dirty, but her hair was somewhat messy, indicating she hadn't bathed for at least a few days. What is this for? Where are you taking us? At this moment, someone voiced their confusion, but soon someone answered. I heard that the shelter in Jianghai City isn't very safe, and they're taking us to a safer gathering place. What do you mean not very safe? It seems to be about those mutated rat swarms. The military here in Jianghai doesn't have such strong firepower to deal with them. Yang Mi also vaguely heard some things and realized she was being taken to a farther place. Suddenly, she thought about when she would see Su Chen again. The Young family was originally the agent for Sotheby's auction house in the United States in Longwa. As the young lady of the Young family, Yang Mi had a strong business talent from a young age and voluntarily applied to be the general manager of the Sotheby's auction house in Jianhai City. She didn't expect this sudden incident. In this unfamiliar place, Su Chen was the only one she had dealt with more. Now that she was leaving, the others at the auction house had perished in the disaster, and she truly felt alone. This thought inevitably brought a hint of sadness. Suddenly, oh no, what's going on? Why did we stop? Yeah, what's going on? Why did the armored vehicle stop? Discussions erupted. At this time, the defense troops were on alert. Everyone stay vigilant, there are large numbers of unknown creatures approaching. After a while, they finally saw the true form of the large number of creatures. It was the rat swarm that had been a headache for them. Attention! Mutated beasts are attacking. Prepare for battle. In an instant, the defense personnel transformed into black mechs, each wielding armor-piercing heavy machine guns. They formed a circle, protecting the armored vehicle in the center. The mutated guard dogs and requisition guard dogs assisted from the side. Fire! Instantly, flames erupted, and chaos ensued around the armored vehicle. Help! Someone save us, we must hold on. Yang Mi's face turned slightly pale, as if her tightly clenched fists could bring her a bit of strength. Captain! There are too many of these rats. Captain! We can't hold them back here. Captain! Order a retreat. There are too many. Hold on a little longer. If the formation breaks, the civilians will be in danger. Reinforcements are on the way. Brothers, listen to the captain. Hold on a little longer. The battle grew even more intense, with many police and guard dogs being bitten to death, and injuries mounting among the humans. Captain, look! What is that? A few third-tier mutant rats were rapidly approaching. Bullets hitting them only made a clinking sound. It is known that ordinary machine guns can inflict damage on mutant beasts, and slightly stronger second-tier armor-piercing rounds can kill. Not good. It's the Rat King. The Rat King is coming. Captain, we really need to retreat. Captain, after much hesitation, retreat. Save as many as we can. Before he could finish speaking, the captain seemed to notice something. In the sky, a crimson mech was descending straight down. It was Su Chen. Captain, what is this? This mech has such a terrifying presence. Captain, this mech can actually fly. In an instant, everyone stopped firing, and the rat swarm seemed to see something terrifying and froze in place. Humans! It's this human again. A few third-tier mutant rats were both shocked and afraid of Su Chen. Su Chen merely glanced over. There are still third-tier ones? Some third-tier ones escaped that day? What Su Chen didn't know was that these third-tier mutant rats were originally second-tier. They had evolved in the past few days. Forget it, just kill them. With a swing of his sword, several third-tier mutant rats had their bodies severed before they even reacted. Who is this? Great! We're saved! Many people quickly took out their phones and began to livestream everything. Family! I'm saved! A super powerful super warrior has rescued us. It was as if something was stirring the pot, and soon, almost everyone in Long Country was watching this livestream. And then, it was like Su Chen's personal show. Family, look! This super warrior has more than one mech. It's turned yellow again. Family, so cool. Who understands? Yang Mi also noticed all of this, but she felt a sense of familiarity with the mech in front of her. Su Chen realized that the Qishao was killing too slowly. The six-winged blades of Taiye were like entering a no-man's land. At this moment, gang forces and small groups across Long Country were paying attention to this livestream. In a certain force in Baishui City. Boss, this person's mech is so powerful. Yeah, boss, how can this person be so terrifying? It seems there's more than one mech. Forces in Fuyo City, Yafeng City, Wan'an City, and Lingming City echoed similar sentiments. Meanwhile, Su Chen was still in the midst of slaughter, watching the rat swarm's numbers dwindle. The word that appeared in everyone's mind was, one man holds the pass, 10,000 men cannot open it. Captain, why haven't I seen this person before? Is this person here to support us? Why are you asking me? How would I know? Don't just stand there, provide fire support. Tat tat tat. At this point, the rat swarm had no fighting spirit left, they ran as fast as they came. Su Chen remembered that this group of rats had injured a few brothers. If anyone truly sacrificed themselves, Su Chen would probably dig 3 feet into the ground to find this group of rats. Now, consider it collecting some interest. In an instant, Su Chen's movements became even more fierce. Boss, when did Jiang Hai produce such a character? I've never heard of him, but he looks so strong. Yeah, boss, Zhanghai's Haigui has some reputation, but it seems he doesn't have someone like this under him, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to rise. Humph. Just a petty person hiding in the shadows, merely a group of low-tier mutant beasts, killing some of these to gain attention. Because those 3 third-tier mutant rats were killed in one strike, they couldn't see through Su Chen's strength. If he knew he couldn't even take on one of them, he wouldn't be so cocky. Enough, what are you all arguing about? Be quiet. The voice came from a scar-faced man, tall and imposing, with a faint aura of killing intent about him. This is the leader of their faction, known as Brother Dao, the underground kingpin of Baishui City, whose real name is unknown. Suddenly, all sorts of voices fell silent. Keep watching. Sister Yubing, look, this person is amazing. Yeah, Sister Yubing, look how he killed a whole bunch of ability mice in just a few moves. Yubing is an archery coach at a club, with an excellent figure and a beauty that matches her name, but she is a bit cold towards people and matters. Because she encountered a few like-minded sisters along the way, and some wanderers in the apocalypse had improper thoughts about them, they spontaneously formed a small group. There are many such small groups huddling together for warmth. Some were absorbed by certain factions, while those like them, even if captured by certain forces, wouldn't fare much better. It seems he does have some strength. Just those 3 mouse kings, killed in an instant, she indeed couldn't do that at the moment. At least they ran fast. At this time, Su Chen had already killed all the ability mice nearby, with only a few managing to escape. This operation was twofold. First, Su Chen needed Zhanghai City as his future power base, and it was unsafe for the civilians to remain there. Second, facing the attacks from those beasts, the defense forces of Zhanghai City were indeed stretched thin, only able to relocate the civilians to gathering places. Thus, this opportunity arose. Everyone was stunned, including those watching the live broadcast. The underground was left with nothing but a ground of minced meat and a few scattered crystal cores. The civilians were even more wide-eyed, and for a moment, the defense team members were frozen in place. Captain, this person is terrifying. Don't talk nonsense. After saying that, he walked towards Su Chen. Hello, I am the captain of the 2nd squad of the 1st team of the local defense forces of Zhanghai City, Chenu. Upon hearing this, Su Chen also removed his mech. Hello, I am Su Chen. When Su Chen took off his mech, a handsome and striking face appeared before the public, with a very well-proportioned physique. Wow, he is so handsome. The people of Zhanghai City were not unfamiliar with Su Chen, as he had been reported in the news before. God, he seems to be the president of the Su group. So handsome. Handsome is one thing, but his strength is so powerful. Didn't he just build an underground fortress? I heard the supplies inside could sustain 10,000 people for 20 years. Wow. If I could follow him, I wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing. It would be worth dying for. Some female viewers, unaware of the situation, were already swooning. Meanwhile, Yang Mi, among them, found it hard to believe what she was seeing. She covered her open mouth in astonishment. The captain was also taken aback, hearing the voices from the crowd. So it's young Master Su, thank you for saving us just now. It's nothing. Then what brings you here? Oh, I heard you were relocating, so I came to pick up a friend. At this moment, the crowd erupted. Wow! I wonder who is so lucky to have such a powerful person come personally to pick them up. Isn't this a direct leap to success? No more worries about food and drink. Safety is guaranteed. Yeah, who could it be that makes him come to pick them up? There shouldn't be anyone like that among us. In their view, being friends with someone as powerful as Su Chen was impossible in a shelter. Just then, a voice rang out. It must be Mr. Su coming to pick us up. I knew Mr. Su wouldn't forget us. Who are these people? Some people suddenly remembered. This group seems to be from the Su group. The one speaking seems to be General Lu Han from the Su group. Lu Han and the others were already fantasizing about a wonderful underground life. Upon hearing this, some felt heartbroken, regretting not going to work for the Su group at that time. Meanwhile, the group from the Su group was excitedly dancing, feeling they were about to escape from their suffering. Excuse me, who is your friend? We can help look for them. Just as Su Chen was about to speak. Su Dong, we are here. Upon hearing this, Su Chen also looked over, and the one who spoke was Lu Han. Su Dong, we always believed you would come to pick us up. At this moment, everyone thought he was there to pick up the Su group, but they didn't notice that Su Chen was referring to picking up a friend, not a group. Moreover, they couldn't even be considered friends. At most, they had a superior subordinate relationship. Lu Zong, long time no see. It's nothing at all. Seeing you makes it all worthwhile. The captain understood upon hearing this. He also thought Su Chen was there for this group. Su Gongzi, now that we've found the person, do you need our help to escort them? No, I'm looking for someone else. Not just him, everyone was confused about what Su Chen meant. Could it be that he wasn't referring to them? Su Dong, you can't just leave us behind. We have worked tirelessly for the Su group. You can't let us down. Su Chen felt disdain in his heart. When his father was gravely ill, these people had no idea how many small schemes they had plotted behind the scenes. It was all about profit. Now they spoke so nicely. Although Lu Han had done things for him before, that was only because Su Chen was his superior, and from the perspective of the group, there was no real friendship to speak of. Later, he even withdrew investments with these people. Su Dong, Su Chen raised his hand, signaling for them to stop talking. Lu Han, Lu Zong, where do you think our relationship stands? Upon hearing this, Lu Han and the others were momentarily speechless. To put it nicely, it was a superior-subordinate relationship, but to put it bluntly, it was a mere acquaintance. What you have done, the Su group has already compensated you enough. I don't lack anything from you. After saying this, Lu Han and the others felt as if their hearts had turned to ashes, their faces pale. The others, upon hearing this, felt differently. Isn't it them? Could it be me? Do I usually have any interaction with Su Chen? Could it be me? Have I forgotten any exchanges I had with him? Could it be me? When have I ever met him at a dinner party? In an instant, everyone began to speculate, thinking it was themselves. Su Chen didn't waste any more words and walked straight towards the crowd. At this moment, Yang Mi's beautiful eyes widened as she stared at the figure approaching her. Everyone quickly made way for this powerful man, hoping he would stop in front of them. As the crowd parted, only Yang Mi remained in the middle. Su Chen looked at Yang Mi and found that aside from her slightly messy hair, she was otherwise fine. Seeing Yang Mi staring at him intently, Su Chen smiled slightly. Miss Yang, long time no see. Upon seeing such a familiar face and such a familiar greeting, Yang Mi feared that it was all an illusion and kept staring at Su Chen. Su Chen maintained his smile, not urging her. As she stared, Yang Mi's eyes gradually turned red, tears welling up. She didn't dare to blink, afraid that if she did, Su Chen would disappear. Suddenly, as if confirming something, her face broke into a smile, and tears streamed down her face. Su Gongzi, long time no see. Brother Dao, this kid seems to be called Su Chen, the former president of the Su group in Zhanghai City. Yeah, I heard he spent a fortune building an underground fortress and stockpiled a lot of supplies. He later sold the Su group for gold. Now he truly has it all. Boss, should we? After saying this, he even made a gesture of cutting his throat. Can you use your brain? Brother Dao said irritably. Don't you see who this person is? Just from a strength perspective, do you have any confidence? Don't act rashly. Hi, this kid has been in the news. His name is Su Chen. He built an underground fortress in the eastern suburbs and stockpiled a lot of supplies. Isn't what we lack just supplies and a place to stand? Should we go for it? Can we beat him? Are we looking for death? Mengzi was also taken aback by the words, as if recalling a previous terrifying encounter. His whole body shivered, and he fell silent. He was momentarily dazed. Haigui squinted his eyes. This matter needs to be considered carefully. Sister Yubing, look quickly. This person is so handsome. He seems to have been on the news before. Yes, I heard he has a lot of supplies and built an underground fortress before the disaster. Sister Yubing, how about we go seek him out? Yubing did not respond to this suggestion but was lost in thought. He built an underground fortress before the disaster? And hoarded a lot of supplies? Does he know something? In an instant, Yubing felt a strong curiosity about Su Chen. Sister Yubing, what do you think? Don't rush, let's observe first. In an instant, Su Chen's actions reminded more people of him, and various deeds were dug up. Different factions, gangs, and small groups began to formulate their own plans. Some wanted to make a big score, some wanted to seek refuge, and some wanted to watch from the sidelines. The crowd noticed the woman standing in front of Su Chen. Is this the person he was looking for? What is her relationship with him? So beautiful, could it be? I'm not bad either, why didn't he notice me? Among the crowd, someone in the know spoke up. This woman is the head of the Sotheby's auction house in Zhanghai City. The entire auction house is under her control. She also has business dealings with the Su group. It seems she helped facilitate the sales for the Su group before. In an instant, everyone understood. No wonder, it turned out to be an old acquaintance. Why did you only come to pick me up now? Su Chen teased upon hearing this. Didn't you say it was dangerous outside and told me not to run around? You! How was I to know you were this capable? How did you find me? At this point, it was thanks to the wisdom mirror that Luo Changhua had given Su Chen. During the use of the wisdom mirror, Yang Mi's figure was scanned. After all, the heavenly eye was not just for observation. I naturally have my ways. Yang Mi didn't dwell on Su Chen's answer. Let's go, it's time to leave. Okay. The people were gathered. and this live broadcast allowed everyone to see that the military's objectives had already been achieved. It was just a matter of watching the subsequent actions of these people. Please take us with you, you have so many supplies, you won't miss a few of us. At this moment, Luhan and the others were still not giving up, but upon hearing these words, Suchen narrowed his eyes. A faint killing intent erupted. No one could tolerate a flea jumping around in front of them. Ignoring them was unnecessary, but they had the audacity to act so brazenly? Do you think I'm easy to talk to? What do you want to do? The phone is recording. Do you think such things can restrain me? You better not act recklessly. Suchen smiled slightly at the live camera. Everyone, Suchen, am not someone who enjoys meddling in other people's affairs. If you have the ability, come find me, I welcome you anytime. But if you think I'm easy to talk to and want to mooch off me, then I'm sorry. Suddenly, a fierce aura erupted from Suchen. He lifted his leg and swept it out, sending Luhan and the others flying several meters away, kicking up a cloud of dust, their lives uncertain. This kick was measured, it was just a small lesson for them, a reminder not to think that just because he wasn't angry, they could jump around in front of him without restraint. His cold gaze swept over Luhan and the others. Don't think I owe you anything, think carefully about your words before you speak. In an instant, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, not daring to make a sound. Even those watching the live broadcast, who had previously been attracted by Suchen's handsomeness and power, were now stunned by his decisiveness and ruthlessness, many of them forgetting to breathe while watching the video. Interesting. This Suchen is quite a character. This man has messy yellow hair and looks a bit dirty. He timidly said, hello, you just said that as long as someone has the ability, you welcome them, right? Suchen turned around to look at him upon hearing this. Yes, I did say that. What he had just said in front of the camera was indeed true. Suchen really wanted to establish his own power. Then I wonder if you need someone to do live streaming? Suchen was taken aback by this. He hadn't really thought about whether he needed someone for live streaming, but since he hadn't thought about it, it meant it wasn't that important right now. Just as he was about to refuse, Yang Mi suddenly stopped him. You want to create your own power? There was nothing to hide about that. Yes. Then I think you might really need someone in this area. If you want to create a power, then influence is something you can't ignore. Including transactions between powers and the transmission of information, the role of live streaming is significant. Upon hearing this, Suchen understood Yang Mi's point. Online is always faster than offline, whether it's transactions or information. Thinking about it this way, he indeed needed someone like that. I do need someone to do live streaming. Can I follow you? I can do live streaming. In an instant, the crowd erupted. I can also do live streaming. I have 200,000 followers. Put. 200,000 followers is called live streaming? I have 500,000 followers, I think I can. If you have less than 1 million, don't speak, how embarrassing. I have 1,300,000 followers, I can. There were actually bloggers with millions of followers here. It seemed there were indeed some capable people. Suchen looked at the little yellow-haired guy, feeling that he seemed to have a natural sense of humor. Since you are recommending yourself, why don't you say a few words? I'm not in a hurry, let them speak first. At this moment, although the yellow-haired guy looked a bit disheveled, there was a confidence in his words. Just then, a man with long hair tied into small braids shouted, "Stop talking. I have 7 million followers. Of course, you should choose me." In an instant, someone recognized him. Isn't this a guy from Douyin? I've seen his live stream. Upon hearing this, the crowd quieted down. 7 million followers mean traffic wherever he goes. Seeing that no one was speaking, this person quickly walked up to Suchen, smiled awkwardly, and rubbed his hands. I wonder what you think of me. This posture suddenly reminded Suchen of someone. Wasn't this just like Wu Yifan? Suchen didn't answer him and looked at the yellow-haired guy. Don't you have anything to say? The yellow-haired guy also stopped being silent, and everyone looked at him. For some reason, most of the crowd felt they recognized him, but for a moment, they couldn't remember why. Why does this person look a bit familiar? Yeah, I feel the same way. I want to laugh when I see him. Right, I don't know why I have this feeling too. At this moment, the yellow-haired guy said to Suchen, I was a professional gamer before, and later I became a game streamer. I made some mistakes before, which led to me being banned. The crowd was in an uproar. The previous person said, why are you even out here if you've been banned? The yellow-haired guy ignored him. But I believe my fan base and streaming effect are still pretty good, many people should know me. Saying that in front of a blogger with 7 million followers felt like a joke. You talk so big, come on, tell me who you are? What the heck? Never heard of you. But when the yellow-haired guy finished this sentence, the crowd suddenly erupted. Someone thought the yellow-haired guy looked a bit like a baboon and suddenly remembered. It's him, Kai Kai. I recognized him. I know him too, I know him. I've watched his live stream before. Kai Kai. I'm his loyal fan. Although I haven't watched his live stream, I know him. Someone around me watches. Me. I've been watching him for many years. At that moment, the man looked like a clown. So many people here actually recognized him. Suchen couldn't help but take a closer look at the blonde guy. One shouldn't judge a person by their appearance. So it's him. Suchen glanced at Yangmi. What, do you know him? Not really, I've heard of him to some extent. He used to be a streamer for the game League of Legends. His real name is Lu Wei. It's just that, on the battlefield, he claimed to be evenly matched with the opposing player, but ended up getting beaten and retired on the spot. That's why he earned the nickname, and then became a streamer. He has a fan base of about 30 million, maybe even more, and he's quite famous. His streaming performance is indeed impressive. Seeing that Suchen usually didn't know much about this, Youngmi explained it clearly. So why was he banned? He was attacked online, cursing along with his fans. As a top streamer, his social impact was too great, so he got banned. At this moment, Lu Wei felt a bit anxious, unsure if Suchen still needed him after the ban. Suchen, however, didn't make a decision right away. Instead, he asked Yangmi, "What do you think of him?" "I think he's actually quite good, but the ban situation is a bit tricky to handle." Suchen didn't think it was a big deal, and Yangmi didn't know that Suchen had a partnership with the government. They could just let Luo Changhua handle it later. "I'll take care of the rest. If you think he's capable, then bring him along." With that one sentence, it was settled. Hearing this, Lu Wei was also taken aback. "Thank you, sister. Thank you, big brother." In an instant, everyone looked at the two with envy. At least they wouldn't have to run around anymore. After finishing up here, it seemed like he suddenly remembered something. "You can rest here for a while. There shouldn't be any beasts attacking for the time being." After all, the military had suffered some casualties just now. With that, he took Lu Wei and Yangmi away. "Brother Dao, this kid seems to have no one under him. Should we pull off a job?" "Yeah, with so many of us, it shouldn't be a problem, right?" "Alright, let's just wait and see. We're not in a hurry, but someone else might be. As far as I know, Jean Luo from Yefeng City seems to be having a tough time. We could take advantage of that." "Boss, you're brilliant." After this incident, most gang organizations chose to observe. Only those with extremely scarce resources opted to take risks or join in. Most were small groups huddling together for warmth in the apocalypse, all wanting to join Suchen. In no time, various small groups in the city began to emerge. From time to time, one could see people rushing towards Zhanghai. Lu Wei and Yangmi were deeply shocked at this moment. Upon entering the eternal night, Lu Wei felt as if he couldn't move. He had to exclaim at everything. "Wow! Big brother, this is amazing. This place is so big. Wow! How did you do all this? Wow! And this, how did you manage all of it?" Yangmi was also initially in shock, but as she slowly looked at the man in front of her, she felt that everything was quite natural. He was such a mysterious and powerful person. Along the way, they encountered a few patrolling brothers. "Boss, hello." Suchen nodded in response. "Big brother? Who are these people?" "Some brothers I brought in." When Suchen and his group passed by the brothers' living quarters, they were once again astonished. Independent bedrooms, private bathrooms, televisions, refrigerators, water dispensers, everything one could think of was here. They even saw a few people cooking hot pot. "Big brother, how could we even imagine this?" Before the apocalypse, this was quite normal, but now, they were eating communal meals and drinking shared water in the shelter. Even the bathing facilities were public. There was only a bed space, no private rooms, and a group of people living together. Compared to this, Lu Wei felt like he was about to ascend. "Don't get too happy too soon. If you don't work here, you won't even get to eat." In an instant, Lu Wei's thoughts, which had long drifted away, were pulled back. "Don't worry, big brother. I will definitely do my best." The group continued walking forward and soon arrived at the central building. "Uncle Fu, find someone to arrange for him later." After saying this, he gestured for Lu Wei to come over. "Hello, Uncle Fu." "Young master, don't worry." After that, he took Youngmi up to the second floor. "You can choose a room on this floor. I'll be on the top floor. If you need anything, just call me anytime." "Can't I go to the top floor with you?" "Ahem, just stay here for now, take a shower and rest a bit." Hearing Suchen say this, it really was time to take a shower and rest. "Alright, thank you so much for today." "It's nothing, just a small matter." Back upstairs, Suchen was just about to enter his room. "What did you do today?" "Nothing much, just went to cooperate with the military for a little act and picked up a friend along the way." Ling Qianxue knew about the cooperation with the military, but then suddenly realized. "Picked up a friend? Who?" Where is she? You know her too, she's the big manager from Sotheby's auction house, on the floor below us.
The auction house that auctioned the pure June? I think I have some impression. Her name is Yangmi, what do you need her for?
Ling Qianxue would find out about this sooner or later, and there was nothing that couldn't be said. I want to take this opportunity to build my own power, she can help us. Ling Qianxue now understood why Su Chen agreed to cooperate with the military back then.
Isn't it good like this? Su Chen only said one thing in response.
In the face of the apocalypse, one person's power is too small.
After saying this, he entered his own room.
At this moment, in the military, the three were discussing the events of the morning.
Manhwa asked, will this matter be effective?
We've dealt with these forces so much, they aren't that simple.
Luo Changhua, hearing this, revealed a mysterious smile.
Old Meng, don't be anxious. I never intended for it to have an effect right away, it's all step by step. But I estimate that some people are already getting restless, while others are still watching. However, they ultimately won't be able to sit still. Li Xiao, who had been listening, couldn't help but interject.
Why? It's simple, in this disaster, under such conditions of lacking supplies.
When a person possesses a large amount of resources and currently has no forces, they won't wait for Su Chen to grow before taking action. They are still observing now, they just don't understand Su Chen's strength and situation, but it's only a matter of time.
Just then, Ding received a call from Su Chen. Do you want to connect?
The three in the safe house exchanged glances.
Luo Changhua answered the phone.
Commander Luo, the matter over there has been taken care of, now it's up to you.
I know, Su Chen, you did well on this matter. We will reduce our strikes against these forces, giving them some opportunities to act. Good, by the way, I found someone here who might be useful later.
But he got into some trouble and is currently banned. Lift his ban.
Alright, I'll take care of this. What's his name?
Lu Wei, he was a game streamer before.
You want to use him for publicity to expand influence, right? Luo Changhua instantly understood Su Chen's intention from his words.
Yes, the sooner the better. Don't worry, I will handle this as soon as possible. After saying this, Su Chen had already hung up the phone. After a moment of contemplation, Old Meng, the political department is your responsibility, please help handle this matter. The three had just heard the conversation.
Meng Rohai frowned slightly. Are you really going to let him come like this? Isn't this what we want? What if he exceeds our control later?
First, we need his help now. Second, this is what we promised him, let him do it.
Don't doubt those you use, and don't use those you doubt. Besides, I never intended to control him.
At this moment, Li Xiao spoke up. Such a person would be too regrettable if we can't utilize him.
What if he does something harmful to the country later?
Upon hearing this, Luo Chenggua's expression suddenly became serious as he looked at Li Xiao. I advise you all this, even if you can't befriend him, you must never become his enemy.
Moreover, he is not someone we can control.
He promised not to do anything harmful to the country, trust him.
Meng Rohai sighed softly. Alright, I'll arrange for someone to handle it now.
Seeing everything was arranged, Su Chen also needed to start his cultivation. A pale yellow crystal core appeared in Su Chen's palm. It was the crystal core of the blood rat from earlier.
With this crystal core, it should be fine this time, right?
Calming his mind, he communicated with the crystal core using his mental power.
Strands of pale yellow energy flowed around Su Chen's body, eventually converging at his brow.
Gradually, the color of the mental power crystal core began to change, while the brilliance of the crystal core in his hand gradually dimmed. When the first hint of pale yellow appeared on the mental power crystal core, Su Chen knew the advancement had begun. As expected, Su Chen had successfully advanced to the 4th level and had completed the enhancement.
Just coming out of the storage room. This power, this feeling.
Su Chen clenched his fist. He had previously been at the peak of the 3rd level and thought the 4th level might not be much stronger. But it felt like his mental power had increased several times.
Returning to the building.
Young master, that person has been arranged, he's just ahead on this road, in a 1-bedroom apartment.
A 1-bedroom? That's fine, convenient for that kid to livestream.
By the way, Miss Young has been looking for you a few times these past 2 days.
Okay, I got it.
Considering that Yang Mi had been in the shelter before, he wanted her to rest a bit these 2 days. Soon he arrived at Yang Mi's floor and knocked on the door.
Since it was like being at home, Yang Mi casually opened the door in a silk nightgown.
Her graceful curves and impressive figure were fully visible, making it a bit awkward. Oh, young Master Su still remembers me.
Ahem, I heard you were looking for me. Is there something? Come in first.
Without waiting for Su Chen's response, she turned and entered, and Su Chen had no choice but to follow.
After sitting down, Yang Mi handed Su Chen a cup of tea and finally asked, "You brought me here just to let me enjoy myself? If you want, of course, that's possible." No, I don't want to be a freeloader. This sounded somewhat familiar, as if he recalled something. I said that for those people to hear. Seeing Su Chen's expression, Yang Mi didn't continue discussing this matter. What are your plans for the future? I haven't thought it through yet. I don't know if Lu Wei has sorted things out these past 2 days. I'll ask the military later. When did you get involved with the military? Are you one of them? No, just a cooperative relationship. Noticing Su Chen's disinterest in discussing this topic, Yang Mi didn't press further. Who is the one living above you? These past 2 days, Yang Mi had not only asked Uncle Fu but also went upstairs, only to be answered by Ling Chinxue. A friend. A friend? Living together? Why was it not okay when he suggested it before? You should rest for now, don't think too much. I'll find you if there's something. After chatting for a bit, he went upstairs. Back in his room, just as he opened the smart mirror, a message came through. Ding! You have a call from Luo Changhua. Do you want to connect? Connect! Commander Luo, you called as soon as I came online. Su Chen, latest news, a group of vagrants has gathered in Shanghai, some want to seek refuge with you, while others have ulterior motives, and there are spies from other forces. Have you thought about how to respond? Only 2 days, and they're moving this fast? The Heavenly Eye is monitoring at all times, you should have seen it these past 2 days. I haven't been paying much attention these past few days, I've improved my strength a bit. How strong must he be now if he's already this powerful and still improving? No one paid attention to Luo Chenghua's shock. Don't worry, I can handle it. Alright, if you need anything, just contact me anytime. By the way, the issue with your subordinate, Lu Wei, has been resolved. Good. In Jianhai City, at this moment in Haigui's territory, many people had suddenly gathered. Master Hai, our Luo Gu is very sincere. If you're willing, after the matter is settled, we can split it 50-50. The speaker was a subordinate of Jin Luo, the leader of Yefeng City. Since Yefeng City is remote and due to this incident, his men were on the brink of starvation. The speaker was a short man nicknamed Airplane Head. Yeah, we have dozens of people here. Even if he really is something special, what can he do? Let's see who's tougher, him or me. At this moment, a bald man, muscular and also a subordinate of Jin Luo, spoke up. He had brought along dozens of brothers. At Haigui's gesture, Zhang Meng opened his mouth. Everyone, I think you shouldn't underestimate Su Chen. He was able to easily slay that Rat King, his strength goes without saying. And he has another person under him named Su Koan, whose strength is also extremely formidable. We don't even know how many people he has under him, we shouldn't be so hasty right now. Even if there are a few of them, what do we have to fear? Not to mention he can easily slay that Rat King, but even my brothers here, who can't do that? Haigui and the others knew that Su Chen's mech strength was far beyond theirs, and even Su Koan's subordinates would be hard to match. However, they thought that if they could use this opportunity to befriend Su Chen, it wouldn't be a bad idea. Among them, only Haigui was at the peak of the second tier, Zhang Meng, Airplane Head, and the bald man were merely at the second tier, while the rest were all first tier. Seeing the powerful aura emanating from Haigui, they were so polite in their discussions with him, knowing that their boss had similar strength, though his mech aura was stronger than Haigui's. Master Hai, what are you considering? Mengzi, take 20 brothers and go with them to scout. Airplane Head and the bald man looked pleased at this. Zhang Meng was taken aback. Master Hai, are we really going to fight? What are you thinking? If we can't win, why fight? Then what is this? Nonsense, do you think they're really that easy to deal with? What if they refuse to leave with dozens of people? Then what should I do? After thinking for a moment, he gestured for Zhang Meng to come closer and whispered something in his ear. Before long, Zhang Meng came out with his brothers. To make them believe more, he specifically chose 20 of the stronger ones, led by Zhang Meng. Seeing this scene, Airplane Head and the muscular man were even happier. Master Hai, with your help, this time it's absolutely foolproof. After giving a few more instructions, Haigui let them leave. A large group of people made their way, attracting the attention of other small groups. Many knew this group was going to find Su Chen, and many followed behind. They didn't know whether this group was going to ally with Su Chen or what. Sister Yubing, look at all those people. It seems they're going to find someone named Su Chen. Sister Yubing, what should we do? Sister Yubing, at this moment, Yubing had also brought her few companions to Jianhai, hiding in a residential area. After considering, she said, let's go follow them and see. What they didn't know was that at this moment, Su Chen had already sensed their movements through the Heavenly Eye. Seeing this scene, a vague smile appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. Well, let's play with you for a bit. He then made a phone call through the Heavenly Eye. Kunzi, get ready, it's time to work. It seems some people needed a long lesson. In no time, Su Koan and a few others sprang into action. Brother Koan, what are we going to do? Some blind fools are looking for trouble. Brothers, what do you think we should do? We've been eating and drinking well these past few days, it's time to digest it, of course, we fight. Right, let's fight. The first to notice the commotion was Ling Qianxue, who quickly found Su Chen. What are Su Koan and the others going to do? Some flies have come, I asked him to deal with it. Upon hearing this, Ling Qianxue instantly understood. Do you need help? No, they can handle it. When a group of people arrived at the eastern suburbs, Su Koan was already waiting there with his men. Of course, Su Chen didn't let everyone come out, he only sent Su Koan with 10 people. From a distance, Zhang Meng recognized someone waiting for them on the Gobi Desert. That's Su Koan and his subordinates. They're all following Su Chen. Why do they look like they know we're coming? The plain head and the bald man looked over, seeing a group neatly waiting for them. Brother Koan, they're here. Yeah, these people look like they're in for it. Clearly, they didn't take these people seriously. Don't rush, let's see what they have to say first. As both sides approached, the plain head spoke first. Are you Su Koan? Yes, that's me. Do you know we were coming? Of course. This back and forth left Zhang Meng and his group at a loss, while the bald man was hot-tempered. Stop wasting time, bring Su Chen out. Bang! Su Koan landed a punch that nearly knocked the bald man out. Is our boss's name something you can shout about? At this moment, the bald man's face twisted in rage. Attack! In an instant, led by the plain head and the bald man, various mechs erupted, each one different. Brothers, let's play with them. Alright. In no time, a uniform white armor appeared, resembling an orderly army. Although there were only 11 of them, their momentum was already overwhelming. They only have 11 people. What are we afraid of? Charge! The battle was about to erupt, with the plain head and the bald man facing off against Su Koan's giant axe first. Su Koan merely threw a light punch and kick, parrying and striking, yet they felt increasingly strained. What's going on? Why can't we hit them? I summoned this with a Nepalese knife. At this moment, both the plain head and the bald man panicked. What? With this strength, you dare to come find trouble with my brother Yang? As he spoke, the giant axe materialized, slashing horizontally. The mechs of the plain head and the bald man were instantly rendered intangible. Third stage? This person is third stage? Brother Koan, you revealed too early, I wanted to have some fun. Suddenly, the 10 men unleashed their power, the Longquan sword appearing in their hands. 1 against 5, the balance shifted to overwhelming. Third stage? So many third stages. All third stages. Suddenly, Zhang Meng attacked the 3 people around him, sweeping them away, causing their mechs to dissipate. After all, Zhang Meng was also a second stage, easily handling 3 first stages, not to mention a sneak attack. The people Zhang Meng brought also ambushed others nearby, instantly changing the tide of battle. The plain head was the first to react. Zhang Meng, what are you doing? Not just them, even Su Koan and his group were a bit stunned. At this moment, Zhang Meng said, Brother Koan, I've known with Hai Yi that these people have ulterior motives. It's the perfect opportunity to deal with them. The plain head and the bald man immediately understood, they had been played by that old bastard Hai Gue. Do you think I would believe you? Really, Koan Gu, it just started, I didn't even lay a hand on you. If you don't believe me, ask them. It seems that's true, Koan Gu, this person didn't attack us from the beginning, just lingered on the edge. Zhang Meng, you really deserve to die. At this moment, the guy with the airplane head and the bald man were no longer thinking about killing Su Koan and the others, they just wanted to deal with this backstabber. Humph, how could you possibly be my match now? In an instant, 2 kicks were thrown out, and 2 figures were sent flying back, their mechs directly knocked away. Don't move! Your boss has already been subdued. In an instant, whether they had fought or not, everyone stopped. At this moment, Zhang Meng also chuckled. Koan Gu, I'm doing pretty well, right? Your ability to adapt to the wind is impressive, huh? It seemed he didn't hear the sarcasm in Su Koan's words. No, I've always been too afraid to go against you, Koan Gu, these people brought this upon themselves. Just then, the guy with the airplane head suddenly shouted, Everyone, Hai Gue has teamed up with Su Chen and others to trap us. What searching for capable people, what creating forces, it's all nonsense. They might even have fabricated the whole thing about supplies, just to lure us here. Su Chen has ulterior motives. At this moment, the surrounding small factions and groups stirred restlessly upon hearing this. Su Koan and the others were even more furious. So you dare to act but not take responsibility, huh? You want to rob us of our supplies. Now you're turning the tables, do you really think others are blind? Many people didn't know what was happening, they just came to watch the commotion. But seeing Zhang Meng and the others attacking those nearby, they didn't know whom to trust. Sister Yubing, what's going on with them? They only saw the airplane head and others fighting Su Koan and his group but didn't dare to get too close, so they didn't know why they were fighting. But the current situation was indeed that Zhang Mang and Su Koan's group were besieging the people with the airplane head. I don't know, but I feel like this matter isn't that simple. At this moment, Su Chen was watching everything through the projection of the heavenly eye. People can be terrifying, he thought, and sighed slightly. Suddenly, a blood-red mech appeared, and Su Chen vanished in an instant. Koan Go, what do we do now? They don't seem to believe us. For a moment, Su Koan was also at his wit's end. He could handle fighting, but this aspect was, Koan Gu, the boss is here. At this moment, the people on the Gobi Desert noticed a red mech quietly appearing. Su Chen has come out. In an instant, everyone looked at the blood-red mech, silent as the grave. Su Chen slowly walked up to the airplane head and the bald man. A murderous intent overflowed, and the airplane head was instantly scared into a cold sweat, trembling all over. What do you want? Su Chen didn't waste words, he extended a hand and squeezed hard. Bang! In an instant, two figures turned into two clouds of blood mist. It sent chills down people's spines. The entire place fell even quieter. Not even a breath could be heard because they didn't know what Su Chen would do next. Spare us. We didn't mean to. Big brother, spare us. We were just following orders. Big brother, please let us go. We won't dare again. In an instant, the airplane head and the bald man, along with those people, were crying and begging, some even wetting their pants in fear. Watching the two dissipating clouds of blood mist, their psychological defenses were instantly shattered. Su Chen looked at this scene indifferently, allowing them to wail and cry. If you do something wrong, you must pay the price. And the price for provoking Su Chen was something they couldn't afford to bear. I'll give you a chance, tell me what happened. A voice devoid of emotion echoed, and for a moment, these people exchanged glances. Big brother, we said, can you give us a way out? Before the words were finished, a red light flashed, and that person fell to the ground, unable to rise. Su Chen's qishao gently grazed the throat of the man, not drawing a single drop of blood. This method of killing raised the fear of Su Chen among the crowd even further. I don't want to repeat myself. Big brother. I'll talk. It was Brother Luo. Brother Luo sent us. He has his eyes on your supplies and your shelter. He asked us to find Hai Gue to deal with you. Upon hearing this, everyone understood the cause and effect of the situation. It was indeed self-inflicted. Greed is a snake swallowing an elephant. Who can we blame? Yeah, why provoke anyone else but this god of death? He really is decisive in killing, but that also means what Su Chen said about recruitment is true. Su Chen ignored the voices of these people. Who is this Brother Luo you speak of? Why does he have ideas about me? He is the underground leader of Yefeng City, named Jin Luo. We all call him Brother Luo. As for the reason, I might know a bit, because Yefeng City is remote and resources are scarce, so they have to act this way. Puff! In an instant, the head of the plane and the bald man's group all fell to the ground, leaving only the person who had just answered questions. Hiss! The onlookers gasped in shock. Su Chen pointed the qishao at his head, and the man was so frightened that he lost control of his bowels. Big brother, I've really said everything. Please, spare my life. The man cried and banged his head on the ground, even bleeding without stopping. Please, let me go. Enough. Go back and tell your so-called boss not to provoke me again. There won't be a next time. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind making a personal visit. Get lost. Upon hearing this, the man fled as if granted amnesty. Su Koan witnessed this scene. Yang Ge, are we really just letting him go? This is just a warning for them not to provoke me again, otherwise. Su Koan understood that killing all these people wasn't realistic with so many witnesses around. But he believed that the so-called Brother Luo, if he had any sense, wouldn't dare to come again. Everyone, Su Chen, always keep my word. As long as you have the ability to do things, I naturally welcome you. But if anyone tries to play tricks secretly, I believe those people should know the consequences. Some things happened here today that we still need to deal with, so please don't linger. The crowd understood that Su Chen was urging them to leave, but they indeed wanted to go. The pressure here was too great. No one could forget the scene just now. Sister Yubing, this person is so scary. What should we do? Yeah, Sister Yubing, should we go back? Yubing knew that in the apocalypse, one couldn't be soft-hearted, killing the chicken to warn the monkey. She understood Su Chen's actions very well. She couldn't help but think even more highly of him. Let's go back first. Before long, the surrounding people had all left. Young Master Su, Brother Koan, what about us? At this moment, Zhang Mang and his men were trembling in fear. They couldn't fathom Su Chen's character. They couldn't be sure he wouldn't eliminate them in the next moment. Yang Ge, how should we handle them? Su Chen looked at them, not saying a word. Zhang Meng and the others were so tense their legs were cramping,
and some of his men were already fainting. You can leave. Upon hearing this, Zhang Meng felt a weight lift from his heart and gasped for air. Thank you, young Master Su. Thank you, Brother Kuan. Su Kuan kicked him hard in the rear. Get lost already. After dealing with this small incident, he exchanged a few words with Su Kuan before heading back. Su Chen did not return but went directly to find Lu Wei. At this moment, Lu Wei was in his small room cooking hot pot and drinking a little wine. Ever since he arrived here, Lu Wei had never felt life so wonderful. Suddenly, he noticed someone at the door, and when he saw clearly, he almost choked. Cough, cough, boss, what brings you here? While busy wiping his mouth, he was also attending to Su Chen. Su Chen handed over a hard drive, which contained everything that had just been captured by the Sky Eye on the Gobi Desert. I've already had your ban lifted. Use your account to publish what's on here, you know what to do. Ha, my ban has been lifted? Thank you, boss. I will definitely get this done. Suddenly learning that he was unbanned, Lu Wei was filled with energy. After speaking, Su Chen turned and left. Boss, why not have a bite with me? Su Chen didn't respond, leaving only his back as he headed straight back to the building. Inside the elevator, Su Chen's watch suddenly lit up. Since carrying the smart mirror around was inconvenient, he had transformed its appearance into a watch, which was one of its functions. Ding! Incoming call from Luo Changhua, do you wish to connect? Connect! Unlike his expectations, Luo Changhua, who was usually mature and composed with sharp eyes, seemed a bit flustered and urgent today. Su Chen! A massive beast tide is gathering towards the official gathering place. We need your help. The official gathering place? Isn't that where the public has relocated? Su Chen's expression turned serious upon hearing this. What's going on? I don't know, the Sky Eye has observed the movements of the beasts clearly, but we don't know why. In just one night, all the beasts seem to have been attracted by something. They are already gathering at the gathering place. I've already arranged for the troops from Jianghai, Fuyao, Baishui, and several nearby cities to provide support. But that's only 300,000 troops, and according to our investigation, the number of beasts is at least over 1 million. Su Chen was slightly taken aback by this number. Based on his experience from his previous life, such an outbreak would at least occur 2.5 years into the apocalypse due to issues like food, territory, and resources. But now, a beast tide was gathering in less than 2 months, and in such large numbers. Moreover, Su Chen noticed a point. You said the beasts seem to be attracted there? Yes. Su Chen had a suspicion. It was very likely that something was hidden in that area. Commander Luo, what's the distribution of the beast tide? Currently, most of what we've observed are first-tier beasts, mainly snakes and rats. Additionally, we've discovered a pack of third-tier wolves, but the number is unknown, and we haven't found any higher-tier beasts yet. Alright, I understand. I will head over as soon as possible. After hanging up, he exited the elevator and ran into Ling Qianxue. What's wrong? Is there something going on? She noticed Su Chen's unusual expression. Something happened on the military side. A large number of beasts are gathering towards the military gathering place, where there are millions of civilians. How could this happen? I don't know, it seems to be a purposeful gathering, and the number has already exceeded 1 million. We need to hurry over. You go ahead first, I'll catch up after arranging Su Kuan and the others. Ling Qianxue understood the urgency and set off without hesitation. Su Chen quickly found Su Kuan. Kunzi, leave 10 brothers behind, the rest come with me. Yanggu, what are we going to do? Slaughter. At that moment, inside the government safe house. Old Meng, how is it? Meng Rohai shook his head and sighed softly. We've tried everything in news, live broadcasts, announcements, all sorts of things, but very few are willing to come to support. Bang! Hearing this, Luo Changhua slammed his fist on the table. Old Meng asked upon seeing this, how's Su Chen doing? He agreed to provide support, but facing such a large number of beasts, his effectiveness may be limited. At least there's a glimmer of hope. How long until the beast tide arrives? About 3 hours or so. Luo Changhua frowned slightly upon hearing this. So soon? Li Xiao, how's the construction of the defensive works going? Already completed, some heavy weapons are being loaded, and the support troops have also set out. Have you found out the reason for this beast tide? Not yet, the Sky Eye is monitoring 24 hours a day, and there are still no clues. Sigh, now we can only pin our hopes on Su Chen. At this moment, another piece of news was brewing, which was Su Chen's Sky Eye video from the Gobi Desert. After being posted through Lu Wei's account, many people were surprised by this video. Isn't this person banned? Has he been unbanned now? He's unbanned? That's great. These people seem to be under Jin Luo, why would they provoke Su Chen? He's a god of death. With this decisiveness, it's not something an ordinary person can achieve.
No wonder he's the god in my heart. In an instant, the platform was dominated by the official rescue announcement and Lu Wei's latest video. The official rescue announcement did not receive a strong response, but Su Chen's caused a huge uproar. In this situation, few people would respond to the government's call, but Su Chen was different. As a super warrior like them, he had strength, resources, and security. Currently, this is an era that values strength, and many people regard Su Chen as the god in their hearts. Although they knew they had no hope of joining Su Chen, time passed quietly. What? Are they still not keeping up? The speaker was Ling Qinshui. Third-tier strength was not enough for flight, at least fifth-tier strength was required. Only when mental power was sufficient to support flying combat could they do what they were doing. Su Chen and Ling Qinshui were both holders of the 10 great swords, and their mental domains were much broader than theirs. They are already very fast, but compared to us, they are a bit slow, Su Chen frowned and said. Never mind, time is urgent, let's go first. They know where the location is and will catch up sooner or later. Ling Qinshui nodded slightly, and the two instantly increased their speed, leaving behind 2 trails of light. At this moment, within the gathering place, do. In an instant, the alarm in the gathering place rang out, red lights flashing. Everyone knew the beast tide was about to arrive. The north gate of the gathering place was guarded by Jiang Hai's troops, commanded by Chen Yugang. Just as we moved, we encountered this situation. What bad luck! At this time, the gathering place had reached millions of people, and the temporary migration was clearly too late. They could only brace themselves. Commander, the beast tide is 30 miles away. Please give orders. Everyone pay attention. Prepare artillery. Prepare heavy armor-piercing machine guns. Prepare defense laser turrets. Defense troops. Riot control troops. Special forces. Get ready on the high walls. A series of commands were issued, and everyone quickly stood by. The walls were filled with uniformed guard mechas, holding mechanical electromagnetic cannons, standing ready. Boom 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 boom. The footsteps of the beast tide sounded like a dense drumbeat, coming closer. It's coming. Everyone prepare. As the beast tide approached 300 meters, Chen Yugang shouted loudly. Hit them hard. Tat tat tat. Boom. Brothers. Hit them hard. We have plenty of ammunition. Among them, Fang Tianyi and Shen Yun were also present, each commanding their own teams. In an instant, the alien beasts quickly suffered casualties, as most of the front line were first tier, unable to withstand even basic artillery. However, these alien beasts did not retreat. Instead, they seemed to be stimulated in some way. They charged forward more fiercely, and although there were no casualties on the military side at this time, Chen Yugang's expression became serious as he sensed something was off. How's the situation at the other gates? The east gate is under the command of Long Ting from Tianzi City, and there have been no issues. The south gate is under the command of Gu Liang from Baishui, and we have not received any distress notifications. Shimen is under the command of Wang Yang from Lingning City, and there are no abnormalities. Hearing that the other gates were also normal, Chen Yugang felt even more unsettled. These strange beasts were so rhythmic, fearless of death, as if something was guiding them. He had reason to believe that a more powerful beast was leading them from behind. However, he did not understand why these beasts were being sent to their deaths for no reason. Generally, there would be one main attacking gate, with the others serving as a feint, but now the situation at all 4 gates was the same. Go report to Commander Lu Zhe that these beasts are acting strangely and request a thorough investigation. Gradually, everyone seemed to sense that something was off. So far, there had been no casualties, and they had nearly wiped out 100,000 beasts. Lu Zhe quickly reported this situation to Luo Changhua. Li Xiao, activate the Sky Eye and scan the area within 100 miles around the gathering point. Meng Ruhai asked from the side. Changhua, what's the problem? Meng Lao, as far as we know, this beast tide should be premeditated and organized, and it is mostly led by high-level beasts, but now the beast tide is making useless charges. First-level beasts have the intelligence of a 3-year-old child. Logically, those high-level beasts should have the intelligence of an adult. Before they could finish analyzing, Li Xiao's panicked voice came through. Found it. 100 miles from the shelter. A large group of nearly 100 strange birds is rapidly approaching the gathering point. As the Sky Eye's lens zoomed in, they discovered that it was led by a 20-meter 4th-level Qingpeng. Behind it were nearly 100 3rd-level strange birds. Quick! Send the message over there. Prepare for aerial defense. When the news came back, Chen Yugang finally realized what was wrong. This beast tide composed of low-level beasts is here to draw our fire. The real attack is coming from the air. Quick! Check the status of the defense laser turrets. They had just managed to eliminate so many beasts, and the output from the defense electromagnetic cannons accounted for a large portion. Report to the commander. 2 defense laser turrets have less than 50% charge remaining. Each can still fire 20 times. What? Each only has 20 shots left? How long will it take to fully charge from now? At least 2 hours. Hearing this response, Chen Yugang felt deflated. He knew there was no time left. Relay my orders to stop using the defense laser turrets and charge them, cease electromagnetic cannon attacks, and let all attacks be supported by heavy firepower. With this command, only heavy armor-piercing machine guns and shockwave mortars could be used. In an instant, with a significant reduction in fire support, the beast tide surged forward and quickly began to climb the walls. Special forces, move out. The special forces, in their black mechs, continuously traversed the city walls, harvesting beasts, but still, large numbers of beasts successfully infiltrated. Anti-riot troops. Instantly, black defense mechs engaged in close combat with the beasts at various fire points, and casualties quickly appeared. The other gates also received the news and began to restrain their fire, resulting in varying degrees of casualties. When the situation on the battlefield was relayed to Luo Changhua, his face turned ashen. What exactly is orchestrating all of this? He couldn't help but worry for the hundreds of thousands of soldiers and millions of civilians at the gathering point. As if he thought of something. How long until the support troops and Su Chen arrive? At the current speed, they probably won't make it in time for the attack of these strange birds. At most 5 minutes, and these strange birds will reach the gathering point. Still not in time? Tell them, at all costs. They must hold on until the support troops and Su Chen arrive. After issuing this command, Luo Changhua slumped helplessly in his chair. Now, they could only hope that the people at the gathering point could hold on long enough. In the distance, Su Chen and Ling Xianxue saw the dark mass of the beast army, along with the flashes of artillery fire. Hurry! We need to move faster. Su Koan and the others could no longer see Su Chen and Ling Xianxue. Damn it! This broken mech is so clumsy. Why can't it just take off? Su Koan was extremely frustrated at this moment. He didn't want to be useless at such a critical time. In fact, with their mechs, they were already much faster than others. No way, we can't catch up like this. Koan-go, we can flank them from the side and divert the beast tide. Su Koan's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Alright, let's do it. Soon, Su Koan and the others deviated from their original route and headed towards the nearest group of beasts. Commander, that group of strange birds is coming. Upon hearing this, not only Chen Yugan but everyone else changed their expressions, feeling immense pressure from the leading Green Phoenix. Quickly, a series of commands were issued. Everyone, open fire. Activate the turrets. Bring the electromagnetic cannons online. In an instant, their firepower surged tenfold. Especially the deterrent power of the turrets was not to be underestimated. However, the leading 4th-tier Green Phoenix looked down on them with disdain, as if mocking their arrogance. The Green Phoenix shimmered with a green glow, its wings spread wide, fiercely shielding itself, forming a green feather shield. At that moment, a massive barrage of firepower crashed against this feather shield. Lightning flashed. The chaos was unending. When the smoke cleared, everyone was astonished to find that the feather shield stood unscathed. How is that possible? Chen Yugan was shocked by the Green Phoenix's defense and couldn't help but feel despair. As the Green Phoenix folded its wings, its mocking expression vanished, replaced by a grim look. Damn it, filthy ants! Looking closely, although the Green Phoenix appeared unharmed on the surface, its green feathers were already stained with blood, and the several 3rd-tier strange birds behind it had been reduced to ashes. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. It was effective. Brothers, hit them hard. They can die too. As long as we hold on, victory will be ours. In an instant, everyone on the city wall seemed to be invigorated, fighting bravely and charging forward. Kill! Meanwhile, the Green Phoenix's attention was focused on Chen Yugang. It's this human. He actually wounded me. Kill my kin. Screech! A piercing scream echoed through the sky as the Green Phoenix's claws reached for Chen Yugang's head. Commander! Be careful! Put! A mech slammed into the front of Chen Yugang. T-on-e! Chen Yugang cried out in despair. At that moment, Fang Tiany's mech began to dissipate, covered in blood. Turning back with a faint smile, he coughed up a large amount of blood. Commander, as long as you're okay. After saying this, he spat out another mouthful of blood, his pupils gradually losing focus, and then he collapsed heavily to the ground. Chen Yugang seemed frozen, unable to recover from the scene before him. Damn humans! Still not dead? Another claw came crashing down, in a moment of peril. Put! Everyone thought Chen Yugang was doomed, but they saw the terrifying Green Phoenix split in two by a red flash. A crimson figure quietly appeared behind the Green Phoenix. The shock was unimaginable. A figure that wasn't particularly grand was their salvation at that moment.
Su Chen swung his sword again, and the two halves of the green phoenix's body were directly shattered, turning into a mist of blood. Reinforcements have arrived. We're saved. Someone shouted this, and everyone raised their arms in cheers. But slowly, they realized there seemed to be only two people. Ignoring the crowd's reaction, Su Chen landed on the city wall to check Fang Tiany's injuries. At this moment, Chen Yugong's eyes seemed to ignite with a glimmer of hope as he stepped forward and grasped Su Chen's hand. Su Chen, you must have a way, right? At this time, Fang Tiany's insides were completely shattered, and all signs of life had vanished. In other words, even a deity could not save him. Facing Chen Yugong's pleading gaze, Su Chen still shook his head slightly. I'm sorry, I can't save him. Upon hearing this, the hope in Chen Yugong's eyes extinguished, and he held Fang Tiany's lifeless body in silence. Qian Shui. Finish off those scum. Although Su Chen was not a great benefactor, the anger in his heart was ignited by the scene before him. Ling Qianxue did not waste words, her purple figure flashed, and 4 wing blades shot out at high speed. After 3 enhancements, the mech transformed from Moxia now had 2 purple ribbons trailing from its waist. Soft as water, hard as a sword, within 3 zhang, she was the absolute ruler. In an instant, the group of third-tier monster birds was left leaderless. Seeing Ling Qianxue attacking, they could only hastily defend. The situation was overwhelmingly one-sided, and soon many third-tier monster birds were slain under Ling Qianxue's sword. At this moment, it was as if blood rain was falling from the sky. The beast tide below seemed to be stimulated by the blood, continuing to charge forward. Suddenly, dozens of white figures appeared on the flanks of the beast tide, crazily impacting and resisting the onslaught. The figure blocking the front was Su Kuan. The others were frantically harvesting. In an instant, the beast tide split into 2 waves, one crashing towards the gathering place, the other encircling Su Kuan and his group. Kuan Gu, hurry up, our goal has been achieved. We can't be held back. At this moment, Su Kuan was also nearing his limit. Although he was only on the flank, each wave that surged forward consisted of at least thousands of beasts. Fortunately, they were first tier, otherwise, they would have been overwhelmed from the start. Alright, you all go first, I'll hold them off. Watching his brothers gradually retreat, Su Kuan no longer hesitated, and a giant sword appeared in his hand. A shockwave radiated from beneath Su Kuan's feet, instantly shattering the surrounding beasts, and he quickly took the opportunity to escape. With Su Kuan and the others holding them back, the pressure on the gathering place was significantly reduced, but as Su Kuan and the others left, the beast tide seemed to show signs of regrouping. Is this ever going to end? With an angry shout, Su Chen's red mech had somehow transformed into a white mech. Chun Jun. Slash. A massive sword wave erupted from the city wall, charging straight into the beast tide. It spread for dozens of miles. Even getting close to the sword wave meant certain death. Like a chasm from heaven, it severed the beast tide, showcasing a style reminiscent of a finger breaking a river. Everyone stood still, while the beasts facing this attack felt the impact more directly. The beasts trembled all over, their pupils filled with fear that dictated their actions. All the beasts began to gradually retreat, from initially stepping back step by step to later fleeing in a panic. Countless unaware beasts were trampled to death in the chaos. Once the beast tide retreated, Ling Qianxuan and the sky also eliminated all the monster birds. Everyone was once again shocked by the scene before them. Su Chen's recent sword strike left a trail of shattered beast corpses along the white line, with an initial estimate of at least 100,000. Is this something that can still be done by human strength? Everyone looked at this man, who seemed like a deity, with awe in their eyes. Su Chen gently walked to Chen Yugong's side and lightly patted his shoulder. You need to know that you still have things to do. Upon hearing this, Chen Yugong trembled all over and set down the cold body in his arms. Brother, wait for me a moment. Suppressing the sadness in his heart, he knew that standing on this city wall were all his brothers. Watching him begin to organize things methodically, Su Chen knew that there was nothing more for him to do here for the time being. At this moment, Su Kuan also arrived at Su Chen's side. They had all just witnessed that incredibly stunning sword strike, but now the atmosphere on the city wall was one of desolation. What lay before them was a scene of various casualties, and all the words they wanted to say turned into a sigh. Let's go. We have things to do too. At this moment, Su Chen wanted to figure out what had caused the beast tide in this place. Behind the beast horde, a massive silverback gorilla, a gigantic rattlesnake, and an extremely ferocious silver wolf were conspiring in a cave. Indeed, they were the masterminds behind this beast tide. Snake Princess, it seems your soul control isn't quite up to par. These ants aren't following orders anymore. If someone were here now, they would be shocked that these beasts could actually speak human language. The rattlesnake did not get angry, its tone icy. So, old dog, do you want to give it a try? The snake called the wolf an old dog, and as a silver wolf, it could hardly tolerate it.
Heh, who's afraid of whom? What are you arguing about? The silverback gorilla's cold gaze swept over, and both the giant snake and the silver wolf instantly fell silent. First, figure out who that guy was today and what he came for. Second, take this place as soon as possible and find the thing, to avoid long nights filled with dreams. On the day of the apocalypse, a pitch-black stone fell from the sky, accompanied by a deep blue flame. The three of them had only caught a whiff of a scent and quickly gained such power. Not only had they awakened combat abilities, but they could also speak human language. They had planned to seek this object once their strength stabilized, but unexpectedly, this place had been designated by the authorities as a gathering spot for the public. You all know the importance of that object. This matter cannot afford any mistakes. Yes. At this moment, Su Chen was searching for any suspicious places within the gathering area. Since he arrived, the 9 divine swords in his mind had been trembling slightly, as if stimulated by something, though he did not know the source of this stimulation. He had asked Su Kuan and Ling Qianxue, but they did not feel anything. Everything in their minds was normal. Although he did not know why, Su Chen had reason to believe that this beast tide might be related to this. After thinking for a moment, he said, Kunzi, arrange for the brothers to conduct a full coverage search, don't miss any place, and notify me immediately if there's any news. Okay, Yang Gu. Meanwhile, another matter was brewing. Old Meng, hurry. Release today's events through the Heavenly Eye for full coverage. We need to let the public know that the strange beasts aren't that terrifying. We humans still have hope. Soon, this video caused a huge uproar online. As expected of Su Shin. One man, one sword. 100,000 strange beasts laid to rest. Yes, truly worthy of our Su Shin in our hearts. Su Shin is mighty. Kill all these beasts. Overnight, Su Chen was hailed as Su Shan by the people of Long Country. His status was unshakable. Of course, Su Chen did not care about such empty titles. After several searches, they still found nothing. They were almost ready to turn the gathering place upside down to look. Kunzi, there really is nothing here. We've been searching for so long. Yeah, Kunzi, is it possible the boss misjudged? Before he could finish speaking, Su Kuan slapped him on the back of the head, nearly stunning him. What are you saying? When has Yang Gu ever made a mistake? Keep looking. Su Chen was using his mental power to sense the entire gathering area and also scanning the whole map with the Heavenly Eye. Still, there was no discovery. How about over there? Did you find anything? Hearing Ling Qianxue's voice, Su Chen shook his head slightly. It shouldn't be like this. Su Chen even began to doubt whether he had misjudged. After another 6 hours of searching, dawn was approaching. Kunzi, I really can't search anymore. I need to drink some water first. How come I never noticed you had so many issues before? Hurry up. Just as Huang Jin was on his way back from getting water, he happened to run into Su Chen and Ling Qianxue. Hello, boss. Hello, Miss Ling. What are you doing here? How's the search on your side? No news yet. Kunzi and the others are still looking. I came over to drink some water. He pointed in the direction as he spoke. Alright, you go back first. Just as Su Chen was about to search elsewhere, he glanced in the direction Huang Jin had just pointed out. He discovered a spring, where many people were drawing water, and military personnel were also filling containers to prepare for cooking, as dawn was approaching. Su Chen suddenly seemed to realize something and stopped a logistics cook. Seeing it was his idol, Su Shin, the cook couldn't help but salute Su Chen. Brother, when was this spring discovered? The cook was momentarily taken aback but quickly replied, Report, this spring existed before we moved here. It is precisely because of this underground spring that the gathering place was established here. Su Chen finally understood what he had overlooked. When everyone had become accustomed to the existence of this spring, it would be subconsciously ignored. His previous searches had also been overlooked because of the comings and goings of people drawing water. But now Su Chen realized the difference, as the water for eternal night was all stored in advance, and how could a spring just appear out of nowhere? To confirm his suspicion, Su Chen closed his eyes and slowly approached the spring, feeling the fluctuations of the sword core in his mind. Suddenly, Su Chen opened his eyes wide. Sure enough, it was right here. The fluctuations of the sword core in his mind became intense. What's wrong? Is there a problem with this place? Seeing Su Chen's series of unusual actions, Ling Qianxue finally couldn't help but ask. I found it. Right here. Upon hearing this, Ling Qianxue also realized something. Su Chen didn't waste words, the blood-red mech appeared, and others noticed the scene. What is Su Chen going to do? I don't know, but it seems Su Chen has been looking for something. Maybe he has a clue. In an instant, everyone tacitly cleared the area for Su Chen. When they truly arrived at the spring, Su Chen had no doubts left, and Ling Qianxue also sensed a slight anomaly in the sword core. They exchanged a glance, and without hesitation, Su Chen plunged his sword into the spring. A gasp arose. What is Su-Chen doing? If the spring is destroyed, there will be no water to drink. What everyone imagined did not happen. Instead, after Su-Chen pulled the sword out of the spring, the area around the spring began to collapse continuously until it expanded into a 1-meter wide opening. Ling Qianxue stepped forward to investigate. How could this happen? How did it turn into a hole? It's pitch black, and you can't see the bottom. The water is dark as an abyss. It's already abnormal for there to be water here, and now it indicates this place is very deep, which is even more wrong. He signaled the surrounding troops to cordon off the area and then descended with Ling Qianxue. Once inside, they found a cave that extended for hundreds of meters, barely allowing one person to pass through. The water pressure here is very high, and the current is strong. Stay close to me. Su-Chen took the lead, quickly navigating through the cave, swimming downstream. After an unknown amount of time, Su-Chen felt that the surroundings seemed to have widened significantly. At this point, it was pitch black, and he couldn't see his hand in front of his face, so he could only use his mental power to explore. Although he hadn't found anything yet, Su-Chen already sensed a more intense fluctuation from the sword core. Su-Chen! I can feel it too. Finally, upon reaching this place, Ling Qianxue's emoset truly reacted. To prevent getting lost on the way back, Su-Chen left a mental mark at the cave entrance. He then continued to swim downward with Ling Qianxue. This must be at least 500 meters deep. How could we not have reached it yet? Su-Chen had already summoned Yutsong, and he was nearing his limit, while Ling Qianxue behind him was struggling to keep up. Qianxue, you should go back. It's too dangerous. Ling Qianxue knew her situation and didn't insist. Okay, just be careful. Hearing this, Su-Chen felt reassured and continued to explore downward. He hadn't expected to find everything in one go. This time, it was more about testing his limits. If it was not feasible, he would have to wait until later to come back. Just as Su-Chen was about to give up, the Zhanlu in his mind suddenly surged violently. To be honest, Su-Chen had experienced so many battles and had used Zhanlu very few times. This time, there must be something attracting Zhanlu, and without hesitation, he called out, Zhanlu. A pitch-black mech appeared, its blue ripples flashing continuously, as if it were absorbing the power from the water. Instantly, Su-Chen felt the pressure seemingly vanish. After diving a few hundred meters deeper, the surrounding water suddenly turned bone-chillingly cold, as if he had crossed into another space. Su-Chen felt he was on the verge of discovering something. At that moment, a chilling killing intent locked onto him. Not good. Something's there. Suddenly, two blood-red eyes were staring directly at Su-Chen, and he felt as if he were frozen, unable to move. As the creature slowly swam towards him, Su-Chen realized it was a 20-meter-long fish dragon. With its mouth full of sharp teeth, it was lunging at him to bite. Suddenly, a warm current flowed through Su-Chen's body, and at the critical moment, he barely dodged the attack. He was startled but unharmed. Before he could catch his breath, the fish dragon launched another attack. Fortunately, Zhanlu minimized the impact on his body, and Su-Chen, feeling a surge of anger, twisted his neck. Come on, let's play. Bang! Su-Chen dodged and landed a punch on the fish dragon's snout, producing a dull thud. At that moment, the fish dragon was momentarily stunned by Su-Chen's sudden attack, and then it swept its tail fiercely. Clang! A muffled sound echoed, as if striking a steel plate. Su-Chen instantly felt the terrifying defense of the fish dragon, and through this clash, he realized the creature's strength. This was a 5th-tier fish dragon. Su-Chen also summoned Zhanlu into his hand. Although Zhanlu usually didn't reveal its power, its combat ability in water was like a fish in water. He swiftly executed a horizontal slash, cutting into the fish dragon's side, and its scales flipped up instantly. The fish dragon let out a pained roar, and waves of pressure surged towards Su-Chen. As the foremost of the 5 great swords of spring and autumn, Zhanlu's power was not inferior to that of Chenjun, which represented absolute strength. However, Zhanlu was without a blade, and its unparalleled penetrating power rendered any defense as nothing. Su-Chen feared that the intense fighting and the sound waves from the fish dragon would attract other creatures, so he became increasingly ruthless. After several clashes, as Su-Chen adapted to the combat environment in the water, he became more adept. Although the fish dragon showed no visible injuries on the surface, its internal organs had already sustained severe damage, leaving it on the brink of death. Seeing the fish dragon in a fatigued state, Su-Chen decisively struck down with his sword onto its head. With a convulsion, blood began to ooze from its mouth, nostrils, and scales, ultimately ending its life. Phew, it really is hard to kill. That said, Su-Chen was quick to act, stabbing another sword into the fish dragon's head and extracting a pale yellow crystal core. After stowing the crystal core away without a moment's pause, he continued to swim downstream. Encountering a strange beast at this depth, Su-Chen estimated he must be very close to that thing.
He didn't know how much time had passed when his mental energy suddenly detected intense life fluctuations, and there were many of them. Conversely, that group of creatures also noticed Su Chen. But when Su Chen scanned again, he found that the previous life fluctuations had vanished. This gave Su Chen an extremely ominous feeling. Although his mental energy could no longer detect those creatures, he could sense they were nearby, constantly probing and closing in. No, I can't stay here any longer. If he didn't leave soon, he feared he would be surrounded by that group. Although he was unafraid, there was no need to put himself in danger. Having made up his mind, Su Chen quickly swam upwards. Human, since you've come, why not stay? The gentle words entered Su Chen's mind like a death warrant, and in an instant, he felt every hair on his body stand on end. What is it? Soon, Su Chen realized he was surrounded, watching the indistinct shadows swirling around him without approaching. Waiting to die was not his style. He quickly chose a direction and charged forward. As he got closer, he discovered that the area was filled with fish dragons. Moreover, over 20 of them were at the 5th tier. He had no idea where that voice had come from, but if he didn't get out of here soon, he had to make a break for it. Resolute, he gripped his sword, Zhanlu, and rushed towards one of the fish dragons. Having dealt with fish dragons before, even with their overwhelming numbers, Su Chen felt at ease. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he gathered all his strength into Zhanlu. Open! A massive blue wave of energy surged forward towards several fish dragons. Just as it was about to strike them, a gigantic shadow blocked the attack. Human, you are quite impressive. The familiar voice echoed in Su Chen's mind again. Gradually, the shadow solidified, revealing a gigantic fish dragon that appeared out of thin air. Just from its size, it was more than twice that of an ordinary fish dragon, and its forehead was faintly sprouting 2 horns. Fish Dragon King. 6th tier? This was Su Chen's immediate conclusion. It spoke human language and was on the verge of growing horns. This fish dragon must have received an incredible opportunity. The resources required for a single fish dragon to reach the 5th tier were substantial, let alone over 20 of them, and with a fish dragon king involved, it was likely connected to that thing. Su Chen quickly deduced that he was close to the truth. Human, you don't seem afraid of me? The fish dragon king swam up to Su Chen, who looked like a sesame seed compared to a watermelon. Since I can't avoid it, why should I be afraid? Heh, you are quite interesting, killing my subjects and still so arrogant. Its tone was calm, yet the underlying anger was palpable, causing the surroundings to tremble slightly. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but grip Zhanlu tighter. Very well, killing my subjects requires an explanation. It merely felt that it was unusual for a human to appear in this place. Once the novelty wore off, it would naturally kill. At this moment, Su Chen's gaze sharpened slightly. He noticed that the fish dragon king made no move, but the surrounding water currents were compressing and swirling, converging towards him to strangle him. Su Chen felt as if something was binding him, rendering him immobile. A talent ability. Su Chen was quite familiar with this situation. Dragon Abyss. A green barrier erupted from Su Chen, quickly isolating the binding force outside. Oh, you are quite interesting, human. Ignoring the fish dragon king, he seized the opportunity to charge out. With a powerful push, he shot out of the area like a rocket. He hurled the Dragon Abyss sword straight at the Fish Dragon King's face. Seeing a green light piercing towards it, the Fish Dragon King did not dodge. Clang! A dull sound rang out. The Fish Dragon King had thought this would not harm it, but unexpectedly, the sword left a blood mark on its forehead. Human! You are good! This voice was no longer as calm as before, it now carried a hint of ferocity. Prison of the Abyss. Su Chen felt whirlpools forming above and below him. They tightly ensnared him, yet still failed to break through the green barrier created by Dragon Abyss. But when Su Chen tried to charge out again, he found it impossible. It was the immense water pressure that sealed him, not a direct effect of the ability. Damn it! The 2 whirlpools slowly converged, forming a massive bubble that enveloped Su Chen. In the next moment, a giant mouth filled with sharp teeth swallowed him whole. Su Koan and the others, hearing about the discovery, rushed over early. Koan Gu, why hasn't the boss come up yet? Yes, why don't we go down and take a look? Su Koan was also anxious at this moment, and hearing them say that, he immediately wanted to take his brothers down. What are you going down for? Even I can't stay down there, you'll only make things worse. Ling Qianxue's cold voice rang out. Miss Ling, it's been so long without any news from Brother Yang. What if something happened? Even if you go down, you won't be able to help. Just wait. Su Koan wanted to say something more. Don't worry, trust him, he won't die so easily. If he hasn't come up in an hour, I will go find him. Hearing Ling Qianxue say this, Su Koan no longer insisted. He wasn't unreasonable. Beep beep beep. In an instant, the alarms at the gathering place blared to life. At this moment, everyone's faces turned heavy.
the beast tide was attacking again. With Su Chen not around, they could only hold the line. Stop standing around. Go do what you need to do. As soon as Su Koen spoke, the people around began to disperse. Brother Koen, what about us? Glancing at Ling Qianxue, who was guarding here, Su Koen could only feel relieved. If she couldn't handle it, he certainly couldn't. Protecting the gathering place was the most important thing to do now. Let's go. We can't let these beasts rush in before Brother Yang returns. Before long, only Ling Qianxue was left here alone. You mustn't get into trouble. At this moment, Su Chen was slowly regaining consciousness, shaking his dizzy head and surveying his surroundings. Where is this? Why does it smell so bad? Looking around at the various slimes, red, yellow, and green, and all sorts of flesh walls, Su Chen suddenly realized, this couldn't be inside that fish dragon king's belly, could it? He remembered being trapped in a bubble before, then swallowed by something. Now it seemed he really had been swallowed and was currently in the belly of that fish dragon king. Checking his body's condition, thanks to Lon Yuan's automatic protection, he was currently stuck in the fish dragon's esophageal mucus. Fortunately, he hadn't fallen into its stomach, otherwise, he really didn't know if he could withstand it. Since heaven has given me this opportunity, I can't let you live this time. Without hesitation, Zhan Lu. As the pitch-black mech emerged, Su Chen wasted no time and gripped Zhan Lu tightly. Open! A massive wave of slashing energy concentrated on a flesh wall, instantly tearing a large opening. Blood gushed forth. Roar! At this moment, the fish dragon king was resting in its cave, coiling around a small black stone, with wisps of purple energy flowing along its body. Just as it was enjoying this wonderful sensation, a sharp pain struck its abdomen. Soon, it realized something was wrong in its belly. That human! How can he still be alive? Without much thought, it gathered its strength and rushed towards Su Chen in its abdomen. At this moment, Su Chen also felt a tremendous pressure. Time was of the essence. He gathered all his strength and unleashed 2 more strikes. Finally, before he could be suppressed by this force again, he managed to pierce through the fish dragon king's abdomen first. Roar! This roar startled the surrounding fish dragons, but they didn't dare approach because their king had warned them. Similar situations had occurred before. Last time, their king had advanced to the 6th tier, causing such a commotion. When a companion went in, only a head came out. Now they could only wait outside, not daring to act recklessly. As the fish dragon king writhed in pain, Su Chen charged out. Carrying a mass of blood, flesh, and internal organs, this struggle nearly cost the fish dragon king half its life. It couldn't fathom how Su Chen had managed to do this. As Su Chen emerged, he immediately felt that Zhan Lu was out of control, as if the sword core in his mind was about to leave his body. Human! You truly deserve to die. This fish dragon is far from being a king-level creature and lacks powerful regeneration abilities. Right now, it's like a toothless tiger. You are nothing but a dying ember. You! At this moment, Su Chen was captivated by a black stone beneath it. It seemed that the sword core reacted because of this thing. With a swing of his sword, the fish dragon king couldn't evade in time, and another gash appeared on its body, rolling incessantly. He reached straight for that black stone, but the fish dragon king seemed to go mad. Human, how dare you! It unleashed all its strength and swept its tail fiercely, but Zhan Lu barely blocked the blow. Su Chen did not retreat a single step, while the fish dragon slowly revealed its fatigue. With every exertion, the wound on its abdomen tore deeper, and the bleeding increased. Where did that thing come from? Hearing this, the fish dragon king suddenly erupted in rage. Don't even think about targeting it. Without further ado, the fish dragon king no longer suppressed its injuries, it only wanted to crush the human before it. Prison of the abyss. Su Chen's gaze sharpened. He hadn't forgotten how he was swallowed by this fish dragon, and it was impossible for the fish dragon to swallow him again now. Shatter for me. Enormous pressure surrounded Su Chen, and he had no way to counter it, only able to rely on Long Yuan to withstand it. Until bubbles formed, the fish dragon king still did not stop, continuously compressing and compressing. Soon, the bubbles completely overlapped with Long Yuan's azure barrier, unable to advance even a fraction, and the pressure Su Chen endured was unimaginable. Now it was a matter of who could hold on longer. Damn it, even after such heavy injuries, it's still so difficult to deal with. At this moment, the fish dragon king's body emitted a series of sounds. Su Chen knew it couldn't hold on much longer. The opportunity had come. Human, I have gone through 9 deaths to obtain this item, and it seems I have no chance to keep it any longer. But you will be buried with me. Just as Su Chen felt the opportunity had arrived, his expression suddenly changed. Not good. This beast wants to self-destruct. Boom! An extremely dull sound erupted, and the flow of the underground river instantly became violent, causing chaos in the entire underwater area.
The fish dragons guarding the cave entrance were instantly crushed by the immense pressure. Inside the cave was now a scene of ruin. After an unknown amount of time, the water flow calmed, the underwater turbulence ceased, the blood and filth in the cave dissipated, and the debris sank, revealing a clearer scene. Suddenly, a yellow mech's hand slowly emerged from the rubble, covered in terrifying scratches. In the palm, a black stone with a mysterious aura was faintly visible. Using its powerful six-winged blades, it formed a circular shield in front of him, barely blocking the impact. Any explosion's power and water would be greatly reduced, and even the Fish Dragon King's self-detonation was no exception. However, the powerful shockwave from the explosion still left Su-chen battered and bruised. Struggling to crawl out from the rubble, he looked at the black stone in his hand and suddenly felt that the injuries were worth it. What on earth is this thing? Just as Su-chen was probing with his mental energy, he discovered that his injuries were visibly healing. Whether physical or mental, it was like a long-awaited rain, and the sword core began to tremble. Su-chen quickly focused his mind. This was not a good place to investigate the stone's secrets. Exiting the cave, he found the entire lake bottom in disarray, with many fish dragon corpses, all affected for being too close. Su-chen skillfully extracted their crystal cores. Now he possessed a 6th-tier crystal core and 21 5th-tier crystal cores. Of course, the most important thing was obtaining the black stone. It could be said to be a thrilling yet safe experience. Glancing around, seeing nothing unusual, he followed the mental imprint he had left to swim upstream. Soon, the lake bottom returned to calm. "Captain, we can't hold on any longer. There are too many." With Su-chen gone, these exotic beasts have no reservations at all. At this hour, the team led by Yun was under immense pressure, as the beast tide seemed to focus its attention on the north gate. Chen Yugang also sensed the intentions of the strange beasts. At this moment, he regained his usual calm, though his beard had grown a bit. Third team, sixth team, support the third team. Maximize the power of the defense laser turrets. Support the first team. In a short time, Chen Yugang made his decision. With the support of the turrets, Yun's team was able to catch their breath. "Captain, the command is calling for reinforcements. Brothers, hit them hard." However, strange beasts occasionally charged the city walls, resulting in another wave of bloodshed. Koan, the beast tide's assault over there seems a bit fierce. Upon hearing this, Su Koan made a quick decision. "You guys stay here with me, everyone else, go support." Su Koan wasn't a particularly noble person, he just hoped to hold the line until Su-chen returned, believing that Su-chen could handle the rest. In no time, the battle became increasingly tense. Meanwhile, behind the beast tide, in a cave. "That person seems to have not shown up today, could there be a problem?" The speaker was the Silver Wolf. Though fierce and brutal, it was not without intelligence. Hearing this, the silverback gorilla frowned slightly. "Snake Princess, has that human been investigated?" "Yes, the investigation is complete. That human is named Su-chen. He awakened the ability to summon mechas after the disaster occurred, and his mechas are of a high grade. Moreover, he has revealed multiple mechas on the battlefield before. His strength is unclear, but based on the damage caused by the previous sword wave, he should be around the 5th tier." Upon hearing this, the silverback gorilla's brow relaxed slightly. After all, the three of them were powerful beings of the 6th tier, and dealing with a mere 5th tier should be easy. "How's the front line?" The Silver Wolf replied. "Based on the current situation, we can break through in at most 2 hours. Even if that human appears, it doesn't matter. Today, victory is a must." "Good. In that case, let's intensify the attack." The silverback was very satisfied with the Silver Wolf's response. "Send my orders, we must capture this place before noon today." At the cave entrance, Ling Qianxue was still waiting for Su-chen's appearance. The hour they spoke of was drawing near. As if suddenly deciding something, she leaped and sped downstream, but suddenly felt a force surging from below. "What is that? Is a water creature coming up?" Soon, Ling Qianxue returned to the surface, looking at the cave entrance, her mo-stat tightly gripped in her hand, ready to strike at any potential danger. "It's coming." Ling Qianxue focused her mind, and just as a water column was about to burst forth, she thrust her sword. Zing! A sound of teeth-gritting friction echoed. "What are you doing? Trying to murder me? Ha!" When the water curtain dissipated, she found Su-chen gripping her sword tightly. She instinctively loosened her grip. "And no, I thought something was coming up from the water. By the way, how did you stay underwater for so long?" "It's a long story, I ran into a bit of trouble." "Did you find the thing?" "Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have taken so long to come up." Su-chen seemed to hear the sounds of artillery from the front line. "How's it looking up ahead?" "I don't know, Su-koan and the others have gone to hold the line. I'm responsible for waiting here for you. If you didn't come out, I would have gone down to find you." "Alright, let's go check it out." "Koan,
Are these strange beasts going crazy? Their assault is at least double what it was before. Su Koen chopped off the head of a strange beast in front of him with a sword. I know. These beasts must be getting desperate. Brothers, we must hold the line. Meanwhile, Chen Yugang was watching the situation on the front line. The battle at the north gate was intense, and the other gates were likely the same. If it weren't for the support troops from Yanjing arriving, this gathering place would have likely been breached by now. Report to the commander. The turret's energy is insufficient. The ammunition is almost out. Upon hearing this, Chen Yugong's expression remained unchanged. He had already anticipated the worst outcome. Relay my orders. In this battle, we fight to the death and do not retreat. Yes. He gently closed his eyes, and then thought of Feng Tianyi, who had died to save him. Brother, I'm here to accompany you. Just as he was about to pick up his weapon and rush to the front lines, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder from behind. Don't act like you're ready to die, you're a commander, and it hasn't come to that yet. Staring blankly at the man in the mech suit before him, he was surprised to find a thought of victory rising in his heart. Don't worry, I'm here. In the next second, the man before him vanished. The next moment, the front lines were filled with the screams of the beasts and their cries of alarm. Koen, the boss is here. Yes, it's the boss. The boss has returned. Su Koen roared angrily. What are you still dawdling for? Charge. Stay close to the boss. Brothers, kill. Captain, look. It's Su Shen. Su Shen has returned. Chen Yun looked at Su Chen, who was slaughtering the beasts with ease, and felt a sense of reassurance from his presence. Then what are we waiting for? Avenge our brothers. Kill them all. Charge. In an instant, just Su Chen alone significantly hindered the beasts' offensive. Ling Qianxue took the opportunity to ambush some high-level beasts in the tide, coordinating with Su Chen to hold back the beast wave. What's going on? Why haven't we taken down the front? Hearing Silver Wolf's words, Snake Princess also began to investigate the situation at the front. Moments later, Snake Princess opened her eyes. That human has appeared, slaughtering at will on the front lines. Those ants can't stop him at all. Trash is still trash. No matter how many there are, they're still trash. This time, Snake Princess did not refute Silver Wolf's words. Send your Silver Wolf Legion, you lead the team personally. At this moment, Silverback's voice rang out. The Silver Wolf Legion was a force created by Silver Wolf, composed of third-tier Silver Wolves, with fourth-tier being the small leaders, and the fifth tier had already been devoured by Silver Wolf. With nearly 100 members, they followed orders and were powerful, with Silver Wolf as their king. Hearing this, Silver Wolf's tongue wickedly licked the corner of his mouth. Just right, I was just thinking of tearing that detestable human apart. My little cubs must be starving. Remember, this time there must be no mistakes. I have a bad feeling about this. Upon hearing Silverback's words, Silver Wolf became much more serious. He was confident, not arrogant. Don't worry. With each swing of Su Chen's blade, the area in front of the gathering place was cleared of beasts within 100 meters. Many beasts trembled in fear at this scene, hesitating to advance. But Su Chen did not stop his slaughter and charged directly into the beast tide. Before long, both Su Chen and Ling Qianxue sensed a powerful aura, and the beast tide slowly parted to create a path. It was a pack of third-tier wolves, led by 5 fourth-tier silver wolves, each leading 20 third-tier silver wolves, rushing towards them at high speed. Su Chen frowned slightly, and Ling Qianxue quickly approached him, saying, "How can there be such a group of silver wolves here? They seem very disciplined, just like an army." Ling Qianxue glanced at Su Chen. "You felt it too?" Indeed, Su Chen only felt this way when facing an army, but now he sensed it from a pack of wolves. Without giving Su Chen and the others much time, the pack of silver wolves instantly split into 5 groups, surrounding Su Chen from all directions. Not good, the boss is in danger. Su Koen also realized that the pack of silver wolves wanted to surround Su Chen, but they lacked his strength and were blocked by the beast tide, unable to advance. Chen Yugang naturally noticed this scene as well. Is the laser turret charged yet? Report. Already charged to 50%. That's enough. Activate the laser turret, deploy all firepower. Support Su Chen. Yes. Receiving Chen Yugong's order and seeing the faith-driven Su Shen in danger, the artillery roared back to life, and it was a completely reckless assault. Although these silver wolves posed no threat to Su Chen, it was their way of expressing their intent. Awah! In an instant, the pack of wolves surrounded them, and a 4th-tier silver wolf signaled for an attack. Immediately, the silver wolves rushed to pounce on Su Chen. Ling Qianxue stood back to back with him, and with simple thrusts, one silver wolf after another lost its life. Even when attacked from his blind spot, Su Chen seemed to foresee their moves and acted in advance. Soon, the leading 4th-tier silver wolf realized they were no match for this human. There was no hesitation to retreat. Hearing the retreat signal, all the silver wolves quickly fled the battlefield. Su Chen saw this scene. Want to run? Su Chen flashed forward to follow, with Ling Qianxue closely behind. Su Chen, be careful of a trap. I just want to see what is controlling this beast tide from behind. Su Chen replied without looking back. After the incident with the Fish Dragon King, Su Chen had basically confirmed that the purpose of this beast tide was that black stone, but he didn't know what was guiding it all. This time, he was determined to unearth the mastermind. Soon, the pack of silver wolves disappeared into a rocky forest. Su Chen, something seems off here. What is it? I feel like there are eyes watching us. Ling Qianxue's Mo Mech had penetrating and dark attributes, making it particularly sensitive to evil auras. Hearing this, Su Chen's expression grew serious. Even at the 5th tier, he could detect subtle clues, but this presence eluded him. This girl is quite something. A massive silver wolf suddenly appeared above them. It lunged down with a fierce bite. Su Chen could only push Ling Qianxue away with one hand while instantly forming the 6 wing blades of Tai into a sword shield, bracing against the silver wolf's fangs. It spoke? 6th tier? Another 6th tier. Qianxue, run! This silver wolf is 6th tier. Don't worry, I'm not interested in her. On the contrary, I've been keeping an eye on you. You're quite clever, but I wonder what you taste like. At that moment, Ling Qianxue suddenly vanished from her spot, darting towards the silver wolf's eyes. Just as the silver wolf dodged, Su Chen seized the opportunity to escape its massive jaws, allowing him a moment to catch his breath. Just then, because Su Chen had instantaneously summoned his power, an aura leaked out. The silver wolf was instantly suspicious. Human? What do you have on you? Suddenly, a black stone appeared in Su Chen's palm. Isn't this what you want? Ha. What a stroke of luck. It even envisioned itself swallowing the stone, greatly increasing its power, trampling the silver back, and ruthlessly ravaging the Snake Queen. Human, leave it to me. I'll give you a chance to follow me. Hearing this, Su Chen's gaze turned cold in an instant. Do you really think you've got me figured out? He put away the black stone and provocatively said, Want it? Come and take it. Wait until I smash your bones one by one. Let's see if your mouth is still so tough. With that, it lunged at Su Chen. Meanwhile, the previously fleeing wolf pack suddenly reappeared, charging towards Ling Qianxue. Su Chen did not confront them head-on but instead maneuvered through the rocky forest, the sounds of collisions ringing like clashing weapons. After several exchanges, the silver wolves realized that this human was not an ant they could crush at will. Moreover, in the previous battle, although it seemed the human was dodging, its teeth and forelimbs had already been scratched by Su Chen. The silver wolf wickedly licked the wound on its foreleg, the metallic scent of blood ultimately igniting its ferocity. Once again, it lunged forward, faster and stronger than before, convinced it could overpower this human. Su Chen was clever as well. Compared to the silver wolf, his size was much smaller, and his agility was his greatest advantage. As he dodged, several beams of sword light erupted, prompting the silver wolf to quickly retreat. Damn it, you human! If you have the ability, stop fleeing like a fly flitting about. It couldn't understand why, despite its superior strength and its body as tough as steel, Su Chen's sword could still easily cut into it. Ha! A light laugh revealed Su Chen's disdain. He wasn't foolish. The silver wolf, seeing Su Chen's demeanor, felt a deep sting to its pride. Since it had claimed kingship, no one had dared to provoke it like this. Damn human! I will tear you to pieces. With that, the massive silver wolf suddenly stood upright. Su Chen understood that the silver wolf was enraged, but that also meant more openings would appear. Suddenly, the fur on the silver wolf stood on end. Gradually, a gigantic silver wolf phantom began to emerge from its body. Heavenly wolf, devour the moon. At that moment, Su Chen felt as if he were enveloped in darkness, his senses and strength severely affected, creating a gravitational pull centered around him. His position in this darkness appeared so bright. He understood. The silver wolf had marked him as the moon. A long howl pierced through the entire battlefield. Bei and Shiji naturally heard this howl. That silver wolf actually used its trump card? It seems it really doesn't want to give that human any chance. What a pity. Bei never considered that the silver wolf was forced to use its last resort. Shiji then said, Isn't this going to cause any problems? Don't worry, that human has already investigated everything, right? Even for me, facing the silver wolf's desperate technique would come at a cost. Shiji, possessing the strongest mental power among the three, sensed something was off, but upon hearing Bei's words, she suppressed that uneasy thought. In contrast to Bei and Shiji, the situation at the gathering place was entirely different. Lu Zhe, as the commander, issued orders from the rear headquarters, but with Su Chen's presence and the hope of defeating the beast tide, he also moved to the front lines.
Report to the commander. A massive energy fluctuation has appeared in the direction of the beast tide.
That direction? It's the direction of Su Xin.
Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe activated the heavenly eye to scan that area. As the images on the heavenly eye screen gradually became clear, everyone's expressions changed. They saw a gigantic silver wolf phantom swallowing Su Chen, who was shrouded in darkness, instantly generating an extremely violent energy fluctuation, causing the heavenly eye's detection to abruptly stop.
Not good. Su Chen is in danger. Relay my orders.
Command Chen Yugang at the north gate and Long Ting at the east gate to provide support.
Su Kuan also immediately noticed that Su Chen was in danger.
Brothers,
follow me. Yang Gu is in danger.
Hearing that their leader was in peril, all the brothers quickly gathered around Su Kuan. The soldiers resisting the beast tide also received notifications from their superiors. They opened a path for Su Kuan and the others, especially Chen Yugong's and Long Ting's teams, who fought desperately against the beast tide.
You all go. We can hold this position.
Hearing Chen Yugong's words, Su Kuan and the others hesitated no longer. When they all gathered together, it was like a sharp sword piercing into the heart of the beast tide.
Hurry! Su Kuan shouted angrily, and everyone quickly moved toward Su Chen's location.
At this moment, Su Chen was indeed facing an unprecedented predicament, as the silver wolf lunged forward to swallow him whole.
Pure June!
Su Chen naturally would not sit idly by. As long as he could withstand this assault, the silver wolf would definitely have a period of weakness, and that would be his opportunity. The fangs of the silver wolf's phantom were tightly clamped onto Su Chen, while he held up Pure June to block the massive jaws, never allowing the silver wolf to bite down. The tremendous clash of energy sparked intense electric light and flames, and the fangs in front of Su Chen were slowly sinking.
You annoying fly! Die for me!
From its state, it was clear that the silver wolf could still speak, indicating it still had some strength left, while Su Chen was nearing his limit. Just as Su Chen was pondering how to respond, the black stone unexpectedly activated on its own. Streams of purple energy flowed out, entering Su Chen's body and mecha, and he felt his strength instantly restored, while Pure June shone brightly. The massive fangs were being lifted little by Su Chen. The silver wolf looked on in shock at this scene. How is this possible? Soon, the silver wolf noticed the anomaly on Su Chen and also sensed a familiar aura. It's that stone. Su Chen was puzzled as to why the black stone suddenly activated, but he had no time to think about it now because he saw his opportunity.
Rise for me!
With a roar, Su Chen forcefully pushed up the fangs in front of him, rolled back, and unleashed a dazzling sword light.
Ah! I will kill you!
The silver wolf's massive mouth suffered tremendous damage. One of its fangs had been severed, its mouth was covered in wounds, and its tongue was even half severed.
Su Chen looked at Pure June in his hand, astonished by its current power.
If I were you, the best choice right now would be to flee. Rising up and twirling his sword, Su Chen was now completely unafraid of the silver wolf before him, a wolf with a broken fang, haha. Hearing the disdain in Su Chen's words, the silver wolf lunged at him again, but this time Su Chen charged forward without retreating a single step or dodging.
Swish! A deep, bone-revealing wound appeared on the silver wolf's chest.
A
mournful howl.
The current Pure June was not something the silver wolf's physical body could withstand. As long as it was struck by Pure June, it would be a gaping wound that bled profusely.
If it weren't for that black stone, you wouldn't have been able to defeat me. You should have been a corpse by now. Is this your dying words? Then I understand. What do you want to do? Don't come over here. With that, it turned and ran. But how could it, heavily injured, outrun Su Chen? Suddenly,
a line of blood appeared on the silver wolf's neck, and its movements froze, eyes bulging.
I am unwilling.
Su Chen looked at the silver wolf collapsing before him, its body severed, and felt a sense of unreality.
What exactly is this black stone? Yang Gu, boss.
Familiar voices pulled Su Chen's thoughts back. Looking at the person calling out, Su Chen smiled slightly.
What are you doing? Making such a mess?
Su Kuan and the others finally saw Su Chen, and the strange beasts dared not approach this area. Su Kuan rushed forward and gave him a bear hug.
We thought you were in danger, Yang Gu. What danger could I be in? Don't worry. Patting Su Kuan's shoulder, the others then noticed the silver wolf lying in a pool of blood. What is this?
Although the silver wolf was already dead, everyone still felt an overwhelming aura, and its presence was terrifying. Su Kuan immediately recalled the silver wolf phantom he had seen and swallowed hard.
Was that noise just now caused by this wolf? Su Chen shrugged. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be. Yang Gu, you are really amazing. Boss is incredible. Boss, you are my god. In an instant, the atmosphere lightened significantly. Hey, Yang Gu, didn't Miss Ling come with you? Su Chen looked around upon hearing this, but he did not find any trace of Ling Qianxue, and he began to ponder. While he was fighting the silver wolf, Ling Qianxue had been targeted by the wolf pack and had left the area. However, thinking of Ling Qianxue's strength, that wolf pack shouldn't pose much of a problem. Don't worry, she will be fine. Since Su Chen said so, Su Koan and the others naturally had no need to worry. So, Brother Yang, what do we do now? Do I even need to say? Upon hearing this, Su Koan chuckled. Brothers, let's go. Let's kill them quickly. Brother Yang, how about a competition? Let's see who kills more. The others perked up at this, sensing the excitement. Yeah, boss. Let's compete. Boss, you're not afraid of losing, are you? Right, boss, if it's too much, we can let you win. Su Chen knew this was their way of goading him, but he had no reason to refuse. How could they possibly kill faster than him? He shook his head and smiled, saying, alright, let's play alone. Yo! Brothers, just now this group of beasts was suffocating us, now that Brother Yang is fine, let's go all out. Brother Yang said, the more you kill, the more you drink. Ha! When did I say that? But Su Chen didn't want to dampen their spirits. Boss, we're starting. Initially thinking that Su Koan and the others wouldn't be that fast, they surprisingly formed a circle and charged from behind the beasts. Like a slaughter machine, in the blink of an eye, hundreds of beasts fell at their feet, and the beasts were stunned by the attacks from behind. Su Chen stared blankly at this scene. This works? But then, as if he suddenly thought of something, a wicked smile crept onto Su Chen's face. Koan Gu, why isn't the boss moving? Yeah, with us playing this way, the boss isn't going to join in, right? Su Koan was quite familiar with Su Chen. Don't get distracted. Brother Yang just hasn't made a move yet, hurry up and kill. Suddenly, Su Chen stood in midair, holding a bloody wolf head in his hand, and threw it into the beast tide. Screech! Hiss! The beast tide seemed to pause for a moment, and then all the beasts began to flee in panic while howling in fear. Su Koan and the others' slaughter circle was instantly thrown into disarray, while Su Chen hovered above, wielding his pure sword. Each sword energy that fell took the lives of hundreds of beasts, and Su Koan and the others could only brace themselves against the impact of the fleeing beast tide to steady their positions. Damn! This works? Koan Gu, the boss is too unfair. Su Koan was also a bit dumbfounded. Wasn't this clearly bullying them for not being able to fly? But there was nothing to be done. Su Koan and the others could only gradually retreat from the battlefield, completely turning it into Su Chen's solo slaughter show. At this moment, on the front line, Commander, the beast tide seems to be retreating. Ha? Retreating? They were about to collapse, so why did it suddenly retreat? Suddenly, a massive beast head appeared at the center of the beast tide, and above the beast tide was a familiar figure. The observers also noticed this scene. Commander, that seems to be Su Shin. Lu Zhe trembled upon hearing this. It's this man again, supporting a collapsing building. But they no longer had the qualifications to pursue. 300,000 soldiers had lost half their numbers. Fortunately, the million-strong beast tide was now down to less than half. Send my orders. The entire army rest and fortify. The beast tide finally retreated. Su Chen continued to harvest the fleeing beasts until he chased them away for dozens of miles. Su Chen understood that it was unrealistic to kill all these beasts, and they would return again. After all, he had reason to believe that the one controlling the beast horde behind the scenes was definitely not just one silver wolf king. Just as Su Chen was about to leave, two voices rang out. Human, this place is not somewhere you can come and go as you please. Haha, you humans are quite handsome, but I wonder how you taste. Suddenly, a silver-backed gorilla appeared before me. Over 50 meters tall, its terrifying muscles contained explosive power. Another figure was a crimson rattlesnake, at least 40 meters long. Its cold red vertical pupils fixed intently on Su Chen. 6th tier. 2 6th tiers. Plus the silver wolf king from before. 3 6th tiers. This is the true face of the beast tide. Human, you actually managed to kill the silver wolf. If you hand over that thing, I can let you go. Su Chen knew exactly what the silverback was referring to. It seemed that the aura from the stone he had just slain the silver wolf with had alerted them. And the silverbacks had been waiting for this moment. Su Chen realized he couldn't hide it any longer and took out the stone, holding it in his palm. What is this thing? Greed was clearly evident in the eyes of the silverback and the snake queen. It didn't hide its intentions. In its view, the human before it could not escape its grasp. This black stone arrived on the day of the disaster from outside Blue Star. We only know that it contains terrifying energy. The three of us grew to our current strength because we absorbed a few wisps of its aura back then. Including this beast tide, our only goal is the stone. What? A few wisps of aura allowed them to grow to the 6th tier? Alright, human, it's time for you to make your choice.
Su-Chen suddenly put the stone away and said softly, I refuse. But the silverback and the Snake Queen seemed unfazed. Not to mention Su-Chen, even if they obtained such a thing, how could they possibly give it up? Haha, human, I can understand your thoughts. People die for wealth, birds die for food. But I don't believe that things are more important than life. Don't worry, if you give us the thing, we will let you go. We are very trustworthy. Ha! Talking about trust with beasts, if he handed it over, he would be torn to shreds immediately. You may not have heard me clearly, I said, I refuse. Upon hearing this, the silverback's expression darkened, while the Snake Queen became excited. He, I like this kind of tough bone, the struggle makes it more interesting. This thing was something he had risked his life to obtain, how could he just give it up so easily? Su-Chen directly showed his attitude through action, unleashing a sword chi that shot straight at the silverback and the Snake Queen. The silverback merely extended its hand and easily caught the swordlight. With a slight squeeze, it shattered. Su-Chen raised an eyebrow, he felt he had underestimated the strength of this silverback gorilla. But the two beasts did not give Su-Chen time to think. Human, since you've made a move, you must pay the price for your actions. With that, the silverback leaped high, swinging its mountain-like fist down towards Su-Chen. Su-Chen dodged, leaving only a cloud of flying sand. But the crisis was not over. A crimson tail suddenly shot out from the sand, aiming to strangle Su-Chen. Clang! Su-Chen barely blocked the strike but was knocked back several dozen meters by the tremendous impact. Without hesitation, Su-Chen got back up and charged forward again. However, the coordination between the silverback and the Snake Queen was excellent. The silverback had immense strength but lacked speed, while the Snake Queen perfectly compensated for this flaw. Every time Su-Chen felt he could inflict damage on the silverback, he was interrupted by the Snake Queen. Clang! Once again, he was sent flying by the Snake Queen's tail, feeling all his bones ache from the constant collisions, the resulting shock placing a tremendous burden on his body. I can't keep this up. Resolute, Su-Chen charged towards the silverback. Although he couldn't match its strength, he could still inflict some wounds. With a simple sword strike, the silverback raised its fist to smash down, and Su-Chen once again dodged and circled behind, stabbing at the silverback's back. At that moment, the silverback's muscles bulged, firmly pinning down Su-Chen's sword, and then it unleashed a burst of energy that sent Su-Chen flying. At that moment, the Serpent Queen's tail launched a surprise attack, a flash of red light surged, as if it aimed to pierce through Su-Chen's body. An opportunity. This was the chance Su-Chen had been waiting for. Taking advantage of being knocked back and away from the silverback, he aimed to take down this giant snake. Su-Chen twisted his body at an incredible angle, shifting from being thrown back to actively approaching the Serpent Queen. Fish conceal. Su-Chen executed a spatial leap, disappearing in front of the Serpent Queen, and immediately a glint of cold light appeared in her eyes. Not good. This human is truly cunning. The silverback also noticed Su-Chen's anomaly. Another mech? How many mechs does this human have? Serpent Queen. Don't hold back. Upon hearing this, a fierce glint appeared in the Serpent Queen's eyes. Su-Chen felt that things were going awry. A strand of green light burst forth from the Serpent Queen's crimson pupils. Su-Chen felt as if his entire body was locked down, unable to move. Medusa's gaze. Buzz. A sensation of his soul being sealed filled Su-Chen's entire consciousness. Not good, I must dodge. Gravity quagmire. Just as Su-Chen was about to act, he heard the silverback's voice from behind, but at that moment, Su-Chen felt as if his body suddenly bore hundreds of times the pressure. He couldn't move at all. Even lifting a finger was extremely difficult. Ah! Long Yuan! A roar! Finally, at the last moment, Long Yuan was summoned. The green light violently struck against Long Yuan's barrier. The pressure from above also firmly suppressed Su-Chen's barrier. Although he couldn't advance any further, given this pressure, Su-Chen's spirit probably wouldn't hold out for long. Once his mental burden became too great, Long Yuan would likely automatically dissolve, and at that point, he would truly be left with no way out. Soon, despite desperately resisting, a trace of blood trickled from the corner of Su-Chen's mouth. He had a way to resolve the predicament before him, but he didn't want to use it. Because once he did, it would mean certain death, and Su-Chen felt that it wasn't time for that yet. Serpent Queen. This human is about to give in. Don't hold back. Strike him down in one go. With a surge of immense energy fluctuations, the Serpent Queen and Silverback intensified their assault. Boom! Suddenly, a sound echoed through the heavens and earth, as if everything had come to a standstill. Su-Chen, who should have been unable to hold on, felt as if his body had become lighter. What's going on? Su-Chen was astonished to find that the Serpent Queen's and Silverback's abilities had suddenly vanished without a trace. The barrier created by Long Yuan also disappeared. Soon, Su-chen noticed the anomaly in the Serpent Queen and Silverback. They were staring at something above his head, their faces showing a mix of fear and greed. Following their gaze, Su-chen looked up and saw a black stone resembling a black hole. It was absorbing the energy from the Silverback and Serpent Queen. Immediately, the black stone's light surged. A cloud of purple mist flowed out, enveloping Su-chen. Seeing this scene, the Serpent Queen and Silverback were utterly shocked. They knew that they had only absorbed a few wisps of energy to reach the 6th tier. Now, a vast expanse of purple mist enveloped Su-chen. How many wisps was that? Silverback? What's going on with him? I don't know. Don't just stand there. Let's see if we can absorb it. Upon hearing this, the Serpent Queen's expression turned frenzied. Right. So much energy. Growing to the 7th tier wouldn't be a problem. After saying that, the Silverback and Serpent Queen attempted to guide this energy into their bodies, but the purple mist remained completely still, tightly surrounding Su-chen. Why? Why can't we absorb it? Not only were the Silverback and Serpent Queen bewildered, but Su-chen, who was at the center of the purple mist, was even more confused. Because at this moment, he couldn't do anything. His entire being was completely still, only his consciousness was autonomous. He couldn't move at all. And this purple mist continuously flowed into and out of Su-chen's body, cycling back and forth. Su-chen felt as if he was being probed by something. What is this thing? Suddenly, the purple mist no longer entered Su-chen's body, nor did it flow out. The black stone abruptly drilled into Su-chen's sea of consciousness. It stood firmly right above the core of his mental energy. Strands of purple aura continuously nourished the 8 divine sword cores of Su-chen. The purple mist had also vanished. 5th stage? This is the 5th stage? I've reached the 5th stage. Feeling the terrifying energy contained within his body, Su-chen confirmed that he had advanced. At this moment, he felt a wave of comfort wash over him, his mental fatigue and physical injuries instantly healed. His mental energy could even sense the entire battlefield. This was truly a qualitative leap. Superpower. He could finally possess his own superpower. Human. Hand over the stone. The Silverback roared. The Snake Queen also wore an angry expression. They absolutely would not allow anyone to touch it. It was as if she hadn't heard the Silverback's question. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Su-chen laughed with immense satisfaction, but suddenly, he stopped, his eyes filled only with composure. That kind of composure that comes from mastering everything. 2 fleas, enjoy your remaining time. Human. Don't get too carried away. Su-chen's indifferent attitude pierced the Silverback's heart. It saw disdain and pity in Su-chen's eyes. Since it had claimed kingship, it had never faced such humiliation. Snake Queen. In an instant, the Snake Queen understood the Silverback's meaning, and her gaze turned even colder. Su-chen sighed and said regretfully, alas, why bother? Shi-Shao. A terrifying aura erupted. Shi-Shao was no longer what it once was. Its head sprouted 2 horns, its body was crimson, covered in black patterns. A phantom of a red dragon appeared behind the mech, its palm transforming from 5 fingers into 5 claws. There were terrifying barbs on its shoulders and arms. Then, the Chi-Shao sword coalesced. A faint purple flame enveloped the sword body. Come. Roar. Hiss. Facing the Silverback's deliberate punch and the Snake Queen's fierce tail swipe once more, Su-chen merely drew a line of sword energy lightly. Zizizizi. 3 attacks collided. Su-chen simply uttered one word. Explode. Suddenly, a terrifying force erupted from the sword energy again. Boom. A wave of explosive flames surged toward the Silverback and the Snake Queen. Roar. The Silverback and the Snake Queen were covered in sword marks, with purple-red flames clinging to their wounds, continuously burning. Human. You deserve to die. If I were you, I wouldn't be talking right now. Not talking might allow you to live a little longer. Seeing Su-chen raise the Chi-Shao again, the Silverback and the Snake Queen's faces showed a hint of fear. Gravity Mire. Medusa's gaze. Stubborn as a mule. Su-chen, seeing that the Silverback and the Snake Queen still wanted to resist, couldn't help but shake his head gently. Long Yuan. At this moment, the mech summoned by Long Yuan also underwent a transformation. Compared to its previous elegance, it now seemed even more sacred and inviolable. The built-in azure shield had now turned into a blue-purple shield. However, Su-chen did not use the shield to defend. Seal. Su-chen's voice was softly uttered. The Silverbacks and the Snake Queen's superpowers instantly dissipated from the terrifying energy. A gentle breeze stirred. The Silverback and the Snake Queen exchanged glances, seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. How is this possible? How can this be? The Snake Queen was completely flustered. I told you to cherish this last moment, but unfortunately, you did not cherish it. Chun Jun. The blue-purple mech on Su-chen's body faded, and a white mech covered his entire body. At this moment, Chun Jun appeared even larger, and the white color subtly began to transform into a light purple. Seeing Suchen summon a new mech again, the Snake Queen was utterly despaired. She frantically lunged at Suchen to bite him. Power! A massive white sword appeared in Suchen's hand, also wrapped in a faint purple flame, as terrifying energy continued to accumulate. Slash! With a single sword strike, the Serpent Queen's swift body suddenly came to a halt, frozen in the act of biting. A gentle breeze swept by, and the Serpent Queen's massive form split abruptly in the middle. Before it could fall to the ground, a burst of purple flames erupted, as if a light breeze had blown away a speck of dust, making it vanish without a trace. This scene instantly shattered the Silverback's heart. This human is terrifying. Why did he suddenly change like this? The Silverback turned and fled. At that moment, it wanted nothing more than to escape this place of turmoil, to distance itself from this human. Suddenly, the Silverback stopped. It wasn't that it didn't want to run, but a pale yellow mech stood in its way, 6 wing blades encircling its neck. It could even feel the sharpness of the wing blades. Any one of them could easily pierce its neck. Why aren't you running? A shadow flickered across the Silverback's panicked face. Human, have the guts to face me in a real duel. Sure. Suddenly, Su Chen released the 6 wing blades that were surrounding the Silverback's neck. Just as Su Chen was retracting his sword, the Silverback launched a surprise attack. Seizing this moment, Su Chen left himself wide open. The Silverback thought its chance had come. Suddenly, it realized something was off. The human before it showed no sign of panic. But it didn't stop. This was its only opportunity. Just as the Silverback's fist was about to connect with Su Chen, a flash of purple sword light zipped past its eyes. The next moment, the Silverback lost consciousness, still frozen in the motion of throwing a punch. Boom! The massive head of the Silverback hit the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Finally over. Looking at the fallen head of the Silverback, Su Chen let out a sigh of relief. If it weren't for the power of the mysterious stone that had helped him reach the 5th tier, he might have truly faced a deadlock, but fortunately, the outcome was still quite good. With a gentle wave of his hand, the cores of the Serpent Queen and the Silverback appeared in Su Chen's palm. Now, the biggest trouble had been resolved. The only remaining issue was the fleeing beast tide. Holding the Silverback's head, Su Chen followed the traces of the fleeing beast tide and soon discovered the main force of the beast tide. Without wasting words, Su Chen controlled the 6 wing blades, harvesting the lives of the alien beasts in the air. Many of the fleeing alien beasts were completely unaware that Su Chen had caught up to them, and when they attempted to resist, seeing the Silverback's head in Su Chen's hand, they instantly scattered in all directions. It was unclear how much time had passed. Su Chen couldn't remember how many times he had swung his sword, only that the path he had taken was littered with the corpses of various alien beasts. Glancing at the remaining beast tide, he noticed that the main force was continuously dispersing, forming various small groups. Su Chen felt powerless against this, as he was alone and exhausted. This should be enough. Considering that the remaining beast tide couldn't affect the gathering point, Su Chen decided not to continue the pursuit. When Su Chen returned to the gathering point holding the Silverback's head, everyone was stunned. Su Chen had single-handedly eliminated this beast tide. Welcome back, Su God. A complete victory. Now, the matter of the beast tide had come to a close, and those alien beasts that had escaped posed no real threat. Most importantly, Su Chen truly hadn't expected that he had come to assist the military, only to encounter such unexpected joy. Brother Yang, boss. Seeing Su Chen, Su Koen and the others were incredibly excited. They had just been scattered by the beast tide, and with Su Chen missing, they could only wait for news. Su Chen smiled slightly. Why the fuss? Ling Xianxue had also returned by this time. How did it go? Are you hurt? I'm fine, just a little scuffle. Although she was used to Su Chen bringing good news and not mentioning the bad, Ling Xianxue knew the strength of that silver wolf. Not to mention the Silverback's head he had just brought back, the aura it emitted was far stronger than that of the silver wolf. At this moment, Lu Zhe slowly walked up to Su Chen and saluted him. To be honest, Su Chen not only saved them but also the millions of people behind them. I have not failed my mission. This time, it was not just Su Chen's victory, but their victory, a victory for everyone. When the news reached the kingdom of Luochang, the first reaction was, Old Meng, push this war's news through the cycle. I want everyone to know. Victory belongs to us humans. Alright. Ha, you really have an eye for talent, Xiao Luo. You've hit the jackpot. Yes, it's fortunate that we chose to believe in Su Chen and support him, rather than trying to control him. A person like him is extraordinary wherever he goes. Li Xiao was also relieved that he hadn't made a wrong decision back then. After this battle, Su Chen left a towering image in the hearts of the people. Everyone who watched the live replay was captivated by Su Chen's strength and charisma. Su God!
Su God is amazing. Even against thousands of troops, he can take the enemy's head. This live replay was not only spreading domestically but even overseas. Videos of this war began circulating. In the White House of the United States, super warriors were patrolling and guarding everywhere. Deep inside the White House, in a secret safe house, Mr. President, a top-tier super warrior has appeared from the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, President Teplang received a report from his secretary. Top-tier super warrior? Could it be some trick from the Dragon Kingdom? The secretary simply placed the video in front of Teplang and said softly, after verification, there are no signs of manipulation, the video's authenticity is 100%. At this point, Teplang was completely shocked by the video's content. We can't let someone like this stay in the Dragon Kingdom. What do you mean? Teplang was anxiously pacing, thinking back and forth, finally concluding, first, try to win him over. If there's no possibility of cooperation, then no one should think they can get him. Received. After Prime Minister Abe Jin-san of Sakura Island learned about the top-tier super warrior from the Dragon Kingdom, he quickly reached some secret agreement with the United States. Sakura Island was already a lackey of the United States, a nest of snakes and rats, so their alliance was not surprising. Soon, various countries learned about the situation in the Dragon Kingdom and began to secretly unite. Some, like the battle-hardened nation of Ross, took the initiative to express goodwill towards the Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, some countries led by the Eagle Nation of the United States were secretly taking actions with ulterior motives against the Dragon Kingdom. As for Su Chen, he was unaware that his actions had attracted international attention. At this moment, Su Chen was returning to Yangye with a full load of spoils, accompanied by Su Koan and the others. The troubles at their gathering place had been resolved, and he believed they could handle the remaining matters themselves. After a rough estimate, Su Chen had obtained 4 6th-tier crystal cores, 21 5th-tier crystal cores, 112 4th-tier crystal cores, 1,945 3rd-tier crystal cores, and over 200,000 1st and 2nd-tier crystal cores. Originally, Su Chen did not intend to keep so many. He planned to leave all the 1st and 2nd-tier crystal cores for the military. However, the military refused to accept them no matter what, so Su Chen ultimately kept over 200,000. Fortunately, Su Chen had advanced to the 5th tier, and his mecha had a certain storage capacity, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to carry them. This time, Su Chen and Ling Qianxue did not return separately but came back with Su Koan and the others. A few hours later, Su Chen and his group finally arrived at the eastern suburbs. At the first moment, the powerful Su Chen sensed something was off. Why is there a faint smell of blood? Logically, all the beasts in this area should have been eliminated. Stop. Everyone looked at Su Chen in surprise. What happened? Yang Guo, what's going on? Before Su Koan could finish, Su Chen raised his hand to stop him. Su Chen closed his eyes, his mental energy instantly probing forward, 10 miles, 20 miles, and finally reaching the Gobi Desert. The scene before him completely enraged Su Chen. He had never been this furious before. How could someone take advantage of this moment to attack his base? Moreover, Su Chen saw that the base, which had originally been defended by 10 people, now only had 6 remaining, 2 of whom had already lost their lives. The other 4 were severely injured, besieged by hundreds of attackers, in a precarious situation. Boom! A wave of overwhelming killing intent erupted from Su Chen, causing Su Koan and the others to retreat repeatedly. Koan Go, what's wrong with the boss? Before Su Koan could respond, Su Chen suddenly flashed and flew towards the Gobi Desert. Ling Qianxue was the first to notice Su Chen's unusual behavior and hurried to follow him. Even Su Koan, no matter how slow he was, understood what was happening at this moment. Not good. Something happened at the base. Quick! Follow me! Everyone rushed towards the Gobi Desert in a panic. Brotherly, I don't think I can hold on much longer. At this moment, a heavily injured mech knelt on one knee. Its armor had already turned from white to red. The sword in its hand was desperately propping him up to prevent him from falling. The mech was covered in massive wounds, and he truly had no strength left. A white mech standing in front of him shouted, "Zheng Ming, what nonsense are you talking about? Hold on a little longer. The boss might come back at any moment. Get up." Hearing this, the leader of the opposing team, a yellow mech, suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, still thinking about your boss Su Chen? Don't even think about it, all signals are blocked, and no one knows what's happening here. Helping the military fight against the beast tide, overestimating yourselves. Not to mention whether you can win, surviving is already a problem. Even if he comes back, it will be months later. Stop struggling, and die. As he spoke, he raised his large blade and leaped into the air, aiming to slash at Li Wei's face. Suddenly, his figure eerily froze in place, a cold sweat slowly trickling down his forehead.
He felt as if his soul had been locked onto. As long as he dared to move, he would surely die. Everyone stared at this scene. What was happening? At that moment, a voice filled with killing intent rang in his ear. Speak! How do you want to die? The voice was not loud, but everyone present heard it. Who was it? I. A pitch-black mech quietly appeared, and before the small leader could finish his sentence, his head was already severed from his body. His eyes bulged, filled with fear and unwillingness. Boss? Li Wei and the others were all too familiar with this mech. Hearing the word boss from Li Wei, everyone became unsettled, especially those who had attacked them on the Gobi Desert. At this moment, only two words flashed in their minds. Su Chen. Su Chen ignored everyone's reactions and walked towards Li Wei and the others to check their injuries. Boss, we're fine. Just Su Chen knew what Li Wei was referring to, looking at the two corpses nearby, seeing their familiar faces. The anger that had been building up inside him reached its peak. These people must die. A small portion of the onlookers, seeing this scene, attempted to flee this place of chaos, but Su Chen paid them no mind, for they could not escape. The majority of the people gathered in 3 waves, quickly realizing that 3 forces had simultaneously attacked. Suddenly, a voice called out, "You are Su Chen?" Hearing the voice from behind, Su Chen instantly turned around, startling the person so much that they shivered. "What the hell? You scared me." A massive black mech wielding a large axe cursed at that moment. Another voice rang out, belonging to a silver mech warrior, who held a dagger in hand. "Oh, so you are Su Chen? What's wrong? Couldn't withstand the beast tide and ran back in disgrace? Weren't you quite arrogant before, telling me not to provoke you?" He still thought Su Chen had snuck back after being unable to withstand the beast tide. Su Chen instantly remembered this person, Jin Luo. The main character has appeared. Isn't this just perfect? Kill him, and this place will be ours. At that moment, a super warrior in a blue mech, adorned with dragon patterns, stepped forward, wielding a large blade. They all believed Su Chen had fled because he couldn't resist the beast tide. If they hadn't blocked the signal and had opened Douyin Live, they would have realized how wrong they were. "Boss, that big black guy on the left is Tianfeng, the underground leader of Lingning City. The blue mech in the middle is Scar, the underground leader of Baishui City. The white mech on the right is Jin Luo, the underground leader of Yefeng City." After days of skirmishes, they had already figured out their opponents' backgrounds. Only the 3 of them were at the 3rd tier, while the other few hundred were at the 2nd tier. However, during this time, the casualties among these invaders had been greater, and now only a little over 100 remained. 2 of our brothers were killed, one by Tianfeng and the other by a sneak attack from Jin Luo. 4 more brothers are severely injured. Upon hearing this, Su Chen finally understood. So what if I killed them? I not only want to kill them, but I also want to kill you. After saying this, Jin Luo instantly appeared in front of Su Chen, his dagger lightly grazing Su Chen's neck. Is this all the strength you have? Just as Jin Luo thought he had succeeded and felt proud, everyone looked at him in horror. "Ha! Why are you looking at me?" Suddenly, an extremely familiar headless body appeared before Jin Luo's eyes. "What is this? It looks like my body?" In the next moment, Jin Luo's body and head fell heavily to the ground. Before his consciousness faded, he couldn't understand how he had clearly grazed Su Chen's neck, yet it was himself who died? With wide eyes trying to see clearly, he only saw Su Chen's indifferent gaze and the cold fish hidden in Su Chen's hand. What happened? Didn't Jin Luo succeed in the sneak attack? In an instant, Tianfeng and Scar panicked, thinking they were the hunters, only to realize they had become the prey. He's a bit strange. Strike first. Tianfeng's mech was summoned from a counterfeit of the Shenhua axe, and he swung his large axe towards Su Chen. Scar's mech was summoned from a replica of the Qinglong Yenyue knife, charging a blue dragon wave directly at Su Chen. Yet Su Chen did not dodge or evade, allowing the attacks to hit him. Everyone was shocked to find that the 2 attacks passed right through Su Chen's body. They missed. At that moment, Tianfeng and Scar vaguely realized what kind of monster they were facing. No wonder Jin Luo died. Just now, Jin Luo's attack also missed. But what they didn't understand was why the living Su Chen stood right in front of them, yet they couldn't land a hit on him. This was actually thanks to the special ability of the fish hidden, phasing. Although it wasn't unlimited, it was enough to deal with them. Killing them easily wasn't Su Chen's goal. "Ah! Run!" Someone shouted this out. In an instant, everyone scattered like birds and beasts. Puff 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 puff. A figure in a purple mech continuously harvested their lives. Ling Qianxue had actually arrived long ago. She sensed Su Chen's inner anger and had been secretly preventing these people from escaping. At that moment, Su Koan and the others also arrived, and on the way, they ran into the group that had fled at the beginning, all of whom were captured and quickly forced back together. When Su Koan saw 2 familiar corpses, he froze for a moment, then a tough man unexpectedly knelt before them and began to cry. Li Wei and the others were also severely injured, unable to be pulled up. Su Koan trembled as he spoke, "Brother Yan Yang, we absolutely cannot let them go." "I will, brother." Immediately, Su Chen shuddered and summoned his most violent mech, Chunjun. Power! Boom! A loud explosion echoed. All the invaders on the Gobi Desert looked in terror at the massive wave of slashing energy sweeping towards them. In an instant, these people had vanished, as if they had never existed in this world. Watching the scene unfold, Su Chen did not feel any relief. His mood remained heavy. What was lost was ultimately lost, and they could never return. Tianfeng and Scar were so frightened by this sight that they collapsed to the ground, unconscious. It was not that Su Chen was merciful and let them go, rather, he had said he would not let them die easily. This time, he wanted everyone to know. Su Chen was not just Su Xin, but also a god of death. Because Su Koan needed to handle some matters concerning his brothers, they left first. These brothers had grown up with him in the orphanage. Calling him brother, he had the responsibility and obligation to give them an explanation. Only Su Chen and Ling Qinshui remained. Because someone had sacrificed, the atmosphere became very tense until Ling Qinshui spoke up. "What do you plan to do with those two?" Naturally, she was referring to Tianfeng and Scar, who were still lying on the ground, not yet awake. Su Chen slightly closed his eyes. "Leave it to me." Since Su Chen had his own plans, Ling Qinshui would not interfere, she only needed to support him. "Take these crystal cores." Ling Qinshui looked at the 54th tier and 3 5th tier crystal cores in front of her. "All for me?" She knew she was only at the 3rd tier. "Take them, you need these for your cultivation." Ling Qinshui gently accepted them and returned to her room. Su Chen, meanwhile, sat in silence, lost in thought for a long time. Suddenly, Su Chen disappeared, along with the two people lying on the ground. Inside the villa of Haigui in Zhanghai City, Zhang Meng held Haiyi's phone, trembling uncontrollably. This was the video Haigui had just shown him. "Haiyi, how is this possible?" The video displayed Su Chen repelling the beast tide. Haigui set down the tea he was holding. "Mengzi, there's still much for you to learn. It's been almost 10 years since you've been with me, right?" Yes, Haiyi. Some things you see are only what others want you to see. What they don't want you to see, you'll never see. So, Haiyi, is that why you didn't accept the cooperation with Scar and the others? Naturally, we didn't understand. Haigui's voice suddenly stopped, and Zhang Meng's eyes widened in shock. This was the person he least wanted to encounter in his life. When did this god of death appear? Haigui noticed a figure suddenly appear beside him on the sofa, startling him so much that he could hardly speak. Su Chen ignored them and gently poured himself a cup of tea, blowing on it before taking a sip. "Don't stop, keep talking." Hearing Su Chen's voice, the two trembled even more, confirming that this was not an illusion. However, as the underground leader of Zhanghai, Haigui quickly suppressed his panic. "Su Xiao, what brings you here?" Zhang Meng shouted, unable to contain himself. "Haiyi, we really had nothing to do with this, it's really not our business." He spoke with tears in his eyes, fearing that if Su Chen was in a bad mood, he might be done for. Su Chen frowned slightly, while Haigui sensed that Su Chen did not seem to be here to cause trouble. "Mengzi, you go down first." Zhang Meng wanted to say something but saw the look Haigui gave him. He instantly understood that Su Chen seemed to be here to ask something, and he was too loud. As Zhang Meng retreated in fear, Haigui finally spoke. "Su Xiao, I apologize for my loss of composure. You're somewhat clever. Go ahead, tell me what I want to hear." Moments later, Su Chen understood all the preceding and subsequent events. In summary, they knew he was not home and wanted to take the opportunity to stir up trouble. "You recognize these two behind me, right?" "Behind?" Haigui turned his head and immediately spotted two people lying behind the sofa. In an instant, he shivered. "Wasn't that Tianfeng and Scar? You know them? Then that's good." After saying this, Su Chen opened the smart display, and a map of the dragon country unfolded in midair. Mark their lair's location, and Jin Luo's as well. It needs to be clear. Without hesitation, Haigui stepped forward and marked Baishui City, Lingming City, and Yefeng City, and the areas he pointed at were magnified. The intersections, streets, and even the activities of some super warriors appeared clearly. Hiss! Doesn't this mean he could know all our movements? Thinking of this, Haigui truly felt that not teaming up with this group to plot was the best decision of his life. After obtaining the detailed and accurate addresses, Su Chen said nothing and left. Phew! That killing god finally left. After Su Chen left Zhanghai, he headed straight for the nearest Baishui city. "Connect me to Lu Wei." Su Chen said this to the smart display, and soon, Lu Wei's computer screen showed Su Chen's incoming call notification. "Big brother, my condolences." Su Chen merely nodded slightly. "Next, use the heavenly eye to live stream my actions." Soon, a nationwide livestream initiated by Lu Wei's account appeared on the platform, and the title Blood Debt for Blood was quite captivating, instantly drawing national attention to Su Chen's actions.
Isn't Tianfeng and Scar in Su Chen's hands? What are they going to do? These two wouldn't take the opportunity to attack Su Chen's underground fortress while Su Chen is resisting the beast tide, would they?
Quickly, some viewers who had seen Scar and others making big moves before, combined with the current situation, had already analyzed the situation quite thoroughly. Upon arriving in Baishui City, Su Chen immediately woke up Tianfeng and Scar. Looking at the familiar scene, the familiar territory, and the familiar Su Chen, Scar instantly understood what Su Chen wanted to do. Su Chen, I was wrong. I beg you to spare me. I'll be your servant. Please. I won't kill you. Upon hearing this, Scar suddenly felt a glimmer of hope for life. But the next moment, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His heart instantly turned to ashes. I will make you wish you were dead. Ganjiang. Ganjiang is the sword of deep affection, but after advancing, Ganjiang could control others' thoughts and actions through emotions. This was Ganjiang's special ability. Humans have 7 emotions and 6 desires, and at this moment, the most suitable was the Sword of Sorrow. Su Chen stabbed a sword into Scar's heart, and strangely, not a drop of blood flowed from the wound. At this moment, Scar fell directly onto his territory, and the mecha uncontrollably summoned forth, while the Qinglong blade also materialized. Big brother, why are you back? At that moment, some younger brothers who heard the commotion came to check and found their boss. But soon, they realized their boss was charging at them with a knife. Ah, boss, what happened? It's me, Xiao Wu. Boss, don't kill me. Su Chen looked indifferently at everything happening below, while Tianfeng, seeing this scene, was already too scared to say a word, because he knew he was next. His left hand was already gone, his body covered in various wounds, and he had personally killed his 2 sworn brothers. When he reached Su Chen, Scar was dazed, numb, his eyes devoid of any light, and he weakly knelt before Su Chen. Although Scar was not dead, he could not survive such injuries. More importantly, his heart was already dead. Su Chen, you will die a terrible death. As soon as the words fell, Scar had already severed his own heart. Ha, is that it? Just uttering a harsh word before committing suicide, Su Chen truly looked down on such people. Meanwhile, the live stream room had already exploded. How is this possible? Although I usually call him Su Chen like this, just now, even if he is a god, it's nothing more than this, right? Su Chen is invincible. Not only did no one criticize Su Chen's actions, but the livestream was also flooded with comments, Su Chen is invincible. At this moment, Tianfeng was the most devastated. He wanted to struggle, but he knew he was doomed. Su Puff. As soon as Tianfeng uttered a word, he saw Su Chen slice off the head of the scarred man with a sword and put it away. The words he wanted to say next could not come out. He knew it was all over for him. Giving up the struggle, he was taken by Su Chen to Lingming City, and the scene from Baishui City played out like a magic trick once again. In the end, Su Chen severed Tianfeng's head, which was an explanation to his deceased brother and also a sacrifice. Because Jin Luo was already dead, the final Yafeng city was personally handled by Su Chen, leaving no grass to grow. From this incident, Su Chen deeply realized that relying solely on them was not enough. He had already wasted too much time. It was just the right opportunity to expand and strengthen his own power. I, Su Chen, here sincerely invite everyone to join my team. Together we will resist the apocalypse. The benefits of joining need not be said, you all know it well, you can come and go as you please. However, I have only one requirement, you must be at least tier 3, and this lower limit will continue to rise. Hearing Su Chen's earlier words, all the ability users in Longwa became excited, but upon hearing the latter part, there was only dead silence. Tier 3? Is this Su Chen? Ordinary people don't even have the qualifications to join Tier 3. Who among them isn't a dominant figure in their own right? Su Chen ignored the crowd's reaction, signaled Lu Wei to turn off the livestream with his heavenly eye, and hurried back to Yangye. Better to be selective than to be reckless, this was Su Chen's principle. Moreover, he believed that soon someone would join. At this moment, inside the safe house of Longwa, the 3 high-ranking officials had another discussion. Staring at the replay of the livestream, Meng Rohai looked worried and finally couldn't help but say, Chenghua, are we really going to let Su Chen do this? At this time, Luo Chenghua's expression was very calm. He knew what Meng Rohai was thinking, but based on his understanding of Su Chen, this worry was completely unnecessary. People like Su Chen, we cannot control. The trust we have built with him is hard-won. Most importantly, I believe Su Chen is not someone who craves power. What does he lack now? We not only cannot interfere with him, but we must also support him. Don't forget, we are all under the same apocalypse. There are no perfect eggs under a collapsed nest. Hearing Luo Chenghua's words and recalling some recent events, Su Chen had sacrificed his brother to help them, one thing after another, vividly in mind. Li Xiao and Mang Ruhai were ultimately persuaded. Chenghua, you can take full charge of that matter, we will listen to you. Su Chen returned to Yang Ye. The first thing he did was hand over the 3 heads to Su Koan and decided to hold a memorial tonight, engraving the names of the fallen brothers on the hero monument in the central square. Su Koan took the 3 heads, his hands trembling. Brother Yang, thank you for avenging our brothers. Thank you, boss. We avenged the brothers. Su Chen felt distressed as well, secretly resolving not to let these brothers leave him again. Soon, Su Chen returned to the building and immediately found Yang Mi, because now to expand his power, a system was necessary, and he needed to understand everything about Yang Ye, believing that with Yang Mi's experience, she would quickly get the hang of it. What do you need me to do? Yang Mi was very direct upon hearing Su Chen's plan. First, you need to take stock of the supplies in Yang Ye and think about the resource allocation issue. The second point is the system issue. At this point, Yang Mi already understood, this man had probably been planning for a long time. Su Chen thought of a system from his previous life and began to discuss it with Yang Mi. First, the hierarchy of Eternal Night will be divided into 7 levels. Leader, Deputy Leader, Elder, Elite, Ordinary Member, Intern Member, and the final position that has been contemplated multiple times, Devotee. The reason for establishing the position of Devotee is that Su Chen set it up to address some special issues. Simply put, these individuals have not joined Su Chen's team, but he needs their assistance. For example, help from the military. Moreover, Su Chen has also established a points system. Intern members can be promoted to ordinary members by killing 3 beasts of the same rank for 3 consecutive days. Ordinary members earn 1 point for each beast of the same rank they kill, and accumulating 100 points allows them to become elite members. Elite members can become elders by accumulating 1,000 points, and elders can become deputy leaders by accumulating 10,000 points. As for the deputy leader, accumulating 100,000 points allows them to become the leader. However, the deputy leader must kill 100,000 beasts of the same rank to be promoted to leader, which is clearly impossible, so there will be a special contribution reward system. The amount of points awarded will be determined by the size of the contribution. Positions are based solely on points, not strength. If you save everyone in Eternal Night, even if you are only a first rank, what's wrong with giving you the title of leader? Who would dare to object? This is the fairest and most just system Su Chen could think of. Soon, this system was finalized, recorded by Yang Mi, who would create a manual for potential new members to introduce the basic situation. Su Koan and the others were clearly not included in this. They directly obeyed Su Chen and did not hold any positions. It was now confirmed that Su Chen would be the leader, commanding the male team, while Ling Qianxue would be the deputy leader, commanding the female team. Yang Mi would serve as the chief manager of Eternal Night, with authority only beneath Su Chen and Ling Qianxue. Next, they addressed some gaps in various matters of Eternal Night. Now, everything was ready, only lacking the right moment. After all, the subsequent work still required Ling Qianxue's help. Sensing the faint spiritual fluctuations from Ling Qianxue, which usually occurred just before a breakthrough, he asked, Qianxue, what's your strength? If nothing unexpected happens, I should break through tonight. Ha ha ha, great. Su Chen was genuinely happy. Once Ling Qianxue stepped into the 4th rank, even if he was not present, she could still command the people below. Su Chen then told Ling Qianxue about the discussion he had just had with Yang Mi, and upon hearing that she needed to lead the female team, Ling Qianxue initially refused, as she had never dealt with such matters before and had no idea how to lead a team. However, considering that Su Chen was working too hard alone and that he promised to help her, she ultimately agreed. That evening, Su Chen arranged a feast with plenty of fish, meat, beer, barbecues, and all sorts of food. One reason was to mourn the fallen brothers, and the other was that everyone had been through too much recently, and their emotional pressure needed to be released. Lu Wei was also arranged to do a live broadcast. At first, the viewers in the live room felt a bit sad watching the memorial. Su Chen is truly loyal and righteous. I hope the 2 brothers rest in peace. Rest in peace. Then the live room was flooded with messages wishing for peace, and Su Chen expressed his gratitude to everyone for their concern. However, as the broadcast continued, the atmosphere in the live room took a strange turn. When fresh fish, meat, lamb, beef, and various vegetables were served at the table, including braised, barbecued, spicy marinated, and even wheat juice, the viewers felt as if they were hallucinating. What's going on? So much fresh food. Oh my god. Su Chen is indeed Su Chen. The rumors were true. Su Chen really has a treasure trove. I can even somewhat understand the actions of those scar-faced people. This is just too much. I can't take it anymore. I want to go to Su Chen.
I want to drink wheat juice. In an instant, a bizarre scene unfolded in the live room, as many people began to privately chat and form teams, planning to rush to Su Chen. The reactions of the crowd were exactly as Su Chen had anticipated. Calling Lu Wei to go live was intended for this effect. This was also a powerful piece of information for them. Afterward, Su Chen signaled Lu Wei to end the livestream and proceeded to handle various matters. Once everything was taken care of, Su Chen and Su Koan, along with others, drank through the night. Even Ling Qianxue, who usually didn't drink much, had a few cups. The next day, when the first light of dawn broke the eternal night, Su Chen slowly woke up. Looking at the familiar room and bed, he felt a bit dazed. How did I get back? Su Chen couldn't remember how much he had drunk with Su Koan and the others. He just knew that he had blacked out in the end. Shaking his head, he decided not to think about it. Stepping out of the room, he didn't see Ling Qianxue doing her morning yoga, and he recalled that she might be in the midst of a promotion. Not wanting to disturb her, he walked alone to the balcony and murmured, "Those people should be arriving soon." Just as Su Chen had expected, after 2 waves of offensive, various parties had already begun to take action. The threshold Su Chen had set this time was the 3rd tier, but it could be said that there were hardly any 3rd-tier super warriors in the entire Dragon Country. At that moment, in a safe house in Dragon Country, 3 high-ranking officials were watching the screen projected by the Heavenly Eye, and they couldn't help but admire Su Chen's decisiveness and confidence. With the arrival of the apocalypse, the situation within Dragon Country had become chaotic, but now the Heavenly Eye showed that, whether they were super warriors or wanderers, they were all heading towards one place. Jiang Hai. Changhua, what do you think Su Chen's strength is now? Meng Rohai suddenly spoke up. Yes, Commander Luo, Su Chen actually has the confidence to suppress these people, and these individuals were all once overlords or team leaders. Not just Meng Rohai and Li Xiao, even he himself was very curious about Su Chen's current strength. Don't ask me, I haven't seen anyone who can independently kill a beast king like Su Chen. The military also had 3rd-tier warriors, but those people, upon seeing the scale of the beast tide, said it was something that could not be stopped by human power. At that time, Luo Changhua had approached Su Chen with a trial-and-error mindset. After all, it was a gathering of people from 6 shelters, nearly 1 million. But to be honest, after watching that live stream last night, I almost wanted to join Su Chen. Ha 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 ha. However, there are still some issues that I think need to be addressed with Su Chen. Meng Rohai enlarged 2 unmoving red dot areas, revealing that 2 factions were on the verge of conflict. What's going on? How did you notice this, Meng Lao? These 2 red dots are indeed moving towards Jiang Hai, but they haven't moved for a while. I suspect there must be some problem. Actually, this is easy to think of. If Su Chen truly unites, the final result will be that Su Chen becomes the sole power, and some people won't want to see him grow. Then Meng Lao expanded several other unmoving red dot areas, all showing the same situation. I will contact Su Chen immediately. Ding! Received a call notification from Luo Changhua. Do you wish to connect? Ha! Why is he calling it this time? It can't be connecting. Su Chen, your plan may face some delays. To Su Chen, this meant the military had indeed intervened, unwilling to let him succeed. Su Chen tried to appear less angry. Commander Luo, we agreed that the military would not interfere with my actions. Luo Changhua was momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized. No, Su Chen, it's not what you think. The military won't interfere with your actions. I'm not talking about that. The military isn't interfering? Not about that? Then what is it? Some people don't want to see you grow and have intercepted those coming to join you on the road. Hearing this, Su Chen understood. Someone was trying to stir up trouble. What do you plan to do? Help me investigate who is behind the organization taking action. Because Su Chen only has partial access to the Heavenly Eye, not as comprehensive as the military. For example, he doesn't have the function to mark all forces as red dots. The military only needs to investigate some common points in their actions to figure out the location of the mastermind. But this takes time. Alright, leave this to me. What do you plan to do about those people? Better to be safe than sorry. Brothers, which mech does this remind you of? Luo Changhua finally understood Su Chen's meaning. Su Chen didn't intend to intervene, but he would root out the mastermind, and then the resistance would naturally cease to exist. Let's consider this a test for them. Notify me immediately if there's any news. Without further chit-chat, Su Chen hung up the phone. Luo Changhua briefed Meng Rohai and Li Xiao on Su Chen's situation. Changhua, is he really going to just ignore it? Those are all tier 3. I know those people are tier 3, and Su Chen knows too, but precisely because they are tier 3, Su Chen chose not to intervene. Wait, hold on, Commander Luo, I'm not quite following. Hearing this, Meng Rohai began to ponder. He seemed to grasp the meaning.
Seeing the realization on Meng Rohai's face, Luo Changhua added, Li Xiao, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but even the financial officer should read more. If a tier 1 super warrior wanted to join the military now, would you care about that? Not really, just tier 1. Li Xiao blurted out naturally, and then it seemed he understood something. You mean, those tier 3 super warriors, in Su Chen's eyes, are just like how we view tier 1 super warriors. Hiss. How strong is Su Chen right now? I don't know how strong, but we must handle this matter Su Chen entrusted to us well. Time to get to work. At this moment, after Su Chen hung up the phone, he truly did not continue to pay attention to the matter, just as Luo Changhua said. Tier 3? The lowest tier here is tier 3. But who is openly opposing him, Su Chen? In this situation, he couldn't figure out. However, Su Chen keenly sensed a deeper conspiracy brewing. Soon, Su Chen noticed someone arriving at the Gobi Desert. After all, the heavily I had been monitoring everything in the eastern suburbs. Once Su Chen saw who it was, he said, what are they here for? Forget it, let's see what they're up to. Quickly, Su Chen arrived at the Gobi Desert, where a group of people was waiting, looking flustered, and Zhang Meng was among them. Hi Gue, what are you doing here? Cough, cough, young Master Su, I'm here to seek refuge with you. Seek refuge? You barely qualify, but what about this group of people you brought? Hai Gue hurriedly stepped forward to explain, and Su Chen understood his meaning. I remember I said that tier 3 is the threshold. What use do I have for this group of tier 2? No, young Master Su, they are all brothers who have sworn loyalty to me. Can you make an exception? Hearing this, Su Chen had lost all patience. Hai Gue, aren't you usually quite smart? I don't need anyone forming groups. Eating my food, drinking my drinks, living in my place, yet not listening to me. What are you thinking? Before Hai Gue could say anything else, Su Chen had already vanished. Sai, let's go. Not far away, a small team witnessed this scene. Sister Yubing, you don't need to worry about us, we can find a safe place to stay. This small team was Yubing and her group. They had been paying attention to Su Chen for a long time, including the beast tide incident, so they finally made up their minds to seek refuge with Su Chen. As women in the apocalypse, they faced considerable danger, and every action had to be taken with utmost caution. Now, they truly had no other choice. Compared to seeking refuge with other forces, Yubing preferred to ally with Su Chen. After all, Su Chen had everything one could want now. Mainly, safety was guaranteed. Yubing interrupted her speech. Xiao Jia, the 5 of us are in this together. If I really leave, what will you do? But we will hold you back. Among the 5, only Yubing was at the 3rd level, while the other 4 were at the 2nd level. They had also seen Hai Gue and his group return empty-handed. No matter how difficult it is, we have to try. If it really doesn't work, we can leave together. With Yubing's constant encouragement, they finally agreed to give it a shot. At that moment, Su Chen was quite speechless. If it weren't for Hai Gue's previous help, he would have kicked him out. Why are there more people coming? Another group? And they're all women? Damn! How many more are there? Just then, Ling Qianshua's door opened, and Su Chen was the first to hear the noise. Qianshua, are you okay? I'm fine. That's good, as long as you're okay. It was as if she suddenly realized something. This familiar fluctuation made Ling Qianshua nod at Su Chen. Great! Ling Qianshua had just opened the door after hearing Su Chen's noise. What just happened? Why do you look unwell? Su Chen explained about the obstruction they faced and mentioned Hai Gue's situation, and only then did Ling Qianshua understand. She looked at the screen where Yubing and the others were anxiously waiting. Should I go try? No need, if I don't go out, they will naturally leave. Perhaps because they were both women, Ling Qianshua insisted a bit more, and Su Chen had no choice but to agree. Hearing the commotion, Yubing and the others suddenly perked up. They were just about to give up. Why isn't it Su Chen? Seeing Ling Qianshua's extraordinarily beautiful face, Yubing remembered, this was the woman who often stayed by Su Chen's side. A cold voice came out. You all, is there something you need? Yubing and the others came back to their senses. Hello, my name is Yubing, and these are my sisters. We are here to seek refuge with Su Chen. I think you should be aware that Su Chen mentioned that the 3rd level is a threshold, right? Upon hearing this, the 4 behind Yubing all lowered their heads. We truly come to seek refuge, absolutely obedient to orders, willing to do anything, just asking to be taken in. Willing to do anything? Ling Qianshua seemed to remember something and stepped aside to contact Su Chen. Qianshua, what's wrong? Su Chen, they said they can do anything. Didn't we mention the issue with ingredients before? Meat can be preserved, but vegetables can't be stored. Do you think we can let them handle that? Are you suggesting we let them do logistics and grow vegetables? Su Chen thought for a moment. This actually seemed feasible.
Because this was indeed a problem, we can't just eat meat without vegetables, right? After a moment of silence, Suchen agreed, partly because this work really needed manpower. Secondly, it was rare for Ling Qianxue to make a request to him. Having a few more people around would give her someone to talk to, even if he wasn't there. After receiving Su Chen's response, Ling Qianxue promptly conveyed what he said. Hearing that it was just this request, the four of them hurriedly agreed. They kept expressing their gratitude. Yu Bing also breathed a sigh of relief. She understood that it was Ling Qianxue who helped them. This also signified that Su Chen's call had officially taken its first step. Ling Qianxue chose a relatively secluded area for them. This building would be considered the women's team building. The higher the position, the closer the living quarters would be to the center in the future. Ling Qianxue had done everything she needed to do, so she left them alone and returned to the central building. Is everything arranged? As soon as she entered, Su Chen's voice came through, and Ling Qianxue nodded gently. Su Chen raised his hand to interrupt what she was about to say. He knew what Ling Qianxue wanted to say. And she understood in her heart that Su Chen had agreed to this matter purely for her sake. There's no need for us to say much between us, it's just a small matter. In the basement of a residential building in Manhwa, a figure cloaked in black was using a smart communicator, the blue light from the screen illuminating his face. It was obvious that this was a foreigner. General, the matter has been taken care of. Well done, Manster. Don't act rashly for now, just focus on Su Chen's movements and report to me at any time. Understood, General. It was clear that this person was the planner of the interception operation appointed by those countries. Manster was the captain of this operation team, a 4th-tier super warrior, with a total of 10 members in the team, the other 9 being 3rd-tier. They were currently scattered in various locations planning and implementing the interception operations. Every day at noon, it was time for them to report their work. Team members would report to Manster, who would then report to his superiors. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Country were also continuously observing the patterns of the red dots changes and discovered some clues. They found that the interception operations occurring in various places could not be accomplished by a single person. It should be a well-organized and planned group. This indicated that the workload in this area was substantial, and any slight disturbance could potentially cause them to retreat. The three of them were momentarily uncertain and explained the situation to Su Chen. After hearing this, Su Chen simply said, "Cast a long line to catch a big fish." Luo Changwei instantly understood the meaning, so he focused on one particular location, Baishui City. Due to the death of Scar, Baishui City had now become a no-man's land, with various forces occupying it, a mix of fish and dragons. At the same time, this was also the place where the interception plan was most chaotic. Of course, Lingning City and Yefeng City were the same. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, inside Baishui City. Hey, go back where you came from. The speaker was a small thug from the Green Gang, currently intercepting on the main road to Jianhai City. The Green Gang was now the largest force in Baishui City, as all its members had a green diamond tattoo on their arms. Thus, they called themselves the Green Gang. The original Green Gang was not strong, but for some unknown reason, the leaders of several major forces disappeared overnight, allowing the Green Gang to grow and become the largest force in Baishui City. Why can't we pass? We're going to join Sushin. What does it have to do with you? The speaker was the leader of a small group of 7 people, 5 men and 2 women, who were going to join Su Chen. Suddenly, the thug kicked him hard in the stomach, and the immense pain prevented him from getting back up. Why? Because my fist is bigger. Brothers, tell them. Who is the king of this area now? Green Gang. Alright, brothers, since they won't take the path to heaven, kill all the men and keep the women. In an instant, everyone began to scream, while a man in a black robe in the crowd watched the scene with satisfaction. Just as the 7 of them showed despair, suddenly, a flashbang appeared in the center of the crowd. The man in the black robe thought to himself, "This is bad." The intense white light stimulated everyone's optic nerves, and within 10 seconds, no one could open their eyes. When they could finally see again, they found themselves surrounded by numerous individuals in special equipment, guns pointed at their heads. It should be noted that at this moment, they were just mere mortals and had not summoned any mechs. Meanwhile, the man in the black robe also realized something was wrong and turned to escape this troublesome place. But as he turned, his vision went black, and a massive fist struck his face, knocking him unconscious. The members of the Green Gang present did not escape either. It should be noted that for absolute certainty, this time, all those arranged were 3rd tier, including the so-called leader of the Green Gang, who was also directly invited for tea. After all, some things are clearer to a gang leader.
That night, in a secret base of the Dragon Country, the man in the black robe slowly woke up, and the moment his consciousness returned, he immediately assumed a combat stance. But he found himself surrounded by emptiness, in a room, trapped within a square iron cage that looked like it was made of spaceship-grade titanium. "Let me out!" In an instant, a terrifying current shocked him, leaving him dazed for quite a while. With a fearful gaze, he looked at the iron bars around him, huddled in a corner, not daring to move. Just then, report. "Come in." "Report, Commander Luo, the man in the black robe has woken up." "Okay, I understand." He waved his hand, and the guard stepped back. "Old Meng, what do you think? We just interrogated the leader of the Qin gang, and he knows nothing. It seems we have to meet him ourselves." "Yes, with foreign invaders attacking our dragon country, there must be a deeper conspiracy at play. Let's go, let's take a look together." "Name. Nationality. What is the purpose of this trip?" "Report, Commander, he won't say anything." "Changhua, we've encountered a tough nut. Ha ha ha." Hearing this, Luo Changhua also laughed. "Yes, what we fear the least is a tough nut." Luo Changhua waved his hand, and a guard beside him took two unknown material clamps and clamped them onto the iron bars. In an instant, a huge purple electric ball enveloped the man in the black robe. Ah! A pain that struck at his soul made him feel what it was like to wish for death. Within 10 seconds, the black-robed man collapsed to the ground like a dead dog. A faint voice emerged. "I'll speak." Hearing this, Luo Changhua helplessly waved his hand again, and the guard removed the clamps. "Why bother? It's just pathetic. Speak, tell us everything you know." Soon, Luo Changhua and the others learned the purpose of their trip, the number of people involved, and their next moves. "Su Chen, the foreign side has already learned of your news. Their action this time is aimed at you. They do not want to see you grow stronger." Su Chen was a bit confused. How did his reputation reach abroad? The reason was simple. There were foreigners living in Dragon Country, and such information leaks were unavoidable. Which countries are involved? It was initiated by the United States and some other countries led by the Eagle Nation. Hearing this, Su Chen frowned slightly. He had long experienced the shamelessness of the Americans. After all, various negative reports were mostly instigated by them, and the Eagle Nation was powerful. Once they set their sights on you, it could indeed be troublesome. "I remember you just said their captain is called Manster, right?" "Yes. Can you find him? He must know more, or we could take this opportunity to learn about some foreign movements. I always feel that their purpose is not just to block my growth. There must be deeper reasons." Hearing this, Luo Changhua began to ponder. Yes, why block Su Chen's growth? What was the purpose of this? Did it have any significance? In that case, Manster must be caught. I'll give it a try, do my best. Since there were too many targets, Luo Changhua couldn't guarantee he would definitely find him. Actually, we could use the point of reporting work to them to make some moves. Hearing this, Luo Changhua's eyes lit up. Yes, it was night now, and they would report to Manster at noon tomorrow. If they let the black-robed man say that they encountered some problems here, that would be perfect. Okay, I'll arrange this as soon as possible, but to ensure everything goes smoothly, I might still need you to take action. Su Chen also understood what Luo Changhua meant. A fourth tier, even if he couldn't win, could still escape. Luo Changhua and the others would never be able to keep him. After all, Baishui City wasn't far away. Alright. At this moment, Manster still had no idea that a big net was being cast around him. The next day at noon. You know what to say, just say it. At this moment, the man in the black robe looked at Luo Changhua and couldn't help but recall yesterday's encounter, shivering involuntarily. He quickly nodded. That's enough, let's begin. At this time, Manster was in the original basement, activating the smart communication. As soon as he connected, all the team members outside entered a voice room. Number 1. Report, Captain. Everything is normal at the moment. The forces we supported are under control. We intercepted a total of 12 people today, and Su Chen has not made any further moves. Over. Number 2. Report, Captain. Number 3. Number 9. Hearing his name called, the man in the black robe trembled and glanced at Luo Changhua. Report, Captain, I've encountered a small problem. Speak. Because Baishui City is a no-man's land and the city closest to Su Chen, the military has sent some personnel to guard this area, and the previously supported forces have been eliminated, so, numbers, strength. A total of 22 people, 2 at the 3rd level, 20 at the 2nd level. Manster had no doubts, as Baishui City was indeed a no-man's land, and since Jianghai City was too close to Su Chen, Baishui City became particularly important. 2 at the 3rd level, 20 at the 2nd level. Captain? Understood, wait for my news. After saying that, he hung up the phone. The man in the black robe instantly breathed a sigh of relief. His life was saved. Commander, found him. Here.
Just now, through the phone, Luo Changwa successfully located Manster's position. Tongtsu City. True to its name, Tongtsu City can reach any place within Longwa without crossing more than 2 provinces. So he's here, keep a close watch on his movements, report immediately if anything happens. He then smiled slightly at the man in the black robe. Well done, go in. He pointed to the iron bars behind him, and the man in the black robe forced a smile that was more painful than crying. General, there's been a problem in Baishui City, the military has intervened, should we? Are you confident? Of course. Good, Baishui City is crucial for us, we cannot let Suchen grow any further, you know the reason. Understood, General, I will handle it well. After closing the communication, Manster hurried towards Baishui City. Report, Commander. Manster is rapidly approaching Baishui City. Because Manster's communication was marked, any movement he made was detected. Good. Keep a close watch on him. Is everything arranged in Baishui City? It's all set, personnel are in place. This time, Luo Changwa had prepared everything, even sending out 22 people, 2 at the 3rd level, 20 at the 2nd level, along with number 9, to perform this act together. Contact Su Chen. Su Chen also received a call from Luo Changwa, learning that Manster had already taken action. He immediately set out. Ling Qianxue saw Su Chen getting ready to go out. Do you want me to come with you? No need, it's just a small matter, just keep an eye on Yangye for me. Ling Qianxue didn't insist any further, and Su Chen set off. Soon, Manster arrived in Baishui City based on number 9's location. Sure enough, he immediately saw military personnel guarding the essential route to Zhanghai, exactly as described by number 9. Moreover, they let all those who had defected to Su Chen pass through. When Manster appeared before number 9 instantly shivered. Captain, you're here. Why are you so nervous? Tell me this situation in detail. But as he approached number 9, Manster sensed something was off. Number 9 instinctively took a step back. Something's wrong. Through this subtle movement, Manster immediately realized it was a trap. Reacting quickly, he retreated, but at that moment, a group of special forces had already surrounded him tightly. Number 9. You actually betrayed me. At the moment of speaking, he directly summoned his knight's sword mech. A white body with black stripes, a split-headed mech design. Just like a familiar old friend of mine, the peak generates hypocritical support, dusk witnesses the devout believers. Where is my chicken army? Save me. At that moment, number 9 saw the murderous intent in Manster's eyes and couldn't help but shout in panic. As the leading captain raised a fist with one hand, all the operatives surged forward. But Manster, being a 4th-tier super warrior, managed to evade the tightly woven encirclement with a few quick dodges and charged straight at number 9. Traitor! You deserve to die. Without giving number 9 a chance to speak, he pierced his throat with a sword. Number 9 stared wide-eyed, clutching his neck, seemingly trying to prevent the blood from flowing out. Thud! But in the end, he fell heavily to the ground, convulsed a couple of times, and then fell completely still. Seeing that number 9 had been subdued, Manster seemed to have no intention of entangling with these people. Without any hesitation, he leaped into the air. Stepping on the shoulders of several operatives, he kept moving and escaped in the blink of an eye. Chase! But the gap in strength between the 3rd and 4th tiers was too great, they could only watch Manster leave from a distance. Captain, he escaped that way, should we pursue? After taking a deep look in the direction Manster fled, they realized their mission was complete. With that person present over there, they had nothing more to do. Regroup. Manster was still running, seemingly realizing that no one was chasing him from behind. Ha! Is that it? You think you can catch me? The people of the Dragon Kingdom are so overconfident. After some banter, he was about to change direction and find a place to hide. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the void, startling Manster into a shiver. Why did you stop cursing? Why are you running? Who are you? At that moment, Manster was like a headless fly, searching for the source of the voice. Hey! Where are you looking? Up! Hearing this, Manster looked up and saw a pitch-black mech slowly materializing from the void in the sky. 5th tier? This was the first time Su Chen heard his exact strength from someone else's mouth. In fact, Su Chen was overthinking. Manster only knew that one could fly after reaching the 5th tier, and even if Su Chen were 7th or 8th tier, he would still think of him as 5th tier. It turns out I really didn't catch the wrong person this time. Upon hearing this, Manster had no intention of resisting Su Chen. He knew the gap in their strengths was too great. He immediately turned and dove into the residential area, hoping to use the buildings to hide himself and seek an opportunity to escape. Ha! Still trying to run? Shaking his head helplessly, Su Chen vanished from his spot with a flicker. Meanwhile, Manster was still fleeing, truly using all his strength, hoping for a glimmer of life. But as he ran, he noticed that there was no sign of Su Chen behind him. He couldn't help but stop and observe his surroundings. Where's that terrifying person from the Dragon Kingdom? Should I say you're stupid, or should I say you're stupid? A voice rang in his ear. Manster immediately felt his hair stand on end, as if his soul was about to be scared away. Instinctively, he swung his right elbow, but Su Chen was already prepared. He easily blocked it, then pushed and pulled, dislocating Manster's right arm. The knight's sword suddenly swung towards Su Chen's neck, but Su Chen dodged back, releasing his grip on Manster. Manster performed a backflip to create distance, giving him a moment to adjust slightly. I really can't do anything with you, I don't have time to play with you. Suddenly, with a flash, he was face to face with Manster. Manster's pupils widened, and he swung his sword again. But Su Chen struck out with a palm, directly breaking his wrist. The knight's sword fell to the ground. Su Chen then grabbed Manster by the neck, slowly lifting him up, and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. The mech was automatically released from combat, and at that moment, Manster had already fainted. Why must you force me to take action? With a flash, he disappeared into the horizon. Meanwhile, in the secret base of the Dragon Kingdom, the special forces assigned to assist Su Chen had returned. The captain needed to report the situation immediately. Report. Come in. Commander, Su Chen has captured Manster and has returned to Jianhai. Alright, you can go. Changhua, do we need to interrogate this person ourselves? No need, Su Chen knows what he's doing. If it involves national matters, he will inform us. Since this matter is related to him, why not do him a favor? On the other side, Su Chen had already brought Manster back to Eternal Night and immediately handed him over to Su Kuan. When a bucket of cold water was splashed on Manster, he slowly regained consciousness. Yang Gu, he's awake. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw a large man staring at him, while a rather relaxed man sat in front of him. The next moment, when Manster finally saw the person clearly, he exclaimed, Su Chen? It seems I have some fame in your country. Since you know me, it should be easier to talk. So, tell me, why did you obstruct me from forming my own power? No reason, I just don't want you to continue growing. I know that, but what is the significance of your actions? I don't know, I'm just following orders. Following orders? Whose orders? The president, Teplang. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. He couldn't possibly go and capture Teplang for interrogation himself. Forget it, since you're not being honest, I'll personally get the answers I need. What do you want to do? Don't come over. Su Chen instantly summoned a silver gray mech, Ganjiang. It's fine, I won't take your life. A light remark, yet it plunged Manster into despair, his heart sinking. Swish! Without giving him any chance to react, a soft sound echoed as Ganjiang pierced through Manster's skull. Strangely, not a drop of blood flowed, and Manster's gaze began to grow increasingly vacant. Finally, we can have a proper chat. Without hesitation, Su Chen began to ask his questions, and Manster could no longer hide anything. After a series of inquiries, Su Chen not only got his answers but also uncovered a shocking secret. In his past life, Su Chen had not become a super warrior. There were many aspects he had not touched upon, and many things he could not comprehend. Through this interrogation, he learned the truth from Manster's mouth. It turned out that since the apocalypse began until now, there had been an invisible giant hand controlling everything behind the scenes. Su Chen felt that he might be stepping into an unknown world. From this interrogation, Su Chen discovered that Manster actually had two identities. The first identity was a member of a special operations unit that only took orders from Teplang, abbreviated. The other identity was his true identity, a follower of the Apocalypse sect. Regarding the Apocalypse sect, Su Chen only learned a part from Manster. From Manster's description, Su Chen knew that the Apocalypse sect was established at the beginning of the apocalypse. Who initiated it, who led it, the number of members, and their strength, Manster did not know any of this, let alone knowing where the sect's stronghold was. He only knew that he and his superior, General Webus, were both under a certain elder of the Apocalypse sect. From this, it was clear that the Apocalypse sect also had a hierarchy. Moreover, they believed that this apocalypse was a gift from heaven. It was a way for heaven to lead humanity towards evolution. For this reason, they firmly believed in one principle, survival of the fittest. Their goal is to continuously incite riots and chaos in various countries, seizing the opportunity to plunder their national fortunes. Ultimately, they aim to achieve evolution. National fortune is actually something quite ethereal, but they are convinced it truly exists. They want the world to believe in them and follow them. To achieve their goals, they are likely to resort to some extreme actions. Moreover, all members of the Apocalypse cult share a common trait. They have a red sun tattooed on their hearts, which they regard as a totem blessed by their deity.
Su-chen tore open Manster's shirt, and as expected, he found a red sun tattoo on his chest. On the surface, Manster obeyed Teplang's arrangements, but in reality, he followed the cult's directives. The more chaos there is, the more opportunities they have to take advantage. When the entire dragon country is in disarray, they will step in, arranging personnel to help resolve the riots, thereby gaining the people's faith. However, Su-chen repeatedly disrupted their plans, even being referred to as Su-God by the public, continuously gaining their belief. The Apocalypse cult would not sit idly by and watch this situation unfold. Furthermore, under Su-chen's influence, the chaos in Dragon Country began to diminish, and the national fortune started to rise, which would, in turn, make it more difficult for them to take over, while Su-chen's growth rate would accelerate. Just as Su-chen was contemplating whether to inform the military about this matter, Luo Changhua took the initiative to call. Ding! Incoming call from Luo Changhua. Do you wish to connect? Connect. Brother Su, how's it going? Any news? Commander Luo, your nose is really sharp. You caught the scent right after the interrogation. Haha, what's the news? I've figured it out. It's the U.S. President Teplang who's stirring things up. He wants Dragon Country to remain in chaos rather than organizing a resistance against the apocalypse like now. My appearance has disrupted their plans. Humph. I knew that those Western hegemons were up to no good. After much hesitation, Su-chen still didn't tell Luo Changhua about the Apocalypse cult. After all, the implications of this matter are too great. The fewer people who know about it, the better. Once more people are aware, there's a high chance of leaks, and then they would be on guard. Another reason is that Su-chen knows that national fortune is indeed real. This conclusion comes from his experiences in his past life and certain phenomena he observed. For only if national fortune truly exists can those phenomena be explained. So what do you plan to do about this person? This I can't be removed for now, at least not at this moment. You mean like the previous no. 9. Develop him into our informant? Exactly. On one hand, it can stabilize the U.S. side, making them feel that the situation is still under their control, and on the other hand, we can learn about their next steps through him. Alright, since you have this idea, then you can handle this person. If you need any help, just let me know. After chatting for a bit, they hung up the phone. However, Su-chen's mood did not lighten. Facing such an unknown giant, the road ahead is lone. Through Manster's mouth, Su-chen also learned about the locations of other team members and informed Luo Changhua. In the following days, based on the provided information, Luo Changhua quickly apprehended these individuals. During this time, Manster reported his daily work to General Wilbus every noon, but with Su-chen's cover, everything went smoothly. Meanwhile, without resistance, Su-chen's influence gradually expanded. Soon, the male team approached 100 members, and the female team had nearly 30, making the entire Eternal Night lively. A portion of the people had already been promoted to official members, and the cultivation of vegetables had shown improvement. With a large number of first-tier crystal nuclei serving as the growth energy for the vegetable seeds, reserves of vegetables were quickly established. Su-chen had known this from his previous life, which was also why he had kept 200,000 low-tier crystal nuclei after the beast tide. Just as everything was steadily developing, a call came in from the Luochang kingdom. Su-chen, a tungsten mine has suddenly appeared around Yefeng City. A large number of super warriors are rushing towards Yefeng City, and there are also many exotic beasts gathering there. A tungsten mine suddenly appeared? Yes, without any warning, the Heavenly Eye suddenly detected a large amount of metal reactions. Through component analysis, it was found to be tungsten or pure tungsten. I've already arranged for the military to take action. When will you set off? It should be noted that tungsten has a mere 0.0001% abundance in the Earth's crust and is extremely difficult to extract. The sudden appearance of a tungsten mine was enough to drive anyone mad. After all, more than 4 months had passed since the apocalypse, and many super warriors knew that rare metals could enhance their mechs. Luochang Kingdom did not understand what was happening, but Su-chen had guessed the reason for the appearance of the tungsten mine. During this time, he had gathered a large number of wanderers, which had alleviated the internal conflicts and riots within the Dragon Kingdom to a certain extent, thus improving the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom, and now its effects were manifesting. Because a similar situation had occurred in his previous life, Su-chen had not understood it back then, but now he knew the reason. Understood, I will set off as soon as possible. At that moment, in a secret base in the United States, an old man was furiously communicating. Whalebus, how could you guarantee me this? You said you had everything arranged for the actions in the Dragon Kingdom. Foolproof. But now, the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom is on the rise. What are you doing? At this moment, Whalebus was listening meekly to the old man's scolding, and only after a long tirade did he dare to speak.
Elder Francis, I'm sorry, this was my oversight. I will investigate this situation and handle this matter as soon as possible. Seeing Whalebys's attitude was still acceptable, being a capable subordinate and loyal to him, the old man did not mind giving Whalebys another chance. Whalebys, I hope you keep your word. Next time, I hope to hear good news from you. After the call ended, Whalebys's expression darkened instantly. Manster, what the hell are you doing? He violently destroyed everything around him, and after venting his anger, Whalebys finally calmed down. The urgent task was to find out what had happened in the Dragon Kingdom. With that thought, he called Manster. Meanwhile, Chenu was about to set off when he noticed Manster hurriedly approaching with a communication device. At this moment, Manster already knew that he had inadvertently exposed secrets to Chenu, and now he could only rely on Chenu, otherwise, he would be doomed. So Chenu did not control him any further. Not good. Whalebys called. What are you panicking for? Just answer normally, do I need to teach you? But this isn't the contact time. Chenu suddenly realized something, Manster might have already exposed himself. Just answer and see what the situation is. Trembling, he picked up the phone, trying to keep his tone as steady as possible. General. Manster. What the hell are you doing? What is the situation in the Dragon Kingdom right now? Seeing Chenu's lack of response, he could only brace himself and say, General, everything is normal here. Normal? You're telling me it's normal? The elder personally called. You're more of a hindrance than a help. Send me the data from these past few days, then come back. After hearing this, Manster's heart sank. He forced a smile at Chenu that looked worse than crying. More data? All the hideouts have been cleared. Where did the data come from? And going back is a dead end. Chenu knew this couldn't be kept under wraps any longer, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. He took the communication device from Manster's hand. He can't go back. It wasn't Manster's voice that he heard. Who are you? What's wrong? You members of the Apocalypse cult were just causing me trouble, and you've forgotten so soon? Chenu. Correct. But no reward. Hearing the words Apocalypse cult, Manster, who was now with Chenu, knew very well what was happening with Whalebys. Originally about to explode with rage, Whalebys suddenly calmed down. Chenu, since you know about the Apocalypse cult, I believe Manster has told you. Going against us is not a wise choice. I remember an ancient saying from the Dragon Kingdom, those who know the times are the true heroes. I believe, stop. Are you going to keep talking? I just want to tell you, don't act like a rat sneaking around doing little tricks behind my back, it's useless. Beep. Immediately, Whalebys heard the sound of the communication being cut off. In anger, he smashed the communication device to the ground, only to find that there was nothing around him to vent his frustration on. For a moment, he was scolded by Elder Francis and then infuriated by Chenu. At this point, Whalebys felt he was on the verge of exploding. Chenu, you wait for me. The entire base was filled with Whalebys's furious voice. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Chenu immediately stomped on the communication device, shattering it. Manster, here. I believe you are also aware of your current situation. Besides me, no one can save you. I hope you know what you're doing and don't try any little tricks behind my back. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to send you back. Upon hearing the last sentence, Manster trembled all over. Death is not terrifying, but a fate worse than death is. If he fell into Whalebys's hands, he couldn't imagine his fate. I understand. He took a deep look at Manster, then turned to the assembled team. Let's go. This time, Chenu did not bring Chenu and the others. They could step into the fourth tier at any moment. After much consideration, Chenu decided to leave them an eternal night to continue their training, striving to step into the fourth tier as soon as possible. However, he did bring along the officially promoted team members, leading 30 men, while Ling led 10 women. Of course, Manster had to come along, as a fourth tier. Leaving him an eternal night was somewhat dangerous. Along the way, other forces or small teams saw Chenu and his group heading in a certain direction and decided to follow along to join the excitement, encountering quite a few exotic beasts along the way. Chenu never made a move from start to finish. He originally hadn't planned to come on this mission, as these people were already enough. However, Chenu wanted to understand how this tungsten mine appeared, rather than just knowing it was due to national fortune. After 3 hours, Chenu and his group finally arrived at Yefeng City, seeing the barren landscape and environment of the entire city. He suddenly understood Jean Luo's desperate gamble at that time, though that was not an excuse for killing his own brother. Chenu was even more puzzled as to why the tungsten mine would appear in such a place. As Chenu appeared, someone suddenly walked towards him. Hello, I am Fong Song, the captain of the action team arranged by Commander Luo. Commander Luo has instructed us to assist you, and all actions will follow your orders. Alright, Thank you for your hard work. Please tell me what the current situation is. Fong Song did not hold back and immediately explained the current situation to Su Chen. What? There are actually 5th-tier exotic beasts lurking here? This was a point Su Chen noted. As for why this tungsten mine appeared, Fong Song was also unaware. Since there were no answers, they had to search for themselves. Su Chen and the others immediately set off for the tungsten mine. The tungsten mine appeared in the western suburbs of Yefeng City, in a desolate mountainous area. When Su Chen arrived, he immediately recognized which mountain was the tungsten mine. Its color was different from the surrounding barren hills. The mountain was gray with some yellow, and there were mottled bloodstains and incomplete corpses scattered about. Su Chen is here! Someone in the crowd shouted, and everyone instinctively made way, turning to look at Su Chen, who responded with a polite smile. Suddenly, his gaze collided with a scrutinizing look from the crowd. Su Chen was slightly taken aback. Interesting, he didn't expect to encounter a top super warrior from his previous life here. He clearly remembered that this person was named Yu Yuhua, and he wielded the Li Chuan spear. In his past life, he was revered as General Yu, but in a later battle, he perished alongside a high-level exotic beast. By the time Su Chen regained his composure, Yu Yuhua had already shifted his gaze elsewhere. Su Chen couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Yu Yuhua from his past life seemed so unattainable, yet now he was facing Su Chen's gaze. At this moment, Su Chen had made up his mind that such a general must be utilized. Putting aside his thoughts, he needed to clarify the situation regarding the tungsten mine first. The people present were mostly from one faction, nearly 100 third tier and almost 10,000 second tier, yet none dared to approach. It was clear that the strength of the 5th tier Tiger King intimidated this group, along with the thousands of exotic beasts lurking among the rocks. The mottled bloodstains and incomplete corpses at the tungsten mine had long indicated that they had already attempted to confront it. Su Chen sighed lightly. It seemed they wouldn't recklessly try again in the short term unless they found a way to deal with the Tiger King, but he had no intention of wasting so much time in such a place. Xian Shui, come with me, the others stay behind. Seeing this situation, everyone perked up. They knew Su Chen was about to take action. Yu Yuhua also noticed everything, his eyes flickering. Was he not afraid of the 5th tier Tiger King and tens of thousands of exotic beasts? Su Chen, just how strong are you? In terms of pure strength, Yu Yuhua could indeed contend with the Tiger King, but with so many exotic beasts around and not wanting to be a pawn for others, he chose not to intervene. The rest of you, fight for the tungsten mine, take as much as you can. Manster, you are responsible for their safety. Fong Song, your people will go with them too. Su Chen had no intention of monopolizing it because the apocalypse couldn't be resolved by just them. It required everyone's joint effort, and these people also needed to improve their strength. Moreover, if Su Chen wanted to monopolize, he would easily become a target. Despite everyone calling him Su Chen, if they ended up with nothing, it wouldn't matter what title he held, it could lead to trouble, which was not Su Chen's goal, and he didn't lack these things for now. After giving these instructions, Su Chen didn't hesitate, summoning Qishao, and charged straight towards the tungsten mine with Ling Qianshui. Brothers, what are we waiting for? Charge! With Su Chen and Ling Qianshui leading the way, everyone surged forward. The scene instantly became chaotic. Along the way, there were some foolish exotic beasts looking for trouble, but as Su Chen and Ling Qianshui easily took down their companions, these beasts realized that these two were not to be trifled with. Moreover, their king was up there, and the king would deal with them. In fact, the tungsten mine held no significance for these exotic beasts. They merely sensed a large number of humans rushing over and wanted to take the opportunity to hunt some humans to satisfy their hunger. After all, the flesh and blood of these humans could accelerate their evolution. At this moment, in a basin Longwa, Luo Changhua and the others were using the heavenly eye to observe the situation at the tungsten mine. With Su Chen's presence, these exotic beasts were continuously defeated, giving them a chance to compete for the tungsten mine. Seeing this, Meng Rohai also slapped his thigh. Good. Changhua, inviting Su Chen this time was truly the right decision. Mainly because of that Tiger King. Right now, it seems only Su Chen can deal with it. As he said this, Meng Rohai couldn't help but feel emotional. Yes, only Su Chen can handle it. If only he were one of us in the military. Old Meng, don't be so downcast. Although Su Chen isn't from the military, he is still our friend, isn't he? Isn't that equivalent to being one of us? Although he knew Luo Changhua was trying to comfort him, he felt much more at ease now. Alright, look at you two, you've forgotten the main business. Right, let's keep watching. Along the way, since the strange beasts didn't trouble Su Chen and Ling Qianshui much, they quickly reached the summit. Sure enough, atop the mountain, a large cat with tattoos was staring intently at Su Chen and the others.
Judging by its body length, it was no less than 30 meters, and the blood dripping from its mouth suggested it had just had a hearty meal. Roar! Everyone heard that tremendous roar. Su Chen had encountered the Tiger King. Why is this little kitty so fierce? The Qishao sword materialized in his hand, and instantly, the Tiger King felt a threat of death. This human before it was not to be trifled with. Thus, the roar turned into a low growl, and it began to crouch down, slowly retreating. Not bad for having some insight, but you still have to die. Just as Su Chen was about to slay the Tiger King, Ling Qianxue spoke up. Let me handle this. Without further ado, Ling Qianxue stepped forward and engaged the Tiger King in battle. Su Chen had a rough idea of why, after all, she was a strong old woman. But thinking that Ling Qianxue needed to solidify her combat skills after her advancement, and since he was nearby, he let her go, choosing to observe from the mountaintop. After watching for a while and taking in the full view of the tungsten mine, Su Chen concluded that it looked like it had drilled itself up from underground. It seemed necessary to investigate below. Glancing back at the fight between Ling Qianxue and the Tiger King, both were injured. Ling Qianxue appeared to have dislocated her right arm and was now wielding her sword with her left hand, while 4 wing blades slowly rotated behind her. The Tiger King had a long, deep wound in its abdomen, blood gushing out, and its body was covered in various sword marks. It seemed the next move would determine the victor. The Tiger King gathered all its energy in its mouth, and a terrifying wave of energy immediately spread out. Ling Qianxue, on the other hand, lowered her sword in front of her, and the purple sheen on her mech became incredibly deep. Suddenly, Ling Qianxue vanished from her spot, executing 7 instantaneous movements, leaving only fading afterimages. For a moment, the Tiger King's attack couldn't lock onto her. When the Tiger King finally relocked onto Ling Qianxue, it found its body was out of control, and the gathered energy was slowly dissipating. A line of blood appeared on the Tiger King's neck. Then, it stared wide-eyed, unwilling to fall. Ling Qianxue suddenly knelt on the ground, the purple sheen on her mech dimming instantly. Su Chen stepped forward and asked, "Are you alright?" Ling Qianxue slowly shook her head. "You go investigate, I'll rest here for a bit." Looking around, since this was the Tiger King's territory, no strange beasts dared to approach. Moreover, Ling Qianxue wasn't severely injured. At most, she was fatigued from her wounds. Even if something unexpected happened, she could still escape. "Alright, be safe." After saying this, he found a suitable spot and leaped down. When Su Chen reached the underground to investigate, he finally understood the truth behind the tungsten mine. Generally speaking, geological changes take a long time. From the natural behavior of atoms and ions, to the formation and transformation of mineral rocks, to the activities of various parts of the crust and the formation of mountains and rivers, as well as the interactions and transformations of the core, mantle, and crust. It also includes the physical changes and chemical reactions from the inorganic world to the organic world, from normal temperature and pressure to high temperature and pressure conditions. Additionally, there is the lengthy process involved. Geological processes generally take a long time to occur and continue, such as the changes between land and sea, mountain uplift, seafloor expansion, and magma intrusion, all of which require a significant amount of time. Although some geological processes may seem to occur in a short time, the accumulation of energy before their occurrence is quite long, such as in the case of earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. The sudden appearance of this tungsten mine is like the geological evolution in this area rapidly unfolding in a short time, completing changes that would normally take thousands or tens of thousands of years, resulting in this phenomenon. And this is nothing but the concept of national fortune. Thinking of this, Su Chen suddenly understood why various phenomena occurred inexplicably in the last days of his previous life. When national fortune rises, various miracles may appear, just like the sudden emergence of the tungsten mine now. When national fortune declines, a series of disasters such as earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and droughts may occur. In general, this is a manifestation of a nation's fortune. Now, Su Chen finally understood everything. So how did the Doomsday Cult plunder national fortune? And how did they use national fortune to achieve their so-called evolution? With this thought, he felt increasingly that there were unknown secrets behind the Doomsday Cult. As he got closer to the center of the tungsten mine, a strange feeling began to grow in Su Chen's heart. He couldn't describe it, only feeling that his body and mind were empty, as if wrapped in a warm breath. Just as Su Chen closed his eyes to feel all of this, suddenly, streams of pale yellow energy slowly flowed from the surrounding tungsten mine into his forehead, while the black stone in his mind greedily absorbed this energy, its color deepening. Su Chen was completely unaware of all this, and after an unknown amount of time, the black stone seemed to have had its fill and returned to its previous calm, while Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. What happened? Did I just fall asleep? What's going on?
Su Chen suddenly noticed that the tungsten mine around him had lost its original luster and had turned into a pile of waste rock. As if recalling something, Su Chen rushed out from underground. From the outside, the tungsten mine appeared normal, not having turned into waste rock like below, and Su Chen's anxious heart finally settled. He couldn't understand what had just happened. It was as if he had blinked and everything changed. Forget it, if I can't figure it out, then I won't think about it. Moreover, Ling Qianxue was still at the top of the mountain, and looking over, the battle was still intense. When Su Chen returned to the mountaintop, he found that Ling Qianxue was still meditating. Her injuries had already healed, probably digesting the experiences and insights from the battle. As if sensing Su Chen's return, Ling Qianxue also finished her meditation. How was it? Did you find anything? Su Chen then told Ling Qianxue about what he had seen and heard underground, as well as some conclusions he had drawn from his investigation. So, this tungsten mine was formed due to the influence of natural forces. But what about the national fortune you just mentioned? Someone is coming. At that moment, a mech suddenly charged up to the mountaintop. Its head was golden, the body white, but with golden dragon patterns covering its entire body. Su Chen recognized at a glance who it was. Yu Hua. When Yu Hua arrived at the mountaintop, he was not surprised to see Su Chen and Ling Qianxue, as he knew they had come up long ago. However, seeing the dismembered corpse of the fifth-tier Tiger King lying in a pool of blood, he could not hide his shock. It had been difficult for him to reach the mountaintop, but seeing Su Chen unscathed and having taken down the Tiger King left him astonished. Su Chen, just how strong are you? Yu Hua did not believe for a second that the Tiger King had been killed by Ling Qianxue. Su Chen was taken aback by his words. Maybe just a little stronger than that Tiger King. Yu Hua naturally didn't believe it at all. He had watched the live broadcast of that beast tide, that silverback was nearly 50 meters long, much larger than this tiger, and it was probably already at the legendary 6th tier. Su Chen, let's have a fight. Let me see how big our gap is. Great, this guy's old habit flared up again. In his previous life, Yu Hua wasn't usually so impulsive, but when it came to strong opponents, he couldn't suppress his desire to battle. Su Chen was also aware of some of Yu Hua's character and immediately said, "Come on, let's have some fun." After all, Su Chen indeed had the intention of taking Yu Hua under his wing, and the most direct way to do that was through a fight between men. Yu Hua quickly got into a fighting stance, the Li Quan gun firmly in his hand, constantly moving to find an opportunity. "Where's your weapon?" "No need for it for now." Upon hearing this, even though he knew the vast difference in strength between himself and Su Chen, he couldn't help but snort coldly. Without hesitation, he thrust the gun like a dragon, aiming directly at Su Chen's open flank. Su Chen, however, remained calm, extending a hand to gently rest on the gun aimed at him, pushing and gripping. "Let go." A terrifying force erupted from Su Chen's hand, transmitted through the gun into Yu Hua's arms. Clang! Yu Hua's Li Quan gun was already out of his hands, casually swept away by Su Chen, and it deeply embedded itself into the ore. A bitter smile crept onto Yu Hua's lips. In less than one exchange, he had lost his weapon. How could he continue fighting? "I admit defeat." Su Chen smiled slightly upon hearing this. "It's just a matter of strength and luck." Yu Hua certainly knew Su Chen was trying to comfort him, but a loss was a loss. "Are you interested in joining me?" Su Chen's sudden remark not only stunned him but also made Ling Qianxue pause for a moment. "Sorry, I'm used to being a lone wolf." "Don't be in a hurry to refuse, think it over. I really admire strong individuals like you. Moreover, if you want to enhance your strength, battles are essential, and what I have in abundance here is combat." Su Chen wasn't lying. When the military faced problems they couldn't solve, he would help, and the beasts they faced were extremely terrifying, the kind of opponents Yu Hua needed most. "In fact, I can personally be your opponent." When Yu Hua heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Ling Qianxue also sized up Yu Hua. She had never seen Su Chen value someone so highly. Of course, she knew Su Chen had his reasons for doing so. At this moment, Yu Hua was already captivated by Su Chen's last sentence, now fantasizing about battling Su Chen every day. When Su Chen saw that Yu Hua didn't respond for a moment, he thought it was a lost cause and sighed. "Forget it. Qianxue, let's go." Just as Su Chen and the others were about to leave, Yu Hua finally reacted. "If what you said is true, then I am willing to join." Hearing this voice from behind, Su Chen finally smiled. "Welcome to the team." As Su Chen and the three of them descended the mountain, chaos reigned. Some were still fighting the beasts, but it seemed retreat was only a matter of time, especially since the Tiger King had already been taken down. Meanwhile, others had begun to gather tungsten ore based on their own abilities, and during this process, conflicts arose continuously. "I got here first, get lost." "Just because you say you got here first means you did?" I say I got here first. With no resolution to the argument, it eventually escalated into a fight. After all, when reason fails, only fists can speak. This scene was playing out everywhere, with some even battling beasts, only to be distracted by others gathering tungsten ore and getting bitten to death in an instant. Su Shen is coming down? In an instant, everyone noticed Su Chen and his three companions. Even the strange beasts turned their heads repeatedly. Wasn't the king supposed to have dealt with these people? Suddenly, it seemed everyone realized something. Su Chen could come down, which meant the Tiger King is dead. A voice suddenly emerged from the crowd, and in an instant, a wave of cheers erupted. The strange beasts were not foolish. Their king had failed to eliminate these people, which meant he had been defeated by them. Watching the cheering crowd, the strange beasts slowly retreated, turning and scattering like birds and beasts. Now, nothing could stop these people's steps. Su Chen did not linger here. His purpose for coming had been accomplished, and he quickly sought out Manster and the others. How did it go? What did you harvest? About 30,000 tons. After a rough estimate, it indeed came to around 30,000 tons. It sounded like a lot, but as the number of people in Eternal Night increased, so did their levels, and the energy absorption requirements grew larger. In fact, it was only enough for them to enhance their mechs a few times, and after absorption, it would turn into a pile of waste stone. However, Manster also noticed Yu Yuhua beside Su Chen, wondering how Su Chen had brought someone down from the mountain. Moreover, he vaguely sensed that this person seemed to have a fighting spirit towards Su Chen. Without letting Manster think too much, Su Chen instructed him to take the formal members and absorb some energy from the tungsten ore here before proceeding to gather it. With the threat of the Tiger King eliminated and the strange beasts retreating, everyone began to get busy, and the previous conflicts faded away. Suddenly, someone seemed to have dug up something. Ah, what's going on? How could this happen? In an instant, everyone turned to look, and even Su Chen glanced over. This feels somewhat familiar. Su Chen suddenly remembered that this was exactly like the waste stones he had seen underground. Everyone discovered that this piece had no energy or luster. They all started digging, only to find that beneath the surface of the tungsten ore, it was all waste stone. At this point, more people had dug up waste stones. What's going on? This can't be. Su Chen still hadn't realized that this situation was caused by himself, or more accurately, by the black stone. The current situation indicated that there was not much tungsten ore left. In an instant, everyone began to frantically compete for resources, but as the tungsten ore dwindled, friction increased, and conflicts grew larger, even reaching the point of life and death. Even among the same team, some people were stabbing each other in the back, wanting to monopolize the resources. Su Chen watched the situation unfold. He did not intervene. With tens of thousands of people here, who could he stop? Moreover, he had no intention of getting involved. He was not a person overflowing with sympathy. How much is it now? Manster had been keeping an eye on this matter. Time is tight, it's nearly 40,000 tons now. Hearing this answer was within Su Chen's expectations. Of course, the biggest gain this time was understanding the truth about the tungsten ore and the addition of Yu Yuhua. Gather up, it's time to go back. Fang Song and the others also returned to report to Luo Changhua under Su Chen's arrangement. As for the people on the tungsten ore, they could only make their own choices. A few hours later, Su Chen and his group finally returned to Eternal Night. Su Koan and the others were still striving to break through to the 4th level, while Yu Yuhua, who had initially come here out of a desire to fight Su Chen, now genuinely felt that this place was quite good. He couldn't help but think that not everything online was a lie. For the formal members of this operation, because they had retrieved a large amount of tungsten ore, they also triggered the points reward rule. 1,000 points for 10,000 tons, 4,000 tons would be 4,000 points. Now, with 40 people going, each person would get 100 points. And this also meant that they all became elite members, enjoying better treatment and the ability to live in better rooms. For a moment, the intern members and formal members looked on with immense envy at this scene. Su Chen also allocated some resources. Aside from the 3 crystal cores each person had to submit daily, the rest could be used for cultivation, essentially at their own disposal. They could also choose to exchange points for special food or accumulate them. After the distribution, Su Chen handed the 5th-tier Tiger King crystal core to Ling Qianxue. This is your trophy, take it. Upon hearing this, Manster and Yu Yuhua were also surprised, looking at the scene. They had always thought that Su Chen was the one who killed the tiger, but now, Yu Yuhua paid a bit more attention to Ling Qianxue in his heart. However, he felt even more unable to see through Su Chen. Not to mention Manster, even this woman was at the 4th tier, and he sensed many fate auras, likely not far from the 4th tier herself. How could these people all follow Su Chen? Yu Yuhua couldn't figure it out for a moment, so he decided not to think about it. But he knew that his days here would likely not be boring. Just as he returned to the building, Luo Chenghua's call came in. Su Chen, this time it's really thanks to you. Oh, it's nothing, just a small matter. By the way, I heard that the tungsten mine is all waste rock inside except for the surface, but the previous scans clearly showed it was tungsten ore. Did you notice anything unusual? Upon hearing this, Su Chen recalled some of his experiences underground. There is indeed one unusual thing. So Su Chen explained the geological changes and the formation of the tungsten mine. What? Experiencing thousands or tens of thousands of years of change in a short time? If it weren't for Su Chen saying it, Luo Changhua wouldn't have believed it at all. Then why did the tungsten mine inside turn into waste rock? Su Chen couldn't provide an answer at the moment and could only speculate that it was still due to geological changes. After all, he wasn't clear on what had happened. For such scientifically unexplainable matters, Luo Changhua also stopped dwelling on it. After a few pleasantries, he hung up the phone. In the days that followed, Su Chen rarely had some time to rest, but he couldn't escape being challenged to fights. Come again. For a moment, Yu Yuhua fired another shot, and Su Chen just kept dodging. What's going on? Who is this person, daring to challenge Su Shun? Such things were quite rare, and whether they were elites, formal, or intern members, everyone gathered in a circle nearby to watch the excitement. I don't know, just know this person came back with Su Shen. Then it's not surprising. What kind of ordinary person could Su Shen bring back? At this time, some members who shared a floor with Yu Yuhua spoke up. I know this person, he's on the same floor as me, also a formal member. What? Such a strong person is only assigned to the formal members floor? But thinking back to what Su Shen had said, that eternal night doesn't look at strength, only points, everyone felt it was reasonable. As Yu Yuhua's shots became faster, the range in which Su Chen could dodge grew smaller. When there was no way to avoid it, he could only strike out with a palm. Bang! A dull thud echoed, and the two momentarily held their ground. Fortunately, unlike the first time, his weapon was not easily knocked away by Su Chen. After these days of sparring with Su Chen, Yu Yuhua's strength had also improved somewhat. At least he could exchange a few blows with Su Chen now. Su Chen felt it was about time. With a slight exertion, Yu Yuhua couldn't hold on any longer, half kneeling on the ground, and his mech was released as well. Cough cough, let's do this again next time. Su Chen also released his mech. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he almost choked on Yu Yuhua's words. Again? But Yu Yuhua paid no mind to Su Chen's reaction. After all, this wasn't the first time he had said such a thing. Anyway, Su Chen had promised himself, so he wasn't afraid that Su Chen wouldn't fight. Yu Yuhua, on the other hand, returned quite happily. After all, having such a master to practice with every day was a treat. Su Chen looked utterly disinterested. He had originally planned to take a good rest these days. What are you looking at? You're already at the 4th level? Want to practice with me? Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically, and they scattered. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached Su Chen's ears. Brother Yang. Ha! Seeing who it was, Su Chen's earlier gloom lifted instantly. Kunzi, it's been quite a while since I last saw you. Hee, didn't I come right after leveling up? Looking at the 18 brothers behind Su Kuan, all of whom had also leveled up, Su Chen's smile grew even wider. Boss, hello. Boss, I finally get to see you. Boss, I've missed you so much. Stop, that's getting more and more nauseating. Su Chen's words immediately drew a burst of laughter. Without further ado, Su Chen took Su Kuan and the others to feast, and it felt absolutely amazing. The revelry continued until late into the night before it finally came to an end. The next morning, Su Chen groggily opened his eyes. What? How did I end up back here again? This time he was sure he hadn't misremembered, he hadn't come back at all. Did I wake up too abruptly? After washing up in a daze, he was just about to head downstairs for something to eat to shake off the hangover when he bumped into Ling Qianxue, who was practicing yoga on the balcony again. Awake? Ha! At that moment, Su Chen seemed to realize something. Did you bring me back? What else could it be? Then last time? That was also me. Ignoring Su Chen's reaction, Ling Qianxue continued, don't stay out too late in the future, you're quite heavy, you know? Ha! Got it. After finishing breakfast and just returning to his room, he received a call from Luo Changhua. Ding! Incoming call from Luo Changhua, do you want to answer? This time Su Chen hesitated for quite a while. No way, it can't be that I haven't even started resting and I'm already getting called back. In the end, Su Chen still answered the phone. Hello, Su Chen. What's up? Why does your voice sound strange? Are you unwell? No, Commander Luo, you go ahead. At this moment, Su Chen was feeling overwhelmed, but Luo Changhua didn't suspect anything. Here's the thing, there has been a major sea beast attack in Ross country recently, and they are seeking our assistance. I hope you can lead a team there. Ross country? Major sea beast attack? Yes, but we still don't know the specific strength of this sea beast. Is there any footage? Yes, I'll send it to you shortly. Ross Country is a partner of our Dragon Country, and of course, having more friends means more paths. Perhaps this friend can help you in the future. Hearing this, Suchen understood. This was an opportunity to engage with foreign countries. After all, Suchen was quite famous now, and if he could provide significant help to Ross Country, his influence would take a leap on the international stage. In truth, Suchen didn't particularly care about his reputation, but considering the matters concerning the end times cult, which had branches all over the world attempting to plunder the fortunes of various nations, if he could take this opportunity to understand some foreign situations or disrupt the plans of the end times cult, that would be quite beneficial. Moreover, Suchen had a vague feeling that this incident might not be so simple. Suchen, what are you thinking? Alright, leave this matter to me. After watching the footage, Suchen felt even more that this matter was not simple, because even he couldn't tell what it was or its strength. Moreover, he vaguely sensed something was off from the footage. Aside from that, there was no useful information, but Suchen seemed to feel that there was something in the waves. Due to the excessive wildlife in the Ross Kingdom, especially the numerous bear-like creatures, land transportation is not safe. Therefore, a relatively safe sea route was chosen for transport. The first few times everything went smoothly, but for some unknown reason, incidents of sea monsters attacking transport ships began to occur later on. Suchen always felt that there was a shadow of an apocalyptic cult behind this, because such transport operations must have undergone reconnaissance, and their timing and routes are kept quite secret. Moreover, the apocalyptic cult enjoys doing such things, first instilling despair in people, then giving them hope. Of course, it could also just be an accident. After all, the ocean accounts for 70% of the entire blue planet. It is possible for unexpected events to happen. In response to this matter, he had to go take a look. If it was just an accident, it would be a simple task. If there were signs of the apocalyptic cult, he wouldn't mind flexing his muscles. The next day, Suchen contacted the Luocheng Kingdom and was about to set off when he was bumped into by Yu Yuhua, who had come to spar with him. Suchen, where are you going? I have something to take care of. No way. You have to finish sparring with me first. Hearing this, Suchen felt a headache coming on. Why was this person so difficult to deal with? However, Suchen seemed to think of something, and a sly smile flashed across his lips. I really have something today, but I haven't forgotten you. Do you see that place over there? Suchen pointed to the residence where Su Koan and the others were. I see it. What's up? Just wait a moment, go in and say I sent you, looking for someone named Su Koan. Tell him, do you have anyone who can fight? He will naturally arrange for a strong person to come out and spar with you. Upon hearing this, Yu Yua's eyes lit up. Are you serious? Of course it's true. You can try and see. Watching Yu Yua's departing figure, Suchen let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he had gotten rid of this troublesome guy. However, he still hoped that Su Koan and the others would go easy. When Yu Yuhua said that, it was destined to be a situation of a few against many. This time, Suchen led a small team from the military, which was the team led by Fong Song. When Suchen arrived at the designated meeting point, he heard, Team Su, we meet again. Suchen was slightly taken aback. Why was he called Team Su again? As if sensing Suchen's confusion, Fong Song explained on the spot. Because Commander Luo said all actions are under your command, so we call you Team Su. At this moment, the 10 team members were quite excited, as they could fight alongside the god Su. The 12 of them boarded the warplane and headed to the Ross Kingdom. When Suchen and the others landed at a base in the Ross Kingdom, a group of people in olive green military uniforms had been waiting for a long time. Hello, Colonel Ilomakiv. This was the homework that the Luocheng Kingdom had asked Suchen to do in advance. Hello, Mr. Suchen, your reputation truly precedes you. Please. Without any pretense, they followed Colonel Ilomakiv and others into the command room. Ilomakiv was the highest commander here, and the others were key members. Looking at the satellite screen, Suchen said, can you explain the situation in detail? Ilomakiv signaled for someone nearby to bring some materials, which included survivor accounts and some close-up photos. This time, it was much more detailed, and it could be vaguely seen that it was a round creature with tentacles. Is it an octopus? Just then. Report. The transport ship has been attacked by sea monsters in the East Siberian Sea. Immediately, Suchen and Ilomakiv exchanged glances. Then, Suchen said to Fong Song and the others, let's go take a look. Without any hesitation, Suchen and the others immediately piloted the warplane to the East Siberian Sea, while Ilomakiv and the others relayed information to Suchen in real time from the base. When Suchen arrived at the designated location, he saw the shadow lurking in the sea more clearly than ever before. Is this at least 50 meters?
Fong Song suddenly said beside him. Hearing this, the team members also became tense, while Suchen calmly replied, "You all wait for me here." The creature's tentacles were incredibly thin and numerous. Before long, this batch of transport ships was tightly wrapped by these tiny tentacles hidden in the waves, being dragged deeper into the ocean. Suchen showed no hesitation. With a swing of his sword, the tiny tentacles were severed one after another. At that moment, the beast in the sea seemed to be enraged. "Human! Don't meddle in our affairs." No wonder it's so rampant. It's just a 6th tier sea beast, how dare it be so arrogant in front of me? Fong Song and the others were shocked. What kind of creature could actually speak human language? Hearing this, the sea beast was furious. Countless tiny tentacles rushed towards Su Chen, seemingly trying to bind him. "Human, you'd better pray you don't fall into my hands." At this point, Su Chen had basically confirmed that this monster was not an octopus but more like a jellyfish. However, this jellyfish had grown to such a size as if it had made up its mind about something. "Fong Song, you all assist these transport ships. There are people on the shore to help them." At this moment, Fong Song and the others also came to their senses, recovering from their earlier shock, and went to assist the transport ships. Immediately, Su Chen leaped down and dove into the water. "Brother Fong, do you think Su Chen will be okay?" Fong Song felt uncertain. He didn't know what it meant for a sea beast to speak human language, but it was definitely not something they could provoke. "Sigh, I don't know, I just hope he's fine." After Su Chen entered the water. Human, I don't know if you're bold or just ignorant. I will let you know whose territory this is." At that moment, Su Chen finally saw its true form. It was actually a 6th tier jellyfish. Its colors were extremely vibrant, and its tentacles were covered in barbs, with a bell diameter reaching 50 meters, a true prehistoric giant. However, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, but the water around this jellyfish began to change, seemingly containing strong toxicity. Su Chen suddenly felt dizzy. Jean Lu. When Jean Lu enveloped his body, the blue water pattern slowly absorbed the energy contained in the toxins, and Su Chen suddenly remembered what this creature was. A lion's mane jellyfish? Especially this large jellyfish, he had some impression of it, but he never expected it could grow this big. However, for a 6th tier creature, this lion's mane jellyfish's strength was still not enough to be a threat. But for the people of the Ross Kingdom, this was already a disaster. Just now, they had been careless and were affected by the toxins released by its tentacles, but now seeing Su Chen unharmed under its toxins, it realized that this human was not just boasting. Its most potent poison was ineffective against Su Chen, and its tentacles could not withstand the sword in Su Chen's hand. In an instant, it wanted to dive into the deep sea. Seeing this, Ilio Makiv shouted urgently over the communication. "We can't let it escape. If it gets away, we're finished. The sea is vast, and Su Chen couldn't possibly stay here forever." Su Chen swung his sword several times, and the tissues on the lion's mane jellyfish kept falling off, blue blood gushing out in large amounts, as it desperately swam deeper. "Still clinging to life? Let's see how many pieces you can break into." Su Chen's sword strikes became faster, while the lion's mane jellyfish swam deeper. Su Chen also noticed that this sea area seemed to harbor more than just this one 6th tier presence. Especially with all this blood, it was likely to attract even more terrifying creatures. But there was no time to worry about that now. Finally, after diving thousands of meters into the seabed, he caught up with it. Although it was only a matter of time before he would catch up, it was the lion's mane jellyfish that had stopped swimming downwards. "Why did you stop running?" And at this moment, its voice had already begun to tremble. "Human, let me go this once, and I promise I will never cause trouble again." Su Chen chuckled lightly. "Do you think I would believe that?" Just as Su Chen was about to slay this lion-maned jellyfish, an overwhelming sense of crisis flooded his entire being. Crack! He saw a massive abyssal maw appear where he had just been, filled with sharp teeth. And not far from Su Chen, that jellyfish was swallowed in one bite. There truly were terrifying creatures in this seabed. Just as Su Chen was momentarily stunned, that giant mouth lunged at him again. This time Su Chen could see clearly, this was no abyssal maw, but a terrifying great white shark. And this one was definitely over 100 meters long. A 7th tier great white shark? At this moment, Su Chen had no desire to fight. The difference between the 7th tier before and after was a watershed. Although he could easily slay a 6th tier beast, a 7th tier beast already possessed its own innate abilities. This was fundamentally different from ordinary abilities. This was a manifestation of having pushed a certain capability to its limits. Moreover, this kind of ability was innate, having become a personal talent through continuous growth. "Mogu, you still haven't managed to take down this little human?" At this moment, the great white shark coldly looked towards the right side of the deep sea. "Xiao Yu, this doesn't seem to concern you, does it? What, do you want to get involved too?" Suchen then saw a creature in the deep sea named Shoyu, which turned out to be a giant red vampire squid. What do you mean by getting involved? You and I live in this layer of the sea, so naturally, this matter concerns me. What a lively scene! What good day is it today? At this moment, another voice came from the left side of the deep sea. A gigantic sea wolf swam over. Another 7th tier. Suchen silently summoned his fish concealment. Void. Immediately, Suchen concealed himself in the void and swam upwards. He had no mind to listen to what they were saying. If he stayed here any longer, he might really end up in trouble. Fia, look at you, you've scared this little toy away. The sea wolf named Fia paid no mind to Shoyu's words. Hee, where can this little thing run to? What brings you two here today? It's been a while since it was lively. It's rare to have some commotion, so we naturally came to take a look. Indeed, the commotion Suchen had just caused was quite significant, and they were particularly sensitive to the smell of blood. Stop chatting, that little thing is about to run away. Upon hearing this, the sea wolf revealed its sharp teeth and laughed. Just a 5th tier, watch me. Extreme of the sea, devour. Suchen's figure suddenly appeared, as several destructive undercurrents surrounded him. See, isn't this just catching it? Just in time to ask how the outside environment is now. At this moment, Suchen could only stop his movement. But seeing those 3 7th tier beasts approaching, he didn't know what to do, and Suchen gritted his teeth. It was now or never. Staying here would only lead to death. Without hesitation, Suchen transformed his fish concealment into Dragon Abyss. A blue barrier enveloped Suchen. Without a moment's pause, he gritted his teeth and charged forward. In an instant, the two forces collided violently, and surprisingly, they did not break through immediately but instead became locked in a stalemate. Suchen's expression darkened. He hadn't expected it to be this troublesome. This human seems to have some tricks. That mech of his is quite interesting. Looks like he's not some nameless person among humans. Meanwhile, Suchen was growing increasingly anxious as they drew closer. Suddenly, he felt the black stone in his mind react again. A surge of purple energy suddenly filled Suchen's entire body, and instantly, the light of the Dragon Abyss barrier surged. The blue barrier had now turned a bluish purple, and the mech was emitting faint purple flames. In the blink of an eye, he escaped. At this moment, Mogu and the other two were deeply attracted by the aura emanating from Suchen. What is that thing? It makes me feel an uncontrollable desire to devour. Shoyu had completely lost the indifference he had at the beginning. Chase. This human must be hiding a great secret. In an instant, the three of them put aside their playful hearts, only wanting to figure out what the commotion caused by this human was all about. Seize extremity. Frenzied devour. Seize extremity. Abyss. Seize extremity. Dragon bind. A tremendous force of binding and suction tightly acted upon Suchen, and a gigantic squid tentacle was also attacking him from the depths of the sea. At this moment, Suchen only thought about escaping, ignoring everything else. Facing the extraordinary abilities of the otherworldly beasts as if they were nothing, he believed in the power of the black stone. Suchen charged through the encirclement with sheer force, leaving the 3 otherworldly beasts staring at each other in confusion. What just happened? At this moment, somewhere on the seabed, a mysterious mech was sitting cross-legged, holding a mysterious box, not knowing what it was doing. If someone were here, they would surely be startled. Is that the aura of the Mother Stone? Immediately, he called Fong Song and the others to evacuate quickly. It was the first time Fong Song had seen Suchen in such a disheveled state. Captain Su, what happened to you? Don't ask. Seal off this sea area. No. Seal off all surrounding sea areas. Stop all material transport. Although he didn't know what Suchen was planning, seeing his urgent demeanor, Fong Song knew there was no time to waste. He immediately dispersed the personnel and transporters in the vicinity. Anyway, the supplies had already been moved ashore, and the ships could be ignored. Meanwhile, Iliomakiv saw the scene on the sea through a satellite and immediately contacted Suchen. Captain Su, what are you doing? Colonel, this sea area is no longer passable. The creatures in the sea are very dangerous. Dangerous? What about the back? A suitable land transport line will be arranged later. Anyway, the sea area cannot be traversed. Just as Iliomakiv wanted to negotiate further, the sea level of the entire East Siberian Sea suddenly surged sharply. Suchen knew what was happening. The 3 otherworldly beasts were closing in. Retreat, all personnel retreat. Just as everyone was bewildered, Suchen had already led Fong Song and the others to evacuate quickly. Only the transport personnel, who were still unaware of what had happened, remained. Suchen had no choice. He had called for their evacuation from the start, but good advice is hard to persuade a dead ghost. Suddenly, 3 terrifying giant beasts appeared on the surface of the sea. Fong Song and the others instantly understood why Su Chen wanted them to evacuate and seal off the surroundings. This looked far more terrifying than that jellyfish. Iliomakiv, wanting to argue, swallowed his words upon seeing the scene on the satellite screen, feeling parched. Human! Where are you running? Only Shoyu's tentacles could pursue a certain distance, while Mogu and Fia could only vent their anger on the ships docked at the coast and on some personnel who had not evacuated. In an instant, the entire East Siberian Sea was thrown into chaos, and Shoyu's pursuit distance was also limited. After a round of attacks yielded no results, they could only watch helplessly as Su Chen flew away. Fong Song and the others managed to escape the surrounding coastal area in time due to their prompt retreat. After reuniting with Su Chen, they found there were no casualties and immediately rushed back to the base. Iliomakiv was already waiting at the base entrance, as the recent battle had damaged the aircraft, and Su Chen and the others could only return on foot. Iliomakiv and the others were also at a loss. They had seen that terrifying sight and could only feel helpless. However, once Su Chen and the others returned, Iliomakiv's panicked heart calmed down slightly. After all, as long as Su Chen was there was still a way. Su Chen arranged for Fong Song and the others to rest for a bit and went with Iliomakiv to the conference room to discuss the next steps. Captain Su, if we can't take the sea route, does that mean we can only look for land transport routes? Su Chen couldn't help but feel puzzled at this point. Were you all transporting by sea before? At this, Iliomakiv seemed to recall something. Not at first. We had a few safe transport lines, but for some reason, those lines have all been taken over by the alien beasts. Have you considered clearing those routes and reactivating them? Of course we tried. Although those alien beasts are strong, our weapons and equipment are not lacking either, but for some reason, there were always significant casualties. We suspect that there are high-level alien beasts hiding among them, and not just one, because we wasted too much manpower and resources, so we chose to use sea transport later. When did this happen? About a month ago. Hearing this, Su Chen had already formed his own judgment. The reach of these apocalypse cults was indeed extensive. Although the situation was different from what Su Chen encountered, the purpose was the same: creating chaos, instilling unrest, to achieve their own goals. It seemed that to reactivate the land transport lines, those people had to be removed first. Soon, Su Chen had an idea. A few days later, a transport team set out from the base, and of course, Fong Song and the others mixed in, disguising themselves as transport personnel, pretending to carry a large amount of supplies to the next gathering point. In these few days, Su Chen had arranged for people to quietly spread the news that, due to the rampant alien beasts at sea, the land transport lines had been reactivated. Of course, this information was merely to confuse those people, and they had basically heard about the situation at sea, as the Ross country also had its own platform. When Su Chen secretly hid and followed Fong Song and the others for protection, he indeed discovered that among the alien beasts, there were some hidden other auras. It wasn't that those people disguised themselves as alien beasts, but rather they were hiding using the terrain. This time, Su Chen was determined to root them all out. Sure enough, when the transport team hadn't gone far, they were attacked by alien beasts, which were mostly bear-like and indeed harder to deal with than ordinary alien beasts. However, Su Chen struck from the shadows, taking down some of the more powerful alien beasts, leaving the rest for Fong Song and the transport team to handle, as their equipment was the best and their strength was among the strongest. This isn't right. Why does it feel like these alien beasts can't stop them? At this moment, the members of the apocalypse cult hiding in the back were also getting anxious. What's the rush? There are others. All along this route are our people. What is there to fear? Because this time the news said they were transporting a large amount of supplies, their captain had arranged for half of the personnel to come and intercept. But what he didn't know was that all the companions along this route had been captured one by Su Chen, leaving just the two of them. After a while, seemed to find a suitable opportunity to act. Stop tapping me, don't rush. Was currently looking for an opportunity, but was getting quite irritated by the constant shoulder taps. What are you doing? Turning around, he was nearly scared half to death to see his companion slumped on the ground. Who are you? What do you mean? I haven't done anything to you. I just need you to do something. What do you want? Don't come over here. A few minutes later, Im's mech had been deactivated, and he, bruised and battered, finished making a phone call. I've done what you said, called our captain over, can you let me go now? Suddenly, Su Chen knocked him out with a palm strike. What are you thinking? Still dreaming at a time like this? After quickly tying the two up, Su Chen quietly waited for the so-called captain to arrive. They had walked right into a trap. Fong Song and the transport soldiers were still fighting against the alien beasts. Although the threat of high-level alien beasts was gone, it was still impossible to break out at this moment.
Su Chen occasionally took action to relieve some of their pressure, and fortunately, there had been no casualties so far. Su Chen didn't wait long. About half an hour later, he suddenly sensed a strange presence approaching. Finally, they have come. Su Chen quickly vanished from his spot, while the late-arriving Captain Avery was still trying to contact him and the other members, but received no response. What's going on? Where are they? After repeatedly confirming the location, he still found no one, but instead discovered Fong Song and others. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Avery. What are you looking for? I'm looking for him. Startled by the sudden voice, Avery turned around to see an extremely unfamiliar mech and quickly dodged to create distance. Who are you? Su Chen remained silent and gently pushed aside a nearby bush. There lay the team members, all fast asleep. What have you done to them? It's nothing, they're safe, just too tired. I let them take a nap. At that moment, Avery realized that this was all a trap. It was meant to lure them here and catch them all at once. Understanding everything, Avery tightened his grip on his weapon, standing firmly against Su Chen. Don't be nervous, I just want to ask you some questions. If you cooperate, nothing will happen. Avery didn't feel like he was a match for Su Chen. After all, someone who could approach him silently without being detected must be stronger. Forget it. It seems I won't get anything from you, so I'll handle it myself. A quarter of an hour later, Su Chen had learned everything behind this operation. Unsurprisingly, it was the work of the Apocalypse Group, but this person seemed to know a bit more, though their goals were the same. From Avery, he learned that teams like theirs existed in various countries, operating covertly with the same objectives, yet they were not interconnected and each had their own direct superiors. If it weren't for encountering Su Chen, countries would only attribute such situations to environmental influences, never suspecting it was related to them. Even if they thought of it, they wouldn't be able to find anything, and even if they did, they wouldn't be able to extract any information, as these people were all professionally trained. Yet, Su Chen had noticed them, and he could make them reveal the truth. What Su Chen learned from Avery was more than that. He felt he had underestimated them. Such a tight-knit operation, so organized and disciplined. Soon, Su Chen had an idea. He wanted to make a big play. Now that he had captured people and clarified what needed to be clarified, he quickly noted down the locations of the remaining hidden team members, and the act was nearly complete. Once the cleanup was done, these transport lines should be officially activated. Back at the base, he heard that the route issue had been resolved. Captain Su, we owe this to you. Between the two countries, mutual assistance is only right. However, Su Chen did not forget the main issue, pointing at the escorted Avery and the others. These people are the ones causing trouble behind the scenes, the reason for the transport line issues. Iliomakiv had just discovered this group. He was puzzled about how a trip out had brought back some foreigners, but now he understood the reason. By the way, this list contains the locations of the remaining people who haven't been caught yet. You can arrange this as you see fit. Seeing the group in front of him along with the list, Iliomakiv was furious. Because of these people, he didn't know how many had died in these incidents. But soon, he suppressed his anger. After all, there were more important matters to attend to. Alright, I understand. I will handle this matter as soon as possible. By the way, there's one more thing. This kind of situation doesn't only happen in one place. As far as I know, their shadows can be found all over the world. Upon hearing this, Iliomakiv also grasped the implication in Su Chen's words. Are you saying that this matter is organized and premeditated? In an instant, Iliomakiv began to take this matter seriously. He had thought it was just some petty, underhanded tactics, but now it seemed clear. I understand now. I will report this matter truthfully to my superiors. Soon, the Ross Nation issued an international announcement. The gist of it was that some countries led by the United States had dispatched special operatives to various parts of the world to incite riots, endangering national security and disrupting order. They also released videos of the captured operatives. Once this international announcement was made, it caused an uproar worldwide. The United States learned of this news immediately. Inside the White House, Trump was angrily throwing things and cursing. You are all useless. You can't even handle this little matter. How could you get caught? Meanwhile, a secretary said, I heard that Ross Nation invited Su Chen from Long Nation to help, which led to this incident being exposed. The battle in the East Siberian Sea involving Su Chen had attracted attention from surrounding countries, and the news had reached the United States. Su Chen, it's that Su Chen again. Mr. President, I think our best course of action now is to withdraw all operatives. Otherwise, if this matter is confirmed, it will be extremely disadvantageous for us. Trump slumped weakly in his chair. Let's do as you say. Soon, the United States responded to the announcement, mainly stating that they do not believe in rumors, do not spread rumors, and do not create rumors.
They claimed they had not engaged in such activities, that the captured individuals were not from their country, and that the videos were fake, asserting it was a frame-up. They had already withdrawn all operatives, and there was nothing to investigate. However, discerning eyes could see who was genuine and who was false, and soon various countries began self-investigations, trying to root out those involved. But now that the United States had withdrawn these individuals, it was destined to be a futile effort. A few countries supported the United States, such as Sakura Island. When Ross Nation first released this news, Sakura Island was the most enthusiastic, constantly defending the United States. They even suggested that someone had ulterior motives, and everyone knew who they were referring to, attempting to win the favor of the United States in this way. Little did they know, the first country to take action against Ross was Sakura Island. However, their goal was achieved, at least delaying their actions. Because once this announcement was made, all countries would first conduct self-checks, and under such pressure, the United States had no choice but to recall these individuals. Although the people were arranged by Trump, it was essentially taking the blame for the End Times cult. After all, he had no idea that his people were actually from the End Times cult. While not all were, their actions coincided with those of the cult. At this moment, Ross Nation issued another announcement. This was not a confrontational announcement against the United States, but rather about Su Chen. After all, Su Chen had helped them resolve the transportation line issue, ensuring the livelihoods of millions of ordinary citizens. This move made more people aware of Su Chen's existence, and countries led by the United States naturally felt more discomfort, while neutral countries seemed to have a friendlier attitude towards Long Nation. After all, only fools would want to get close to the United States now, like Sakura Island. President Vladimir Kim personally met with Su Chen and even wanted to grant him the rank of major, but Su Chen politely declined. When Su Chen returned to Long Nation, his popularity had reached its peak. Su Chen is invincible. Not only did he solve Ross Nation's problems, but he also exposed the wolfish ambitions of the United States to the public. Not only that, but facing the three terrifying ocean behemoths, he actually managed to escape unscathed. Even watching the three ocean giants on video made me feel scared. Su Chen, however, did not feel so relaxed. He kept thinking about those ocean behemoths. After all, the depth they were at was barely close to 10,000 meters, and he had every reason to believe that there were even more terrifying monsters lurking beneath the sea. However, marine life indeed had unique advantages. All of humanity occupied only a third of Blue Star's surface area, while marine life dominated the seven tiers, and that terrifying doomsday cult was watching closely. Su Chen suddenly realized that his strength was still far from sufficient to deal with the current situation. Just as he was contemplating how to arrange the next steps, he received a call from Luo Changhua. Su, my brother, you really did a great job this time. You've raised the prestige of our dragon country. Even President Jingpu has been singing your praises. Su, why do you seem troubled? Seeing Su Chen's lack of significant reaction, Luo Changhua asked. In fact, Su Chen was just suddenly feeling a sense of tension. He didn't care much for such superficial praise, nor could it help him. It's nothing, just feel like I need to be stronger. Luo Changhua immediately understood Su Chen's meaning. It seemed that the three ocean behemoths had stirred up Su Chen's sense of crisis. Not to mention Su Chen, even he felt a bit of palpitations. He had every reason to believe that there was great terror in the ocean. After all, no one knew what was truly hidden in the depths of the sea. Now that you mention it, I remember something. What? Recently, a batch of anomalous plants suddenly appeared in the Hangduan Mountains, attracting a large number of anomalous beasts and super warriors, but they all turned into nutrients. And some super warriors, after slaying certain anomalous plants, obtained something similar to a light orb, and their strength increased to the 4th tier in a short time. Anomalous plants? Light orbs? Could it be pure spirit soul? What Luo Changhua described sounded very much like something Su Chen needed to know from his past life. It could rapidly enhance a person's mental power and accelerate their advancement, and that was the pure spirit soul. Unlike ordinary mutated plants, it was more appropriate to call it a spirit plant. It would not attack unless it felt threatened, at which point it would take protective actions against the aggressor. Moreover, what was inside them was not a crystal core, but rather something similar to the light orb Luo Changhua mentioned. The light orb within the spirit plant was related to its growth period. A 10-year spirit plant had a white orb, a 100-year one had a green orb, a 1,000-year one had a purple orb, a 5,000-year one had a pale yellow orb, and there was a legendary 10,000-year spirit plant that had a golden orb. But how could such a thing appear at this time? Su Chen quickly figured out the reason: national fortune. Because of his actions, many countries began to befriend Dragon Country, and the national fortune of Dragon Country continued to grow, altering the natural environment. Su Chen speculated that when the national fortune of one country rises, the national fortune of another country must decline. This is a natural law. Otherwise, the environmental system in which humanity lives would collapse. Such a massive change requires enormous energy. It cannot appear out of thin air, nor can it simply vanish. Su Chen's speculation was not wrong. Because Sakura Island unconditionally supported the United States, the domestic situation was on the verge of being uncontrollable, with riots and conflicts becoming commonplace. All these events led to a decline in Sakura Island's national fortune. Moreover, at this moment, some coastal areas of Sakura Island were being attacked by marine creatures, including tsunamis and other natural disasters wreaking havoc. Meanwhile, the United States was facing significant public discontent due to Trump's improper command. The internal situation in the U.S. was also unstable, with some vagrants even organizing riots. The national fortune had also declined to a certain extent, with some western regions suffering from tornadoes and sandstorms. So, what do you think, Su? Are you interested in taking a look? Luo Chenggua's words pulled Su Chen's thoughts back. Go! Of course we have to go. This doesn't seem like you. I rarely see you so interested in something. Su Chen revealed a mysterious smile. This is different from those things before. How is it different? Su Chen didn't answer Luo Changgua, only saying that he would know when the time came. Luo Changgua also knew that Su Chen might know some things they didn't, which they had realized when Su Chen built the underground fortress before the apocalypse. It just made him more certain now. Since Su Chen didn't tell him, naturally, he couldn't ask anything. After a brief chat, he hung up the phone. At this moment, Su Chen no longer had the heavy-hearted look he had at the beginning. The appearance of this spiritual plant is really timely. Soon, Su Chen gathered Ling Qianxue, Su Koan, Yu Yuhua, and others to discuss this matter. Upon learning that such a good thing existed, everyone was eager to get involved. After concluding this brief discussion, alright, no time to waste, we set off tomorrow. With Su Chen's decision, everything was settled. Su Chen believed that if it was truly the pure spirit soul, his strength would surely break through again. At that time, he would definitely explore what was in the sea. At this moment, the personnel had gathered, and this operation could be said to be a full-scale deployment, with Su Chen leaving only a few people to guard. The Hangduan Mountains, separating the 3 provinces and 9 cities in the southern part of Longhua, stretch for thousands of kilometers. This time, their goal was to explore as deep as possible and find the spiritual plants. After setting off, along the way, Su Chen and the others found that many city wanderers were also heading towards the Hangduan Mountains, and now they rarely saw first-tier super warriors, almost none. This indicated that after the apocalypse, these people had begun to gradually adapt to some environments and understood how to survive. Brother Yang, on our way here, we've encountered no less than 10,000 wanderers. Is that thing really that good? The thing is good, but I'm afraid you might not survive to get it. I don't care if it's good or not, I just want to know if there's anything powerful there to fight. Unsurprisingly, this was exactly what Yu Yuhua said. Recently, he believed Su Chen's ghost stories and went to Su Koan's place to bully a few brothers, only to end up saying that none of them could fight, and he was beaten down by Su Koan and the others. He didn't dare to trouble Su Chen and just wanted to have a good fight to vent his anger. Su Chen naturally heard Su Koan talk about this and understood Yu Yuhua's thoughts. Don't worry, this time will be enough for you to fight to your heart's content. Hearing this, Yu Yuhua chuckled, finally able to unleash himself. At this moment, however, Ling Qianxue suddenly spoke up. We still don't know the situation over there. Those people haven't already attacked, have they? Because not long ago, Su Chen was still in the Ross country. Although they knew the news, their actions were relatively slow, and everything had to be decided by Su Chen. It's fine, Commander Luo has already informed me about the situation over there. It is estimated that nearly 1 million wanderers have gathered. But so far, no one has attacked. They are basically still fighting those mutated plants on the outskirts. At this point, Su Chen seemed to remember something. Everyone, after reaching the destination, do not disperse, especially pay attention to the surrounding environment. Any inconspicuous plant could be dangerous. If you encounter any changes, retreat immediately, do not linger. Because mutated plants are indeed quite dangerous, and there are also many mutated beasts living in the mountains, the danger level of this operation is extremely high. Looking at the 100 people he brought with him, he sighed slightly, not knowing how many would survive this time. He then urged everyone to speed up and rush towards the destination. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, after half a day's journey, Su Chen and the others finally arrived. Most people are still at the 3rd or 4th tier, with only Su Chen, Ling Qianxue, Yu Yuhua, and a few others possessing the ability to fly. Surprisingly, Su Koan, who has just stepped into the 4th tier, can also fly this time, which truly exhilarates him, especially since he had been quite envious of Su Chen and Ling Qianxue flying before.
Upon arriving at the destination, Su Chen truly realizes the scale of this event. At the foot of the mountain, countless super warriors have gathered. A significant number have even begun exploring. However, the mountain is covered in dense vegetation, making it difficult to observe the situation above. The mutated plants are hiding within this foliage, posing considerable danger, while the spiritual plants are concealed deep within the mountains, their exact locations unknown, requiring slow exploration. The place Su Chen has reached is still near the middle section of the Hangguan Mountains, with both the south and north belonging to this mountain range, and the crowd of super warriors extending along the mountain's contours. In other words, the entire Hangguan Mountains are filled with people. Gui, Brother Yang. There must be at least 1 million people here. Everyone is stunned by the sight before them, while Su Chen and a few others remain relatively calm. There's nothing strange about it. More people will keep coming. After all, no one would miss out on such good things. Who would have thought this was merely due to some people accidentally discovering a large amount of spiritual energy in the Hangguan Mountains, and some finding strange white orbs, leading to sudden breakthroughs? Although these people do not know what it is, they understand that this thing can temporarily enhance their strength, and this is just what has been found on the outskirts. Who knows what else might be deeper inside? Once this news spreads, it will naturally attract a swarm of people. Brother Yang, what should we do now? After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen assigns tasks to everyone. He and Ling Qianxue will take the lead, while the others will form groups of 10, each led by 2 fourth-tier warriors, resulting in exactly 10 groups. Manster and Su Koan are assigned to one group, while Yu Yuhua is with other brothers in another group, and the other fourth-tier brothers are paired off as well. Although Su Chen cannot control Yu Yuhua, he still entrusts him with some tasks, believing he knows what to do. Su Chen also ensures that the groups do not separate too far, so they can provide timely assistance if needed. Soon, the group begins to move. Su Chen and Ling Qianxue's actions attract attention, and naturally, some are pleased while others are worried. Boss, that seems to be Su Chen. Does this concern us? It's fine, he's doing his thing, and we're doing ours. Big brother, that looks like Su Chen? What? Su Chen? Where? Once it is confirmed that it is indeed Su Chen, what are you standing there for? Keep up. Seeing Su Chen presents 2 choices, one is to mind their own business and go their separate ways, and the other is to follow Su Chen's team, hoping to pick up some scraps. Soon, Su Chen notices these people, and Ling Qianxue does as well. Su Chen, a lot of people are following us, what should we do? Su Chen glances coldly at them. It's fine, let them follow. After saying this, he ignores them, and Ling Qianxue pretends not to see. Su Chen and Ling Qianxue's goal is to find the spiritual plants as quickly as possible, not to engage in battle, so they rarely confront mutated plants or strange beasts, resolving any troublesome encounters with ease. Su Koan and the others do not follow Su Chen but choose their own routes for exploration, as Su Chen's path may not necessarily be the right one. As soon as Yu Yuhua enters the mountains, it's as if he has opened up his meridians, resembling a war god. His team members hardly need to act, as he resolves everything. Before long, Yu Yuhua disappears without a trace, and the other team members, witnessing this scene, become somewhat anxious and say to another team leader, "Captain, what about him?" "It's fine, don't worry about him. He's someone who dares to challenge the boss." "No, I'm worried about us." At this moment, mutated plants and strange beasts attracted by the smell of blood slowly gathered around. "Whalebus, why did you let Su Chen live? He has already ruined our big plans, do you know that?" Whalebus was now sweating in fear and hurriedly replied, "Lord Francis, I truly didn't expect Su Chen to escape from those 3 7th-tier sea beasts." It turned out that Whalebus had long known that there were 3 7th-tier sea beasts in that sea area. He had used a special method to lure a 6th-tier lion's mane jellyfish onto the transportation line of the Ross Kingdom, creating this chaos. Meanwhile, there had always been pressure on the land transportation line of the Ross Kingdom, and considering the close relationship between the Ross Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom, they would definitely seek help from the Dragon Kingdom. The most likely candidate would be Su Chen, as it was known that he had the ability to deal with 6th-tier strange beasts. Once Su Chen killed the lion's mane jellyfish in the sea, it would surely alert those 3 7th-tier sea beasts. But unexpectedly, Su Chen managed to escape. Moreover, he had eliminated their action team arranged in the Ross Kingdom, leading to a self-examination internationally, greatly affecting their operations. What good is it for you to say this now? The opportunity has already been given to you. You're just embarrassing me, do you know that? Hearing Francis's furious voice, Whalebus was even more frightened and quickly knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. "Elder, please don't be anxious, give me one last chance." News has already come back from the Dragon Kingdom. Su Chen has gone to a mountain range, seemingly searching for something. "This time, I will go personally. He is in the light while I am in the dark,
using the terrain to kill him will be easy. However, Francis was not swayed by Whalebee's flattering words. It seems you are not a match for Su Chen. Are you sure you can kill him? Whalebee was not surprised that Francis asked this question. Of course, because this time, I plan to bring something. I don't know what kind of thing can give you such confidence, unless you mean. At this point, Francis seemed to think of something. He was somewhat shocked by Whalebee's boldness because once the thing was used, there would only be one outcome, death. Have you thought it through? I have no other choice. Upon hearing this, Francis fell silent. Indeed, he had no other choice. Francis was in a similar situation, as this incident had put immense pressure on him from above, and he could no longer protect Whalebee. This was the last chance. Whalebee understood this principle as well. He did not wish to resort to that thing, but if it came to that, there was no other way. I hope to hear good news from you. After saying this, he hung up the phone. Without delay, once Whalebee had made all the preparations, he secretly headed to the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, Su Chen was still unaware that a conspiracy surrounding him was unfolding. Meanwhile, Yu Yuhua's team was under fierce attack. Fortunately, Yu Yuhua had not forgotten what Su Chen had instructed him and had not gone too far. Upon hearing the sounds of fighting, he immediately rushed back. Yu Yuhua was quite frustrated. He did not like waiting for the enemy to come knocking. He preferred to take the initiative. However, it wasn't long before he realized he couldn't kill them all. As they delved deeper, the strength of the strange beasts and mutated plants grew stronger. No wonder no one had yet breached the depths of the Hangduan Mountains. At this moment, Su Chen was also in trouble. He had entered an area filled with ferns. This place was covered with a large number of iron wire ferns and brambles, all of which were mutated. Although they were not strong, they were conscious and numerous. Su Chen's speed in chopping with Ling Qianxue could not match the speed at which they surrounded him, and the strange beasts were also converging on this location. The group following Su Chen also witnessed this scene. Boss, should we go help? Help my foot, what are you thinking? A slap nearly sent the speaker's head flying. This is a good opportunity for us. While Su Chen is attracting the attention of the mutated plants and beasts, we should rush in. There must be good stuff deeper in. What if Su Chen and the others escape and come looking for trouble? Why would he come looking for trouble with us? We haven't harmed them. It's all about strength. If he comes looking for trouble just because of this, what will others think? I'm afraid he will become the enemy of everyone in the Hangduan Mountains right away. Hearing this, they suppressed their unease. No turning back now. They charged deeper into the area, and Ling Qianxue frowned slightly. Su Chen, what if they all go over? At that moment, Su Chen's lips curled into a meaningful smile. They've all gone over? Perfect. With a slight exertion, the surrounding mutated plants and beasts were reduced to fragments. Pulling Ling Qianxue, he hid, following behind those people. By now, Ling Qianxue understood that Su Chen's earlier behavior was to confuse these people. She chuckled softly. These people are going to be in for a terrible time because of you. Su Chen was unfazed. They've been trailing us, hoping to pick up the scraps. There's no such good fortune for them. I never fall for that. Suddenly, Su Chen heard a commotion ahead. Wow! Boss, look, is that the thing? Such intense energy fluctuations. Yeah, just one whiff makes me feel like I'm about to advance. This must be it. Everyone was exceptionally excited. Su Chen turned to look and saw a patch of lush green herbaceous plants gently swaying in a clearing, radiating a white halo. What are you waiting for? Go collect it. With the captain's order, everyone surged forward like they were on adrenaline. Su Chen, they're going to take all these things. Hearing Ling Qianxue's words, Su Chen frowned slightly. Don't rush, something's off here. What's off? It's too quiet. Upon hearing this, Ling Qianxue also realized it. Indeed, in a place like this, there should be more powerful mutated plants and beasts. The silence only indicated one thing, it was a trap. Sure enough, just as these people were about to approach and collect, a gigantic man-eating flower suddenly emerged from the ground, swallowing all the super warriors who got too close to the spirit plants. Ah! Run! It was only then that everyone reacted and began to flee. The man-eating flower was enormous, exuding a terrifying aura that far exceeded their imagination. Hee, you humans, since you've come, why leave? At first, everyone thought it was just an ordinary camphor tree, albeit one that had grown for a long time. But now, its countless branches began to thrash about, attacking the crowd. Yeah, since you've come, don't leave. I haven't had such fresh blood and flesh in a long time. The man-eating flower launched its attack. Everyone tried to defend themselves, but they couldn't inflict any damage. Ah! What kind of monster is this? The man-eating flower bit down, and dozens of people were swallowed whole on the spot. The thousands of branches of the old camphor tree struck out, causing several super warriors to bleed out immediately. The branches then plunged into the corpses, siphoning energy. In no time, many were dead or injured, leaving only a few dozen from the hundreds. At this moment, the hiding spot of Su Chen and Ling Qianxue was also destroyed by the thrashing branches of the old camphor tree. After all, the area was so small, and Su Chen and Ling Qianxue were soon exposed.
Oh, there are actually two little mice hiding here.
As everyone looked closer, it turned out to be Su Chen. They all rushed towards him.
Su God, please, save us.
Yes, Su God, we believe you can definitely solve this. Su God, avenge our fallen compatriots. In an instant, they all regarded Su Chen as their last hope, without considering their previous actions towards him. Ling Qianxue was also speechless at their shamelessness. I remember when we were entangled by those creatures just now, you all seem to have sneaked away, right? At this point, as Ling Qianxue pointed it out, the expressions of the crowd turned somewhat ugly. But now, they couldn't care less and hurriedly apologized, pleading for Su Chen's forgiveness.
Su Chen was no saint. Why should he pay for the decisions they made?
Life and death are fated, wealth and honor are in the heavens, get lost.
Su Chen shouted angrily, his aura erupting, forcing everyone back from him. They thought they could use him as a shield. Did they really think he had no temper?
Seeing this, the crowd realized there was no hope and hurriedly fled for their lives.
Soon, the forest fell silent.
After all, in their injured state, it was difficult for them to break through.
Why aren't you escaping?
At this moment, the man-eating flower curiously addressed Su Chen. Although it couldn't see him, it could sense through the aura that he had not run away.
Why should I escape?
Looks like you're somewhat confident in your own strength. No wonder those people just now were begging you for help. But I wonder how long you can hold out against us. I hope you don't die as easily as they did. The old camphor tree also launched an attack on Su Chen and Ling Qianxue at this moment, while the man-eating flower suddenly hid, waiting for the right moment to strike a fatal blow. Su Chen frowned slightly upon seeing this. Their intelligence was no less than that of humans, and they actually understood how to use the terrain to their advantage.
Qianxue, go find it. I'll handle this old camphor tree first.
Hearing Su Chen's arrangement, Ling Qianxue immediately sprang into action, while the old camphor tree observed this scene.
What? You want to fight me alone? Don't you know your own weight?
It then launched a fierce attack on Su Chen. Branches came at him one after another, and Su Chen wielded the Qishao sword, constantly slashing and weaving through the gaps to find opportunities. Su Chen felt something was off. From the strength displayed, this old camphor tree was indeed at the 6th level, but its body and branches were remarkably tough. The damage from the attacks only scratched the surface. Even when Su Chen stabbed the entire Qishao sword into it, he couldn't inflict significant harm.
Human, you are making me very angry.
After all this time, not only had he failed to capture Su Chen, but he had also sustained so many injuries, with a considerable portion of his branches broken, especially from the sword thrust. Although it didn't cause major damage, the sword energy and scorching hidden force within made it quite uncomfortable. Suddenly, the branches in the sky retracted, losing their toughness, and the tips of the branches became like silver needles, radiating a cold, sharp brilliance. Whoosh! 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 A storm of silver needles surged towards Su Chen, leaving him no way to evade.
Chun Jun! The Qishao faded, and a flash of white light appeared as Su Chen thrust Chun Jun fiercely into the ground, his wrist gently twisting, causing the surrounding ground to crack. Explode!
A terrifying energy erupted, shattering all the nearby silver needles into pieces, and in that instant, the camphor tree monster was severely injured. Su Chen also felt a wave of dizziness. The sudden burst of power left him slightly drained, but the outcome was quite good. Now, the camphor tree monster had lost its means of attack, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. As Su Chen slowly stood up, the camphor tree monster became flustered.
Don't come over. Its 100-meter-tall body trembled, rustling. Su Chen, be careful.
Suddenly hearing Ling Qianxue shout out, Su Chen was momentarily stunned.
He saw a terrifying giant mouth launch an attack from beneath his feet, and before he could react, he was swallowed whole. Su Chen!
Seeing this scene, Ling Qianxue hurried back. She had been chasing the man-eating flower to force it to reveal itself, but had suddenly lost track of it. It had gone back into hiding. Taking advantage of Su Chen's moment of vulnerability, it launched a surprise attack and actually succeeded.
Ah, old flower monster, you really have it.
At this moment, the camphor tree monster stopped trembling and panicking. Hearing this, the man-eating flower was quite pleased with itself.
This human is still too young. What good outcome can he expect from fighting me?
Before it could finish its sentence, sharp wounds began to appear on the man-eating flower's body, oozing large amounts of purple juice.
Old camphor tree, save me. Bang!
The massive man-eating flower instantly shattered into pieces, and a yellow mech slowly rose from the pile of flower flesh.
Su Chen, are you okay?
Gently shaking his head, he pointed his sword at the old camphor tree.
There's only this one left. In an instant, Ling Qianxue understood Su Chen's meaning. No matter how the old camphor tree begged for mercy, neither Su Chen nor Ling Qianxue held back in the slightest. In no time, the giant old camphor tree was cleaved in half and fell heavily to the ground. Phew, finally dealt with. Looking at the surrounding devastated environment, Su Chen couldn't help but marvel that the spiritual plants were completely unaffected. Qianxue, it's time to collect our rewards. Ling Qianxue was also curious about what this herb-like thing was that mattered so much to Su Chen. Just as they were about to harvest, a voice called out, "Wait a minute." Hearing the voice, Su Chen and Ling Qianxue turned to look back, only to see three teams suddenly emerge from behind. Moreover, these people all bore some injuries. It seemed they hadn't followed them but had been drawn here instead. Suddenly, someone in the crowd recognized them. It's Su Chen and that woman. The once aggressive group of people immediately deflated. The leader on the right, dressed in white mech armor, stepped forward and said, "What are you afraid of? We came all this way for this thing." At this moment, the leader on the left also spoke up. "Hua gang, is this the thing you got before?" "Exactly, I owe my advancement to the 4th tier entirely to this item." Upon hearing this, the crowd instantly became agitated. Su Chen, however, showed no reaction, quietly watching them as if everything was unrelated to him. As Su Chen scanned everyone present, they noticed him, and soon the noisy crowd gradually fell silent, no one daring to speak. "What? Is everyone done talking?" No one dared to speak, including the three leaders. "Qianxue, collect the items." Ling Qianxue began to gather the spiritual plants, and as the number of plants dwindled, the people could no longer hold back. "Su Chen, we all share in this. We came all this way and lost hundreds of brothers. You can't take it all for yourself." "Yeah, we worked hard to get here just for this thing. We don't want much, you two can take 10 plants, and we'll split the rest, how about that?" "Not a chance. Su Chen, you. Su Chen, are you sure you want to go against us?" "It's not me going against you, it's you going against me. Which of you dealt with these 2 high-tier exotic plants? People died, and you come to me for comfort?" In an instant, everyone realized they were in the wrong, but now that they were here, how could they leave empty-handed? "Brothers, it's Su Chen who is being ungrateful, let's take action." At this point, the arrow was on the string, and it had to be released. Su Chen didn't waste words, the 6 wing blades behind his mech instantly shot out, piercing through the dozen or so mechs in front, killing them dead. "This, Su Chen, how could you be so ruthless? I don't want to say it a second time, get lost." Seeing Su Chen's formidable presence, everyone felt a sense of retreat in their hearts. "Boss, should we just leave?" "Yeah, boss, we're no match for Su Chen and the others." In an instant, similar voices emerged within the 3 teams. The 3 leaders were also aware of the situation, it was already beyond saving. "Su Chen, the road ahead is still long. Let's go." A group of people came in dejected and left even more dejected. Ling Qianxue watched this scene with some concern. These people would definitely not be satisfied returning empty-handed. "Su Chen, it's fine, don't worry about it, just pack everything up." Meanwhile, on the other side, "Hua gang, are we just leaving like this? It looks like there are nearly 30 or 40 of those things there. If we got them, who would we fear in this place? Can you beat Su Chen? Then are we just going to let them take those things for nothing? It's not that easy. So what do you want? Let's go back and talk." As Ling Qianxue collected all the spiritual plants, in an instant, each plant transformed into a white light orb due to the loss of their roots' nourishment. Su Chen counted and found there were actually 37 light orbs. Not bad. "Su Chen, is this thing really that magical?" Looking at Ling Qianxue's gaze, it was like a curious child full of questions. "Why not try it and see?" Without waiting for Ling Qianxue to respond, he struck one light orb onto her. In an instant, Ling Qianxue was filled with a strange sensation. She felt as if her entire being was being emptied, as if the light orb had purified her completely. As the light orb gradually dimmed until it finally disappeared, Ling Qianxue tightly closed her eyes, feeling the changes the orb brought to her body. Suddenly, she opened her eyes in shock, for she discovered that the threshold to the 5th tier had actually loosened. Moreover, her mental strength had also been enhanced. She had a premonition that as long as she absorbed 4 or 5 more, she would be able to break through to the 5th tier. How is this possible? Su Chen was not surprised by Ling Qianxue's reaction. Anyone who truly felt its effects would react this way. Because spiritual plants work like this, the benefits are greatest when first used, and as usage increases, their effects diminish. Thus, higher-tier resources are still needed, as they are merely auxiliary for cultivation. The main cultivation resource remains the crystal core. However, the effect of spiritual plants directly impacts mental strength, making their effects more immediate.
The benefit of crystal cores is comprehensive enhancement, strength, body resilience, and mental fortitude all improved, but the cultivation time is relatively long. The advantage of spiritual plants is that they specifically enhance mental strength, requiring less time and having no side effects. Alright, let's head out. This place isn't suitable for staying long. I can already sense many unfamiliar presences approaching. Okay. After tidying up the battlefield, Su Chen and Ling Qianxue left. Soon, they learned through communication about Su Kuan and the other's location, and Su Chen and Ling Qianxue hurried over. Along the way, they did not encounter any high-tier mutated plants or beasts like the camphor tree monster. They mostly dealt with low-tier ones that were easily resolved. Half an hour later, Su Chen and the others met up with Su Kuan and Manster. Why are there only 9 people? Su Chen immediately noticed the discrepancy in numbers. Seeing Su Kuan and the others silent, he understood what had happened. He sighed softly. Let's go find the other brothers. Gradually, everyone began to gather together, and after a preliminary count, it was clear that each team had suffered some casualties, totaling 13 members dead and 4 seriously injured. This was unavoidable. This place was filled with various dangers, making it hard to guard against. What Su Chen did not expect was that Yu Yuo's team had suffered no casualties at all. It seemed that his instructions to him were indeed useful. At first, he was worried that Yu Yuo would get carried away and neglect his team. Let's go, head down the mountain and rest for a bit. Everyone was on edge. Aside from Su Chen making some progress, the others had none at all. Being in such an environment for so long was a huge mental strain, and if things continued like this, casualties could increase. Huo Gang and the others had been humiliated by Su Chen, and naturally, they couldn't swallow their anger, even though it wasn't really their business. But seeing so many spiritual plants all claimed by Su Chen made them feel extremely unbalanced. So many brothers had died, and they had gained nothing, only to be schooled by Su Chen. At that moment, there were more than a dozen corpses lying in front of them, the very ones Su Chen had just slain to establish his authority. Everyone, let's reason this out. Our brothers went through so much hardship to find those light orbs. But who would have thought Su Chen and his crew were there too? Relying on their power, not only did they kill my brothers, but they also swallowed all the light orbs. Just because they are strong, does that mean they can do whatever they want? It was clear that Huo Gang's group was preparing to use public opinion to pressure Su Chen. This naturally attracted a lot of attention. When did Su Chen show up? And he ran into Huo Gang? Who knows? But it seems that Thing was discovered by Huo Gang first. Could what he said be true? I don't think so. From what I know of Su Chen, he shouldn't be that kind of person. What's impossible? You can know a person's face but not their heart. Who knows, maybe even Su Chen was tempted. For a moment, opinions were divided, and Huo Gang and the others were naturally pleased to see this scene. As long as there were doubts, their goal was already halfway achieved. Just as everyone was discussing, someone in the crowd suddenly seemed to have discovered something. Look, isn't that Su Chen? At this moment, everyone turned to look at the group coming down from the mountain, and after several confirmations, they realized it was indeed Su Chen. Su Chen is coming down. They watched as Su Chen descended the mountain with Su Kuan and the others, but there was no joy on his face as if he had gained something. Why do Su Chen and the others look a bit off? Yeah, they don't look like they just got the light orbs. Is Huo Gang spreading rumors? Could it be that we were used as pawns? Hearing this, Huo Gang and the others panicked and quickly said, don't be fooled by their surface appearance. I saw them take away 30 or 40 plants with my own eyes. Seeing Huo Gang so adamant, Su Chen's people had come down, and he still dared to say that. Could there really be some hidden truth? At this moment, Su Chen, while grieving for the brothers who had lost their lives, noticed that the crowd at the foot of the mountain was all staring at him. Yang Guo, what's going on? Why is everyone looking at us? I don't know, let's go over and find out. As he spoke, he walked towards the crowd, and before he got close, Huo Gang and the others suddenly jumped out. Su Chen, hand over the things. Why should you keep them all to yourself? Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Huo Gang and the others, and beside them lay a dozen corpses. What was going on here? Why should I hand over my things? What, is the lesson not enough? After hearing this, Huo Gang's people instinctively shrank back, shouting, with so many people here, you still dare to act tough? Everyone saw it. Su Chen is openly threatening us. We lost hundreds of brothers, and he took everything away, even killed some of our brothers, and now his attitude is still so terrible. It must be said that this scene shook many people, making them wonder if Su Chen had gone too far. At this moment, Su Chen could not help but understand what was happening. It turned out that Huo Gang's people were twisting the truth. Having already lost more than a dozen brothers, now being maliciously slandered by them, Su Chen's anger surged up, but he still forcibly suppressed it. With so many people present, if he didn't resolve this well, although Su-chen was not afraid, it would still bring unnecessary trouble to himself. It's true that I got the items, but what does that have to do with you? What did your brothers do? Why don't you mention that? How can it not be related? If it weren't for our brothers handling a large number of alien beasts along the way, you wouldn't have been able to get those light orbs. Not to mention you hoarded it all for yourself. You even killed more than a dozen of our brothers. Su-chen couldn't understand how these people could feel so good about themselves. Su-chen remained silent and slowly took out a crystal core, the one from the camphor tree monster. What are you doing? We want the light orbs, not the crystal core. And isn't it too late for you to do this now? Su-chen really laughed. Do you know what this is? The sudden question left everyone present stunned, and Huagang also didn't understand what Su-chen meant. Isn't this a crystal core? It seems you recognize this as a crystal core. Do you know what tier it is? To be honest, Huagang didn't know what tier it was at that moment. This crystal core was much larger than a usual one, and its color was also somewhat yellow. So what if it's a certain tier? Su-chen, don't change the subject here. You don't even know what tier this is, and you still have the nerve to say it was because of you that we got it? What do you mean? Let me tell you, this crystal core is tier 6. The crowd erupted in an uproar. What? This is actually a tier 6 crystal core. It should be correct. This is much more powerful than a tier 4 crystal core, and even a tier 5 isn't this strong. If this is a tier 6 crystal core, then it means there are tier 6 alien beasts. Hiss! The crowd gasped in shock. How could they not understand what Su-chen meant? A tier 6 alien beast had actually died at Su-chen's hands. Everyone was deeply shocked by Su-chen's strength, including Huagang, who was now most grateful that he hadn't acted rashly at that time. Why you better not go too far. Even if you have such strength, you can't bully the weak. Yet he didn't realize that the two leaders beside him had quietly slipped away. I'm bullying the weak? Su-chen then pulled out another crystal core, the one from the man-eating flower. What? Another tier 6? At this point, everyone was numb. They didn't dare to think further. Su-chen slowly approached Huagang and whispered, "Excuse me, which of the two tier 6 alien plants on the mountain did you kill?" Hearing this, everyone understood. Huagang was only a tier 4, let alone killing a tier 6. He couldn't even kill a tier 5. How can you have the nerve to say it was because of you that we got it? I warned you long ago. Since you want to die so badly, I don't mind sending you on your way. Huagang had already collapsed to the ground, and his brothers were retreating one after another, while the other two leaders had long since disappeared. And no, Su-chen, I was wrong, let me go. Su-chen demonstrated everything with action, summoning Qishao, and a sword swept across Huagang's neck. Huagang's eyes widened in disbelief as he fell down unwillingly. Brothers, isn't this cool? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked by Su-chen's ruthlessness and decisiveness. Huagang's little brothers looked at Su-chen in fear. Su-chen ignored them and simply asked, "What about the two who were with him?" After a long silence, suddenly a little brother trembled and stood up, pointing to the north. "They just ran away. They sure run fast. Yu-Hua, those two are up to you." Upon hearing this, Yu-Hua muttered reluctantly, "Fine, do I really need to handle such small fry myself?" After venting his complaints, he headed north to chase after them. Watching the figure of Yu-Hua leave, Su-chen turned his gaze back to the group of people. "You all, sever a limb." Upon hearing Su-chen's words, they instantly felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. "Su-god, please let us go. This really has nothing to do with us. Su-god, we can't lose a hand, we will die. Su-god, please spare us, we won't dare again." Su-chen remained indifferent to this scene because these people were not worthy of sympathy. They clearly knew the truth of the matter, yet not a single one stood up. "Don't force me to take action, otherwise, it won't just be a matter of losing a hand." Since they chose to become accomplices, they must bear the consequences of being accomplices. Seeing that Su-chen was unyielding, some began to entertain the idea of fleeing, but when Su-chen pierced one of them with a sword, chilling them to the bone, everyone became obedient. One person could no longer bear the pressure and chose to cut off his left hand. Struggling to prop himself up, he cried, "Su-chen, can I leave now?" Without hesitation or further words, Su-chen struck again. This person's eyes were filled with malice. He would not let such a person go, bringing himself unnecessary trouble. Seeing the body fall before him, the others collapsed. "Su-god, didn't you say that severing a limb would let us go? You're leaving us with no way to live." "I just wanted to remind you to correct your attitude. All of this is your own doing. Don't think about retaliating against me, you can't bear the consequences." Upon hearing this, they understood why this person was killed and became more compliant. The screams continued, and after all participants severed a limb, Su-chen let them go. Meanwhile, those who had witnessed the entire scene had forgotten to breathe, not daring to exhale. Seeing Su Chen release those people, their nerves relaxed. I told you Su God wouldn't do such a thing. You're talking nonsense. I clearly heard you slandering Su God. Stop slandering me. As they spoke, the two began to fight. Since this matter had been resolved, Su Chen did not keep everyone there and let them disperse. Before long, Yu Yuhua returned with 2 crystal cores, belonging to the other 2 leaders. Yu Yuhua thought it would be too troublesome to bring back 2 people, so he simply resolved the matter and returned with their crystal cores. This matter came to a close. Su Chen found a place for everyone to rest. Soon, a makeshift camp was set up, with dozens of tents distributing the resources from this event. As for the light orbs, they were not common, so they were not brought out. It was only mentioned that they could be exchanged for points. At first, Yu Yuhua and others did not think much of this item. It wasn't until Su Chen said that if they were unsatisfied with the effect, he would refund the points that their doubts were alleviated. Su Chen initially set the points at 1,000, but no one present had that many points. Some elite members had only 300 or 400 points, which were meant for promotion to elder. Until one brother gritted his teeth. Boss, I only have 300 points, can I exchange for one? Su Chen also noticed that he was just a step away from the 4th tier. And indeed, it was as Su Chen thought. 1. He saw his teammates die before his eyes, creating a strong desire for power, and 2. He genuinely wanted to use this item to break through to the 4th tier. Alright, since you are the first customer, I'll give you this discount. Thank you, boss. The person immediately absorbed the white light orb, and astonishingly, just 15 minutes later, he successfully advanced to the 4th tier. At this moment, Yu Yuhua's mouth was agape, as if he could fit an egg in it. What on earth was this thing? This scene deeply stimulated him, but Yu Yuhua was just a formal member now, and he didn't have a single point. After reluctantly exchanging the crystal cores on him for over 200 points, he awkwardly asked, Su Chen, can you give me a discount? Get lost. Seeing Yu Yuhua looking a bit downcast, Su Chen offered another solution. How about this, you can owe me first, just give me 200 points now, and you can pay back the remaining 800 points slowly. Hearing this news, Yu Yuhua was somewhat excited. Thank you so much. If you ever need my help, just let me know. After distributing some other resources, they were all sent back to cultivate. However, Su Chen secretly slipped 5 light orbs to Su Kuan and Ling Qianxue. Yang Gu. What's this? It's nothing, just take it. As for Ling Qianxue, there was no need for him to say anything to Su Chen, she simply pressed her lips together lightly. Su Chen then let them all return to their cultivation. Glancing at the light orbs in his hand, there were only 24 left. Su Chen also calmed his mind, he needed to break through as well. On the other side, a mysterious team dressed in black robes had also stationed themselves near the mountains. However, their purpose was not to seek treasure, but to observe Su Chen's every move. Without a doubt, they were the people sent by Wei. How is it? Is there any movement from Su Chen? A voice came from the communicator of the leading black-robed figure. If Su Chen were there, he would definitely recognize it as Wei-Lebizi's voice. The black-robed man then reported everything that had happened in the past few days, including the recent dispute between Su Chen and Hua Gang. Alright, you stay put and keep a close watch on Su Chen. After saying this, he hung up the phone, and the black-robed figures concealed themselves. The next morning, when the first rays of sunlight shone on the Hengduan Mountains, a pair of eyes slowly opened in a tent. Finally at the 6th level. This breakthrough didn't absorb many light orbs because the benefits gained from the first absorption were the greatest, and Su Chen had already been at the 5th level for a long time. Under normal circumstances, using crystal cores for cultivation would only take a month or 2. However, what delighted Su Chen was that all his mechas had been enhanced by the black stones. But both times, it was the nails that were enhanced by the stones. Could it be that the energy of these black stones was endless? What Su Chen didn't know was that these black stones had absorbed a large portion of the energy from a mine. This enhancement allowed Su Chen to reach a new height in both his control over his body and his mechas. Moreover, he could now unleash some of the true power of the mechas, rather than just simply utilizing their characteristics as he had at the beginning. After tidying himself up a bit, he stepped out of the tent. Since the absorption of the light orbs was quite fast, Su Chen was relatively slow. He saw Su Kuan already leading the brothers in practice. Yang Gu. Upon seeing Su Chen approach, Su Kuan immediately greeted him and jogged over. Patting Su Kuan on the shoulder, Su Chen asked, "Not bad, how do you feel now?" Mentioning this made Su Kuan excited, and he couldn't stop talking. Overall, it was an incredible feeling, so comfortable, and he felt that he was not far from the 5th level. He estimated that he would be almost there by the time he returned from this place. At this moment, Ling Qianxue also heard the commotion outside and came out of the tent. As soon as Su Chen saw Ling Qianxue, he knew she had advanced. After all, the mental fluctuations right after a breakthrough were not easy to control. How is it? How do you feel? Not bad. If I encounter that man-eating flower from yesterday again, dealing with it will be a piece of cake. Su Chen heard the confidence in Ling Qianxue's words and was naturally very pleased, while Yu Hua happened to come out of the tent and overheard this statement. He had originally felt that he was just a step away from reaching the 5th level, and he was somewhat proud of it, but now he was completely deflated. It's over. Does that mean I can't even beat a woman now? Hearing the commotion behind him, Su Chen laughed heartily, while Ling Qianxue showed no mercy, coldly saying, "Did you ever beat me before? And what's wrong with women? Let's compare." Upon hearing this, Yu Hua truly didn't know if he could have beaten her before, but now he was shaking his head repeatedly. No, that's not what I meant. It wasn't that Yu Hua was afraid of Ling Qianxue, he had never feared strong opponents. He just felt that if he really couldn't win and ended up being beaten by a woman, it would be a huge loss of face, especially since Ling Qianxue was now at the 5th level. After giving Yu Hua a glance, Ling Qianxue didn't say anything more, and Yu Hua awkwardly smiled. However, when they returned to the tent to organize themselves, Yu Hua secretly approached Su Chen and asked if he could borrow another light orb. After careful consideration, Su Chen did not refuse Yu Hua, because the stronger one was, the deeper they could explore. However, Yu Hua didn't want the light orb just for a breakthrough, he felt he could advance in just a couple of days. He needed the light orb to quickly stabilize after the breakthrough so that he wouldn't be so constrained in battle. After a period of rest, Su Chen led everyone back up the mountain, convinced that there would be older green plants in the mountains. The area where they had encountered the camphor tree monster and the man-eating flower could only be considered the outskirts, but it had already shown signs of spiritual plants. The group he brought this time was not too large. Previous experience had already informed Su Chen that there were basically no opportunities for those below the 5th level to delve deeper, and forcing their way in would only lead to death. Therefore, Su Chen's arrangement this time was for exploration, with 5 people in each group, sending out 10 groups. One was to survey the mountain conditions, and the other was to observe the movements of the exotic beasts. This not only avoided direct combat but also allowed for timely information sharing, increasing efficiency. As before, Su Chen still brought Ling Qianxue along, but this time they did not take the previous route. That place had already been exposed, and there was no need to continue exploring it. Along the way, Su Chen and Ling Qianxue advanced stealthily, and any troubles they encountered were resolved by Ling Qianxue, who now needed a lot of combat to adapt to her power. Suddenly, Su Chen heard some noise. "Qianxue, wait a minute, it sounds like there's fighting ahead." Soon, the two made their way to the battle site, using the dense vegetation to conceal themselves. It seems like those super warriors at the foot of the mountain have encountered a group of 4th-level exotic beasts. Because of what had happened with Hua Gang, Su Chen recognized several familiar faces among them. What should we do? Should we go around? To avoid unnecessary trouble, Su Chen ultimately chose not to expose their presence. Let's go, find another place. So they bypassed the battle area and explored from another side. However, they ended up circumventing several battle zones along the way, and Su Chen could no longer remember if this was the 6th or 7th one they had avoided. Something's not right. Why are there so many teams encountering exotic beasts? Su Chen finally stopped and began analyzing the situation with Ling Qianxue. Could it be that we've entered a certain area? Ling Qianxue's response opened up Su Chen's mind. If they had entered a specific area or the territory of a certain creature, then such frequent encounters would make sense. The two exchanged glances, as if confirming something. This time, Su Chen and Ling Qianxue did not avoid the battle area but chose to charge in. Look, is that Su Shen? It really seems to be. Su Shen, help us. For the cries of these people, Su Chen did not respond at all. Instead, some strange beasts and plants also took notice and charged towards them. However, as Su Chen easily dealt with them, the remaining monsters seemed to realize that Su Chen was not to be trifled with and did not continue to seek trouble. Su Chen and Ling Qianxue were pleased to see this. As they delved deeper, the strange beasts clearly increased in number, the vegetation seemed denser, and the air became more humid. After an unknown amount of time, a peculiar sensation caught Su Chen's attention. Yes, it was the aura of spiritual plants. Qianxue, over there. As they got closer, the aura grew stronger, and gradually, even Ling Qianxue could feel it. Sure enough, not long after, they saw a patch of spiritual plants growing beneath a towering giant tree. Among them was a spiritual plant shaped like a lotus flower, its emerald glow deeply captivating Su Chen. "Don't move!" Su Chen shouted to stop her. Seeing Su Chen's expression, Ling Qianxue remembered. From all the skirmishes they had encountered earlier, They were certain that this was the territory of a certain area or a certain creature. But now it was so quiet, and the silence felt somewhat abnormal, which was definitely not right. Although Suchen was also eager for that spiritual plant, he sensed that there must be something nearby, otherwise, it was impossible not to see a single strange beast or plant. And indeed, at that moment, a pair of cold eyes atop the giant tree was staring intently at them. After observing for a while, Suchen did not notice any movement. Could he have been mistaken? Or was that thing not in this area at all? Before he could think further, a shadow suddenly descended from above, crashing down towards the two of them. Boom! Dust flew everywhere, and fortunately, Suchen reacted quickly, pulling Ling Qianxue out of the danger zone just in time. Now Suchen could see clearly what had attacked him. It was a gigantic monkey covered in silver fur, staring at them. On its back, a streak of red fur ran from its head to the base of its tail, and there was a massive scar on its chest from a claw mark. This was the red-backed silver monkey? Just now, the destruction was caused by a shiny black stick in its hand. Intruders in my territory, die. Without a doubt, this red-backed silver monkey was the overlord of this area. From its size and the extent of the red fur on its back, Suchen deduced that this was actually a 7th-tier giant beast, the red-backed silver monkey. Firstly, it had a very strong territorial awareness, and secondly, this type of strange beast was extremely combative. Suchen frowned slightly. This was going to be troublesome. At this moment, Ling Qianxue also realized the terror of this silver monkey. Suchen, what do we do now? Suchen was momentarily at a loss. If it were any other 7th-tier strange beast, he felt he could give it a try with his current 6th-tier strength. But now, it was a red-backed silver monkey, and that black stick was no ordinary weapon. It was clearly stained with too much blood, exuding a terrifying aura. The horrific claw mark on its chest clearly indicated that this territory was carved out by force. Before Suchen could make a plan, the silver monkey swung its massive black stick again, aiming to smash it down on the two of them. Qianxue, try to see if you can collect those spiritual plants. Leave this silver monkey to me. Ling Qianxue looked worried. Can you handle it? Suchen put on a seemingly relaxed smile. Never ask a man if he can do it, just go. Shang Ying. A dark green mech enveloped Suchen's entire body. Suchen's plan was simple, to use his speed advantage to engage in guerrilla warfare with this silver monkey. Wear it down, buy time for Ling Qianxue. After all, his goal was the spiritual plants, not the silver monkey. Swift. No shadow. This was Suchen's first display of mech capabilities since advancing to the 6th tier. Suchen's entire body radiated a dark green light, and in an instant, his speed surged, weaving between the massive form of the silver ape, occasionally unleashing an invisible sword energy. However, it did not inflict any harm on the silver ape. Its defensive power was too terrifying. There was no choice but to attack its eyes. Suchen's sword energy was formless, always targeting its eyes. Although closing its eyes could solve the problem, whenever Suchen had the chance, he would release a sword energy, and the silver ape could not possibly keep its eyes closed all the time. Finally, Suchen completely provoked the silver ape. Human, you shall die. It then swung its black staff, the powerful strike creating a fierce wind that destroyed everything around. Seeing this scene, Suchen knew he could not stay any longer and turned to flee deeper into the jungle. Human, do you think you can escape? With that, the silver ape chased after him, following his trail. The opportunity had come. Seeing this, Ling Qianxue, who had been hiding in the shadows, revealed herself and moved towards the spiritual plants on the other side. Meanwhile, Suchen realized he had underestimated the speed of the silver ape. It swung through the giant trees of the forest and quickly caught up with him. Human! Die! The silver ape seized the opportunity, leaping high and bringing its black staff down fiercely towards Suchen. Not good. There was no escaping now. Boom! Dust flew as a figure was sent flying by the powerful shockwave. It was Suchen. Unbeknownst to him, the dark green armor on Suchen had turned white. Suchen knelt on one knee, pressing hard on his chest. If it weren't for the pure June blocking most of the damage, he would have been gravely injured from that blow. Suchen quickly thought in his mind, recalling a strategy. Continuing to flee was definitely not an option. His familiarity with this jungle was nowhere near as thorough as that of the silver ape. The silver ape, seeing that Suchen was unharmed, couldn't help but let out a soft sound of surprise, but soon it launched a second round of attacks. With nowhere to evade, after several exchanges, Suchen was once again swept away by a staff. At that moment, a surge of anger welled up within Suchen, having been beaten from the start until now. Since he couldn't dodge, then he wouldn't. As if understanding Suchen's thoughts, the black stone in his mind began to react. Waves of purple mist started to swirl around his armor. When that mysterious purple aura reappeared, Suchen felt a surge of power fill his body.
No longer hesitating, he beckoned to the silver ape. Come on, haven't you eaten? Provoked by Shuchan, the silver ape immediately erupted in rage. Human, I will smash you. Another sweeping strike came, but this time Shuchan did not resist. Power, just Luo. A white phantom appeared behind Shuchan, resembling an enlarged pure June, and the pure June sword in his hand also grew several times larger. Boom! Two terrifying forces collided, and in an instant, everything within a radius of 10,000 meters was obliterated. Suddenly, Shuchan was sent flying backward, while the silver ape's black staff had been knocked away. Its massive body also flew back and crashed heavily to the ground. Blood slowly seeped from its right arm. At that moment, Shuchan also began to cough violently, but he did not spit blood. His arms trembled uncontrollably. This clash completely enraged the silver ape. Roar! It flipped over, its eyes turning crimson. With a swift motion, it pulled out the black staff embedded in the ground, spinning it around, the murderous aura surging as it charged towards Shuchan. Human! I want you dead. Ultimate power. Break the heavens. This attack was undoubtedly many times stronger than the last, accompanied by a fierce wind, crashing down towards Shuchan. Unbearable. Retreat. This was the first thought that arose in Shuchan's mind. Even with the enhancement of the black stone, he was absolutely no match for the silver ape in terms of power. Just as Shuchan intended to retreat, he suddenly found that he could not gather his strength. That last strike had left a brief gap in his power. In a critical moment, void, transform shadows. Boom! A wave of destruction trembled through the mountains. Not only the people on the mountain, but even some at the foot of the mountain heard the tremendous sound. What happened over there? The teams that had just encountered the giant beast were stunned by the scene before them. I don't know, but it seems like something terrifying is over there. Such power, such range. Boss, we should run. At this moment, the team leader felt as if his feet were weighed down with lead. Run, run. After giving the order, he quickly evacuated the area. This scene was playing out all over the mountains. Anyone who felt the wave of power retreated. At the foot of the mountain, people were buzzing with discussion. Although they hadn't felt the wave of power, they heard the loud noise. What happened on the mountain? What's that commotion? Not sure. Could it be that someone is fighting up there? What nonsense are you talking about? Are you joking? The person chuckled awkwardly. I was just saying, don't take it seriously. There were all kinds of speculations, but soon, those coming down from the mountain provided the answer. There really were terrifying creatures fighting. Wow! It really is. What on earth is that? The destructive power is too strong. At this moment, someone weakly said, could it be Su Chen? How is that possible? Although I admire Su Chen's strength, there's no way he could cause such destruction. Have you noticed? It seems like only Su Chen and his group haven't come down. Looking closely, it was indeed true, because there were only a few people in Su Chen's camp. What? This. Once all other possibilities were ruled out, the remaining impossibility became the answer. Ling Xianxue was the first to sense the wave of destruction. Her hands, which were collecting spiritual plants, trembled unconsciously. Su Chen? In an instant, she packed up all the spiritual plants and hurried towards Su Chen's direction. Meanwhile, Yu Yuhua and Su Kuan, upon hearing the commotion, immediately thought that Su Chen had encountered some powerful creature. Could this be the noise caused by Brother Yang? Kuan, should we go take a look? Let's go. Check it out. On the other side, Yu Yuhua had just dealt with a 5th-tier cloud leopard and was playing with its crystal core when he was nearly startled by the sudden noise. What the hell is that noise? One team member pointed. It seems to be over there, something seems to be fighting. Hearing this, a glint of excitement flashed in Yu Yuhua's eyes. Let's go. Check it out. Other teams were in the same situation, all heading towards the destination. At this moment, at the center of the battlefield, the blow seemed to have taken a toll on the silver ape. Its chest heaved slightly, its breathing became a bit rapid, and a large amount of white mist emerged. The blood red in its eyes gradually faded. Clearly, this was another form of power for the silver ape, as it had begun to tap into some of its bloodline strength. For now, it could only enhance its power. Once this bloodline could strengthen its body, enhance its defense, and boost its speed, it would become a new force, frenzy. This would also signify the 8th tier. As the smoke cleared, a massive pit, about 100 meters in diameter, appeared where Su Chen had just been. Where did that human go? After searching for a while, it still found no trace. Could it be that he was turned to dust? Left with nothing? Thinking this was the only possibility, it laughed heartily. Hee. Foolish humans. The fate of those who oppose me is to be left with nothing but ashes. It was clear that although this silver ape was powerful, it still had a somewhat naive view of the situation. At this moment, Su Chen had already donned a pitch-black mech,
hiding beneath a dense thicket. Just moments ago, when Su Chen realized he couldn't summon his own power, he had summoned Yuzong, using its ability to become a shadow and hide in the forest. Although he did not directly suffer any substantial harm, the intense shock caused Su Chen to feel a surge within him, resulting in some minor injuries. Witnessing this destructive scene, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. I didn't expect this silver ape to have already touched the threshold of the 8th level. Reflecting on the first wave of confrontation, it was clear that the silver ape had been caught off guard, which allowed Su Chen to gain the upper hand. If that previous strike had occurred, the silver ape would have scanned the area and, finding no trace of any presence, would have snorted coldly and swaggered away. Just as Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief, a sudden, fierce sense of crisis surged above his head. Su Chen quickly sidestepped, only to see a cold, gleaming black blade thrusting fiercely into the spot where he had just been. Turning to look, he saw a pitch-black mech, just like him, standing behind him, holding that black dagger. Seeing that the first attack had missed, the black mech launched another assault. Having lost the initiative and being at a disadvantage, Su Chen quickly flipped over, got up, and tried to create some distance. However, just as he stood up, a silver net of blades suddenly appeared above him. 6 more black mechs emerged, each holding one end of the blade net, tightly restraining Su Chen. But it was evident that these 6 mechs were far weaker than the first one, and their appearances were different. Who are you? It was clear that these people had been well prepared and were keeping a close watch on Su Chen's every move. Ha ha ha. Su Chen, didn't I tell you to wait? Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. He didn't recall having such a conversation with anyone. No, this voice suddenly reminded him, and he remembered when he had heard that phrase. Whalebus, it's obvious you've remembered. Yes, it's me. Now that you remember, it's time to die. Blade nets surged toward Su Chen. Had he not just fought that terrifying silver ape and been injured, he wouldn't have dared to act. He hadn't expected Su Chen's strength to have reached such a level, but fortunately, the ambush had worked to some extent and restrained Su Chen. This was indeed worth a try, especially since he still had his trump card. Every time Su Chen attempted to counterattack, he was timely interrupted. It was clear these people had come prepared and coordinated exceptionally well. Su Chen's gaze grew colder, and suddenly Whalebus noticed a tiny flaw in Su Chen's defense. Whenever Su Chen turned to defend, there was a brief moment of pause. Not hesitating for a second, Whalebus seized the opportunity to sneak attack from behind as Su Chen turned to defend. Su Chen quickly reacted, throwing a punch that forced Whalebus back. Seeing this, Whalebus revealed a smile of triumph, retreating swiftly. At that moment, taking advantage of Su Chen's gap while he was blocking, 6 blade nets suddenly wrapped tightly around Su Chen, leaving him momentarily unable to move. He. Finally caught you, Su Chen. Whalebus was quite excited to see this scene. Meanwhile, Su Chen struggled in a bit of a panic, but his limbs were momentarily immobilized. General, hurry, we can't hold on much longer. Hearing his subordinate's response, Whalebus no longer hesitated. He had initially wanted to humiliate Su Chen, but to be safe, it was better to act quickly. Su Chen, die! He suddenly flashed forward, thrusting the black blade in his hand fiercely toward Su Chen's chest. In that instant, his expression was almost frenzied. But upon seeing this scene, Su Chen suddenly stopped his frantic struggle. What's wrong? Given up? With that, Whalebus thrust the black blade at an even faster speed. Then Whalebus felt a powerful resistance. It turned out Su Chen had firmly grasped his black blade with both hands. As Whalebus exerted force with both hands, the black blade seemed to pierce deeper, and Su Chen's head slowly lowered. He. Su Chen, in the end, you still die by my hand. Watching Su Chen's head hang low, his hands still gripping the black blade tightly. Finally dead. Thinking of Su Chen's death, he realized he wouldn't have to die himself, and he had also given Elder Francis an explanation. With this thought, Wilbes felt a sense of relief, the oppressive feeling from the beginning dissipating, as if a heavy stone in his heart had finally been set down. But when Wilbes tried to pull the dagger out of Su Chen's chest, he found it wouldn't budge. What's going on? Unbeknownst to him, Su Chen's lowered head had already lifted, letting out a mocking laugh. He, are you overthinking it? The sudden voice startled Wilbes greatly. You're not dead? Hearing this, Su Chen slowly released his grip on the dagger. It was not embedded in his chest at all. The dagger had shattered, leaving only a short handle. He, just playing with you. At first, Su Chen had indeed been restricted everywhere, unable to unleash his full power, so he had deliberately created a small flaw. As expected, Wilbes seized this so-called flaw. Wilbes suddenly realized. You tricked me? Quick, kill him. At this moment, the other 6 mechas exerted all their strength, seemingly trying to use the blade net to crush Su Chen, but they couldn't pull it at all. A waste of effort. Chun Jun. Yuzong vanished, Chun Jun appeared,
and Su Chen grasped the blade net, exerting force. Go! The blade net shattered instantly, and all the fragments flew towards the 6 mechas, which offered no resistance at all, instantly turning into a beehive. The 6 mechas fell to the ground, twitching briefly before all perishing. At this moment, only Wilby's remained. Seeing this scene, Wilby's was already dumbfounded, watching Su Chen approach him, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Don't come closer. What? Didn't you want to kill me? How can you kill me if I don't come over? This sentence completely shattered Wilby's psychological defenses, and his body went limp. But then, as if suddenly remembering something, he began to babble. Why yes. I still have it. I still have a chance. I still have a chance. Suddenly, a small green bottle filled with an unknown liquid appeared in Wilby's hand, and he spoke frantically. Su Chen, don't think you've won. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he crushed it, and a strange wave of energy quickly spread from his palm throughout his body. Su Chen was momentarily astonished. What was this, and why was it so familiar? Wilby's mecha flickered in and out of visibility, clutching its head in pain. Soon, his mecha transformed into a pure black color, his eyes suddenly turning a violent crimson, and his aura continued to rise. Roar! Suddenly, Wilby's mecha let out a terrifying roar. With a swift movement, he threw a punch directly at Su Chen's head. Su Chen quickly reacted, extending his hand for a punch, and they collided, separating instantly. Su Chen frowned slightly. Wilby's was now able to face him head-on without a scratch. The sudden power made Su Chen recall something. Why does this seem so much like a genetic secret medicine? From the name, it was clear that this was a liquid developed based on genetics. It was not derived from human genes but extracted from the genes of exotic beasts or plants. Those who consumed the genetic secret medicine would have no pain or consciousness, their actions entirely driven by instinct, with greatly enhanced strength, speed, and defense. However, it could only last for 15 minutes, after which the user would die. That was its side effect. Before Su Chen could think more, Wei charged forward again, and for a moment, they were locked in a fierce battle. Strength! Gang Luo! A terrifying force erupted, and a massive pure June slashed down towards Wei. Yet, Wei did not retreat at all. Instead, he charged straight towards the enormous strike. Bang! A dull sound echoed, and then a pitch-black figure burst forth. With a claw aimed at Su Chen's neck, a sharp, grating sound filled the air, but Su Chen managed to block it in time with the pure June. With a swift counterattack, he slashed Wei away. Seizing the moment as Wei was sent flying, Su Chen rushed forward and delivered a powerful punch to Wei abdomen. By the time Wei landed, his left hand was already gone, and his abdomen had been pierced with a gaping wound. With the enhancement of the pure June, Su Chen's strength was terrifying. But then, Wei rose again and charged at Su Chen. This time, he was no longer attacking Su Chen. Instead, he erupted with a wave of destruction. Not good. He's going to self-destruct. The current Wei could no longer be considered human. He resembled a machine, and at that moment, his instincts told him that self-destruction was his only option. Su Chen, of course, wouldn't foolishly wait in place. In an instant, he quickly retreated. But at this point, Wei speed was no less than his, and the distance between them had not widened. After battling the red-backed silver ape, he was ambushed by Wei and he still bore injuries. Coupled with the extensive use of his mech abilities, Su Chen found that he no longer had enough mental energy to support the transformation into the shadow of the fish. Boom! At the critical moment, Su Chen gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble. He saw the pure June instantly fade away, and Tai appeared. In a hurry, he formed 6 wing blades into a blade shield, turned around, and braced himself firmly. What's going on? Is this a wave after wave of chaos? I don't know, but it feels like something big is happening on the mountain. Is someone setting off firecrackers on the mountain? One after another. Those at the foot of the mountain, who had just been caught off guard, were now even more bewildered by the sudden sounds. Su Koan and Yu Yuhua rushed up the mountain at a faster pace, as they were already on the mountain, and they quickly discovered that the source of the noise was in the same place as before. They could basically confirm that the commotion was caused by Su Chen, and they began to worry because the scale of the two disturbances was indeed too immense. They had never seen such a situation during Su Chen's battles, especially not 2 instances of such intense waves and sounds. At this moment, Su Chen's situation was indeed dire, as he bore injuries and was exhausted. The Tai blade shield only held for a moment before being overwhelmed by the powerful impact, sending Su Chen flying. As the terrifying smoke cleared, Ling arrived first and immediately spotted a familiar mech overturned on the ground. On her way here, she had encountered the red-backed silver ape returning, so she was certain that this noise was not caused by that silver ape.
There was only one other possibility. Su Chen had run into more trouble, and she rushed over without hesitation, just in time to witness the scene. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed towards Su Chen's fallen figure. Su Chen? What happened to you? She helped him up, shaking him violently. Suddenly, a voice came from the mech. Cough cough, stop shaking. I was fine until you almost shook me to death. Hearing this, Ling Qianxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me. What happened? Su Chen slowly began to shed his mech, and Ling Qianxue noticed the fresh blood at the corner of his mouth. How did you end up like this? Su Chen then coughed violently again, spitting out blood foam, his face flashing pale. I was ambushed by a bunch of beasts. I have to say, Wirebeast seized the opportunity perfectly, taking advantage of Su Chen just having gone through a fierce battle, and then launching a surprise attack, restricting Su Chen at every turn. Finally, after Wirebeast's self-detonation, Su Chen's injuries flared up. Seeing Ling Qianxue's anxious expression, Su Chen forced a smile and comforted her. Don't worry about me, I'm fine. At that moment, Su Kuan and Yu Hua had also arrived. Upon seeing Su Chen's pale face and the pool of blood beside him, Su Kuan's eyes instantly turned red. Yang Gu, what happened to you? Who did this? Yang Gu, tell me, I'll kill him. Su Chen grabbed the agitated Su Kuan. It's nothing, just a minor injury, I'll be fine after some rest. Hearing Su Chen say this, Su Kuan had no choice but to relent. However, Yu Hua looked at the surrounding battlefield and quickly deduced a few things. Looking at the two deep pits and the contrasting energy fluctuations, especially the energy wave from the first pit, which was filled with a violent aura that had not dissipated after so long, it seemed to be caused by a terrifying creature. Let's leave, it's not safe to stay here. Suddenly, Su Chen spoke up. Considering that the Silver Ape might come back to check due to the commotion, it was better to leave early. However, Su Chen clearly overestimated the Silver Ape. Although it had heard the loud noise, it did not care, as it needed to return to watch over its spirit plants. Roar! Just as Su Chen was about to descend the mountain, a thunderous roar echoed through the mountains. This time, everyone in the area heard it. Su Chen certainly realized it. Not good. Run! With Su Chen's command, everyone's speed quickened, as Su Chen was temporarily unable to mobilize his spiritual power, so Ling Qianxue protected him all the way down. When Su Chen reached the foot of the mountain, many people saw his pale face and serious injuries, coupled with the furious roar they had just heard. Su Chen is indeed Su Chen, daring to confront such a terrifying beast. Yeah, when I heard that roar, my legs went weak, but it seems Su Chen has also sustained serious injuries. I didn't expect such a terrifying beast to exist in these mountains. After Su Chen returned to the tent, the first thing he did was to recover from his injuries. Meanwhile, outside the tent, military personnel had arrived, including Fong Song and others. Initially, Su Chen had not planned to act together, so they were not in the same place. This time, seeing that Su Chen seemed injured, they specifically brought medical personnel to help. Ling Qianxue received Fong Song and the others, and upon hearing they had brought medical personnel to treat Su Chen, she quickly ushered them into Su Chen's tent. Once inside, they saw Su Chen's pale face. The continuous battles had indeed taken a toll on him, and he had also sustained injuries from fighting the Silver Ape. Without much idle chatter, Fong Song thanked them and arranged for the medical personnel to begin treatment. And this treatment lasted a whole day. During the time Su Chen was being treated, various teams ascending the mountain suffered varying degrees of setbacks, with some even being completely wiped out. The cause of all this was a Silver Ape with red fur lurking behind. Indeed, when this Silver Ape returned to its lair, it found that the spirit plants under the giant tree had long since vanished. Even if it was slow, it quickly realized that it was the work of Su Chen and his group. These spirit plants were key to its advancement to the 8th tier. As long as it persisted in cultivating with the spiritual energy of these plants every day, it would eventually level up. But Su Chen and his group had already descended the mountain, leaving it without a target, so its anger was vented on these people. Of course, not everything was the Silver Ape's doing, but it was more or less related to it. Since it was in its territory, the Silver Ape's command also led to a riot of strange beasts and plants in this mountain range. Of course, Su Chen was completely unaware of all this. After receiving treatment from the medics brought by Fong Song, Su Chen finally recovered by the evening of the next day. Although he still looked a bit weak, overall, there were no major issues. This encounter served as a wake-up call for Su Chen, as he had never suffered such a significant loss before, but fortunately, those troubles had been resolved. However, Fong Song did not expect Su Chen to recover so quickly. Although the presence of medics played a role, generally, a recovery period of at least 3 days was needed. Su Chen's physique, however, did not require such a long time for recuperation, which left Fong Song quite amazed. As night fell again, they decided to have some small pleasures, grilling some meat since they had brought some supplies on this trip. At first, Fong Song refused, as the discipline was very strict, but he had to admit that it had been a long time since he had enjoyed such simple pleasures, and even longer since he had eaten barbecue. The aroma wafting from their tent quickly spread to other areas. My God, what is that smell? It's so fragrant. This scent is making me dizzy. Where is it coming from? Soon, everyone realized that the smell was coming from Su Chen's camp, and they all put aside their own thoughts. Of course, Su Chen was not thinking about that. He was happily chatting with Fong Song. Captain Su, a lot of significant events have happened here while you were resting for a day. Su Chen paused slightly as he raised his cup. Tell me about it. In the past 2 days, a giant silver ape with red hair on its back has appeared here. It has been relentless, attacking those of us who went up the mountain, causing heavy casualties. Captain Su, was it that beast that caused your injuries? Su Chen took a sip of his drink and remained silent. Fong Song understood this as a tacit acknowledgement. So, Captain Su, do you have any plans moving forward? It was clear that Fong Song meant to abandon this area, otherwise, he wouldn't have asked that question. However, Su Chen did not expect the silver ape to go berserk, and he did not have any particularly good plans at the moment, or rather, he had not thought of any alternatives yet. After all, he had just recovered and had suddenly learned of this situation. Let's wait and see, I just hope it doesn't last too long. Fong Song understood Su Chen's meaning. Once the silver ape calmed down a bit, they could continue. Although Su Chen was injured in this battle, he had also tasted the sweetness of victory, as that patch of spiritual plants was now in his possession. Although he did not know how many there were, since he had just recovered at night, he had not yet counted them, but he estimated there would be no less than 100. After all, when he saw them, it looked like a medicinal field, especially with several vibrant green spiritual plants swaying gracefully. Soon, the party was nearing its end, and as Fong Song was leaving, Su Chen gifted him 5 spiritual plants. This startled Fong Song. He had not come for this, but he did not expect Su Chen to be so generous. After all, during this time, he had only managed to obtain 7 plants through hard work with his team, and these 5 plants were equivalent to most of the results they had achieved with so much manpower, resources, and time. Before Fong Song could decline, Su Chen insisted on giving them to him, as he did not like to owe anyone a favor. However, Su Chen was quite envious of the medics that Fong Song had brought. But Fong Song had no way to help with that. It was not something he could decide, as such matters were directly handled by the military. Early in the apocalypse, the military had first focused on medical personnel, as casualties were the most common occurrence in such times. Medics played a crucial role, and many medical personnel were already integrated into the military. Moreover, not just anyone could become a medic. They were not ordinary medical staff but renowned doctors capable of performing surgeries. But so far, no such members have joined Su Chen. Because medical soldiers, like this, can get by wherever they go, they don't necessarily have to join Su Chen. Moreover, Su Chen adheres to the principle of prioritizing points and does not give any preferential treatment to those medical soldiers, but Su Chen has only just noticed this issue. Su Chen did not make things difficult for Fong Song and could only sigh helplessly. After sending Fong Song away, Su Chen immediately summoned Ling Qianxue, Su Kuan, and Yu Yuhua, organizing a simple meeting. Soon, Su Chen brought up the issue of the Silver Ape Uprising, and Ling Qianxue offered her suggestion. I think we can observe first. We can learn something from the movements of the exotic beasts. If that doesn't work, my suggestion is to change to another area. This aligns somewhat with Su Chen's thoughts, while Su Kuan's idea was simple. Whatever Brother Yang said was what it was, and Yu Yuhua did not oppose it either. After the discussion, Ling Qianxue handed Su Chen the spiritual plants she obtained from the Silver Ape, and when they saw the quantity of the spiritual plants, they were all astonished at how many there were. After counting, there were actually 113 white spiritual plants and 17 green spiritual plants. Moreover, the lotus-shaped spiritual plant that Su Chen saw at first glance had its leaves and stems already turning purple. Based on Su Chen's estimation, this spiritual plant had been around for over 500 years, making it the most valuable spiritual plant at present. Su Chen was no longer surprised at why the Silver Ape had become enraged. Such a plant, let alone being a 7th rank, could even be useful at the 8th rank. These spiritual plants must be related to the Silver Ape's breakthrough, which is why it was so furious, but now it had turned into a bargain for Su Chen. In this distribution, Su Chen did not show favoritism. Those like Su Kuan and Yu Yuhua who found their own could distribute them as they wished. Yu Yuhua also successfully advanced to the 5th rank during this battle and obtained some spiritual plants, although not many. Su Chen then distributed a white exotic plant to each of the 3, and the green spiritual plants were not that he was reluctant to give them away, but it was simply a waste to use them now. After taking Su Kuan and Yu Yuhua away, Su Chen gave Ling Qianxue a green plant to take back for cultivation. After all, it was Ling Qianxue who accomplished this task, and she had given all her stock to him. Once everyone had left, Su Chen looked up at the starry sky and murmured, "Everything depends on tomorrow." He felt as if he had recovered too quickly, but after several checks, it seemed there were no issues. As he probed the black stone in his mind, it continued to nourish the various cores in his brain, and he could only place his hopes on the black stone. However, he still did not understand what this thing was, and among the 9 sword cores, only the Shen Yuan showed no reaction, while the other 8 still shone brightly. "Sigh, I wonder when you will react." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire tent began to tremble slightly. No, to be precise, the area they were in started to shake. It felt as if a large number of something was rapidly approaching. At that moment, it was midnight, and Su Chen immediately exited the tent to observe the situation. To his surprise, he saw a multitude of beasts rushing down the mountain. They were no more than 10 miles away. Pairs of green and red eyes, accompanied by a low, rumbling roar. The numbers were likely overwhelming. And it wasn't just Su Chen who noticed this situation. Some people had not rested, and some camps had even arranged for people to stand guard. "Quick! Everyone out! Exotic beasts are attacking! Exotic beast attack! The beasts are coming!" Some who were confused did not understand the situation and thought it was just a small wave of exotic beasts causing a disturbance, as there had been before, but when they came out, they were all dumbfounded. Ling Qianxue, Yu Yuhua, and others also immediately exited their cultivation state, and upon seeing this scene for the first time, they were stunned. Yu Yuhua exclaimed in disbelief, "My goodness, what's going on? Are they crazy? I don't know what's happening, but it doesn't look good. Gather!" Su Chen's voice rang out, and everyone, whether they had come out or not, whether they were injured or not, rushed to assemble. Seeing this scene, they were all secretly alarmed, but when they noticed their leader was calm, they too settled down. "Brother Yang, what are we going to do?" The one who spoke was Su Kuan, but before Su Chen could respond, Yu Yuhua chimed in. "What else can we do? We fight." Su Kuan was momentarily taken aback and looked at Su Chen. "Brother Yang, are we really going to fight?" The overwhelming number of strange beasts, including some fast-flying raptors that were already attacking, had thrown the place into chaos. Could the tens of thousands of people here hold them off? Su Chen felt a headache coming on. "All right, everyone retreat. Injured first, Yu Yuhua, cover the rear." Yu Yuhua felt something was off as he listened. Hey, Su Chen, I was just joking, you can't do this." But Su Chen ignored him, arranging for everyone to prepare to retreat. He hadn't expected the beast tide to be this fierce. Yu Yuhua was indeed assigned to the rear, secretly thinking that once he became stronger, he would definitely give Su Chen a good beating, but that was just a thought. However, after the group of strange beasts chased them for 10 miles, they stopped pursuing. Panting, Yu Yuhua caught up. "Su Chen, this doesn't feel right. This doesn't seem like an attack, it feels more like expulsion." "Yes, that's exactly the feeling." Since Yu Yuhua was at the back, he had the most encounters with the strange beasts, so his perception was naturally more accurate. Something must have happened in the mountains that we don't know about. Could it be that silver monkey? No, that silver monkey has its own territory. Its energy alone isn't enough to cause disturbances across this entire mountain range. Deep in the mountains, under the full moon, a terrifying black panther roared to the sky, while 4 figures behind it were silent, one of which was the red-backed silver monkey. Who would have thought that the 7th-tier red-backed silver monkey, which ruled over a territory, would be so humble in front of this black panther? "Silver monkey, what have you done? It's a complete mess." Upon hearing this, the silver monkey trembled, clearly shaken by the matter of the spirit plants. Although those spirit plants grew in the silver monkey's territory, they didn't entirely belong to it. In the end, they were all distributed by the black panther. After all, the quantity of spirit plants was prioritized, and this time over 100 had been lost, along with several rarer ones. This affected their strength enhancement. "These humans are too cunning." Before it could finish, the golden eagle beside it snorted coldly. "Just tall but not smart. What are you, a dead feather, talking about?" The silver monkey wasn't afraid of the golden eagle, and the two had a long-standing feud, as the claw mark on the silver monkey's chest was inflicted by this golden eagle. The golden eagle had also been injured by the silver monkey before, and they had always been at odds. "What, did I say something wrong? You! Enough, stop arguing." As soon as the black panther spoke, the silver monkey and the golden eagle fell silent. "All right, this matter ends here, but from now on, no humans are allowed to step into this mountain range." The lynx and gray wolf beside them also breathed a sigh of relief. They had made some mistakes this time too, losing some spirit plants, but not as severely as the silver monkey, which had lost everything. Hearing that the black panther wouldn't pursue the matter, the golden eagle had nothing more to say and could only snort coldly at the silver monkey. The silver monkey was quite furious at this moment, that human was just an ordinary loach, and now it seemed very likely that it had escaped at that time. It recalled the huge noise that had erupted after it left, but at that moment, it hadn't paid attention, only wanting to return and take a look. The Black Panther then continued speaking. It's not just us here, it's the same in other places. Humans are being driven out of the mountains. No one knows how many strange beasts and spiritual plants are hidden in the Hangduan Mountains, not even the Black Panther that has already reached the 8th tier. All it knows is that similar situations are occurring both to the south and north, and this time humans have taken too many spiritual plants from the Hangduan Mountains. The incident happened suddenly, and spiritual plants appeared unexpectedly. No one anticipated that humans would catch wind of it so quickly. The Black Panther, having previously cultivated with the help of spiritual plants, was unaware of the extent of the situation and now had to address it. Meanwhile, Suchen suddenly discovered that some super warriors were running towards them from both the south and north. Since Suchen's group was located in the central part of the Hangduan Mountains, it was likely that similar situations were happening on both sides. Su Kuan stopped one person. "Brother, how did you run over from that side?" The person seemed to recall something and displayed an extremely fearful expression. Suchen understood something from this. It was already bright outside, and it seemed the situation in the north was not good. They were being driven out here, but in the north, it was a massacre. It appeared that this person had no way to escape from there and could only head towards the middle route. The situation in the south should be similar. Looking at it this way, Su Chen and the others were in a relatively better position. Su Koan continued to ask, "How could this happen? Shouldn't it just be expulsion?" "I'm not sure, but I heard it was because of two brothers, yes, named Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao, who worked together to see something like a light orb." Before Su Koan could ask for more details, the person had already dashed away. How strange, is it really that terrifying? Ignoring Su Koan, it was the names Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao that caught Su Chen's attention. It should be noted that in the previous life, Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao were two top-tier super warriors and were biological brothers. Lin Yuan possessed a top-tier mech summoned by the Dragon Gallbladder Silver Spear, while Lin Xiao had a top-tier mech summoned by the Qinggang Sword. United, they were unstoppable. In their previous life, they were even revered as the twin war gods. Thinking about it, these two brothers actually snatched food from the tiger's mouth and succeeded. This was likely the reason for the fury of the strange beasts. With this thought, Su Chen suddenly wanted to see the situation in other places. Just as he opened his smart device, he received a call notification from the Kingdom of Luochang. Ding! Incoming call from the Kingdom of Luochang, would you like to connect? Connect! As soon as the call connected, the representative from Luochang asked about Su Chen's situation. "Su Chen, are you okay over there?" Su Chen was momentarily puzzled by what Luochang meant. "I'm fine here, I was just driven away from my original location by a group of strange beasts." "What's wrong?" "It's like this, we just discovered that the behavior of the strange beasts is extremely active, and a large number of them have come down from the mountains, and this is happening all along the mountain range. Moreover, they have already started attacking some surrounding cities." It was clear that this time, humanity's treasure-seizing operation had angered the strange beasts. "My suggestion is to retreat as soon as possible." Su Chen then realized that it was not just a specific area. The entire region had begun to systematically resist humans and even launched a counterattack. This meant that his plan to observe the situation and seek other ways to ascend the mountain was likely to fall through. It was evident that such a large-scale operation could not be controlled by a 7th-tier strange beast, and even an 8th-tier beast could not dominate the entire Hangduan mountain range. This time, Su Chen truly enhanced his understanding of the Hangduan Mountains and formed a new judgment. "Okay, I understand." After hanging up, Su Chen once again used his heavenly eye to check the aerial view of the entire Hangduan mountain range and found that it was just as Luochang had said. All the super warriors at the foot of the mountain were either being driven away or attacked, and some areas had even been invaded. "Yang Gu, what's going on? The beasts of the entire mountain range have started to move. Let's go, everyone evacuate. Are we really just leaving like this?" At this moment, Yu Yuhua was deeply tormented by the spiritual plants and couldn't extricate himself. "What else can we do? This commotion definitely isn't something a 7th-tier beast can cause. It has to be at least 8th tier, and there's more than one, possibly even higher tier existences." Hearing about the 8th tier and higher, although Yu Yuhua was combative, he understood that it was futile to act recklessly, and certain death awaited, so he didn't insist. Ling Xianxue was much simpler. Since Su Chen said to retreat, they retreated. Soon, without lingering or observing any longer, everyone evacuated. In just half a day, by noon, all the beasts, whether attacking or driving them away, had retreated back into the mountains.
Su Chen and the others also returned safely to Eternal Night. In the 2 days after their return, Su Chen didn't assign any tasks to anyone, he just set the most basic plans, which Yang Mi would implement. This trip to the Hangduan Mountains had casualties but also gains, and with their spirits still tense, they needed a break to relax. One day, Su Chen and Ling Qianxue were on the balcony drinking tea, and Su Chen seemed lost in thought. "What are you thinking about?" A single question from Ling Qianxue pulled Su Chen back to reality. "Still thinking about the Hangduan Mountains?" Su Chen shook his head slightly. "Not that." To be honest, he wasn't thinking about that at all. After all, it was impossible to go back there now. However, another matter was occupying Su Chen's mind: the two brothers, Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao. Ever since he learned about them, Su Chen had been contemplating this, as they were indeed two great assets. But now, Su Chen had no good way to find them, not even knowing where they were. Moreover, people like them wouldn't be willing to be subordinate. They weren't like Yu Yuhua, who was combative, and for a moment, Su Chen felt somewhat helpless. "Why not tell me about it?" Hearing Ling Qianxue's words, Su Chen didn't hesitate to share the matter, as there was nothing he couldn't say. Who knows, there might be a solution. After listening, Ling Qianxue quickly identified the key issue, but first, they needed to find the people. "How about we ask Commander Luo for help? We need to know where they are first." Su Chen thought this made some sense and immediately contacted Luo Chenghua. "Su, why did you think of calling me? I need your help to find someone." "I knew it. If you're looking for me, it can't be anything good. Go on." Su Chen then explained the situation of Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao appearing in the right part of the central Hangduan Mountains, and Luo Chenghua replied that he would get back to him shortly. Soon, in less than 15 minutes, Luo Chenghua called back. "Found them, Su. The last place they appeared was at Taiyun Mountain in Hexing City. Moreover, it seems there have been some recent incidents there. I don't know if it's related to them." "What incidents?" "A considerable number of super warriors have gathered there, apparently because someone has a large amount of light orbs." "Light orbs?" Su Chen suddenly remembered that Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao seemed to have taken the spiritual plants from that area, which was why it had been attacked. According to Luo Chenghua, it was almost certain that it was the two brothers. The emergence of these spiritual plants had led to a rapid increase in many people's strengths, and under such temptation, it was entirely possible that these people were looking for them. Su Chen and Ling Qianxue exchanged smiles. "Look, the opportunity has come." Su Chen had nothing to hide. "I do have some ideas." Luo Chenghua wasn't too surprised. "Su Laodi, it's nothing unusual for you to be interested in those two, but I must remind you, things over there are quite unstable right now." "What do you mean?" "There are quite a few people eyeing the light orbs in their hands. Moreover, according to reliable sources, someone has seen one of them injured, but it's unclear who exactly, as the two brothers look too much alike. This indicates that they have paid a certain price to seize the light orbs, and now one of them is injured. In the eyes of others, they are quite the catch, and their current situation is definitely not good." Hearing that the two of them are in danger, Su Chen frowned slightly. After all, this was indeed not good news. Moreover, it would take time for him to get there, and he didn't know if they could hold on that long. As if sensing Su Chen's worries, "Don't worry, I've arranged for a fighter jet to pick you up. It will be there in half an hour." Su Chen was taken aback upon hearing this, then he smiled. "You old fox, really?" Can't say. On the other side, in Taiyun Mountain, two figures were hiding in a cave, looking quite disheveled, one of them severely injured, blood soaking through his clothes from a wound in his abdomen. "Bro, don't worry about me, I know my own situation." "Don't say foolish things, you won't be in trouble. I will definitely get you out. Even if there's only a slim chance, I have to try." Slowly closing his eyes, he knew he couldn't persuade his brother. At this moment, the older brother was already exhausted, his handsome face showing signs of fatigue, with some blood on him, though it was hard to tell if it was from his brother or himself. However, it was clear that the two looked very much alike, sharing the same height, weight, and clothing, except for a slight difference in their ears. The older brother had a small black dot on his earlobe, while the younger brother's earlobe had none. These two were Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao, but it was evident that they were at the end of their rope. Suddenly, some noisy voices came from outside the cave, and the two of them didn't dare to make a sound. Where did those two little brats run off to? Who says otherwise? How can we find them in this desolate mountain? Anyway, my legs are about to break. How could there be anyone in this place? Stop talking nonsense. The entire Hexing City is looking for them. They can't still be inside. Only in this wild mountain is there a chance. Another half hour passed. Damn it! Who wants to look for this dead place? Even the one who suggested searching at first was helpless, having found no clues after such a long time. Sigh, let's go. Fortunately, these people had not discovered the hidden cave, as there were many such caves in Taiyun Mountain.
Hearing this, Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, as it meant they still had a chance.
Xiao, how are you? Can you still move? With Lin Yuan's help, Lin Xiao struggled to get up. Bro, I'm fine.
Someone was already coming to search for them. It wouldn't be long before this place would be exposed, and they had to move quickly. Just as Lin Yuan was helping Lin Xiao out of the cave, a voice suddenly came from behind that made their scalps tingle.
Hee, you finally decided to come out, otherwise, I was thinking of going in to find you.
Turning around, they found it was the one who had been chasing them all along. It turned out to be Han Wu, who had a grudge against the two brothers during their time in the Hangduan Mountains. Han Wu's mech was summoned by a weapon, and due to the mech's attributes, it was naturally close to the wood attribute. Therefore, during the search for spiritual plants in the Hangduan Mountains, it provided Han Wu with significant help. However, due to insufficient speed, when Han Wu and his brothers finally found the spiritual plants after much effort, they were outpaced by Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao. Thus, resentment grew, and after being driven out of the Hangduan Mountains by the alien beasts, it was Han Wu who organized the pursuit of Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao. Including the information that Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao possess a large number of spirit plants was also released by him.
Han Wu, how did you find us? Wasn't it easy to find you? After all, you're dragging a burden.
Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan understood that it was likely the bloodstains left behind carelessly along the way, but he had been extremely cautious.
Han Wu, what do you want? Why do you want to put us to death?
At this, Han Wu's face suddenly twisted with rage.
I want you dead, and I want the spirit plants in your hands too.
Hearing this, the brothers realized it was still about the matters in the mountains.
Han Wu, this kind of thing can't be blamed on others. Don't you think your actions are too despicable? At this point, you're still talking to me about being despicable? I am despicable. Brothers, kill them. In an instant, dozens of people surged forward.
With no other choice, Lin Yuan could only summon the Silver Dragon Mecha to fight, while Lin Xiao, despite his injuries, also summoned the Blue Soul Mecha. Just as the name of the mecha suggested, Lin Yuan's mecha was entirely silver, adorned with dragon patterns, and the silver dragon spear in his hand gleamed coldly. Lin Xiao's mecha was white with a hint of blue, sharply defined, and the blue sword in his hand was equally fierce.
Xiao, hold on, we'll find a chance to escape soon. After saying this, he collided with Han Wu, even enveloping the surrounding dozen or so people within the attack range. Although Lin Yuan was outnumbered, in that collision, those dozen people were all knocked back. Han Wu's expression darkened further. Kill! Don't hold back! Eliminate Lin Xiao first!
Upon hearing Han Wu's command, the others did not dare to be slow and launched attacks against Lin Xiao. Due to his injuries, the Blue Soul Mecha was continuously phasing out, and it wouldn't be long before Lin Xiao would be forced out of his mecha state. Seeing this scene, Lin Yuan was quite anxious, but with Han Wu and the others blocking him, he had no way to help. Although Han Wu's group was not his match, it was impossible to kill them.
Another collision occurred, and Lin Yuan used the force to retreat, dodging to Lin Xiao's side. Supporting Lin Xiao slightly, Lin Yuan understood that Lin Xiao had reached his limit.
Han Wu, I will hand over the items to you, can you spare us brothers?
Have you forgotten? If you die, the items will still be mine.
Kill! As the crowd surged forward again, Lin Yuan realized he could not be delayed any longer, otherwise, they would truly be doomed. With this thought, Lin Yuan let out a furious shout and struck out with a powerful shot. Break! Instantly, dust flew, and Han Wu and the others were forced back. When the smoke cleared, Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao had vanished without a trace.
Oomph, let's see how long you can escape.
Chase!
On the other side, Su Chen was already in the warplane. This time, he hadn't brought anyone along. The current situation in Hexing was too chaotic and unclear, making it easier to act alone. After all, this time he was going to save someone, not to fight. Commander Luo, how is the situation over there now?
It seems the situation is not too good. There have been significant energy fluctuations at Taiyun Mountain.
Do you have any images?
Yes, I'm sharing them with you now. When the images were connected to the warplane, Su Chen clearly understood the situation on Taiyun Mountain. The screen displayed Han Wu and others chasing Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao. From the footage, it was evident that Lin Xiao's condition was indeed not good, with various wounds on his body, and his mecha was already in a phasing state. The injury to his abdomen was the most severe, and he was losing too much blood, making it difficult to escape the pursuing soldiers.
Once the mecha disappeared, the residual waves from the battle could kill him.
In contrast, while Lin Yuan's situation wasn't as dire, it was still not good. He had been protecting Lin Xiao all the way, and whether fleeing or fighting, he felt quite constrained.
It was as if they were being bitten down upon, and from the aerial view of Hexing City, the battle had already attracted the attention of others.
One by one, the red dots intentionally or unintentionally moved closer to Taiyun Mountain, and it was clear that these people's purpose was the same. Brother Su, I think they might not hold out until you get there, Luo Changwa said. Hearing Luo's words, Su Chen furrowed his brows slightly. This was the issue he was most worried about. Once they were caught, the pursuers behind would form a siege, and it would be difficult to turn the tide. He did not respond to Luo Changwa. Commander Luo, how long until we arrive? About 15 minutes. That's enough. I hope you can send a team of medics over. Luo Changwa understood what Su Chen meant. Are you really going to try? I believe they can hold on. Alright, I'll arrange it as soon as possible. On the other side, Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao were indeed in a dire situation. Han Wu was closely following behind, and because Lin Xiao was injured, they couldn't create any distance. Now Han Wu was only about a kilometer away from them. If they stopped for even 10 breaths, he would catch up. At that moment, the worst-case scenario occurred. Lin Xiao's mech suddenly disappeared, and she spat out a mouthful of blood, her breath becoming extremely weak. Lin Yuan hurriedly steadied himself. Xiao. Lin Xiao forced a very strained smile. Brother, I'm afraid I can't run anymore. Just put me down, really, don't worry about me, just remember to avenge me. Xiao, don't say such foolish things, you'll be fine, you have to hold on. But this delay allowed Han Wu to catch up. Lin Yuan, Lin Xiao. I see where you think you can escape. It was obvious that Han Wu and the others noticed Lin Yuan had stopped, which meant something was wrong with Lin Xiao. In just a few breaths, Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao were once again surrounded by Han Wu and his group. Why aren't you running anymore? Keep running. Lin Yuan didn't respond because Lin Xiao had already fainted from weakness, her breath barely hanging on. If she didn't receive timely treatment. Han Wu. Lin Yuan's eyes were bloodshot. All of this was caused by the person in front of him. How could he not hate him? Oh, getting anxious? Want to kill me? Then come on. Lin Yuan suppressed the urge to strike. If he really made a move, Lin Xiao would likely be engulfed by the aftermath of the battle in an instant. What? You can't even protect yourself and you're still thinking about your dying little sister? Overestimating yourself. Do you really think that Tiger King is so easy to deal with? But you're lucky, after all, you've gotten so many spirit plants. Hand over the spirit plants, and I'll give you a quick death. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Han Wu and the others. Han Wu, you want to keep it all to yourself? Yeah, that's a bit unethical, don't you think? Brother Han, how come you found these two without telling your little sister? Hearing these 3 sentences, Han Wu paused, and his expression darkened. Gritting his teeth, he said, Gu Cheng, Luo Xiao, Lu Miaoi. The 3 of them each brought dozens of people with them, and there were even more coming from behind. Oh dear, brother, why do you seem so unwelcoming? He ignored Lu Miaoi, whose stunning face and alluring figure concealed a heart as vicious as they come. Otherwise, she wouldn't have survived in this apocalypse until now. Why aren't you paying attention to me, brother? Haha, Lu girl, he's just a coward, only knows how to stab people in the back. Why not consider me? I guarantee you'll be satisfied. The one speaking was Luo Xiao, a burly man over 2 meters tall, who focused on muscle training and wielded a highly destructive meteor hammer. Enough chatting, Han Wu, since the prey has entered the den, we should all get a share, right? Gu Cheng also spoke up, his voice possessing an eerie softness that made one feel uneasy, mainly because this person was extremely cunning and difficult to deal with. Seeing that the 3 newcomers were not friendly, Han Wu also realized that there was no chance for Duan Wu to swallow everything alone, and for a moment he felt a bit angry. If it weren't for Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao struggling all this time, the items would have been in his hands long ago. Lin Yuan was also cautiously observing the additional people around, feeling that each one was not to be trifled with, not simple characters at all. This made Lin Yuan's heart sink a few more points. Their chances of escape were becoming even more remote. What do you want? Since the 4 of us are here, it would be best to split it evenly. Before Gu Cheng could finish speaking, Han Wu interrupted him. Impossible. This information was all provided by me, and I was the one who initiated the encirclement first. You still want to split it evenly? Brother, don't be so hasty, we can discuss it. What do you think? I take 4, and you split the remaining 6. Hearing Han Wu's words, the 3 exchanged glances, as if it was not unacceptable. And add 3 5th-tier crystal cores. It was Gu Cheng speaking again. Han Wu gritted his teeth. Deal. After hearing Han Wu agree, Lu Miaoi also said, in that case, why keep this person alive? But it's such a pity for such a handsome young man. Just moments ago, Lu Miaoi had been smiling, but in the blink of an eye, she was ready to take a life, revealing her true nature. Since Miss Lu has spoken, I am naturally willing to do the job. Luo Xiao flexed his terrifying muscles, cracking his knuckles as he walked towards Lin Yuan. With a sinister grin, Luo Xiu did not summon a weapon but swung his fist at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan did not retreat at all and stepped forward to sweep with his gun. They separated upon contact, but without a moment's pause, they charged at each other again, engaging in several rounds. Suddenly, Lin Yuan seized the opportunity. Rise! Lin Yuan shouted, and Luo Xiu was instantly lifted off the ground, staggering backward, a huge white mark appearing on the chest of his mech. The recoil force made Luo Xiu grunt in pain. Gu Chang and Lu Miaoyi, witnessing this scene, frowned slightly. They were well aware of Luo Xiu's strength. Although he hadn't used his weapon yet, they felt the outcome wouldn't be much different. But Luo Xiu seemed to think otherwise. You have some skill, then let's get serious. Immediately, the meteor hammer was summoned by Luo Xiu, and his offensive became even stronger. After a few rounds, Lin Yuan managed to entangle the iron chain of the meteor hammer with his gun, forcefully pulling Luo Xiu towards him. Let go! Luo Xiu felt an overwhelming force at his grip and immediately released his weapon, his body uncontrollably lunging towards Lin Yuan. Bang! A dull sound echoed as Lin Yuan delivered a powerful elbow strike to Luo Xiu's chest, sending him flying. Seeing this, Lin Yuan's eyes flashed coldly as he took half a step back, accumulating a terrifying force. Silver Dragon! Strike! Gripping the gun handle, he thrust the silver dragon spear forward, and a silver dragon slowly emerged along the gun barrel, charging towards Luo Xiu's chest. Gu Cheng and Lu Miaoyi saw this and thought it was bad, quickly moving forward. At this moment, Luo Xiu was terrified, completely unlike his earlier arrogance. He looked pale, fearfully gazing at this terrifying strike. Save me! Lin Yuan's intention was simple, to take down one of them first, giving him a chance. What courage! You dare to commit murder like this! Gu Qing wielded a long sword, while Lu Miaoyi wielded an iron whip. Lu Miaoyi shouted, "Bind!" She tightly wrapped the iron whip around the body of the silver dragon, and seeing this, Gu Qing no longer hesitated. Freeze! A blue whirlwind acted upon the silver dragon, and the rapidly spinning silver dragon finally began to dissipate just an inch away from Luo Xiu's neck. It was not that Gu Qing and Lu Miaoyi had a sudden burst of kindness that saved Luo Xiu, but simply because they were now in the same boat, facing not only the Lin brothers, Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao, but also Han Wu. Upon seeing this, the light in Han Wu's eyes dimmed as he knelt on one knee, summoning the silver dragon spear back into his hand. Was it ultimately futile? Was the heavens truly intent on destroying my two brothers? Turning to look at the unconscious Lin Xiao, he murmured, "Xiao Xiao, it's my fault for not protecting you well." At this moment, Luo Xiu, who was fighting for survival, finally regained his composure and frantically pointed at Lin Yuan. "Break his limbs for me! I want to crush him!" At this point, Luo Xiu had lost his fighting ability. Although he hated Lin Yuan intensely, he could only rely on others now. The others looked down on Luo Xiu's behavior, but no one said anything at that moment. Throughout it all, Han Wu had been watching from the side, as if everything was none of his business. After all, Gu Qing and the other three had come to intercept. If Luo Xiu died, he would get a larger share, and perhaps even eliminate Gu Qing and Lu Miaoyi as well. However, the current plan seemed to be falling apart, and Han Wu sighed slightly. Lin Yuan hadn't managed to take down even one of them, so it was even less likely for him to do so. It wasn't that Lin Yuan couldn't defeat Luo Xiu, it was just that after the intense battle, his mental and physical strength had already reached their limits. Just now, he had unleashed his strongest strike in that state, but unfortunately, it still fell short. Han Wu, Lin Yuan, Lin Xiao, and the others were all at the 5th level, while Gu Qing and the other three were at the peak of the 4th level, but their combined strength was quite tricky. So at the beginning, Han Wu had no confidence in taking them down alone and could only let them join the fray. At this moment, Gu Cheng and Lu Miaoyi exchanged glances and then charged straight at Lin Yuan, with their subordinates also springing into action, creating a spectacular scene. Lin Yuan noticed the commotion behind him but did not turn around immediately. Instead, he spoke to himself. "Xiao Xiao, I'm not capable enough, I couldn't take you out. But today, even if I die, I will definitely drag them down with me." As he spoke, a powerful fighting spirit erupted from Lin Yuan, willing to be shattered like jade rather than remain intact like tiles. He suddenly sprang up, and his fierce gaze made Gu Qing, Lu Miaoyi, and the others tense up. "Don't let him affect you. He's already done for. He's just holding on." Gu Qing shouted, and everyone reacted, moving in for the kill with even greater speed. Bang! At that moment, Lin Yuan thrust the silver dragon spear into the ground, gripping the spear tightly as streams of pure silver energy gathered on its shaft. In an instant, debris flew around him, and the spear emitted a powerful vibration, causing everything around to vanish, while Lin Xiao remained unharmed behind him. The phantom of the silver dragon reappeared on the spear, a devastating strike that gathered all his cultivation, essence, energy, and spirit. When the spear was unleashed, a life would be lost. Retreat! Get back! Gu Qing did not expect Lin Yuan to be so insane, and he retreated frantically. Even Han Wu, who had been watching the show, changed color and fled into the distance. A madman! They had come quickly, and now they were retreating just as fast, but it was certainly too late, and Lin Yuan was already bleeding from all 7 orifices, nearing his limit. Go! Just as he was about to launch this full-powered strike at Gu Qing and the others, he found his right shoulder firmly gripped by someone, making it difficult to move. Enough, you've done well enough, leave the rest to me. Turning to look behind him, Lin Yuan was momentarily stunned but quickly recognized the newcomer, as that blood-red mech was quite distinctive. But why was he helping me? This was Lin Yuan's last thought before losing consciousness. Indeed, the newcomer was Su Chen. Fortunately, he made it in time, and Su Chen let out a sigh of relief, but seeing the current state of Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao, he declared, I want them alive, not dead. Suddenly, 6 green medical mechs appeared behind Su Chen. Hearing this, they did not dare to be negligent, as they had been informed beforehand to fully obey Su Chen's orders. Yes! They immediately lifted Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao onto the battle machine for emergency treatment. Meanwhile, the fleeing crowd realized that nothing had happened. When they turned back, they found that Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao had vanished. A blood-red mech stood in place, watching them. Where were the brothers Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao? Who was this? Luo Xiu felt as if he had been toyed with. After facing such a terrifying assault, he could only drag his severely injured body to escape. Now, turning back to find no one there, he felt like a clown. Who are you? Where have you hidden Lin Yuan? Everyone had the same question, but it seemed that some recognized Su Chen, including Gu Qing. Gu Qing's face changed dramatically, even to the point of terror. Luo Xiu, shut up. Run. Many people turned back upon hearing Gu Qing's words, wondering who could provoke such a strong reaction from him. Lu Miaoi only felt that the red mech looked familiar. It was just a red mech. Was there really such a big reaction? No, could the red mech be? Seeing Luo Xiu still in a daze, Gu Qing no longer cared about his image. That's Su Chen. Run. What the hell? That's Su Chen. Why is this god of death here? Who knows, Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao are probably in his hands too. Could he be here for those 2 brothers? Luo Xiu's face changed drastically at this moment. He finally realized who he had just been speaking to. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and ran. Su Chen looked at him with a mocking expression. What? You want to run already? Put. Luo Xiu was still in a state of fleeing, but the next moment, everyone looked at him in horror. They saw Luo Xiu's head and body suddenly separate, and it happened without his knowledge. In the next second, Luo Xiu's body fell to the ground several dozen meters away, while his head remained in place, eyes wide open in death. Everyone present turned pale, and gradually, those who had rushed over from the city gathered here, understanding what had just happened. Su Chen, since you came for Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao, there's no need to start a massacre, right? The speaker was Han Wu, who had expended so much manpower and resources but gained nothing, feeling quite frustrated. He was not speaking for Luo Xiu but trying to position Su Chen as the antagonist. However, Su Chen saw through this little scheme but chose to ignore it. I'm not like you. This casually spoken sentence left everyone speechless and made Han Wu's expression darken, as he felt Su Chen's contempt. Who attacked just now? Su Chen suddenly asked, but no one answered for a long time. No one is speaking? Su Chen then began to call out names for death. You, tell me, who was involved just now? The person pointed at stammered for a long time before finally saying he didn't know. A punch was thrown, and that person flew out, landing without a sound. These people had come for Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao to rob and kill, so Su Chen felt no burden in taking action. You, continue. Su Chen pointed to another person, one of Han Wu's subordinates, one of the Seekers. This person trembled, the gruesome fate of the previous person still fresh in his mind. Him, and them, he pointed out one by one, including his boss Han Wu, Gu Qing, Lu Miaoi, and others. Even if he didn't say it, Su Chen would find out sooner or later, and at that moment, Han Wu also struck at his subordinate, killing him on the spot. Very good. What? Are all of us here for the brothers Lin Yuan? Are you going to attack all of us? What if I attack all of you? Everyone was stunned by Su Chen's words. They could see that Su Chen was not joking. The killing intent emanating from him had already made his stance clear. I tell you, if anything happens to either Lin Yuan or Lin Xiao, I guarantee that none of the tens of thousands of you present, who have laid a hand on them, will leave here alive. As for the 3 of you, it's better to die now. Of course, the 3 Su Chen referred to were Han Wu, Gu Qing, and Lu Miaoi. Without listening to their nonsense, Su Chen directly summoned the Qishao sword.
Hanwoo, Gu Cheng, and Lu Miaoyi were taken aback. Was there really no room for negotiation? My god, what is the relationship between the Lin brothers and Su Chen that he would go this far? Who knows? But it seems Su Chen is serious. If we stay here, won't we? In an instant, everyone began to have their own thoughts. Everyone, you have seen how arrogant Su Chen is, threatening the tens of thousands of heroes present. I implore you all to join me in killing this god of slaughter, Su Chen. In this crowd of countless beings, all driven by profit, everyone present was smart. Opposing Su Chen would bring nothing but harm, and for a moment, not a single person stepped forward. Have you finished? Before Hanwoo and the others could speak, Su Chen had already vanished from his spot, delivering a punch and a kick that forced Gu Cheng and Lu Miaoyi back, then slashing towards Hanwoo with his sword. Flame! Dragon's Roar Sword Dance! A massive phantom of a red dragon appeared above the Qishao sword, and a fiery whirlwind erupted from Su Chen's body in an instant. Bind! Restrict! Collapse! Gu Cheng and Lu Miaoyi immediately used their weapons to try to restrain the red dragon, while Hanwoo smashed his hammer down on the dragon's head. Boom! In an instant, a violent wave of destruction erupted. Moments later, Gu Cheng and Lu Miaoyi were sent flying, spitting blood, their mechs forcibly deactivated. Hanwoo, facing the brunt of the attack, suffered even greater damage. His right hand holding the hammer was completely shattered, his body riddled with fractures and various injuries, his mech also deactivated, blood oozing from his mouth and nose. With one strike, he had utterly defeated the three of them. It was a complete and total crushing. Seeing this scene, everyone fled in panic, not even thinking of staying any longer. Observing this, Su Chen frowned slightly. After all, he couldn't really chase after tens of thousands of people, now that the situation was chaotic. Su Chen, spare me. I know I was wrong. I'm willing to make any compensation. Gu Cheng frantically shook out everything he had on him, desperate to save his life. Lu Miaoyi, seeing this, also put on a pitiful expression, constantly posing and even agreeing to do anything Su Chen wanted. Su Chen swiftly ended her life with a single sword. Such a woman, who knew how many such things she had done, was often the most terrifying. Gu Cheng trembled in fear. I said, whoever lays a hand on them cannot live. Another sword severed a head. No matter how deep your schemes, under absolute power, everything is but a fleeting cloud. And through Gu Cheng's fate, he understood that begging for mercy was utterly useless. Su Chen would not spare him. I don't understand. Hanwoo barely held himself up, unwilling to accept. What don't you understand? As far as I know, you should have no connection with the Lin brothers, so why? Indeed, as you said, I have no connection with them, but I have already decided to recruit them. Even if that's not the reason, just the fact that you laid hands on them is enough for you to die dozens of times. The Lin brothers were revered in their past lives as the twin war gods, fighting for humanity, resisting the beast tide, facing the kings among sea beasts, and turning the tide on numerous occasions. Such heroes were now being hunted by someone like Hanwoo, even wanting to take their lives. If anything were to happen to them, it would be a tremendous loss for the resistance against the apocalypse. From this perspective, Hanwoo and the others deserved to die 100 times over. Hanwoo couldn't understand why he had to die just for attacking the Lin brothers, and Su Chen didn't continue to waste words with him. A sword pierced Hanwoo's heart, ending his sinful life. Meanwhile, 6 medical personnel were doing everything they could to save Lin Xiao, as his injuries were too severe. His abdomen had been penetrated, damaging his internal organs. Coupled with the fact that he had been on the run, he had lost too much blood and had endured numerous battles, leaving him covered in wounds, with both his mental and physical strength at their limits. It could be said that he was running on empty. Fortunately, through various high-tech instruments and the healing energy derived from crystal cores, Lin Xiao's condition gradually stabilized. However, the situation remained grim. The various repairs, treatments, and clearances were pushing the 6 medical personnel to their limits. The critical issue now was the lack of plasma, as they did not know Lin Xiao's blood type and had not brought enough blood bags, only a small amount of each type. Without a supply of plasma, it would be difficult for Lin Xiao to hold on. Just then, a weak voice suddenly came from behind the 6 medical personnel. Who are you? The voice belonged to Lin Yuan, who had just woken up. As he opened his eyes, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar environment, surrounded by various metals, as if he were inside something. Lin Yuan had not sustained serious injuries, he had mainly been affected by the backlash after Su Chen forcibly interrupted him. Therefore, the medical personnel had not treated Lin Yuan, only placing him on a recovery platform to receive treatment from the healing light. At this moment, the 6 medical personnel could not afford to be distracted by Lin Yuan's question. In the current situation, a small mistake could cost Lin Xiao his life. Seeing that no one responded, Lin Yuan struggled to sit up from the recovery platform, only to see these people working on Lin Xiao's body.
He immediately tried to open the transparent glass door of the surgical pod but was stopped by a voice from behind. "Don't go in, they are saving your brother." The speaker was Su Chen, who had just finished handling everything below and returned to the aircraft. Lin Yuan slowly turned his head and saw Su Chen, who had shed his blood-red armor, revealing his true appearance. Lin Yuan recognized him at once as the person who had just interrupted him, Su Chen. Now Lin Yuan understood what had happened. It was Su Chen who had saved him and his brother. "Su Chen, thank you this time, my brother, and I owe you a life." He patted Lin Yuan's shoulder. "It's just a small effort, nothing much." But Lin Yuan couldn't understand why Su Chen, who was not related to him, would save him and his brother. Was it really just for the sake of the injustice in his hands? Even for that, there was no need to save them. Lin Yuan could only voice his doubts. "Su Chen, why did you save us?" Su Chen merely smiled slightly. "I feel a connection with you brothers." Su Chen did not reveal his thoughts, as Lin Xiao was still in critical condition, and this was not something that could be explained in a moment. A connection? How could Lin Yuan believe such words? Just as Lin Yuan was about to continue questioning, one of the medical personnel in the surgical pod stepped out. "Captain Su, the patient's condition is very bad. We don't have enough plasma, and we don't know if he can hold on until we return to the base." "Not enough plasma? Wasn't there one right next to them?" I am his brother, we have the same blood type." Before Su Chen could speak, Lin Yuan hurriedly replied. The medical personnel was momentarily stunned, likely too focused on saving lives to notice the resemblance between Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao, but now they had realized. Come with me." Su Chen rubbed his forehead, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Soon, with Lin Yuan's plasma, Lin Xiao's condition stabilized quickly. Upon learning that his brother was safe, Lin Yuan immediately breathed a sigh of relief, almost kneeling before Su Chen. "Su Chen, I can't express my gratitude enough. From now on, my brother's life and mine are yours." What Su Chen wanted was precisely this statement. He didn't mention anything, yet everything felt so natural, as if it were meant to be. At that moment, Lin Yuan also took something out from his storage space. "You saved my brother and me. I truly don't know how to thank you. I just hope you can accept this." "There's no need for that. I saved you both not for—" Just as Su Chen was about to refuse, Lin Yuan slowly opened his hand, revealing a deep purple light blossoming from it. When Su Chen saw it clearly, it was a purple orb of light. Indeed, it was a genuine purple orb of light. Unlike the one in Su Chen's hand, which only had a hint of purple, this was produced by a true Millennium Spirit plant. "How did you get this?" Su Chen was somewhat surprised. After all, he had barely obtained his from a 7th-tier redback silver ape. Lin Yuan did not hide anything and recounted the entire process of how he obtained the orb. It turned out that this purple orb was seized by Lin Yuan and his brother from the White Tiger. Just like Su Chen and Ling Qianxue, they had used a strategy to lure the tiger away. Due to Lin Xiao's mech attributes, his agility was outstanding, so he went to attract the White Tiger. Lin Yuan took the opportunity to enter the lair and seize the spirit plant. Lin Xiao was also injured by that White Tiger, and the two of them worked together to escape with their lives. They were later discovered by Han Wu, leading to the current situation. "You must accept this. Otherwise, how could I and Xiao Xiao face you?" Although this item was of great use to Su Chen, it was equally beneficial to them, and he wasn't doing this for the sake of the gift. "If you don't accept this, Xiao Xiao and I truly cannot feel at ease accepting your kindness." Seeing the sincerity in Lin Yuan's eyes, Su Chen sighed helplessly. It seemed that if he didn't accept it, they would feel even more awkward about being with him later. Su Chen reluctantly accepted it. Unexpectedly, he had gained a Millennium Spirit plant this time. "Brother," suddenly, a whisper came from behind. Hearing that voice, Lin Yuan's body stiffened for a moment, and he rushed over. Lin Xiao had awakened. Lin Yuan immediately appeared at Lin Xiao's bedside, and Su Chen followed. Lin Xiao was still very weak, but upon seeing Lin Yuan beside him, he no longer panicked. "Brother, where are we?" "It's okay, we're inside the war machine. We're safe now," Lin Yuan comforted Lin Xiao, who suddenly noticed Su Chen beside him. "Brother, who is this?" "Right, I haven't introduced you yet. You should know him, this is Su Chen. He saved us from Han Wu and his group. You were able to survive this time thanks to his help." After Lin Yuan's explanation, Lin Xiao understood the situation. In short, Su Chen had rescued them from Han Wu. "Thank you," Su Chen smiled slightly. "It's nothing, you're still very weak and need to rest well." He then called over the medical personnel to inquire about the situation. They indicated that since he had awakened, it was not a major issue. However, considering the possibility of sudden complications, they suggested transferring him to the nearest military district for observation before making further plans. Lin Yuan naturally had no objections, and Su Chen agreed, as the injured should be prioritized. Soon, Su Chen parted ways with Lin Yuan and the others, as they were not headed in the same direction, and he couldn't stay with them for the next few days. Lin Yuan knew his address and would come to find him once Lin Xiao recovered, so Su Chen did not linger. Su Chen also immediately contacted Luo Changhua through the Heavenly Eye. "How's it going, Su, my brother? Is everything going smoothly? We've rescued the people, one of them is seriously injured and has already received treatment, but is still a bit weak. I've already arranged for them to settle down in the nearest military district. As for saving them, that's easy to say, I'll handle the rest." Hearing this, Su Chen felt relieved. After all, Luo Changhua was known for getting things done efficiently. "Su, you seem particularly concerned about these two. Is there something special about them? Does their strength count as something special? Ha, you actually say others are strong?" Su Chen chuckled, exchanged a few more casual words, and then hung up the phone. 2 hours later, Su Chen returned to Eternal Night. Ling Qianxue happened to be there as well and asked Su Chen how things were going. Su Chen replied that the two had been rescued and would be coming over soon, and he also mentioned the matter of the Millennium Spirit Plant to Ling Qianxue. It was only when Su Chen placed the purple light orb in front of her that she believed it all. She never expected that there were indeed higher-tier spirit plants in the Hangduan Mountains, and that this purple orb was actually a gift from someone else. Ling Qianxue was well aware of the orb's efficacy. After all, she had only absorbed a white orb and had already stepped into the 5th tier, and she hadn't even tried the green one yet. The purple orb before her was something she had never seen before. "Su Chen, should we go explore the Hangduan Mountains again?" Su Chen thought for a moment but ultimately decided against it. "Not yet. The attitude of those is very clear, and it's obvious that there are above the 7th tier commanding everything." After hearing this, Ling Qianxue understood that they definitely couldn't go to the Hangduan Mountains now. Although she knew there were higher-tier spirit plants, there was no way to approach them. The next few days were spent consolidating their strength, and Su Chen didn't feel bored at all. After all, he could occasionally have fun tormenting Yu Yuhua, which was quite entertaining. Yu Yuhua, me. 3 days later, Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao finally came to find Su Chen. Lin Xiao had fully recovered, and Su Chen introduced them to everyone. Of course, they started as members, and they had no objections to Su Chen's arrangements. After all, they had said that their lives were in Su Chen's hands. They didn't mind this at all and even wanted to hand over the dozens of spirit plants they had obtained earlier to Su Chen. However, Su Chen refused, stating that those things were their private property, and he couldn't accept them no matter what. Seeing that Su Chen truly had no intention of accepting, they stopped insisting. That evening, Su Chen organized a party, partly to let everyone relax after the trip to the Hangduan Mountains and partly to welcome the newcomers. After a night of indulgence, everyone was quite happy, but the two brothers found Su Chen to ask about Han Wu and the others' whereabouts. "Su Chen, are Han Wu and the others still in Yixing? We must take revenge for this." Under the influence of alcohol, the Lin brothers were extremely furious, filled with a sense of vengeance. When I rescued you, I happened to take care of them too. I forgot to mention it to you at the time." Hearing this, the two brothers were momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. They died well. They had thought Su Chen had only saved them, considering there were hundreds of people at the time, and they never imagined Su Chen had also taken care of Han Wu and the others. "Come on, let's toast to you, brother." It was clear that the two brothers were quite generous, and Su Chen smiled and clinked glasses with them. In fact, the Lin brothers were about the same age as Su Chen, only around 26 or 27. But Su Chen had lived through 2 lifetimes, making him more mature and composed than them. The next day, Su Chen found himself waking up in his room again, unable to suppress a smile. After all, it was easy for him not to get drunk, he could just force it out, and no matter how much he drank, he wouldn't feel dizzy. But since he was going to drink, he wouldn't fake it, that would be pointless. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Ling Qianxue doing yoga on the balcony, and naturally, she noticed him too. "You're up, Qianxue, last night." "It was me." Su Chen smiled awkwardly, and Ling Qianxue indicated that it was nothing. In the morning, Su Chen directly summoned Su Qianyue and Yu Hua for a meeting, while Lin Yuan and the others were left to familiarize themselves. This time, Su Chen had a plan. He intended to reclaim his previous territory. Meanwhile, in some coastal cities, sea beasts had already taken the opportunity to land, primarily consisting of sea crab and sea turtle groups. They were particularly rampant in the waters at the border between Longwei and Luosi country. This time, Su Chen was assigning tasks to investigate the underlying reasons for the sea beast's unusual movements. He felt this matter was not so simple. Although Jianhai City was involved, its name more expressed connectivity rather than proximity to the sea. The destination Su Chen chose was precisely the border waters between Longwei and Luosi country. Linhai City, a city facing Luosi country across the sea, was also adjacent to the East Siberian Sea in the southern region of Luosi country, while the others headed to other coastal areas of Longwa. Of course, Su Chen chose this place mainly to see if he could reclaim his territory from those 3 7th-tier sea beasts. Feel free to share any thoughts. Let's do it. We have to go for it. The first to agree was surprisingly Yu Hua. It was no wonder, as Su Chen had been sparring with him these days, and each time ended with him sporting a bruised face. Naturally, he needed an outlet for this frustration. Ling Qianxue and Su Koan had no objections either, so this was officially settled. Kunzi, you and Yu Hua will take care of the west side of Linhai City. Qianxue, you'll come with me to the east side. Report any findings immediately. Soon, Su Chen set off with the 3 of them, while Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao, having just recovered from a serious illness, were still getting familiar with the Eternal Night. Meanwhile, the others were busy with food cultivation and resource searching. There were also daily hard requirements. After all, they couldn't just sit and eat. 3 hours later, they finally arrived at Linhai City. Upon arrival, everyone noticed something was off. It was too quiet. The entire city was filled only with the howling of the sea wind, which was certainly abnormal. Exchanging glances, the 4 split up. Su Koan and Yu Hua headed west, while Su Chen and Ling Qianxue went north. Be careful. Su Chen pulled Ling Qianxue aside just as a gigantic seabird, hiding among the ruins, charged at them. It couldn't be said to be hiding, it was more like it was perching. Su Chen swiftly thrust out his sword. Caw! With a mournful cry, the strange bird fell heavily to the ground, lifeless. But that cry was like a horn, and suddenly more sea birds burst forth from the ruins, at least 100 of them. Before Su Chen could act, Ling Qianxue had already dashed out. She moved like a series of flickering purple shadows weaving through the many strange birds, and with each strike, a strange bird fell. Soon, Ling Qianxue had slain half of the strange birds, and the remaining ones, witnessing this scene, fled in panic. They weren't foolish. Before long, the area returned to silence. Let's go. Seeing this, Su Chen chuckled softly. Soon, the 2 reached the coastline. Along the way, after encountering that group of strange birds, various sea crabs, sea turtles, and other strange beasts were visible everywhere, more appropriately referred to as sea beasts. The coastline was continuously seeing sea beasts come ashore, and without hesitation, Ling Qianxue and Su Chen began to slay these sea beasts. However, Su Chen felt a hint of unease. After all, these sea beasts posed no real threat, so why were they coming ashore? Su Chen made a decisive decision. Qianxue, handle these sea beasts, I'll go take a look. Okay, be careful. Su Chen leaped and quickly disappeared into the vast sea. As he descended, observing the movements of these sea beasts, Su Chen felt as if they were distancing themselves from something. However, he still did not take action against them. After all, in the ocean, the scent of blood could attract anything. With the continued descent, the sea beasts became fewer, and Su Chen faintly sensed a terrifying aura. No, that's not right. Su Chen discovered that there was a smell of blood at the seabed, indicating that something had definitely happened. Gradually, he saw some corpses of 5th-tier sea beasts, already bleached and shattered, suggesting that they had been dead for some time. Slowly, he even came across the remains of 6th-tier sea beasts, which were also gnawed to pieces. As he approached 10,000 meters, Su Chen unexpectedly found the corpse of a 7th-tier sea beast. It was impossible to identify what it was, as there was not a single intact part left. He could only judge from the lingering aura on it. This scene continuously stimulated Su Chen's nerves, but it also strengthened his resolve to continue exploring. Although he was still at the 6th tier, dealing with an average 7th-tier beast was no longer a problem for him. Even if he encountered something difficult, he could still escape. As he surpassed 10,000 meters in depth, Su Chen finally sensed something faintly. It seemed to be the fluctuations of a battle. At that moment, at the seabed, a massive sea turtle was facing off against a gigantic black shark. Indeed, the aura they emitted marked the unique characteristics of the 8th tier. Black shark. If you retreat now, I can pretend nothing has happened. The black shark was a variant of the great white shark, a fierce ruler even before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, it had continuously devoured other sea beasts and had now entered the 8th tier. Hearing this, the black shark let out a sinister laugh. Gui Xian, don't think I'm unaware of your situation. You're just a shell of your former self now. I advise you, otherwise, you wouldn't let me invade your territory so freely, and killing your generals would be so easy. Hand over what you have. This can all come to an end. It didn't understand how the black shark had learned this information, as it had never shown a hint of weakness. Moreover, as the black shark said, its current strength was only about 50 to 60%, making it difficult to contend with the black shark. However, escaping was still possible, but that would mean its territory would be occupied by the black shark from then on, and the fate of the other sea beasts in its territory was easy to imagine. Knowing it couldn't hide the truth, it still wanted to know the reason. How did you find out? You may have forgotten, I am a variant, particularly sensitive to energy fluctuations. And don't think about leaving, I have sealed this place, and the others have either fled or scattered. Guishan looked up and saw three figures above the seabed, the black shark's generals. They were the giant-toothed shark, the blood-sucking octopus, and the sea wolf, who had previously chased Su Chen underwater. Guishan, as long as you hand over what you have, you can leave, I don't want to force you into a corner. After all, Guishan was also an 8th-tier sea beast, at the same level as it, even though there was some suppression due to their species, it was still limited. Guishan truly did not want to hand over what it had, as that would be equivalent to giving up half its life. With copper skin and iron bones, its bloodline boiling, this was the description of the 8th tier. The 8th tier could utilize bloodline power. Guishan's bloodline power allowed it to store its energy, waiting for the moment to break through its own barriers. This time, it had condensed its cultivation into blood beads, preparing for future breakthroughs. However, this period happened to be a time of weakness for it, in a state of depletion, coinciding with the black shark's rampant incursions. At first, Guishan thought it was just an accident, not realizing how sensitive the black shark's bloodline power was to energy. Guishan did not think wrong, the bloodline power of the black shark is indeed quite sensitive to energy. However, a more important effect is that the black shark can significantly enhance the energy conversion effect. In other words, under normal circumstances, absorbing a 7th-tier crystal core would allow one to convert and absorb about half of its energy. But the black shark can achieve an absorption conversion of 80%. It has a unique advantage in advancing its cultivation. This is also why it has its sights set on Guishan. Such pure energy is something it must have. On the other side, Su Chen was diving deeper in the direction of the battle fluctuations and soon discovered something. Naturally, at this distance, these sea beasts also noticed Su Chen. Ha! What is this? Su Chen even doubted his own eyes. A sea turtle hundreds of meters long was facing off against a black shark of the same size. If he wasn't mistaken, this should be an 8th-tier beast. Su Chen did not expect to witness an 8th-tier sea beast battle at the bottom of the sea. No wonder those sea beasts were fleeing towards the land. At this moment, Guishan and the black shark also noticed Su Chen, and the three sea beasts Mogu, Xiaoyu, and Feiyet naturally sensed him too. Ha! This human? Mogu looked at Su Chen with some suspicion. After all, it was most sensitive to aura, and this human gave it a sense of familiarity. The black shark, noticing that a small human was affecting it, was naturally displeased, but there were more important matters at hand, and it immediately said, Mogu. Mogu understood right away, since the black shark was of the same lineage, it was more attentive. As Mogu went to investigate, the familiar black mech and the sudden blue ripples made Mogu seem to remember something. Human? It's you! Hearing the commotion, Xiaoyu and Feiya couldn't help but look over. It was no big deal to look, but once they did, the anger in their hearts was instantly ignited. This human, even if turned to ash, they would recognize. The scenes of being played with flashed before their eyes, making them even more agitated. The black shark was somewhat puzzled by this scene, but the black mech on Su Chen surprised it. It actually couldn't discern this human's strength, but it seemed unlikely to exceed the 7th tier. It didn't understand why its three subordinates were in such an emotional state. One was fine, but three like this was rather intriguing. Human, you dare to come back? This time, let's see how you don't die. Su Chen was not foolish, although the three 7th tier beasts before him no longer posed a threat, there was still an 8th tier beast watching him closely. In an instant, Su Chen quickly shot upwards. Human, using this trick again? Extreme of the sea. Abyss. A tremendous suction suddenly acted on Su Chen, but unlike before, he struggled slightly and broke free from the control of the suction. Ha! Mogu was somewhat uncertain. It felt that this human seemed a bit different. Mogu, what are you dawdling for? Feiya beside it snapped it back to reality. Mogu, what's wrong with you? The three of us let him escape? Mogu suddenly realized that there were three of them, even if they were different from before, so what? It felt that it had just been distracted, allowing Su Chen to escape. Pay attention to the purple flames on this human, if there's a chance, don't hold back. Xiaoyu reminded, recalling how Su Chen had escaped before. Soon, Su Chen and the three of Mogu had left the area, leaving only Guishan and the black shark. How are your considerations? Guishan said slowly, I still want to give it a try. Now that Mogu and the others were not around, even if it couldn't win, it could still escape, hoping that the human could delay for a bit longer. Soon, Mogu and the others caught up with Su Chen. More accurately, it was not that they caught up, but that Su Chen was waiting for them. They naturally noticed this and felt somewhat underestimated. Human,
Are you insulting us? Su Chen did not respond to them. Instead, he nonsensically said, finally, I can have some fun. Before Mogu and the others could grasp the situation, Su Chen's Jinlu cleaved a large gash into Mogu's head. The penetrating force momentarily left Mogu dizzy and somewhat disoriented. Shaking his body violently, Mogu quickly tried to regain his composure. Xiaoyu and Fia also sensed that something was off. Hurry up and attack. Seize extreme. Frenzied devour. Seize extreme. Bind the dragon. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Chen merely chuckled. Heh, here we go again. Without any hesitation, he instantly struck, using his swift movements to dodge Xiaoyu's tentacles, continuously flashing back and forth in between. Fia's moves had no effect on Su Chen. He had already evaded before they could collide. Not only had his personal strength improved, but his mental power had also grown stronger. Mogu and the others were unable to inflict any damage on Su Chen in such a short time. Soon, Su Chen began to notice their weaknesses. He realized that Xiaoyu's defense was not as strong as Mogu and Fia's. Thus, he focused his attention on Xiaoyu, systematically severing its tentacles, and even managed to pierce its head with a single sword strike. Fortunately, its brain was small enough to narrowly avoid this fatal blow. Su Chen no longer held back. After all 3 sea beasts were at the 7th tier, and one of them had to be dealt with quickly. With that thought, he hesitated no longer. Pure June. A white mech suddenly appeared before Mogu and the others. Power. Gang Luo. What Xiaoyu saw was a massive white sword aura. It slashed toward it. Mogu, Fia. In an instant, it spat out a mouthful of poisonous ink, hoping to disrupt Su Chen's line of attack. But it was of no use. The residual force alone swept the poison away. However, it could not endure Su Chen's attack any longer, otherwise, it would truly meet its end here. Su Chen's target was originally Xiaoyu, and after several rounds, it had been aimed at him. It could only hope that the other two would assist it. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's plea for help, Mogu and Fia did not hesitate. Once Su Chen broke through one by one, their fate would not be any better. Fia quickly swam over, being the fastest among the three as a mutated sea wolf. Seize extreme. Frenzied surge. Fia swiftly connected its head and tail, forming a circle. Spinning rapidly, currents of water surged toward Fia from its position. An absolute blockade zone formed on the surface of its massive body, shimmering with golden light, ready to crush anything that came near. In the next moment, Su Chen's enormous Pure June collided with the circular barrier created by Fia. The force of Pure June was continuously dissipated by the surrounding currents. Bang! A dull sound echoed as Pure June ultimately struck Fia. The immense energy wave sent Fia flying, and a deep, bone-exposing wound was clearly visible on its body. It was almost severed in half. Roar! Fia let out a painful howl, but ultimately managed to block the attack, though it was now heavily injured. However, Xiaoyu had survived. Just then, Seize extreme. Breaking waves. Taking advantage of the momentary gap in Su Chen's attack, Mogu instantly struck. The roles of hunter and prey switched in an instant. A massive tail swept towards Su Chen with unparalleled might. It seemed slow, but the entire sea area was stirred by this strike, and there was an unsettling feeling in the air. It felt as if a dark current was actively pulling it in, connecting with this terrifying tail. Smack! Su Chen had no time to react before being sent flying by this fearsome tail, his fate unknown. It must be said that Mogul seized this opportunity very well, just as Su Chen had just used Pure June, entering a vacuum period in his own power mobilization. After executing this move, Mogul was also quite exhausted, looking towards the place where Su Chen had been sent flying, unsure of how far he had been knocked away. However, with this strike, Mogul firmly believed that this human would either be dead or severely injured. At this moment, Xiaoyu and Fia also arrived beside Mogul. Is that human dead? Xiaoyu seemed still unable to recover. The pressure Su Chen had brought was too great. He couldn't understand how, in such a short time, a human he could easily crush had grown to such an extent. Mogul was also somewhat uncertain. Even if he's not dead, he should have no combat power left. Let's go take a look. Just as the three of them were about to approach, a strange wave caught their attention. It was coming from the direction of Su Chen. That human is coming? Just as they had relaxed a bit, Fia's words made them tense up again. But after sensing, they confirmed that the wave was indeed approaching them. Strangely, they did not see any figure or hear any sound. Only through the movement of the seawater could they determine that something was coming towards them, and it wasn't too far away. What's going on? Is it that human, or something else? This feeling was terrifying. They knew something was nearby, but they couldn't see anything. And this was precisely Su Chen lurking around them. Mogul's previous strike had indeed caused Su Chen some trouble. But at the critical moment, he had placed Pure June in front of him, withstanding the blow, only to be sent flying by the powerful recoil. Now, Su Chen had used the ability of Yutsong to hide himself. This suddenly caused Mobile and the others to lose their target. Su Chen was in the dark, while they were in the light. In this instant, Su Chen had suddenly regained his original identity as a hunter. The relationship between hunter and prey always shifts quietly without notice. Suddenly, Mobile swept its tail around, but found nothing. Mobile, what's wrong? That human is nearby, but we can't see him. Mobile could sense through the movement of the seawater that something was near them, but apart from the three of them, it could only be that human. Sizzle! A light-tearing sound rang out, followed by Xiaoyu's scream. Roar! After a symbolic struggle, Xiaoyu fell silent. The crimson hue of its body faded, leaving only lifeless white. This scene deeply shocked Mobile and Fia. With this strike, they also saw Su Chen's exposed figure. Indeed, it was that human. He was not dead. Su Chen coldly glanced at Mobile and Fia, then with a flicker, he vanished again. Mobile and the others witnessed a living human disappear right before their eyes. They immediately realized they could not stay in this place any longer. Fia, let's go. Su Chen had gone to great lengths to lure them here. How could he let them leave so easily? Just as they were about to escape, Su Chen suddenly appeared in front of Fia. At this moment, Fia was already severely injured, having endured Su Chen's sword to create an opportunity for Mobile, and it was not without cost. Puff! A sound like a balloon popping echoed, as Su Chen had stabbed Fia's eyes out, dragging her half-broken body, unable to escape from his grasp. Mobile also heard this sound. Without a moment's hesitation, it swam in another direction, knowing that Fia was doomed. Seeing the giant creature before him at the end of its road, Su Chen no longer hesitated and struck, truly severing Fia in two. Fia could never believe that she had truly fallen into the hands of this human. In the end, she died with a heart full of unwillingness. Without wasting too much time, Su Chen immediately chased after Mogu. Mogu's thoughts were simple: to find the black shark, for only then could it preserve its life. Unfortunately, its physical strength was depleted, and it could not swim fast at all. Even more fatal was that Su Chen was faster. Just as Mogu was fleeing, subtle ripples suddenly appeared in front of it, and then a familiar figure slowly emerged from the precarious situation. Without the constraints of Shou and Fia, there was no chance of escape. In fact, Su Chen himself did not expect to take Mogu's tail strike head-on, suffering only some minor injuries from the recoil. The opportunity that Fia had bought with her serious injuries did not cause Su Chen much trouble. Compared to the red-backed silver ape on the other side of the Hongduan Mountains, it was still lacking, and it was not known for its strength. Perhaps it was also because in the sea, part of the force was buffered by the seawater, resulting in less damage than imagined. Su Chen also cleared the battlefield and collected his spoils. After all, 3 7th-tier sea beast cores were quite useful. After handling everything, Su Chen still fought about the battle between the 2 8th-tier sea beasts. But he was injured and not in good condition, and he had no way to deal with those 2 8th-tier beasts, nor was it a battle he could participate in. After much thought, he decided to go up and take a look at the situation. Soon, the seabed here returned to calm. Unlike Su Chen's situation, where he was fighting fiercely with Mogu and the others, this sea turtle and the black shark were relatively calm. There were no excessive skills being used, it was more of a game of strategy. Although the black shark was known for its terrifying attack power, it was helpless against Gu Xian's defense and could only wait for an opportunity. Black shark, you can't do anything to me. Although I'm not your opponent, I want to leave, and you have no way to stop me. Hearing this, the black shark became even more irritable. How come Mogu and the others haven't dealt with that little shrimp yet? But what it didn't know was that Mogu and the others had already dealt with the little shrimp in its eyes. Seeing the black shark's unwillingness to give up, Gu Xian advised again, this won't lead to any results, and you must understand that once we truly fight to the death, getting what you want won't be easy. You should know that the seabed isn't just us 2 8th tiers. Once you're injured or in a bad state, you won't be able to hold on to that spirit pearl. Shut up, the black shark roared. In fact, it understood everything Gu Xian said, but it didn't need anyone pointing fingers. If Mogu and the others were here, creating an opportunity for it, that spirit pearl would be almost guaranteed. Even if it faced Gu Xian alone now, it was confident it could obtain the spirit pearl. But just as Gu Xian said, even if it got it now, it didn't mean it could keep it. However, no matter what, it had to give it a try. The opportunity was right in front of it. How could it let go so easily? Gu Xian, this spirit pearl, I must have it. Whether I can keep it or not is not something you should worry about. Who will win is still uncertain. Seeing that the black shark was determined, Gu Xian knew that no amount of persuasion would work. At that moment, a strong aura of malice erupted from the black shark. Its eyes turned blood red, and strange red ripples flickered across its body. It was clear that the black shark had lost patience,
it directly activated its bloodline talent. Seeing this scene, Gue Xian's expression became serious, as if facing a great enemy. He did not expect the black shark to be so resolute, but he did not dare to slack off. He began to gather all his energy in his back, with blue ripples continuously emerging and flickering. Finally, it condensed into a point and spread across his entire back. A massive shadow of a mysterious turtle enveloped him. At this moment, a terrifying phantom of its Sanglong enveloped the black shark. Annihilate. Kanjia has no life. Control. Xianming bears the heavens. Seeing the black shark's imposing aura, Gue Xian dared not be distracted and could only give it his all. A fearsome Sanglong lunged at a Xin turtle that was roaring towards the sky. Waves of energy beams, filled with a sense of destruction, continuously poured forth, completely covering this area. Boom! The seabed was instantly thrown into chaos, the ocean floor shattered, and various terrifying cracks spread. Even Su Chen, who was about to break the surface, felt this terrifying wave, and massive waves were already crashing on the sea surface. The chaotic scene at the seabed continued, murky and incomprehensible, with no one knowing what was happening on the other side. Just as Su Chen broke through the surface, Ling Xianxua noticed him and appeared beside him in a flash. She also felt this terrifying wave, and even more sea beasts surged up from the ocean. Watching this scene, along with the recent unusual tremors and the constantly churning waves, indicated the recent unrest. What is happening? There are two 8th-tier sea beasts fighting at the seabed. The revelation was shocking. Ling Xianxua never expected it to be because of this. What's going on? Why are they fighting for no reason? Unclear, just know it's for something, probably something very important to them. But it's not our concern for now. By the way, did you notice any other unusual situations? No other unusual situations. What about Su Kuan and Yu Hua? There's no news from them yet. Upon hearing this, Su Chen fell into deep thought. The surge of sea beasts here was due to the fighting. Could it be that other coastal cities were also experiencing 8th-tier sea beasts fighting? That certainly didn't make sense. Moreover, he didn't think the fighting among 8th-tier sea beasts was the main reason. After all, they were all 8th-tier and dominant in their own right, with no need to fight to the death. Su Chen decided not to dwell on it and immediately contacted Su Kuan and Yu Hua. Kunzi, do you have any updates on your side? Not yet, but there are still continuous low-tier sea beasts coming ashore. Have you gone into the sea? We've been down, but the deepest we went was a few thousand meters underwater, and we didn't find anything. Hearing this, Su Chen decided not to focus on this side anymore, as it was clear that nothing could be investigated here. Alright, I'll head over to find you. Since nothing could be uncovered here, Su Kuan's side should have some clues. Perhaps it was due to insufficient depth, so Su Chen planned to take a look. Soon, Su Chen and Ling Xianxua set off. On the other side, in an unknown part of the seabed, a terrifying wave erupted, revealing a pair of crimson giant eyes in the pitch-black depths. The surrounding seawater churned continuously, and this area had long lost any signs of life. However, it was not hard to see that this was a gigantic sea beast, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. What sent shivers down the soul was that this giant creature was entwined with strands of purple flames, yet it did not swim around. Instead, it merely glanced around and then closed its enormous eyes again, continuing to hide in the depths. The surroundings turned dark once more, returning to the previous eerie silence. A purple wave flickered continuously on the giant beast's body, pulsing with its breath. Meanwhile, the battle between the black shark and Gue Xian had also come to an end. The black shark's body bore several faintly open wounds, while Gue Xian's shell also had cracks from being pierced by the black shark. Although the black shark's attacks were indeed powerful, it had no way to penetrate Gue Xian's incredibly hard defense. Moreover, the strong recoil left wounds on its body as well. But Gue Xian's situation was obviously worse. As the passive defender, he had taken the full brunt of the black shark's attack. This meant he had endured all the assaults, and his back was covered in cracks left by the black shark's strikes. Black shark, you will ultimately not get this spirit pearl. Upon hearing this, the black shark's gaze became even more ferocious, but it knew that Gue Xian was speaking the truth. Although Gue Xian's injuries were heavier than its own, if a victor were to be determined, it wouldn't fare much better. Moreover, the main issue was that it might not even be able to hold on. Gue Xian, I will remember this. But you should know, you cannot hold on to the spirit pearl either. I believe you have already sensed that trace of dangerous aura, right? Ha! Gue Xian did not expect that the black shark had also detected that dangerous aura. Because it was inherently sensitive to energy, it knew that there was a threat lurking in the deeper sea that made it tremble. Seeing the incredulous look in Gue Xian's eyes, the black shark did not hide the truth. Due to its nature, even after its transformation, it retained some of the shark's instincts. It needed to keep swimming to maintain its vitality. It was precisely because of a chance encounter that it had stepped into the most mysterious sea area and felt that terrifying aura. Moreover, that aura seemed to be intensifying. In fact, the fundamental reason for the sea beasts coming ashore was due to that terrifying aura. Although not every sea beast could sense it, there were those that had escaped from that area. Their actions also influenced the movements of other sea beasts, causing such a chain reaction. Gue Xian, I believe that it's not just me. Once other sea beasts discover your innate abilities, they will act like I do. Although he knew the black shark was speaking the truth, he couldn't show weakness verbally. You don't need to worry about that. Seeing Gue Xian's stubbornness, the black shark lost its temper. Not wanting to linger any longer, it decided that staying here would only waste time. It still needed to find those 3 guys from Mogu. After all, it had delayed its own important matters, and this time it would have to give them a profound punishment. What it didn't know was that those 3 from Mogu had already died at Su Chen's hands, but the black shark would find out sooner or later. Soon, the seabed gradually became clear again, returning to calm, with only the numerous cracks indicating that a battle had just taken place here. Although Gue Xian said this, it must be said that the black shark had indeed reminded him, he really needed to think about what to do next. Soon, the voice of that human from earlier surfaced in his mind, as if he had made some kind of decision, and Gue Xian headed off in a certain direction. Meanwhile, Su Chen quickly arrived at their location through the positioning information sent by Su Koen and Yu Yuhua. Kunzi, how's the situation? Nothing much, it's been like this all along. Alright, I'll go down and take a look, you all clean up whatever you can. Without hesitation, Su Chen dove straight into the sea, encountering all sorts of bizarre sea beasts along the way. However, this time Su Chen was mainly there to investigate and did not engage with these sea beasts. To avoid attracting trouble from the sea beasts, Su Chen also used the ability of fish concealment, hiding as he descended. As the depth increased, the level of the sea beasts also rose. Suddenly, Su Chen spotted 2 6th-tier stingrays, also searching for a safe area. Unlike sea crabs, sea turtles, and conchs, which were amphibious, they ultimately could only stay in the sea. One of the 6th-tier stingrays complained, "Have you noticed? A large number of sea beasts have come over from other sea areas during this time. Who says otherwise? But looking at them, it seems more like a migration. I don't know what exactly happened over there, but things have been chaotic lately. Even though we are at the 6th tier, we still don't know if we can survive." Yeah, not only have the sea beasts increased, but the competition has also intensified. Just like that 7th tier sea anemone that was killed by those foreign sea beasts not long ago. Exactly, I don't know what the boss is thinking. Not only did he not kill them, but he didn't even drive them out of this sea area. Actually, it's like this. It is said that there are also foreign 8th tier sea beasts, which have restricted the boss just like him, so he hasn't taken action yet. So that's how it is. I wonder when this situation will come to an end. As the 2 6th tier rays slowly swam away, Su Chen also gathered some information. In general, it seems that because there are dangers in other sea areas, those sea beasts keep fleeing towards the coast. This has led to a large number of sea beasts landing in these coastal cities. Now, the living environment of these sea beasts has been affected by the foreign sea beasts. So, it can be said that the problem does not lie with the coastal cities, but rather that there is some kind of threat in the deeper sea areas. Those sea beasts are fleeing, which has caused the number of sea beasts in these waters to increase dramatically, leading to the current situation. Su Chen didn't know if this situation was true or not, but based on the density, the number of these sea beasts was indeed abnormal. However, Su Chen did not jump to conclusions and continued to explore further down. During this time, he encountered many 6th tier sea beasts and even came across a 7th tier sea beast, but Su Chen hid himself well and did not expose his presence. Through conversations with other sea beasts, Su Chen gradually confirmed the truth of this matter. Moreover, he indeed discovered some sea creatures from the extreme deep sea appearing in this area, further confirming the validity of this claim. With this, Su Chen felt that things were getting complicated. Brothers, we've hit 200,000 words. We're collecting title suggestions. It's time for you to unleash your creativity. Since he had obtained this information, Su Chen no longer had the desire to continue descending. Because the conversation between those 2 6th tier rays made it very clear that not only was their boss here, but there were also 8th tier sea beasts coming from other sea areas. If he continued to dive deeper, he might encounter danger, and his hiding ability probably wouldn't fool those 8th tier beasts. In fact, even 7th tier beasts would be hard to deceive. He had just been avoiding them on purpose. Thinking of this, Su Chen no longer hesitated and immediately swam upwards. On the coast, Ling Qianxue and the others had almost dealt with all the sea beasts that had landed nearby. They had also cleared out the mutated seabirds that were resting and foraging here. After all, Linhai City was adjacent to other cities. These things are easy to kill, but there are just so many of them.
I'm exhausted, complained Yu Yuhua beside him, but it was indeed a dense swarm. Yeah, I wonder what the situation is with so many sea beasts? Su Kuan responded, then glanced at Ling Qianxue, who was clearing the seabirds among the ruins of the residential buildings. He saw that Ling Qianxue's attacks were still sharp, showing no signs of slowing down despite the long duration. We should hurry up. At that moment, Su Chen just happened to burst out of the sea. The three of them noticed him at once and rushed over. How's it going, Yang Ge? Are you okay? Su Chen shook his head, not keeping them in suspense, and immediately shared what he had discovered. Basically, it's like this. It can be confirmed that these sea beasts are acting this way because they are facing some kind of threat. Su Kuan and Yu Yuhua were also a bit shocked. What kind of thing could make even 8th tier sea beasts come to this place? What kind of place is that sea area? To be honest, Su Chen didn't know either, but he was certain that it was definitely not here, and its depth must be considerable. I'm not sure, but the coastal areas are very dangerous right now. Just like when I went down earlier, there are quite a few 5th and 6th tier sea beasts, and some 7th tier ones have perished in this conflict. We can't stay here for long, danger could strike at any moment. Since they had already understood the situation, there was no need to linger, and with the endless sea beasts, the four of them couldn't possibly hold them back. I'll send the footage from here to the military and see if they have any countermeasures. Ling Qianxue and Su Kuan also understood the urgency of the situation and didn't want to affect Su Chen, so they recorded some data as well. Soon, Su Chen connected to Luo Chenggua's communication through the Heavenly Eye. Hey, Su, it's only been a short while, what do you need my help with now? It's not about me. I just sent you some video footage through the Heavenly Eye, you can take a look. Hearing Su Chen's somewhat serious tone, Luo Chengwa stopped joking and opened the footage Su Chen had sent. It showed the general distribution of sea beasts along the entire coastline, including their density in the sea and the number of 4th and 5th tier sea beasts, as well as some deceased high-tier sea beasts. What? In fact, the military had already noticed this situation but hadn't paid much attention because the issue in the Hangduan Mountains had drawn a large number of super warriors. It was normal for some sea beasts to take advantage of the chaos, and since the sea beasts coming ashore were mostly low tier, they hadn't caused much damage, so there was no in-depth investigation. Although Luo Chengwa didn't fully understand the specific tier classification of sea beasts, he could still discern some things from their sizes. How did such a terrifying density of sea beasts die? Luo Chengwa immediately spotted the problem, the number of sea beasts and how these 6th and 7th tier sea beasts had perished. From what I know, there is a huge threat somewhere on the seabed, which has caused these sea beasts to surge towards the coast. As for how these sea beasts died, it is closely related to those that escaped. What? Such terrifying sea beasts still managed to escape? That should be correct, and all coastal cities in the Dragon Kingdom likely have similar situations. You can check through the Heavenly Eye. Soon, Luo Chengwa discovered through the Heavenly Eye that other coastal cities were experiencing similar situations, including Blue Sea City, Cloud Island, and others. However, the density was somewhat lower compared to Linhai City, as Linhai City faced a less expansive sea area than Blue Sea City. After all, Blue Sea City was directly facing the entire ocean, and there were about 15 other cities in the Dragon Kingdom similar to Blue Sea City. Without a doubt, the situation in those 15 cities was the same, and Luo Chengwa finally realized something was off. Su, do you have any thoughts? Luo Chengwa wanted to hear Su Chen's opinion on the matter. I think temporarily abandoning these cities is a better choice. Given the current situation, it's unrealistic to hold them. But there aren't many sea beasts that can come ashore. We can try to concentrate the gathering points together, so when the time comes, the deployment won't be so scattered. In fact, it was more about monitoring and timely response. Luo Chengwa instantly understood Su Chen's meaning after hearing him speak. However, if they wanted to set up a defense line along these coastal cities, it would stretch too long. Moreover, once these sea beasts came ashore, they wouldn't be able to stop them. Those high-tier sea beasts could unleash tsunamis that would instantly crush them. Su Chen stopped there and didn't say more, believing Luo Chengwa had already made his decision. Su, this time we owe it all to you for discovering this. Su Chen didn't take credit for it, Luo Chengwa and the others would have found out sooner or later. The sooner they discovered it, the sooner they could formulate a countermeasure. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they hung up, as Luo Chengwa still needed to arrange some follow-up matters. Since there was nothing more for him to do now, Su Chen took Ling Qianxue and Su Kuan back. What Su Chen was more concerned about was the unknown depths of the sea and what lay beneath. Even the Heavenly Eye was powerless against it. Moreover, he felt an increasing sense of crisis regarding his own strength. Although Su Chen had been working hard to improve himself, the sea beasts had an inherent advantage in their numbers. Even if he now knew the location of the threat, he lacked the ability to address it. This time, Su Chen was determined. A few hours later, they returned to Eternal Night. The first thing Su Chen did was take out the purple light orb and the green-purple light orb. He knew that some things required him to push himself. The other orb was a gift from Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao. During this period, he had been using the white light orb for training, while the high-level crystal cores were used to enhance his strength. Looking at the two orbs in his hand, Su Chen felt it was time. Of course, he also needed to arrange some tasks first. He kept the light orbs and high-level crystal cores with him, while some lower-level crystal cores were stored with Yang Mi. Moreover, Wu Yifan was now working with Yang Mi on these matters, as the increasing number of people made management more complicated. After spending half a day organizing everything, he also allocated some resources to Su Koan and Yu Yuhua. His brothers had now all reached the 4th level and would be a main force in the future, so Su Chen was not stingy in this regard. The male team was to be led by Su Koan, while the female team was under Ling Qinshua's charge. The daily strict requirements for the members were also enforced rigorously. Those who performed well would be rewarded, while those who did not would face penalties. As for Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao, they already had plenty of resources from the White Tiger, which were sufficient for their training. Ling Qianxue already had resources in hand, and Su Chen gave her some light orbs for her training, so everything was basically arranged. In the room, the moonlight deepened, and Su Chen's state continued to empty. He needed to adjust himself to the best condition. At some point, Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and hesitated no longer. 2 purple light orbs hovered quietly above his head, and he held 2 7th-level crystal cores in his palms. As Su Chen closed his eyes, streams of light continuously entered his body for enhancement and transformation. Meanwhile, his body was quietly undergoing some unknown changes. On the other side, at the National Security Base. Report. Come in. Commander, high-level sea beasts have been detected in coastal cities using their abilities, triggering tsunamis. Currently, 7 coastal cities have been submerged by seawater and occupied by sea beasts. I didn't expect them to come so quickly. Alright, I understand. You can leave. Suddenly, Old Meng spoke up. Fortunately, we had foreseen this situation in advance. Some gathering places have already been relocated, and the defense lines are being established. Yes, this time we really owe it to Su Chen for discovering it early. If we had only found out now, it would have been too late. The current situation was exactly as Su Chen had discussed with him during their last call, including the high-level sea beasts triggering tsunamis, which had all been anticipated. It seemed that the density of sea beasts in those coastal cities had reached a certain limit, otherwise, such events would not have occurred. Now, they could only wait for competition among the sea beasts to gradually reduce their numbers, and only when things returned to normal could they make changes. Changhua, how long will it take to establish those defense lines? At least 3 to 5 days, at most a week. However, those sea beasts won't venture deeper inland, as the land environment is not suitable for their survival. That's good. What has Su Chen been doing during this time? Not sure. He hasn't contacted us since our last call, but there hasn't been any situation now, so there's no need to trouble him. By the way, during this time, we need to pay attention not only to the movements of the sea beasts but also to the activities of those strange beasts inland. After all, our main enemies are still those strange beasts. Everything has been arranged, people are monitoring around the clock. Luo Changhua sighed upon hearing this. Now, the situation is becoming increasingly severe, no one can afford to be self-sufficient. During Su Chen's cultivation period, another event occurred. Recently, some people appeared across various regions of Longhua, all in uniform mechas, with standardized weapons and colors. No one knows where these people came from, but they are ruthlessly scavenging resources in this apocalyptic world with absolute strength. Many have seen them, some say they are in white mechas, others say black, and some mention other colors. However, no one knows where these people originated, as resources in the apocalypse are not confined to one location, and these individuals have appeared in various places. So far, there have been no results. It is only known that the strength of these mechas is quite high, especially in areas guarded by high-level strange beasts. Such places not only have spiritual plants but also other cultivation resources, including rare metals. To ordinary super warriors, these strange beasts are extremely troublesome. However, in the hands of these people, through tacit cooperation, they can quickly take control of these areas. Others can't even get a hair's breadth of access, but there is nothing they can do. In this era where strength reigns supreme, no one will reason with you, and no one will sympathize with you. If you can't obtain something, it's because your strength is insufficient. However, from various aspects, it is evident that these people came from a certain place together. Some compared them to Su Chen's team, noting that Su Chen's subordinates also had a group of people, all in uniform white Longquan mechas. They were indeed referring to Su Koan and his brothers, and this sudden emergence of people gave them that impression.
At this moment, such a group was heading towards Su Chen's location. In Jianghaishi, these people did not act recklessly but first found Hai Gui and others. Hai Gui looked at the 6 blue mechas before him and felt an extremely terrifying aura emanating from them. However, Hai Gui seemed to realize something. He was not completely oblivious to everything. These people resembled the rumored group. To say he wasn't afraid would be a lie. He could only tremble and ask, "May I ask what brings you here?" The leading mecha replied, "We are just passing through and would like to borrow this place of yours." Upon hearing this, Hai Gui instantly felt a sense of relief, but the next sentence raised his heart again. "Su Chen seems to be in this area. I wonder how much you know about him?" This question made Hai Gui's heart tremble. If he said he didn't know these people, he didn't know what they might do. If he did say something, Su Chen's side would be even less able to bear it. All alone, because this area bore Su Chen's reputation, Hai Gui's living conditions were much better compared to other super warriors or factions. After much consideration, Hai Gui could only grit his teeth and say he wasn't clear. He couldn't possibly have contact with someone of Su Chen's level and only provided some trivial information. However, these people did not make things difficult for Hai Gui. They did not seem to be bloodthirsty individuals. Finally, after sending off these formidable figures, Hai Gui felt a sense of relief. The advantage of staying here was that there were not many troublesome matters, but once something truly happened, he would be the first to be found. Hai Gui now did not know whether this place was good or bad. Hai Yi, who were those people? After they left, Zhang Meng appeared from somewhere. They should be the group currently rumored. They came here to gather information about Su Chen. Hai Gui did not believe they were merely passing through. After all, they were here to seek some news about Su Chen. But after asking about the news, these people left directly, without doing anything to him. This indicates that these people are not afraid of Hai Gui reporting anything, or rather, they are not enemies with Su Chen. Hai Yi, should we send a message? It seems unnecessary. This group has already left. At this moment, Su Chen's people had already discovered the situation. Zhanghai City is currently undoubtedly the city with the most super warriors. Many people came to seek refuge with Su Chen, but unfortunately, their strength was insufficient, and they ultimately stayed here. There are also those who did not want to be bound and did not join, wanting freedom but still hoping to follow Su Chen for some benefits. From the moment those blue mechas entered Zhanghai, they had already been spotted. Although they considered hiding, their uniform blue mechas were impossible to conceal. Some members of the Eternal Night who were training outside noticed them. Watching the figures of the blue mechas leave, a member of Eternal Night in the crowd immediately opened communication. He explained some footage and details, then uploaded it. At this moment, Su Kun from Eternal Night received a notification. Seeing the designation of a certain squad on the notification, Su Kun immediately understood there was news and began to check it. After reading, Su Kun quickly realized this was the mysterious group that had been in the spotlight recently. However, after hearing the report, he discovered that these people seemed to be coming for Brother Yang. Regarding this matter, Su Kun couldn't quite grasp their intentions, so he informed Ling Qianxue and Yu Yuhua about the situation. Since Su Chen was still in seclusion on the top floor, Su Kun initiated a temporary meeting online. Previously, Yu Yuhua had been participating in various meetings due to his strong abilities and because Su Chen had specially brought him back. This was also to avoid gossip. He not only repaid the points owed to Su Chen but also submitted part of the resources he obtained from the Hangguan Mountains to Yangmi. After redeeming the points, Yu Yuhua officially became the first elder of the base. Su Kun was not particularly skilled in such matters, but ultimately, Lin Qianxue spoke up. "Don't rush, they should be arriving soon. Let's first figure out their intentions." Yu Yuhua hoped they were here to cause trouble, as Su Chen had been in seclusion and he had no one to fight with. Moreover, since he had taken on a position, he had to be responsible for some matters. "It's been 5 days, I wonder how Brother Yang is doing now." Since Su Chen went into seclusion, only Ling Qianxue knew some details. However, based on her feelings, it should be soon, and she responded, "It seems it will be during this time, but before Su Chen comes out, we need to handle these matters." "They are here." Ling Qianxue suddenly saw the traces of those people through the communications Tianyan, which Su Chen had previously given her permission to use. Hearing this, Su Kun and Yu Yuhua became serious. "Let's go meet them." On the other side, several blue mechas were heading towards the Gobi Desert in the eastern suburbs, and one of the mechas suddenly spoke. "Brother Jianfan, can he really help us with that matter?" The leading mecha responded, "Based on the information we have, it should be fine. Aren't we overestimating him a bit? We are all 5th tier, and he seems only slightly stronger than us." It was only then revealed that all 6 of them were indeed 5th tier. However, to avoid causing a strong reaction, they had not traveled by flying. Although their uniform mechas were very conspicuous, once they displayed their 5th tier strength, the nature of the situation would be different. After all, with such strength, anyone would be on guard and might even suspect they had ill intentions. Don't rush, let's observe first. You mustn't speak carelessly later. Hearing his senior brother say this, he lost his temper, but in his view, there was no need to give such a big face to a group like theirs. On the other side, Ling Qianxue did not make this matter public. Currently, only the three of them, as well as Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao, were aware of it. As for the two brothers, Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao, they mainly saw Yu Yuhua leave in a hurry and asked a question. Yu Yuhua did not hide anything, so the two brothers took the initiative to follow. Moreover, such matters did not require too many people, they were more than enough. Soon, they discovered that these people had already landed on the Gobi Desert, and Ling Qianxue gave a command. Let's go take a look. A group of people quickly arrived on the ground, and those who did not know how to find Su Chen were also searching for a location on the Gobi Desert. Seeing several unfamiliar mechas suddenly appear, these people reacted and walked towards them. The first to notice something was off was Lin Xiao. His Qinghan mecha was extremely sensitive to spiritual energy. He found that the spiritual energy levels of the 6 mechas in front of him were actually the same as theirs, all at the 5th level. Brother, these people seem to be all 5th level. Ling Qianxue and Su Koan naturally heard this, and now they were even more confused about their intentions. Resources? They couldn't possibly be here to join, right? Everyone be careful, act according to the situation. It seemed these people also noticed the extraordinary nature of Ling Qianxue and the others. Senior brother, the aura of these people seems to. He naturally noticed that their aura was also at the 5th level, just like theirs. Be careful, don't speak recklessly. Ling Qianxue also noticed that these people had not shown any malice from the beginning until they got close. Excuse me, is Su Chen here? Ling Qianxue did not answer him, instead, it was Yu Yuhua who spoke. What are you here for? We have some matters to discuss with Su Chen and hope to have a chat with him. He is not available right now, you can tell us what you need. Not available? Jian Fan never expected this answer. We came to find Su Chen to discuss something, there is a matter that requires his assistance. Of course, I won't hide the benefits and dangers involved, I just hope to talk to Su Chen. Wushan? These people actually came from Wushan. Wushan was not unfamiliar before the apocalypse, it was a famous scenic spot and martial arts hub in Long Country. There was a sect at the top of Wushan, whose disciples excelled in internal martial arts, tai chi, and swordsmanship. However, after the apocalypse, these places were not paid much attention because, in people's minds, they were just tourist spots. No one particularly focused on the others, but why did they suddenly appear now? Could it be that those other people also came from Wushan? In that moment, countless thoughts arose in Ling Qianxue and the others' minds. But they also understood that it was already the limit for these newcomers to mention this much on their first meeting. I'm really sorry, but we just said that Su Chen is not available right now. Of course, Ling Qianxue was very clear that what they said might not be true. Even if it were true, they had no deep understanding of these sudden arrivals. They certainly wouldn't think they understood them just because of a few short sentences, and Su Chen really was not available at the moment. In fact, the people in front of them only represented Wushan, others similar to them actually had their own forces. The ones appearing all over Long Country now were independent, having reached some sort of tacit understanding. This time, they had only accidentally discovered a place that felt highly energetic and attracted a large number of exotic beasts. Their impression was that it concealed many resources conducive to cultivation, and the 6 of them were responsible for resource collection for Wushan. Although there were only 6 of them, they could already be considered the top tier of Wushan. It is precisely because, since the end of the world, they have been relying on the resources from Wushan for their cultivation and livelihood that has led to the current severe shortage of resources there. This is why they now need to venture out in search of these things. However, with their current strength, they are simply unable to delve deeply into that place. It is not lacking in 5th-tier exotic beasts, and there are even some 6th-tier beasts among them. As for whether there are higher-tier ones, it is unclear. But they know that the dense forest is filled with energy fluctuations. They had only stumbled upon it by chance and found that their strength had actually improved a bit. When they wanted to go deeper, they discovered that this place was fraught with danger, so they retreated. Yet, no one would let this place go, and they were well aware that with their abilities, it was impossible for them to do so, which is why they had been seeking capable individuals for cooperation. After much inquiry and understanding, Su Chen was deemed the most suitable candidate. However, they were now informed that Su Chen was unavailable. From their perspective, they had come with such sincerity, even if he truly had no interest, he could at least make an appearance. Or at the very least, he could spare some time to talk. After all, he wasn't coming with ill intentions. Is there really no room for negotiation? They did not know that Su Chen was currently in seclusion.
They only knew that Ling Qianxue had said he was unavailable, but if he was unavailable, he could still find time to talk, right? At that moment, Jian Fan's junior brother suddenly spoke up. Everyone, we came with sincerity, even if he is busy, not showing up at all is a bit too much, isn't it? Xiao Tian. Jian Fan called out softly, quickly stopping him. However, he actually felt that his junior brother wasn't wrong. It was just a bit inappropriate to use such a tone on someone else's turf. Su Koan also had a bad temper and did not indulge him. Did you not understand that he is unavailable? Even if my brother Yang is free, he is not someone just any random person can meet. Seeing this, Ling Qianxue frowned slightly. She hadn't expected such disputes to arise. Even if she said Su Chen was in seclusion, they wouldn't believe it. They would only think it was an excuse, and Su Chen's continued absence made Jian Fan and the others feel disrespected. As soon as Su Koan finished speaking, even Jian Fan felt a bit uncomfortable, but he still said nothing, hoping to meet Su Chen. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian was already laughing in anger. Oh, just any random person? I'll show you who the real random person is. Without waiting for Jian Fan to react, he thrust his sword towards Su Koan. You think I'm afraid of you? Xiao Tian, come back. Jian Fan's response was already too late. Jian Fan and the others all came from Wushan, originating from the same sect, and their weapons were the same, known as the true martial sword, with a light blue blade. Therefore, their mechas were also blue. Seeing Xiao Tian's sword coming, Su Koan calmly summoned his giant axe. Clang! A dull sound echoed as Xiao Tian's sword was firmly blocked, unable to advance even a fraction. Oh, is that all? Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian was truly ignited with rage. He was about to charge forward. Enough! Ling Qianxue also called out softly. It didn't matter what the previous intentions were, it was no longer important. She did not welcome these people. However, Xiao Tian ignored Ling Qianxue's words and attacked Su Koan again. It was no longer something that could be stopped at will. But just as Xiao Tian's sword was poised in midair, it suddenly came to an eerie halt, as if something had frozen it in place, unable to move. Not just Xiao Tian, but everyone else also noticed this scene. Is it too presumptuous to act on my turf? Suddenly, a voice came from behind Ling Qianxue, and everyone turned to look in the direction of the sound. Brother Yang? That's right, the person who came as Su Chen, his blood-red mech even deeper than before, and his aura as calm as the sea. Yu Yuhua was quite excited, he knew what Su Chen's emergence meant. At this moment, Jian Fan also realized that this person was Su Chen. He felt completely unable to see through him, even experiencing a sense of suffocation. He could tell that Su Chen's strength was far above his own. Su Chen slowly approached, jokingly scolding, Kunzi, you keep getting me into trouble. Su Koan, unfazed, chuckled, and Su Chen then turned his gaze to the little Tian, who was suspended in the air. That glance made little Tian feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, his blood seemingly congealing. Jian Fan sensed the atmosphere was off and quickly stepped forward to mediate. You must be Su Chen, right? My junior brother has a bit of a temper, I hope you won't take it to heart. It was only then that Su Yang noticed that the 6 people before him were all of the same type of mech. The first thing he said stunned Jian Fan. When did you Wushan become so unreasonable? Moreover, it seemed Su Chen was quite familiar with Wushan, but how did Su Chen know that? He had never mentioned anything about it. This could only indicate one thing, Su Chen knew far more than they had imagined. In fact, the moment Su Chen noticed that all 6 of them were the same type of light blue mech, he already knew where they came from. Indeed, long ago in his past life, Su Chen had seen the Wushan sect. He couldn't say he understood it well, but he had at least seen it. Furthermore, in his past life, Wushan had left a good impression on Su Chen, contributing its share during the apocalypse. Suddenly, Su Chen thought, since Wushan had emerged, then others must have too. Su Chen remembered that these sects only appeared 2 years after the apocalypse, and now it was barely a year in. How could they have popped up? You know us? Jian Fan's question pulled Su Chen's thoughts back. I not only know your Wushan but also some other sects, like the Xiaoyao sect. Hearing this, Jian Fan was even more convinced that Su Chen was definitely not an ordinary person. Although my impression of your Wushan is quite good, is it necessary to give me an explanation for attacking my brother on my territory? Looking at little Tian, still frozen in midair by Su Chen, Jian Fan was momentarily at a loss for words. My junior brother was just impulsive, I hope you won't hold it against him. Qianxue, you speak. Ling Qianxue didn't hesitate and immediately recounted everything that had just happened, including their purpose for coming and how the conflict arose, right up to the recent events. Su Chen now understood what had happened. Although it was just a minor friction, he certainly could not tolerate an attack on his brother. The disciples of your Wushan need to be properly disciplined. Then, under little Tian's terrified gaze, Su Chen struck him with a palm.
Little Tian's figure was instantly sent flying, his blue mic forcibly disengaged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Jian Fan was quick to react and caught him. Su Chen said lightly, "This time it's just a small punishment to teach you a lesson." Looking at the already unconscious little Tian, Jian Fan could only smile wryly. "Thank you for your mercy." Su Chen didn't linger on the matter. "I heard Qian Shuai say you seem to have something to discuss with me?" Hearing this, Jian Fan remembered his main business. He then shared everything he had encountered, felt, and experienced after accidentally entering a dense forest with Su Chen. Of course, he didn't forget his purpose. "Are you suggesting you want to invite me to explore this area with you?" "Yes, our purpose for coming this time is to have a good talk with you about this matter." As you can see, Su Chen no longer cared about these matters. He asked in detail about the dense forest. Now he had a clearer understanding of the situation and discovered that the location of the dense forest was not far from Wushan, situated in Jiangkou City, which was adjacent to Tongxu City. This dense forest not only had various exotic plants but also an endless array of strange beasts. The most significant aspect was the complex terrain, a mix of dense forest and swamp. For ordinary super martial artists, such a place was undoubtedly a death trap. However, these people had managed to gather some information, and Su Chen couldn't help but glance at them again, suddenly saying, "Is the resource supply from Wushan already running low?" Jian Fan's figure paused slightly upon hearing this. He hadn't expected Su Chen to know even this. But since Su Chen had brought it up, there was no need to hide anything. Yes, at the beginning of the anomalies, those resources were still completely sufficient. We estimated they could last for nearly another year. However, the large number of strange beasts and some exotic plants accelerated the consumption of these resources. Competition is always brutal, and it's unclear where so many strange beasts suddenly came from. In fact, Su Chen's thoughts were similar. Wushan had confirmed in his previous life that it entered the world 2 years after the apocalypse. The reason for this situation was naturally the more intense competition. With the rise of national fortune, not only were the strengths of these super martial artists increasing, but the powers of those strange beasts and exotic plants were also rising. Thus, the demand for resources would be greater, and competition would be fiercer, which accelerated the consumption of resources. If other factions had also begun to enter the world, it indicated they were facing the same issues. With this understanding, Su Chen did not immediately agree. Instead, he instructed Jian Fan and the others to find a place to stay in Zhanghai City for now. After all, he needed to investigate thoroughly. After Jian Fan and the others left, Yu Yuhua looked at Su Chen with a hint of excitement. Su Chen naturally noticed Yu Yuhua's gaze. After stepping into the 7th tier, why was he even more excited? Let's go back first. Upon returning to Eternal Night, Su Chen went over some recent events under Ling Qianshui's guidance. So this group of people has already entered the world. Ling Qianshui and the others were puzzled. Su Chen had been in seclusion during this time, yet he seemed to know so much about these people. Have you met them? No, just happened to know them. However, Su Chen did not elaborate on this matter. Soon, they began to gather information about the place Jian Fan mentioned. Su Chen used his heavenly eye to observe and found that things were not as simple as they appeared on the surface. Although it looked calm, he knew that in such a dense forest, some mutated poisonous insects and exotic plants could cause significant trouble. Moreover, he had reason to believe that there were even more terrifying strange beasts in such places, as it seemed too quiet, with not even faint signs of conflict. As for the mentioned swamp, the situation there was even more complex. Many strange beasts and exotic plants used this environment to hide, making it extremely dangerous. After a series of investigations, they discovered that this place was different from ordinary dense forests. This likely confirmed Jian Fan's assertion that there were indeed considerable resources here, as even these ordinary plants were several times thicker than others. In fact, Su Chen did not lack these things now, but he still wanted to explore these unusual places, as there might be some gains. After all, he did not know how strong he had become. Yang Ge, can we trust those people? Su Koan still felt somewhat uncertain. Trustworthiness is hard to say, but there should be something here. Moreover, they probably haven't told us everything. After all, our relationship hasn't reached that level yet. Then should we still go? We have to go, but it will just be us going. What do you mean? The literal meaning. They just need an ally to cooperate with. They definitely won't share all the information. They don't trust us that much, and conversely, we don't trust them that much either. Although Su Chen had a good impression of Wushan in the apocalypse, letting others take the lead could be very dangerous. He still preferred to keep control of things in his own hands. Meanwhile, Jian Fan and the other 5 had already settled in Zhanghai City. Senior brother Jian Fan, do we really have to cooperate with Su Chen? The one speaking was Xiao Tian, who was still trying to recover from the shock. Facing Su Chen just now, he felt so insignificant.
even thinking that Su Chen could easily kill him with just a thought. He no longer doubted Su Chen's strength. What he questioned was whether they could get what they wanted from him. It wasn't just Xiao Tian and the other four who felt this way, even Jian Fan had the same feeling. However, as if he thought of something, he immediately said, "Of course we have to cooperate. If we don't, we might not have any chance at all, especially since you all have seen that giant crocodile. With our strength, there's no possibility at all, but if we have Su Chen's help, it would be different. Can we get that thing from Su Chen? We can create opportunities when the time comes. After all, besides that thing, there are indeed many resources there. And Su Chen doesn't know about it, which is our opportunity." But for now, there was no better plan, so the group could only arrange things this way. However, they could never have imagined that Su Chen had no intention of going with them at all. So what do we need to do now? There's no need for anything, just observe Su Chen's movements. What if he ultimately refuses to go? Then we won't suffer any losses, after all, only we know the situation inside. In fact, he had also considered uniting with other sects, but he didn't think those who couldn't solve the problems could do so. Some things cannot be decided by numbers. This is also why he chose Su Chen. Since he entered the world, the most news he had heard was about Su Chen. The next morning, Su Chen used Yu Tsong's ability to conceal himself in the void and quietly slipped away. After some discussion, Su Chen decided to check the situation alone. He knew Jian Fan and the others would be watching his every move. If too many people were involved, it would definitely alert them. And as Su Chen expected, one of Jian Fan's group was already watching him. When Su Chen slipped away, he glanced curiously at the void but found nothing. He didn't pay much attention to this small incident, thinking it was just his illusion, and when Jian Fan asked him about the situation, he simply said everything was normal. At this moment, Su Chen was rushing towards Jiangkou City. 2.5 hours later, based on the positioning from Tianyan, Su Chen quickly found the location of the dense forest. Without any hesitation, Su Chen immediately entered the forest. Upon entering, the first feeling that hit him was an extreme sense of humidity and heat. It felt as if his emotions were being affected, and he faintly sensed a hint of irritation. It should be noted that he had already stepped into the 7th tier, and such a situation was basically impossible for him, which made Su Chen feel a surge of excitement. As soon as he set foot inside, a blood-red vine shot towards Su Chen. Naturally, he wouldn't be easily ambushed. He reached out, pulled, and yanked. The root of the vine even snapped, immediately meeting its end at Su Chen's hands. Of course, this was just a small incident. If an ordinary super warrior were here, they might have already fallen victim, as this vine's level was a shocking 4th tier. It is possible that Su Chen's strength has reached a new height, rendering him indifferent to these threats. As he delves deeper, he encounters a myriad of poisonous insects and toxic substances, along with various exotic beasts hidden in the dense forest. It seems they have all sensed this outsider, employing various tactics such as direct attacks, feints, ambushes, backstabs, and traps. However, Su Chen effortlessly neutralizes them one by one, not even breaking a sweat or revealing any of his abilities. Sigh, why are they all like this? I was hoping for a good challenge, he muses, as he indeed feels that this forest is not simple. But in the next moment, Su Chen suddenly finds this place intriguing. He senses a very familiar aura, spiritual plants. Not only that, but he also detects a powerful energy fluctuation that feels even more intense than the spiritual plants. Jian Fan could never have imagined that Su Chen's mental strength had already reached such a level, able to perceive this power even before going deeper. This indicates that no matter how they try to conceal it, Su Chen will discover it. If Jian Fan knew how terrifying Su Chen was, he would never have flaunted his little schemes, although he had no intention of harming Su Chen. Now, Su Chen can only determine the direction of the spiritual plants but cannot pinpoint the source of that energy, as if this power is omnipresent. After a moment of thought, Su Chen swiftly moves towards the area where the spiritual plants are located. Since there are no clues at the moment, he needs to find one, believing that searching in areas abundant with spiritual plants is definitely the right choice, as they do not grow in places lacking energy. Moments later, amidst a thicket of thorns, Su Chen spots the patch of spiritual plants. Oh, there's even a green one, he exclaims, surprised to find green spiritual plants here. However, he does not act rashly, knowing that any spiritual plant is guarded by exotic beasts or strange plants. Su Chen remains still, quietly standing in place, while a pair of cold eyes in the shadows have already locked onto him. Suddenly, the exotic beast strikes. A gray claw shadow swiftly sweeps towards Su Chen's neck. The light yellow patterns and black spots provide it with the perfect camouflage. Its massive body, covered by the dense vegetation, exemplifies what true protective coloration and ambush are. This is its innate nature. Moreover, it is quite confident in this strike, not only in its speed but also in its timing. It has been waiting for this opportunity, having seen the human glance sideways. However, the expected sound of tearing armor does not occur, nor does any blood splatter. It only realizes that the surrounding scene has suddenly frozen. What's going on? Before it can react, Su Chen's voice rings out. I've been waiting for you for so long, and I didn't expect it to be a 6th-tier cloud leopard. Not bad. Upon hearing Su Yang's voice, the cloud leopard finally reacts, turning to look back, and it understands why the scene around it has frozen. Before it stands a red mech, which has extended a hand to easily block its attack. It cannot believe that this mech, smaller than 1/10 of its body size, completely overpowers it in strength. Extreme Flame, Dragon God's Fury. Suddenly, Su Chen shouts, and a massive crimson fire dragon tightly coils around the body of the cloud leopard. Boom! A sound of explosion erupts, and throughout the encounter, the cloud leopard has not made a sound, turning into a wisp of ash along with the surrounding dense thorns. Only a 6th-tier crystal core falls to the ground, along with a dozen spiritual plants not far away. Su Chen stares blankly at his hands, realizing that he has indeed reached the point of slaughtering 6th-tier beasts as if they were mere dogs. But the scene before him clearly indicated that what had just happened was real. Clenching his fists, he felt the excitement brought by this power. It was truly intoxicating. Soon, Su Chen finished collecting the spoils of this battlefield and rushed deeper into the area. At this moment, the fighting spirit ignited in Su Chen's heart was not something that could be extinguished by a mere 6th-tier being. He believed that there would definitely be more exhilarating battles waiting for him. On the other side, Jian Fan and the others had no news of Su Chen at all. They had arranged for people to keep watch for so long, yet there was still no movement. Faced with this waiting without any news, a sense of restlessness suddenly arose in Jian Fan's heart. He always felt that something was happening, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. He wasn't sure if it was just a psychological effect or if it was truly as he felt. He could no longer sit still. He wanted to find Su Chen again to get an accurate message. Naturally, this state of his was noticed by Li Tian. Senior brother Jian Fan, what's wrong? I don't know, I just feel uneasy. Is it because of Su Chen? Hearing Su Chen's name, the unease in his heart seemed to find an outlet. We can't just wait like this. Is there really still no movement from Su Chen? Senior brother Jian Fan, don't be anxious, it's only been a day, and with junior brother Wang Tao watching over there, don't worry too much. I think we can't judge Su Chen by common sense, he might have already set off. Hearing this, Li Tian felt it was even more impossible. Senior brother Jian Fan, although we mentioned the dense forest to him, with his strength, he can't possibly venture into the dense forest alone. He must need help. Even if we can't keep an eye on Su Chen, his subordinates should be able to watch him, right? Upon hearing this, Jian Fan also felt it made sense. To keep an eye on Su Chen didn't necessarily mean they had to watch him directly. Watching Jian Fan gradually calm down, Li Tian added, Senior brother, you're still too anxious. If you're really worried, we can go take a look tomorrow. Li Tian didn't even realize his own change. Ever since he truly felt Su Chen's strength, he would subconsciously take a step back on matters concerning Su Chen. Hearing this, Jian Fan could only helplessly say, it can only be this way. They had greatly underestimated Su Chen's strength. They could never have imagined that he would actually venture into the dense forest alone. Meanwhile, on the side of Eternal Night, Ling Qianxue and the others were naturally also worried about Su Chen going alone. However, considering what Su Chen had said about not wanting to alert the snake, they could only agree. Moreover, even if Su Chen encountered trouble, it wouldn't be a problem for him to retreat safely. Bringing them along might only complicate matters. In fact, with Su Chen's strength, he could have openly taken them with him, but the information had been provided by Jian Fan and the others, and they had held back a bit regarding Su Chen. So now, it could only be this way. Ling Qianxue and the others kept an eye on the real-time footage from the Sky Eye, but ever since Su Chen entered the dense forest, they lost track of him. This place is so terrifying. Su Chen won't run into trouble, will he? Surprisingly, it was Yu Yuhua who began to worry about Su Chen. Yang Ge will definitely be fine, don't worry. Su Koan had an inexplicable confidence in Su Chen ever since he emerged from seclusion. Moreover, his words were not just for Yu Yuhua's sake. Ling Qianxue suddenly stood up. After all, with Su Chen not present, many things still needed her attention. As for Su Chen, as he delved deeper, the strength of the exotic beasts and plants he encountered grew even stronger. Edge of the blade, flowing clouds pierced the stars. Su Chen, clad in a yellow Tai mech, saw the 4 wing blades behind him merge into one, instantly piercing through the root of a massive 7th-tier poison thorn vine. With the thunderous crash of the poison thorn vine falling to the ground, this exotic plant lost its vitality. I didn't expect that even a 7th-tier beast would struggle to last 3 rounds against me. Along the way, Su Chen encountered various powerful exotic beasts and plants, but none had been able to inflict any injuries on him.
Beasts of this 7th tier could only cause some trouble, they were not particularly formidable opponents. Moreover, the spoils of war he had collected, crystal cores and spirit plants, were already abundant. Here, there were hundreds of white spirit plants, a dozen green spirit plants, and a 7th tier poison vine crystal core. Suchen felt he had ventured deep enough, having already faced a 7th tier beast, yet he had not found the source of that energy. He only sensed the fluctuations of that energy growing more intense, although he couldn't pinpoint the exact location, it indicated he was heading in the right direction. Naturally, this piqued Su Chen's interest. I wonder where that thing is hiding. After clearing the battlefield and collecting his spoils, Su Chen was unaware that his actions had already alarmed the hidden danger lurking in the shadows. Stepping out of the thicket, the scene before Su Chen left him bewildered. Did I take a wrong turn? Since entering this dense forest, he had been surrounded by vibrant life and lush vegetation. However, crossing this thicket revealed a starkly different scene. Before him lay various dead trees and withered grass, broken and scattered across the ground, pockmarked with pits. Instead of the lively scenery, it was a sight of utter decay. The humid air carried a faint scent of blood, mingled with the stench of rotting wood and grass. Looking down at the weeds beneath his feet, Su Chen couldn't help but frown slightly. What had happened here was a mystery. Moreover, beneath the weeds lay various swamps. Logically, such a place would be teeming with poisonous insects and creatures, but Su Chen felt an overwhelming silence. Not to mention the terrifying giant centipedes and spiders, he hadn't even seen a single mosquito. It seemed there was something extraordinary here. Strangely, this was the area with the strongest energy fluctuations, yet the scene was so starkly contrasting. Su Chen was merely surprised by the environment's condition, but after pondering without results, he had no choice but to investigate further. Walking over the dilapidated weeds, he had to admit this was the worst stretch of road he had traversed since entering this fate, yet it was also the safest. From the moment he set foot in this place, he had not faced any attacks from exotic beasts or plants. Soon, Su Chen discovered the corpses of other exotic beasts. Before him lay the skeleton of a clouded leopard, its flesh and organs completely devoured, leaving only a shell behind. It seemed to have been dead for at least a month, and as he delved deeper, he not only found the corpses of exotic beasts but also those of exotic plants. Moreover, the time of death was getting shorter. Suddenly, Su Chen had a feeling. Could this be a hunting ground for some terrifying exotic beast? Here, there were not only the corpses of 6th tier exotic beasts and plants but even those of 7th tier ones. For instance, Su Chen discovered the corpse of a 7th tier man-eating flower. However, it seemed that thing had a particular fondness for the flesh and blood of exotic beasts, as the corpses of these exotic plants appeared to have ended their meals hastily. At that moment, Su Chen had truly entered the heart of the dense forest. On the other side, an extremely ferocious giant crocodile was devouring the flesh of a 7th tier exotic beast. Suddenly, the crocodile stopped eating, raised its head, and seemed to sniff the air. It caught a whiff of a very familiar scent. It smells so good. It's those ants again. But if they can take down that poison vine, it seems these ants have some strength this time. Previously, some ants had seen it hunting. It had caught the scent of those humans, so now it was particularly familiar with this aroma. However, at that time, it was busy hunting and didn't pay much attention when it discovered those ants were merely at the 5th level. When those humans saw it, they panicked and fled, only to later realize that the scent of these ants was more delectable than any beast it had ever hunted. Later, some foolish individuals stumbled in. It was clear that they were also drawn in by this energy fluctuation, but in the end, they all became prey for this monstrous creature. After devouring human flesh and blood, it certainly did not disappoint, even igniting a hint of obsession. Now, with more ants presenting themselves, it naturally would not refuse. Indeed, this giant crocodile was the ruler of this dense forest. A crocodile displayed a highly anthropomorphic expression, which anyone would find quite strange. But ants are still just ants, it feels insufficient. Ultimately, it could not resist the temptation brought by this scent. Soon, this giant crocodile abandoned its meal and crawled toward the familiar aroma. It wasn't until this giant crocodile emerged from the chaotic swamp that it realized just how enormous it was. Over 100 meters long, its body covered in gray-green scales, and a mouth full of dense, coarse teeth that sent chills down one's spine. Its thick tail even bore a faint golden hue, making it appear particularly ferocious. Clearly, this was a terrifying 8th-level giant crocodile. Far more horrifying than the beast Su Chen had encountered before, it moved with its terrifying muscles and vanished in an instant. It was evident that this giant crocodile had discovered Su Chen, while Su Chen remained completely unaware of this potential threat. Meanwhile, as Su Chen delved deeper, his condition grew increasingly complex, yet he still had not encountered any exotic beasts or plants. He was now certain that he had intruded into some creature's territory. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so quiet and unobstructed along the way. However, Su Chen soon sensed something rushing toward this direction. Although he did not know what it was, his mental strength had become extremely powerful, allowing him to feel some movement. Is it coming? He had to admit that he was somewhat excited. He could sense that this movement was unusual. But this was just right. He was also in urgent need of a thrilling battle, so Su Chen stopped in his tracks. Suddenly, a terrifying large mouth suddenly emerged from the surrounding dense vegetation, biting fiercely toward him. However, Su Chen seemed to have foreseen this situation. He merely sidestepped lightly and escaped the terrifying range of this giant mouth. As the attack missed, the giant beast's form appeared before Su Chen. Only then did Su Chen realize that he was facing an 8th-level giant crocodile. In terms of appearance, in Su Chen's memory, only the 8th-level black shark from the seabed of Linhai City could be compared to it. He had to admit that at this moment, he felt a bit nervous. After all, the shadow cast by that 8th-level black shark still lingered, and the giant crocodile before him was no less formidable. However, retreating without a fight was not his style, and he had no intention of backing down in this battle. Not bad, finally a bit of fun. At that moment, the terrifying 8th-level giant crocodile spoke. Su Chen felt distinctly different to it. It sensed that if it could devour this human before it, its strength would likely advance. You are far more fragrant than those ants. Hee, I'm not afraid of breaking your teeth. You little thing, you probably aren't enough to fill my teeth. After saying this, it turned around and attacked Su Chen again. Pure army. Faced with such a colossal creature, Su Chen did not let his guard down and immediately summoned the strongest pure army. With a sword in hand, Su Chen's heart ignited with a surge of battle intent. Only by testing himself could he know the extent of his strength. The giant crocodile suddenly swiped with its claw, and Su Chen immediately swung his sword in response. Sparks flew as the blade scraped against the crocodile's scales, pushing its front paw back while he rolled away to retreat. Just from this one strike, Su Chen felt that he was not at a significant disadvantage against the giant crocodile. At this moment, the crocodile finally regarded Su Chen with some seriousness. This human could easily withstand its attacks. Compared to the previous ants, he was indeed much stronger. Interesting, let's see what tricks you, this ant, can pull today. The beast's attacks became even more ferocious, swiping, clawing, and biting in various ways. Su Chen countered each move, blocking when necessary and striking when the opportunity arose. As he continued to adapt to the power within him, Su Chen became increasingly adept. The crocodile, clearly not foolish, sensed the stabilizing aura emanating from Su Chen. It was obvious that Su Chen was treating it as a sparring partner. A mere ant. You have some guts. With a roar of fury, the giant crocodile became even more violent, its eyes flashing with a hint of blood red. This human dared to underestimate it. It had to tear apart this ant before it. This time, the giant crocodile changed its attack method, opting not to use its thick front claws and sharp teeth, but instead its powerful tail. With a sudden turn, a massive tail glimmering with a faint golden sheen swept toward Su Chen. This strike aimed to crush the human before it. Su Yang could see that the giant crocodile was genuinely enraged, but he felt no fear. After all, the crocodile had been unable to harm him just moments ago. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen gripped his sword, his gaze firm. Ultimate strength. Shatter mountains and break peaks. In an instant, the pure sword in Su Yang's hands blazed with light, and then this destructive white radiance suddenly condensed into the sword. As expected, the pure sword collided violently with the crocodile's golden tail. Clang! It sounded as if striking a piece of extremely hard metal, a dull thud resonating. In that moment, terrifying energy swept through everything around, even uprooting the ground beneath them. The dense vegetation vanished, as if everything had been swept away. This terrifying energy rampaged for 2.5 minutes, but soon after came a pained roar. Roar! The giant crocodile's golden tail, covered in faint golden scales, had shattered, a gash several meters long opened up. Blood splattered, and Su Yang staggered back, grunting as he planted his sword into the ground. The outcome was clear. Su Chen had successfully injured the giant crocodile, but he himself had not sustained serious injuries. However, Su Chen understood that the giant crocodile had only used the power of its bloodline and had not unleashed its true abilities. This allowed Su Chen to land a successful blow. The gash had now fully awakened the crocodile's ferocity. It had never expected to suffer such a significant loss at the hands of what it considered an ant. But soon, Su Chen noticed that the energy covering the gash on the crocodile's tail was peculiar, even stopping the bleeding. Moreover, it seemed that this wound had merely provoked the crocodile's ferocity without causing any real harm. As Su Chen sensed the energy fluctuations from the crocodile's tail, he was astonished to find that the energy from the gash was remarkably similar to the energy he had sensed. Ant! Die! The The giant crocodile's roar interrupted Su Chen's thoughts as it activated its bloodline ability and its innate talents. Tear. Death roll. Its massive mouth filled with sharp teeth lunged toward Su Chen, its speed astonishingly fast in that moment. Su Chen had already retreated at the first moment, but he did not escape the attack range of the giant crocodile. He could only place Chun Jun in front of him. Crack! Chun Jun firmly held back the giant crocodile's upper and lower teeth, and in the next moment, a violent rotational force surged from Chun Jun. Su Chen knew he couldn't let go of Chun Jun. Once he did, he would be torn to shreds by the surrounding sharp teeth in an instant. But this terrifying force was dragging Su Chen along, and his body had already sustained some injuries. If this continued, he would definitely not be able to hold on. No, I can't keep going like this. Soon, Su Chen noticed that the giant crocodile's scales were indestructible, but it seemed that its insides were not so unbreakable. Su Chen quickly devised a countermeasure. Shang Ying. Extreme wind. Sword transforms into thousands. Suddenly, countless dark green sword shadows appeared around Su Chen. Go! In an instant, numerous flying swords struck the inner wall of the giant mouth. Puff 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 puff. The continuous piercing sounds echoed, and blood instantly sprayed from the giant mouth. For a moment, the intense pain from the mouth stimulated the giant crocodile's nerves, causing its spinning speed to come to a halt. Su Chen's eyes flashed. Opportunity. Tai A. In the next moment, Cheng Ying instantly transformed into Tai A. Extreme edge. Flowing clouds piercing stars. 4 wing blades merged into one. Like a streak of light, it shot straight into the giant crocodile's throat. Roar! The next moment, the giant crocodile let out a painful roar to the sky. A strong gust of air instantly expelled Su Chen and the 4 wing blades of Tai A, along with a spray of blood mist. Su Chen's previous strike had completely destroyed its esophagus, and even its internal organs had sustained some damage. It never expected that Chun Jun could withstand its sharp teeth, nor did it expect that Su Chen would not be torn apart by such terrifying force. It was precisely because of these circumstances that Su Chen was given this opportunity. At this moment, the giant crocodile could no longer speak, but soon, that strange energy reappeared, beginning to heal the wounds in its body. Su Chen naturally noticed that the giant crocodile was severely injured, and it was a good opportunity he would not let slip. The giant crocodile also showed less ferocity now, with a hint of fear in its eyes. It knew very well that this energy required time to heal its injuries. It needed to hurry back to its lair and swallow that thing. Otherwise, it might very well fall to this ant before it. Su Chen frowned at this power. It was indeed troublesome. However, he soon realized that this recovery ability also required time. And clearly, Su Chen would not give it such an opportunity, while the giant crocodile was already showing signs of retreat. It could not understand why this human, whose aura was clearly inferior to its own, could inflict such injuries on it. Having played the eagle all its life, it was finally pecked in the eye by one. This time, it had truly taken a big tumble. What? Thinking of running? Su Chen clearly saw the giant crocodile's thoughts. Its massive body, slightly hunched, had already exposed its inner intentions. Didn't you just say you wanted to tear me apart? Now you're not thinking of running, are you? The giant crocodile certainly heard the mockery in Su Chen's words, but Su Chen would not give it a chance. He dashed forward in a flash. At this moment, the giant crocodile no longer hesitated and turned to flee, its speed as fast as it could muster. Su Chen was momentarily stunned. He did not expect that this seemingly fierce giant crocodile would be so decisive in its escape. Thinking of running? Can you get away? Fish hide. In an instant, a pitch-black mech replaced Tai A, and Su Chen's figure suddenly vanished. The fleeing giant crocodile looked back, wanting to see if this terrifying human was catching up, but found no trace of Su Chen at all. What was going on? Where was that human? Hey! Are you looking for me? The sudden sound made the giant crocodile shiver, turning to look in the direction of the noise. It found Su Chen grinning at it in the void. Immediately, the giant crocodile changed direction and fled to the other side. But no matter how it ran, it could always see Su Chen waiting for it with a playful expression ahead. Human! You are too much. You weren't saying that just now. A beast is just a beast. Although it shook its head slightly, it no longer wasted words with it. Ultimate Void, Shadow Blade. Su Chen's figure vanished again, and the giant crocodile suddenly felt a killing intent locking onto it. The intense sense of crisis left it with no doubt about the power of Su Chen's strike. It realized it couldn't escape, and a fierce glint flashed in its eyes. It would fight to the death. Who would win was still uncertain. A surge of overwhelming malice suddenly erupted, and terrifying waves of energy began to manifest around the giant crocodile. Its pupils gradually turned a violent blood red, clearly indicating it was ready to fight to the death. Tear. Giant Tooth Frenzy. Suddenly, dozens of blood-red phantoms of giant crocodiles appeared around it, and a phantom of a golden giant crocodile covered its body. In an instant, these phantoms began to spin rapidly, like giant shuttles, launching indiscriminate destructive strikes in this area. Boom! 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 The deafening sounds echoed throughout the dense forest. Countless strange birds took flight, and various exotic beasts and insects quickly scattered in all directions. They didn't understand why the king of this forest suddenly caused such a commotion, nor did they know it was all because of a single human. Moments later, the area was left riddled with holes, a scene of devastation. The blood-red phantoms surrounding the giant crocodile had dissipated, and the golden giant crocodile covering it was on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, the phantom of the golden giant crocodile shattered into a shower of golden light. At this moment, the giant crocodile felt an overwhelming emptiness within its body, and it violently spewed out a mist of blood, its life force and energy fluctuations becoming extremely weak. Clearly, this wave of indiscriminate destruction had placed a tremendous burden on it, exacerbating its previous injuries. This human must be dead now. Put! Suddenly, a deep, muffled sound rang out. The giant crocodile felt its pupils unable to focus, the scene before it becoming so blurry. A wave of coldness spread through its body. It slowly lowered its massive head, only to see a vast amount of fresh blood beneath it. In an instant, the giant crocodile was filled with extreme terror, wanting to say something but finding it unable to make a sound. In fact, a thin, deep wound had appeared on its neck. Countless streams of blood gushed out from within, and a strange energy was attempting to heal the wound on its neck. Unfortunately, this time, it seemed that this energy was not having much effect. And the cause of all this was Su Chen. Su Chen stood in the void nearby, coldly watching the dying giant crocodile. From the moment he began to pursue this giant crocodile, he sensed a wave of energy emanating from it. Although it was very weak, it was clear that this giant crocodile was fighting for its life. Su Chen pretended to be unaware, not realizing that the previous attack was merely a feint. It was meant to draw out the giant crocodile's desperate fighting technique. Clearly, in this confrontation, whether in strength or strategy, Su Chen had completely grasped the giant crocodile. Moreover, in the face of the giant crocodile's recent attack, Su Chen had not even entered the range of that attack. He had been hiding in the void, waiting for this moment, waiting for the giant crocodile to weaken after unleashing its desperate strike, ready to seal its throat with a single sword. The giant crocodile knew it had been outmaneuvered by this human. It still couldn't keep its composure. The pressure Su Chen exerted on it was too great. However, it was a pity that although it understood everything now, there was no chance left. As Su Chen saw that strange energy, he began to heal the giant crocodile's wounds again. This time, Su Chen did not hesitate. He would take its life while it was weak. Su Chen vanished into the void once more, and the next moment, countless dark sword energies pierced through the giant crocodile's body. Swish swish swish. Each attack drew a spray of fresh blood from the giant crocodile. Soon, Su Chen stopped his assault, and the giant crocodile fell heavily to the ground, the light in its pupils gradually fading. Its life force had dropped to freezing point. At this moment, Su Chen understood that victory was assured. Looking at the giant crocodile's body, which was gradually growing cold, Su Chen let out a sigh of relief. He had already consumed 70% of his strength. If the giant crocodile did not die, he would have no choice but to retreat. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. When the giant crocodile's life fluctuations completely disappeared, Su Chen dared to approach. He remained cautious. If this was a trap set by the giant crocodile, it would be troublesome. Now, Su Chen approached with confidence, looking at the prehistoric giant crocodile beneath his feet, feeling somewhat unreal. He never expected that he could actually slay an 8th-tier beast. This also indicated that he had truly reached a level where he could hardly find an opponent. The 8th-tier crystal core was indeed extraordinary, having changed from white to a completely yellow crystal core, indicating that the energy stored within had reached a terrifying level. After handling everything, Su Chen began to search for the giant crocodile's lair nearby. The giant crocodile's recent actions had sparked a thought in Su Chen. Moreover, the strange energy on the giant crocodile that could heal its wounds was identical to the energy fluctuations he sensed when he first entered the dense forest. The fact that these giant crocodiles possessed such healing abilities was likely related to that thing. It was very possible that they had consumed it or practiced with it. Furthermore, after the giant crocodile was injured, it had clearly fled in the direction from which it came, indicating that direction was where the giant crocodile's lair was located. Su Chen did not hesitate and explored towards that area. The ground and environment here had all been destroyed, leaving only the corpse of a 100-meter-long giant crocodile. But Su Chen suddenly realized something, turned back, and used the ability of Qishao to set the giant crocodile's flesh and blood ablaze, feeling relieved to leave. If he did not dispose of this giant crocodile, it would soon be discovered by other beasts. Although the flesh and blood of the giant crocodile were valuable, they were of no use to him. Only those who were extremely resource-deprived in the apocalypse would resort to eating the flesh of beasts. However, the flesh of beasts was filled with various supernatural powers, and that energy was harmful to the human body. Over time, it would affect a person's mind and cause bodily harm. The flesh and blood of beasts, however, were a rare source of energy for other beasts. If a 7th-tier beast were to consume this 8th-tier giant crocodile, it could very well grow into a new 8th-tier beast. Su Chen did not want to see such a situation occur, so he decided to deal with it thoroughly. Su Chen did not spend too much time. After walking for a while, he discovered an area with a strong giant crocodile aura. Looking at the scattered corpses of other beasts around and combining them with the terrifying bite marks on those corpses, Su Chen was certain that this place must hide the giant crocodile's lair. Moreover, the fluctuations of that strange energy here were even more intense. Even after Su Chen absorbed a trace of that energy drifting in the air, he felt much more comfortable, as if his injuries had eased a bit. The energy here was surprisingly close to being tangible, which helped Su Chen understand why the giant crocodile had the ability to heal its wounds. Su Chen could now confirm that this thing should be related to healing injuries. Cultivating in such a place over the years would naturally grant one some healing abilities. Soon, Su Chen collected his thoughts and began searching for the giant crocodile's cave. Not long after, Su Chen discovered a hidden cave entrance beneath a hill covered in vegetation. Although it was concealed, the terrifying body of the giant crocodile made it impossible to hide completely. Especially for Su Chen, he found it without much effort. After a brief exploration, he realized there was no immediate threat. He only detected some faint life fluctuations, which he suspected were remnants of prey that the giant crocodile had not killed. At that moment, Su Chen was certain that the thing he sought was within the giant crocodile's lair. The energy here was extremely dense, even producing some white mist. Without hesitation, Su Chen pressed on, as there was nothing here that could threaten him. As he delved deeper, navigating through various winding passages, he suddenly felt the space open up. Su Chen realized he had stepped into a new area. Excitement surged within him. This was the place with the most concentrated energy. Surveying his surroundings, Su Chen found himself in a natural underground cave. Huge, snow-white stalactites hung from above, surrounded by various rock walls. In the distance, a stalactite that was about to touch the ground caught his attention. He vaguely noticed that a drop of crystal-clear liquid was falling from the tip of the stalactite into a groove below. He was certain this was what he had been searching for. Ever since Su Chen entered this underground cave, his injuries had been healing at an astonishing rate, and that unknown liquid was the source of this energy. Su Chen even trembled with excitement. Just the mist lingering in the air was enough to heal his wounds, and he could hardly imagine the power of this liquid. Soon, Su Yang walked over to the groove. At that moment, Su Chen also sensed the faint life fluctuations, which turned out to be 3 enormous eggs. Each egg stood 5 meters tall, and because the color of the eggshells was almost identical to the surrounding rock walls, Su Chen only realized this as he approached. Undoubtedly, these were left by the giant crocodile, but Su Chen chose to ignore them for now. What truly concerned him was what lay within that small groove. Through the thick mist, Su Chen finally saw what was inside the groove, a pool of crystal-clear liquid. However, the quantity was rather scarce. Su Chen believed he had survived long enough in his previous life and had learned a thing or two, but what lay before him truly exceeded his understanding. Colorless and tasteless, just like water, yet it radiated a rich vitality. After much hesitation, Su Chen decided to give it a try. It couldn't possibly be something poisonous, could it? He removed his mech and cautiously extended a finger to touch a bit of this strange liquid. After observing for a long time, he finally steeled himself and put it in his mouth. Boom! The moment it entered, a powerful energy storm erupted around Su Chen. Immediately, the energy he had just expended in battle and his injuries began to recover rapidly, shocking him. In just 10 seconds, Su Chen found that he had fully healed. The Fountain of Life, also known as the Earth's Spirit Milk. It was only now that Su Chen realized what this truly was. This was the legendary Fountain of Life he had only heard about in tales, capable of reviving the dead and restoring flesh and bones. A liquid that gathered the energy of the earth and condensed the vitality of all living things. Realizing this, Su Chen quickly checked the quantity of the Fountain of Life. 15 drops. There were actually 15 drops. Just moments ago, he had wondered why the liquid in the groove was so scarce, but now that thought was completely gone. This thing only existed in legends, something that could be encountered but not sought after, and now there were 15 drops. The function of the Fountain of Life was to rapidly heal injuries and replenish expended energy. It was not a simple recovery. As long as you had a breath left, no matter how severe the injuries or how depleted the body's energy, you could recover in an instant. But at least before Su Chen reached the royal level, it belonged to absolute divine objects. Suppressing the excitement that was hard to calm in his heart, Su Chen put away these divine springs. He searched around again but found nothing else. Su Chen was not too disappointed. Obtaining the fountain of life made the trip worthwhile. At this moment, Su Chen's attention returned to the 3 eggs. One had to say that this giant crocodile treated its offspring quite well, starting to incubate under such conditions even before they hatched. It was very likely that their bloodline had been strengthened from the very beginning, which would change their lives. Su Chen would still keep this place, as new divine springs might appear later, but he clearly did not want to do anything with these eggs. If they could miraculously hatch and survive, this place would still be guarded by them. If discovered by other exotic beasts and turned into a meal, that would be their fate. Regardless, it would not affect him. This place would always be occupied by other powerful exotic beasts. However, Su Chen was not worried. He just needed to remember this place. Soon, Su Chen left the underground cave, as there was nothing else here to attract him. The entire dense forest quickly returned to the initial silence. The air was still warm and humid, but the smell of blood seemed to be even stronger. On the other side, Su Kuan and the others, having not found Su Chen for a long time, began to worry. Although Su Chen was very strong now, that place should not be underestimated. Just then, the Heavenly Eye suddenly received Su Chen's communication. This truly shocked Su Kuan and Yu Yuhua. As soon as the call connected, Su Kuan couldn't wait to say, "Brother Yang, are you okay?" Su Chen was stunned for a moment, then chuckled, "What could happen to me? I've already come out from that place." "That's good to hear." Su Kuan and Yu Yuhua had also considered whether this was a trap, whether Jian Fan and the others were deceiving them. But now, such doubts were dispelled. "By the way, has there been any movement from the people at Wushan today?" "Not for now. There are brothers keeping an eye on them in Jianghaishi. It seems they really are waiting for you, Brother Yang." Hearing what Su Kuan said, it seemed Jian Fan was indeed quite reassured about him. But one couldn't blame Jian Fan. He had arranged for people to watch over the eternal night side, but did not expect Su Chen to slip away right under his nose. Moreover, Jian Fan and the others had also misjudged Su Chen's strength, thinking he was unaware of the location of the dense forest and would never dare to venture into it alone. And once they needed to act, they would definitely bring along Ling Qianxue and the others. It was precisely these coincidences that made Jian Fan and the others lower their guard. "Alright, I'll be back soon." In fact, even if he hurried, it would take 2 hours. By the time Su Chen returned to Eternal Night, it would be around 6 in the evening. Su Chen used the same method, leveraging Yu Tsong's ability to evade the eyes Jian Fan had set up. He left silently and returned silently, but this time he came back fully loaded. When Su Kuan and Yu Yuhua learned that Su Chen was safe, they each went about their duties, as there was no need for them to continue watching here. Just as Su Chen finished counting his spoils, he suddenly received a call from Luo Changhua. In fact, Luo Changhua was also trying his luck. The pressure from those sea beasts had been too great recently. But to his surprise, the call connected. "Commander Luo. Oh, Brother Su, you're there. How could I not be? I've just been busy with some matters lately." "What happened? Is there something wrong?" "Nothing's wrong, just that I haven't heard from you in a long time. By the way, during this time, I followed your advice and set up a defense line in this coastal city. But recently, I've noticed that those sea beasts seem to have gathered on land, and I have a feeling that something bad is about to happen." Su Chen also frowned slightly. Sea beasts, after all, belong to marine life, and this innate habit is difficult to change. Although the situation in the ocean is severe now, there shouldn't be such a large-scale gathering. Su Chen couldn't think of what this might signify. "Don't act rashly, don't provoke those sea beasts. Even though those sea beasts are relatively low level, if thousands of them emit their abilities together, it will still be a catastrophic disaster." After reiterating a few points, he hung up the phone. Just then, Ling Qianxue returned after finishing her tasks. She had already learned from Su Kuan and Yu Yuhua that Su Chen was back, so she wasn't in a hurry. "How was that place? Aren't you going to ask if I got hurt?" Ling Qianxue rolled her eyes. "You look fine, right? What could possibly hurt you?" Su Chen had to admit he found this statement quite agreeable. "Of course. Don't get cocky. Did you find anything?" "Of course I did." Su Chen suddenly produced a drop of extremely pure liquid from somewhere. At that moment, a faint white mist filled the entire room, and after a long day, Ling Qianxue felt instantly refreshed. This was a fatigue on a spiritual level, and now it had completely vanished. "What? What is this thing? This should be the ultimate goal of Jian Fan and the others." From the giant crocodile's mouth, he learned that a group of humans had run away upon seeing it. Considering the timing, it was very likely that it was Jianfan and the others. They must have also discovered this strange energy fluctuation. Jianfan and the others might have come to find Su Chen due to the lack of resources in Wushan, but the bigger reason was definitely this thing. Su Chen was indeed not mistaken. Jianfan and the others had encountered that giant crocodile while hunting. First, they discovered that this dense forest had rare spiritual plants, and second, they found this strange energy fluctuation. Moreover, the giant crocodile also emitted the same energy fluctuation, and they firmly believed that this place must have some kind of divine object, which led to their intentions. So what is this thing? I feel like my soul has been sublimated in an instant. Su Chen didn't keep her in suspense and spoke frankly. It's called the Spring of Life, also known as the Earth Spirit Milk. It is formed by the essence of all living things and is a rare divine object. What do those people want this for? The use is immense, but I believe they don't understand it. To put it bluntly, this thing ensures that as long as you have a breath left, it can keep you from dying. What's so special about that? Ling Qianxue suddenly reacted, her eyes widening in disbelief as she looked at the drop of pure liquid before her, exclaiming, "Immortal?" Ling Qianxue quickly calmed her excited heart. "How did you get this?" "Well, I snatched it from its hands." Su Chen suddenly revealed a crystal core in his palm. Ling Qianxue naturally recognized what it was but soon noticed something different. Why is this crystal core entirely yellow? As if recalling something, although she had never seen this type of crystal core, she knew that a 7th-tier crystal core was light yellow. The one before her, in terms of size, color, and energy fluctuation, far surpassed a 7th-tier crystal core. Is this an 8th-tier crystal core? How did you get it? How else could I have gotten it? At the Spring of Life, there was an 8th-tier giant crocodile guarding it, so I had no choice but to take it down. Although Su Chen spoke lightly, Ling Qianxue could still sense the difficulty behind it. After all, they had faced a 7th-tier red-backed silver monkey in the Hangduan Mountains, which had been enough to give them both a run for their money. And now, what she didn't expect was that Su Chen was already capable of slaying 8th-tier beasts at his current 7th tier. What she had said earlier about nothing being able to harm him now seemed to be quite accurate. However, Ling Qianxue seemed to realize something. It turned out that Su Chen had become so strong, while she felt she couldn't help him at all. Although Ling Qianxue appeared cold on the surface, she was quite strong-willed and also rather emotional. Su Chen could already kill 8th-tier beasts, while she could at most handle 6th-tier ones, and facing 7th-tier beasts was even more impossible. Looking at Ling Qianxue's expression, Su Chen could easily tell what she was thinking. "Qianxue, don't overthink it. I understand the apocalypse better, which is why I could step into the 7th tier so quickly. Someone like you will reach the 6th tier before long." In fact, Ling Qianxue knew that Su Chen was different from ordinary people. She didn't necessarily have to compare herself to him, just aiming for him as a goal was enough. Ling Qianxue wasn't a weak person either, and after coming to this realization, she pretended to be cheerful and said, "You're not a normal person, so I won't compare myself to you." Hearing this, Su Chen smiled a little more, indicating that Ling Qianxue had come to terms with it. "Alright, you've worked too hard today, you should rest early. By the way, this is for you." A drop of pure liquid quietly floated in front of Ling Qianxue. Before she could react, Su Chen finished speaking and returned to his room. He believed that Jianfan and the others wouldn't be able to hold out for long, but it was still better to send them away. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Su Chen received a call from Su Kuan. "Kunzi, what's up so early?" "It's not that, Yang Ge, that group of people has come again." "Oh, so eager?" "Yang Ge, do you know they're coming?" "Of course, how could they stay put?" "So what do we do now?" "It's fine, don't worry about it, just do what you need to do." Although Su Kuan didn't understand what Su Chen meant, he certainly obeyed his words. "Got it, brother." After saying that, he really didn't continue to bother Jianfan and the others. Meanwhile, Jianfan's side had already been waiting for half an hour, yet Su Chen still hadn't shown up. "Senior brother, could it be that Su Chen is still sleeping and hasn't noticed us?" The speaker was Li Tian. Compared to Li Tian, Jianfan was more steadfast. "Xiao Tian, he must have noticed us, this is his territory and he has eyes everywhere, how could he not notice? Then does that mean he doesn't want to see us now?" Jianfan fell silent and softly replied with one word, "Wait." In fact, Jianfan wasn't in a hurry either, but the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Such matters should have some certainty by now, but after more than a day without any news, it was definitely abnormal. Unable to suppress his inner anxiety any longer, he ran over early in the morning to keep watch. Jianfan also didn't expect that he would wait until 10 in the morning, a full 5 hours. Su Chen left Jianfan and the others hanging, not for any other reason.
Their little schemes displeased him greatly. They hadn't even informed him of such a situation that needed clarification, and yet they talked about cooperation? If it weren't for his exceptional strength, he might have really been played by Jianfan and the others. At some point, Sukoan suddenly appeared on the Gobi Desert with a team of brothers, and Jianfan and the others instantly perked up. Sukoan was very direct, without any unnecessary chatter. You don't need to wait anymore. Yango said that place is too dangerous, and there's no assurance for now, so we're not going. After saying this, he didn't pay attention to Jianfan's reaction and was about to leave. Wait, where is Su Chen? Yango has to deal with many matters, so he doesn't have time right now. Hearing this, Jianfan and the others' hearts sank for a moment, but he knew there was nothing to be done. After thinking for a moment, he still struggled to say, "Can we talk to Su Chen?" Brother Yang's meaning is already very clear, so you don't need to waste any more time. It's only been a little over a day, you can definitely find someone else to cooperate with. Even if you call Brother Yang out, the result won't change. This time, Sukoan really didn't care about them anymore, disappearing into the Gobi Desert and returning to the eternal night. Jianfan was there, remaining silent for a long time until Li Tian asked, "Brother Jianfan, what should we do now?" However, Jianfan still didn't speak. "Brother Jianfan, I don't think cooperating with Su Chen is a good choice. We could go find those from the Lin faction to collaborate with." Jianfan didn't respond to Li Tian's words but instead said, "Let's go." "Brother, where are we going?" "To the dense forest." "Ha, brother, what are we going there for?" "Don't ask, just follow." Clearly, he had sensed something because he had mentioned from the start that there were many resources there for cooperation. But Su Chen, at this point, not only had no interest in cooperation but also seemed disinterested in the dense forest. There was only one possibility: Su Chen had already been there. He now understood why he had felt uneasy yesterday. If Su Chen truly had no interest in a place, how could he only mention it a day and a half later? It was precisely Su Koan's earlier words that reminded him. Meanwhile, Su Chen was looking at the sky, watching the direction Jianfan and the others had left. "Brother Yang, where are they going?" Su Chen said lightly. "To the dense forest." No need to worry, just knowing is enough. Su Chen didn't pay much attention. After all, it was hard not to think of something during this day and a half, and some abnormalities would inevitably be discovered. He had already obtained the most important thing, everything else was no longer relevant. At first, he felt some psychological pressure because this information was provided by Jianfan, but after realizing their intentions were not pure, he completely dismissed that thought. At this moment, another matter began to unfold. Ding, received a call notification from Luo Changhua. "Do you want to connect?" While arranging some matters, Su Chen signaled Su Koan to step down first. "Hello, Commander Luo." "Su, my brother, there's a situation." Upon hearing this, Su Chen already had some thoughts. "Sea beasts? You know? Otherwise, why would those sea beasts gather? What movements are they making?" Just last night, they began to purposefully approach the military defense line of Blue Sea City, launching the first wave of attack. However, because of the preparations, the first wave didn't cause much impact. But now, it seems like there's a high level controlling things from behind, and the situation is becoming uncontrollable. What about the Dragon Guard? Long before, when they were driven away by that group in the Hangduan Mountains, he had mentioned this matter to Luo Changhua. Concentrating spiritual plants and some resources to cultivate a special force capable of responding to various emergencies. Although there were only 15 people, they were different from other troops. They could be considered the elite among elites. They were the kings of soldiers in each unit. Moreover, everyone's strength was at the 5th level. Leading this unit was the military's trump card, the 6th level super warrior Luo Tong, who possessed 3 mechas. He was also the son of Luo Changhua. As the saying goes, a tiger father does not breed a dog son, and this saying was vividly demonstrated in Luo Tong. Since childhood, Luo Tong had aimed to be like his father, Luo Changhua, and from the moment he entered the army, he began to show his brilliance. At first, everyone looked down on him, thinking he was merely riding on his father's fame. So many people couldn't stand him, and he faced various difficulties. However, he preferred to let his actions speak for him. In various assessments, he repeatedly broke the records of his unit, whether in firearms, combat, or other events. He was undoubtedly the first and truly the king of soldiers. Gradually, the doubts about him became fewer and fewer. After all, facts speak louder than words. In this special force of only 15 people, he stood out, and without a doubt, he was the king of soldiers among kings. His strength had reached the 6th tier. These individuals were selected and underwent various rigorous training, even life and death challenges, constantly pushing their limits. The resources available to the 15 of them were exactly the same, yet he was the first to break through to the 6th tier, which spoke volumes. He was the strongest. When Su Chen mentioned the Dragon Guard, Luo Changwa couldn't help but think of his son, and he felt proud because of Luo Tong. They have already been dispatched, but it's still far from enough. The number of sea beasts is simply too great, and among them are not a few 5th and 6th tier sea beasts. Understood, I will keep an eye on Blue Sea City. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Luo Changwa felt relieved. With Su Chen watching over, even the worst situations could be handled, and the Dragon Guard could be preserved. After all, the Dragon Guard was already considered the top force of the Dragon Kingdom, and Luo Changwa did not wish for them to suffer any losses. On the other side, a mysterious team suddenly appeared in Blue Sea City, separating and slaughtering among the sea beasts, alleviating the pressure on the military's front lines. Under their suppression, the sea beasts even showed a hint of fear, their attacks not as frenzied as before, because one careless move could lead to the next beast being separated from its body. On a high wall of the military defense line, a pitch-black mech coldly observed everything, as a storm filled with a strong smell of blood continuously battered against it. However, these seemed to have no effect on him. He continued to play with a small flying blade on his fingertip, controlling it to spin endlessly. Suddenly, his wrist shook violently. Whoosh! In the next moment, a 5th-tier sea beast was instantly pierced through the neck, falling down in unwillingness. A small flying blade flew back from the battlefield to his fingertip, spinning continuously. His task was not just to repel the invasion of the sea beasts, he also had to ensure the safety of these people as much as possible. Suddenly, another mech appeared in front of him, yet he remained motionless. Captain, there are too many sea beasts. At this rate, we can't hold them off with just us. Indeed, the person before him was Luo Tong, the commander of the Dragon Guard and the captain of this team. Number 1, what do you want to say? Captain, I think we must deal with the controllers behind them. At this point, Luo Tong wore a helpless expression. I've already tried that, and found nothing. It's highly likely at the bottom of some sea area here, but even if we can find it. At this point, number 1 understood. Even you, Captain, can't do anything about it? He knew just how capable the person before him was, and now even he was at a loss. After all, even when facing a 7th-tier beast, he could still retreat unscathed. To become the captain of these people, mere strength was far from enough. Wisdom, judgment, and execution were all prerequisites for these people to willingly call him captain. Although I am stronger, I'm not invincible yet, but you reminded me, some things indeed need to be done. Suddenly, Luo Tong stood up and flew towards the back of the sea beasts. Since there were some things he couldn't do anything about, he would do everything he could. His goal was clear, to repel the beast tide, but it wasn't just about one path. Soon, Luo Tong arrived at the rear of the sea beasts, intending to attract their firepower or lead them elsewhere. Luo Tong began his actions, his targets being the 5th and even 6th tier sea beasts. Puff 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 puff. With each strike, a sea beast would fall to the ground in response. His actions quickly attracted the attention of the beast tide. Seeing this, Luo Tong did not linger and fled in another direction. Various intense energy beams shot towards Luo Tong, but behind him, it was as if he had eyes, skillfully dodging them. Seeing such a dense attack fail to harm this human, he instantly became furious. Some 6th-tier sea beasts, witnessing this, also grew murderous and began to encircle Luo Tong with purpose. It must be said that he had already achieved half of his goal. Although those sea beasts continued to surge towards the military defense line, some of the higher-tier ones had successfully been drawn to Luo Tong. However, this maneuver also put him in a precarious situation. He couldn't escape too quickly, he had to keep these sea beasts engaged, or they could leave at any moment. But this distance was hard to control. One misstep could easily lead to his downfall. These 6th-tier sea beasts were not foolish. They had already noticed that this human was intentionally controlling the distance. Suddenly, several 6th-tier sea beasts stopped in their tracks, turned, and retreated, as if they were no longer pursuing him. No! I can't let these sea beasts put pressure on the front line. With this thought, Luo Tong immediately turned around, but in that moment, one of the giant 6th-tier sea lions suddenly turned and shot out a fierce beam of light. Not good. Quick! 1,000 strikes blade. Luo Tong's flying knives suddenly transformed into countless phantoms, as if 1,000 flying knives had truly appeared. Bang 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 bang. 1,000 flying blades surged like a torrent, crashing towards the beam of light. Amidst the continuous sounds of shattering, it ultimately fell silent. However, at this moment, the remaining 5 6th-tier sea beasts had completed their encirclement of Luo Tong. It was clear that these 6th-tier sea beasts were quite intelligent. They had even played a counterattack. You despicable fly, let me crush you. One of the 6th-tier sea beasts spoke. It was a giant sea crab of the 6th tier, and its specific breed was no longer discernible. It was the closest sea beast to Luo Tong, yet it had been toyed with all along, and its anger had reached its peak. Bind! Frenzied bubbles!
The giant sea crab suddenly spat out a series of bubbles, seemingly harmless, but Luoton knew it couldn't be that simple. Whoosh! Whoosh! Luoton threw out flying blades, but the seemingly precarious bubbles were not pierced by the sharp blades. On the contrary, the speed at which the blades came was matched by the speed at which they rebounded. Seeing this, Luoton thought it was troublesome. Indeed, it was difficult to deal with sea beasts of this tier. However, he quickly unleashed the 1,000 strikes blade again, shattering all the bubbles. In the next moment, Luoton's mech suddenly transformed. The pitch-black mech instantly turned into a silver-gray one, and in his hand, a military dagger appeared. Break! 1,000 June stab. Facing this 6th-tier giant sea crab, its defense was unparalleled, but the timing was fleeting, and he could only choose to take a gamble. Luoton flashed a few times, and a military dagger shimmering with cold light plunged into the giant crab's eye. Pop! This strike not only pierced the giant crab's eye but also had a destructive penetrating power that went through it. At the same time, the giant crab suddenly lost its vitality and crashed to the ground. Human! What courage! Tidal wave! Deep sea tornado! In an instant, the remaining 5 6th-tier sea beasts unleashed their abilities, fiercely bombarding Luoton. At this moment, Luoton was desperately resisting these abilities, constantly searching for an opportunity to escape. Still not dead? Just as these sea beasts increased their energy output, a massive sea beast stepped forward. Wait! Upon seeing this sea beast, the 5 6th-tier sea beasts suddenly trembled. Not for any other reason, but because this sea beast was 7th tier. Moreover, it was the overseer responsible for their attack. And it was a 7th-tier crown-spiked starfish. Seeing this scene, Luoton let out a bitter laugh. Damn it, I've messed up. This 7th-tier starfish did not stop them out of kindness to save Luoton. It sensed that the energy contained within this human was abundant, and if it could devour this human, its strength would increase. Hand this human over to me. The 6th-tier beasts, not daring to defy the starfish's command, did not leave but merely made way, yet their abilities still surrounded Luoton, restricting his movements. The starfish slowly approached Luoton. Suddenly, it opened its entire body, revealing countless sharp teeth inside. It was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Then it grinned maniacally at Luoton. Human, I can already feel your vigorous life force. This taste, so wonderful. It sickly inhaled towards Luoton, then opened its massive body, wanting to envelop Luoton within and savor him. In an instant, Luoton erupted with an extreme desire to survive, his 3 mechas constantly shifting, yet he still could not break free from this restriction. Something was wrong. Logically, these 5 6th-tier sea beasts should not be able to restrain him. Could it be? He remembered that just now, this 7th-tier crown-spiked starfish had approached him, and he had smelled a gas. Have you realized it? Seeing Luoton's expression, it revealed a highly human-like mocking smile. Since you've realized it, then rest assured, go die. It suddenly lunged forward to swallow Luoton. It was excited at the prospect of tasting such flesh and blood. However, it soon discovered something was amiss, not just it, but the surrounding sea beasts seemed to have noticed something wrong. No matter how hard it tried, it could not close itself, and it was even being stretched wider. It was a force it could not describe, and it could feel that it and this force were not on the same level at all. Suddenly, it was horrified to find its body was cracking apart. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces, under the terrified gazes of the many sea beasts, it shattered with a loud bang. At this moment, these sea beasts discovered that, at some point, a white mecha had appeared beside the human. Are you okay? Luoton stared blankly at the mecha in front of him, suddenly realizing, oh, I'm fine. Indeed, the newcomer was Su Chen. He had actually been there for some time, having arrived when those 6th-tier sea beasts were chasing Luoton. He just hadn't revealed himself immediately. When he saw Luoton handling those 6th-tier sea beasts, he decided to watch a bit longer. But he hadn't expected to actually catch a fish. Luoton also came to his senses. Why, you are Su Chen? What? Do you know me? Luoton wasn't sure, but he had seen this white mecha. After confirming it was indeed Su Chen, Luoton became flustered. He had heard of Su Chen's deeds and seen some video footage. He had always regarded Su Chen as the target he wanted to surpass, but unexpectedly, on their first meeting, he was saved by Su Chen. However, he still forced himself to respond. I know. Su Chen quickly realized. The person in front of him should be the son of Luo Chengwa, someone capable of maneuvering among many 6th-tier sea beasts. There was no one else with such strength here. It seemed he must have heard of him from Luo Chengwa. You are Luotong? Yes, wait. You know me? I've heard old Luo mention you. Luoton naturally knew who old Luo was. Great, not only had he been saved, but he had also been recognized. However, Su Chen's next words quickly made him stop thinking about that. Leave this to me,
your teammates still need you. Yes, he just remembered that although he had restrained some sea beasts, the pressure on the front line was still immense. Can you handle it alone? Don't worry, these sea beasts won't cause much of a stir. Luotong thought for a moment. With Suchen here, he was much more useful than he was. Alright, be careful. As a professional soldier, he understood the importance of prioritizing matters, especially on the battlefield where the overall situation took precedence. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air and turned towards the front lines. Watching Luotong's departing figure, Su Chen's gaze fell upon the sea beasts before him. It was hard to deny that, at a glance, there were probably hundreds of thousands of sea beasts gathered here. It seems this was premeditated. Well then, let's play with you. As Su Chen suddenly moved, the sea beasts were not foolish. They had just witnessed the brutal slaughter of the 7th-tier crown-spike starfish, and they had seen it with their own eyes. In an instant, the rear of the sea beast tide became chaotic. While more sea beasts continued to arrive, those already present wanted to flee as quickly as possible. In a moment, the two waves of sea beasts collided, resulting in the deaths of tens of thousands of them. However, under the guidance of some 6th-tier sea beasts, order was quickly restored. Su Chen would not miss this opportunity amidst the chaos. Although he was alone, the surrounding sea beasts felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Unbeknownst to them, Su Chen had already summoned Tai. The 4-wing blades moved through the tide of beasts as if in an uninhabited realm. Like a harvesting machine, the sharpness of the wing blades rendered the sea beasts' defenses useless. Anyone touched would either die or be severely injured. The sight of this made the sea beasts even more terrified. What was meant to be an assault on the military's defenses had been turned upside down by Su Chen alone. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, 2 7th-tier sea beasts appeared. It was not hard to tell from their shapes that they belonged to the mollusk category, as they had become unidentifiable after their mutation. These 2 7th-tier sea beasts, along with the crown-spike starfish, were the overseers of this battlefield. What's going on? Why is it so chaotic? Why hasn't the attack been discovered yet? Soon, other sea beasts explained the situation, and at that moment, the 2 7th-tier sea beasts noticed Su Chen in the distance, continuously slaughtering. What? He can eliminate the third so easily? Big brother, should we? Since this person could effortlessly deal with the third, the two of them were likely not his match either, and this thought made them somewhat anxious. No need. There are so many sea beasts here, no matter how strong he is, let's see how he fights against such numbers. All troops, listen to my command. Identify the target and attack with full force. In an instant, guided by the 2 7th-tier sea beasts, some of the sea beasts further back aimed their attacks at Su Chen. You little ones, kill! Suddenly, the entire sky was filled with colorful rays. Tens of thousands of ability rays erupted simultaneously, especially 2 particularly thick rays. They were unleashed by the 2 7th-tier sea beasts. Not good. Su Chen had noticed those 2 7th-tier sea beasts from the start, but they were too far away. He could only deal with the sea beasts in front of him. Instantly, a terrifying sense of crisis enveloped him. Su Chen understood that no matter how strong he was, he could not withstand these attacks head-on. With thousands of other beasts surrounding him, it seemed that the 2 7th-tier sea beasts intended to annihilate him along with the surrounding sea beasts. Su Chen's gaze turned cold. He could not fly into the sky to escape, as that would surely make him a live target. Soon, Su Chen made his response. Fish conceal. At that moment, the terrifying ability rays poured down, a force of destruction crashing into the area. A massive black pit appeared. The horrific scene made the other beasts tremble slightly. The 2 leading 7th-tier sea beasts, seeing this situation, exclaimed, Keek, big brother, you were right. No matter how strong he is, he's just one person. Now he'll be dead without a trace. The sea beasts affected by the blast were insignificant in their eyes. Sacrificing nearly 10,000 sea beasts to eliminate this human seemed very worthwhile to them. The leading 7th-tier sea beast revealed a hint of mockery in its eyes, seemingly ridiculing Su Chen's overconfidence. However, before it could say anything, a piercing sound caused the sea beasts to fall into chaos once more. Puff! Out of nowhere, a shadow appeared around the giant pit. Before the sea beasts could react, the shadow charged into the tide of beasts. Puff 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 puff. The shadow continuously used the sea beasts as springboards, racing towards the 2 7th-tier sea beasts. In the blink of an eye, just as the shadow was spotted, it vanished and reappeared in another location. With each appearance, a sea beast would fall. Not good. That human isn't dead. Soon, the leading 7th-tier sea beast realized this issue. Don't panic, everyone follow orders. Gather around. It commanded the sea beasts beside it. Prepare. Next round of attack. Quickly, the sea beasts began to converge, not giving Su Chen a chance to pick them off one by one. Among these sea beasts, there were not a few 6th tier ones. Although they posed no threat to Su Chen, with the help of tens of thousands of sea beasts, they could still provide some resistance. Occasionally, some high-tier exotic beasts would attempt to restrain the shadow. Although they were swiftly killed by Su Chen, the other sea beasts took this opportunity to gather quickly. Following that, another round of terrifying psychic rays shot towards Su Chen. Seeing this, Su Chen also came to a halt, realizing that this approach was not sustainable. Due to the rapid gathering of the sea beasts, Su Chen was soon isolated. However, he showed no signs of panic. Suddenly, waves of energy surged around his mech. In the next moment, Su Chen vanished from his spot. With dozens of uninterrupted teleportations, he quickly left the coverage area of the rays. Boom! Clearly, the attacks from the sea beasts had missed. At this moment, they noticed that the shadow was rapidly heading towards their leader. Although taking down these two 7th tier sea beasts wouldn't completely eliminate all threats, it would significantly reduce the trouble. Even if other sea beasts came to command this operation later, they wouldn't exert as much pressure as these two 7th tier ones. After all, a general commanding is entirely different from a soldier commanding. Of course, the two 7th tier sea beasts also spotted Su Chen, and as they watched him charge towards them, they understood what he intended to do. You little ones! Stop him! They knew they absolutely could not let Su Chen get close, especially after witnessing his terrifying stealth and assassination abilities. The example of the crown-spiked starfish had just occurred. However, Su Chen was clearly enraged at this moment. The attacks from the sea snails could not lock onto him or aim properly. On the contrary, due to the hasty actions of some sea beasts, and with Su Chen using the herd to move quickly, their attacks ended up hitting their own kind. Scatter! Soon, the sea beasts that had just gathered quickly dispersed, moving away from the two 7th tier sea beasts. In this situation, if Su Chen wanted to continue attacking the two 7th tier sea beasts, there would be nothing obstructing him. If he continued to hide among the herd, he would have to give up on attacking the two 7th tier sea beasts. In an instant, Su Chen found himself in an extremely dangerous predicament. On the other side, Luotong also returned to his teammates, joining them to resist the tide of beasts. Captain, what is that? They saw a sky filled with colorful rays, covering the entire horizon like a super rainbow. But they didn't take it as a scenic view. These seemed to be the psychic rays emitted by those sea beasts. What on earth is happening over there? Goodness, there must be tens of thousands of them. Yeah, if it were us. But soon, one of the team members remembered something. Wait, Captain, weren't you just coming back from that direction? What happened over there? Luotong also came to his senses. He certainly knew what was happening over there. It must be Su Chen making a commotion with those sea beasts. It's fine, someone is handling it over there, we don't need to worry. Just then, number 6, who had just asked the question, suddenly became interested again. Captain, you know? Who is it over there? Number 6 was the youngest in the team, just graduated from military school, so he was quite curious about everything. Su Chen. Just those two simple words explained everything. One must know that the establishment of the Dragon Guard had a lot to do with Su Chen. It was his suggestion to concentrate resources to cultivate them. In other words, without Su Chen, there would be no Dragon Guard today. Captain, are you serious? He remembered being quite shocked when he first met Su Chen. Captain, tell me how you met him. Of course, at this moment, he wouldn't reveal how he encountered Su Chen. After all, being saved by Su Chen would affect his image in front of the team members. Number 6. You're so nosy. Let's finish cleaning this up first. Hearing the captain getting angry, number 6 shrank his neck and began to clean up the battlefield of the sea beasts. However, with Su Chen's restraint, the pressure on the front line had indeed lessened a lot. Suddenly, a colorful torrent of rays appeared in the sky. Even now, these rays were quite chaotic. Luotong's gaze slightly tightened. He knew what kind of existence Su Chen was facing. But now, if they left, the front line would definitely not hold. But Su Chen couldn't have any accidents either. Number 6. Number 10. Here. Number 6. Pull up the battle scene behind the beast tide. Number 10. Lure these sea beasts on the front line to a suitable position. Speed it up. At this moment, Luotong truly displayed the demeanor of a captain. His subordinates were all elites in various fields. For example, number 6 was skilled in operating various equipment, and number 10 was proficient in tactical guidance. Other members specialized in firearms, reconnaissance, and various skills. Follow me. Following Luotong's instructions, number 10 immediately ordered a few members to follow him. Are you done yet? Number 6 was scratching his head in frustration. Captain, the fluctuations of the abilities over there are too strong, interfering with the signals. We can't probe what the situation is now. Upon hearing this, Luotong immediately ordered, everyone else, cooperate with number 10's tactical guidance. Once the sea beasts enter the designated area, launch a devastating strike immediately. Luo Tong had no choice now because they couldn't leave the front line. They could only deal with the threats on the front line as quickly as possible before going to help. Meanwhile, at the back of the beast tide, Su Chen was completely exposed in front of the sea beasts. All units, listen up. Aim at the target. Attack. Two 7th tier sea beasts did not miss this opportunity and immediately commanded the beast tide to attack Su Chen. Seeing this, Su Chen frowned slightly but did not panic too much. Illusion. Transform into countless shadows. Suddenly, Su Chen vanished from his spot, and his entire body transformed into countless phantoms. Some headed towards the beast tide, some towards the rear, some towards the sky, and of course, some towards the two 7th tier sea beasts. The two 7th tier sea beasts smirked at this scene. As long as Su Chen's target was them, they only needed to attack the phantoms in front. And Su Chen must be hiding among the phantoms. At this moment, the torrent of rays swept towards the phantoms ahead. Puff 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 puff. Many phantoms were hit by the rays, producing a light sound before disappearing. And in front of the two 7th tier sea beasts, there was nothing left. If Su Chen wasn't dead, he could only be hiding among the beast tide. But if that were the case, then they would be safe. Soon, the herd began to search for Su Chen's trace, but found nothing. Big brother, could that human be? It was normal for it to think this way. After all, facing tens of thousands of rays, even they would end up as nothing but bones. If Su Chen was hiding among the phantoms right in front of them, it was very likely that he had already turned to ashes. No, this human doesn't seem like the type to seek death, otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Suddenly, the leading 7th tier sea beast discovered something. A pitch-black mech slowly emerged from the shadow of the second one. Second, be careful. Since the second was closer to Su Chen, he became Su Chen's target. If the leading 7th tier sea beast had been chosen, it might have been discovered without getting close. At this moment, Su Chen appeared here, undetected by any sea beasts. The concealment skill of fish hiding was not merely an obstacle technique, it truly allowed one to merge into the void, into the shadows. And when Su Chen intended to assassinate that 7th tier sea beast, he revealed his form, allowing the leading 7th tier to notice him. The second still didn't understand what was happening, but when it felt the coldness behind it, it realized something. Zung! A black flash pierced fiercely into the body of the second. Blood splattered, creating a thin, deep wound. However, thanks to the timely warning from the first, it quickly retracted into its shell. Su Chen's strike did not kill it, but it was already on the brink of death, with no combat capability left. Su Chen felt a bit regretful that he couldn't secure a one-hit kill. But fortunately, the outcome was good. This 7th tier sea beast was no different from being dead. At this moment, the first did not hold back either. A terrifying cluster of abilities shot directly at Su Chen. In that instant, Su Chen revealed a hint of mockery. Facing attacks from all directions, he could only evade their sharpness, but against just one 7th tier sea beast, he simply reversed his grip on fish hiding and swung his sword. The terrifying attack was instantly cleaved in half by a black flash. Su Chen's goal had been achieved. Once he got close, the sea beasts surrounding him could not possibly attack him and their leader at the same time. And indeed, as Su Chen had anticipated, no sea beast dared to attack easily, they could only rush over to surround Su Chen. Close combat? He loved it. Immediately, fish hiding faded away, and pure June once again enveloped Su Chen, with the pure June sword slowly revealing itself in his hand. At that moment, Su Chen's aura transformed from a cold demeanor into one of who dares to challenge me. No one expected that two completely different powers could blend so harmoniously in one person. Weren't you relying on numbers before? Come at me again. The clay figure still had some fire left, let alone Su Chen. In an instant, he charged in, and with each swing of his sword, dozens of sea beasts were torn apart. Moreover, this number continued to escalate, and the leading 7th tier sea beast was firmly locked onto by Su Chen, unable to create any distance between them. These cannon fodder could not stop Su Chen at all. The power of extremes, shatter mountains and break peaks. A shadow of pure June, dozens of feet high, attached itself to the pure June sword. Boom! The sword energy spanned 90,000 miles. This phrase could not be more fitting to describe the scene at this moment. A magnificent sword light directly shattered the numerous sea beasts in front of Su Chen, aiming straight at the leading 7th tier sea beast. The extreme of the sea, soul-capturing demonic light. Of course, the 7th tier sea beast would not simply surrender. A purple-black evil ability suddenly shot out from the top of its body. Many unsuspecting sea beasts, upon seeing this demonic light, had their spirits shattered and died on the spot. Two devastating energies collided, directly clearing the battlefield in between. This was akin to a city gate catching fire, affecting the innocent. However, the scene the sea beasts had anticipated did not occur. Instead, in an instant, a magnificent sword light pierced through the evil demonic light. It then crashed heavily onto the shell of the leading 7th-tier sea beast. At this moment, the many sea beasts' expressions turned fearful once again, as they saw their leader's hard shell develop numerous cracks. Crack, crack, crack. The continuous sound of shattering formed a terrifying fissure, with blue blood gushing out incessantly. One strike, just one strike. At this moment, the leader of the 7th-tier sea beast's breath became extremely weak. Seeing this, Su-chen unleashed another sword energy. A crack appeared once more, forming a cross-shaped fissure, and with this strike, it could no longer struggle. To be honest, if they hadn't been constantly preventing Su-chen from getting close and pulling him back, these two 7th-tier sea beasts would have long been dead beyond recovery. After doing all this, Su-chen calmly looked at the surrounding sea beasts. Now, it's your turn. At that moment, an unknown beast shouted, "Run!" In an instant, the previously orderly herd of beasts became extremely chaotic. They scurried around like headless flies, making it even easier for Su-chen to reap his harvest. It was unclear how much time had passed, but this place had basically been cleared by Su-chen. Some of the beasts fled to other areas, some into the sea, and some towards the front battlefield. There were hundreds of thousands of sea beasts gathered here, and Su-chen never intended to keep them all. Nearly half of the sea beasts had already perished here. On the other side, at the front battlefield, Luotong suddenly noticed that the number of sea beasts coming to the front battlefield seemed to have stopped increasing. Moreover, the last wave of sea beasts was extremely fearful and panicked, and it had been a quarter of an hour since any sea beasts had arrived. With the tactical guidance from No. 10 and the cooperation of the guard army, all the sea beasts at the front battlefield had been completely wiped out. What was going on? Could it be that Su-chen was holding them all back by himself? Was there some danger over there? Thinking of this, Luotong quickly called everyone. All members, quickly clear the battlefield. Advance towards the coast. Upon hearing the captain's orders, all members swiftly dealt with the front battlefield, while No. 6 sensed something was off. "Captain, what's going on? You seem a bit anxious. Haven't you noticed? There are no more sea beast reinforcements at the front battlefield. Isn't that a good thing? But Su-chen is still over there." No. 6 understood. Su-chen was likely in danger. Alone behind enemy lines, facing hundreds of thousands of sea beasts, if it were him, he would have probably been overwhelmed quickly. Everyone soon finished handling everything, leaving the rest to the guard army here. They followed Luotong towards the coast. Before they reached the location, the 15 of them already caught the strong smell of blood mixed in with the sea breeze, so intense it felt almost tangible. Hurry! Their pace quickened. When they finally saw the scene at the coast, everyone was stunned. The entire coastline was covered with the shattered bodies of various sea beasts. Just one glance revealed there were at least 100,000. "Captain, what on earth is going on?" At this moment, Luotong was also shaken to his core. "I just arrived, how would I know what happened?" "Captain, look, what is that?" They saw two massive 7th-tier spiral sea beasts lying in a pool of blood. Upon closer inspection, they found that their cores had already been dug out. Moreover, from the scene, one had died from severe injuries and excessive blood loss, which referred to the second one. The other had its insides completely crushed, and judging by the terrifying cracks on its body, it had been killed by absolute force. "Captain, this." Luotong stepped forward and discovered the already shattered sea beast. The residual power within its body was the same as that emitted by the crown-spiked sea star that Su-chen had slain at that time. This indicated that both of these 7th-tier sea beasts had died at Su-chen's hands. These must have all been killed by Su-chen. Hiss! Is he really that strong? Then Captain, shouldn't Su-chen be here? Where is he? Upon hearing No. 6's words, everyone reacted. After their rough preliminary search, they found no human corpses. Moreover, since Su-chen was able to slay these two 7th-tier sea beasts, he likely hadn't encountered any danger himself. Unclear, he might have resolved the situation here and then left. As expected of Su-chen, doing good deeds without leaving a name. No. 6 became extremely dramatic at this moment, and everyone ignored him. At this time, No. 1 stepped forward. "Captain, should we report the situation here to the higher-ups?" Luotong felt that this matter was indeed unusual and it would be better to report it, plus whether more troops were needed to guard this place was also a question. No. 6. Contact the command center. Soon, Luotong reported the situation here, and regarding Su-chen, they assumed he had long since left. In fact, he was just on the other side of the seabed. Su-chen was continuously exploring the depths of the sea, completely unaware of what was happening on the coastline. However, he knew that to truly resolve the issue of the sea beast tide, he needed to find the mastermind behind it.
Some sea beasts that had just escaped into the water saw Su Chen, the god of death, chasing after them, thinking he was out to eliminate them completely, and they scattered in all directions even faster. Whether low-tier or high-tier sea beasts, upon seeing Su Chen, they all took a detour and hurriedly fled. Su Chen was pleased to see the scene, at least it wouldn't bring him any trouble. Soon, Su Chen approached a depth of 10,000 meters. Below this should be the location of the mastermind. As he entered this space, suddenly, the black stone in his mind, which had been silent for a long time, reacted. Su Chen couldn't remember how long it had been since the stone had shown any signs of life. The last time it had reacted was during the previous encounter. Not only that, but he also sensed a bloody and violent aura in the water. The black stone began to flicker with bursts of purple light, and as Su Chen walked in the right direction, its glow became brighter. It guided Su Chen little by little, and soon, he discovered a terrifying black shadow. At the moment Su Chen noticed the shadow, it also spotted him. In an instant, the shadow suddenly opened its cold eyes, staring intently at Su Chen, exuding the might of an 8th-tier sea beast. As expected, the mastermind was hiding in this seabed. The reaction of the black stone became even more intense. When Su Chen tried to get closer, the 8th-tier sea beast let out a terrifying roar. However, apart from that, it made no further moves. Su Chen quickly sensed something was off. Generally speaking, the territorial awareness of an 8th-tier sea beast is extremely strong and would attack any intruders. But this one. Thinking this, Su Chen moved a bit closer, and only then did he see the full appearance of the shadow. It turned out to be an 8th-tier hammerhead shark. What surprised Su Chen even more was that this 8th-tier hammerhead shark was covered in terrifying blood holes. There were also traces of a familiar purple flame burning, and Su Chen finally understood where that bloody and violent aura had come from. The life force of this 8th-tier hammerhead shark had been greatly affected. It seemed to have gone through a fierce battle. Human, do not approach. The consequences are yours to bear. Although injured, the dignity of an 8th-tier sea beast was still present. It vaguely sensed that the human in front of it was not to be trifled with, for the aura Su Chen displayed was no weaker than its own, and its current state was indeed not suitable for battle. Su Chen did not provoke it. He still wanted to know about the black stone. How did you get those wounds, and what about that purple flame? The hammerhead shark ignored Su Chen, believing there was no need to answer a human's question. Did you cause the beast-tide attack above? Still no response, and at that moment, Su Chen was unwilling to waste any more time. He summoned Jianlu, pointing the sword's tip directly at the hammerhead shark. Since you won't speak, then die. Extreme of water. Shock the sea. Provoked by a human like this, even though it was injured, it would not back down. Annihilate. Songming tail. The destructive energy stirred the seawater, creating waves of undercurrents. In the next moment, Su Chen's Jianlu collided with the hammerhead shark's massive tail. When Su Chen adjusted his power, the hammerhead shark realized that Su Chen was only at the 7th rank. It was merely a mantis trying to stop a chariot. However, when it truly felt the force of the impact, it discovered it had completely misjudged the situation. This human actually possessed strength that was not weaker than its own, perhaps even stronger. Clang! Su Chen remained unscathed, while the hammerhead shark's massive tail was struck by Jianlu's terrifying penetrating power, creating a crack several meters long. Blood gushed out immediately, and for a moment, the hammerhead shark's injuries worsened, seemingly aggravated by the adjustment of power that triggered other wounds. At this moment, Su Chen, holding Jianlu, was preparing to strike at the hammerhead shark's head again. Seeing Su Chen's stance, the hammerhead shark panicked. I'll tell you. Watching the hammerhead shark submit, Su Chen also lowered Jianlu, unable to help but sigh. A beast is just a beast. Speak, how did you get those wounds, and what's the deal with this purple flame? Upon hearing the hammerhead shark's account, Su Chen understood. It turned out that this hammerhead shark was not a native sea beast of this ocean, it was an outsider. To be precise, it had been chased here. Because of a terrifying existence at the seabed, similar to the situation in other seas, it had fled from its original place to the coast. In fact, there were initially no 8th-rank sea beasts near any coastline, at most only some 5th or 6th-rank sea beasts. However, their arrival greatly changed this environment, and one must remember that they were still beasts, all carnivorous. The law of the jungle played out every day. Faced with the invasion of other sea beasts, the native sea beasts could not resist at all. That was why so many sea beasts came ashore. From what I understand, the sea area you are in should be extremely vast. Is there really no place for you to hide in such a large ocean? It's different, they can sense our presence and hunt us. As long as we are in that sea area, we will be discovered. There's no choice but to leave. They? Who are you referring to? At this mention, a look of fear appeared in the hammerhead shark's eyes. But this hammerhead shark did not know what kind of creature had attacked it.
In other words, it had not seen what kind of creature it was. It vaguely remembered that it was a terrifying tentacle, and it had been injured without any power to resist. The wounds on its body were caused by that tentacle, and the purple aura of the wounds was also attached in this way. Moreover, during its escape, it had encountered other sea beasts from different regions, but their fates were not all the same. Some were flung away by massive tails, some were struck by strong currents, and of course, many had already perished in the sea. This was enough to show that the terrifying existence in the ocean was not limited to one place. Moreover, it was not only in the Southern Ocean, the Northern Ocean also had sea beasts fleeing. And Su Chen realized that this situation certainly did not only occur in the Dragon Kingdom. And the truth is just as such, the United States, which has committed countless atrocities, has already been breached along its western coastline, and Japan, as its lackey, has suffered heavy casualties. Countries like Eagle Nation and FA Nation have also faced varying degrees of attacks. Due to the previous self-examination incident, no such news has leaked out for the time being. Ross Nation borders Dragon Nation, but because of this sea beast incident, they no longer have the energy to deal with it. After all, the threats to their own country have not yet been resolved. However, what Su Chen cares about the most is the purple aura from the hammerhead shark's wound. He is certain that this is the aura emitted by the black stone. The importance of the black stone is self-evident, and he can only continue to press for answers. Do you remember the place where you were attacked? If I tell you, can you? You have no right to negotiate with me right now, do you? As long as you're willing to spend the time, I believe it can still be found. In fact, Su Chen has almost figured out the reason for the beast tide attack. It merely wants to conquer the coastal cities and use them as its stronghold. It needs to recover from its injuries without any disturbances, while also trying to evade that kind of terror. Unfortunately, it does not understand the belief of never retreating an inch of national territory, so it is destined to be hostile to Su Chen. Different stances have already determined its fate. But the hammerhead shark is also in a difficult position. It is injured and is no match for Su Chen. After the hammerhead shark's explanation, Su Chen has a rough idea of the location, which should be about 2,000 nautical miles from the central area of the Southern Ocean. From Su Chen's understanding, the depth of that place should exceed 100,000 meters. Although the black stone is very important to him, this information can help him determine a general direction. However, Su Chen is not foolish enough to think about arm wrestling at this point. After all, just a single tentacle, without revealing the full picture, has already been able to injure an 8th-tier hammerhead shark, and it is still heavily wounded and unhealed. Alright, it's time to send you on your way. The cold words came from Su Chen's mouth, and upon hearing this, the hammerhead shark was filled with despair. Human! You! Su Chen did not continue to listen to its nonsense. He could not let this hammerhead shark go, no matter what. Not only because of their opposing stances, but also because its attack has caused the deaths of thousands upon thousands of people. Die! The Zhanlu in his hand emitted waves of blue ripples, as Su Chen was accumulating his power. The terrifying fluctuations of power swept across the entire seabed. On the coast. Luotong seemed to sense the unusual movement from the seabed, and the others naturally noticed it too. Captain, what's going on now? On the coast, the shattered bodies of tens of thousands of sea beasts were already impactful enough, and the unusual movement from the seabed sent a shock through their hearts. After a moment, the seabed finally fell silent. It should be Su Chen, let's wait. They all thought Su Chen had left long ago, but it seemed that only he could cause such a commotion. Captain, why is Su Chen at the seabed? It should be related to this beast tide. However, Luotong and the others did not have to wait long. In the next moment, Su Chen appeared above the surface of the sea. Su Chen was momentarily stunned upon seeing Luotong and the others, but it seemed that the matters on the front lines had been handled well. Oh, you're all here? Luotong could only give a dry laugh. What are you all doing here? Everyone felt a sense of awe towards Su Chen. Their current situation was greatly related to him. At that moment, the sixth member's childishness flared up again. Wow! Su God, it really is you. I didn't believe the captain when he said it. Seeing the situation escalating, Luotong quickly pulled him back. What just happened at the seabed? Su Chen had no intention of hiding anything. I dealt with the mastermind behind it and took care of some other matters along the way. Just keep an eye on this area. There shouldn't be a large-scale beast tide happening again. Su Chen had just dealt with that hammerhead shark and, by the way, eliminated several 7th-tier creatures as well. The sea beasts found it difficult to organize such a level of attack. Even if it happened again, it would only involve 6th-tier and lower creatures, which the military could handle. The crowd still hadn't grasped what Su Chen meant. What do you mean there won't be a large-scale beast tide? Su Chen merely smiled slightly and then disappeared in a few flashes. There was nothing more for him to do here,
and he still needed to report today's situation to Luo Changhua, including what the hammerhead shark had said. He had originally been somewhat confident in his own strength, but through this incident, he realized that the terrifying creatures from the ocean depths might have long surpassed his imagination. Moreover, it wasn't just one. Literally. Let's go, there's nothing for us to do here anymore, he has already resolved it. As for the corpses scattered along the entire coastline, someone would come to handle them. Soon, number 6 seemed to have realized something. Could it be? Hey, Captain, wait for me. 2 hours later, Su Chen returned to Eternal Night and immediately contacted Luo Changhua. Commander Luo, the matter over there has been taken care of. Su, my brother, I just received the news. It's thanks to you again this time. Those little brats have also troubled you to help look after them. Hearing this, Su Chen felt a bit embarrassed. It should be noted that the members of the Dragon Guard, except for number 6, who was slightly younger, were not younger than him. It's a small matter, just something I did on the side. By the way, Commander Luo, there's one more thing I need to tell you. Next, Su Chen shared his thoughts about exploring the sea area with Luo Changhua, but he did not mention the hammerhead shark or the terrifying creatures from the ocean depths. To be honest, he was unwilling to involve Luo Changhua in this. He simply had no way to investigate it himself, especially since it was in the Southern Ocean, a sensitive geographical location. Going alone was definitely not a wise move. He just wanted to confirm the general location and what terrifying creatures were lurking beneath the sea. The military could definitely help with this. Luo Changhua thought it was just a simple sea area investigation and immediately agreed. Then they set a time. After chatting for a bit, they hung up the phone. At that moment, Su Koan had new developments, so he called him over. Yang Gu, that group has new movements. That group? Su Chen realized it was the recent emergence of people, similar to Ling Fan. What's going on? Su Koan used the heavenly eye to project some scenes onto a virtual screen. This was happening all over Longhua, starting with various sects, each independent, searching for resources. Gradually, the same batch of people began to show differences. He discovered that people from different sects had appeared in the middle of the team. This could only mean that these people had started to unite. What's going on? Even in his previous life, Su Chen only knew they were independent. Perhaps he hadn't understood much due to his previous level. Su Koan explained the situation over the past few days, noting that this was not an isolated case. These people have started to consciously unite during this time. This was only recently discovered. Originally, because of the emergence of this group, a large amount of resources was plundered, but there were still some places where these people were helpless. During this time, these different batches of people began to unite to explore areas they hadn't been able to delve into before. According to rumors, it seems these people have also formed an organization, calling themselves the Martial Alliance. These people seem to be making significant moves? Yes, not only have they started to unite and compete for resources, but they have also begun to recruit certain forces. After saying this, Su Koan switched to the next scene. On the screen were various resources, crystal cores, light clusters, rare metals, and some living supplies. These were the conditions that attracted them. Unlike Su Chen, everything here is divided by the size of contributions, while the people of the Martial Alliance are categorized by their strength. Naturally, the members of the Martial Alliance are not included. They are the controllers of these resources, the ones who distribute them, while the other recruited forces are the members. Because it is visible, joining allows one to feel it, and these people are powerful, with a considerable number already starting to take sides. Upon hearing this, Su Chen had a rough understanding of their thoughts. This group of people wanted to form a strong alliance to concentrate resources while also recruiting some individuals to serve them and gather intelligence. In this case, Su Chen could only say it was a matter of mutual willingness. Perhaps Su Chen's appearance disrupted their plans. They had not expected that someone had already done such a thing upon entering the world. The fact that Su Chen is a treasure trove is also well known, which gave them a sense of crisis. Of course, they also wanted to concentrate the opposing forces against the apocalypse, which is understandable. However, in the previous life, only the martial sect and the forest sect were more proactive in resisting the apocalypse, while the carefree sect, true to its name, was accustomed to being carefree, maintaining a style of if you don't offend me, I won't offend you. As for the Ame sect, it included some brainless saints, and one must know that in the apocalypse, a saint's heart is a great taboo. This also led to some horrific phenomena, and now that it has evolved into this, Su Chen did not know whether it was good or bad. Moreover, they seem to have the willingness to contact us, as if they want us to. Upon hearing this, Su Chen revealed a hint of coldness. They actually had their sights set on him? No need to pay attention. If they are sensible, that's fine. If not, you know what to do. Understood. By the way, why didn't I see Qian Shui and the others when I came back? As soon as this was mentioned, Su Koan also remembered. I don't know why, but she took the female team out to hunt exotic beasts and look for some cultivation resources. However, Su Chen understood why Ling Qianxue did this. She probably felt that her strength was too far behind his and wanted to find opportunities through battle. Then he seemed to remember something. By the way, Yang Guo, Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao have both broken through. Yu Yuhua also went to find them once, but he left after visiting. This was something Su Chen had not expected. How long had it been? In just one trip, both Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao had broken through. If he remembered correctly, Lin Yuan had probably entered the 6th tier this time, and Lin Xiao had also entered the 5th tier. They had quite a few resources, so a breakthrough was only a matter of time, but he did not expect it to happen so quickly. With this, the overall strength of Eternal Night had strengthened a bit more, and he had some usable people. As for Yu Yuhua, he must have gone to find them to fight. The result was obvious. He probably did not gain any advantage and likely went out to train because of this. However, upon reflection, this seemed to be a good thing. Always closing oneself off to cultivate and seek breakthroughs is certainly not as fast as gaining insights through life and death battles. As long as one can understand this, the time to break through would not be too long. Currently, the basic members of Eternal Night had all entered the 4th tier, and for those who could not keep up, Su Chen was not without compassion. He let them be responsible for the logistics of Eternal Night, such as food cultivation, so they would not be left homeless, and he could not support idle people. In that case, our demands should change. Originally, Su Chen only wanted to concentrate the top combat power to resist the apocalypse. But now, the Martial Alliance had become a bit too presumptuous, even setting their sights on him. This time, it is time to take some action. Meanwhile, at Aki Mountain, the location of the Martial Alliance, situated in the central part of Long Country, surrounded by mountains and rivers, rich in resources. At this moment, 5 terrifyingly powerful beings at the peak seemed to be discussing something. The strongest members of the Yi Pai, Wu Pai, Lin Pai, and Xiaoyao Pai, as well as the North and South factions, gathered together because they were all 6th-tier super warriors. Although they had united for the moment, none of them were willing to submit to the others, each harboring their own selfish motives. Therefore, there was no leader of the alliance yet, and all matters required their approval to be decided by vote. Speaking of which, there is a person named Su Chen who has emerged in the apocalypse. Our martial alliance has already made contact but was rejected. As for his strength, it remains unclear, but based on past events, his power should not be underestimated. And now, he has become the greatest obstacle to our expansion. I wonder if anyone has any good suggestions? Due to Su Chen's existence, the martial alliance's expansion would naturally be compared to him, as their actions were quite similar. With comparison comes disparity, and since Su Chen had already accomplished this, their own actions were indeed fraught with difficulty. As for how they intended to utilize this power, it remained unknown. The speaker was the strongest of the North and South factions, Zheng Nantian. He was a middle-aged super warrior with a beard, and his mech was transformed from the Longyang sword, one of the 4 great golden blades, also known as the Golden Crown. The Qinggang sword in Lin Zhao's hand was also one of the golden blades, known as the Golden Treasure, while the foremost among them was Su Chen's Longyuan sword. The North and South factions encompassed various forces from both regions, making them more aware of this intricate situation. The strongest of the Xiaoyao Pai was an elder with an ethereal demeanor, who could be considered the strongest among them, nearing the 7th tier. Everyone looked to him, but he remained with his eyes closed, truly embodying the style of the Xiaoyao Pai, seemingly unwilling to express any opinion. At that moment, the spokesperson of the Wu Pai spoke up. I believe that as part of the apocalypse, it would be best if we could integrate Su Chen into our ranks. With our influence combined with Su Chen's, we would essentially hold the core power of the Dragon Kingdom. We would also have a greater assurance in combating those rampaging beasts, increasing our chances of survival. The spokesperson of the Wu Pai, whose real name was Zhang Feng, had good intentions from his perspective, but he did not consider Su Chen's feelings, nor did he ever think about why he himself wasn't joining Su Chen. The Lin Pai and Wu Pai had always had deep ties, with intricate connections since the founding of the Wu Pai. In other words, this was a shared sentiment between the Wu Pai and Lin Pai. Of course, his intention was clear, to absorb Su Chen's power. Moreover, he was aware of the dense forest discovered by Jianfan, so when he learned that Su Chen had single-handedly broken through the forest, he had already formed this idea. However, at that time, the martial alliance had not yet united, and as the spokesperson of the Wu Pai, he could not personally investigate. After all, Su Chen had burned the corpses of those alien beasts clean, so no conclusions could be drawn, but it was certain that Su Chen had power. Given this, 3 out of the 5 had already suggested bringing Su Chen in, and Zhang Nantian then looked towards the Yi Pai. The spokesperson of the EPI was a woman dressed in Taoist robes, who nodded gently at this scene, as it was indeed the trend of the times. But soon, another problem arose. Su Chen's people have already clearly rejected us before, so what should we do? Quickly, the spokesperson of the Linpai spoke up. He was a powerful figure in the secular world, known as Huikong. He likely has not understood the energy we possess, and his perception of us is rather vague. Such strong individuals often have their own pride, and we just need to showcase some of our energy. I believe he will understand. Zhang Nantian was taken aback after hearing this. So what should we do? When we previously settled in Aki Mountain, did we not use the full strength of the alliance to slay a severely injured 8th-tier alien beast? We can make something of that. When they chose Aki Mountain as the base of the martial alliance, they had encountered a severely injured 8th-tier alien beast occupying the area, seemingly wounded from a territorial dispute. Such an opportunity, they naturally would not let it slip by. The other four were still somewhat confused, and Huikong did not keep them guessing any longer. The crystal core is still in our hands. We can hold an auction for it. First, to demonstrate our strength to the outside world, and also to Su Chen. Second, to attract more powerful individuals, and third, to exchange it for some rare resources. At their level, simply absorbing the crystal core was useless. Sometimes, special opportunities were needed. Moreover, there was only one 8th-tier crystal core who would absorb it. Even if no one could bid on it, their purpose would still be achieved. At this point, everyone truly understood Huikong's intention. It must be said that sometimes, those who seem harmless often have the deepest thoughts. When this proposal was put forward, even the leader of the Xiaoyao sect, who had been meditating with closed eyes, opened them to glance at Huikong. Naturally, this proposal was passed unanimously. Soon, the news of the auctioning of the 8th-tier crystal core at Aki Mountain swept through the entire Dragon Kingdom like a hurricane. Of course, Su Chen quickly received this news as well. He did not expect that while he was still dealing with matters on his side, the martial alliance would make such a big move. Brother Yang, an 8th-tier crystal core? Is it real? How could they possibly have such strength? Nothing is impossible. The martial alliance has gathered various forces, but it's surprising they are willing to put it out there. Su Chen quickly thought of something. Interesting. What's wrong? Kunzi, their intentions are not just about the auction. Su Koan quickly caught on. Brother Yang, do you mean they are targeting us? Not entirely, but their main goal is indeed us. If it were just to expand their influence, they wouldn't need to auction an 8th-tier crystal core. Think of how many resources that would require. Their auction is a facade. They merely want to give us a warning and showcase their strength. If they can subdue us, then others would be even easier. Su Chen quickly grasped their intentions, but he had to admit that the martial alliance had some capable individuals who dared to think and act boldly. However, they had miscalculated Su Chen's strength. Brother Yang, they are dreaming if they think they can show off in front of you. Kunzi, don't be anxious. Since they want to play, we should play along with them. Su Koan understood that Brother Yang had another idea. Those people were likely to embarrass themselves instead. Meanwhile, outside, many voices began to emerge. In a certain city, an unknown force. What? The martial alliance actually managed to slay an 8th-tier beast and is auctioning its 8th-tier crystal core? Yes, boss, it's absolutely true. It will happen tomorrow at noon. This has caused quite a stir. Boss, if we join the martial alliance, wouldn't that mean? The leader's eyes flashed. It must be said that having such a powerful organization as a backing was a tremendous temptation, ensuring their safety. Especially since he had previously considered joining Su Chen, but after the incident in the Hangduan Mountains, the recruitment conditions had become that only those below the 4th tier would be accepted. He had just barely reached the 4th tier, and none of his subordinates could qualify. Now, however, there was such an opportunity. Let's go! Pack up! Such events were happening across various regions and forces in the Dragon Kingdom. It must be said that the martial alliance's recent actions had already shown their impact. Groups of 3rd and 4th tiers were the most numerous. Of course, some chose to continue observing, but most were strong individuals confident in their own strength, unwilling to be subordinate to others. There were also those who preferred to be a big fish in a small pond rather than a small fish in a big pond. They have their own power, and usually, the brothers call each other boss. Once they join the martial alliance, however, a different scene unfolds. The leader is reluctant to pledge allegiance, but his subordinates think otherwise, turning against him to join the martial alliance. These individuals see this as an opportunity for their own rise, and it must be said that such betrayals are rampant. On the other side, the military has naturally received this news. It must be noted that if the martial alliance's plan succeeds this time, they will become a major force, causing great turmoil within the Dragon Kingdom. Although the martial alliance does not intend to replace the military, their actions are affecting the military at every turn. In a secret military base, Luo Changwei is no longer as calm as before, a hint of anxiety is etched on his resolute face.
Elder Meng, what's the situation?
As soon as Luo Changwei received the news about the Martial Alliance auctioning the 8th tier crystal cores, he knew it would provoke a huge reaction. At the same time, it would shake the military's position, so he immediately arranged for Meng Ruhai to handle public relations, but the results were minimal. It can truly be said that they are facing both internal and external troubles. Meng Ruhai sighed softly. As the spokesperson for the political department, he had been in this field for decades, but he understood that the trend of events could not be changed by human effort.
Luo Changwei naturally already knew the answer.
Changwei, you know what the 8th tier crystal cores mean.
Even Su Chen might not be able to stop this.
Luo Changwei did not expect the Martial Alliance's ambition to be so great, nor did he expect them to take the 8th tier crystal cores so easily. As for Su Chen, Luo Tong had already reported the situation in Lanhai City to him in detail. Su Chen had only killed a 7th tier sea beast, resolving the beast-tide invasion, but he had never revealed his own feat of killing the hammerhead shark. Moreover, just based on Luo Tong's word, it could not be taken as definitive proof. Even if Su Chen could kill an 8th tier sea beast, it would only mean a fair fight with the Martial Alliance.
It still could not prevent the events from unfolding.
After much contemplation, Luo Changwei decided to deploy the Dragon Guards. After all, these matters needed to be investigated thoroughly to seek countermeasures.
After ending the communication, Luo Changwei called Su Chen.
On the other end, Su Chen answered Luo Changwei's call.
Su, have you heard about the situation with the Martial Alliance? Are you talking about the auction of the 8th tier crystal cores?
Yes,
that's the one. Now the entire Dragon Kingdom is in a huge uproar because of this.
Once the Martial Alliance's power expands to such an extent, with a wave of their hand, countless super warriors will follow them.
Any decision they make could lead to national division and political collapse. Do you have any countermeasures?
Commander Luo, I understand this kind of situation, but it hasn't reached that point yet.
Isn't everything still under my control?
Su, today is different from the past. That's an 8th tier.
Su Chen couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions.
Don't worry, Commander Luo. I will resolve this matter. I will make the Martial Alliance's plans come to nothing.
Without saying more, Su Chen hung up the call. What did Su Chen say?
Meng Ruhai immediately inquired.
Su Chen said he would handle it. Could it be that Su Chen has the strength to kill an 8th tier beast? This statement suddenly reminded Luo Changwei. Could it be that Su Chen really restored peace in Lanhai City because he killed an 8th tier sea beast? Those involved are often confused, while onlookers see clearly.
Luo Changwei quickly realized that if there was indeed a chance, it could only rely on Su Chen. On the Martial Alliance's side, before the auction even began, many people had already arrived at Aki Mountain. Among them were various factions, small groups, and even other wanderers, all flocking to this place. Even before the auction started, many were already considering pledging their allegiance. Fortunately, Aki Mountain is large enough, and the disciples of the Martial Alliance are methodically arranging the various groups, while several big shots in the shadows are observing everything.
How is it? Has Su Chen made any moves?
This was the meeting place of the southern and northern factions, where each sect had its own designated area to handle their respective issues.
Only during significant events or discussions would everyone gather together. Report to the sect leader, there are no developments. So calm, huh? Alright, you can leave. Report immediately if anything happens.
Looking down at the various people coming to seek refuge, the highest level he saw was only at the 4th tier. It should be noted that for Su Chen, the 4th tier was merely a threshold. Currently, the most crucial individuals had not yet arrived, so what use were these 3rd and 4th tiers? In the apocalypse, these people could at most be considered cannon fodder, and only when Su Chen arrived could the show continue and attract those powerful individuals. Only then would the Martial Alliance be considered solid as a rock. However, if Su Chen were to be ungrateful, he wouldn't mind taking some action. Su Chen would be more than happy if they came looking for trouble. At that time, he would have the upper hand. But as time passed, it seemed the Martial Alliance began to realize they had underestimated the influence of the 8th tier crystal cores. Just the night before the auction began, Aki Mountain had already gathered hundreds of thousands of super warriors, and the numbers were still increasing, most of whom were at the 3rd and 4th tiers. There were certainly quite a few at the 5th tier, but if they were coming to seek refuge, there were likely very few. Moreover, Aki Mountain was already unable to accommodate them, so these people could only choose to stay in nearby cities. This kind of scene was unprecedented. It was no wonder this event caused a stir throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Probably no one was unaware of it. Even if they weren't coming to seek refuge, they were there to join in the excitement. Many people held such thoughts, and it was clear that Aki Mountain could not possibly take all of them under its wing. What surprised the Martial Alliance was that someone from the western region of the Dragon Kingdom had actually come leading a group. The western region of the Dragon Kingdom had a harsh climate, scarce food, and limited resources, plagued by wild beasts. Yet they sensed a familiar aura from their leader, indicating he was of the same level. He was also at the 6th tier. They never expected such a figure to emerge from such a remote place. However, they had no prior interactions with the Martial Alliance, so they naturally did not think he was coming to seek refuge. It was more likely he was interested in the 8th tier crystal cores they were auctioning. On the other side, Chen was using his heavenly eye to observe every move at Aki Mountain. He hadn't anticipated that so many people would pay attention to the Martial Alliance's auction. Suddenly, Chen spotted a familiar face, and when he zoomed in on the image, he was somewhat incredulous. It was him? This person was the super warrior from the west that even the Martial Alliance had noticed. Chen had long considered bringing him under his wing in his blueprint, but he knew the man's background, so he had temporarily held off on implementing his plan. But now, such an opportunity was right in front of him. Su Kuan, standing beside him, also noticed Chen's unusual reaction. It seemed like Yang Gu hadn't been this happy in a long time. What's wrong, Yang Gu? Is there something going on? I found an acquaintance, a very good acquaintance. Who is it? You wouldn't know if I told you. This person is named Zhang Chao, from the western region of the Dragon Kingdom. His strength is extremely formidable. Perhaps in the end, the entire West will fall under his control. In fact, Chen knew far more than that, and it wasn't just because of his formidable strength that he was paying attention to him. The more important reason was Zhang Chao's identity in his previous life, known as the Ice King. When others referred to him, they would call him Ice King Zhang Chao. He was well known to all. At the same time, he was a top-tier super warrior, and his mech was summoned from the Tiger Head Golden Spear. It was a suit of armor entirely golden, resembling a tiger's armor, and just the aura it emitted could repel numerous ferocious beasts. The terrifying golden attribute abilities granted by the mech made his attacks unstoppable and unbreakable. This was because, under the enhancement of the golden attribute abilities, his attacks often erupted with 120% of their power. But Su Kuan did not understand all of this. It seems this person is quite a character. However, just observing through the heavenly eye was not enough to know his true strength. So, Brother Yang, are we going to the auction tomorrow? Of course we are going. In fact, Chen already had a plan in mind. This time, he intended to seize all the limelight from the Martial Alliance. How would those from the Martial Alliance feel, knowing that everything they worked so hard to establish would ultimately serve as a wedding dress for Chen? Alright, then I'll gather the brothers first thing tomorrow morning. Gather them for what? Tomorrow, bringing along Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao will be enough. Chen did not elaborate further. Su Kuan understood that Brother Yang likely had his own ideas. The next morning, Chen did not rush over early. On the contrary, he took Su Kuan and the two brothers, Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao, to eat, drink, and have fun, as if he had completely forgotten about the matter. As the clock struck 10, Chen and the others were still enjoying hot pot and beer. At that moment, Su Kuan reminded him, Brother Yang, it's already 10 o'clock. It's fine, no rush. Let's keep eating. We don't even know how long that auction will last. What if we get hungry later? Su Kuan also stopped worrying and began to drink and eat heartily. In contrast to the leisurely atmosphere among Chen and the others, the people from the Martial Alliance were growing anxious, as Chen was the most crucial part of their plan. However, as time passed, they still hadn't seen a trace of Chen. At this moment, the 5 representatives of the sects gathered together again. Zheng Nantian spoke first. Chen still hasn't arrived. Could it be that he really doesn't take us seriously? In truth, Chen really did not regard them highly, but their actions had already begun to affect his plans and the stability of Long Country. The other 4 fell silent. Chen dares to be so arrogant, we must make him pay. Zhang Feng from the martial sect said, let's not worry about Chen for now. The auction must proceed as planned. After all, so many people are watching. I suppose we have no choice. Soon, it was noon, and Chen still had not appeared, but the auction had already begun. The Martial Alliance had set up an auction platform to ensure that everyone present could see the auction and witness what an 8th-tier crystal core looked like. Naturally, after the auction, they would invite the outstanding individuals among the hundreds of thousands to join the Martial Alliance, which was also their goal. As the auction officially commenced, Zheng Nantian, as the host, presented the 8th-tier crystal core to the public. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 8th-tier crystal core. At that moment, everyone beheld the 8th-tier crystal core, its dazzling light and energy deeply shaking each person's heart. Is this really the 8th-tier crystal core? I didn't expect it to look like this. It's already transformed into yellow. Yes, even from this distance, I can feel its brilliant light and destructive energy. I didn't expect the Martial Alliance to possess the power to slay such terrifying beasts. I can't even imagine how powerful this beast must have been while alive. The energy contained in this core is more terrifying than anything we've ever seen. Just then, a voice emerged from the crowd. May I ask what the Martial Alliance hopes to exchange for this 8th tier crystal core? The speaker was none other than the Cool King, Zhang Chao. Who is this? I've never seen this person before. Yeah, it seems he didn't come alone. Judging by the attire of those around him, they must be together. Though I don't know their strength, someone who dares to speak out in such a setting can't be an unknown figure. Those people are wearing white vests. They seem to be from the West. Before long, amidst the gossip of so many people, they quickly speculated about the origins of Zhang Chao and his companions. However, it is true that there are always some people who have a slight understanding of the situation in the West, and it was only a matter of time before they recognized it. Zhang Chao's movements naturally attracted the attention of the Martial Alliance, and Zhang Nanshan's gaze slightly sharpened. Although Zhang Chao concealed his aura, Zhang Nantian, being of the same rank, could naturally discern some clues. Moreover, Zhang Chao was also one of their targets for recruitment. May I ask your name, my friend? In response to Zhang Nanshan's inquiry, Zhang Chao showed no interest. His goal was this 8th tier crystal core. The West is remote, and growing up in such a place is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It is not just them, the alien beasts face the same challenge. However, once they grow strong, their brutality and power far exceed that of the same rank. The area is already ruled by the Wild Wolf clan, and the king of the Wild Wolf clan has already stepped into the 8th tier. With his current strength at the 6th tier, he could only barely protect himself, but the West is not a place where only he survives, his blood relatives are here as well. Although he had considered relocating his entire family, their roots are here. Where could they go? After all, other places in the Dragon Kingdom are not as safe as imagined, and even if they settled in a city, they would ultimately be unable to avoid conflict. But if he had this 8th tier crystal core, the situation would be completely different. He could quickly step into the 7th tier. It was not that he lacked comprehension, but rather that he lacked cultivation resources. Once he stepped into the 7th tier, he would have the qualification to face that Wild Wolf King directly, at least able to contend with it, ensuring the safety of those around him. His mech gave him this confidence. He could unleash 120% of his strength, and breaking through the Wild Wolf King's defenses would no longer be a dream. Who I am is not important. I only want to know how I can successfully bid for this 8th tier crystal core. Zhang Nantian was not angered by Zhang Chao's disregard for his question, and he fully displayed the cunning nature of an old fox. As for that, I can only say that it is for the fated. As long as you have the ability, everyone present is a fated one. One must admit, Zhang Nanshan's words were quite eloquent, but Zhang Chao was too lazy to engage in pleasantries with him. Who among those present could bid for this crystal core? It was clear that he was preparing to make a lion's share demand. Whether one was fated or not was ultimately decided by his own words. Suddenly, a killing intent erupted from Zhang Chao, a result of years of bloodshed, yet this killing intent did not affect anyone. I don't want to hear so much. I am willing to bid 10 7th tier alien beast crystal cores, 50 white wild pearls, 10 gray wild pearls, and 1 brown wild pearl for this item. Wild pearls? What are those? Not only the people present but even Zhang Nantian looked confused. What are wild pearls? At this moment, Zhang Chao was also somewhat bewildered, but he quickly reacted. Wild pearls were well known in the Great West, but this was not the West. Zhang Chao casually tossed a white pearl to Zhang Nantian. You can feel it, just crush it. Zhang Nantian had no doubts. This was the territory of the Martial Alliance, and no one had the audacity to play tricks here. Without further ado, Zhang Nantian immediately crushed the pearl, and several strands of white mist clung to him. Soon, this white energy surged into Zhang Nanshan's mind, and he closed his eyes to carefully feel this energy. After a moment, Zhang Nantian opened his eyes in shock. He finally understood what this was. To put it simply, wild pearls have a similar effect to spiritual plants. Spiritual plants thrive on sufficient spiritual energy, while wild pearls are born from the earth absorbing the energy of dead alien beasts. Because the West lacks the conditions to nurture spiritual plants, wild pearls emerged in this context. One must admit, nature is miraculous. Even after enduring the ravages of the apocalypse, it possesses its own great power to change. Compared to spiritual plants, wild pearls contain more violent energy, while spiritual plants are more docile. However, for those stuck at a bottleneck, leveraging the terrifying energy of wild pearls might indeed help them break through. The primary role of spiritual plants is to assist in maximizing energy conversion, providing sufficient energy for breakthroughs, and even enhancing comprehension during the process. Overall, both have their merits, but for Zhang Nantian, the allure of the wild pearl is clearly much greater.
In just a moment, he felt his bottleneck being impacted, loosening a bit. What he currently lacks are divine items like spiritual plants and wild pearls. The others also noticed the brilliance on Zhang Nanshan's face. What exactly is this thing? Why does it feel like this, Master Zhang? Yeah, it seems that aside from the violent energy contained within, this pearl isn't particularly special. Perhaps this item has effects we don't know about. Zhang Nantian cast a complex glance at Zhang Chao, but such matters couldn't be decided by him alone. He needed the agreement of a few others. Friends, this matter isn't something I can decide on my own. Moreover, I believe you know what an 8th tier crystal core is. The resources you proposed might not be enough, right? Upon hearing this, Zhang Chao frowned. He had indeed looked into these matters in Longhua. These items could be said to securely exchange for the 8th tier crystal core, otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident. However, the problem still needed to be resolved, and Zhang Chao pressed on. May I ask, Master Zhang, what conditions would be satisfactory? I've said before, this matter isn't something I can decide alone, but if you can double the conditions, I can agree to auction it to you. Double again? That would mean 27th tier wild beast crystal cores, 100 white wild pearls, 20 gray wild pearls, and 2 brown wild pearls. Zhang Chao understood that Zhang Nantian was truly asking for a lion's share. Not to mention he didn't have them now. Even if he did, it would be impossible to exchange. One must know how many lives were sacrificed for the resources he currently held. If he agreed to this condition, how could he face those who had died? Just as Zhang Chao was about to speak, a voice suddenly rang out from the sky. Zhang Nantian, you really dare to dream. Suddenly, a blood-colored mech appeared in the air, followed by 2 more mechs, one white and one blue. A familiar voice, familiar mechs, and a familiar aura, and at that moment, someone in the crowd shouted, "It's Su Chen! Su Chen is here!" This statement was like cold water poured into hot oil, causing the entire Aki mountain to boil. I said, how could Su Chen not come for such a thing? Yeah, but from that last statement, it seems something else is about to happen. I didn't expect this auction to even attract Su Chen, but then again, it's an 8th tier crystal core, no one could possibly be unaware. It seems this 8th tier crystal core holds great allure even for Su Chen. Zhang Nantian was even more surprised. He had originally thought Su Chen wouldn't come, and his appearance truly threw him off balance. However, upon hearing Su Chen's earlier words, Zhang Nantian felt a surge of anger. Su Chen, what do you have to say? Su Chen descended slowly with the Lin brothers, Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao, landing right next to Zhang Chao. I can't say I have any advice, I just can't stand your audacity in asking for so much. In fact, Su Chen had arrived shortly after the auction began and had witnessed the entire process. He was quite surprised by the appearance of the wild pearl. Although he had never used wild pearls or spiritual plants in his past life, it didn't prevent him from knowing their functions. An 8th tier crystal core, and you want to exchange it for these? You really dare to dream. Being exposed, Zhang Nanshan's expression darkened further. Su Chen, don't cause trouble here. Whether it's worth it or not isn't for you to decide. Those in need will understand the value of this 8th tier crystal core. Su Chen had no intention of arguing with Zhang Nantian. The item was in his hands, and he could say whatever he wanted. Looking at Zhang Chao, Su Chen's face also broke into a smile. If you really want an 8th tier crystal core, you can come to me. A very soft voice entered Zhang Chao's ears, one that only he could hear. Zhang Chao was not completely unfamiliar with Su Chen. He had gathered some information and heard the most about Su Chen, but now this person was right in front of him, still not reacting. Seeing Zhang Chao's puzzled expression, Su Chen said nothing more and turned his gaze back to Zhang Nantian. How is this causing trouble? I'm just reminding some people not to take advantage of others' misfortunes. Su Chen's words were quite disrespectful, but he didn't need to show any respect. After hearing this, Zhang Nanshan's face turned extremely ugly. Although Su Chen did not name names, everyone knew he was referring to him. The onlookers, who were there for the entertainment, began to whisper among themselves, enjoying the spectacle. Su Chen, don't slander me. If you came to participate in the auction, although the time has passed, we of the Martial Alliance are not so narrow-minded and would naturally welcome you. But if you came here to stir up trouble, we of the Martial Alliance will not tolerate it. Zhang Zhangmen, don't take it personally, it's just a reminder, just a reminder. After saying this, Su Chen took Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao to a spot to observe, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Seeing that Su Chen did not continue, Zhang Nantian could not explode in anger and could only snort coldly. He then turned to Zhang Chao. What have you decided? If you can accept this condition, you can naturally take this 8th tier crystal core. Everyone's gaze fell back on Zhang Chao, who had already made up his mind. No need, thank you for your kindness, Zhang Zhangmen. Although the 8th tier crystal core is good, I, Zhang Chao, clearly do not have that fortune. It was not because of Su Chen's influence,
but because he could not agree to this condition. The crowd felt that Zhang Chao would not agree to this condition and was not too surprised. Although they did not know what the Huanzhu was, they could tell from Zhang Nanshan's reaction that it was certainly not an ordinary item. Zhang Nantian felt some regret upon hearing this, but there was not much fluctuation. After all, his goal had already been achieved. However, he clearly heard Zhang Chao's name for the first time, and if this person could join the martial alliance quickly, Zhang Nantian put on a friendly demeanor. What a pity, this item is not meant for you yet, I cannot help. But then he put on a smile. However, if you can join the martial alliance and make outstanding contributions, this 8th tier crystal core may still belong to you. It was only at this moment that the true nature of the martial alliance began to reveal itself. The crowd was in an uproar. Although they could sense the martial alliance's intentions, they did not expect the alliance to value Zhang Chao so highly, even inviting him in front of so many people. Many of the forces present were already feeling envious. Why? This person named Zhang Chao can actually get a personal invitation from the Martial Alliance? Who says otherwise? I've approached the Martial Alliance many times in private, but they've always had a vague attitude. Are we, a dignified 4th tier force, not even comparable to a Zhang Chao? Yeah, I don't know what kind of scheme the Martial Alliance is up to. Of course, some forces had already reached agreements with the Martial Alliance. In fact, the Martial Alliance still needed 4th tier super warriors, but this force only had one 4th tier member, while the rest were 2nd and 3rd tier. What use would it be to recruit them? It was like taking in one person and raising a whole group of dependents. If he were to join the Martial Alliance alone, perhaps they would agree. Although the Martial Alliance also had ways to eliminate those below the 3rd tier through means, it would inevitably cause some unrest. Especially as the numbers grew, it would not just be one voice, leading to potentially greater problems. Zhang Nantian naturally heard these discussions but paid them no mind, still gazing intently at Zhang Chao, waiting for his decision. Soon, the murmurs ceased, and everyone turned to Zhang Chao, seemingly awaiting his choice. Thank you for your kindness, Master Zhang, but I've been in the West for too long. I fear I won't adapt to a new environment. I'll leave this honor to others. As these words fell among the crowd, it immediately sparked a commotion. What? He actually refused? This is a force capable of slaying 8th tier beasts. What is he thinking? Although joining another force might seem beneath him, this is clearly an opportunity. Zhang Nanshan's smile suddenly stiffened, a hint of coldness emanating from him, and he said with a forced smile, "Are you sure?" This chill was not directed at the surrounding people but was intentionally aimed at Zhang Chao, making Zhang's feelings particularly intense. However, as both were at the 6th tier, Zhang Chao was not affected by this coldness. Looking up at the sky, Zhang Chao felt no fear. Meeting Zhang Nanshan's gaze, he declared firmly, "I am sure, I refuse to join." Zhang Nanshan's pressure made Zhang Chao feel repulsed. There was no longer any pretense, and this time he was straightforward and decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. A stubborn fool, he was definitely a stubborn fool. Was this person not thinking straight? This was the unanimous thought of everyone present, except Su Chen, including those who were neutrally observing, all feeling that opposing the Martial Alliance was not a wise choice. At this moment, the coldness radiating from Zhang Nantian intensified. He had been considering Zhang Chao's need for 8th tier cores and also wanted to set an example through him. But unexpectedly, it ended up backfiring. Although he maintained his composure on the surface, he was already seething with anger. However, if one understood Zhang Chao's principles and bottom line, it might not be so surprising. Zhang Chao was a person with his own principles and boundaries. He would not yield to soft or hard pressure. He only knew that if others respected him an inch, he would respect them a mile. If others offended him an inch, he would repay it 100-fold. At that moment, Zhang Nantian laughed heartily. No worries, no worries. Everyone gathered here is fate. Since Brother Zhang has concerns, I won't force it. However, the doors of our martial alliance will always be open for you. Zhang Nanshan's eloquent words drew rounds of applause, even leaving Zhang Chao unsure of his intentions. He nodded slightly and stepped aside with those around him. As expected of Master Zhang, so broad-minded, but Zhang Chao truly doesn't know what's good for him. Yes, when he first joined the Martial Alliance, he still had reservations. I didn't expect the people of the Martial Alliance to be so magnanimous. What am I hesitating for? If Master Zhang could invite me, I would definitely agree. Another voice retorted. Bah! You think you can get Master Zhang to invite you personally? Look at yourself. What? Not convinced? Want to fight? Zhang Nantian looked at the crowd's reactions, quite satisfied. With so many people present, even if he could only attract a portion of strong individuals or forces, it would still be a leap for the Martial Alliance. Ladies and gentlemen, Zhang Nanshan's words once again quieted the scene. Today, our Martial Alliance sincerely invites all of you to join. I promise, as long as you have the ability, there will definitely be a place for you in the entire martial alliance. Here, you need not worry about the resources required for cultivation, as long as you are strong enough. Everything you desire, the martial alliance can provide. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted once more. In fact, he didn't need to say much, this was already enough. Some people might need resources, some might need protection from enemies, and some might simply want a force to rely on. The martial alliance was undoubtedly their best choice. Master Zhang. I am willing to join. Master Zhang, I also wish to join with my brothers. Master Zhang, I also wish to join the martial alliance. Everyone, please don't rush. Each person has a chance, but our martial alliance cannot possibly recruit everyone. Due to limited capacity, the martial alliance currently plans to recruit only 2,000 people, and there will be some standards for assessment. I hope everyone understands. Disciples have already been sent to arrange this, so everyone can take a look. Sure enough, the crowd suddenly discovered that there were 10 large red tables, each 10 zhang in size, surrounded by 5 disciples from the southern and northern factions overseeing everything. Many people rushed towards these tables, eager to understand the assessment content and to seize the opportunity. After all, with only 2,000 spots available out of hundreds of thousands, everyone understood the odds. Of course, there were also individuals, groups, or forces extremely confident in their strength, purely there to enjoy the spectacle. Soon, everyone learned what the assessment entailed. Since only 2,000 would be recruited, it was naturally to select the strongest individuals. The disciples in charge were all at the 4th rank, and as long as one's strength was comparable to or stronger than these disciples, they could qualify. This left many below the 4th rank without hope. Su Chen was slightly taken aback by this scene. Didn't this save him a lot of effort? Suddenly, some extremely profound auras appeared around him, which were the martial alliance's arrangements to maintain order in the shadows. At that moment, Xing Nantian descended directly towards Su Chen's location. Naturally, this action attracted the attention of others, but upon seeing Su Chen, they knew it was not their concern. As he continued to descend, Xing Nantian's relaxed and cheerful expression suddenly grew heavy, for he could not sense any aura from Su Chen and the 2 people beside him. This was, of course, Su Chen's doing. Hiding one's aura in front of an opponent of far lesser strength was no small trick. Concealing the auras of Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao was merely a matter of a flick of his hand. However, he soon thought of something else and easily stood in front of Su Chen. At that moment, the dragon abyss in Su Chen's mind suddenly stirred. What was going on? But before he could figure out the situation, Xing Nantian spoke. Su Chen, our martial alliance has always had high hopes for you. How about it? Are you interested in joining us? Is he setting his sights on me? Su Chen did not expect that Xing Nantian would target him. Before he could respond, Xing Nantian continued, I hope you can think it over. If you can join us, you will be the 6th ruler of the martial alliance. That would mean my status is the same. Su Chen was surprised that the martial alliance had such boldness to offer such terms. It was akin to handing over a juicy piece of meat from their hands. However, the martial alliance did not think that much. They merely wanted to offer the title of the 6th ruler. Moreover, the 5 of them were united against Su Chen, and suppressing him should not be a problem. What they valued was merely Su Chen's influence. Sorry, I don't have the habit of joining others. Are you refusing me? Aside from refusing, I don't think there's any other meaning, right? Very well. In that case, we should settle the account for the disruption you caused during the auction. Having lost face due to Su Chen's interference, losing Zhang Chao, and now being rejected again, he felt like a joke. Clearly, recruiting Su Chen was impossible now. Xing Nantian was determined to leave him with a profound lesson, making Su Chen understand that the martial alliance was not to be trifled with. What, is the dignified martial alliance not even allowing the truth to be spoken? You are causing trouble here, and it is evident to all. If our martial alliance does not react, wouldn't anyone be able to step on us? Su Chen also understood that Xing Nantian felt that he had embarrassed him. It was impossible to withdraw unscathed, and Su Chen had come with a purpose today. If you don't come looking for me, then I will come looking for you. What do you want? Nothing much, just to teach you a lesson. As soon as the words fell, Xing Nantian's mech suddenly shone with golden light, and a giant golden hand reached out towards Su Chen's chest. Just as Su Yang was about to counterattack, another dark golden hand suddenly shot out, firmly grasping Xing Nantian's wrist like a tiger's claw. Seeing the person who intervened, Su Chen was momentarily stunned. The one who acted was Zhang Chao, who had been watching everything on Su Chen's side since Xing Nantian descended. And just as he thought, Xing Nantian indeed targeted Su Chen, but since Su Chen had spoken up for him, he certainly couldn't just stand by and watch in this situation. Zhang Chao, do you know what you're doing? Of course I do.
but he just helped me. This matter started because of me, how could I just stand by? Su Chen was both amused and exasperated. This was clearly a perfect opportunity. Zhang Chao, you should know that attacking me is equivalent to attacking the Martial Alliance. Are you sure you can withstand our wrath? Upon hearing this, Zhang Chao's brows furrowed slightly. He hadn't expected Zhang Nantian to be so disrespectful and bully others. He didn't care for himself, but he had brought over a dozen people. What would happen to them? Su Chen didn't want to make things difficult for Zhang Chao. Zhang Chao, just leave this matter to me. You? But then he seemed to think of something. After all, this wasn't the West, and Su Chen was quite famous in Longwa. Perhaps it was because he saw that Zhang Chao hadn't released Zhang Nanshan's wrist. Su Chen then gently nodded at him. Only then did Zhang Chao retract his actions. Immediately after, Zhang Nantian let out a cold snort and struck out again, aiming directly for Su Chen's chest. This time, Su Chen merely smiled disdainfully and calmly pointed a finger. This infuriated Zhang Nantian even more. He was filled with rage, and Su Chen was only responding with a single finger, so he increased his strength. Let's see if I can break your finger. Pop! The imagined scene did not occur. Instead, with a light sound, Zhang Nantian was sent flying. The commotion suddenly attracted everyone's attention, including those who were about to join the Martial Alliance. What's going on? Did Su Chen just fight with the Alliance leader Zhang? It seems so. Although the commotion isn't large, the energy fluctuations just now were truly spine-chilling. But what's the situation? Weren't they just fine a moment ago? It's probably because Su Chen spoke up for Zhang Chao earlier, embarrassing Alliance leader Zhang. There were still some sensible people in the crowd. Since the Martial Alliance emerged, they had acted high-profile and arrogant. Given Su Chen's actions, Zhang Nantian, as one of the leaders of the Martial Alliance, certainly couldn't swallow this humiliation. But looking at the situation, it seemed that Zhang Nantian had suffered quite a loss at Su Chen's hands. And indeed, that was the case. The two separated immediately, and Zhang Nantian hurriedly concealed the hand he had just used to strike behind his back. Everyone only knew that Zhang Nantian had been pushed back by Su Chen's strike, but they were unaware that Zhang Nanshan's hand was trembling uncontrollably. Such a thing could be hidden from others, but not from Su Chen and Zhang Chao beside him. Su Chen glanced at the hand Zhang Nantian was hiding and laughed. Alliance leader Zhang, how is it? Any further advice? Su Chen, you dare to attack me in broad daylight on the Martial Alliance's territory. What? Is the Martial Alliance this tyrannical? You want to hurt me, and I can only stand here and take it? Su Chen's tone suddenly turned cold. Ha! Don't say I'm just acting in self-defense, just based on your earlier attack on me. Even if I were to kill you, what could your Martial Alliance do about it? Looking at Su Chen's imposing demeanor, everyone suddenly remembered that Su Chen was the ruthless person who had once single-handedly slaughtered 100,000 beast tides with a single sword. Su Chen was not just Su Chen, he was also a god of death. Seeing Su Chen in this stance, Zhang Nantian was also intimidated by Su Chen's aura, instinctively shrinking his neck slightly. But it was this very reaction that made Zhang Nantian feel even more embarrassed. He had been scared into such an ugly posture by just one of Su Chen's words. Zhang Chao's eyes flickered as well. Being nearby, he felt the intensity even more acutely. He was astonished that Su Chen exuded such overwhelming killing intent, which was at least as strong as his own. After all, he fought daily against those savage beasts in the West. What shocked him even more was Su Chen's strength. Just that burst of momentum had even made him feel a moment of fear. He suddenly found it hard to understand Su Chen, although he hadn't really gotten to know him. With such strength, there was no need for all this fuss. Su Chen, how could you be so brutal? You resort to violence and take lives at the slightest disagreement. Such behavior is no different from those alien beasts. Remembering the humiliating scene from earlier, Zhang Nantian began to spout his rhetoric, trying to take the moral high ground to criticize Su Chen. It was clear he was trying to incite the emotions of those around him, and indeed, some whispers began to circulate. Su Chen's gaze turned icy as he fixed it on Zhang Nantian. You attacked first, and when your sneak attack failed, you turned black and white upside down. It's truly disgusting. There were also sensible people present who had witnessed the entire process, and Zhang Nanshan's behavior appeared to them as that of a petty person. The Martial Alliance actually has someone like you. Well, since I've encountered you, a parasite like you has no reason to exist. In the next moment, to everyone's shock, Su Chen actually made his move. No one at the scene expected Su Chen to really act on the Martial Alliance's territory. But Su Chen's thoughts were simple. There was no point of entry, and Zhang Nantian had delivered himself right to his door. How could he not take advantage of it? Su Chen, you dare! Do you really think I'm afraid of you? He believed that he had only been careless earlier, which had allowed Su Chen to gain a slight upper hand. He did not truly think he was weaker than Su Chen, but he did not expect Su Chen to be so direct. In the face of Su Chen's fierce attack,
he could only passively defend himself. A brilliant golden long sword appeared in his hand. It was his golden sun sword. He positioned the sword in front of him, intending to block Su Chen's terrifying palm strike. Just as Su Chen's palm was within reach, the golden sun sword suddenly flickered and seemed on the verge of disintegrating. At the same time, the long yuan sword in Su Chen's mind also trembled. Opportunity. Su Chen seized this moment, striking out with a palm, and the golden sun sword had already disintegrated the moment it touched Su Chen's palm. This palm strike landed solidly on Zhang Nantian, sending him flying who knows how far, crashing against the rocks and kicking up clouds of smoke. Su Chen himself was stunned. Was Zhang Nantian really that foolish to underestimate him? He even let his own weapon disintegrate? But Su Chen had no idea that the long yuan sword, being the foremost of the 4 golden swords, had caused Zhang Nantian's golden sun sword to automatically disintegrate upon sensing its aura. Fortunately, Su Chen had not used his full strength, otherwise, that strike might have shattered Zhang Nantian completely. However, thinking about it, the situation was still not good. Before the smoke could clear, suddenly 4 streaks of light descended from the sky, rushing into the smoke. Moments later, visibility returned, revealing 4 unfamiliar figures surrounding the unconscious Zhang Nantian, whose golden sun mecha had vanished without a trace. It was clear that Zhang Nantian had lost consciousness. When people finally saw the 4 individuals clearly, they realized that these were the other 4 leaders of the martial alliance. In fact, they had been secretly observing everything from the very beginning, including Zhang Chao's incident and the conflict with Su Chen that followed. They had witnessed the entire process but had not intervened, seemingly tacitly approving of the situation, until now, when they sensed that Zhang Nantian's aura was extremely weakened, prompting them to reveal themselves. What's going on? Why have the other 4 leaders come out? It seems to be because of Zhang Zhangmen. It looks like he's been seriously injured. Is Su Chen really that strong? With just 1 palm strike, he defeated a 6th-tier super martial artist. Su Chen was also quite interested in watching the 4. From the moment he arrived at this place, he had sensed these hidden auras. Zhang Nantian lay unconscious in a pit, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, his aura weak, clearly gravely injured. Hui Kong, how is he? Zhang Feng from the martial sect asked, as Hui Kong among the 4 had more knowledge in this area. Hui Kong slightly stood up and gently shook his head. He's okay, no life-threatening danger, but with these injuries, he won't recover in less than 3 months. Moreover, this kind of injury could very likely affect his future cultivation. How could that be? Didn't you say there's no life-threatening danger? That means he hasn't suffered a fatal injury. That may be true, but... Hui Kong said no more, merely waving his hand, causing Zhang Nantian's body to emit a highly unstable energy fluctuation, accompanied by chaotic mental energy. What? What's going on? Even the usually calm leader of the carefree sect, Zaiyaozi, furrowed his brow. Among them, he had the highest strength and understood what this situation entailed. If I'm not mistaken, his mecha must have been forcibly shattered, and his mental energy has also been injured. Hui Kong nodded slightly at this. Ling Ju, you take him back first. Soon, a streak of light vanished within the mountain gate, leaving only Zhang Feng, Hui Kong, and Zaiyaozi. Because they were too far away, everyone was unaware of what had been said, only seeing Zhang Nantian being taken away. At this moment, Zhang Feng could no longer hold back. He had originally thought Zhang Nantian could control the situation, but unexpectedly, such a thing had happened in the blink of an eye. He walked straight up to Su Chen. Your actions are too ruthless. Ha! It should be noted that the entire incident was initiated by Zhang Nantian, and they had not intervened in the shadows, meaning they had tacitly approved of his actions. Now to come and demand an explanation seemed a bit too late. What are you laughing at? What am I laughing at? I'm laughing at your martial alliance, all being such sneaky individuals. Clang! Zhang Feng, furious, summoned a Taiji sword swirling with black and white light into his hand, the white stripes on the black body shining brightly. Just as Zhang Feng was about to point his sword at Su Chen, a silver spear suddenly pressed against the throat of his mecha. What do you want to do to my benefactor? Indeed, it was Lin Yuan, who had acted from behind Su Chen. Previously, when Zhang Nantian had suddenly attacked, he couldn't help at all. But now, with Su Chen bringing the 2 brothers over and having someone point a sword at him, what was that supposed to mean? A gleaming silver spear was just a hair's breadth away from piercing the mecha, and he unconsciously swallowed hard, a chill creeping over him. To be able to stop him before he could act, that person must at least be of equal strength. Although the green mecha on the right was unknown in terms of strength, it likely wasn't much weaker. Seeing this scene, Hui Kong and Zaiyaozi both flashed and appeared in front of Su Chen. The 3 faced off. At that moment, a hand rested on Lin Yuan's silver spear, and it was Su Chen. Seeing Su Chen stop his actions, Ling Yuan also consciously retracted his silver spear and placed it behind him. We are guests, it's not appropriate to draw blades or guns, right? Right. It's just a small matter. Zhang Feng hurriedly replied. What's going on? I can't be mistaken, can I? Even the two that Su Chen brought can interact with these sect leaders? Who says they can't? And why do those two look so familiar? Yeah, one in a white mech and the other in a blue mech. After a brief silence, aren't those the two brothers from Taiyun Mountain? Yes, I heard they have hundreds of spirit plants. I didn't expect them to join Su Chen. That must be at least 6th tier strength, and they seem even stronger than Zhang Feng. At this moment, the three finally realized the identities of the two behind Su Chen. However, they also felt something was off. Why would Su Chen bring such strong allies here? Upon hearing this, everyone present sensed an unusual aura. Just Su Chen alone was not weaker than any of the sect leaders. Su Chen, what are you here for this time? Now that Zhang Nantian was seriously injured and Ling Ju was helping him heal, only he, Huikong, and Xiaozi were present. The three of them were enough to counter Su Chen and his companions. Was it finally time for business? It's nothing much, just bringing them out to see the style of the martial alliance. Although Su Chen's words carried a hint of mockery, it seemed he wasn't here to stir trouble. Just as their hearts settled a bit, Su Chen's next words raised their concerns again. However, as for the auction, I've already organized the recruitment of forces, so you martial alliance don't need to interfere, right? This place could be said to gather most of the forces in the Dragon Kingdom. If the martial alliance achieved its goals, it would be uncertain who would be in charge of the Dragon Kingdom's affairs in the future. The various issues with the alien beasts had yet to be resolved, and even greater terrors were lurking, so internal problems in the Dragon Kingdom could not arise. Su Chen, what do you mean by this? We keep to our own business. This is an internal decision of the martial alliance, not something you can decide. I know your intentions clearly, so there's no need for further discussion. I'm not negotiating with you, I'm giving orders. At this declaration, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. They never expected Su Chen to be so forceful, and he showed no fear in front of the three sect leaders. They finally understood what Su Chen was here for. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng's temper flared up again. He had never been spoken to like this before, as he was always the one giving orders. With his strength, he was a powerful figure wherever he went, yet Su Chen commanded him as if he were a superior. Su Chen, are you deliberately trying to go against our martial alliance? Huikong suddenly reached out to stop Zhang Feng. Huikong's mech was summoned from the demon-slaying staff, usually keeping a low profile, but at this moment, it exuded an aura even sharper than Zhang Feng's. Su Chen, our martial alliance just wants everyone to gather together to resist the apocalypse. I believe you know that the strength of the alien beasts is continuously increasing, and we must also grow stronger. And to grow stronger, we need resources. Where there are resources, there will be conflict. If we fight against each other, how can we seize what we need in the face of powerful alien beasts? This speech was quite eloquent, and everyone present resonated with it. But Su Chen understood that while their words sounded nice, once their interests clashed with his, they would undoubtedly do something uncontrollable. Moreover, more importantly, they could monopolize resources in their hands through this method. So how many disciples do you have under your sect now? Huikong, for a moment, didn't grasp Su Chen's meaning. After some consideration, he finally said, each sect has about 300 disciples, totaling 1,500 disciples. Upon hearing this, Su Chen scoffed. He knew that when Jianfan came to find him, all 6 of them were at most 5th tier. 300 people? You should know that there are almost 600 to 700 people in the entire base now, and there are only a few at the 5th level. He has at least underreported by half. However, Su Chen did not expose him but instead continued to ask, so after seizing the resources, how are they distributed? I believe this is something they want to know as well. In an instant, everyone remembered, they only thought about the benefits of joining the martial alliance, but no one had mentioned how resources were distributed. Yeah, we were just thinking that joining the martial alliance would provide security, but we never asked how resources are distributed. Is there some trickery involved? Exactly, otherwise why would Su Chen ask this? Seeing that Su Chen grasped the situation with just a few words, Huikong had an ominous feeling. Looking at the three, none of them spoke. What's the matter? Can't you say this? If you don't even know how resources are distributed, why do you still want to join the martial alliance? The crowd's emotions were stirred up again because this was closely related to their interests. In this world, everyone is in it for profit. Since everyone wants to know, there's nothing that can't be said. As for the issue of resource distribution, it has long been decided, how much resources one gets depends entirely on personal ability. For any resources, individuals can keep 1/10 of their spoils. And what about the remaining 9/10? The remaining 9/10 are used to maintain the development of the martial alliance, including agriculture, resource consumption, security, and so on. Upon hearing this, those who wanted to join the martial alliance frowned. What's going on? 1/10 for 10/10? Isn't that a bit unreasonable? Yeah, although the remaining 9/10 are for development, do we really need that much? Isn't this equivalent to working for free? Isn't this just a scam? In an instant, whether they wanted to join the martial alliance or not, their impression of the 5 alliances plummeted. Even some who had already agreed to join the martial alliance began to hesitate. Although the martial alliance had always emphasized that they would not treat them unfairly, it was only now that they understood what not treating unfairly really meant. Taking 9/10 from 10/10 was hardly fair, it was outright exploitation. The 3 looked at the crowd's reaction, and both Zhang Feng and Weikong were somewhat angry, their faces extremely grim. Suchen found the scene somewhat amusing. He hadn't done much, just asked a couple of questions, and had stripped the martial alliance of its facade. Moreover, upon hearing about the 9/10, some of his suspicions were confirmed. Although he was not the one managing Eternal Night, merely a figurehead, all resource distributions had to go through him. He knew very well how much resources were needed to maintain the normal operation of a force. As far as I know, to maintain the normal operation of a force, 10/10 of resources only requires 3/10, right? And if it takes 5/10, anything can be discarded in half. And the 9/10 you mentioned, I don't need to elaborate on how much trickery is involved, do I? Upon hearing Su Chen's words, everyone finally understood the true nature of the martial alliance. Although they had always felt that 9/10 was abnormal, they didn't expect that only 3/10 would be enough for normal operation, and 5/10 would be more than sufficient. Where did all that excess resource go? The answer was clear, it ended up in the hands of the martial alliance. Just moments ago, they were fighting over 2,000 slots, and now they began to criticize the actions of the martial alliance. Some were so angry that they even wanted to take action. Su Chen, you don't need to incite the crowd. You say 3/10 is 3/10, and 5/10 is 5/10? The one speaking was not Huikong, but Zhang Feng. In front of everyone, he could not admit to this. A year ago, I was already preparing for this matter in Eternal Night. I believe everyone still remembers what actions I took back then. At that time, Su Chen was live streaming, recruiting forces, expanding his team, and resisting the apocalypse. At least no one was unaware of it. I am fully aware of every detail of the development of Eternal Night up to now. You say I am inciting the hearts of the people? Su Chen did not continue but turned to the crowd and said, everyone, although my Eternal Night cannot compare to the Martial Alliance's great family and great business, I guarantee that if you all can join Eternal Night, you can take 3 parts of the personal gains. Moreover, what the Martial Alliance promises, I Su Chen can do the same. The best counterattack is to let facts speak for themselves. After a brief silence, the crowd's emotions were instantly ignited. What? 3 parts? Is that true? This triples the amount. In this situation, Su Chen wouldn't joke around, and how could such a thing be faked? Some people sensed a different atmosphere. Is Su Chen going to completely tear his face with the Martial Alliance? Yeah, it feels like something is off. What's going on? Is Su Chen competing with the Martial Alliance for people? This statement changed not only the expressions of the crowd but also those of the Martial Alliance members. Was this a direct showdown? So this was his true purpose. Su Chen, you are so bold. Not only spreading rumors on my Martial Alliance's territory but also deliberately causing trouble. Do you really think we are afraid of you? Today, you must pay the price for your actions. Zhang Feng was filled with righteous indignation. How could he not be angry when his good hand was messed up by Su Chen? All disciples, listen up. Seal. Upon hearing this, the previously silent Zaya reacted and timely interrupted Zhang Feng. Not good. Seeing that it was Zaya who interrupted him, Zhang Feng, in a fit of rage, also suppressed his anger. Xiaoyao Master, can't you see? This matter cannot end well. The Martial Alliance is already in a dire situation. If we don't capture Su Chen, what face do we have left? Huikong Master, you should say something. Seeing himself mentioned, Huikong also spoke up. This matter can only have a glimmer of hope if we eliminate Su Chen. At this moment, it was 3 against 2, and seeing this, Zhang Feng no longer hesitated. All disciples, listen up. Seal the mountain. Seeing this, Zaya could only sigh helplessly. He felt that Su Chen was not so simple, and this move could very well lead to irreparable consequences. Swish, 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 swish. Suddenly, various mechas appeared in the mountains of Aki, clearly the disciples from various factions, and more than 20 mechas were hovering in the sky. Hiss! The crowd gasped. They did not expect the hidden forces of the Martial Alliance to be so powerful. What's going on? Are all these disciples of the Martial Alliance?
There must be at least 3,000 of them. Didn't they just say there were only 1,500?
I think I suddenly understand why the Martial Alliance wanted to withdraw 9 parts. Su Chen, seeing this scene, looked on with great interest.
Zhang Feng tried to detect a hint of panic in Su Chen's actions, but he was disappointed.
And it was Su Chen's demeanor that further enraged him.
Su Chen, you insult my Martial Alliance. If we do not bring you to justice today, how can we show our faces? Hee, what a good 1,500 people.
Seeing Su Chen's indifferent expression, Zhang Feng stopped wasting words.
Attack!
Thousands of figures rushed towards him, while Su Chen merely shook his head and smiled. Lin Yuan, Lin Xiao, be careful of those 3. The 3 referred to Zhang Feng and Wei Kong.
Don't worry. Hearing this, Su Chen looked at the figures charging towards him. Even if there were many, they were only at the 3rd, 4th, and 5th levels, and not a single 6th level one.
Su Chen slowly floated into the air and softly said, "You really failed to pique my interest." Meanwhile, the other people present, fearing for their own safety, hurriedly distanced themselves from the battlefield in the center. Zhang Feng clearly had no intention of dealing with Lin Yuan and the others for the time being. His target was Su Chen. He hoped to find a flaw and deliver a fatal blow to Su Chen.
Zhang Chao, seeing Su Chen's indifferent demeanor, began to converse with Ling Yuan. Aren't you worried about him at all?
It's fine, these are just small matters, the boss can handle it. The speaker was not Lin Yuan, but Lin Xiao. Zhang Chao was very surprised by Lin Xiao's confidence, knowing that although he was at the 6th level, facing such an onslaught would likely leave him powerless. At that moment, Su Chen moved. After all, it was impossible to kill them all. They might be the main force against the alien beasts in the future. With that thought, Su Chen felt a bit troubled. Suddenly, a burst of blood light appeared.
Extreme of flame, wrath of the dragon god.
In an instant, a gigantic flame dragon emerged, which then transformed into a fiery tornado, sucking in all the figures.
Go!
The next moment, thousands of figures flew out as quickly as they had come. Their mechs had already vanished, leaving behind severe burn marks as they crashed violently against the rocks, their fates unknown.
Instant kill. The entire venue fell silent.
After doing all this, Su Chen simply clapped his hands and descended, as if he had just accomplished something trivial.
Hiss! What's going on?
The crowd could hardly believe their eyes. But the figures lying in the pit explained everything. Zhang Feng stood frozen, wanting to say something, but his throat felt as if it were being choked by something.
Su Chen!
Wei Kong also realized something, staring intently at Su Chen, then looking at Xiao Yaozi. Sensing the aura he desperately craved, Xiao Yaozi slowly closed his eyes and softly said, "This is all, the will of heaven." Undoubtedly, this statement confirmed Wei Kong's inner suspicions. At that moment, Su Chen suddenly stood in front of Zhang Feng.
Zhang Feng was startled and quickly stepped back. What? Weren't you the one who called me just now?
Even Zhang Feng, no matter how foolish, could see that Su Chen was on a completely different level than them.
Don't come any closer.
Especially now, Zhang Feng felt it even more intensely. Finally, Su Chen reached him and stopped, but Zhang Feng was drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from water. In the end, he suddenly collapsed, sitting down on the ground. Throughout it all, Su Chen had not said a word. Wei Kong wanted to step forward to stop him, but Xiao Yaozi shook his head at him. He knew that today, the Martial Alliance had suffered a crushing defeat.
Had the Martial Alliance lost? Since Su Chen made his move, it had only taken one strike.
In fact, Su Chen could have easily crushed them with absolute strength, but so many people were gathered here, and the situation was unprovoked.
Ultimately, the Martial Alliance couldn't hold back and gave Su Chen a reason to strike.
Even if the Martial Alliance had held back and not caused trouble, Su Chen would have found other ways. In short, from the very beginning, the Martial Alliance's plan to do this had already made success impossible.
Did Su Chen single-handedly sweep through the entire Martial Alliance? Who would believe it, fighting alone against 1,000?
I thought this would be a fierce battle, but it turns out that not a single one of the 3,000 managed to make a move against Su Chen.
By the way, what level of strength has he reached now?
Su Chen's strength had once again reshaped everyone's understanding. The last time they saw him act was in support of the Ross Kingdom. But who would have thought that even against a sect passed down through the history of the Dragon Kingdom, Su Chen could still firmly suppress them? But that was indeed the case. At the onset of the conflict, especially seeing so many from the Martial Alliance mobilized, along with 3 sect leaders, they did not have high hopes for Su Chen. And in this brief moment, such a shocking reversal occurred that Zhang Chao finally understood why the 2 people Su Chen brought remained so calm in the face of the siege. Perhaps the 8th tier crystal core he had longed for was indeed in Su Chen's hands, and he wasn't just deceiving him.
Su Chen, what do you want? Don't act recklessly. Haven't I already told you what I want from the very beginning?
Regarding the matter of recruitment, You don't need to involve yourselves, your intentions are not so simple. You just told me there are 1,500 disciples under you, but in reality, it has already reached 3,000. Resource allocation, you take 9 out of 10, anyone with eyes can see what you're thinking. Now, I will say this once, stop all recruitment activities. Su Chen, He had already brought the conversation to this point. If the Martial Alliance still didn't know when to stop, he wouldn't mind forcing them back into seclusion. At that moment, Yayoi let out a soft sigh. He knew that this matter had become irreparable. The reason Su Chen hadn't yet taken action against the Martial Alliance was that they hadn't crossed his bottom line. This was already considered Su Chen's most amicable moment. We agree to this matter. Xiaoyao Zhangshou, Hui Kong and Zhang Feng suddenly became anxious. This matter was equally significant for the Martial Alliance. If it were restricted, what difference would there be between him and those struggling in the apocalypse? They had emerged with the goal of becoming a top-tier force, but unexpectedly, someone like Su Chen had appeared. Su Chen also realized that they still hadn't recognized the situation. Suddenly, Su Chen struck Zhang Feng with a palm. This time was different from the situation with Zhang Nantian. It was a true palm filled with anger, and with that strike, Zhang Feng's mech was shattered. The entire person was completely embedded in the mountainside. Everyone was shaken to their core by Su Chen's sudden action. Huekong's face changed dramatically as he hurriedly flew toward the tent, and Yayoi reacted and tried to reach out to stop him, but he was powerless. At this moment, Zhang Feng had already lost consciousness. After Huekong's examination, he found that there was hardly a single intact spot on Zhang Feng's body. Almost half of his bones were broken, his meridians severely damaged, and his entire strength was in a semi-disabled state. It could be said that this palm strike had nearly destroyed Zhang Feng. Without a divine object like the Fountain of Life, Zhang Feng might forever remain in a semi-disabled state. Does your Martial Alliance think I'm easy to talk to? He had already given them a chance, but the Martial Alliance still maintained this ambiguous attitude, truly thinking he had no temper? The pressure suddenly fell on Yayoi, who let out a bitter laugh. Su Chen, we agree to this matter. Can you make the decision? Yayoi was momentarily stunned. It could only be him who made the decision. With Zhang Nantian severely injured and unconscious, and Zhang Feng half disabled, would he really injure another? Yes, our Martial Alliance will no longer recruit any external forces. Su Chen believed Yayoi was a smart man, and of course, he understood that this guarantee was based on his strength. Once the Martial Alliance had the ability to match him, they would surely come up with some tricks again. I hope you keep your word, otherwise, I wouldn't mind going through this again. In just a quarter of an hour, the entire Martial Alliance had been conquered by Su Chen alone. Then, Su Chen flew into the sky and declared loudly, everyone, from this moment on, the Martial Alliance will no longer recruit any forces. If there are truly such intentions, the gates of eternal night will be open to you all. Of course, my requirement is very simple, 4th tier. The two simple words 4th tier made everyone's spirits tremble. However, someone quickly raised a question. If we join, can our subordinates also join Eternal Night? Many of the 4th and 5th tiers are major powers. Although there are not many 4th tier individuals present, there are still thousands, and there are dozens of 5th tier. If they join, their subordinates will at least number in the dozens, even over 100. How could Eternal Night possibly handle that? Of course it can. Eternal Night has already begun establishing branches in the 4 directions of the Dragon Kingdom, southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. The specific details will be communicated through official announcements. Just with this one sentence, everyone suddenly sensed an unusual change. Su Chen was about to make a big move. This matter was proposed by Su Chen and discussed with the kingdom of Luochang. The strength of the alien beasts was growing stronger, and there was a need for someone to organize them systematically. Of course, it couldn't be the Martial Alliance. Su Chen was the most suitable candidate. With the help of the officials, Eternal Night would establish branches nationwide. Previously, because Eternal Night only had one base, the number of people could not be too many, and it was located in the south, making it nearly impossible for super warriors from the north to join. Even the east and west were extremely vast, fraught with dangers along the way, which posed significant limitations. This idea had been around since the early stages, and only now did it have a certain level of confidence. Su Chen agreed because after the branches were established, there would be a need for manpower, especially for logistical issues like food. Support personnel were indispensable. Only those at the 4th tier could become official members. Of course, Su Chen would mention all this later, as he had no need to hide it. Once the branches were established, there would be no shortage of people wanting to join. It was more about helping them gain the ability to survive. Naturally, Su Chen would keep the strongest group in Eternal Night, but he would also consider their wishes. Today, the matter of the martial alliance can be considered concluded. You may all leave. Those who wish to join Eternal Night can start preparing. Everyone understood that Su Chen still had matters to attend to and began to leave. No one expected that today's events would develop into this. In the end, only Zhang Chao remained with a dozen others, and the entire Aki mountain suddenly felt empty. Zhang Chao did not leave because he remembered Su Chen's words. He had an 8th tier crystal core, and he naturally could not give that up. At that moment, the head of the E faction, Ling Ju, happened to appear at the mountain gate, looking at everything with disbelief. She had already noticed the commotion outside and had just stabilized Zhang Nanshan's strong presence when she came out, but she did not expect the martial alliance to turn into this scene. Hundreds of thousands of super warriors had long since vanished, and thousands of disciples under her command lay fallen in the pits, with only a few slowly regaining consciousness. But when she noticed Zhang Feng embedded in the mountainside and Wei Kong watching over him, her expression changed drastically. Xiaoyao Zhangshou, what happened here? Xia Yaozi did not speak, and it was at this moment that she noticed Su Chen not far away. Was it you who did this? Only Su Chen had conflicts with the martial alliance and had just injured Zhang Nantian. It was me, Su Chen casually admitted, as if it were a trivial matter. Seeing Su Chen's attitude, Ling Ju was on the verge of exploding, first injuring Zhang Nantian, then Zhang Feng. How could she endure this? But Xia Yaozi reached out to stop her. Xiaoyao Zhangshou, what are you doing? Don't be impulsive, you are not his match. Can't the three of us hold him back? Ling Ju had no idea that Xia Yaozi was trying to save her, and indeed, that was the case. If Ling Ju dared to act, Su Chen would definitely not hold back. It would likely end up like Zhang Feng. Su Chen coldly glanced at Ling Ju, then turned to Xia Yaozi. I hope you don't let her do anything foolish. I won't hold back just because she's a woman. Also, don't forget what you promised, you know the consequences. After saying this, he ignored them and turned back to walk towards Zhang Chao. As he approached, those behind Zhang Chao became somewhat flustered. They felt a pressure from Su Chen that was even stronger than that of the Wild Wolf King. Everyone had left, and they did not understand why Zhang Chao still hadn't departed. Just as Zhang Chao was about to ask about the 8th tier crystal core, Su Chen spoke up first. Are you interested in joining me? Zhang Chao was taken aback by Su Chen's sudden invitation, but seeing that Su Chen didn't seem to be joking, he gently shook his head. I still have to go back, my clan is still living in dire straits, and there are things waiting for me to do. What he referred to was naturally the Wild Wolf King. As long as the Wild Wolf King was not eliminated, they would not have a single day of peace. Su Chen also knew they had come with a purpose and did not press the matter but said, I plan to establish a branch of Eternal Night in the West. I have high hopes for you and hope that after you finish your own matters, you can come help me. I want to leave the Western branch to you, you can think it over, and if you have any decisions, you can contact me again. Su Chen had this idea when he first saw Zhang Chao. He was the perfect candidate. Being in the West, he was familiar with the area and took Zhang Chao's concerns into account. Zhang Chao lowered his head in silence, not knowing what he was thinking. Su Chen did not continue speaking but simply patted Zhang Chao on the shoulder. He then turned and left with Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao. The matters of the martial alliance had been mostly handled. As long as they weren't foolish, they would know what to do. Just as Zhang Chao wanted to catch up and ask Su Chen about the 8th tier crystal core, he suddenly felt something extra in his hand. Feeling that familiar fluctuation, Zhang Chao was momentarily stunned until someone behind him called out to him. Brother Chao, what's wrong? It's nothing. Su Chen had just slipped him an 8th tier crystal core. He couldn't refuse, but it seemed Su Chen was unwilling to take anything from him. He had to accept this favor, and the energy emitted by this 8th tier crystal core was even stronger than the one from the martial alliance. Zhang Chao clenched his fist tightly. Let's go, we should head back. Brother Chao, what about the 8th tier crystal core? But Zhang Chao acted as if he hadn't heard and left on his own, while the others exchanged glances and hurried to follow. At that moment, everything finally came to a close, leaving only the disheartened members of the martial alliance. On the way, Lin Yuan suddenly spoke up. Benefactor, you seem to think highly of that Zhang Chao, but he is indeed very strong. You sense that? To be honest, aside from you, I haven't encountered someone this strong in a long time. Zhang Chao was in the West and often fought against wild beasts, exuding a desolate and domineering aura, which made it easy for him to catch Lin Yuan's attention since they were of the same tier. Su Chen smiled, and soon they returned to Eternal Night. Upon seeing Su Chen return, Su Koan was also very happy. Brother Yang, I knew nothing could stump you. Stop flattering me. Have Qian Shui and Yu Yuhua returned? Not yet, but I've already contacted them, everything is fine. Su Chen nodded slightly. Then you can get back to work. After returning to his room, Su Chen immediately contacted Luo Changhua. Luo Changhua was also somewhat worried about the progress of the matter. After all, there were tens of thousands of people gathered there.
Ding! Received a call notification from Su Chen. Do you want to connect? At this, Luo Changhua finally breathed a sigh of relief. Commander Luo, the matter has been taken care of. Brother Su, I knew you could do it. So the Martial Alliance won't cause any more trouble, right?
They shouldn't, as long as they're smart.
By the way, we need to speed up the branch of Eternal Night. I've already released the news today.
Don't worry, I've arranged for people to handle this. The branch base is already under construction. His manpower was still too limited, the mountains were high and the roads long, so he could only rely on Luo Changhua for help with the branch's construction.
By the time I return, the construction of the Eternal Night branch should be completed. Good. This time can be considered a major operation.
The seabed of the Southern Ocean has long been unknown to the world, with only the knowledge that its deepest parts may exceed 100,000 meters.
This not only requires various precision instruments but also the collaboration of many people.
And now, we can finally unveil the mysterious veil of the seabed. According to what the hammerhead shark said earlier, that giant beast likely swallowed the black stone, and Su Chen still does not know what this black stone actually is.
Only by gathering more information can the secrets within be unraveled. After a brief chat, he hung up the phone.
Since Luo Chenghua's side has been mostly arranged, there are some matters on Yangye's side that also need to be put on the agenda. On the other side, a purple mech covered in blood and riddled with scratches emerged from a beastly forest like a hellish Azura.
The 6 wing blades behind it still bore fresh bloodstains, exuding a terrifying aura.
This was Ling Qianxue, who had ventured deep into the beast forest seeking a breakthrough, searching for an opportunity between life and death. Although she was severely injured, Ling Qianxue's eyes were bright, and with each step she took, her spirit grew stronger. The extremely unstable energy fluctuations around her confirmed everything. Yes, she had succeeded. Yu Yuhua, who shared the same thoughts, had also achieved a breakthrough somewhere in the Beast Mountain. They both undertook this endeavor based on their respective suitable environments for breakthroughs. In the Beast Forest, the speed of the exotic beasts was extremely fast and cunning, which was the pressure Ling Qianxue needed. In the Beast Mountain, the exotic beasts were massive and powerful, providing the pressure Yu Yuhua required for his breakthrough.
Moreover, every day in Yangye, there were people seeking breakthroughs under such environments and pressures, some exploring in groups, while others fought alone. Ling Qianxue gazed at the horizon and murmured, "It's time to go back."
At that moment, Su Chen wanted to discuss various detailed matters regarding the construction of the division with Yang Mi. However, he found that Yang Mi was not downstairs. Although they were only one floor apart, Yang Mi was often busy running between the logistics and resource departments for various matters. Thinking of this, Su Chen sent an email to Yang Mi through Tianyan, containing some minor details and issues that did not require special attention. He believed Yang Mi could handle them well.
Just then, Su Chen sensed an extremely powerful aura.
But Su Chen smiled, and he smiled very happily.
"Lin Yuan, I want to duel with you." The one shouting was none other than Yu Yuhua.
He had previously taken the initiative to challenge, but he did not expect Lin Yuan to have already stepped into the 6th tier and got beaten up, so now he naturally wanted to reclaim his honor. Many people noticed this. Upon seeing Yu Yuhua, they were not surprised. As an elder, he was passionate about such battles. Some newcomers did not understand, but longtime members knew that Yu Yuhua was extremely combative. This was clearly a fight, and everyone wanted to join in on the excitement. Battles between strong individuals were always so captivating, and perhaps there would be some insights to gain. Soon, the entire square was filled with people. At this moment, Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao also appeared in the square, and everyone made way for them.
Seeing Lin Yuan, Yu Yuhua was quite pleased. Ha, brother Lin Yuan, let's have a battle. I will gladly accompany you. Brother, you must win, go for it.
A silver mech suddenly materialized around Lin Yuan, with dragon patterns swirling. Yu Yuhua was not to be outdone, as a white mech enveloped him, but with a golden head and more pronounced golden dragon patterns on the body. This was a clash of 2 dragons.
Su Chen watched this scene with great interest from the balcony.
In an instant, 2 terrifying auras erupted in the square, colliding continuously, sparks flying, and everyone momentarily could not open their eyes. Soon, the storm calmed down, and it was clear that determining the victor based on aura alone was impossible. The 2 faced off, neither taking the initiative to strike, both searching for each other's flaws. Yu Yuhua was the first to strike, launching a powerful punch and stepping forward to engage in hand-to-hand combat with Lin Yuan. This close-quarters battle truly tested their combat abilities and reaction speeds, with both sides exchanging blows, neither gaining the upper hand. Finally, Lin Yuan found an opportunity and threw a punch straight for Yu Yuhua's open side. Of course, Yu Yuhua reacted quickly as well, executing a sidekick, and as their fists and feet collided, both retreated simultaneously. Ha ha ha, refreshing. Since we can't determine a winner with fists and feet, let's see who has the better marksmanship. Both Lin Yuan and Yu Yuhua were masters of gunplay, with Yu Yuhua wielding the Li Quan Pan long gun, while Lin Yuan, needless to say, held the long Dan Liangyin gun. Just what I wanted. In an instant, both transformed, and the atmosphere of the battlefield became quite intense, like a needle against a wheat on. Once armed, they seemed like entirely different people, and this time, it was Lin Yuan who struck first. With a direct thrust, Yu Yuhua quickly responded, lifting his weapon with a high side motion. They both employed a countering style of combat. Lin Yuan then spun around, executing a series of thrusts, forcing Yu Yuhua to block left and right, and finally, Lin Yuan struck again, with Yu Yuhua blocking horizontally, ultimately being pushed back. Yu Yuhua's fighting spirit surged. Good. Take this move. He threw his long gun high into the air, suspended above his head, gathering all his strength, piercing the clouds. A phantom of a coiling dragon, capable of tearing through anything, shot towards Lin Yuan. Nice move. Lin Yuan elegantly turned, his bright silver gun spinning at his waist, and a silver dragon emerged in response. Silver Dragon Strike. The golden coiling dragon collided with the silver dragon in an instant. Su Chen, witnessing this scene, could no longer sit still. These two guys are making such a big commotion? With a quick movement, he vanished from the high platform. At this moment, everyone had already distanced themselves from the area. It was not a place they could approach. Yu Yuhua and Lin Yuan seemed to realize something as well. It seemed like things had gotten out of hand. In the center of the energy storm, terrifying energy was about to explode. At that moment, Su Chen suddenly appeared at the eye of the storm. Long Yuan. Su Chen was instantly covered by a blue mech. Seal. A blue barrier enveloped the energy storm, and a miraculous scene unfolded. As the blue barrier continued to shrink, the two raging energies gradually dissipated. Until finally, they completely vanished. It was as if nothing had happened at all. Su Chen turned around with a wry smile. You two, are you trying to demolish this place? Yu Yuhua scratched his head, feeling a bit apologetic. Sorry, I got carried away and couldn't hold back. Su Chen sighed in response. With that said, what else could he do? Alright, everyone disperse. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to scatter, returning to their own tasks. They then looked towards Lin Yuan and Yu Yuhua. You two, come with me, Lin Xiao, you two. Su Chen led them to the conference room. At first, Yu Yuhua felt a bit anxious, but it turned out they were discussing the establishment of the Eternal Night Branch. His heart immediately settled. Now, the 4 cities had been decided, but the initial arrangements for the establishment would definitely require someone to take charge. Once things were on track, it would be much easier. The Eastern Branch was originally planned to be established in Linhai City, but since it was too close to the sea, they chose Sunan City, which was adjacent to Linhai City. The Southern Branch considered the same. It was initially planned for Lanhai City, but ultimately chose Haiguang City. The Western Branch was set in Xinmu City, which controlled the lifeline of the West, a suggestion from Luochengua, and it was close to the area where Zhang Chao lived. The Northern Branch was chosen in Hexing City, where they had previously rescued Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao, so Su Chen intended for the two brothers to be in charge there. Moreover, Hexing was close to Yanjing, so if anything happened, Luochengua could help keep an eye on things. After expressing their thoughts, the two brothers, Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao, immediately agreed to take charge of the Northern Branch. However, Yu Yuhua was quite conflicted. He really didn't understand such matters, but there was no one more suitable than him. In the end, Yu Yuhua agreed to go to Haiguang City, as it was the closest to Su Chen, allowing him to seek help from Su Chen if anything happened. As for the remaining tasks, Sunan City was handed over to Su Kuan, as the distance from Sunan to Haiguang was roughly the same as to Jianhai. Su Chen couldn't help but feel that he had too few capable people under him. In the afternoon, after more than an hour since Yu Yuhua returned, Ling Qianxue also came back. Sensing the distinctly different aura around Ling Qianxue, Su Chen knew she had succeeded. However, seeing the numerous scars on her mech made it clear how difficult the journey had been. How was it? Are you okay? I'm fine. I still have the life spring you gave me, so nothing will happen. Sensing Ling Qianxue's thoughts at that moment, Su Chen also gave her a drop of life spring just in case. That evening, Su Chen gathered everyone for a meeting. The main topics were the establishment of the branch, personnel deployment, and resource allocation, aiming to finalize these matters. To Su Chen's surprise, Ling Qianxue actively requested to go to the Eastern Branch in Sunan City. She believed that Su Kuan's role in the Eternal Night was greater than hers, and now that she had broken through to the 6th tier, it was most suitable for her to take charge of Sunan.
After careful consideration, Su Chen agreed with this decision. Indeed, Ling Qianxue was much more suitable than Su Kuan. Yang Jia, the remaining part is up to you. Understood. Now that all personnel had been confirmed, the issues of personnel deployment and resources would need Yang Mi to discuss with them. At this point, Su Chen had handled all his matters, and what remained were just some details. In the next 2 days, everyone was busy with their own tasks, while Su Chen reviewed various summaries and made continuous adjustments. This situation continued until the afternoon of the second day, when all the details were finally sorted out. That evening, Su Chen received a call from Luo Changhua. Su, how's it going on your side? I'm all set here. I've finished my side too. No time to waste, how about we set off tomorrow morning? Sounds good. After agreeing on a time, he hung up the phone. Seeing Su Chen's exhausted face, Ling Qianxue couldn't understand why the urgency. It wasn't until Su Chen told her about the underwater incident that she realized how important this matter was, but she also began to worry about Su Chen's safety. From what Su Chen said, the danger of this operation was not small, especially with the uncontrollable factor of the underwater giant beast that had consumed the Black Stone. Don't worry, this time we're just going to find out what it really is, where it hides, and how strong it is. Most importantly, whether the Black Stone is there or not, we won't encounter it. Ling Qianxue felt a bit more at ease after Su Chen repeatedly emphasized that it was just an investigation. Su Chen wasn't foolish enough to confront it now, and such matters shouldn't have too many targets. On the morning of the third day, Luo Changhua arrived in Jianghai by warplane, and Su Chen had been waiting there early. This trip involved 3 warplanes, one of which was the one Su Chen and Luo Changhua were on, equipped with top-notch radar imaging and detection devices. The other 2 planes were manned by familiar faces from the Dragon Guard. One was for protection, and the other required professionals to operate such precise instruments, specifically number 6 from the Dragon Guard. This incident was significant and needed thorough investigation. Although Su Chen had concealed the information about the Black Stone, the issue of the sea beast still had to be resolved. It was a fortunate coincidence. It must be said that the warplanes Luo Changhua mobilized were the top-tier ones from the Dragon Kingdom, the Longyin, known for their incredible speed. Entering the South Ocean, they soon passed over Sakura Island, at which point 2 patrolling Sakura Island fighter jets detected the presence of Su Chen and his companion's aircraft. Ishimoto-kun, look, isn't that a Dragon Country fighter? It seems so, Ryoshin-kun, what's wrong? Should we intercept them? Their movements suggest they're heading to the South Ocean, they must be up to something. That might not be a good idea, Ryoshin-kun. They haven't invaded our airspace, how can we stop them? Ishimoto-kun, you don't understand. Whether it's an invasion or not is up to us to decide, we might even extract some secrets. Ryoshin-kun, let's forget it. The country is already severely affected by the sea beast's attacks, it's not suitable to provoke foreign enemies. What are we afraid of? The Americans have already sent people to help us rebuild. If we hand them over to the Americans, we might even get more rewards. After Ryoshin's persuasion, Ishimoto finally wavered. Meanwhile, Su Chen was still unaware that they had been targeted by the oblivious Sakura Island fighter jets until 6 reminded him. Commander, someone is pursuing us from behind. It seems to be Sakura Island fighter jets. What? Su Chen was momentarily stunned, then quickly checked the radar imaging device and confirmed that the Sakura Island fighter jets were indeed approaching them. Looks like this little Sakura Island is up to something. Luo Changhua also didn't expect to encounter trouble on his first trip away. Commander, should we shake them off? After glancing at Su Chen and seeing he wasn't making any moves, he said, increase the distance. This was a serious matter, and Luo Changhua didn't want to complicate things, especially since Su Chen hadn't said anything. 6 received the order, and soon, with the voice command input, Longyin's speed increased significantly, quickly shaking off the 2 Sakura Island fighter jets. Ryoshin-kun. Not good. They're trying to escape. Ishimoto noticed Su Chen and the others' movements, but their aircraft were not as advanced as Longyin's, making it difficult to catch up. Quick! Ryoshin-kun. Launch the light intercontinental missiles. Soon, the 2 Sakura Island fighter jets opened fire, heading straight for Su Chen and his companions. Commander, they're attacking us. With the barrage from the 2 Sakura Island fighter jets, their aircraft speed was quickly hampered. Is this ever going to end? Luo Tong. You go. Luo Changhua was also getting angry. Luo Tong received the order without delay and left the cabin in the blink of an eye. Su Chen and the others continued on their way, just slowing down a bit to wait for Luo Tong's return. At that moment, when the 2 Sakura Island fighter jets caught up, they found that the 3 Longyin jets had already vanished, leaving only a mecha hovering in the air, as if waiting for them. Ryoshin was the first to notice this scene. Ishimoto-kun. 5th stage. 5th stage super warrior. Run!
A mecha capable of flying represented 5th stage strength. Their aircraft's equipment could handle those below 5th stage, but now it was simply insufficient. Hearing Ryoshin's warning, the two finally woke up from their daze. Run! Watching the two fighter jets make a sharp turn, Luo Tong was somewhat speechless. Weren't these two just clowns? Luo Tong then switched to his black-red mecha. He had 3 forms of mecha. One was a flying knife, the second was a dagger, and the third was a bow and arrow. This was his bow-shaped mecha, and a black bow suddenly materialized in his hand, with 2 arrows continuously solidifying. Drawing the bow, the next scene was too beautiful. Moments later, Luo Tong caught up with the fighter jets. How's it going? Did you handle it? It's all taken care of, including those who followed us. This was just a minor incident. Since it was resolved, there was no need to dwell on it. Accelerate! Yes. Fortunately, the rest of the journey went smoothly, though they inevitably encountered some attacks from strange birds along the way. However, they weren't too strong, and Suchin didn't even need to intervene as the dragon guards easily dealt with them. This time, they only managed to reach the target area just before noon. On the way, what struck Suchin the most was that the closer they got to their destination, the fewer sea beasts there were, all of which could be observed through radar imaging. Su God, Commander, we have arrived. Soon, Number 6 informed them that they had reached their destination, the place determined by the hammerhead shark, with an error of about 2,000 nautical miles. Luo Changhua also looked at Su Chen, who merely glanced at the instrument and said, "Not here, keep going. Continue forward." Although Luo Changhua did not understand why Su Chen said it was not here, he still trusted him. For the next half hour, Su Chen kept instructing Number 6 to change direction and alter their course. Suddenly, Su Chen spoke up, "Stop. We have arrived." At that moment, the instrument detected not a single trace of life. Clearly, this was their destination. The absence of any life activity indicated that this was the closest point to the terrifying giant beast beneath the sea. Next, it was up to the Dragon Guard. With a nod from Luo Changhua, he said, "Let's begin." Now it was time for the Dragon Guard to perform. Luo Tong also directed methodically, "Number 4, Number 7, you can start." Number 4 was a master of machinery, and Number 7 was a detection expert, both stationed on the other 2 aircraft. A few minutes later, several deep-sea detection devices were dropped, followed by the deployment of various detection devices in the surrounding waters. At this time, the images displayed on the instrument controlled by Number 6 were becoming larger and more complete. Number 4 and Number 7 continuously adjusted to ensure the images were clear enough. Soon, 1,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 10,000 meters. They quickly broke through the 30,000-meter mark, but still, no signs of life were detected in these waters. The screen was now pitch black, and nothing was visible. Number 4, Number 7. Soon, the cruise lights of the detection devices lit up, and finally, there were images on the instrument again. However, when they reached 50,000 meters, there was still no sign of life, and the images showed no changes. Had they gone to the wrong place? Surely there would be some clues? Luo Tong turned to look at Su Chen, who simply said, "Continue down." There was no other option. Su Chen was the most knowledgeable, and Luo Tong could only trust him. Number 4, Number 7, continue. Soon, the depth surpassed 80,000 meters, and at this point, the detection devices indicated they had reached the seabed. Number 6 looked at the empty screen on the instrument. "There's nothing here, we've reached the seabed, and there's nothing." At this moment, even Luo Changhua was looking at him. Su Chen closed his eyes, recalling what the hammerhead shark had said at the time, and suddenly, he thought of something. "Luo Tong, have them look for any caves or underwater canyons at the seabed." It seemed Su Chen had remembered something, and Luo Tong relayed this command to Number 4 and Number 7. Soon, all the detection devices began to move, continuously probing from the surrounding waters toward the center, converging. During this process, they discovered various underwater caves of all sizes and did not miss any cracks, but still found nothing. Soon, Number 4 noticed that one of the detection devices had lost contact. He thought it was just a signal issue. A few minutes later, another detection device lost contact, and at that moment, he realized something was wrong. "Boss, 2 detection devices have lost contact." Su Chen reacted immediately. "Bring all detection devices closer to the locations of those 2 lost devices." As the detection devices continued to converge, suddenly, a great underwater canyon appeared on the screen. At that moment, Su Chen noticed something. There was a purple flame aura contaminating the rock walls of the canyon just below. Su Chen was now certain. As the probe delved deeper, everyone gradually began to see the full extent of the underwater canyon, which was truly terrifying in size. Not only was the internal space vast, but enormous marine plants also thrived here, such as deep-sea seagrass and various rocks. Only the probe's navigation lights allowed them to discern anything, Without these lights, it would have been an absolute dark environment. After this exploration, they still couldn't be certain and could only continue to probe downward. Suddenly, two probes lost contact in an instant. The navigation lights of the other probes quickly turned towards the time of the lost probes, but astonishingly, those two probes had vanished. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. Su Chen immediately sensed something was wrong. There was definitely something here. But why? Why was there no detection of any life activity? But how could that be? With no other option, the probes gathered together, continuously scanning the surroundings. Su Chen suddenly noticed something. Zoom in on that image on the rock wall. Su Chen pointed to a spot on the screen, and probe 6 promptly zoomed in. Finally, everyone noticed something unusual. Wait, why does that area seem to be bulging? And there are countless pit-like suction cup marks. Although this bulge was the same color as the rock wall, it was far too smooth, with no seagrass growing on it. Yeah, looking at that hole, it must be at least 5 or 6 meters deep, right? There's more over there. And there. Probe 6 had sharper eyes, and soon everyone discovered that the rock wall seemed to have not just one bulge, but rather dozens. Su Chen couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Why did these bulges in those pits resemble tentacles? Once this thought took root, Su Chen quickly said, "Zoom out to show the entire underwater canyon." Luo Changhua and Luo Tong were puzzled. This bulge might be the key, but they still heeded Su Chen's advice, hoping to uncover something new. When probe 6 shortened the camera lens and reduced the image size, Luo Tong immediately noticed. Why does this look so much like tentacles? In an instant, everyone reacted, their faces filled with shock. Su Chen also wore an expression of disbelief. This was no mere bulge. It was clearly the tentacles of a giant beast from the sea. Those pits were the suction cups on the tentacles. If the tentacles were on the rock wall, then the giant beast was right above the probe. They had found the blind spot of the probe. Probes 4 and 7 quickly adjusted the navigation lights, and the image changed instantly. Above the probe, a massive octopus suddenly appeared. It even had more than 20 eyes. Its enormous eyeballs rotated, scrutinizing the probes. Yet, the images from all the probes couldn't fully capture the octopus. How big could it be? At that moment, Luo Tong and the others even forgot to breathe. There truly was such a terrifying creature in the depths of the sea. Its size must be nearing 1,000 meters. What level was this? The next moment, perhaps the navigation lights of the probe had provoked it, for creatures like octopuses were naturally light-averse. Roar! A sharp, piercing scream erupted from the terrifying deep-sea octopus, unleashing a burst of purple energy pulse from its mouth. All the probes lost contact in an instant. The image froze at that moment. Luo Tong and Luo Changhua were also startled back a few steps by the commotion. Ah! Probe 6 let out a painful scream, and in the next moment, blood poured from its 7 orifices, and it fainted instantly. Before they could rush over to check, they heard the voice of Probe 1 over the communication. "Boss!" Probes 4 and 7 suddenly bled from their orifices and passed out. "Quickly bring Probe 4 and 7 over, and call Probe 12 as well." Number 12 is the only healing expert in the Dragon Guard, while numbers 4, 6, and 7 are now in trouble. At this moment, Su Chen is still staring blankly at the last image frozen on the instrument. A storm of emotions has already surged within him. That's right, this is it, the deep-sea octopus known as the Black Emperor in his past life. It ranks second among the 5 beast emperors. Moreover, from that energy pulse just now, he is certain that the Black Emperor must have consumed the Black Stone. Although this deep-sea octopus has not yet grown, it is only a matter of time. Its size definitely exceeds 500 meters, but it has not yet surpassed 1,000 meters, which means its current strength is above the 10th rank but below the king rank. Once it can form its own domain with that pulse and its body length exceeds 1,000 meters, it will become a true beast king. "Su, what's wrong?" A question from Luo Changhua pulled Su Chen back to reality. Nothing. At this moment, Su Chen noticed that numbers 4, 6, and 7 had already fainted, and number 12 was treating them. What happened to them? It should be from that pulse just now. The 3 of them were the direct controllers and were impacted. Pulse? At this moment, Su Chen seemed to realize something. Run! Get out of here! What's going on? There's no time to explain, hurry! In the next moment, a towering tentacle suddenly emerged from the sea, directly smashing the aircraft where number 4 was located. Run! At this point, Luo Changhua also reacted. Quick! Leave this place! In the next moment, several more tentacles reached out from the sea, and everyone understood that the octopus was closing in. No, too slow, Su Chen realized he had to do something, or they would all be done for. With that thought, Su Chen charged out of the aircraft. Tai manifested. Break! Flowing clouds piercing stars. 4 blade wings merged into one, like an arrow piercing the clouds, striking one of the tentacles. Tai,
which had always been invincible, surprisingly failed to penetrate this tentacle, only managing to inflict a wound. But it was effective. The deep-sea octopus writhed in pain, its tentacle movements immediately becoming chaotic, giving Luo Changhua and the others a chance to escape. However, in the next moment, the octopus emerged. Roar! A terrifying roar erupted, accompanied by a spray of horrific purple slime, instantly polluting the surrounding sea. Ant-like humans, daring to injure me, die. In the next moment, a massive water vortex appeared around Su Chen, its terrifying suction pulling him in. A tentacle then charged toward Su Chen, seemingly intent on crushing him. At the critical moment, Taiye faded away, and a pitch-black mech enveloped Su Chen completely. Boom! A loud explosion sounded, and the towering vortex dissipated. However, the octopus felt something was off. How could there be nothing left? Beasts of its level already possessed intelligence not inferior to that of humans, perhaps even superior. In the next moment, its dozens of eyes scanned the surroundings, probing the space. After a moment, a hint of confusion appeared in its eyes. It had just sensed a strange fluctuation but found nothing. Coldly glancing at the direction the two aircraft had fled, it chose not to pursue. It was merely displeased at being disturbed, but it seemed these things posed no threat to it. Turning around, it plunged back into the deep sea. Poof! In the next moment, Su Chen's figure suddenly appeared inside the aircraft, and his mech had already been released. He knelt on one knee and spat out a mouthful of blood. Luo Changhua had been commanding the aircraft, maintaining a safe distance while waiting for Su Chen. Seeing Su Chen suddenly appear, Luo Changhua felt relieved. Although he knew Su Chen had his own methods, he couldn't help but feel a bit worried. After all, the strength of that deep-sea octopus monster was truly terrifying, and in the next moment, Su Chen unexpectedly spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this scene, he hurriedly stepped forward. Su, are you okay? Su Chen weakly waved his hand, indicating that he was not in too much trouble. The power of that octopus was indeed too frightening. At a critical moment, Su Chen had to use the ability of fish concealment. But even with the ability to slip into the void, he couldn't completely avoid the attack. Although he didn't take the hit directly, the immense impact still affected Su Chen through the space. Fortunately, the octopus monster chose not to pursue him. Moreover, Su Chen had confirmed some things. The terrifying creatures lurking in the depths of the sea were likely the 5 beast emperors from his previous life. Now they had already begun to make some moves. Thankfully, this time they were well prepared, and the equipment for the battle was sufficiently advanced, allowing Su Chen to be assigned to a healing pod to recover from his injuries. While number 4, number 6, and number 7 were receiving treatment, Luo Changhua and the others were not idle. Initially, the detector couldn't fully collect all the data, but later, when it broke through the surface of the sea, the number of its eyes, the number of its tentacles, the size, and the length of the tentacles were all recorded. Although number 6 was temporarily out of commission, it was a matter of minutes, and number 1 and Luo Tong were quite skilled at it. After 2.5 hours of analysis, Luo Changhua and the others finally integrated the data on this exotic beast. However, when they reached a conclusion, both number 1 and Luo Tong looked incredulous, and Luo Changhua felt shocked after reading the report. That's right, this exotic beast is indeed tier 10. Just then, Su Chen's voice slowly came from behind them. You knew? I knew when I took the shot. Its body length was over 500 meters, close to 1,000. The main characteristic of an exotic beast breaking 500 meters is tier 10, and breaking 1,000 meters reaches the legendary king tier. This deep-sea octopus has mutated from the largest black widow octopus in the deep sea, and now its body length has reached 800 meters, which can be said to be a solid tier 10. Luo Changhua never expected Su Chen to understand so much about this, even knowing what species the octopus had mutated from. In fact, they hadn't done the most detailed research yet. If they studied for another 3 to 5 days, they could reach this conclusion. By the way, why didn't we detect its life signs in the radar imaging just now? Thinking of this, Luo Changhua and the others still couldn't understand, as this was basically the most advanced detection device. If it couldn't detect its life characteristics, then when it launched an attack, they would be unable to predict or stop it. Don't worry, it's a marine creature, and it has strict requirements for the depth of the sea. Generally, it won't invade the land. And Su Chen didn't say the next part because he guessed it might be due to the black 10 blocks that allowed it to evade detection. Just seeing a tier 10 exotic beast made them feel such immense pressure. Su Chen didn't inform them about the situation of the other 4 exotic beasts. There was no point in discussing it now, and those sea beasts wouldn't make any significant moves for the time being. And what? It's nothing, don't worry, we can install sonar devices or sky eyes in the nearby sea area to monitor their movements. I'll arrange this as soon as I get back. But how can we deal with such a high-level exotic beast? After saying this, Luo Chenghua's face was filled with worry.
Not to mention them, even the strongest Su Chen was not a match for a single blow from this exotic beast. We still have time, and during this period, we shouldn't disturb it, there will always be a way. Luo Changhua deeply agreed with this. He had already made up his mind to mark this area as a dangerous sea zone when he returned, but he would not make a public announcement about it. If this information leaked out, the fear of facing such a powerful enemy could drive some people to do bad things. Moreover, he needed to start preparing some effective plans. After all, fate should be in one's own hands. Until the evening, Su Chen and the others finally returned to Longhua. Although they had lost a fighter jet and some expensive precision instruments this time, at least they had gained an understanding of what the potential enemy was like. This way, they would have more time to respond. Facing such an existence, it was no longer just a matter of weapons. Su Chen also felt a sense of urgency. This encounter made him realize the true gap in strength. In fact, he was currently the strongest person in China, but against that octopus monster, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. This indicated that his current strength was far from enough to solve these problems, so some things had to be done. First was the construction of the Eternal Night branch, and the integration of resources. They had to cultivate the most capable group of people. The current resources were too scattered, but that didn't mean depriving those low-level super warriors of their right to survive. Because for this level, ordinary resources could no longer meet the needs of cultivation, those low-level super warriors had a guarantee for survival. After returning to Eternal Night, Ling Qianxue and the others saw the serious expression on Su Chen's face and knew that something must have happened. However, they didn't ask, Su Chen didn't tell them, and there must be his reasons, or perhaps they simply couldn't help at this moment. The issues of personnel allocation and resource integration had been mostly sorted out, and they could almost take action today. There were people responsible for the southeast and north branches, while Su Chen planned to go to the west himself because Zhang Chao was still over there. A fierce warrior like Zhang Chao, if he could be won over and brought under his command, would become a significant weapon once he grew stronger. Ling Qianxue, Yu Yuhua, Lin Yuan, and Lin Xiao all took a group of people and supplies over. But Su Chen went alone because they had already contacted Luo Changhua over there, and there were military personnel helping to keep an eye on things. Su Koan still needed to handle affairs in Eternal Night and required some manpower. After all, this base could not have any flaws. Soon, Su Chen explained some matters to them, and they all set off, with Su Chen heading towards Xinmu City. Traveling westward, Su Chen noticed that as he moved away from the lush southern region, the landscape became increasingly desolate, eventually arriving at Xinmu City, surrounded by barren mountains. At a glance, the entire western region was encircled by desolate mountains, the number of which was unknown. Moreover, the number of exotic beasts in the western region was much lower than in other places, but their strength was clearly superior. The power of the wild beasts in the western region was stronger than that of the exotic beasts in other areas. He had also been attacked by wild birds from the west along the way, and during the encounter, Su Chen noticed this issue. However, he quickly understood that the resources in the western region were scarce, and the living conditions were harsh. To survive here, there must be some outstanding qualities. Upon arriving in Xinmu City, Su Chen did not immediately go to look for Zhang Chao. First, he needed to see how the construction of the Eternal Night branch in Xinmu was progressing. When Su Chen first arrived at the base in Xinmu City, he was surprised to find that Luo Changhua had put in such great effort. This time, Su Chen did not build it underground but on the surface, as other forces would definitely join later. Building underground was not very convenient, and Su Chen initially constructed Eternal Night in Zhanhai mainly for concealment. In the early days of the apocalypse, it was better to be discreet before having strong power, but now it was different. Looking at the dozens of meters high steel city walls, along with various mobile weapons, including electromagnetic cannons, and concentrated artillery positions at the four corners, it was like a giant black beast. After entering the base, Su Chen quickly spotted an old acquaintance, Fang Song and others. Since they had dealt with Su Chen a few times before, it was only fitting for him to handle this matter. Moreover, Su Chen temporarily needed these people, as it was a special arrangement by the Luochang kingdom. Fang Song had already noticed Su Chen's presence early on because this base was equipped with detection devices that could monitor the surroundings of 100 miles in a specific area. Given the remoteness of this place and the formidable beasts, they were more attentive. Of course, the other three branches were also completed to high standards, but the standards for Xinmu were even higher. Captain Su, you're here. Fang Song still retained his previous habit, as when the Luochang kingdom sent them on missions, Su Chen was appointed as the commander. They followed Su Yang's orders, so this habit had continued to this day. Su Chen patted his shoulder in response. You're thoughtful. Captain Su, you flatter me. Since it's your need, we will do our utmost, and Commander Luo has also specifically instructed us. Come, Captain Su, take a look and point out any shortcomings. We will address them promptly. Following that, under Fong Son's lead, Su-chen quickly toured the entire base and found that the facilities were remarkably complete. There was a command center, satellite screens from the sky eye, radar detection devices, and a dedicated rest area. As for the water and electricity facilities, they were even more advanced, with special areas for food storage and cultivation. It must be said that there were some shadows of the eternal night here, and some things were even more advanced. However, it was not hard to imagine, as the materials Su-chen had access to before the apocalypse were limited, while now these were military grade, naturally with more powerful performance. After the tour, Su-chen was quite satisfied. Well done, very good. Oh, not at all, we are just following orders, Fong Song replied modestly. It must be said that Fong Song was a capable person, meticulous in his work and not greedy for credit. He didn't mind being praised a bit in front of the Luochang kingdom. Alright, you all continue with your work, I'll take a look around. Upon hearing this, Fong Song continued to perfect other matters. Su-chen first used the detection device to investigate the situation around a desolate mountain. He indeed found that the range extended to 100 miles and detected some activity traces of the wild beasts. Although the west was remote, there were still some other super warriors active here. However, Su-chen noticed a phenomenon: more and more super warriors were gathering towards Shinmu, mostly coming from other cities nearby in the west. Soon, he thought of the reason. After all, Su-chen's actions this time were not too secretive. Moreover, he had already hinted at such matters in the Martial Alliance. Besides, Shinmu was still a city. It was not hard to imagine that these people intended to join the Eternal Night. After all, with the Eternal Night as a guarantee, they wouldn't have to face the threat of wild beasts constantly, and there were many other benefits. Additionally, due to the special environment in the West, their strength was somewhat higher than that of super warriors of the same rank. Su-chen couldn't help but feel a bit gratified upon seeing this scene. The construction of the branch had indeed been the right decision. However, what Su-chen cared about most was Zhang Chao. What he needed to do next was to find Zhang Chao's location. Given the circumstances at the time, Su-chen hadn't communicated much with Zhang Chao. In a place like the West, where strength was highly valued, Su-chen couldn't expect Zhang Chao to willingly join him from the start. Thus, there was the scene of gifting the 8th tier crystal core, which served as a certain groundwork for the subsequent interactions between the two. At the very least, Zhang Chao accepted it, which meant he acknowledged this favor, and Su-chen was also aware of Zhang Chao's character. The western region was not limited to just Shimu City. It was very likely that Zhang Chao was hiding in other nearby areas. With this in mind, Su-chen flew towards a certain location. His first task was to understand the overall situation in the west, and he needed to let Zhang Chao know that he had arrived in Shimu. Therefore, he had to get a clear grasp of the conditions in the 5 nearby cities. It was precisely during this reconnaissance that Su-chen discovered a problem. He found that although the super warriors nearby were somewhat drawn to Shimu City, there was also a portion of them whose behavior resembled surveillance, with eyes everywhere observing the movements of this base. Su-chen suddenly realized that he might have encroached on someone else's cake. These individuals were likely from other forces in the West, as many people would come towards him due to the prevailing trend. However, for the local forces, their status was threatened, and their subordinates would become unstable. In fact, some had already shown signs of this. But Su-chen did not care about that. Everyone was entitled to their own thoughts, but once someone attempted to do something detrimental to Eternal Night, he would not hold back. In fact, when Su-chen first arrived in Shimu, he had already been spotted by some hidden eyes. He did not conceal his movements upon arrival, and these eyes relayed the news back to their respective forces. However, when Su-chen left the base this time, he did not reveal his whereabouts. The news of his arrival in Shimu would soon spread, and as long as Zhang Chao was around, he would quickly learn of it. What he needed to do was to thoroughly understand the situation in the other nearby cities. The forces here were equally intricate, and he needed to ascertain whether there were any factors that could impact Eternal Night. Along the way, he discovered some very secretive matters. Those who came from other places or those who wished to join Eternal Night were being hunted down by some local forces. Moreover, these actions were carried out quite discreetly. Once they reached a secluded area, they would strike. Some would feign invitations to join their forces, and if one agreed, it was fine, but if one refused, they would lose their life on the spot. Su-chen was somewhat infuriated yet amused. He had not expected these forces to obstruct his actions in such a manner. However, since he had encountered it, he naturally would not stand by idly. He hid in the shadows and swiftly eliminated these individuals. The rescued people were still unaware of what had happened. However, as Su-chen continued his actions, some began to notice this phenomenon. Those forces also realized that as long as they acted against these outsiders seeking to join Eternal Night, those who took action would be dealt with. It was done without anyone knowing, but not everyone was oblivious, as they understood that Su Chen had arrived in this place. In fact, this was also a warning from Su Chen to them, though of course, there were still some fools who were either genuinely foolish or pretending to be. After discovering this situation, some forces showed no signs of restraint, and shortly thereafter, news spread that these forces had been annihilated. Those who went to investigate found that these individuals had been killed with a single strike, including some at the 5th tier. The methods were extremely ruthless, indicating that the person behind this had strength far exceeding theirs, and only Su Chen could accomplish this. The thoughts of these individuals were quite simple. With more people engaging in such actions, Su Chen could not possibly act against all of them. It should be noted that although this place was remote, the combined forces numbered no less than 500, if not 1,000. Su Chen, however, did not care about all that. He still acted, and with the gunshot that took down the leading bird, it served as a warning to others, creating a deterrent effect. At this moment, the others also understood Su Chen's attitude, and having learned from past experiences, they ceased their actions. After that, Su Chen noticed that this situation had changed. He knew his methods had been effective. But whether it was due to genuine fear of Su Chen's tactics, a reluctance to become his enemy, or some other reason, he could not tell. At least, while he was here, these people should not make any excessive moves. On the other side, Ling Qianxue, Yu Yuhua, and Lin Yuan had also arrived at the location of the branch. There, they encountered a similar situation, especially Ling Qianxue, where the circumstances were even more severe. Sunan City, located in the east and close to the coast, had become quite chaotic due to the previous invasion of sea beasts. The forces here resembled a den of bandits, and when Luo Changhua ordered the military to build the Eternal Night branch base, the locals had even launched several attacks. Of course, the final outcome was that they were repelled, but when they saw a woman arriving this time, these forces became active again. They also killed those who came to seek refuge with Eternal Night, but their primary motive was to plunder the resources on these people's bodies. They had reason to believe that Ling Qianxue had brought considerable resources to this base. Therefore, long before these forces discovered Ling Qianxue, they had already planned an attack. Ling Qianxue did not expect the situation to be so chaotic, so she first eliminated the group of attackers, uprooting the forces behind them. After that, she also exposed and eliminated those forces that surrounded and killed those seeking refuge with Eternal Night. It was then that everyone realized Ling Qianxue was not to be trifled with. Even those who had brought people along were unaware of how decisive Ling Qianxue could be. She did all this because she understood that it was a necessary means to deter those with ill intentions. Yu Yuhua faced a similar situation in Haiguang City. Being close to Linhai City, it had also been affected by the sea beast incident. The forces here hunted sea beasts to obtain cultivation resources, making it a chaotic place as well. However, Yu Yuhua's approach was different. Whenever he encountered those who attacked or obstructed him along the way, he directly fought back. He could be said to have fought his way into the Haiguang City base, as he could not stand the sneaky behavior of these people. Moreover, he preferred to solve problems with his fists rather than using other methods. Overall, Lin Yuan and Lin Zhao's side was the most peaceful. Being close to Yanjing, which was the headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom's military, no forces dared to act recklessly. With the help of Luo Changhua and others, compared to Ling Qianxue and Yu Yuhua, they had a smooth journey. Since this was Su Chen's matter, Luo Changhua naturally kept an eye on it. Under these circumstances, after some preparations, the initial situation of the Eternal Night branch finally stabilized. Inside a camp, still not working? Looking at the pale yellow crystal core in his hand, he could no longer remember how many times he had failed. Ever since he obtained this item, he had been confident in breaking through to a higher level. Of course, the failures during this time were not due to a lack of talent or resources, but rather time. Breaking through was not something that could be achieved overnight, and he could feel that in another month or two, he would be able to make a breakthrough. But what he needed most now was time. He could not just follow a step-by-step cultivation routine. After all, the Wild Wolf King would not give him much time. The Wild Wolf King had killed his friends and brothers, and in revenge, he had killed the Wild Wolf King's only son. This enmity was truly irreconcilable. That's right, this person was Zhang Chao. Not good, Brother Chao. We found that pack of wolves. They are coming after us again. At this moment, a frantic man suddenly burst into the tent. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chao's expression changed slightly. He had not yet broken through and was not a match for that Wild Wolf King. Moreover, ever since he killed the Wild Wolf King's only son, this pack of wolves had been eyeing them for months. Ada, did the wolf pack discover us? The honest and simple-looking man in front of him, named Ada, was somewhat of a little fan of Zhang Chao. His face was filled with urgency. No, it was discovered by the other brothers on patrol. They didn't alert the wolf pack. However, they will probably catch our scent soon. In fact, this pack of wolves posed no real threat to them. Although the pack numbered nearly 100 and was led by 2 7th-tier wild wolves, Zhang Chao and his companions were not afraid at all. Zhang Chao alone could hold off the 2 leading 7th-tier wild wolves, but the most troublesome part was that once they were delayed by the wolf pack, the wild wolf king would soon arrive. And once he stepped into the 7th tier, the situation would be completely different. He could even eliminate the entire pack before the wild wolf king arrived, effectively cutting off the king's left and right arms. Moreover, by then, even if he faced the wild wolf king, he would have the strength to confront him directly. Unfortunately, he was always just a little short. Time. Notify everyone, while the wolf pack hasn't discovered us, let's evacuate quickly. Okay, brother, I'll go inform everyone right now. He quickly ran out. Zhang Chao understood that everyone was waiting for him to break through and end this desperate situation. But some things were truly beyond his control. He could only say that he had not yet accumulated enough. Looking at the crystal core in his hand, Zhang Tao fell into deep thought. Su Chen should have already arrived in the west by now, right? He had never forgotten how Su Chen had handed him this 8th-tier crystal core without any reluctance. It must be said that this was the greatest kindness he had felt from a complete stranger in a long time. If he really joined the Eternal Night, then perhaps his brothers could end this way of life? Meanwhile, Su Chen had already gotten a rough idea of the situation in other cities, but he had not yet found any trace of Zhang Chao, not even a hint of news, which made Su Chen doubt whether he had gone to the wrong place. However, he soon learned about other circumstances from Feng Song. It turned out that beyond the barren mountains in front of him, there was another wasteland. Many people lived there, and their way of life was vastly different from those in the cities, so they still lived in the wilderness. Strictly speaking, they could be considered the true people of the West, while cities like Shinmu could at most be regarded as their trading points. However, he also learned from Feng Song that among these cities, there were super warriors who had come out of the wasteland. These people did not want to live in such dangerous places and chose to join a certain force to live a new life. This way, at least they wouldn't have to face wild beasts with trepidation every day. Upon receiving this news, Su Chen immediately spread his spiritual power to probe in his mind. Of course, he was not doing this aimlessly, as Su Chen knew that those who had lived in the wilderness always carried a wild aura. Previously, in the martial alliance, Su Chen had sensed this aura from Zhang Chao and his companions. Moments later, Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Found it! Because Feng Song was fully responsible for the base, Su Chen didn't need to worry and could confidently do his own thing. The next moment, Su Chen suddenly appeared within the jurisdiction of a certain force. This time, he did not hide his figure. And this force was not an ordinary one, it was the leading force in the Shinmu area, called the Earth Dragon Gang, which even had 2 5th-tier super warriors among its ranks. But when they discovered that the newcomer was Su Chen, their expressions changed drastically, and they panicked. Soon, Su Chen's actions alerted the 2 leaders of the Earth Dragon Gang, along with a number of members. Among them, Su Chen also noticed a super warrior with a different aura. Upon seeing Su Chen, the 2 leaders couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of pressure from him. However, they were unsure of Su Chen's purpose for being there. Could it be because of their previous interference with those trying to join the Eternal Night? They had only hired others to do that and had not acted personally, nor had they left any traces. Had Su Chen discovered something? After all, the forces that had acted before had their shadows behind them. But how could they hide anything from Su Chen's eyes? Su Chen, what do you want here? Seeing the fear in the 2, Su Chen understood they were afraid he had come to settle scores, so he spoke up. What do you think? This question further confirmed their suspicions. If Su Chen were to act, they would have no way to counter him. The leader seemed to be in great inner turmoil before finally saying, Su Chen, please be magnanimous and let us go. We are willing to make any compensation. Su Chen was not surprised by this decision. It must be said that anyone who had come this far was indeed clever. Half of your resources, delivered to the Eternal Night. As soon as he spoke, the faces of the 2 changed dramatically, but Su Chen paid no mind and continued, also, I want that person. Following Su Chen's finger, they saw the super warrior with a different aura in the crowd, who was still unaware of what was happening. Just as the 2 were about to say something, Su Chen merely stood there, looking at them. Although he did not exude any pressure, they felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, their mouths dry. The words they wanted to say turned into a single word, okay. At that moment, the most panicked was the person Su Chen had pointed out. He was completely bewildered and had never interacted with Su Chen, so he had no idea why Su Chen was looking for him. Before he could think further, the leader of the Earth Dragon Gang said, Wanna, step forward. Trembling, he walked out.
From now on, you will follow Su Chen.
Since he had already made the decision to compromise, he would agree to all of Su Chen's conditions without question. Moreover, Wana was not absolutely crucial to the gang. Having come from the wasteland, he had not integrated well with them, so the members of the Earth Dragon gang were not particularly close to him. Wana felt utterly crushed. He thought he had been abandoned and couldn't help but worry about his fate.
Wana, right? Come with me.
The members of the Earth Dragon gang watched as Su Chen finally left, feeling a sense of relief. At least Su Chen had not made things difficult for them. However, thinking about having to hand over half of their resources in the next 2 days still made their hearts bleed. But now that Su Chen had the upper hand, they had originally thought that with so many forces present, he wouldn't be so brazen. Yet when Su Chen truly came knocking, they realized they had no way to counter him, and the other forces had not united against him as they had at the beginning.
Of course, others were also watching the situation. Seeing the onlookers at the entrance, the Earth Dragon gang members naturally felt a surge of anger.
Sensing that the atmosphere was off, everyone hurriedly dispersed. They did not want to provoke these people now. On the other side, after a struggle with his thoughts, Wana finally asked, "What do you want to do with me?"
"No need to be nervous, I'm just going to ask you a few questions." Just asking a few questions put Wana at ease. "What do you want to know? Do you know Zhang Chao?"
Upon hearing the name Zhang Chao, Wana suddenly froze. The name stirred some memories within him. He hadn't heard that name in a long time, but he spoke truthfully. "I can't say I know him, but I know of him."
Oh, after all, the wasteland is quite large, and he didn't expect to find a clue.
Knowing that Su Chen wasn't after his life, he felt more at ease speaking. Zhang Chao originally didn't belong to the wasteland people. His father was from the dragon country, and his mother was from the wasteland, so he has the surname Zhang. Because of this connection, Zhang Chao's initial situation wasn't very good, but later it was discovered that he seemed to have a special talent for fighting. Gradually, he became the strongest fighter in the Sarah wasteland. The people of the wasteland worship strong individuals, and eventually, he slowly became a leader. After the apocalypse occurred, his parents met with misfortune one after another, and from then on, he led those people to survive in the wasteland.
After Vanna's introduction, Su Chen finally understood Zhang Chao's story. Moreover, he also learned that Zhang Chao was in the Sarah wasteland area.
Soon, Su Chen used his heavenly eye to locate the Sarah wasteland, but it was still quite vast.
"Do you know how to find him?"
"Yes."
Vanna didn't hesitate and directly pointed out Zhang Chao's location on the heavenly eye. It must be said that finding Vanna was indeed the right choice. After asking some other questions about the wasteland, Vanna didn't hold back. "By the way, do you have a place to go later?"
Regarding Vanna, especially his honest demeanor, Su Chen didn't mind helping him out, as he was also helping himself. There was no need to mention the Earth Dragon gang. He definitely couldn't go back there, and returning might get him captured as a spy sent by Su Chen.
Looking at Vanna's confused expression, he suggested, "Why not join the Eternal Night?" Su Chen had sensed that Vanna's strength was also at the 4th level, meeting the requirements to join the Eternal Night. Moreover, when he had previously asked for people from the Earth Dragon gang, the two gang leaders didn't seem to care about him and didn't show any intention to stop him. This indicated that Vanna wasn't particularly favored there, despite having some strength. Su Chen's thoughts were not far off. Vanna indeed wasn't well regarded in the Earth Dragon gang. Hearing this, Vanna's face was filled with disbelief.
He only hoped Su Chen wouldn't kill him, but he didn't expect Su Chen to offer him such a significant opportunity. Previously, he had entertained this idea in the Earth Dragon gang, but due to the power of the two gang leaders, he had suppressed this impulse. And because he wasn't favored in the Earth Dragon gang, he had been looking for opportunities.
Now, he didn't expect this opportunity to be right in front of him.
Really? Looking at the person before him, he thought that Su Chen had no reason to lie to him and didn't need to do so, and he quickly said, "I am willing." At that moment, the Newwood base finally welcomed its first official member. On the other side, the other 3 divisions had already begun recruiting official members. Their preparations were in place, while Su Chen's side had not yet proceeded because no one was responsible for this matter. He certainly didn't want to be bogged down by such things. He had more important matters to attend to. The military personnel were only assisting him and couldn't be considered his own people, and they had their own tasks as well. Although Luo Changhua had arranged for these people to be dispatched by Su Chen, he truly wanted his own people to handle this matter, as it would be more reassuring. After all, if there were to be a handover later, it would be quite troublesome. The other divisions, through some recorded footage from the Heavenly Eye, edited by Lu Wei and released on the Douyin platform, received quite a good response.
Su Chen naturally paid attention to these developments.
It seems I need to hurry up.
Soon, Su Chen left the Newwood base alone and turned to fly towards the wasteland.
Above the wasteland, nearly 100 figures were battling some ferocious wild beasts. It was Zhang Chao and his group. Unexpectedly, they were still entangled by the pack of wolves. "Brother Chow, we can't shake off these wild wolves at all." At this moment, Zhang Chao was single-handedly facing 2 7th-tier wild wolves. He could even occasionally lend a hand to fend off others, but it didn't have much effect. Apart from Zhang Chao, the others were barely in a state of survival, as the overall strength of the wolf pack was higher than theirs. Hearing Ada's shouts, Zhang Chao grew increasingly anxious. If they couldn't shake them off within 15 minutes, when the Wild Wolf King arrived, there would be no one left to resist. If it weren't for his ability to unleash 120% of his strength, he wouldn't be able to hold them back. "Human, stop resisting. You killed our king's child. No matter where you run, our king will find you." At this moment, the 2 7th-tier wild wolves, seeing the situation outside, found it extremely favorable for them, so they resorted to psychological tactics against Zhang Chao. Zhang Chao snorted coldly. "Less talk. Are you saying it's only allowed for you to kill our kin? Our enmity is one of life and death. Let's see the real skills under your hands." In fact, this wilderness was not only filled with wild wolves as enemies, and it wasn't just Zhang Chao and his group living here. However, because their enmity was too deep, anyone who helped Zhang Chao would be retaliated against by the Wild Wolf King, so no one dared to assist him. Zhang Chao was the same. If other wild beasts helped the Wild Wolf King, they would also be killed by Zhang Chao. Thus, it gradually formed this bizarre scene where no one was willing to get involved in their conflict. So many times, even if there were other super warriors from the wilderness nearby, they didn't dare to intervene, fearing retaliation from the Wild Wolf King. And besides the wild wolves, other wild beasts wouldn't attack Zhang Chao and his group either. Not to mention the possibility of facing Zhang Chao's revenge. Even if Zhang Chao and his group couldn't hold on any longer, these wild beasts wouldn't get a share of the spoils. This wasn't Zhang Chao's first encounter with them. Such dialogues had been repeated countless times, yet Zhang Chao had never changed or yielded. "No! This can't drag on any longer. Shatter!" 10,000 blades returned to sheath. Suddenly, an unprecedented momentum erupted from Zhang Chao. Coming again? Clearly, these 2 7th-tier wild wolves were already used to it. Every time before, Zhang Chao had escaped using this method. In the next moment, the golden spear in Zhang Chao's hand shone brightly, and huge phantoms appeared at the 4 corners of the battlefield. From the outside, it looked like the golden spear in Zhang Chao's hand had been magnified dozens of times. Extreme of the wild flow. A massive barrier of earthy yellow energy formed, wrapping around the bodies of the 2 7th-tier wild wolves, like an indestructible stone wall. Puff, puff, puff. The 4 huge phantoms suddenly converged on Zhang Chao, violently sending the 2 wild wolves flying, leaving them on the ground, unable to rise, and spraying blood everywhere. If it weren't for the protective barrier formed by the wild flow, they would have been severely injured in that blow. In the next moment, Zhang Chao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, kneeling on one knee, barely holding himself up with the golden spear in his hand. This strike from Zhang Chao was a life-for-a-life tactic, instantly exhausting his strength, and his body couldn't bear it, causing his power to backflow, resulting in this situation. Yet, it was this strike that gave Zhang Chao and the others a chance to breathe. The massive energy impact instantly disrupted the formation of the wild wolves, tearing open a gap. Moreover, the 2 leading 7th-tier wild wolves were now also on the ground, leaving the pack leaderless. Ada was the first to rush to Zhang Chao's side, helping him up. "Brother Chao, you." He didn't expect Zhang Chao to use this almost self-destructive method to gain them a glimmer of hope. "I'm fine, hurry and go." Ada realized the seriousness of the situation, and with Zhang Chao's effort, everyone finally broke through the torn gap. Soon, the figures of Zhang Chao and the others vanished. Moments later, an extremely massive wild wolf arrived at the scene, its body over 100 meters long, with strong and powerful limbs, and claws like deadly scythes. Especially its gaping maw, which instilled fear in anyone who beheld it. There was also a faint aura of superiority emanating from its entire body. Clearly, this was the Wild Wolf King. At this moment, the 2 7th-tier wild wolves finally caught their breath. "King, we let him escape again." Bang! Bang! The Wild Wolf King swept them away with its tail. "How many times has this been? How many chances have I given you?" Ignoring their serious injuries, the 2 wild wolves immediately straightened up and knelt before it. Where did they run off to? It had actually crossed paths with Zhang Chao before. Although Zhang Chao had escaped its grasp, he was still a 6th tier. Yet it had sent 2 7th-tier wolves and still failed to capture this human. And this was not the first or second time. It could not leave its territory for long, as there were other wild beasts around, and each time it was just a little short, driving it to madness. "King, over there. Follow me." This time, the 2 7th-tier wild wolves were stunned. Their king had never pursued after learning that this human had escaped. But this time, it clearly intended to lead them in the chase.
towards the king's territory. The Wild Wolf King shot them a cold glance. If it weren't for you useless lot, I wouldn't need to take matters into my own hands. Chase. It was evident that it had developed a murderous intent. Even if its territory was occupied by other wild beasts, it was determined to eliminate this human this time. The grudge of killing its offspring could not be forgiven. Yes. Seeing their king's resolve, they knew they could not change it, and thus took the lead in the pursuit. They quickly followed the trail of Zhang Chao and the others, disappearing into the wilderness. Meanwhile, Zhang Chao was still unaware that danger was silently approaching. Ada, how far is it? Are they chasing us? Brother Chao, don't worry, they aren't following us. At this moment, Zhang Chao was being led by a few others, preparing to find a safe place to regroup. But Zhang Chao felt a vague sense of unease. He couldn't quite explain why, as he had never felt this way before. Where are we going now? To the east. It's a natural cave we discovered by chance before. Then let's speed up and not linger any longer. Brother Chao, can you hold on? No problem. Soon, at Zhang Chao's signal, they hastened their pace to reach a safe place. However, contrary to that, the unease in Zhang Chao's heart did not diminish. Instead, it gradually intensified. He always felt that something bad was about to happen. And the reality was just as Zhang Chao feared, for the Wild Wolf King's sensitivity to scent and observation was far superior to any other wild wolf. The actions of Zhang Chao and the others would always leave behind some traces and scents. In the eyes of the Wild Wolf King, this would be magnified infinitely, and it was rapidly closing the distance to Zhang Chao and the others. Ada, how much further? Almost there, Brother Chao, not far now, about half an hour. Glancing at the people beside him, he suddenly realized that this time the casualties were greater than ever, as the overall strength of the wolf pack had also increased. Although Zhang Chao had previously managed to turn the tide through such means, today the delay was clearly longer, precisely because those wild wolves had grown stronger. If he had used this method from the start, it might not have achieved the desired effect. Although he had arranged for a few people to handle the traces behind, there would inevitably be oversights during the escape, especially with more injured people, leaving behind more clues. He suddenly understood what he was worried about. Because they had entangled with the wolf pack for too long, the Wild Wolf King might see this as an opportunity. And the next moment, it truly was a case of fearing what would come. Zhang Chao and many others noticed that a sudden gust of wind and sand surged from behind, accompanied by a rumbling sound, and even he could feel some slight tremors. Ha! What is that? What's going on? Why does it feel like it's coming for us? Oh whoa! Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed across the entire wasteland. Along the way, when the other wild beasts on the wasteland realized that the leader was the Wild Wolf King, they all fled in panic. Even other forces on the wasteland, upon discovering it was the Wild Wolf King, hurriedly took their people away from the area. Considering Zhang Chao and their situation just moments ago, it was clear they knew the Wild Wolf King was after Zhang Chao. Of course, there were some forces that had received help from Zhang Chao, but they were utterly helpless against the Wild Wolf King and could only sigh in despair. Zhang Chao's expression changed drastically. The sound he was most familiar with after all this time was that howl, and he immediately recognized its source. The Wild Wolf King. Chao Chao Gu. It's them chasing us. The next moment. Oh whoa! Oh whoa! Oh whoa! The howls rose and fell, showcasing the excitement of the wolf pack. They had already caught the scent of those humans, but for Zhang Chao and his group, their hearts sank. However, their speed was nowhere near that of the wolf pack. Instantly, everyone was thrown into disarray, and Ada hurriedly said, Chao Gu, what should we do? Zhang Chao hadn't expected his worries to actually come true, and it was still because they had delayed for too long. Originally, they had wanted to find a safe place to rest, but now it seemed unnecessary. Their tracks had been exposed. No matter how they ran, with the speed they were coming, they would soon find Zhang Chao and the others. At this point, everyone was thinking about an inevitable battle. Seeing that Zhang Chao didn't respond, many people nearby even stopped. Chao Gu, let's fight them. We're not afraid of death. Since we can't escape, let's fight them. Fight. Let's fight. Fight. Ada also looked at Zhang Chao with determination. Zhang Chao looked at these familiar faces, and he had only one thought in his mind, to protect these people. Therefore, what he needed to avoid was a direct confrontation. Once they encountered it, there would be no chance of survival. Zhang Chao waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet, and then began to observe the surroundings, quickly coming up with an idea. There were many wild mountains on the wasteland, and the place they were currently in was not far from the wild mountains. Zhang Chao made a decisive decision. Everyone, into the wild mountains. Although there were wild beasts in the wild mountains, as long as they didn't encounter powerful wild beasts, the hope of survival was still quite high. However, this alone was not enough to calm everyone down. Upon hearing this, they understood Zhang Chao's intention.
In the wild mountains, they could conceal their tracks and engage in guerrilla warfare, perhaps even finding a glimmer of hope.
Xiao Gu, we'll follow your lead. Everyone, into the wild mountains.
Soon, everyone began to act, changing direction and rushing towards the wild mountain range. But Zhang Chao remained still. Ada was puzzled, urging everyone to leave first while he turned back to look at Zhang Chao.
Xiao Gu, hurry and run.
Ada's tone was urgent. The pack of wild wolves was about to catch up.
Ada, you take them and remember, bring them out alive.
Xiao Gu, I will.
But Ada quickly realized something.
What about you, brother?
Zhang Chao calmly replied, I will go and draw them away.
Ha!
Xiao Gu, we can leave together.
Zhang Chao shook his head. He understood very well that someone had to draw them away, otherwise, even if they hid in the wild mountains, with the strength of the wild wolf king, they would ultimately face death. You have your own tasks to do, your job is to ensure their safe escape.
Don't worry, I won't die.
Ada was extremely anxious because Zhang Chao was still injured, and there was a high possibility that he might not return after this trip.
Hurry up!
He knew Zhang Chao had made up his mind, and all he could do was honor Zhang Chao's trust. The wolf pack was getting closer, and Ada understood the seriousness of the situation.
Brother Chao, you must come back.
After saying this, he left without looking back. Zhang Chao quickly erased the traces of the group and continued to flee along the previous route. To create a realistic diversion, Zhang Chao even left some traces behind, as if they had fled in that direction. When the wild wolf king arrived at the point where the group had separated, it suddenly stopped, as if it had caught the scent of humans from another direction. However, upon discovering the traces left by Zhang Chao, it continued to pursue him. It could ignore everything else, but this scent was too familiar. It was Zhang Chao. Thinking about avenging its only son, the wild wolf king's speed increased, and even the wolves behind struggled to keep up, but it didn't care at all. Soon, it spotted Zhang Chao's figure.
Indeed, it was this human.
At the same time, Zhang Chao also noticed the wild wolf king, surprised that it had caught up so quickly. Of course, Zhang Chao didn't sit idly by. In an instant, the tiger-head golden gun appeared in his hand, sweeping back continuously, launching attacks toward the wild wolf king.
Human! You can't escape!
With agile movements, Zhang Chao's attacks were all dodged, and as he jumped, the wild wolf king closed the distance between them. Seeing that the distance was now sufficient, a cold light flashed in the wild wolf king's eyes as it suddenly swiped a paw forward.
Human! Die!
Zhang Chao turned sharply to block with his gun, but after just one exchange, he was sent flying. However, Zhang Chao seized this opportunity to create some distance from the wild wolf king. At the same time, the impact aggravated his internal injuries, which was an extremely dangerous signal. Zhang Chao continued to engage in guerrilla tactics, harassing the wild wolf king to avoid a direct confrontation. If this continued a few more times, he would truly be like fish on a chopping board. Naturally, the wild wolf king was not foolish. It gradually understood Zhang Chao's intentions. Zhang Chao thought that if he could hold on a little longer, but in the next moment, his hope was shattered. He saw a flow of earthy yellow energy surging from the wild wolf king, its speed increasing even more, and its aura becoming stronger.
The power of bloodlines. Suddenly, the wild wolf king leaped over Zhang Chao's head and landed firmly in front of him.
The path ahead was blocked, and Zhang Chao knew he had no way to retreat. However, he thought that they should be far enough from Ada and the others, which gave him some comfort.
Damn human, keep running!
In the next second, a massive wolf paw came crashing down toward Zhang Chao in anger. Zhang Chao had no choice but to dodge. There was an absolute power gap between them. Even if he could exert 120% of his strength, he was no match for the wild wolf king. At this moment, the wild wolf king had no intention of killing Zhang Chao so easily. If this human died so easily, how could it relieve its pent-up hatred? As the wild wolf king continued its relentless attacks, Zhang Chao found himself with no way to avoid it, forced to confront it head-on. Once again, he collided with the wild wolf king's front paw, and the next moment, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Before he could regain his senses, he was swept away by the wild wolf king's tail, crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to prop himself up.
Come again.
Upon hearing Zhang Chao's words, the wild wolf king was furious. Even in this state, he was still so provocative.
This king will grant your wish. Die.
In the next moment, the wild wolf king suddenly darted forward, aiming to bite down on Zhang Chao.
Opportunity.
This was all part of Zhang Chao's plan, first feigning weakness to lower the wild wolf king's guard, then provoking it with words.
Once affected, there would definitely be a flaw.
Although Zhang Chao had indeed suffered several impacts, his injuries were not as severe as he had imagined, especially after being swept away by that tail. It was all for this moment.
Break! Cold Radiant Spear.
Zhang Chao suddenly straightened up, throwing the tiger-head Zhanjin spear from his hand. His hands clawed, and a terrifying energy gathered in his palms. In the next moment, he fiercely infused that energy into the tiger head Zhanjin spear. Instantly, the spear's body shone brightly, and an unstoppable force erupted, transforming into a massive spear shadow that fiercely pierced into the mouth of the Wild Wolf King. Awah! In an instant, the Wild Wolf King howled in pain, blood gushing from its mouth, its tongue even pierced. This intense pain jolted the Wild Wolf King awake, and with the agony of losing its offspring and Zhang Chao's provocation, it became momentarily disoriented. However, seeing this result, Zhang Chao's eyes dimmed slightly. He had hoped this spear would severely injure the Wild Wolf King, thus winning a chance. Unfortunately, the Wolf King's reaction was too swift. It responded immediately to the pain, preventing the strike from penetrating deeper, resulting only in a light injury. Human! You seek death. The pain in its mouth completely provoked the Wild Wolf King, and a surge of earthy yellow energy once again surged around its body. The injury in its mouth began to heal under this energy, and in the next moment, a massive shadow of the Desert Wolf King enveloped its body. Just this aura was already somewhat difficult for Zhang Chao to withstand. Wild Polar Storm. The Wolf King's shadow howled to the sky, and a massive yellow sand tornado suddenly spread out from the Wild Wolf King as its center. The sky was filled with swirling yellow sand, and everything around was sucked into the tornado. Even the sky at this moment was shrouded in a grayish hue. In an instant, Zhang Chao felt the terrifying pull. 10,000 blades. Return to sheath. With a furious roar from Zhang Chao, 4 massive spear shadows hovered over the battlefield. Come together. The 4 spear shadows trembled violently. Puff 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 puff. After 4 explosive sounds, the massive yellow sand tornado suddenly had 4 gaps appear, precisely the result of Zhang Chao's earlier efforts. In the next moment, immense energy gathered in Zhang Chao's tiger head Zhanjin spear. Break for me! Zhang Chao hurled the spear fiercely, and a shadow of a fierce tiger appeared on the spear, striking towards the tornado. The tiger's shadow was only a few dozen meters, while the swirling yellow sand towered hundreds of meters high. This strike had the momentum of preferring to be shattered like jade rather than remain intact like tiles. However, the result was far from satisfactory. In just a moment, the fierce tiger was torn apart by the tornado, and the tiger head Zhanjin spear also shattered instantly upon revealing its true form. Seeing this, Zhang Chao let out a bitter laugh. As expected, still not enough. In the next moment, the swirling tornado sucked Zhang Chao in as well, a strong tearing sensation stimulating his nerves, but he was powerless. Everything was torn to dust. Giant rocks, deadwood, and some hidden beasts beneath the yellow sand were all disintegrated before Zhang Chao's eyes. Next, it was his turn. At this moment, the furious roar of the Wild Wolf King echoed again. Human! I will make you suffer. Die in pain. Feeling the tearing sensation in his body, Zhang Chao looked towards Ada and the others. Fortunately, they were safe, which was his only consolation. Suddenly, a scene appeared in his mind of Su Chen giving him a crystal core at the Martial Alliance, and he felt a warmth. This was the first stranger who had been so kind to him. Su Chen, if there's a chance, I'll repay your kindness in the next life. Why wait for the next life? Because I'm going to die. Ha! Zhang Chao doubted whether he was about to die and was hallucinating, wondering why he heard someone else's voice. But in the next moment, he felt something was off. Amidst the swirling yellow sand, why was he still alive? Then suddenly, he discovered a green barrier surrounding him, and even a blue mech appeared beside him. Looking at the unfamiliar mech in front of him, Zhang Chao's eyes widened in disbelief, wondering if he was hallucinating, yet he felt a strange sense of familiarity with the mech. Who said you were going to die? The sudden voice made Zhang Chao realize this was not an illusion. Who are you? What? You don't even recognize me, yet you say you want to repay my kindness? Hearing the familiar voice, an unbelievable thought surged in his mind. Ever since Shinmu left, he had been heading towards the Sera wilderness because Vanna had given Su Chen some information about that area, which was where Zhang Chao had lived before. So Su Chen initially went there based on what Vanna had said, but after arriving, he found nothing, not a single clue left behind. Moreover, after so many trips, that place had long been abandoned and was now occupied by wild beasts. Along the way, Su Chen had asked some other people, but they sensed that he was not a native of the wilderness and were unwilling to deal with him. Fortunately, the commotion caused by the Wild Wolf King was quite significant, and its howl caught Su Chen's attention. From its imposing presence, it was clear that it was an 8th-tier Wolf King, and since there was nowhere else to go, why not take a look? With this thought, he unexpectedly found Zhang Chao. At this moment, Zhang Chao also realized. Is it you, Su Chen? You remember me, so it should be fine. Su Chen even had the mood to joke at this moment. But how did you provoke such a ferocious 8th-tier Wolf King? Only then did Zhang Chao realize that they were still trapped in this sandstorm. Su Chen, you need to leave quickly. The target of this Wild Wolf King is me. Hearing this, Su Chen looked at the Wolf King at the center of the whirlwind and narrowed his eyes. Unsurprisingly, when Zhang Chao sought the 8th tier crystal core, it must have been to deal with it. However, judging from Zhang Chao's aura, it seemed he had not yet broken through to the 7th tier, no wonder he couldn't handle it now. At this moment, the Wild Wolf King at the center of the storm wore a cruel smile. Under such an attack and tearing, that human should have been shredded to pieces by now. It was certain that Zhang Chao could not survive, and although it did not want to kill this human so easily, Zhang Chao's tenacity made it quite angry. But the outcome was good, after all, it avenged its poor child. Thinking of this, the Wild Wolf King couldn't help but begin to weaken its control over the whirlwind. But at that moment, it suddenly noticed a blue light sphere appearing in the whirlwind. Completely unaffected by the storm, it hovered motionless in the chaos, and faintly, 2 figures could be seen inside. At this moment, Zhang Chao also realized that the Wild Wolf King had noticed him and Su Chen. Su Chen, what are you doing? Hurry and leave. Although he didn't know Su Chen's strength, he looked stronger than him, so escaping should be no problem. He had never thought that Su Chen could defeat this Wolf King because even if he broke through to the 7th tier, he would only have the qualification to face it head-on. Su Chen couldn't possibly be 8th tier, right? But Su Chen remained unfazed. Don't waste time, I'll take you out. Su Chen's casual words stopped Zhang Chao from saying anything else. He suddenly felt that Su Chen was not joking. At this moment, the Wild Wolf King, realizing the situation, controlled the storm with even greater energy. But no matter how much power it exerted, it seemed unable to affect the blue light sphere. At this time, its heart grew increasingly uneasy as it sensed the danger emanating from the blue sphere. The next moment, a voice came from within the sphere. Seal. Suddenly, the light sphere, which had just been a few meters in diameter, rapidly expanded. From several meters to dozens of meters, then to hundreds of meters. In an instant, anything that was swept by this blue light lost its energy fluctuations, including this powerful yellow sand tornado. After being swept away, it also quietly disintegrated. Su Chen and Zhang Chao hung in front of it. Zhang Chao looked at everything happening before him in disbelief, even feeling that it might be an illusion. Because Su Chen clearly did nothing, just uttered a single word, as if his words had the power to command, and it truly made this terrifying ability come to a halt. The Wild Wolf King also watched this human with caution. Although Zhang Chao was its enemy for killing its offspring, it was clear that this green mech before it was the real threat. It did not let impulse dictate its actions. Seeing the Wild Wolf King's wary demeanor, Su Chen did not act immediately. Whether he killed this Wild Wolf King or not was irrelevant to him, but in his eyes, this Wild Wolf King could provide excellent training for Zhang Chao. Do you want to kill it? Zhang Chao had not yet realized that Su Chen was asking him, doubting whether he had misheard. Looking at Zhang Chao's expression. Let's go. Su Chen simply turned back and said to Zhang Chao in a calm tone, completely disregarding the 8th tier beast. Can this work? Before Zhang Chao could think more, Su Chen seemed truly ready to leave. Seeing this, Zhang Chao hurriedly followed. Meanwhile, the Wild Wolf King remained in place, staring intently at Su Chen and Zhang Chao's retreating figures. Just hearing Su Chen's question about killing it, it suddenly felt a threat of death, as if it would be torn apart in the next moment. But ultimately, it was still somewhat unwilling. After all, the enemy was right in front of it. Moreover, did this suddenly appearing human really intend to let them go just because he felt a sense of threat? Its gaze suddenly turned fierce, as if it had made a certain decision. Seeing that the Wild Wolf King made no move, Zhang Chao also breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, a cold light swept over, forcing itself towards the two of them. Zhang Chao's heart sank, realizing something was wrong, but he found that Su Chen had already made a move, thrusting his sword towards that cold light. Zizz! Suddenly, an extremely piercing sound of friction rang out, as Su Chen's sword clashed with a wolf's claw. Undoubtedly, the Wild Wolf King could not hold back, and when it sensed the momentum emanating from Su Chen, it became enraged. What courage! A mere 7th tier. Almost fooled me. Zhang Chao thought to himself that it was not good. He had genuinely thought they could leave like this, but now they had been discovered. Dragging its heavily injured body, it slowly walked to Su Chen's side. I'll hold it off. You hurry and go. Su Chen felt he had not misjudged the person. What's going on? We look like we're about to die. Don't worry. Qi Shao. In the next moment, Long Yuan faded away, and the blood-red Qi Shao emerged, a blood sword appearing in Su Chen's hand. At this moment, Su Chen's momentum suddenly became violent. Scare you? Dragon God's Fury. A blood-colored flame dragon suddenly appeared, and the next moment, it swept towards the Wild Wolf King. At this moment, it truly felt a breath of death. It knew it had really underestimated its opponent. Wild, polar storm. But facing Su Chen's offensive, it could not just sit back and wait. Although the blood dragon was not as large as the yellow dragon, and its range was also smaller, it excelled in refinement, even faintly suppressing the yellow dragon in momentum. Ziz! The two giant dragons continuously collided, and with a slight cracking sound, it was discovered that the yellow dragon formed by the storm had begun to shatter. The wild wolf king, at the center of the storm, revealed an expression of disbelief. Clearly, it seemed to have the advantage. Why was it like this? But the situation would not stop because of its doubts, and the shattering caused by the storm increased. Boom! With a loud explosion, the yellow dragon formed by the storm instantly shattered into pieces, and in the terrified gaze of the wild wolf king, the terrifying force instantly struck its body. It was sent flying with a single touch. In the process, it didn't know how many bones had been broken, and finally collapsed into a pool of blood, its body covered in fresh wounds. At this moment, the blood-red flame dragon had also dissipated, and Su-chen looked at it coldly, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Why? The wild wolf king asked, unwilling to accept its fate as it lay in the blood pool. It was unclear what the wild wolf meant. Was it questioning the outcome of this confrontation, or Su-chen's decision to spare Zhang Chao, or perhaps its own inability to defeat Su-chen, who was of a lower rank? However, none of this mattered anymore. The severely injured wild wolf king no longer had the strength to resist Su-chen. I gave you a chance to live, but you refused it. Although you will die in the end, at least you could have lived a little longer. Upon hearing this, the wild wolf king was taken aback. Indeed, this human had given it an opportunity. Although Su-chen intended to leave this opponent for Zhang Chao to handle, if the wild wolf king did not appreciate it, there was nothing more to be done. Nevertheless, the wild wolf king still refused to give up the struggle. It struggled to rise, knowing it could not escape death today, but it would not surrender easily. Human, you killed my only son, even if I die today, I will not let you have it easy. At this moment, the wild wolf king had only one thought in mind, to make the person before it pay the price. Yet, it only thought of Zhang Chao killing its son, without considering that it had first killed Zhang Chao's friends and brothers. However, in this situation, there was no right or wrong. They were already enemies, which predetermined their outcome. If Zhang Chao had the ability, he would surely uproot this group of wild beasts. Conversely, if the wild wolf king found an opportunity, it would also annihilate Zhang Chao and his group. Stubborn and unyielding. Su-chen shook his head, not expecting the wild wolf king to be so persistent. In the next moment, the wild wolf king howled to the sky, terrifying energy accumulating, more blood spilling from its body, continuously gathering at its head. Chun Jun! Su-chen quickly responded, summoning Chun Jun. Zhang Chao was also greatly shocked. How many trump cards did Su-chen have? The power of extremes. Shatter mountains and break peaks. A massive white sword shadow appeared above Chun Jun in Su-chen's hand. Just the might of it made Zhang Chao feel a sting. In the next moment, Su-chen swung down fiercely with his sword. At this time, the wild wolf king's energy had also reached its peak. Roar! A terrifying yellow light beam surged towards the massive sword shadow. The wild wolf king continued to spew forth energy, the intense impact tearing its mouth apart, blood gushing forth. The light in its eyes gradually dimmed, and what sustained it was the desire to see the final outcome of Su-chen and the others. The imagined terrifying energy fluctuations did not occur. In fact, it could be said to be somewhat quiet, because when the terrifying yellow light beam met the sword shadow, it melted away instantly, like winter snow meeting summer sun. The massive sword shadow split the light beam apart, and on the other side, it also cleaved through the severely injured and dying body of the wild wolf king. After Ada and the others entered the wild mountains, they noticed that Zhang Chao had not followed. After repeated questioning, Ada finally revealed the situation, and only then did they learn that their current safety was due to Zhang Chao diverting the wild wolf king alone. In an instant, everyone was filled with grief, and some even wanted to go out and find Zhang Chao. But they were all stopped by Ada. This was a request that Brother Chao had repeatedly entrusted to him, and he could not let him down. In fact, the one who felt the worst was Ada, as he was the one who had witnessed that scene. But soon, they noticed the terrifying commotion in the east, the raging yellow sand, and the terrifying energy fluctuations. They knew that Zhang Chao had encountered the wild wolf king, or rather, that the wild wolf king had caught up with Zhang Chao. In everyone's eyes, there was sorrow. They all understood the consequences of being pursued by the wild wolf king. However, slowly, they began to feel that something was amiss. The endless yellow sand seemed to have vanished. Yet, the sounds of battle still echoed from that direction, and a glimmer of hope rose in their hearts. This meant that Zhang Chao might still be alive. At this moment, everyone could no longer hold back, including Ada. Ada, that noise must be caused by Brother Chao. He must still be alive. Yes, Ada, the sounds of battle haven't stopped. Let's go take a look. Maybe we can help Brother Chao. We owe our lives to him. We must do something. Ada. Seeing so many people pleading, Ada was also quite shaken. The next moment, he declared, "Everyone, follow me to save Brother Chow." Okay. When everyone hurried to the destination, they found the ground littered with the corpses of wild wolves, and Zhang Chao was also present there. Beside Zhang Chao was a white mech. At this moment, aside from his slightly weakened breath, Zhang Chao showed no other signs of distress, and Ada and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Chow. Zhang Chao was also quite surprised to see them. He had already instructed them to look for an opportunity to escape in the wild mountains. "What are you doing here?" Ada rushed forward. "I'm sorry, Brother Chow, we were just too worried about you, we couldn't rest easy." "Are you okay, Brother Chow?" "Who is this?" "I'm fine, this is Su Chen. Thanks to him, I was able to survive." Su Chen? The 14 people who had gone to the martial alliance with Zhang Chao were not unfamiliar with this name. In fact, they were quite familiar with it. Ada had to stay home, but he had heard Zhang Chao mention it, as the 8th tier crystal core was given to him by Su Chen. Although they didn't know the specifics, at least Zhang Chao was indeed alive, and Ada quickly expressed his gratitude. However, Su Chen merely waved his hand. To him, it was just a small matter. "Brother Chao, what about the Wild Wolf King? And what about this pack of wolves?" Upon hearing Ada's question, Zhang Chao felt a bit emotional. Just moments ago, facing the terrifying onslaught of the Wild Wolf King, he had felt a deep despair, but Su Chen had simply cut through it with a single sword strike. Along with that strike, the massive body of the Wild Wolf King was also cleaved apart, and at that moment, he realized that even if he himself broke through to the 7th tier, he could never be a match for Su Chen. He was very clear about his own strength. If he stepped into the 7th tier, he could only contend with the Wild Wolf King, but to think of killing it was nothing but a dream. In contrast, when Su Chen killed the 8th tier Wolf King, he did not go through great effort. It could even be said to be somewhat effortless. Yet Su Chen himself was only a 7th tier. The fact that a 7th tier could exert such overwhelming pressure on an 8th tier was something he could never achieve. Moreover, he had seen Su Chen possess multiple mechs, each with different abilities. This unpredictable capability was something he did not possess. After slaying the Wild Wolf King, Su Chen skillfully collected the spoils of war and even dealt with the Wolf King's corpse with remarkable proficiency. This made Zhang Chao clearly feel that Su Chen was definitely not doing this for the first time. As this thought took root, Zhang Chao felt it was increasingly likely. After all, the 8th tier crystal core he had was given to him by Su Chen, and that core was likely obtained by Su Chen after slaying an 8th tier beast. The Wild Wolf King has been slain by Su Chen. Everyone no longer needs to worry. As for these wolves were, of course, lurking nearby, as the battle between the Wild Wolf King and Su Chen was too ferocious for them to dare approach. They could only stay nearby, fearing being caught in the fray. When Su Chen killed the Wild Wolf King and they left, they discovered this pack of wolves. Without a doubt, the Wild Wolf King was the ruler of this pack, and Su Chen felt it was just a matter of convenience to deal with it. Although Zhang Chao did not elaborate on the specifics, Ada and the others felt immense shock from just these few words. In summary, they had struggled for so long to slay the Wild Wolf King and annihilate the pack, yet Su Chen had accomplished it. Including this time, it was still Zhang Chao who had risked himself to lure the enemy, otherwise, they might have already perished in the wolves' jaws. At that moment, all of them placed their right hands on their left shoulders and deeply bowed at a 90-degree angle, which was their highest form of respect. Su Chen was worthy of this gesture, and Zhang Chao also bowed to him. This was the only way they could express their gratitude at that moment. Su Chen then appropriately spoke up. "Do you have a place to go now?" This question left everyone present, including Zhang Chao and Ada, momentarily stunned. Zhang Chao replied helplessly, "We really have no place to go right now. Let's find a place to settle down first, then choose a base. You know, I plan to establish a base for the Eternal Night Division, and it has already been completed in Shinmu. Are you interested?" "Shinmu? Isn't that just past those two barren mountains?" Yes, I traded supplies there before, it's not far." Hearing this, Zhang Chao recalled his impression of Shinmu City. "Su Chen, what do you mean?" Su Chen had always admired Zhang Chao, so he didn't beat around the bush. "Since you have nowhere to go for now, how about helping me out? I don't know about anything else, but I can guarantee that there will be plenty of food and drink, and it will definitely be much safer than out in the wilderness." After hearing Su Chen's words, Zhang Chao was somewhat taken aback. He understood that having enough food and a safe place to stay in the apocalypse was a luxury. Yet Su Chen was placing this opportunity right in front of him. Ada and the others could hardly believe that such good fortune had fallen upon them, all waiting for Zhang Chao's response. Zhang Chao understood very well that this was something he wouldn't even dare to dream of. If it were someone else, they would surely jump at the chance, but he was genuinely worried about letting Su Chen down. Seeing Zhang Chao hesitate, Su Chen thought he was just afraid of not fitting in. If you need anything, just let me know, and I will do my best to accommodate you. When Zhang Chao heard Su Chen say this, he realized that Su Chen had misunderstood his meaning and quickly clarified, No, that's not what I meant. I'm just worried that I and my brothers won't be able to do a good job and might cause trouble. At that moment, Su Chen understood Zhang Chao's concerns. Don't worry, if you can survive in the wilderness with Ada and the others, it shows you have that capability. You are the most suitable person for this. Of course, Su Chen admitted that he initially admired him purely for his skills, but after getting to know Zhang Chao, he genuinely felt he was the best fit. After all, Su Chen needed the strongest group of people, not limited to those outside the wilderness, and Zhang Chao's background was exactly what Su Chen required. Seeing Su Chen have such confidence in him, everyone else also believed in him. Zhang Chao was not one to be shy, so he immediately agreed. Alright, since we've come this far, I'll give it a try. Upon hearing this, Ada and the others cheered, Long live the boss. After everyone settled their affairs, they did not leave the wilderness immediately. It wasn't that Su Chen didn't want to leave, but Zhang Chao informed him that the Wild Wolf King's lair should have many treasures. Zhang Chao and his group had dealt with the Wild Wolf King quite a bit, and they had had numerous conflicts over the wild pearls alone. People around Zhang Chao had died because of this, and in seeking revenge, Zhang Chao had taken the opportunity to kill the Wild Wolf King's only son, thus deepening their enmity. It is easy to imagine that as an 8th-tier beast, there would certainly be some considerable gains, and what further confirmed Zhang Chao's belief was that the Wild Wolf King had never left that place. It had always occupied a desolate mountain range near where Zhang Chao and the others initially made their camp. Because of this, Zhang Chao had given up that area, but no matter where Zhang Chao went, the Wild Wolf King remained unmoved, still entrenched in that spot. Naturally, this caught Su Chen's attention. After all, he had previously discovered the fountain of life in the cave of an 8th-tier giant crocodile in the dense forest. Now that he heard Zhang Chao say this, he naturally wanted to investigate. With the Wild Wolf King dead, those things were naturally unclaimed. Under Zhang Chao's lead, Su Chen and the others finally arrived at their destination, not far from the now abandoned campsite. Some wild beasts, seeing such a large group of people, thought food had come to their door. However, when Zhang Chao and the others easily dealt with their companions, some wild beasts suddenly remembered the humans before them. Before long, the area fell silent. Look, that mountain range is the territory of the Wild Wolf King, Su Chen said, looking in the direction Zhang Chao pointed. He had seen it before when he came here, but he didn't expect it to be the Wild Wolf King's lair. Such a vast mountain range still housed so many wild beasts. Moreover, it seemed that beneath the Wild Wolf King, there were some smaller minions. In fact, as Su Chen suspected, Zhang Chao quickly informed him of the situation in this area. It turned out that wild beasts would also attach themselves to powerful wild beasts, especially in this mountain range, which the Wild Wolf King could not oversee alone. Beneath the Wild Wolf King, there were 3 7th-tier wild beasts occupying these mountains, and there were even more at the 4th and 5th tiers. This was some information Zhang Chao had gathered from their dealings over time. Although there might have been some trouble before, now Su Chen and Zhang Chao quickly devised a strategy. This time, Ada and the others would all stay behind, and only Zhang Chao and Su Chen would go in. It was not advisable to have too many people in such situations. Although the wild beasts posed no threat to Zhang Chao and Su Chen, it was different for the others. Su Chen and Zhang Chao could not guarantee that so many people could safely come out, so they made this decision. Ada and the others understood, knowing they could not be of much help, and said they would find a nearby place to rest and wait for Su Chen and the others to return. Soon, Su Chen and Zhang Chao entered the desolate mountains. With Zhang Chao leading the way, they did not have to wander around looking for the Wild Wolf King's lair, but they encountered quite a few wild beasts along the way. There were at least tens of thousands of them. Although they posed no threat, wild beasts had a sense of territory. Not to mention 2 humans, it was inevitable that slaughter would begin. Along the way, the wild beasts they encountered were dealt with as swiftly as chopping vegetables, and the stone surface was even soaked with blood. Under the rapid casualties among the wild beasts, a strong smell of blood soon filled the air. Due to these conditions, the number of wild beasts increased, and their tiers even rose a bit. From the initial 3rd and 4th tiers, they had now become 5th tier, and some 6th tier figures could even be seen. Kill them, take down these 2 humans. They don't know what they're up against. Don't they see where this is? Kill. The wild beasts howled fiercely, but when facing Su Chen and Zhang Chao, they realized that the humans before them were not simple. Even the 5th tier beasts could not last a second under their hands. They came quickly and fled in a panic. Just then, a massive wild bull appeared in Su Chen and Zhang Chao's line of sight, its body pitch black but its limbs snow white. Just as he wanted to warn Su Chen to be careful, he thought about how the Wild Wolf King had already been taken down by Su Chen, and what was there to be cautious about here? The bison before them was merely a 7th tier wild beast. It's just one of the subordinates of the Wild Wolf King, responsible for maintaining order in this entire area. With a strength of 7th tier, Zhang Chao introduced the giant beast to Su Chen, who also noticed them. Humans? You dare to walk into the trap? Clearly, this bison recognized Zhang Chao, which was understandable given their previous encounters. What's there to fear? Your king has already been killed. Walk into the trap? Ha! It naturally did not believe Zhang Chao's words. The king's strength had reached the 8th tier. How could he possibly be dead? Although I don't know how you escaped the king's pursuit to come here. Since you've delivered yourself to me, why should I not take you? While it hadn't gained the upper hand against Zhang Chao before, this was different. This was their stronghold. You little ones, go, capture them and present them to the king. It was clear that it understood the enmity between the humans and the king, so it planned to capture Zhang Chao alive and hand him over when the Wild Wolf King returned. With a 7th tier beast in command, some of the wild beasts that had previously been somewhat fearful surged forward again. Su Chen observed this scene with indifference. The pure sword energy manifested in his hand, and with a swift swing, all the rushing beasts were instantly obliterated, leaving not a trace. It was important to note that there were thousands of wild beasts here. Only then did it notice Su Chen beside Zhang Chao. It had initially thought to capture Zhang Chao but did not expect Su Chen's strength to be so formidable. At that moment, Su Chen also noticed it. The instant it was locked onto by Su Chen, it felt a threat of death, a sensation it had only experienced from the king. Human! You talk too much. Su Chen swept out another sword strike, and a massive white light surged toward it. No matter how it tried to use all its strength, it could not stop the white light from charging at it. In the end, its enormous body crashed to the ground, and just before its consciousness faded, it suddenly recalled Zhang Chao's words. The king was already dead. Watching the massive bison fall so easily under Su Chen's sword, Zhang Chao was momentarily stunned. Although he had witnessed Su Chen slay the Wild Wolf King, the scene still stirred something within him. He had come to understand what it meant to slaughter like pigs and dogs. The wild beasts that rushed over upon seeing this scene also fled in panic, and this time, Zhang Chao and Su Chen quickened their pace. They rapidly approached the Wild Wolf King's lair. Zhang Chao, didn't you say there were 3 7th tier beasts? There are still 2 left? Zhang Chao was also somewhat puzzled. Given the commotion Su Chen had caused, logically, the other 2 7th tier beasts should have heard it. Not sure, they might just not be here, Su Chen replied without dwelling too much on it, as the outcome would be the same regardless. Soon, Su Chen arrived at the Wild Wolf King's stronghold, the highest mountain in the entire range. Here we are. This is it. One had to admit, the Wild Wolf King was quite clever. Its cave was actually within the mountain. However, it seemed that other wild beasts had entered the cave, as Su Chen sensed the presence of beasts that did not belong to the Wild Wolf King. He even discovered traces of other beasts' activities, while Zhang Chao observed closely. These seemed to be left by the remaining 2 7th tier beasts. The claw marks at the entrance were not chaotic, and since this was the Wild Wolf King's lair, generally, no other beasts could enter this area. Hearing Zhang Chao's words, a glimmer of interest sparked in its eyes. These 2 7th tier beasts seemed a bit clever. They should have received news of Zhang Chao and Su Chen's arrival and likely learned of the bison's demise. Let's go in and take a look. They should still be inside. Because they only saw traces of entry and no signs of exit, and it had only been a short while since the bison's death. It seems that the Wild Wolf King is currently missing, and these two have a bit of a lively mindset. Because this cave is built within the mountain, Zhang Chao and Su Yang only realized how vast this space was when they entered. Although the Wild Wolf King is over 100 meters long, each of these mountains is several thousand meters high. Along the way, Zhang Chao also introduced Su Chen to the other 2 exotic beasts. One is a variant of a clouded leopard, and the other is a variant of a lynx. Just from their species, one can tell their intelligence is not low. However, Su Chen soon noticed some movement. He discovered that the rock walls at the cave entrances were subtly trembling. Over there, Su Chen pointed in a direction and immediately led Zhang Chao toward it. This cave naturally has more than one entrance, and as they got closer and deeper, they finally reached the innermost part. The noise was growing louder. Su Chen, that sounds like a fight, doesn't it? It must be said that it did sound somewhat like that, as the noise was accompanied by low growls. Rushing toward a direction again, Zhang Chao was stunned by the scene before him. They actually found the 7th tier clouded leopard and the 7th tier lynx fighting. And on the stone platform behind them, there was a jet black orb. Although they didn't know what it was, from the energy fluctuations above, it was clear that this was not an ordinary object. The scene before them could only be explained as these 2 7th tier exotic beasts fighting over the spoils. But soon, they stopped fighting because they caught a whiff of a strange scent in the air. Following the scent, they discovered that 2 unfamiliar humans had arrived. At this moment, they realized they had delayed too long. the humans who had killed the bison monster had come here. Quickly, they regarded Su Chen and Zhang Chao as formidable foes, crouching low and emitting threatening growls. Zhang Chao seemed oblivious to the situation, staring blankly at the orb. Su Chen, the wild orb. That orb is at least 1,000 years old. At this point, Su Chen also looked back at the orb. He hadn't expected it to be a wild orb over 1,000 years old. Although he had never used a wild orb, he had seen enough to know that wild orbs are cultivation resources on par with spiritual plants, which could be understood as a spiritual plant over 1,000 years old. Su Chen's eyes also revealed a hint of fervor, and the clouded leopard among the two 7th-tier exotic beasts growled in anger. Humans, you should leave this place quickly, the things here are not for you to touch. These two wild beasts were not foolish, they did not rashly attack because the humans before them could kill the bison monster, and naturally, they could kill them as well. However, it felt that the situation was different now, it and the lynx could team up and should not fear the humans before them. But it was clearly overthinking, it had no intention of letting them off the hook. Even if it weren't for the wild orb, they surely had other treasures of the wild wolf king hidden on them, and it didn't believe that these two 7th-tier exotic beasts would leave those things behind. Su Chen, however, expressed everything through action. He wielded the pure June, which appeared in his hand, and with a flash, he appeared above the clouded leopard. With a sword strike down, the clouded leopard hadn't even reacted, but the lynx had been watching Su Chen's movements and reacted immediately. Just as Su Chen's pure June was about to split the clouded leopard's head, the lynx beside him extended its massive claws and tore toward Su Chen. Of course, it wasn't to save the clouded leopard, it was because if Su Chen chose to continue attacking the clouded leopard, he would inevitably have to endure its strike, thus giving it an opportunity. Su Chen frowned slightly, he hadn't expected the lynx beside him to react so quickly. In just a moment, Su Chen withdrew his sword and chose to retreat. He had many ways to kill these two strange beasts, there was no need to endure that blow. The clouded leopard, having narrowly escaped death, suddenly felt its body go limp. It could clearly sense that if Su Chen had struck down with that sword, it would have been crippled even if it survived. As Su Chen retreated, he shifted his focus to the lynx. Crush the mountain. Break the peak. A massive white sword shadow suddenly appeared, powerful enough to shatter the rocky ceiling of the cave. The next second, this enormous white sword shadow slashed toward the lynx. When the lynx faced Su Chen's attack directly, it suddenly understood why the bison monster had perished at the hands of this human. But Su Chen didn't give it time to ponder this question. Staring at the sword shadow before it, the lynx realized that none of its methods could counter this attack. What are you standing there for? If I die, you die too. The clouded leopard, already frightened, saw Su Chen's attack and lost all will to resist, wanting only to escape. But the lynx's words made it clear that if the lynx died, it wouldn't escape either. Gritting its teeth, it surprisingly chose to help the lynx withstand Su Chen's attack. However, just as it exerted all its strength to block the attack, it was horrified to see the lynx running toward the left cave entrance. Without the lynx's assistance, its fate was evident. Its forelimbs and head were severed by the sword shadow, and the light in its eyes gradually faded. The half of its head that fell to the ground still had one eye fixed on the direction the lynx had fled. Su Chen had to admit that this lynx was indeed cold-blooded. The cave of the clouded leopard, the wild wolf king, had multiple exits, and knowing it couldn't win, the lynx chose to flee. Even the wild pearl on the stone platform was abandoned. Zhang Chao, this is up to you, I'm going after it. Upon hearing Zhang Chao's response, Su Chen followed the direction of the lynx. After Su Chen left, Zhang Chao began to handle the battlefield. Looking at the pitch-black wild pearl, a flash of amazement crossed Zhang Chao's eyes. He had never seen such a high-quality wild pearl. If he could have the help of this wild pearl, stepping into the 7th tier would be no problem, and he could stabilize there quickly. He carefully stored the wild pearl, knowing it belonged to Su Chen, and he wouldn't entertain any thoughts of taking it. Moreover, Su Chen had already given him an 8th tier crystal core, so stepping into the 7th tier was just a matter of time. Soon, he turned his attention to the corpse of the clouded leopard. He was also aware that during the time he and Su Chen had arrived, the lynx and the clouded leopard must have scavenged most of the resources inside. Therefore, the clouded leopard's body would definitely have something. As items were unearthed one by one, Zhang Chao was surprised to find that the wild wolf king was so wealthy. The number of crystal cores was countless. Among them was even a high-tier crystal core of the 8th tier. There were wild pearls, white, gray, and brown ones in a pile, along with some other items. Unfortunately, in the end, it still benefited them. After clearing the area, Zhang Chao decided to search a few other places again, hoping to find some overlooked items. On the other side, after the lynx escaped the cave, Su Chen closely followed, but there was still some distance between them. The lynx was far too familiar with this place, it could be said to be its territory. The lynx continuously used cover to disappear from Su Chen's sight,
then suddenly reappeared from another location. Due to its body structure, it moved through the forest like a fish in water, embodying the freedom of the vast sea and sky. Just when it thought that if it maintained this pace, it might truly escape, it suddenly realized that Su Chen had vanished from behind it. It still thought it had misperceived, but it truly did not see Su Chen's figure, and even its speed of escape had slowed down. Is it possible that this human has given up? Who said I gave up? Suddenly, this voice appeared out of nowhere, startling it. It quickly looked in the direction of the sound, only to find Su Chen waiting for it not far ahead. Nothing had changed, it was just that the white mech on this human had somehow turned into a light yellow one. Behind him, 6 blade wings were floating, formed from wing blades. Seeing this scene, it quickly changed direction and fled in another way. Still want to run? Go! In the next moment, the sword wings behind Su Chen split back into 6 wing blades, chasing after the lynx. Suddenly, a circular sword net formed by the wing blades surrounded the lynx. When it realized it was trapped, it suddenly went mad, recklessly clawing at the sword net in front of it. It wanted to break through the net that surrounded it. The idea was beautiful, but reality was harsh. Time and again, the collisions brought no glimmer of hope, and instead, in this clash, its sharp claws were severed. Even its limbs and body suffered varying degrees of attack. In just a short moment, the lynx was already drenched in blood, while Su Chen coldly watched everything unfold. Finally, it gave up and surrendered. Human, spare me. Anything I have, I can give to you. I am willing to submit to you. Even at this moment, it had not given up, seeking a sliver of hope. No need. Just this simple sentence made it feel as if it had fallen into an ice cellar, its heart turned to ashes. In the next moment, as Su Chen's palm clenched fiercely, the 6 wing blades instantly pierced through its body. No! Pft, pft, pft. With a series of continuous piercing sounds, this troublesome lynx finally fell. Its death was even more tragic than that of the clouded leopard just moments ago. It never expected Su Chen to be so resolute. What it did not understand was that long before in the cave, when he pushed the clouded leopard out to take the hit, Su Chen had already sentenced it to death in his heart. Because beasts like it were fierce, brutal, and ruthless, if it were to escape or have the chance to grow, it would surely bring about a new disaster. This could be seen from how long it had persisted under Su Chen's hand, and when the clouded leopard took the hit, it fled without a hint of hesitation. Su Chen would naturally not allow such a thing to happen, so no matter what it said, it could not change Su Chen's decision. The final outcome was inevitable death. Su Chen quickly dealt with the battlefield, collecting his spoils. Then he went to meet Zhang Chao. On the other side, Zhang Chao had thoroughly searched the inside and outside of the cave, confirming that there were no overlooked areas. Soon, he heard some noise, and in the blink of an eye, Su Chen appeared in the cave. Zhang Chao did not ask what happened to the lynx, he knew Su Chen would not let it go. How is it? Is everything taken care of here? Hearing Su Chen speak, Zhang Chao handed over the resources he had just organized. They're all here, I searched again inside and out. Su Chen began to examine the spoils from this encounter. Comparing the clouded leopard's spoils to those of the lynx, it was clear that the clouded leopard had been completely outmaneuvered by the lynx from start to finish. After looking over everything, he picked up the wild pearl on the stone platform, and after feeling it, he confirmed that the energy contained within this wild pearl was extremely violent. He did not expect the Wild Wolf King to have such a good item. It was likely prepared for a breakthrough. Su Chen was surprised to find that among these spoils, there were actually 2 black wild pearls, but compared to the one in his hand, those 2 were even glossier. This trip was definitely worth it. Let's go, they're still waiting. In the next moment, Su Chen left with Zhang Chao. Ada, do you think Brother Chao and the others will be okay? On the other side, Ada and the others had already found a place to settle near the desolate mountains. However, after 3 or 4 hours had passed, everyone was a bit worried. In fact, it shouldn't have taken this long. It was just that the lynx's desperate escape had caused Su Chen to spend a bit more time. With Su Chen around, there won't be any problems. Even if the Wild Wolf King is still out there, it won't cause any trouble. Maybe they ran into some issues and got delayed. Before Ada could finish his words, 2 figures appeared in the distance, and as they got closer, everyone could see who it was. Just a moment ago, they were worried about potential trouble, but now it seemed they had overthought it and quickly tidied up their belongings. Brother Chao, boss, you're back. Boss? Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, and Ada awkwardly replied, when you guys went out just now, the brothers discussed it. Since you're willing to give us a meal and take us in. Although we followed Brother Chao, now we're all willing to follow you, so naturally, you are our boss. Upon hearing this, Su Chen understood, and judging by Zhang Chao's expression, he clearly knew about this early on. Since Ada and the 80 or so people in front of him were willing to recognize him as their boss, he had to take responsibility for them. Su Chen smiled and said, alright, Then let's go home. On the other side, in the secret base of Yinjing, the atmosphere was starkly different. Luo Changhua, Meng Rohai, and Li Xiao all wore serious expressions. Changhua, how is it? Is the news true? I've already investigated. The intelligence from the front lines has indeed confirmed it. It turned out that after returning from the South Ocean, Luo Changhua began to explore the technology in this area. The sense of danger brought by that octopus monster was simply too great. What shocked him even more was that the octopus had appeared right in front of them, yet the instruments had detected no signs of life or activity. After Meng Rohai and Li Xiao learned about this, they felt the issue could not be ignored. After 3 departments worked together, they finally made a breakthrough. With the help of the Sky Eye, they completed the development of the ultimate detection device. Although it wasn't as comprehensive in function as the Sky Eye, it had extremely advanced technology for monitoring the activities of strange beasts, specifically designed for them. Any strange beast would be unable to hide from it, including the precise distance between the strange beasts and their exact depth in the sea. It could also accurately categorize the strength of the strange beasts through various analyses. All of this was inspired by that octopus monster. One could say that the pressure from that octopus led to the creation of the ultimate detection device. Not long ago, the areas where those strange beasts lived on the front lines became particularly active. With the help of the Sky Eye, they discovered that those strange beasts were restless and had new movements. According to the intelligence returned from the ultimate detection device, those strange beasts were about to form a beast tide and would soon launch an attack on human living areas. However, this alone was not enough to make the 3 of them so serious. This was because the ultimate detection device had detected those strange beasts, and among them, there were actually 8-tier strange beasts present. Moreover, their numbers reached as high as 3. They could fully understand this as an invasion of a beast tide organized by high-tier strange beasts. There really are 3 8-tier strange beasts? Yes, it can basically be confirmed. There's at most 1 day left before the battle begins. Li Xiao, you're in charge of resource allocation over there. Okay. What is Su Chen doing now? The construction of the Eternal Night Branch has reached its final stage, and he is very busy now, unable to break free. I haven't told him about this situation yet. Right now, the construction of the Eternal Night Branch is the top priority. Luo Changhua knew what Su Chen wanted to do, and Su Chen did not hide it from him. It was precisely because of the military's assistance that the branch's construction could proceed so smoothly. We can't always rely on him. At the very least, we need to do what we can. But what if we can't compete? We'll talk about it then. For now, we can only wait and see what Long Wei does. On the other side, Su Chen and the others finally crossed the wasteland after 2.5 hours and arrived at Numu City. Having rarely left the wasteland, they remained curious about their surroundings until they saw a steel base in the distance. What the hell? What is that thing? Are there really such steel fortresses outside now? Oh my god, that's huge. I'm afraid even if I hit it with all my strength, I wouldn't leave a mark. It looks like a steel beast. This is so cool. Only at this moment did Su Chen speak up. This base will be your foothold from now on. What? After a brief silence, everyone began to understand what Su Chen meant. Although Zhang Chao had known from the beginning that Su Chen wanted to build a branch base, seeing such a steel giant before him was still quite shocking. Just this sense of security made everyone very excited. Boss, is what you said true? So this is where the boss wanted us to come. In a place like this, with this kind of defense, beasts below the 7th rank have no chance at all. Let's go, I'll take you inside to have a look. Under Su Chen's lead, everyone successfully entered the base, gazing at the turrets on the high walls, various mechanical weapons, and advanced equipment. At this moment, they were somewhat in disbelief until a military person suddenly stopped in front of Su Chen. Captain Su, you're back. Everything here has been arranged and debugged. Fong Song, thank you for your hard work. You're too polite, Captain Su. Since everything is ready here, we need to go back and report. In fact, the so-called report was due to a manpower shortage at the front line. They had to return to receive new assignments. Su Chen did not suspect anything because Fong Song and the others had indeed been busy with this matter for too long, and he couldn't keep them here to help indefinitely. Alright, after you go back, please send my regards to Commander Luo. I will definitely convey it. After Fong Song left, everyone finally believed this was not a dream. Next, Su Chen took them to a residential area, a place that Ada and the others were experiencing for the first time, enjoying such comfortable accommodations. Everything here was smart, there was no need to lift a finger. It must be said that Luo Changhua had really put in a lot of effort for this area. Just these resources, manpower, and material were all arranged by the military. It must be said that this was another favor owed to Luo Changhua, and Su Chen could not refuse because this was exactly what he needed. Of course, Su Chen did not forget Vanna, who was the first member of Eternal Night. Being from the wasteland, he was naturally assigned to Zhang Chao's responsibility. When everyone learned that Vanna was also from the wasteland, they quickly formed a bond. Su Chen found Zhang Chao alone because after Eternal Night, expansion would be necessary. As the manager, Zhang Chao needed to know these things, and he couldn't stay here indefinitely. After some discussion, Zhang Chao finally understood everything. First, the specific number for expansion needed to be maintained at around 2,000 people, and their strength had to meet the criteria, being above the 4th rank, including the 4th rank. There were also some logistical issues regarding resource allocation, which might be a bit challenging at first. However, no matter what Zhang Chao said, he had led Ada and the others before, and Su Chen believed that Zhang Chao had some management skills. Moreover, as the leader, Zhang Chao only needed to go through a period of experience. This kind of thing should not be a problem. Su Chen had always been aware of the movements of the other 3 departments. Ling Qianxue and Yu Yuhua had already begun to take action. With the help of the military, the Lin brothers, Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao, were also moving quickly. Currently, they were just getting started, and Xin Mu needed to speed up the process. Su Chen contacted Lu Wei and sent out the recruitment information for the Xin Mu base, along with some videos of the base. This made it more impactful, allowing everyone to understand the full picture of Xin Mu rather than just through snippets of information. Of course, he wouldn't open the floodgates all at once, as he didn't understand much about management issues himself. In Jianhai, he had always been in a hands-off position, with everything managed by Yang Mi. Resource allocation had to be approached gradually, so he decided to start small. Once Zhang Chao and the others gradually adapted to the rhythm and were able to handle things more effectively, he would expand the scale, ultimately reaching 2,000 people. Naturally, not all rules were rigid. For instance, if certain forces wanted to join but their members were not strong enough, they could remain as logistical personnel in Yangyi. Although they wouldn't be formal members, it would still provide them with a means to meet their basic needs and a safe place to live, which was a luxury for them. This process wouldn't rely solely on Zhang Chao's exploration, as the presence of the Heavenly Eye meant he could always seek help from others in Yongyi to solve problems. Su Chen sighed, realizing he could be hands-off again. Although he couldn't leave at the moment and needed to stabilize the situation, he could still attend to his own matters. The first thing that came to his mind was the spoils from the Clouded Leopard and the Lynx. After all, he hadn't forgotten about the existence of that Black Wasteland Pearl. Soon, Su Chen arrived at his residence, which was on the top of the command building, similar to the central building of Yongyi. It was only at this moment that Su Chen began to tally the gains from his trip to the wasteland. Just from the Beiji crystal cores, there were 2 spoils from the Clouded Leopard and Lynx, possibly obtained from the Wasteland Wolf King during his lifetime. There were also thousands of white wasteland pearls, hundreds of gray wasteland pearls, dozens of brown wasteland pearls, 2 black wasteland pearls, and several 7th-grade crystal cores. The most important was the wasteland pearl on the stone platform. He planned to keep part of it, as Zhang Chao and the others also needed some cultivation resources. Picking up the black wasteland pearl, Su Chen was eager to test its effects. After all, whether in his past life or this one, it was his first time encountering a wasteland pearl, and it seemed extraordinary. Without hesitation, he quickly adjusted his state and breath. In the next moment, he saw a burst of earthy yellow energy overflowing from the pitch-black wasteland pearl. As time passed, this earthy yellow energy increased, gradually enveloping Su Chen's entire body, while Su Yang, who was in the midst of cultivation, remained completely unaware. However, a storm was brewing in his heart. He felt an unknown energy entering his sea of consciousness from his brow, continuously nourishing his crystal core. Originally, Su Chen was still some distance from breaking through to Beiji, at least not something achievable in a short time, but after absorbing this energy, he suddenly found his crystal core subtly restless. Of course, this restlessness was not due to instability. It was as if some force was helping this crystal core break through barriers, and this force seemed extremely violent, impacting one's own spirit to a certain extent. However, this impact was indeed negligible for Su Chen. It was unclear how long this situation lasted, but at a certain moment, Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and a surge of violent energy radiated from his body. What a pity, I couldn't break through to the 8th level, just a little short. Of course, this was not due to the issue with the Wild Pearl, but rather Su Chen's own accumulation problem. If Su Chen had already reached the bottleneck of the 7th level and was about to break through to the 8th level, having this Wild Pearl would have made it a sure thing. Before Su Chen could savor this feeling, he suddenly received a call from Yu Yuhua. Did something happen at the branch? With this thought, Su Chen quickly answered the phone, but he didn't expect Yu Yuhua's first words to shock him. Su Chen, the activities of the exotic beasts in the south have suddenly become rampant. It seems like there are signs of high-level exotic beasts. What? Su Chen couldn't help but feel overwhelmed.
First, he dealt with the sea beast issue, and then he discovered the terrifying Black Emperor in the South Ocean. Just as the branch's construction was getting on track, and he hadn't even had a moment to catch his breath, the exotic beasts were causing trouble again. What exactly is going on? I'm not sure about the specifics, but it seems like these exotic beasts are gathering, and their movements feel quite significant. This is definitely not a simple attack, and it's very likely that there is more than one high-level exotic beast behind it. This was not just Yu Yuo's simple guess. When he noticed the strange behavior of the exotic beasts, he had investigated the situation. However, he found that even just the 7th level, their numbers reached a terrifying dozens. Has the branch been attacked? Not yet, their target doesn't seem to be us, they are heading inland. At this point, Su-chan understood, such purposeful behavior must be controlled by high-level exotic beasts behind the scenes. But why hadn't he received any news about this situation? Logically, the military should have discovered it long ago, but Luo Changhua hadn't informed him. Soon, Su-chan thought of something. Perhaps they didn't want to trouble him. Because during this time, he was indeed busy with branch matters, and Luo Changhua had been a great help, being well aware of the basic progress. He probably saw that Su-chan was too busy and didn't want to disturb him, and it might seem that the situation was still under control. In fact, the real situation was quite similar to Su-chan's speculation. At this moment, Yu Yuo spoke up. So what do we do now? Although Luo Changhua hadn't told him, since Su-chan now knew, he certainly had to do something. Well, haven't we already started recruiting a batch of members? You can start helping the military handle some matters, and it can also serve as the first assessment or first task for the new recruits. Hearing this, Yu Yuo understood Su-chan's meaning and didn't engage in much idle chatter. He simply reminded him to stay safe before hanging up the phone. Looking at the time, Su-chan realized it was already evening, so he began to feel the changes brought to his body by the recently absorbed wild pearl. He hoped to grasp something in this state, as it would greatly benefit his breakthrough. Zhang Chao and the others were busy arranging various matters for recruiting members, finalizing some details. Based on previous discussions with Su-chan, this time the process was divided into 3 batches. The first batch was 300 people, the second batch was 500, and the third batch would recruit up to 2,000 people. This also gave Zhang Chao a buffer time, and Su-chan stayed here to respond to any unexpected situations. Once everything stabilized, they would begin to get on track. Early on the 3rd day, as the first rays of sunlight shone into the new wooden base, Su-chan slowly opened his eyes. Today was the time to recruit the first batch. Since the day he absorbed the wild pearl, after a day of settling, his strength had finally improved somewhat. Zhang Chao and the others had also arranged everything by the next day. Su-chan slowly got up. After all, today he was indispensable. When Su-chan left the command building and arrived at the high wall, he looked out and saw a dense crowd of people who had come to join the eternal night. There were definitely hundreds of thousands, and many had been waiting here since the previous night or even 2 days ago because they had received the news. This situation was indeed somewhat beyond Su-chan's expectations. Although he had thought there would be many people, he hadn't anticipated so many. This was also related to the environment of the West, as it was close to the wild mountains. The strength of the wild beasts was quite formidable, and resources were relatively scarce here, so it was only natural that many people had gathered. Fortunately, Su-chan had already thought of the assessment criteria in advance. Otherwise, with so many people, if he really had to screen them one by one, with only 2,000 able to stay in the end, it would be impossible. Su-chan aimed to build the strongest force, which required concentrating resources. It was certainly not feasible to accommodate everyone. Soon, Zhang Chao and the others appeared on the high wall, along with Ada and the others. The people outside the base also noticed Su-chan and the others, and for a moment, they became restless. During this process, some friction was inevitable. Su-chan was unambiguous in dealing with these minor incidents, directly taking action to drive them away. The notice had been sent out long ago, and everyone knew the rules. Su-chan would not tolerate those who broke them, as this was to set an example. Under this deterrence, the crowd quieted down. Those who arrived early moved to the front, while those who came late had to obediently line up at the back, with no chance otherwise. After checking the time, he felt it was about time. I am Su-chan, and I believe everyone knows that today is our first recruitment for the Eternal Night. I trust you have all read the detailed announcement. Today, we will only recruit 300 people, and we will gradually fill up to 2,000, you all understand this. Here, I cannot guarantee anything else, but as for you personally, I will definitely provide you with assurance. The resources you will enjoy here are far beyond what you can find outside. However, with gains come sacrifices. If you are not mentally prepared, you can leave now. After Su-chan finished this sentence, no one in the crowd stepped back. Very well, let's begin the assessment. With Su-chan's signal, Zhang Chao and the others also began to prepare. Suddenly,
a blue mech appeared on Su Chen's body. It was Long Yuan. A blue barrier suddenly covered the area in front of everyone. Although the range was not large, it could easily accommodate 10,000 people. The blue barrier above you is your assessment standard. All of you will be divided into 30 batches. The 10 people who can endure the longest under its pressure will be selected. There was no excessive introduction, it was that simple and brutal. Many people looked up at the blue barrier in confusion. They felt no discomfort or fluctuations. Was this the content of the assessment? Su Chen paid no mind to these thoughts. Start. Thanks to Su Chen's previous deterrence, there was no chaos. Everyone began in an orderly manner, batch by batch. Each batch consisted of nearly 10,000 people, truly a selection among thousands. When those being assessed stepped into the area covered by the blue barrier, they finally understood what Su Chen meant by endurance. They had not felt anything before, but at this moment, stepping in personally, they discovered that their mechs, abilities, mental strength, everything was being suppressed. It was like an ordinary person carrying a heavy stone. The only thing they could rely on was their solid strength and willpower. When your strength and willpower are strong enough, the power you can mobilize will be greater, allowing you to withstand this pressure for a longer time. Those who bear this pressure suddenly realize that Su Chen, with just a wave of his hand, makes them feel this overwhelming force, which shows how powerful Su Chen himself must be. Those who have not yet undergone the assessment, seeing their painful expressions, momentarily feel uncertain. However, they can tell that this assessment is likely not easy. In an instant, large groups of people collapse, unable to withstand the pressure, and exit this area. Gradually, only a few hundred remain, then down to 100, 80, 50, 30, 20, finally, 10. And all of this unfolds in just a quarter of an hour. When only the last 10 people remain in this area, the immense pressure suddenly vanishes into thin air. At this moment, Su Chen's voice rings out. Congratulations! You have successfully passed. Upon hearing Su Chen's voice, what? We passed. It's true. We really passed. Thank heavens. Thank you, Su Chen. Su Chen looks at the remaining 10 people and nods slightly. Not bad, somewhat beyond his expectations. Among these last 10, there is even one at the 5th level, and this is just the first batch, which is a good omen. Those who did not pass were gloomy expressions, especially those who were just in 11th and 12th place, feeling regretful about not being able to hold on a little longer. Perhaps they could have passed. Su Chen also notices the emotions of these people. But this is the apocalypse, it is that cruel. Don't be disheartened if you didn't pass, there will be a second and third round, and you all still have a chance. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flashes in everyone's eyes. Those who pass need to take care of their own matters first, and once all 300 are screened, Zheng Chao and the others will arrange everything. This entire process took half a day, finally screening all 300 people, continuing from morning until evening. However, Su Chen is quite satisfied with today's results. Among them, 5 are at the 5th level, while the remaining 295 are at the 4th level. Of course, it's not that there aren't any at the 6th level, there definitely are, but they feel it's unnecessary to join Su Chen. After all, no one who is used to being a big brother would willingly become a little brother. However, because Su Chen had mentioned before that those who were not selected still had 2 chances, they were not too disheartened. Of course, this only applies to those in the top 50 who still have some opportunities. Those who fell in an instant can basically be said to have no chance left, but Su Chen did not explicitly state this. After all, they just have dreams and are not doing anything else. If they want to stay here and continue the assessment, he will not stop them. Today has already ended, and he doesn't need to worry too much about the rest. Zhang Chao and the others can handle it. Meanwhile, others are still waiting outside the base for the next assessment. In the evening, Su Chen suddenly receives a call from Luo Shanghua. Commander Luo, what made you think of calling me? Su Chen teases as soon as he opens his mouth. Didn't you already know? I didn't expect you to be so well informed. I didn't mean to trouble you. Look at you still saying that. It's not a matter of trouble or not. I misspoke, but you all indeed helped the military a lot this time. With Haiguang City and Sunan City working together, the situation has improved a lot. Sunan City? Su Chen is momentarily stunned. Isn't Ling Qianxue in charge over there? Logically, it should only be Yu Yuhua involved. Yes, this time the alien beasts attacked from the southeast, coincidentally clashing with your eastern and southern divisions. At this moment, Su Chen finally realized that the strange beasts were not only discovered by Yu Yuhua's side, but also by Ling Qianxue's side. It was likely that there had been some information exchange between them. Is there any special situation with the strange beasts now? Not for the time being, but the beast tide is still gathering. For now, we have managed to control the front line, but if time drags on,
However, the main issue is still to deal with the high-level strange beasts among them. Have the circumstances of the strange beasts been investigated clearly? It has been clarified. The current known information is that this beast tide was triggered by 3/8 tier strange beasts, and there may be even higher tier strange beasts behind them. But at the moment, it seems they are not making any significant moves, just continuing to approach the defense line. Is there any countermeasure at present? According to the investigation by the Dragon Guard, we can use tactical inducement and heavy firepower for a series of suppression. But this is all under the premise that those 3/8 tier strange beasts have not joined the battlefield. Once they take action, it may collapse instantly. Su-chan understood that for such a level, weapons could no longer inflict effective damage on them. In that case, I also need to go check on the eastern and southern areas. Wait for my news. Have you finished with the matters in the western area? Not yet, but the first phase is considered over, so I have some time. In that case, be careful and don't take unnecessary risks. Luo Changwei was well aware of Su Chen's abilities. After all, he had managed to escape unscathed from that octopus monster. Don't worry. By the way, Fong Song did well this time. He's someone who can get things done and can be cultivated well. If Fong Song hears you praise him like this, he will definitely be very happy. But you're right, he is indeed someone who can get things done. Su Chen knew that Luo Changwa already had his own arrangements, and after chatting for a bit, he hung up the phone. Now, the situation in Shinmu had come to a conclusion, and the second assessment was still 3 days away. During this time, he could go check on the situation in the southern and eastern areas. It was a good opportunity to understand the situation of the beast tide. He didn't need to worry too much about the northern side, as Luo Changwa was keeping an eye on it. Thus, Su Chen immediately found Zhang Chao. Zhang Chao, I'm going out for a while, I'll leave this side to you. What about the subsequent assessments? Actually, he could handle such matters, but considering he was still unfamiliar with them, Zhang Chao was not like Yu Yuhua and the others. He didn't have helpers brought out from the eternal night. At that time, it was considered that they might not understand the situation in the western area, so it was better for the local people to handle things here. I'll try to get back before the assessment. After giving a few more instructions, Su Chen left Shinmu and headed towards Haiguang City. This area was closer to Haiguang City, and if he wanted to go to Sunan, he would have to cross the entire Dragon Kingdom. After some consideration, he decided to go to the southern branch first. As for the situation in Shinmu, Su Chen was naturally not worried. With Zhang Chao's strength, he could easily handle those people, and Zhang Chao now also had control over the base. On the other side, Yu Yuhua was actually unaware that Su Chen was on his way. He was currently leading the newly recruited members in a fierce battle against the strange beasts. Following Su Chen's reminder, killing the strange beasts was both their assessment goal and their first task. Their assessment content was different from Su Chen's. It was to see who could kill more strange beasts and of higher tiers within a specified time, with the quantity and quality of crystal cores as the evaluation result. Because of this, it alleviated the pressure on the military to a certain extent, while also letting them know that there would be rewards for their efforts. The more you kill, the more rewards you get, food and drink are guaranteed, and you can have whatever you want. Hearing Yu Yuhua's words, everyone became even more motivated. After all, in these few days, they had also tasted the benefits and living experience of the eternal night. Although they fought against the beasts every day, casualties were inevitably part of the process. However, once they returned to the eternal night, they could freely create whatever they wanted, with resources at their disposal. Especially the taste of wheat juice, which had truly captivated them. Of course, this decision was made after careful consideration. The resources they obtained from killing the beasts each day were more than enough to support their extravagance, so Yu Yuhua felt no burden in making this choice. It must be said that over this period, the team had begun to develop a sense of teamwork. However, as they continued to kill the beasts at such a high intensity, the beasts had also taken notice of them. Instead of charging towards the military's defense line, they seemed to be gathering towards their side. Yugu, something's not right, why are there more and more? It seems like they're all coming towards us. After the reminder, Yu Yuhua began to observe the battlefield situation, and indeed, these beasts were coming towards them. Brothers, everyone retreat. Realizing the situation was dire, he quickly made a decision. Although they had thousands of people, it was still insignificant in the face of the beast tide. A direct confrontation would lead to certain death. Captain's orders. All retreat. All retreat. Finally, just before the beasts could trap them, they returned to the base. Soon, facing this situation, Yu Yuhua quickly made a series of decisions. Before long, the turrets on the high walls were activated, and various heavy firepower weapons were also brought online. Although these weapons had little effect on the higher tier beasts, they were perfect for dealing with the current beast tide. Tat 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 tat. Boom 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 boom. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz close watch on the powerful beasts within the tide. Of course, they also had to ensure that the base's barriers were not shattered by the powerful beams from the beast tide. However, this was a significant drain on the beasts as well, and they couldn't sustain it for long. The beast tide was roughly divided into two waves, one coming towards them and the other heading towards the military's defense line. Fortunately, no high-tier beasts had appeared yet, and the situation had reached a stalemate. However, they needed to break this deadlock, otherwise, the beast tide would continue to gather, potentially making them a key target for attack. Yu Yuhua was constantly observing the battlefield, looking for the right moment to strike and crush the current wave of beast attacks. After such a long period of training, a sense of steadiness had developed in Yu Yuhua, a quality essential for a leader. If it had been before, he would have charged in without a second thought, but now it was different. He had to be responsible for the base and consider his brothers. The safety of the entire base rested in his hands, and every decision he made could impact the final outcome. Soon, amidst this high-intensity combat, Yu Yuhua noticed a slight decline in the beast's momentum. However, this was unavoidable. Facing such high-tech weapons, they simply couldn't advance. Good opportunity. Brothers, charge out with me. Under the cover of heavy firepower, Yu Yuhua led them out of the base again, determined to seize the beast's moment of weakness. Opportunities like this were rare, and everyone understood the stakes, fighting even more fiercely. This was just the beginning of the beast tide, and there were no particularly powerful beasts to control the situation, so under the pressure from Yu Yuhua and the others, they forced the beasts out of this battlefield. Watching the beast tide recede into the distance, they all breathed a sigh of relief. These beasts are really tough to deal with. Yeah, I'm exhausted. This is just the appetizer. I don't know when we can completely eliminate this group of beasts. Alright, clean up the battlefield. Everyone has worked hard this time. When we get back, let's eat and drink to our heart's content. Upon hearing this, a hint of a smile appeared on everyone's faces, and for a moment, even the fatigue from just battling the beasts faded significantly. Brother Yu is mighty. Long live Brother Yu. Woohoo! However, the excited crowd did not notice that a pair of eyes in the void was observing everything. After everyone returned to the base, they finally relaxed. Many people even started boasting about how brave they had been today, how many beasts they had killed. As their stories became more and more exaggerated, Yu Yuhua could no longer listen. Shut up, stop bragging every day. Seeing this scene, everyone teased him. That's right, Brother Yu is the bravest. Ha 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 ha. The crowd burst into laughter. Suddenly, Yu Yuhua said, forget about the beer and barbecue today. Ha? No, brother. We were wrong. We'll leave right now. Of course, he was just saying this on purpose, playfully scolding everyone. Soon, the place quieted down. After all, they really needed to adjust and rest after such a battle. Old Yu, you did well. Suddenly, as they were about to head back, Yu Yuhua was startled by an unexpected voice. Turning around, he saw a familiar mech. It was Su Chen. Couldn't you have said something earlier? That was too scary. But this was not entirely Yu Yuhua's fault. After all, he hadn't fully relaxed yet. When did you arrive? I was already here when you were fighting off the beast tide. I've been watching. Well, you didn't help at all. I was just observing their performance, but it seems like old you did well. You shaped them up quite nicely already. Hearing this, Yu Yuhua felt a bit proud. Of course, with me personally involved, what can't be solved? Su Chen had thoroughly inspected the base and found no flaws. Throughout these battles, the cohesion among the group had grown stronger. It must be said, they indeed had some skills. Although Yu Yuhua felt a bit proud, he quickly reacted. So, are you done over there? Not yet, but Zhang Chao and the others are keeping an eye on it. There shouldn't be any problems. That's good. I didn't expect you to really get him sorted out. That's called charisma. For a moment, Yu Yuhua didn't know how to respond. By the way, since you're here, you should show your face. After all, these people came because of your reputation. Su Chen thought for a moment, and it was indeed true. Although he was used to being hands-off, he still needed to make an appearance. Tonight, they just need to relax a bit. How about this opportunity? Alright, I'll leave it to you to arrange. Seeing Su Chen getting ready to leave, Yu Yuhua asked, where are you going? There's still time. I'm going to check on the situation of this beast tide. There are 3 8th-tier beasts behind the beast tide, and there might be even higher-level ones. We need to investigate thoroughly. 3 8th-tier? To be honest, he only just learned that there were actually 3 8th-tier beasts behind the beast tide. This is just the beginning. They haven't moved yet, and the military is keeping an eye on them. Hearing Su Chen say this, Yu Yuhua finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was even a bit scared about the previous encounters, glad they hadn't been targeted. Alright, let's leave it at that. After Su Chen finished speaking, he quickly disappeared from the base. Watching Su Chen's departing figure, Yu Yuhua suddenly realized, no, I need to be more low-key in the future. On the other side. At this moment, Su Chen had already summoned Yu Tsong. After all, it was for the investigation, and it wouldn't do to charge in recklessly. Thanks to Yu Tsong's ability to conceal himself, Su Chen encountered no problems. Under these conditions, he rushed towards the rear of the beast tide at an extremely fast speed. At first, he didn't notice anything amiss, but as he delved deeper, he gradually began to sense something was off. What's going on? Why are there more and more corpses of strange beasts along the way? It should be noted that this was the rear of the beast tide, a place where no one should be able to reach like he did. Moreover, as he went further in, the number of strange beast corpses increased, but the wounds on those corpses bore faint traces of human involvement. The next moment, what Su Chen saw seemed to confirm a certain suspicion in his heart. He saw a group of strange beasts in the tide suddenly transporting a bunch of strange beast corpses back and carelessly discarding them on the ground. The nearby strange beasts seemed to have received some kind of signal and began to gnaw at these corpses. Su Chen suddenly felt that he might have discovered something significant. For strange beasts, if they were to devour their kind, it usually happened during a struggle, where the defeated would become food. However, the corpses of strange beasts that died on the battlefield, while there had been instances of cannibalism, were never as horrifying as what he was witnessing now. Although strange beasts needed to continuously grow their strength, they generally wouldn't eat these corpses. Yet, the scene before him was something he had witnessed firsthand, something that was truly happening. Suddenly, Su Chen seemed to recall something. He stopped delving deeper into the beast tide and began to observe the surrounding area. Sure enough, after nearly an hour of investigation, Su Chen discovered that this area had already run out of resources to sustain their lives. That was why there was this situation of devouring the corpses of their kind. Su Chen then connected the dots. If strange beasts couldn't obtain enough resources to grow stronger and couldn't find enough food to survive, then their target became clear. Su Chen understood completely. Due to limited resources and food, these strange beasts had set their sights on human living areas. It was no wonder there was a gathering of beast tides. The areas traversed by the beast tide had turned into ruins. There had once been human habitation and the presence of super warriors. But now, it was in shambles, with strange beasts occupying the place. Soon, Su Chen continued his exploration. Finally, in the ruins of a city, he discovered the traces of 3 8th-tier strange beasts. This time, Su Chen once again witnessed the scene of strange beasts devouring their kind. However, these 3 8th-tier strange beasts were different from the others. They were consuming living strange beasts, not corpses. In other words, they were currently devouring live strange beasts. And these strange beasts did not dare to flee. Under the intimidation of the 3 8th-tier beasts, they seemed to have already accepted their fate. Of course, Su Chen felt no sympathy for them. He only thought that the situation seemed to have exceeded his expectations. Now, he was at the rear of the beast tide, facing 3 8th-tier strange beasts, and it was impossible for him to resolve the situation in a short time. Once surrounded, it would be very difficult for him to escape, so he decisively chose to abandon that idea. Moreover, the most important issue was not just these 3 8th-tier strange beasts, but how to deal with the millions of strange beasts. Because under these conditions, even if these 3 8th-tier beasts were subdued, the 7th, 6th, and 5th-tier beasts below them would still gather to attack human living areas for survival. It should be noted that the number of strange beasts was 10 times that of human super warriors. However, after thinking for a moment, Su Chen realized that the only option was to drag this situation out. They couldn't just hand over the areas where humans lived. The situation could only be alleviated when the number of exotic beasts naturally decreased to a certain extent. The key was how to hold off these, as this was going to be a tough battle. Having already gathered enough information, Su Chen did not linger any longer and turned back to the Haiguang base. Upon returning to the base, Su Chen immediately informed Luo Changwei of the situation. Luo Changwei was also very shocked after hearing this. Although he had previously sent the Dragon Guard to investigate, they had never been able to delve deeply due to the fear of being discovered by the 3 8th tier. If they were discovered, it would mean total annihilation. While they had seen the corpses of the being transported back, they had not thought in that direction. After Su Chen finished speaking, Luo Chengwa understood that this could be a protracted war. They would not give up, and neither could they. It would come down to who could hold out longer against these. However, before any direct confrontation, he needed to devise a thorough response strategy and plan. At that moment, Yu Yuhua also approached, having just learned that Su Chen had returned. So, how is it? What's the situation?
The situation is indeed not good, it's far more serious than we thought. If things go badly, many people could die, Suchen said, pausing there. He didn't continue because even if he told Yu Yuhua, it wouldn't change anything, everything still depended on what happened next. By the way, why did you come to find me? Knowing Suchen was changing the subject, Yu Yuhua didn't press further, as he knew Suchen would tell him when the time was right. Did you forget? There's a small gathering tonight. It's already evening. After Yu Yuhua's reminder, he remembered that he indeed needed to make an appearance tonight. Is everything ready? Of course, let's go. With that, Yu Yuhua pulled Suchen toward the square. By the time they arrived, the party had already started. There were various drinks, barbecued meat, steaks, and even some people playing dice and drinking games. Naturally, with so many people having fun, no one noticed the arrival of Yu Yuhua and Suchen. Yu Yuhua didn't call out to them either. Instead, he began to chat quietly with Suchen. They mainly discussed which individuals among the crowd were particularly notable and capable, pointing out a fifth-tier super warrior among them. Looking at the people before him, Suchen indeed felt they were quite impressive. There had been no issues with quality before. Well done, this is indeed good. He then talked to Suchen about recent work, previous gains, and various arrangements. It was already taking shape. Some people who were relatively close to Yu Yuhua suddenly noticed that there seemed to be an extra person. However, everyone was too busy enjoying themselves to pay much attention. Until one person from a distance picked up a bottle and gestured to Yu Yuhua. Yuge, let's have a drink. Both Suchen and Yu Yuhua looked over. Yu Yuhua also signaled to clink glasses. At that moment, the person suddenly felt that the one next to Yu Yuhua looked somewhat familiar. Dude, who is that next to you, Gu? He looks a bit familiar. The person beside him also turned to look at Suchen. Not sure, but he does look somewhat familiar. More and more people began to notice Suchen. Although they had all had a few drinks, they weren't drunk yet. That person next to Yugu seems to be. Yeah, doesn't he look like Suchen? Suchen? You must be mistaken, Suchen is over in the west right now. The person speaking glanced over. Ha! This really seems to be Suchen. And in the next second, the previously noisy crowd suddenly fell silent, all staring at the person beside Yu Yuhua. At this moment, Suchen also smiled slightly, as if they all recognized him. Don't be too restrained, eat and drink freely. What? It's really him. It's truly Suchen. He really came. Who just said Suchen wouldn't come to the west? In an instant, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at Suchen with awe. It must be said that although everyone had been following Yu Yuhua for a while now, they initially joined the Eternal Night because of Suchen. Suchen raised his hand to signal. Why be so restrained? There aren't so many rules here. After saying this, everyone still didn't move. Seeing this, he could only continue. Everyone, since you have joined the Eternal Night, you are all part of it. Of course, the Eternal Night has always been about rewarding merit and punishing mistakes. But, the Eternal Night will never treat anyone unfairly. Since you are standing here, you are brothers and friends. Today, I have seen your performance, very good. And now, it's your time, eat and drink freely. After saying this, he took a sip himself. Long live Suchen. Only then did they relax. They hadn't expected Suchen to appear here. I didn't expect Suchen to have such a close side. Yeah, he doesn't have any airs at all. I didn't expect what Suchen said to be true. Joining the Eternal Night is truly the best decision of my life. Brothers, let's eat and drink. They hadn't expected Suchen to know about this party, and that he had even allowed it. Suchen also left with Yu Yuhua first. They still felt a bit restrained here. After Suchen and Yu Yuhua left, everyone became lively again, even more so than at the beginning. However, Yu Yuhua, who was pulled away, felt a bit resentful. Hey, why are you pulling me? I haven't even drunk yet? Suchen was also speechless upon hearing this. Can you drink less? They are all too restrained, and I still have something to tell you. In fact, Yu Yuhua just said this casually, he was still quite serious about the important matters. What is it? I will leave early tomorrow morning to go to the east. I need to see the situation over there with Qianshui. There's no problem here for now, but be careful of the beast tide, don't attract their hatred. I know this, there are still 3 8th-tier beasts behind the beast tide, I won't draw their attention. That's good to know, I will deal with those 3 8th-tier beasts when the opportunity arises. He then explained some details, such as setting up some detection devices 100 miles outside the base, so they could know the movements of the beast tide in advance. Although there was coverage from the Heavenly Eye, double insurance was safer, and they also needed to pay attention to the movements of the beasts at night. But you're too hasty. This was decided early on, the West is waiting for me to return and take charge. Yu Yuhua also knew Suchen was pressed for time and had heavy tasks, so he didn't try to keep him too much. Alright, you can rest assured about this side, I'm here. With you saying that, I'm at ease. Go on, go back and drink. What about you? Aren't you going?
I'll stay here while they are still restrained, you can go.
Remember, keep this balance in mind. Hearing this, Yu Hua understood Su Chen's meaning and happily returned.
However, it was really not easy for him to get drunk now. Even without using his abilities, his current physique was enough to resist the effects of alcohol.
Early the next morning, before dawn, Su Chen left.
Because the matters here were indeed almost settled, he also needed to check on the situation in the south. It turned out that previously, Ling Qianxue had also learned about the gathering of the beast tide and knew that Yu Hua was already confronting the beasts. After contacting Yu Hua, he learned that the gathering of these beasts was heading towards the military defense line. They were about to attack and occupy areas of human life. Upon learning this news, Ling Qianxue would not stand idly by. So, like Yu Hua, he arranged for members to intercept the gathering of the alien beasts, thereby alleviating the pressure on the military front lines. It must be said that his strategy, like Yu Hua's, had a certain effect.
However, the situation on Ling Qianxue's side was clearly much worse than that of Yu Hua.
It could be considered unfortunate, as on her side, the gathering of alien beasts and their attack on the military was led by a 7th-tier alien beast. Their actions had clearly enraged the 7th-tier beast, and of course, Ling Qianxue did not know the true situation of the beast tide at that moment. She also had no idea why this 7th-tier beast was so furious.
Captain Ling, what should we do? They're attacking again.
The voice belonged to Yu Bing. This time, when Ling Qianxue came, she brought the female team members along, and Yu Bing was naturally among them. Because she brought only female team members, the initial recruitment did not go smoothly. Some local leading forces and groups tried to stop Ling Qianxue from coming to share the spoils.
However, due to Ling Qianxue's powerful strength and her ruthless methods, she fought her way through. Thus, the subsequent process went much more smoothly. Ling Qianxue looked at the tens of thousands of alien beasts before her and frowned slightly.
It was important to note that there were only over 2,000 people on her side, while the overall number of alien beasts was 10 times theirs, and there was a 7th-tier beast eyeing them. This posed a huge obstacle, making it impossible for them to even counterattack. Indeed, in terms of overall quality, the alien beasts were about the same as them, but the presence of that 7th-tier beast left them feeling helpless. Ling Qianxue seemed to have made a certain resolution. In that case, leave the 7th-tier beast to me, and you can kill as many of the others as you can. This was a last resort. They could not be held back like this indefinitely. If other beast tides were attracted, the situation would become even more severe. In fact, Ling Qianxue had considered doing this earlier, but she hesitated because the newly recruited members were not yet familiar with each other, and their team spirit was relatively weak. However, she now knew that she could not wait any longer. Captain Ling, is there really no other way? We can't afford to delay any longer. Follow my orders, and I'll leave the rest to you. Upon hearing this, Yu Bing had no choice but to agree. Captain Ling, please be careful. Soon, as Ling Qianxue leaped out, she directly sought out the 7th-tier beast and then moved away from the battlefield. Seeing this, Yu Bing began to command, activate all turret platforms and railguns, and activate all heavy firepower weapons. Everyone follow me, we must annihilate them. Quickly, a black mech appeared around Yu Bing, and she held a black bow in her hand. As the bowstring was drawn back, an arrow materialized above the bow. With one shot, hundreds of alien beasts were instantly pierced, creating a ravine across the battlefield. As a 5th tier, Yu Bing naturally had such strength, and seeing this, the others also opened fire, continuously annihilating these alien beasts. Soon, 2 6th-tier Black Panthers jumped out. These were the subordinates following the 7th-tier Bengal Tiger. Ling Qianxue had not yet confronted the 7th-tier beast directly for this very reason. Once she faced the 7th-tier Bengal, there would be no one to deal with those 2 6th-tier Black Panthers, not even Yu Bing and the others. The next moment, just as Yu Bing shot that extremely terrifying arrow at one of the Black Panthers, it was caught in its mouth and bitten in half. Yu Bing frowned slightly at this scene, not expecting to inflict any damage on this 6th-tier Black Panther. All heavy firepower weapons, concentrate fire on this Black Panther. The urgent task is definitely to deal with these 2 Black Panthers. With them blocking the way, they cannot launch an effective attack at all. Although these 2 6th-tier Black Panthers have been held back, the other exotic beasts cannot be contained. Without the help of heavy firepower, the exotic beasts have already begun to attack the base's barriers. Although there are more than 10 5th-tier fighters, they all need to perform their respective duties. If they all concentrate on dealing with these 2 Black Panthers, then other areas will be breached. Because they are not only facing 2 Black Panthers, but also tens of thousands of other exotic beasts. The only way now is to hope that they can hold on until Ling Qianxue deals with that 7th-tier Bengal tiger. Gradually, the situation has become precarious. After all, they cannot maintain this high-intensity combat indefinitely. Is it still not working? Yu Bing's slightly fatigued voice just fell. At that moment, a shadow of a sword suddenly fell from above the 2 Black Panthers, and the 2 Black Panthers instantly disintegrated, as if they had never appeared on this battlefield. However, the 2 floating 6th-tier crystal cores indicated that everything that had just happened was real. The other exotic beasts, seeing this scene, also roared and retreated, filled with an uncontrollable fear. In the next moment, a white mech figure steadily landed on the high wall of the base. The newcomer was Su Chen. Yu Bing was momentarily taken aback, but she felt as if she had seen this white mech somewhere before. Slowly, a figure in her mind began to overlap with the person in front of her. Leader? Hearing Yu Bing's call, Su Chen was also momentarily stunned, as Yu Bing's mech had undergone some changes after gradually advancing. But she still remembered, after all, Yu Bing was one of the first to join the Eternal Night. Yu Bing, it's you. It's me, leader. How could there be 6th-tier exotic beasts here? And 2 of them. Su Chen did not expect to see this scene as soon as she arrived. After all, there had been no 5th-tier or higher exotic beasts appearing on Yu Yuhua's side. After all, they were still in the early stages. Yu Bing seemed to suddenly remember something. I don't know. When we discovered the Beast Tide gathering, Team Ling intercepted them. But I didn't expect there would be a 7th-tier exotic beast among them. These 2 6th-tier Black Panthers are part of this group. A 7th tier? Where is Qianxue? Team Ling went to deal with that 7th-tier exotic beast, and now I don't know where she is. Because she didn't want to be unaware of the base's situation, Ling Qianxue had intentionally led this Tiger King to a place dozens of miles away. With another sword strike, Ling Qianxue took the opportunity to slash at the Tiger King's blind spot, injuring its back. However, there were more than a dozen such wounds on this Tiger King, but it was clear that these injuries still hadn't caused it serious harm. However, due to its size, it couldn't reach Ling Qianxue, and under her harassment, it became increasingly agitated. Roar! You damn fly! I will crush you! In the next moment, a violent aura erupted from the Tiger King, energy surging wildly around its body, causing the ground nearby to collapse by several meters. Ling Qianxue was also startled. She knew that this tiger was about to go berserk. For a moment, she didn't dare to approach the Tiger King and quickly retreated from the dangerous area. However, while Ling Qianxue's idea was good, how could the Tiger King easily let her go? As soon as Ling Qianxue revealed her figure, the Tiger King chased after her. Although it was difficult for it to catch Ling Qianxue, all it needed to do now was to catch up with this human in front of it. Run! Keep running! Give me a little more extreme pleasure. I just love seeing you ants in despair. And in fact, it was just as she thought. Ling Qianxue could not shake off the Tiger King's pursuit at all. In the next moment, it suddenly raised its front limbs and slammed down heavily. In an instant, the ground shook violently, and Ling Qianxue realized that she could only turn around in time to block the movement behind her. But in that split second, she was blown away by the fierce storm, and her body immediately sustained injuries. It was only by using the momentum to perform several backflips that she barely stabilized herself, kneeling on one knee, with the Moxie sword in her hand trembling slightly. The Tiger King, witnessing this scene, was quite pleased. His blood-red eyes mockingly fixed on Ling Qianxue. A mere 6th rank dares to challenge the king's authority. If that's the case, let you endure the most extreme pain and die. It must be said that this Tiger King was indeed cautious, as the current situation was clearly in his favor. In the next moment, the Tiger King raised his head high, terrifying energy accumulating in his mouth. Roar! It was only then that Ling Qianxue understood what this tiger intended to do. It actually wanted to crush her to death. However, the attack before her was a wide-area assault, with no place to escape. Since there was no way to flee, she decided not to. Suddenly, a surge of momentum erupted from Ling Qianxue. A chilling and bone-piercing aura surged wildly. Just as this attack approached her, Ling Qianxue finally moved. Purple Underworld Phantom Kill. 4 purple wing blades suddenly appeared in front of her, spinning wildly like a giant purple full moon. In the next moment, Ling Qianxue's figure vanished within the moon, while 6 other purple moons suddenly appeared amidst the storm. These positions were precisely the weakest spatial nodes of the Tiger King's explosive attack. Ling Qianxue's figure kept appearing and disappearing within them. In the next moment, she suddenly appeared atop the massive head of the Tiger King. Put! Even the Tiger King himself did not react in time, and when he finally did, that full moon had converged into a purple wing blade. It plunged fiercely into his eye and then surged toward his brain. Roar! The Tiger King let out a piercing scream, but it suddenly stopped. His enormous body crashed heavily onto the battlefield. Looking at the massive tiger corpse before her, Ling Qianshue's mech suddenly deactivated, crashing heavily to the ground. This strike did not come without a cost. First, she had to endure that attack while crossing space. The intense tearing sensation nearly shattered her spirit, but fortunately, she managed to hold on and complete this reversal strike. Of course, the effect was surprisingly good. Even the Tiger King himself did not react in time before perishing at Ling Qianshue's hands. At this moment, Su Chen arrived late and immediately spotted the severely injured Ling Qianxue. Because Ling Qianxue had avoided affecting the main battlefield, Su Chen couldn't find her location for a while. Looking at the massive tiger corpse beside Ling Qianxue, he couldn't help but understand what had happened. Qianxue. As soon as Su Chen landed, he hurriedly checked Ling Qianshue's injuries. When Ling Qianxue heard that familiar call, she thought she had misheard until she confirmed that the blurry figure before her was indeed Su Chen, regaining a bit of consciousness. Su Chen didn't bother with anything else and immediately took out a drop of the fountain of life from his spatial pouch, dripping it into Ling Qianshue's mouth. It must be said that divine objects are indeed divine. Visibly, Ling Qianshue's pale face gradually regained its color, and her injuries were rapidly healing. I'm fine. Ling Qianxue finally regained some composure. How did you get here? I finished my tasks on my side, so I came over to check. How are you? Are you okay? I feel much better. I'm fine. How's the base? I just came from there. I've already resolved everything. That's good. Let's go. We should head back and talk later. Soon, Su Chen left this place holding Ling Qianxue. Meanwhile, behind the beast tide, a furious roar erupted. Roar! Who killed my child? Who is it? I will crush their bones and scatter their ashes. This furious roar came from one of the 3 8th-tier beasts, the Tiger King. The Lion King and the Leopard King beside him were also startled. It was clear that the Tiger King's child had been killed. Who? What happened? The Lion King, the leader among the 3 beasts, spoke up. At this moment, the Tiger King still had red eyes. Just now, I sensed the bloodline of my child disappearing. Where was it? In the east. The east? I remember there's a human-built base over there. Upon hearing this news, the Tiger King became even angrier. Humans! It's humans again! These damn ants! I will completely destroy them, wipe them out. Those involved are often confused, while bystanders see clearly. The Lion King pondered for a moment and said, currently, the south, east, and even the human military are all watching us. This is not a good opportunity. It thought about consuming as much as possible first, and then they would come out to decide the outcome of the battle. If they launched an attack now, it would be too risky. Second brother, wake up! Those humans might be waiting for us to dive in. They were the only ones who truly understood their situation. Food was scarce, and resources were lacking. They had already started to gnaw on the corpses of their kind. If they could break through the human defenses this time, then they would have a chance at survival, and perhaps even completely defeat the humans. But if they acted rashly and failed, there would only be one outcome waiting for them. I don't care. It's not your children who died, so you won't go. I will go. In the end, the Lion King still couldn't stop the furious Tiger King, but it could understand. If it didn't have basic judgment, it might have agreed. Because this was not just a blow to the Tiger King, but also to their plans. It should be known that this descendant of the Tiger King was extremely outstanding, able to compete with 7th-tier beasts at the 6th tier. The reason for this, in human terms, was that its bloodline had a certain degree of atavism. Although they didn't fully understand, they could feel the difference in the Tiger King's descendant. If it could break through to the 8th tier through this war, then breaking the human defenses would be a sure thing. At this moment, the usually silent Leopard King spoke up. Boss, it seems that letting second brother go this time might not be a bad idea. You agree too? That's right. Then, the Leopard King began to discuss something with the Lion King. On the other side, Su Chen had already returned to the base holding Ling Qianxue. In this short time, her injuries had surprisingly healed completely. Although Su Chen knew its effects, hearing about it was never as impactful as witnessing it. This time, Su Chen truly experienced it. Seeing Su Chen still holding her, Ling Qianxue couldn't help but blush slightly. Put me down, I'm fine now, I can walk by myself. Su Chen, upon hearing this, let Ling Qianxue down, knowing she was shy. When Bing saw that both Su Chen and Ling Qianxue had returned, her heart also relaxed. Leader, Team Ling, are you alright? I'm fine. Are there any other unusual situations? No, since you made your move, there have been no issues. That's good. You two just keep an eye on things here. Report to me anytime if something happens. Qianxue is a bit injured and needs to rest. Understood, leader. After saying this, Su Chen didn't linger and took Ling Qianxue to rest. Although they had recovered in various aspects due to the effects of the Fountain of Life, they still needed to adjust. And because a 7th-tier beast had suddenly appeared here, along with a considerable beast tide, Suchen decided to stay here for a while, because he always felt that something was about to happen, and given the current situation, it was abnormal. Soon, Suchen contacted Zhang Chao, informing him that the second and third batches of assessments would be held together, scheduled for a week later. Of course, those people wouldn't have any objections. They were more than happy to have a little more time for themselves, as no one had absolute confidence in being able to hold on. In the next 2 days, nothing happened. Suchen was also puzzled as to why there was no movement from the beast tide. However, he didn't discover anything and could only conduct inspections around the base during these 2 days. Yet, he found no flaws. Perhaps it was because Ling Qianshua's female team had come over, so various details were handled quite well. During these 2 days, Ling Qianshua's injuries had also completely healed, as if she had never been injured at all. Seeing that Suchen had stayed here for 2 days, she knew he was worried about her side, but she didn't want the matters in Shinmu to be delayed because of her. "I'm fine here, don't worry. There are still things waiting for you in Shinmu." This was not the first time Ling Qianshue had said this, but he still felt that the movements of the alien beasts were too quiet. However, Ling Qianshue was right. He couldn't just accompany the alien beasts and waste time. "Alright, then I'll return to Shinmu tomorrow." But indeed, the matters in Shinmu were still not completed. Just when everyone thought it would be calm. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A beast tide is approaching. The sudden alarm and shouts instantly tensed everyone's nerves. Su Chen and Ling Qianshue also entered a combat state in an instant. Through the Sky Eye detection device, they discovered that this time the beast tide was massive and unhidden, boldly heading straight for Sunan City. Su Chen looked at the Sky Eye's display, his expression slightly tightening. "What's wrong?" Ling Qianshue asked upon seeing Su Chen's demeanor. These alien beasts seemed to, because the overall strength of these alien beasts was quite high, and they were very disciplined. This scene could only confirm Su Chen's speculation. The next moment, someone pulled up another Sky Eye image. Report! An 8th-tier alien beast has appeared. What? Ling Qianshue was momentarily shocked. She really had no reason to think that this place could attract the attention of an 8th-tier alien beast. But thinking of Su Chen being here, it seemed that even if an 8th-tier alien beast came, it wouldn't gain any advantage. What are you thinking? Looking at the captured image of the 8th-tier alien beast, she felt a strange familiarity, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Suddenly, Su Chen seemed to remember something. "Don't you think this 8th-tier alien beast looks a bit like the 7th-tier alien beast you killed?" Hearing this, Ling Qianshue began to observe closely. After Su Chen mentioned it, she indeed noticed many similarities. "You don't mean it's here for revenge, do you? It shouldn't be wrong. Can you handle it?" "Yes. Then there shouldn't be any problem, right? What I'm thinking is, where are the other 2 8th-tier alien beasts?" On the other side, behind the beast tide, the Lion King and the Leopard King watched as the Tiger King led a batch of beast tide forward. "Third brother, do you think this will work?" "Don't worry, it will definitely work. As far as I know, the highest strength of the human base is only 6th tier. It's a pity that the tiger cub fell for that. But now, no one can stop second brother. As long as there's an emergency over there, the military won't be able to sit still, and this will be our opportunity." The more the Lion King listened, the more feasible it seemed. Feigning an attack. "Third brother, your move is brilliant. Hee hee, now we just have to see how much commotion second brother can stir up." Leader. No traces of other 8th-tier alien beasts have been found. This time, it was Su Chen who was puzzled. Logically, it shouldn't be the case. Generally speaking, given the current situation, it was unlikely for 8th-tier alien beasts to join the battlefield this early. However, from the appearance, the identity of the killed 7th tier might be quite significant, very likely a descendant of this 8th tier Tiger King. This is understandable, but the other 2 8th tier beasts should also take action. But now is not the time to consider these things. Send my orders, activate all defensive fortifications, and everyone stand by. Yes. On the other side, the military's established defense line was also where Luotong and the others were. At this moment, the 6th unit had discovered the trace of the 8th tier Tiger King under the Sky Eye device. "Captain, there's a situation." The Dragon Guard had been observing the movements of the while searching for patterns in their actions, but now it seemed that the 6th unit had made a discovery. Hearing this, Luotong also checked the monitoring screen. Based on various indicators and some characteristics, Luotong was shocked to find that this was indeed the Tiger King among the 3 8th tier. "Is this the Tiger King? Captain, it seems they are heading towards the Eternal Night base. What is going on? Just a couple of days ago, we discovered gathering over there. How could 8th tier ones appear now?"
The 6th unit also didn't expect this. He had been observing me every day, and suddenly there was a bombshell. A couple of days ago, the military front had also been attacked by a beast tide, and they had no time to spare, but later it was discovered that the gathered beast tide seemed to have been resolved. But unexpectedly, this time it was so serious. Luo Tong quickly reacted. 6th unit. Hurry and report to the higher-ups. Inside the secret base of Yinjing City. Report, Commander, the Dragon Guard has sent news that an 8th tier is leading a large beast tide towards the base in Sunan City. At this moment, everyone in the command room was shocked. The secretary beside them even exclaimed, "What? How could this happen? How could 8th tier join the battlefield so quickly? And they are heading towards the Sunan City base? Is the source of the information reliable?" Report, the information was sent back by the Dragon Guard, and there is real-time footage. Upon hearing that the news came from the Dragon Guard, the implication was clear, indicating that the situation was almost certain. "Commander, what should we do?" "Don't panic, Secretary, project the real-time footage." Unlike the others, Luo Changwa and Meng Rohai did not show any signs of panic. This was because Luo Changwa knew that Su Chen was over there. Soon, an image of an 8th-tier Tiger King leading hundreds of thousands of beasts towards the Sunan City base appeared. For a moment, Luo Changwa looked at the image before him, his expression somewhat grave, as he had not expected 8th tier to enter the battlefield so quickly. "Commander, what should we do? Should we support Sunan City?" "Don't worry, this is not something we need to concern ourselves with." But it was understandable that the secretary was momentarily flustered, as Su Chen's whereabouts were absolutely confidential, known only to Luo Changwa and the other two. "Send a message to the Dragon Guard, let them observe the situation and stand by." "Yes." On the other side, the 6th unit also received news from the command center. "Captain, the command center has instructed us to stand by and observe the situation." "What does that mean? We don't need to move against the 8th tier? How could they possibly hold up?" Luo Tong seemed to realize something, and upon thinking about the command center's attitude, he understood. "It's fine, just follow the command center's orders and continue monitoring." Looking at Luo Tong's demeanor, "Captain, do you know something?" If I'm not mistaken, these are in for a big trouble." "Big trouble? Who could make 8th tier fall into big trouble?" At this moment, the 6th unit also realized. "Damn! Su Shen is here?" Luo Tong smiled without saying a word. "Just watch." At the Sunan City base, Su Chen and the others had already encountered the beast tide. Various heavy firepower weapons and different abilities intertwined and attacked each other, turning the area beside the base into a scene of devastation. Meanwhile, Su Chen stood atop the high wall, watching everything with indifference. Of course, there were occasional strikes. And with each strike, a wave of strange beasts would silently vanish. At this moment, the 8th tier Tiger King commanding the beast tide also noticed Su Chen from the rear. It had been searching for the human who might kill its offspring. From the current situation, Su Chen was very likely that human. In the next instant, the Tiger King seemed to sense something, its eyes suddenly turning a violent blood red, fixating fiercely on Su Chen. Roar! It turned out that just now, through its bloodline, it had suddenly sensed a faint yet familiar aura emanating from Su Chen. This aura was radiating from Su Chen himself. It turned out that after Ling Qianxue was severely injured, Su Chen had been the one to clean the battlefield and collect the spoils, and the crystal core of the 7th tier strange tiger was in Su Chen's personal space. Everyone felt a jolt in their hearts upon hearing that furious roar. And in the next moment, the 8th tier Tiger King was charging straight towards the base. "Human! You deserve to die. You killed my child. I will grind you to dust." Su Chen saw the 8th tier Tiger King suddenly charging towards him from the back of the beast tide. Indeed, that 7th tier strange tiger was truly its offspring. However, Su Chen was not the least bit flustered. He immediately soared into the sky and flew off in another direction. "Damn human! Where do you think you're going?" At this moment, Su Chen was not fleeing, as he had no fear of the 8th tier Tiger King. He simply did not want to affect the base in a direct battlefield. It should be noted that when Ling Qianxue encountered that 7th tier strange tiger, she had drawn it away from the main battlefield, and battles at the level of the 8th tier could destroy an area with just the residual force. Soon, the 8th tier Tiger King was chasing after Su Chen. On the other side, far behind the beast tide, the Lion King and Leopard King also noticed this scene. "Brother, look, the second brother has started. When do we make our move?" "No rush, let's wait until they both suffer heavy losses before we add fuel to the fire." Previously, the three of them had not acted rashly, but now it was different. It was clear that the Lion King and Leopard King were waiting for an opportunity, and the Tiger King's actions seemed more like bait. As long as they could provoke the human military support, their goal would be achieved. And at that time, the opportunity would come. Su Chen had already lured the 8th tier Tiger King out of the main battlefield area. Suddenly, Su Chen stopped. The 8th tier Tiger King followed closely, seeing Su Chen stop and thinking that the human in front had given up. It roared, "Run! Aren't you good at running?" Su Chen sneered and then casually said something that made the Tiger King furious once again. "That 7th tier tiger cub died right here. I'll send you on your way too, so you'll have some company." Roar! "You should die." In the next moment, it lunged fiercely at Su Chen. Whether it was a pounce, a bite, or a tail swipe, Su Chen merely dodged a few times, completely neutralizing all its attacks. The Qishao sword in his hand occasionally slashed out, leaving numerous wounds on its massive body in an instant. The pain and the smell of blood continuously stimulated the 8th tier Tiger King. Roar! "You damn fly!" In the next moment, a massive saber-toothed tiger phantom covered its body, and a hint of thunderous might manifested. It was clear that in its rage, the Tiger King had activated the power of its bloodline. With this power enhancement, its attack speed and reaction had greatly increased. For a moment, Su Chen's dodging seemed to become frantic, but in reality, this 8th tier Tiger King still failed to inflict any harm on him. And amidst this frenzied assault, the Tiger King's stamina was rapidly depleting. When the Tiger King swiped down with its paw again, Su Chen dodged once more. It suddenly felt a deficiency in its strength. At this point, the Tiger King finally became a bit more aware. It suddenly realized that the human in front of it was consuming its energy. Looking at the Tiger King before him, it did not charge at him again. Have you come to your senses? In truth, Su Chen was not dodging out of fear of the Tiger King, but because he had not yet figured out the situation with the other 2 8th tier beasts. He could have chosen to resolve the battle in the most violent way possible, but that would certainly lead to a significant drain on his stamina. After all, facing an 8th tier Tiger King, especially one in a state of rage, was not a wise choice for a direct confrontation. "Human, you think you can dodge for a lifetime?" In the next moment, it unexpectedly changed direction and charged toward the front line of the battlefield. Clearly, when it realized it was being toyed with by this human, no matter how furious it was, it would react. With the intelligence of an 8th tier beast, it could easily determine the best course of action. Of course, it did not truly give up on Su Chen. How could it let go of the human who killed its child? It merely wanted to force Su Chen into a direct confrontation. Just as it was about to leave the area, a blazing sword light swept past in front of it. The Tiger King swiped out with a paw, instantly kicking up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Su Chen's figure appeared before it. At this point, it knew its goal had been achieved. Roar! Chun Jun! Without a moment's hesitation, the battle was on again. In the next moment, a massive tiger paw collided with a gigantic sword blade. Ziz! Human! You finally stopped dodging. Aren't you just trying to force me into a direct fight? Then let it be as you wish. Come again. With a series of clashes, the Tiger King was astonished to find that it could not overpower this human in their direct confrontation. It was even being suppressed. How is this possible? Su Chen, unfazed, swung his sword again, and in that instant, he severed half of its forepaw. Roar! The Tiger King howled in pain. Since he had decided to end this quickly, Su Chen would not hold back. Crush the mountains and break the peaks. A massive white sword shadow suddenly appeared before it. Su Chen was like this, taking advantage of its weakness to strike for its life. At this moment, the Tiger King finally realized the terror of Su Chen. It suddenly understood why its child had fallen to him. Tear! Piercing cloud strike. Of course, even so, it would not sit idly by. The enemy of its child was right in front of it. The spectral image of the saber-toothed tiger on its body solidified further, as if it were about to break free at any moment. In the next moment, the Tiger King transformed into a bolt of destructive lightning, charging toward the white sword shadow with terrifying speed, tearing apart the space in its wake. Boom! This wave of destruction instantly reached the battlefield dozens of miles away. Not only did Ling Qianxue and the others notice it, but also the Lion King, the Leopard King, and the Dragon Guards all sensed this energy fluctuation. Crack, crack! Suddenly, cracks spread across the white sword shadow, shattering it. Along with it, the thunder on the battlefield also shattered. What's happening over there? Could it be that the leader is in trouble? Ling Qianxue suddenly stood up. Su Chen will be fine, don't worry, just handle what's in front of you. After saying this, Ling Qianxue once again defended against the beast before her, as if truly believing that no matter what happened, Su Chen would be fine. Seeing Ling Qianxue like this, they were unconsciously inspired. Yes, how could Su Chen have a problem? Brothers, kill! We will wait for Su Chen to return victorious. Before Su Chen comes back, we must hold our ground. Meanwhile, compared to Ling Qianxue's side, the Lion King was starting to feel restless. Third brother, Didn't you say that the humans only have a maximum of 6th tier? Clearly, the second brother is giving it his all. Sensing the recent surge, even it felt a bit of a tremor. The Leopard King was somewhat flustered at this moment, but still said, "Elder brother, you're overthinking it. Perhaps the second brother is just venting. The pain of losing a child is understandable." He added, "And besides you, no one else can suppress the second brother." Upon hearing the third brother's words, he felt it made sense. Maybe, but third brother, why hasn't the human military taken any action yet? The Leopard King was quite puzzled by this, as according to the current situation, at most in half an hour, these people wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. Yet, the human army had yet to move. Had they really given up on this area? Or were they still on guard against them? However, since the humans hadn't moved, they couldn't act either, as it indicated that the focus of the human army was still on them. Any action they took could potentially alert the humans. "Elder brother, don't rush, let's wait and see." Upon hearing this, the Lion King felt it made some sense. Perhaps he was just being too anxious. However, that didn't mean he would just sit back and watch. Let the younger ones take the lead and add some fuel to the fire. Soon, more of the beast tide, under the Lion King's orders, began to intentionally or unintentionally gather towards Sunan. This scene was fully observed by the Dragon Guard. "Boss, the beast tide is moving again, what should we do?" Luotong focused and indeed saw on the monitoring screen that the beast tide was starting to concentrate towards Sunan City. However, he felt that the behavior of these strange beasts was quite abnormal. Logically speaking, if their target was indeed Sunan City, their focus should be on that area. But currently, the main force of the beast tide showed no signs of movement. Instead, only some lower-tier strange beasts were continuously advancing towards Sunan. Their real-time footage showed this was unusual, as only one 7th-tier strange beast had appeared. If the beast tide's goal was truly Sunan, this situation was extremely abnormal. "Don't rush, keep watching. If anything happens, provide immediate support." From the very beginning, Luotong had a vague feeling that something was off. He had previously dealt with sea beasts alongside Su Chen, and logically, a beast tide of this scale should not lack the presence of 7th-tier strange beasts. Not to mention, this time it was led by 3 8th-tier strange beasts. It wouldn't be surprising to have 20 or 30 7th-tier beasts in such a scale. But the strange point was that the number of 7th-tier strange beasts was extremely low. Moreover, from the start, it was unclear how these 3 8th-tier strange beasts had appeared. The only thing that could be confirmed was that these 3 8th-tier strange beasts were not sea beasts, and the 7th-tier strange beasts beneath them had hardly moved at all. Not only 7th tier, but even 6th tier beasts were rarely seen, most were 3rd and 4th tier. In fact, if one were to investigate 3 months prior to the beast tide, some clues could still be found. It should be noted that strange beasts are not like sea beasts. The ocean is rich in species and vast in resources, allowing sea beasts to grow in strength more rapidly. 3 parts land, 7 parts ocean is not just a saying. On land, strange beasts face humans as their opponents for both food and resources. The growth of strength for land-based strange beasts is certainly slower than that of sea beasts. As far as is known, most of the main forces of these beast tides are still at the 3rd and 4th tiers, which is roughly similar to the situation of humans. Therefore, when the military learned of the appearance of 3 8th tier strange beasts, they were very surprised, as there are countless strange beasts, and it is impossible to keep a constant watch on the southeastern area. Thus, the emergence of these 3 8th tier strange beasts was extremely abrupt. This rhythm was already close to that of the sea beasts, but this was clearly impossible. Moreover, the composition of the beast tide had a very small proportion of 7th tier and 6th tier beasts. In the entire beast tide, there were only 7 7th tier beasts. The number of 6th tier beasts was merely 30 to 50. Such a distribution of the beast tide made it absolutely impossible for 8th tier beasts to appear, let alone 3 of them. Yet, this situation had occurred. On the other side, the battle between Su Chen and the 8th tier Tiger King had also come to an end. Su Chen remained suspended in the air, his aura still raging as if everything that had just happened had no effect on him at all. Beneath Su Chen's feet lay the 8th tier Tiger King. At this moment, the Tiger King's condition was far from optimistic. Its forelimbs were completely shattered, and even its massive head had been severed in half, lying in a pool of blood, barely clinging to life. Indeed, this was the masterpiece of Su Chen wielding the pure June. At this point, the Tiger King was not dead, but it was hanging on by a thread, fueled by its anger towards Su Chen, which prevented it from succumbing. Su Chen looked down at it with indifference. "To be my enemy is your greatest mistake, you human." At this moment, the Tiger King struggled to speak due to its head being half severed, but it persisted, saying, "Today, I have fallen. But in the end, my brother will avenge me. You will definitely die." "Is that all your last words? Then you might as well die." As for the brother you mentioned, don't worry, I won't let those two go either. I'll soon send them down to accompany you. With that, the pure June sword in Su Chen's hand suddenly vanished. Swish! The next moment, the pure June pierced into its head. Ultimately, it unwillingly breathed its last, its tiger eyes clouded with a layer of gray. A generation of tiger kings fell here, just as Su Chen had said, sent to accompany its own children. On the other side, the base in Sunan City was also in a precarious situation. Although there were no other high-tier beasts joining, the sheer number of beasts was enough to overwhelm them. Moreover, there were still 5 6th-tier beasts on the front line. Under normal circumstances, Ling Qianxue could have wiped them out, but now, with 7th-tier beasts watching her closely, she could only hold her ground for the safety of the entire base. Team leader Ling, we can't hold on much longer here. Suddenly, the eastern and southern sides of the base began to falter. It wasn't due to casualties, but because the defensive fortifications were on the verge of collapse. The turrets were about to go offline, and other heavy weaponry couldn't operate indefinitely. Their energy was nearly depleted. Yes, team leader Ling, we can't hold on much longer here either. If there's no support soon, we might not last another 5 minutes. Team leader Ling, when will the leader return? Now, everyone's hope rested on Su Chen. Before Ling Qianxue could respond, a white light suddenly appeared on the horizon. And the next moment, a massive sword aura fell from the sky. Like a chasm, it separated the base from the beast tide. Beneath this sword aura, tens of thousands of beasts perished on the spot. Only the 7th-tier beast was severely injured and retreated, while the other 5 6th-tier beasts were completely annihilated. Although no one saw where this sword aura came from, everyone knew. It's the leader. The leader has returned. The leader really came back to save us. Long live the leader. As he returned, the situation on the battlefield changed instantly. All the beasts looked at the white mecha atop the high wall, their eyes flashing with deep fear. Especially the leading 7th-tier beast, which, though it had salvaged its life, was in a near-disabled state. Its eyes were filled with malice and fear, yet it dared not approach. The entire battlefield suddenly fell into an extreme silence, contrasting sharply with Su Chen's side, which was much more lively, with shouts of "Long live the leader!" echoing continuously. Even the 6th number, who was intently watching the battlefield, couldn't help but exclaim, "So cool!" Su Shen. On the other side, when the Lion King and the Leopard King discovered that it was actually Su Chen who had returned, they couldn't believe their eyes. Because this situation could only mean one thing: the Tiger King was never coming back. If the Tiger King were still alive, he would never allow this human to live. Third, tell me, what the hell is going on? You see, the third had always told them that the strongest at the base was a 6th-tier human. You tell me this is a 6th tier? They watched as that sword energy formed a chasm, and even they had to take it seriously. In that moment, the entire battlefield situation was reversed. The Leopard King was also somewhat at a loss. How could this be? This is impossible. It can't be wrong. How could second brother lose? How could this human possibly come back alive? At that moment, the Lion King suddenly swiped at him with a paw. The extreme pain brought the Leopard King back to his senses. This is your broken plan. You sacrificed second brother. What are we going to do now? Looking at the furious Lion King, the Leopard King didn't dare to say a word. All its plans were based on the premise that the Tiger King would kill Su Chen and then directly attack the Sunan base, at which point the human military would definitely intervene, and that would be their opportunity. But unexpectedly, things went awry. Even now, they couldn't break through the human military's defenses head-on. After all, there were hundreds of thousands of humans on the front lines fighting against them. Do you know what price we paid? Useless. However, the Lion King still retained a shred of rationality and did not continue to attack. At this point, it was irretrievable. Only they knew how great the price they had paid was. You see, previously in this entire area, there had been no 8th-tier beasts. By chance, the three of them had combined their strength to devour the first 7th-tier beast. Having tasted the sweetness of victory, they did not stop there. Previously, there had been dozens of 7th-tier beasts living here, each with their own territory. But with their combined efforts and encirclement, the 7th and 6th tiers in this area had been almost completely devoured by them. During this process, even the three of them had suffered some devastating blows. However, they ultimately persevered, continuously devouring the high-tier beasts in this area. Finally, all three of them became 8th tier, but this led to a pitiful number of 7th and 6th tier beasts. It could be said that these 7th and 6th tier beasts had made them into 8th tier. After breaking through to the 8th tier, their ambitions gradually swelled, unwilling to live in such a resource-scarce area. So they set their sights on the regions inhabited by humans.
But now, with second brother dead at the hands of that human, it was not just a simple matter of losing second brother. It also signified that they had no more opportunities to break through the human defenses. The two of them alone could not accomplish this. Even though their subordinates still had many third and fourth tier beasts, these were hardly worth mentioning in front of the humans' heavy firepower. Conversely, the humans also had no way to deal with them, leading to a stalemate. But this was not what they wanted. The disparity was too great. Boss, this human is definitely not 6th tier. No kidding. Do you need to tell me that? Another roar frightened the Leopard King's neck to shrink even more, but the Lion King understood that, at this point, it was beyond saving. He took a deep look in Su Chen's direction and then turned away. He would not give up. Seeing this, the Leopard King hurriedly followed, and soon, the beast tide began to retreat. Even the beasts in front of the base withdrew. What's going on, Captain? They've all retreated. Since the moment Su Chen returned, Luotong had been staring at the screen, puzzled by the fact that these strange beasts retreated so decisively. If the beasts had all charged at once, even Su Chen would likely have been powerless against such a tide of beasts. Yet the reality was that they had indeed retreated, and Luotong was unaware that just moments ago, the human military defense had faced a life and death test. Overall, the outcome could be considered good. How would I know? Just keep watching. On Su Chen's side, after the beasts retreated, the shouts echoing through the base grew even louder. The beast tide has retreated. The beast tide has retreated. We held our ground. Long live the leader. Su Chen continued to gaze at the retreating beast tide, while unlike the others, Ling Qianxue was thinking about the movements of the beasts behind, as she knew there were still other 8th tier beasts lurking. Why did these beasts retreat? Their goal was never us, so why would they stay? Then who were they targeting, to sacrifice an 8th tier beast for it? Su Chen did not hide his thoughts, pointing in the direction of the military. In fact, from the moment Luo Changhua informed Su Chen about the situation with the beasts, he had sensed something was off. The distribution of 7th tier beasts was far too sparse compared to 6th tier beasts. How could there possibly be 8th tier beasts? It wasn't until he personally went to investigate the rear of the beast tide that he speculated how these 3 8th tier beasts had appeared. Now, his speculation had been confirmed. Because in the current situation, even if the 8th tier Tiger King had fallen, there was no reason for them to retreat. If the beast's target was truly Su Nan, the beast tide should have continued its assault. After all, there were still 2 8th tier beasts behind them. This could only indicate one possibility: their target had never been them, but rather the human living areas. The military? Ling Qianxue realized what Su Chen meant. No wonder the beast tide retreated so quickly. He did not pursue, nor did he instruct others to pursue. To be honest, he had always thought that if those 2 8th tier beasts joined the battle in their fury, it would be great. That way, even if a full-scale war broke out, the military wouldn't have to hide anything. In the chaos of battle, they might even be able to eliminate both at once and for all. But it seemed that these 2 beasts were quite perceptive of the current situation. However, they had never anticipated the emergence of someone like Su Chen, who not only killed the second-in-command but also disrupted all their plans. Moreover, in that recent situation, the human military had shown no signs of action at all. Were they so certain that these people could hold their ground? Or did they have such faith in that suddenly appearing human? Or perhaps the humans had seen through their plans? Everything felt strange. Unfortunately, they did not understand what the name Su Chen represented, nor did they realize that their seemingly flawless plan had already shown signs of flaws. Long before they appeared out of nowhere, Su Chen and Luo Changhua had sensed something was wrong, as there were no signs of such a situation. Furthermore, the excessive gathering of beasts and the chaotic abilities had led to confusion in the area, making it impossible to obtain effective information. Even the Heavenly Eye could not gather any useful information. Only when they moved could the ultimate detection device sense their life fluctuations and levels. Thus, Luo Changhua had initially sent the Dragon Guards to investigate, but unfortunately, they could not delve too deeply. When Su Chen arrived, he discovered a bloody scene of cannibalism among the beasts, which had already determined that their purpose could only be one: to break through the human military defense line. This operation targeting Su Nan seemed normal and reasonable, but in fact, the most abnormal aspect was how overly normal it appeared. Especially that kind of attitude of encircling without attacking. If it were solely for revenge, they could easily gather their strength and take this area in one go. Moreover, in such a situation, it should either be a collective action or none at all, yet only one 8th tier Tiger King acted. This is because they understood that taking down Su Nan would serve no purpose, so they could only act as bait, and Su Chen was equally aware of this. Therefore, the military's lack of support was not merely because Su Chen was present, but also a matter of psychological control. This was something only Su Chen and Luo Changhua understood. Of course, the battlefield changes rapidly, so Luo Chenggua's order to the Dragon Guard was merely to stand by and wait for an opportunity, not to say they would provide no support at all. Once the situation changed, they would also adapt accordingly. This was the tacit understanding between Su Chen and Luo Chenghua. At this moment, Su Chen also regained his composure. "It's fine now, everyone retreat. How are you?" Ling Qianxue responded, "I'm fine. If it had been any later, I might not have been able to hold on." Hearing this, Su Chen nodded and glanced at the others and the defensive fortifications. Let them handle the remaining matters. Next, it was merely a matter of counting personnel and assessing the damage to the fortifications, which didn't require their presence. Meanwhile, Luo Tong saw that the strange beasts had retreated and that Su Chen had stabilized the situation, so there was no longer any need for him to stay. "Let's go. Captain, are we just leaving like this? Aren't we going to wait a bit longer? It's no longer our concern, the beast tide has retreated and won't attack again in the short term, plus Su Chen is here, the situation is settled." After retreating, Luo Tong reported everything that had happened here. Report. The Dragon Guard has sent news. The beast tide has been repelled, and the 8th tier Tiger King among the 8th tier strange beasts has been slain by Su Chen. What? The Secretary General looked, and indeed, on the ultimate detection device, the life wave and magnitude belonging to that 8th tier Tiger King had disappeared. At that moment, everyone except Luo Changwei was unsettled. They could hardly imagine how this was accomplished. To repel such a beast tide, not to mention slaying one of the 8th tier beasts. Is this truly something achievable by human strength? It should be noted that the hundreds of thousands of soldiers on the front line had no means to deal with these strange beasts and could only rely on terrifying heavy firepower to hold their ground. "Commander, should we launch a counterattack? Since Su Chen can slay one of the 8th tier strange beasts, this is a heaven-sent opportunity for us. Secretary General, do you know how many strange beasts are gathered on the front line?" He momentarily did not grasp Luo Chenggua's meaning. "If we leave the defense line and lose the support of heavy firepower, do you think we have a chance? But on the front line, isn't Su Chen there?" Suddenly, he understood what Luo Chenghua meant. Even though Su Chen was there now, there were not just 2 8th tier strange beasts, but millions of strange beasts gathered. If they truly faced off, it would definitely be one-sided, let alone 8th tier, even 9th or 10th tier would not hold up. Just like the front line, although there wasn't a single 8th tier beast, relying on such a quantity of heavy firepower and soldiers, they could defend against strange beasts that outnumbered them several times. The principle was the same: many ants can kill an elephant. Send a message to the Dragon Guard, instructing them to closely monitor every move of the beast tide. Yes. In fact, all of this returned to what Luo Chenghua and Su Chen had discussed at the beginning. It would ultimately turn into a tug-of-war. It would depend on who could hold out longer. But no matter how long it took, it wouldn't exceed 3 months. That would be their opportunity. Because they had already understood some specific situations regarding the strange beast's rear, the food and resources of the strange beasts were not sufficient to sustain them for too long. So it all depended on these 3 months and their mutual consumption. Without a doubt, the actions of the strange beasts behind will become more frequent. It all depends on whether the front line can hold out. In the following days, just as in the others had thought, the movements of the became increasingly frequent, and their numbers grew. The casualties on the front line continued to escalate, but similarly, the losses among the were even more terrifying. However, they could withstand such attrition. After all, those corpses would not go to waste. Although in the others occasionally assisted, they did not take significant action, as at this time, whether it was or, there was no real impact on the overall situation. There was no need to provoke the beast tide and become unnecessary cannon fodder. After all, the final battle was still far off. No one wanted to risk everything now. During this time, the Lion King and the Leopard King had not taken any action against him. It was likely that they had shifted their entire focus to the military defense line. Even if they managed to capture by virtue of their numerical advantage, it would yield no benefit for the and would not affect. It would merely be a change of location. What are you thinking about? At this moment, standing atop the high wall, was pulled back from his thoughts by a sudden voice. It was nothing much, just feeling a bit emotional. What are you feeling emotional about? Everything, I suppose. Looked at the recently receded beast tide and felt a sense of melancholy, for both humans and life seemed so insignificant in the face of war. In just these few days, blood had already stained this area, and the military front lines were even worse. Are you leaving? Yes, I'll be heading back tomorrow morning. There are matters to attend to in. Did not hide it and spoke truthfully. Since this, especially since had given out crystal cores and spirit plants today, along with a drop of spring of life. If the beast tide attacks after I leave, it might be necessary to retreat. I know, you stay safe too. Once stabilized the situation he would still need to return here. This period was relatively stable, but things would become increasingly intense later on. A peaceful night passed quietly, had long since left and was heading towards. Although the situation here was extremely important, he needed to take advantage of this initial period to arrange other matters. He had not forgotten the purpose of building the Eternal Night Division. Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao had already begun gathering resources. Some dangerous areas, some special mineral veins, and various other cultivation resources. Of course, they looked down on competing with ordinary, super warriors. For those, their destinations were generally places that were difficult for ordinary people to explore, such as those occupied by high-level, where danger and opportunity coexisted. As for, it was even more significant, there were 100,000 wild mountains there. Although they were called wild mountains, the wild pearls within were cultivation treasures. Such things must be grasped as much as possible. It was impossible to wait until things were settled there before arranging matters in. If progress fell behind by a few months, the losses would be enormous, and the overall growth and strength would be hindered. After several hours of travel, finally returned to goodness. Even before he arrived, he saw super warriors drawn by reputation surrounding the entire, waiting for today's assessment. The number of people had doubled since the initial arrival. Suddenly, S figure appeared in the base, and noticed him immediately. After all, had contacted them beforehand, saying he would return around this time. How is it over there? Everything alright? Naturally knew about the situation as some battle footage had leaked. The tug of war has begun, but for now, it's relatively stable. How is the preparation going? All set. Alright, then let's get started. In the next moment, everyone noticed a figure atop the high wall, the iconic blue mech making it instantly recognizable. Some of the later arrivals, still processing the scene, were reminded by others that the figure was Su Chen. This also meant that today's assessment was about to begin. The nearly 500,000 super warriors had far exceeded Su Chen's initial expectations, which could actually be attributed to his battles in Sunan. The image of him cutting through a chasm and repelling the alien beasts had been preserved, effectively becoming a promotional video for Eternal Night. Who wouldn't want to become strong? Especially someone as powerful as Su Chen. It could be said that almost everyone present had come with this goal in mind. Su God, Su God, Su God, Su God, Su God, Su God. The crowd unconsciously began to chant this name, igniting the atmosphere of the entire area. Su Chen raised his hand to signal, and the crowd gradually quieted down. I didn't expect that after going out, so many more people would show up. Of course, I believe everyone is here to become strong, and it is precisely this kind of person that I need. This shows that you do not lack the heart to become strong, but unfortunately, we can only recruit 2,000 people at most right now. 300 people have already been recruited, which means that another 1,700 will be confirmed today. And now, you only need to pass this assessment to join Eternal Night. I hope each of you can become one of those 1,700. Now, let's begin. Under the command of Zhang Chao and others, everyone was divided into 50 groups, with about 10,000 in each group. Once the distribution was complete, Su Chen wasted no time, raising his hand to summon a blue barrier in the air. Those who had already been assessed were naturally very familiar with it, while the newcomers, although they had heard about it, were still a bit confused upon seeing it for the first time. This time, due to the large number of participants, Su Chen applied even greater pressure, and with a command, "Start," the crowd began their assessments one after another. Each batch of assessments would yield results in about 10 minutes. As before, under this absolute pressure, only your willpower and your own strength could support you to endure longer. Any external force that entered the coverage of the barrier would become ineffective, so the results were absolutely fair. Those who had experienced it knew this well. Each time, Ada and the others would record the duration of their endurance. Those who lasted longer naturally laughed heartily, especially those who held out until the end. Naturally, where there was joy, there was also sorrow, but there was nothing to be done. If you couldn't measure up, you would inevitably be eliminated. The results were similar to what Su Chen had anticipated. Those who failed last time still did not pass this time, though there were some exceptions. This assessment continued until evening. In the end, Zhang Chao selected the top 1,700 based on how long everyone had endured, marking the conclusion of this assessment. The final 1,700 were separated into a distinct area, cut off from the others. It must be said that not only war but competition is also brutal. From 500,000, only 1,700 remained. This pass rate of 3 in 1,000 could only be described as terrifying. Although logistics also needed personnel, these individuals could bring along some of their own. But Su Chen was unsure if they were truly his people, and he didn't want to concern himself with it. After all, They were just logistics personnel, responsible only for food and accommodation, with no other benefits and no rights of formal members. As for resource allocation, that was even less likely. If someone truly wanted to be logistics, Su-chen had nothing to say, and on the contrary, it was a good thing. Everyone, the assessment for Eternal Night is now over. There's no need to dwell on this, you may disperse. Although extremely unwilling, what could be done? After all, those 1,700 people were the strongest among them, and they couldn't even compare to the last one. Speaking of this, Su-chen signaled Zhang Chao to arrange those who had passed. At this point, the first step on Shinmu's side was considered to have begun, and all the candidates had been finalized. Next, it was time to start addressing other matters. On the other side, the beast attacks on the southeastern battlefield were becoming increasingly fierce, with dozens of battles occurring almost every day. In this kind of probing, it wasn't just about personnel casualties, the mental exhaustion of the frontline fighters was also immense. Luo Chengwa looked at the wartime intelligence on the Tianyan over the past few days, and his brow furrowed unconsciously. It should be noted that, according to their estimates at the time, there would be at least 2 to 3 months, but looking at the casualty numbers, it hadn't even been a week, and the casualties had already exceeded 10,000. Secretary General, has the frontline intelligence been compiled? Report, Commander, it has been compiled. In the past week, the Beast Tide has launched a total of 64 attacks of various scales, with frontline casualties exceeding 50,000, and over 300,000 beasts exterminated. Information on resource consumption and resource allocation is still being compiled. Hearing this, Luo Chengwa's expression became even more serious. Although they had exterminated over 300,000 beasts, the casualties had also exceeded 50,000. Exterminating beasts at a rate 6 times the casualties seemed like good news, but it was not. The beast population was extremely large, and as February approached its end, the possibility of launching a full-scale war earlier was increasing. At this rate, a full-scale war would break out in at most another month. The beasts would not continue to wear themselves out like this. Once they detected a weakening in the front line, these beasts would undoubtedly charge and break through. According to Luo Chengwa's estimates, when the frontline fighters approached 200,000, it would be the time for the Beast Tide to launch a general offensive. At that time, the number of beasts should still be around 800,000 to 1 million. Once the war fully erupted, maintaining such a casualty ratio of 1 to 6 would be very difficult. Of course, the Secretary General was well aware of this, as he had handled all the frontline intelligence. Commander, the current situation is unfavorable for us. We must have strong external support. What are your thoughts? We must make all the super warriors and wanderers of Longwa realize the seriousness of the situation. What you mentioned has already been tried, and there was hardly any response. For them, this is just a living area. If this place falls, they can just move somewhere else. They won't consider other issues at all. Upon hearing this, the Secretary General let out a heavy sigh. In fact, he knew this too, but he still held on to a glimmer of hope. What about Su-chen? Relying solely on him probably won't determine the course of the entire war, and we can't place all the pressure on him. Su-chen had already helped them enough. They didn't know him anything. If it really came to that, they would have to resort to that method. By the way, how are Elder Meng and Minister Li doing? Luo Chengwa was referring to Meng Rohai and Li Xiao. Elder Meng is currently helping to coordinate mobilization from all sides, and Minister Li has been dealing with resource allocation issues. There haven't been any unusual situations so far. In the face of this sudden beast tide, it could truly be said that pulling one thread affects the whole garment. Everyone had sprung into action. Alright, keep a close watch on the battlefield situation, and report immediately if there is any news. Meanwhile, at the Sunan base, Ling Qianshui also noticed that the number of beasts coming to this side was decreasing, which was naturally good news for them. However, it also indicated that more beasts were heading to the front battlefield. The beast tide had not focused its attention here. Of course, this situation still stemmed from their belief that Su-chen was still on this side. If Su-chen were here, without the attack of the 8th tier beasts and a large-scale beast tide, they would not be able to hold this place at all. Conversely, they also could not do without the protection of this base and could not effectively strike against the beast tide. The Lion King and the Leopard King were well aware of this. What they needed to do now was to conserve their strength in the rear and continuously deplete the living forces on the front lines. Only those who can laugh in the end are the true victors. As for Su-chen, after a night of rest, he gathered everyone early the next morning. Passing the assessment was just the beginning. It wasn't just about joining Eternal Night, they all needed to know what they would be doing in the coming period, to understand their tasks and responsibilities. At Su-chen's signal, Zhang Chao led everyone to the Wild Mountain Range. Before long, they arrived at their destination, and many were unclear about what they were supposed to do here, while the 300 who had joined earlier were already familiar with the place. Listen up.
let me explain the arrangements below. Looking at the wild mountains before you, what you need to do next is to kill the wild beasts here and collect resources. The minimum requirement each day is to collect the cores of 3 wild beasts of the same tier. This is the most basic. Of course, the more you collect, the more resources you can allocate for yourself, and there are rewards based on this principle, which I won't elaborate on, you'll understand later. Remember, if you want to become stronger, you have to push yourself a bit. However, if you meet the basic requirements every day, you can do whatever you want. But if you fail to complete it, then you are no longer a part of Eternal Night. Don't talk about being injured or special circumstances. You can always work a little harder. You should know that the resources you use for cultivation are not comparable to these. Do you all understand? Then let's get started. Of course, this was just the first day. Zhang Chao still needed to keep an eye on things. After a couple of days, everyone would know where they could go and where they couldn't, and he could then focus on his own breakthroughs. However, during his initial exploration, he did discover some things. At that moment, Zhang Chao flew over to him. How's it going? Everything is arranged, don't worry. Zhang Chao also noticed that Su Chen had been observing a certain area for quite a while. Did you find anything just now? I did find something interesting. I didn't expect that even this place could hide such a strange beast. Zhang Chao was taken aback, suddenly realizing what Su Chen meant. It seemed that this area had some unusual beasts. However, he had already explored it when he brought the first batch of people here. Su Chen didn't waste any time and immediately flew toward that area, with Zhang Chao quickly following. Su Chen suddenly landed in a narrow mountain crevice connecting 2 mountains. Look! Following Su Chen's gesture, Zhang Chao indeed noticed something unusual, for in this narrow mountain crevice, there was a huge sliding track. Some rocks had fallen, and some vegetation had been damaged and crushed, with the ground around it even sinking down a bit. However, this entire wild mountain range bore such yellowish marks. If not for the close distance, it would have been hard to notice. What on earth is this? Take a look. Su Chen had already guessed something and found it intriguing, as this area was quite close to human habitation. After hearing this, Zhang Chao began to investigate the nearby situation. Such a massive creature would likely leave some traces. Indeed, he discovered some things, and he realized that this might be a type of giant creature he was familiar with. These traces are very fresh. They should have been made in the past couple of days, and judging by the sliding track, it should be a giant serpent. After all, Zhang Chao had lived in the wilderness for over 20 years, and he was quite clear about such things. Let's take a look. After all, it is abnormal for such a strange beast to appear here. The world is unpredictable, and there must be monsters. Moreover, with those members present, they couldn't just stand by. The two quickly reached an agreement and immediately followed the slide track. As they pursued, the distance grew, and some clues began to emerge. Bloodstains started to appear, and logically speaking, in such a rugged mountain crevice, there should be some wild beasts living there. However, not only was there nothing in the middle, but also in the surrounding area, they saw no strange beasts, yet there were obvious bloodstains. Clearly, this was related to the movements of that strange beast. Before long, they discovered that the traces of the slide had disappeared, indicating that the strange beast should be nearby. You go that way, I'll go this way. Soon, in their search, they found a hidden mountain pass covered by some dead vegetation. From the lingering aura, the strange beast should be inside. They exchanged glances and ultimately decided to go in and check the situation. Just as they stepped into the cave entrance, a pair of vertical pupils lit up deep within the cave. The strange beast raised its head high, its cold and cruel vertical pupils gazing in the direction of the entrance. Its body coiled, and its lower abdomen slightly bulged, resting on a mass of crystal cores and wild pearls. Among them were even some that had already transformed into a pale yellow crystal core, and others that were about to fully transform into black wild pearls. Indeed, this was an 8th-tier female Crimson Fury giant snake. When Su Chen and Zhang Chao stepped into the cave entrance, it sensed their presence in the air, a natural instinct it possessed. On the other side, as Su Chen and Zhang Chao delved deeper, the environment became hot and humid, and the smell of blood grew stronger. He knew they were getting close to that strange beast. Hiss! At that moment, a low, threatening growl suddenly echoed through the cave. It was clear that Su Chen and Zhang Chao had entered the safety zone of this giant snake, and it had sensed the faint danger emanating from them. So it merely growled, hoping to scare them off. However, it was evident that neither Su Chen nor Zhang Chao would be intimidated by this. Soon, the two men finally encountered the beast. Zhang Chao recognized the creature at a glance. Crimson Fury giant snake? What, do you know it? Of course, these things are quite common on the plains, but they usually hide away. This one must be at least 8th tier. No, wait. Zhang Chao quickly noticed something was off because, logically, the Crimson Fury giant snake had a strong territorial instinct.
Once a creature intruded, it would definitely attack, yet both he and Su Chen had walked in without any obstruction. Moreover, it had not launched an attack in front of them. When he saw the slightly bulging lower abdomen of the Crimson Fury giant snake, Zhang Chao understood everything. This was a female Crimson Fury giant snake, and it must be in its spawning period, which was why it hadn't acted rashly. However, Zhang Chao soon noticed the large number of high-tier beast crystal cores and wild pearls, especially the pale yellow crystal core and the black wild pearl. He knew exactly what they were. Su Chen, this Crimson Fury giant snake is in its spawning period, which is why it hasn't attacked us. And look, what's under its abdomen? Because of the beast's massive size, he hadn't noticed at first, but after the reminder, he indeed discovered the treasure within. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go! At Su Chen's command, Zhang Chao didn't hesitate at all. Given the quantity of crystal cores and wild pearls, any hesitation would be disrespectful to such a great gift. At that moment, the Crimson Fury giant snake saw Su Chen and Zhang Chao charging towards it and no longer held back, rushing towards them. If it were before, when the two of them appeared at the cave entrance, it would have already attacked. But now, in this confrontation, the giant snake always intentionally or unintentionally avoided attacks to its abdomen. Due to its own reasons, even if it didn't want to hold back, it felt somewhat restricted. On the contrary, Zhang Chao was able to turn danger into safety several times by attacking its abdomen. In the eyes of this giant snake, the two humans before it were simply not worth the risk. It had sensed this during the battle. One of the humans was only at the 7th rank, and the other was merely at the 6th rank. Of course, this was also Su Chen's deliberate show of weakness. For no other reason than for those crystal cores and wild pearls, he was determined to obtain them. Due to the limited space, it was difficult for the two to unleash their full potential, especially Zhang Chao, whose attack style was broad and imposing, making it even more difficult to suppress. Moreover, the giant snake's strength was above his, and Su Chen had originally hoped to catch it off guard. But now the situation had changed, and the giant snake was in a sensitive period, making it hard to find an opportunity. Su Chen sighed inwardly. There was no choice, it seemed they had to change locations. Zhang Chao, no need to hold back. Let's end this battle quickly. Upon hearing this, a glint flashed in Zhang Chao's eyes. He had wanted to do this for a long time, but he also understood Su Chen's thoughts. Once the commotion became too loud, it would surely attract other exotic beasts, and other high-ranking beasts would come here. They wouldn't be able to stay in this carefully chosen place, and the brothers they brought would have to change locations. Now that Su Chen had spoken, there was no need to worry about that anymore. In an instant, the giant snake felt a sudden change in the aura of the two humans before it. Even the tiger-shaped mech that had been suppressed by it at the beginning was faintly exuding an aura that could stand against it. The change in the other human was even more pronounced. It actually sensed a soul-level suppression from the red mech before it. This made it somewhat anxious and restless. But Zhang Chao didn't give it time to think. He thrust his spear straight at its vital point. The saying is strike the snake at its vital point never goes out of style. Of course, Zhang Chao didn't find it so easy. Before he could get close, he was swept away by a tail. However, Zhang Chao didn't expect to succeed in one go. He dodged and charged again. The threat Su Chen posed was even stronger. Every time Zhang Chao held it back, Su Chen would suddenly strike with a sword, catching it off guard. Before long, the giant snake was covered in various sword marks, some deep, some shallow. Zhang Chao's persistence also bore fruit. There was a sizable blood hole at the vital point of its neck. The crystal cores and wild pearls beneath them were stained with blood, and under this onslaught, the giant snake couldn't help but feel its body weaken. Moreover, their battle caused the rocks to tremble, and parts of the cave began to collapse. The giant snake realized it absolutely could not stay here any longer, and a fierce glint flashed in its eyes. It suddenly lashed out with its tail at Zhang Chao, knocking him back, then flipped over and charged at Su Chen with its gaping maw. Fierce bite, wild assault. A blood-red snake shadow suddenly appeared around it, and a purple energy ball formed in its mouth, the terrifying gravitational pull ripping apart all the surrounding debris. It was crushed repeatedly, turning into dust. Yet, upon seeing this scene, Su Chen showed no signs of panic. It was clear that this giant snake was putting itself in a desperate situation. If Su Chen retreated, it could take the opportunity to escape, or it would have to face this attack head-on. But who was Su Chen? To think he would retreat so easily was underestimating him. Tai A. The red sky mech covering Su Chen faded away, revealing Tai A. He reached out, and 6 blade wings appeared before him like a sword cone. Meteor. Piercing moon. With a sudden push of his right hand, the sword cone shot towards the terrifying purple energy ball like a bullet. At the moment of collision, purple electricity surged from the impact point, piercing through the debris and the rock wall. The entire desolate mountain was shaking violently, with rocks several meters and dozens of meters in size constantly crashing down. but as soon as one approached this area, they were shattered into powder. Zhang Chao knew he couldn't help at this moment, so he rushed out. Just like when he first encountered the Wild Wolf King, facing such a supernatural ability, he was utterly helpless. It inevitably stimulated his desire to break through to the 7th tier. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, a sound of shattering echoed, and he saw that at some point, terrifying cracks had appeared on the devouring purple sphere. How is this possible? At this moment, the giant snake was equally astonished. As an 8th tier creature, how could it lose to a 7th tier human in a direct confrontation? But it had no time to think too much, as Suchen let out a soft shout. Go! The sword cone once again unleashed a terrifying spiral impact. Crack! The giant snake thought to itself that it was in trouble, but the next moment, the sword cone pierced through the purple sphere, and at the same time, it also pierced through its terrifying blood-filled maw. Just as the brilliance in the giant snake's eyes began to fade, an unknown terrifying force erupted from somewhere. Aha! A scream echoed throughout the desolate mountain, even causing Suchen to furrow his brows at the terrifying sound. Under this sound wave, the speed of the mountain's collapse increased rapidly. Seeing this, Suchen no longer hesitated, extending his hand to absorb numerous crystal cores and wild pearls into his personal space. Then, with a flash, he disappeared from the ruins, leaving only the corpse of the terrifying giant snake gradually being buried. Zhang Chao, still outside, also heard the horrifying scream, and his heart skipped a beat. The scream seemed to remind him of something. Watching the mountains continue to collapse without any sign of Su Chen, Zhang Chao grew anxious. Gritting his teeth, he turned and charged into the sky of falling rocks. If it weren't for Su Chen saving him from the Wild Wolf King, he wouldn't be where he was today. So at this moment, he had no hesitation. However, just as he needed to rush in, a sudden hand reached out and pushed against his chest, sending him back. Before he could react, he saw Su Chen standing in front of him. Su Chen, are you okay? What, do you want me to be in trouble? No, it's just that the situation earlier was too dangerous, and I saw you hadn't come out. Don't worry, it's not that easy to trap me. The giant snake. It's dead, right under that pile of rubble. Gradually, the noise of the mountain's collapse diminished, and the dust began to settle, leaving only a ground full of rubble, with nothing else remaining. Chao Gu, boss. Suddenly, they heard Ada's voice from behind. Turning around, it was indeed Ada, and not only him, but also the members who had acted separately at the beginning had all rushed over. Ada, how did you get here? Logically, Ada should have been with those members, dealing with special situations, but now they had all come over. We just heard a particularly terrifying roar and rushed over here. Zhang Chao suddenly realized that the scream was from the other side. Inside a cave, a pair of eerie, terrifying vertical pupils suddenly opened. It then sensed something. Hiss! If Su Chen were here, he would definitely recognize that this was another crimson giant snake. However, compared to that female crimson giant snake, there were significant differences. First, their size was different. This crimson giant snake was actually more than twice the size. Moreover, its length exceeded the terrifying 300 meters. Clearly, this giant snake was a true 9th tier beast, just one tier below the 10th. The only creatures that could overpower it would be other terrifying beasts like the octopus from the Southern Ocean. And Su Chen was still completely unaware of this, as he saw the giant snake identify its direction and charge towards Su Chen and the others. On the other side, Su Chen noticed that Zhang Chao seemed a bit off and asked, "What's wrong?" The scream. Scream? That scream should be a signal. A call to another, the crimson giant serpent's signal. Su Chen raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. Zhang Chao continued to explain, as the crimson giant serpent appeared quite frequently in the wilderness. Generally, the crimson giant serpents are of the 3rd or 4th rank, and they do not like to live in groups. But the one we encountered is clearly here to lay eggs. Although they are distributed in certain areas, once they sense a threat, this kind of scream is their way of signaling. But a pregnant female giant serpent like this indicates that a male giant serpent is not far away. It was only then that Su Chen understood. He finally realized why the giant serpent let out such a terrifying scream in the end. Su Chen, we should leave first. After much consideration, Zhang Chao felt it was best for everyone to evacuate as quickly as possible. Su Chen actually didn't care that much, even if another 8th rank creature appeared, so what? However, Su Chen gradually noticed that there were indeed other beasts attracted by the sounds of the recent battle, and it seemed that more and more were coming. He was fine, but if these people got stuck, Su Chen gently nodded to Ada. All members, quickly evacuate the mountains. Soon, whether they had come here or not, everyone received the retreat notice. Of course, there were other beasts obstructing their retreat, but none of them were 8th rank. After a few encounters, the beasts seemed to realize that these humans were not to be trifled with.
After half an hour, everyone finally evacuated the desolate mountains. Suchen didn't expect to have to retreat less than an hour after arriving, and he sighed helplessly. But there was no other way. Under such turmoil, a large number of beasts would definitely gather here in the following week. If anyone stayed during this time, it would surely be a dead end. After Su Chen and the others left, gradually, the corpse of the female crimson giant serpent was uncovered by some 7th-rank beasts. For them, the corpse of an 8th-rank beast held an extremely terrifying allure. Perhaps they could advance further because of it. Other 5th and 6th-rank beasts dared not approach at all, merely waiting quietly nearby, hoping to get a taste of the spoils. Just as these 7th-rank beasts were about to gnaw on the flesh of the crimson giant serpent, a massive crimson serpent tail swept towards them. This seemingly silent tail smashed the 7th-rank beasts into a mist of blood. At that moment, a crimson giant serpent over 300 meters long appeared. Other beasts, witnessing this scene, became extremely terrified and dared not linger, hurriedly fleeing into the distance. At this time, it paid no attention to the escape of these lower-ranked beasts, instead staring blankly at the lifeless female giant serpent before it. Its abdomen was still slightly swollen, but there were no signs of life. It was clear that this female crimson giant serpent was its mate. Only then did it dare to believe everything it saw before it. At that moment, an extremely violent aura erupted from its body, causing the surrounding space to slightly distort. Waves of crimson ripples surged continuously over its body, and under the stimulation of these ripples, the scales of the crimson giant serpent became even more vibrant red, and its hardness was greatly enhanced, especially its fangs, which became thicker and sharper, transforming it into a monstrous serpent. Hiss! Roar! The furious roar echoed throughout the desolate mountain range. Who is it? At that moment, it discovered the unique scars inflicted by humans among the many wounds from falling rocks, especially the penetrating wound in the female serpent's mouth, which directly pierced through the back of her head, along with numerous sword and gun wounds. Humans! On the other side, Su Chen and the others had not yet left the mountains very far when they naturally noticed the commotion, along with a rising scent of blood. At the spot where they had just slain the female giant snake, Su Chen's gaze slightly tightened. Zhang Chao also sensed the overwhelming bloodlust. Su Chen, this. He realized that this must be the disturbance caused by the male crimson fury giant snake he had mentioned. However, Zhang Chao was clearly unaware that this was a 9th-tier crimson fury giant snake. Run! It's 9th tier! Su Chen had to admit that he had underestimated his opponent. What? 9th tier? Su Chen didn't say much more, but he knew they absolutely could not linger here. After all, even the 8th-tier female giant snake could sense their presence as soon as they stepped into the cave. If this 9th tier were to track their scent and catch up, the consequences would be uncontrollable. Zhang Chao also understood the seriousness of the situation and hurriedly urged everyone to flee. He had never seen a 9th-tier beast in his life, and just from the aura, he certainly did not want to encounter one now. At that moment, the 9th-tier giant snake had already detected Su Chen and the others' presence. Sensing it from the corpse, it would not be mistaken. It was determined to make them pay a painful price. However, when it chased beyond the desolate mountains, it could not track the human scent at all. This feeling drove it mad, and with a furious roar, it recklessly destroyed everything around it. Meanwhile, Su Chen's armor had transformed into Long Yuan, and everyone was enveloped by a green barrier. He never expected that the female giant snake's mate would be a 9th tier. Facing a 9th tier, there was no chance of victory. There might be a slim chance of escape, but encountering these 4th and 5th tiers would basically mean death. Fortunately, Su Chen reacted quickly, shielding everyone's presence. They all observed the terrifying scene behind them, many feeling a chill run down their spines, their movements stiffening. It wasn't until they had completely left the danger zone that the feeling of a sword hanging over their heads slowly dissipated, leaving them with a sense of having survived a calamity. Is this what a 9th tier is like? Zhang Chao murmured, astonished that just its aura could be so imposing. No one had expected they were so close to death. How could there be a 9th tier here? According to Su Chen's understanding, places like this rarely had even 7th tier beasts, let alone 8th tier ones. The sudden appearance of a 9th tier caught everyone off guard, but thankfully they had retreated quickly. Zhang Chao then provided an explanation. That female snake must have been looking for a relatively safe place to give birth, and that male snake must have come to protect her, especially since the female has been weaker during this time. Zhang Chao suddenly felt he should have thought of this from the beginning. Su Chen agreed that this explanation made the most sense. Soon, they returned to Xinshi City, and no one expected to be back home in less than an hour. However, they certainly could not go back there for a while. They would have to choose another location. As for this matter, it depended on Zhang Chao's planning. The situation on the southeastern battlefield was so tense that he wanted to see how everyone performed, which was why he stayed.
But now, there was no time to worry about that. Zhang Chao would soon step into the 7th tier, and this place was actually the one he felt most at ease with, aside from Lin Yuan's side. Quickly, Su Chen handed over all the resources he had obtained this time to Zhang Chao, keeping only some high-tier wild pearls and 8th-tier crystal cores. After explaining a few things, Su Chen began to do what he had always wanted to do, break through to the 8th tier. With his current strength, he was still not enough to determine the situation on the entire battlefield, even if he broke through to the 8th level. However, at least he had more confidence now. Without hesitation, after the baptism of the 3 wild pearls last time, his bottleneck had long since loosened. After all, those were 2,000-year-old wild pearls and one nearly 3,000-year-old wild pearl. This time, with the crystal core wild pearl and spiritual plants, everything was ready, and the timing should be right. At night, after adjusting his state to perfection, Su Chen began his breakthrough. The building had already been sealed off, so no one would disturb him. Su Chen slowly exhaled, placing the spiritual plants and crystal core in front of him. In the next moment, as he closed his eyes tightly, the spiritual plants and crystal core floated in the air, pure green energy and light yellow energy continuously converging. Ultimately, they concentrated into the center of Su Chen's brow, and with the addition of this energy, strands of energy continuously washed over his crystal core. As time passed, the crystal core and spiritual plants consumed more and more, and his aura became increasingly restrained. But only he knew that he was like a great river, on the verge of overflowing. Yet, no matter how this energy was infused, it always fell just short. At that moment, Su Chen no longer hesitated. With a thought, a black wild pearl began to spin above his head. The earthy yellow energy also started to join this battle, and the effect was immediate, stirring up a tremendous wave. With the push of this power, Su Chen's great river was finally about to overflow. But just as this river was about to burst forth, a sword core suddenly blocked the way. Su Chen was somewhat puzzled because he discovered that this sword core was the long-silent Shen Yuan sword core. Since the end of the world, Su Chen had never encountered such a situation. However, with the breakthrough imminent, he couldn't care less and continued to assault this blockage. But the Shen Yuan sword core stood firm like a great mountain, unwavering against Su Chen's onslaught. After several rounds of attempts, even using the power of the black stone, he finally gave up because no matter what he did, he couldn't break through even a little. This was the first time such a situation had occurred, and he was at a loss, unable to understand why the long-silent Shen Yuan sword core had such a strange change. Su Chen sighed inwardly, and his aura, like a deflated doll, fell silent once more. Opening his eyes, he revealed a bitter smile. If he could never resolve this mountain, did it mean he would forever be unable to break through? Su Chen suddenly felt utterly helpless. But then he thought, the long-silent Shen Yuan sword core suddenly showing signs of life, could it be a sign that it was beginning to awaken? With this thought, Su Chen felt increasingly convinced, as only this could explain the current situation. Compared to the awakening of the Shen Yuan sword core, Su Chen suddenly realized that breaking through to the 8th level didn't seem so important after all. After all, the Shen Yuan sword was a divine sword that existed in ancient legends. Once awakened, its power would be unimaginable. Su Chen had deeply realized the power of other divine swords, and now he only hoped to find a way to fully awaken the Shen Yuan. Early the next morning, Su Chen planned to say goodbye to Zhang Chao before leaving for the southeastern battlefield. However, when Zhang Chao saw Su Chen, he noticed that there was no change in Su Chen's aura, even though he knew about Su Chen's breakthrough. Thinking about how he hadn't even broken through to the 7th level while Su Chen was about to step into the 8th, he couldn't help but be shocked by Su Chen's rapid improvement. But the current situation only indicated that Su Chen had failed his breakthrough. However, considering that such things were unpredictable, it was within reason. He sighed softly. Just as he was about to comfort Su Chen, he found Su Chen smiling at him. This left Zhang Chao momentarily perplexed. Su Chen, are you okay? Su Chen continued to smile as he responded. It's fine, I'm good. Really? Really? Zhang Chao decided not to dwell on the matter any longer. Are you leaving? Yeah, you know the situation on the southeastern battlefield. You'll have to keep an eye on things here. Don't worry, with me around, nothing will go wrong. He gave a few more instructions, reminding Zhang Chao to be careful. In the next moment, Su Chen's body trembled, and the Taiye mech appeared, vanishing in the blink of an eye into the horizon. Luo Changhua shook his head and rubbed his forehead. Alone in the office. The atmosphere in the command room was too oppressive, but it had to be faced. The war on the front lines had become dire, and Luo Changhua was feeling overwhelmed. The 500,000 troops he could mobilize was the maximum, but given the current situation, 500,000 was far from enough. The troops stationed in other areas also had to fend off potential threats, especially near the coastline, where no mistakes could be allowed. If there was truly no other way, they would have to abandon some areas, but that would be a last resort.
Just then, Luo Chengwa suddenly received a call from Su Chen. "Commander Luo, how's the situation on the front lines?" As soon as this topic came up, Luo Chengwa felt a headache coming on. "Not good, the beast tide is closing in, and there's not a moment's respite, casualties are nearing 100,000. Su Chen, unable to obtain first-hand information from the front lines, was shocked to learn how serious it had become. Is there any emergency plan? There was nothing Su Chen couldn't discuss, and Luo Chengwa didn't hide anything. There's only one ineffective solution: to give up some to gain some. At this point, Su Chen understood, war often comes with loss and death, and any decision could be cruel. By the way, how are things on your end, Su brother? I've encountered some issues here as well, but I can't deal with them for now. I'm already on my way to the southeastern battlefield. Luo Chengwa didn't think he could handle what Su Chen couldn't, but he caught that Su Chen was heading to the front lines. Do you have any thoughts on the current situation? None, opportunities are always created in an instant. We can only hope you bring us some surprises. Without further small talk, Su Chen hung up the phone. He had briefly grasped the situation, and it seemed the military was at a loss regarding the current state. They could only hope to find a glimmer of opportunity. After a little more than half a day, Su Chen finally arrived in Sunan City. This time, he chose not to go to the closer Haiguang City. Compared to Sunan City, the beast seemed to place significantly less importance on Haiguang City. When Su Chen arrived, Ling Qianxue was still leading some people to fend off the beast attacks, which had become their norm during this time. On one hand, it was due to daily hard requirements, and on the other, no method of resource gathering was as quick as this kind of combat. After Su Chen arrived, he quickly located Ling Qianxue. Seeing that the newcomer was Su Chen, Ling Qianxue was somewhat surprised, and after being in such slaughter daily, there was a hint of bloodlust about her. "What brings you here? Things over there are almost sorted out, so I came over. Has anything happened during this time?" "Not really, except for some increased activity, there haven't been any other changes." "What about the 2 8th-tier beasts?" "That's indeed strange, we haven't seen any trace of them." "Alright, let's head back for now." After returning to the base, it was clear that aside from the increased activity, the beast tide had not shown its face, and neither the Lion King nor the Leopard King had made an appearance. Even the base had not taken any unnecessary actions. Su Chen certainly wasn't afraid of those two beasts. The defense line guarded by 500,000 troops could be attacked at any moment, and the Tiger King had died at his hands. When things are unusual, there must be something amiss. Soon, Su Chen resolved to investigate the situation further. As night was about to fall, Su Chen set off alone. At this time, the beast tide's assault had not ceased, it had merely decreased in frequency. Everything had not changed much, but it was indeed noticeable that the number of beasts had diminished, probably by about a quarter. After half an hour, Su Chen arrived at a familiar area. He clearly remembered that it was here, in this ruin, that he had discovered the 3 8th-tier beasts last time. But now, the beast tide had surrounded this place, with only the constant movement of corpses in and out. Expanding his mental power, Su Chen frowned. He still sensed countless corpses ahead. However, this time, he could only detect the presence of one giant beast, and it was extremely unstable. Logically, the Lion King and the Leopard King should still be here, but why was there only the presence of one giant beast? With this question in mind, Su Chen ventured deeper, about to step into the area where the giant beast was located. But as he suddenly entered this space, an extremely ominous feeling washed over him. In the next moment, he saw 2 blood-red lanterns suddenly fixated on him, even though the sky had not yet completely darkened. From its shape, Su Chen immediately recognized this giant beast. It was the Lion King. And now, the Lion King was staring at him intently. The concealment ability of the Fish Clan was rendered ineffective before it. How could this be? This was Su Chen's first thought. After all, the previous 3 8th-tier giant beasts had not detected him, but now, just a single Lion King had found him. However, Su Chen quickly noticed the Lion King's difference. First, its size was several times larger. Moreover, the aura it emitted was terrifying. A bloody and violent presence filled the entire space. It was known that when he had killed the Tiger King before, it still had the foresight to retreat, but now, it seemed to be solely focused on slaughter. At this moment, a flicker of clarity suddenly flashed in the Lion King's bloody and violent eyes. It was clear that it recognized Su Chen. "Human, you finally came." After recognizing Su Chen, the Lion King seemed to go a bit mad. Its aura suddenly surged uncontrollably. At this time, Su Chen felt uncertain. He could faintly sense a 9th-tier aura from this Lion King. Although it was very unstable, it was indeed a 9th-tier aura. Su Chen immediately distanced himself, and the Lion King's reaction was also extremely quick. "Human, why are you running?" It did not attack Su Chen right away. Instead, after saying this, it bizarrely twisted its massive lion head. "I haven't had a good conversation in a long time. What about the 8th tier Leopard King? Leopard King? Are you talking about the third one? In the next moment, a terrifying statement floated from the Lion King's mouth. The third one is delicious. Su-Chen suddenly realized something, looking at the countless beast corpses around him. Combining this with what the Lion King had said, how could he not understand what had happened? This Lion King had actually eaten the Leopard King. And it seemed that it had not only consumed that 8th tier Leopard King, the corpses strewn about were all its food. Looking at the terrifying appearance of the Lion King now, with both 8th tier and 9th tier auras emanating from it, it was logically impossible. But now, it had not only devoured an 8th tier beast but had also consumed many other beast corpses in a short time. This situation was entirely possible, and even its consciousness was sometimes clear, sometimes not. At this moment, the Lion King spoke again. Human, I think your taste should be quite good too. And in the next moment, the Lion King, which had just been somewhat unclear in its consciousness, suddenly erupted with ferocity and lunged straight at him. Unexpectedly, this Lion King still wanted to eat him. Su-Chen quickly concealed himself again to evade. But it was as if Su-Chen had a tracking device on him, as he would always be discovered by the Lion King in the next moment. Fortunately, this Lion King was now left with only its instinctual awareness. However, soon Su-Chen discovered the problem, for just now he sensed that no matter where he was, he would be enveloped by this bloody aura. To be precise, this area was like the surface of a lake, and although Su-Chen had hidden beneath it, his movements still caused ripples on the surface. It was precisely because of this that the Lion King was able to find him time and again. The only way to escape was to flee this area, but the current Lion King was not something Su-Chen could shake off. Once his whereabouts were exposed, he would be completely vulnerable to the beast tied behind him. Human, I can already sense your delicious scent. Su-Chen was not affected. He continued to look for opportunities, and in the next moment, the Lion King's aura suddenly shifted sharply to that of an 8th tier beast. Opportunity. Now was the time. Su-Chen had been waiting for this moment because he knew that the Lion King's aura was extremely unstable. It had not fully stepped into the 9th tier, and the Lion King was slightly puzzled by its own changes, momentarily dazed. However, in that fleeting instant, Su Yang had already slipped into the space. When it tried to find Su-Chen again, it realized it had already lost his trace. And within the coverage of the bloody aura, there was no change, as if Su-Chen had vanished into thin air. Roar! Roar! Although it did not know exactly what had happened, it knew that the human had disappeared, and the food it had been about to devour had escaped. On the other side, a figure was constantly leaping through the space, with countless strange beasts beneath its feet, relying solely on one strange beast to discover this figure until it completely left. This person was Su-Chen. He had not expected the Lion King to be so difficult. If it really broke through to the 9th tier, and his concealment ability became ineffective within a certain range, he could really suffer a great loss. However, this trip was not entirely without gain, as he at least learned what was happening behind the beast tide. Moreover, the Lion King's actions could only mean one thing. It wanted to grasp the decisive means of this war in its own hands. A 9th tier Lion King, combined with 1,000,000 beasts, once a full-scale war broke out, it would definitely be a one-sided situation. And now, the only good news was that the Lion King's aura was still extremely unstable, but this situation also indicated that the time for the Lion King to step into the 9th tier was not far off. Soon, Su-Chen returned to Sunan. Ling Qianxue immediately noticed something was off with Su-Chen. She could tell he was somewhat serious. What's wrong? Su-Chen naturally did not hide anything from Ling Qianxue and explained the changes in the Lion King and the situation behind the beast tide. When she learned that the enemy they were facing might be a Lion King about to step into the 9th tier, Ling Qianxue's expression changed. Although the higher combat power behind the beast tide was almost non-existent and even the threat from the Leopard King was gone, they were ultimately facing something even more terrifying. In such a situation, they absolutely could not sit idly by and wait for the beast tide to change. Once the Lion King stepped into the 9th tier, everything would become a foregone conclusion. How confident do you think we would be if we launched a surprise attack together with the military? Ling Qianxue suddenly said this, and Su-Chen understood her meaning very well. There's no confidence at all. In the current state, even I cannot approach that Lion King silently. Because the blood aura generated from devouring strange beasts has formed a natural curtain. In front of that Lion King, no one can hide. If we can't do it secretly, then how about openly? What do you mean? Su-Chen guessed that Ling Qianxue might have an idea. Since we can't silently break through to the back of the beast tide, let's do it openly. The front line is so heated, why not add more fuel to the fire? At this moment, Su-Chen also realized Ling Qianxue's intention, to build a platform openly while secretly crossing the river. It was clear that Ling Qianxue meant to create chaos on the front lines, turning the situation even more tumultuous, and in doing so, they would have their opportunity.
Without delay, Su Chen immediately contacted Luo Changwa. He recounted the situation behind the beast tide, and Luo Changwa was extremely shocked to learn that there was an 8th-tier beast undergoing transformation into a 9th-tier beast. He never expected such a drastic change to occur in such a short time, and they hadn't received any news about it. If it weren't for Su Chen's solo venture, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Amidst the shock, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of helplessness. After all, the current situation was already nearly unbearable, let alone the sudden emergence of a 9th-tier beast. Suddenly, Luo Changwa seemed to realize something. Since Su Chen was contacting him, it surely wasn't just to share this information. Su, do you have a plan? At that moment, Luo Changwa clung to this hope as if it were a lifeline, knowing that this war had already claimed far too many lives. Don't worry, I have an idea, but we need to discuss its feasibility in details, Su Chen replied. Luo Changwa only heard that Su Chen had a plan. He didn't absorb anything else that followed. As long as there was a plan, that was his only thought at the moment. Soon, Su Chen laid out his proposal, and when Luo Changwa heard the first sentence, he realized he had celebrated too early. Because what Su Chen intended to do was to strike directly at the heart of the enemy. However, Su Chen was undeterred and continued with his explanation. Luo Changwa could only listen on, knowing that Su Chen must have his reasons for saying this. As he gradually understood Su Chen's thoughts, Luo Changwa's eyes began to brighten. In the end, all the groundwork was for the initial goal, to strike directly at the heart of the enemy, and even Luo Changwa found this plan very feasible. By the time Su Chen finished speaking, Luo Changwa had transformed from disbelief to loud praise, fully recognizing the plan's viability. Good. Let's do it this way. This was, in fact, a matter that could not be clearer. If they allowed that Lion King to grow unchecked, the outcome of the war would be a foregone conclusion. Rest assured, I will do everything you instructed. There will be no hindrances from my side. Soon, after discussing some details, they hung up the phone. After this call, Luo Changwa fully cooperated with Su Chen's actions, mobilizing what needed to be mobilized and adjusting what needed to be adjusted. The resources he utilized were originally meant to prevent the worst-case scenario, making it a gamble. If this operation failed, they would truly have no means of defense left, including the mobilization of other personnel. During this time, Su Chen was also busy. Since they aimed to strike directly at the heart of the enemy, there would be a lot of preparatory work to do. Luo Changwa also assigned the Dragon Guards to Su Chen, as this operation required their precise investigation. In particular, they needed the intelligence capabilities of Teams 7 and 8, as well as Team 10's accurate grasp of the battlefield situation. Not only that, Su Chen even united the Haiguang and Sunan bases to cooperate in this operation. Under their intense arrangements, 3 days quietly passed, and everything was nearly in place. At this point, 2 weeks had already passed since the war began, and especially in these last 3 days, casualties had become even more severe. Many things needed to be preserved for critical moments, and now, the timing was ripe. On the morning of the 4th day, Su Chen set off for the front lines with Ling Qianxue, Yu Yuhua, and Luo Tong. It was then that Su Chen truly understood the brutality of this war. Entering the rear of the military defense line, not only were their bodies covered with white cloth everywhere, but there were also countless wounded who could hardly be accommodated. Of course, no one wished to see such a scene. Boss! At that moment, Su Chen heard a familiar voice calling out to him. He turned around to see Ling Yuan and Lin Xiao. Of course, this was also Su Chen's arrangement. As for the Yixing base, with Luo Changwa keeping an eye on things, it should be the safest option. Thus, their assault team was officially formed. Lin Yuan, Lin Xiao, you guys are here. Yeah, boss. As soon as I heard you needed help, my brother rushed me over. At this time, Yu Yuhua approached Lin Yuan again. After all, last time they hadn't truly settled the score. Lin Yuan, we need to have a good match this time. Before Lin Yuan could say anything, Lin Xiao couldn't sit still. Who's afraid of whom? My brother won't lose. Su Chen felt a bit overwhelmed. He suddenly regretted bringing Yu Yuhua along. Given the current situation, it seemed quite unreliable. Lin Yuan then spoke up. Leader, what are we supposed to do this time? Indeed, Luo Changwa had only brought them here. The specifics of the operation were still up to Su Chen to explain. Su Chen then briefed the two brothers on the situation and their mission. It was only then that Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao realized the scale of the operation. From the beginning, they had sensed that something significant was at play, but they hadn't expected it to be this complicated. After all, in previous situations, Su Chen had been able to resolve things with ease. At 10 o'clock in the morning, this was the agreed-upon time for Su Hang and Luo Changwa to act. During this time, they had familiarized themselves with some details, and now the moment had arrived. Su Xiaodi, can we start? Luo Changwei used the wireless communication of the Tianyan to stay in contact with Su Chen, as they also needed to know the real-time battle situation. The dozen or so people in the command room were all focused on the Tianyan screen, as they were responsible for this operation. "We can start." Luo Tong. Upon hearing this, Luo Tong nodded slightly, and a message was sent off to an unknown destination. On the other side, No. 7 suddenly seemed to discover something. No. 8. No. 10. The boss is calling us to act. Soon, the two were busy with something, and No. 27 replied to Luo Tong. "Su Chen, they're all set." Su Chen did not hesitate. "Commander Luo, let's begin." Just as Su Chen's words fell, thousands of intelligent military aircraft flew in from behind the defense line, each carrying a significant amount of hydrogen bombs. This was a crucial step to throw the situation into chaos. At this moment, the messages from No. 7, No. 8, and No. 10 were being synchronized in real time to the displays of these thousands of intelligent military aircraft. "Let's move out too." Soon, Su Chen and the others vanished without a trace. On the front lines, the beast tide continued its fierce assault, and at that moment, they were all drawn to the thousands of aircraft overhead. However, they noticed that these aircraft flew by without taking any action, leaving the strange beasts puzzled. Soon, a fourth-tier giant lizard seemed to sense something. It saw a black dot plummeting straight down from the sky towards them. Before the beast tide could react, the black dot crashed heavily to the ground. Boom! The terrifying explosion of the black dot instantly engulfed hundreds of strange beasts nearby, creating billowing smoke. The sound of the explosion suddenly alerted the strange beasts. But in the next moment, countless black dots fell from the sky towards them. Not only that, these intelligent military aircraft scattered numerous black dots along the path of the beast tide. The areas these black dots targeted were precisely those investigated by No. 7, No. 8, and No. 10, as only this way could Su Chen achieve the desired effect. The continuous roar of explosions sent the strange beasts into a state of extreme panic. Although the coverage area was vast, the effective lethality was not as substantial. Of course, this was exactly the effect Su Chen wanted. He merely aimed to create a commotion and confuse the situation, rather than genuinely relying on these weapons to kill a significant number of the beasts. At that moment, the beasts at the rear of the tide naturally noticed this scene. When they had attacked the military front lines earlier, although there had been artillery bombardments, they had not suffered such a large-scale and widespread assault. However, this was precisely the effect Su Chen desired. It should be noted that with this wave, the kingdom of Luocheng had already exhausted its reserves for resisting the beast tide. Just now, at least tens of thousands of hydrogen bombs had been unleashed. In an instant, it was unclear whether it was truly due to the overwhelming power of these hydrogen bombs or the panic from suddenly facing such a situation. The offensive of the beast tide was thrown into chaos, with a considerable portion of the beast's first reaction being to retreat. As they retreated, they collided with the incoming wave of beasts from behind. Some beasts thought of retreating, while others thought of attacking. The personnel on the front lines were also confused. They hadn't done much yet, and already these beast tides were in disarray. Of course, this was not solely due to the sudden firepower. A more crucial factor was that the Lion King, in order to break through to the 9th tier, had already devoured a significant number of high-tier beasts. This led to the appearance of many beasts in the tide, but in reality, they were leaderless, relying purely on numerical suppression. Just like now, facing this sudden situation, no beast could step forward to command. Those high-tier beasts with some command ability were mostly at the rear of the beast tide. After all, they wouldn't rush to the front lines. At this moment, the frontline personnel did not miss this opportunity, unleashing all kinds of heavy weapons towards the beast tide. For a time, they disregarded any consumption and consequences. This was the most exhilarating battle they had fought in many days. Of course, all of this was permitted by the kingdom of Luocheng, aiming to create as much chaos as possible without holding back. On the other side, in the command room of Yanjing, the kingdom of Luocheng was closely watching the real-time images transmitted from the Sky Eye screen, and everyone in the command room was aware of this operation. At this moment, Luocheng suddenly spoke up, "Su, you can set off now." With decades of experience on the battlefield, Luocheng had a keen grasp of the situation. Taking advantage of the massive counterattack on the front line and the bombardment of thousands of intelligent military aircraft, the entire battlefield was in disarray, making it the perfect time to act. Upon receiving the news, Su Chen did not delay and promptly initiated the operation. However, no one noticed that among the thousands of bombarding intelligent aircraft, there was an inconspicuous fighter jet mixed in. Soon, after a period of adaptation, the turbulence of the beast tide began to ease, as they realized that the seemingly terrifying bombardment caused them limited harm. More so, it was simply because they had been caught off guard, and if counted, the number of beasts trampled to death might exceed those killed by hydrogen bombs. If the beast tide could be repelled solely by firepower, it wouldn't have dragged on for so long with so many casualties. Luo Cheng understood this very well as well. Su, hurry up, the beast tide seems to be reacting. At this moment, Su Chen and his group of 6 were hidden in one of the thousands of fighter jets. Not long after Luo Cheng's reminder, the beast tide began to gather terrifying abilities and launched them at the aircraft in the sky. The beasts had reacted. This was the common thought among everyone now. Meanwhile, Su Chen was still some distance away from reaching the rear of the beast tide. Boom! 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 The continuous explosions of the aircraft stimulated everyone in the command room, but fortunately, these were all intelligent aircraft, operated by programs without any personnel control. Before the challenge preparation plan, Su Chen specifically requested that only military aircraft be used, and he had already predicted the beast tide counterattack. If there were indeed personnel controlling it, this wave would result in at least 10,000 deaths. However, a portion of the aircraft had successfully broken through the front lines and reached the rear of the beast tide. Su Chen's aircraft was being remotely controlled by No. 7 and No. 8, as they were on the battlefield and understood the beast tide's patterns better. At this moment, No. 7 and No. 8 were like children playing with a toy plane, maneuvering Su Chen's aircraft to continuously evade the abilities unleashed by the alien beasts. Finally, under the cover of other intelligent aircraft and the precise operations of No. 7 and No. 8, Su Chen and his team managed to break through. At this point in the mission, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At least for now, their decision-making seemed extremely correct. This was their opportunity. However, behind the beast tide, there were still some high-level alien beasts guarding the area. These high-level beasts not only commanded the actions of the beast tide but also received orders from the Lion King to guard this place. It could be said that if they broke through the defenses of these high-level beasts, their plan would be considered a great success, and they could successfully strike at the heart of the enemy. Yet, facing these high-level beasts, Su Chen and the others remained remarkably calm. Suddenly, Luo Tong spoke into the communicator, No. 7, No. 8, it's time. As soon as he finished speaking, nearly 100 aircraft that had accompanied Su Chen and the others to the battlefield began to self-destruct. Su Chen and his team's expression showed no change upon witnessing this scene, as this situation had already been planned. All of this was remotely controlled by No. 7 and No. 8, and they could even control the timing and distance of the explosions perfectly. The massive explosions not only helped Su Chen and the others conceal themselves but also caused the high-level beasts to lower their guard. Seeing this scene, the alien beasts that had just been preparing to shoot down these aircraft exchanged glances. They had not even acted yet, and these aircraft had exploded. This would only lead the high-level beasts to believe that these aircraft had completed their mission and that humans had self-destructed them. Amidst the regular explosions, the rising massive sparks allowed Su Chen's aircraft to advance steadily. Right under the noses of these high-level beasts, they successfully broke through the rising explosions. The people in the command room cheered at this sight, and even Luo Changwa let out a sigh of relief. When this idea was first proposed, Luo Changwa felt it carried significant risk, but Su Chen's confident words and attitude made him feel it was worth a try. He still couldn't understand how Su Chen had managed to do it, as it truly unfolded just as he had said. However, it was precisely because Su Chen had once again assessed the beast tide that he discovered the Lion King's changes and identified a hidden danger within the beast tide. That was, the number of high-level alien beasts behind the beast tide was far too few. The Lion King's evolution required immense energy and flesh. He had nearly devoured all the alien beasts above the 5th level. The remaining few dozen high-level beasts indicated a problem. Since their numbers were small, Su Chen saw an opportunity. If this method were applied on the front lines, it would definitely not work, as the alien beasts would notice from all directions. But the situation here was different. Soon, just as Su Chen and the others jumped out of their aircraft suddenly exploded, igniting a massive spark. The 6 of them, at that moment, were like 6 small black dots, descending under the cover of the sparks. The high-level beasts completely failed to notice that the area the Lion King had ordered them to guard had already been quietly infiltrated by Su Chen and the others. On the other side, the wireless communication between Luo Changwa and Su Chen's group had long been cut off, but this also indicated that Su Chen and the others had successfully broken through to the designated position. Luo Changwa and the others in the command room couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and they cheered. At least from this plan, it was very successful, and next, Su Chen and his team would have to face the Lion King, who was about to step into the 9th tier. From here on, he could do nothing more. It was all up to Su Chen, and he hoped they could successfully stop the Lion King. Otherwise, all their efforts would be in vain. Of course, Luo Qingguo's task was not just this. His main goal now was to hold back the beast tied at the front line. He had to bite down hard and not let go, because if anything happened behind the beast tide, these strange beasts would definitely rush back. Even if Su Chen and the others succeeded in the end, being surrounded would mean certain death. This was not something he wanted to see, especially with Luo Tong present. Secretary General, relay my orders down to let the frontline combat personnel hold on tightly to the beast tide and drag them down. Remember, no matter what method, I only want results, not the process. Yes. Soon, Luo Qingguo's order was transmitted to the frontline, and the frontline combat personnel naturally understood the importance of this matter. Now that Luo Qingguo had issued a death order, no matter how difficult it was, they had to complete the mission. At this moment, the command at the front line was in the hands of number 1, and except for number 7 and number 8 who were not present, the remaining 11 dragon guards were all there. Number 10, you are a tactical master, this is your expertise, so I leave it to you. Everyone else, support all defense lines and cooperate fully with number 10. Remember, do not conserve ammunition, do not conserve energy, drag it out for as long as possible. Yes. Number 1 was also aware that, as the brain of the dragon guards, he could see the situation clearly. Although they currently had powerful firepower to restrain the strange beasts, under such a consumption of speed, it probably wouldn't last long. He could only hope that everything went smoothly for Su Chen. Meanwhile, Su Chen and the others had already stepped into the area where the Lion King was located. The Lion King was currently situated in the ruins of a city, surrounded by the corpses of strange beasts and blood splattered everywhere before their eyes. There was also a stench of rotting blood that was nauseating. What is this? Suddenly, Luo Tong noticed that the area ahead was enveloped in a thick layer of blood mist. Su Chen did not hide it. This is the residual blood energy from the Lion King devouring other strange beasts, which has now gathered into this form. Oh my, is this whole area like this? Yu Yuhua was seeing such a terrifying scene for the first time. What is this for? At this moment, Ling Xianxue asked the question everyone was thinking. As long as you step into this blood mist area, you will be instantly detected by the Lion King. Isn't it possible to hide in the space? In theory, it is possible, but with our current strength, it is very difficult to achieve. Upon hearing this, Ling Xianxue understood, just as Su Chen said, she was still at the 6th tier, and now she was already thinking about doing such things under the eyes of a beast about to step into the 9th tier. It was indeed a bit unlikely, otherwise, the 9th tier beast would be too lacking in value. So what do we do now? Of course, they had their own methods, and soon, everyone gathered together to discuss something. However, just a few minutes later, everyone suddenly scattered, leaving only Su Chen still there. He had just given all the instructions, believing they knew what to do. In the next moment, without any hesitation, Su Chen stepped into the blood mist, for there was no other choice. To get close to the Lion King, he had to pass through the blood mist. And when Su Chen touched the blood mist, at the center of the mist, 2 scarlet blood eyes suddenly opened, and a powerful aura burst forth. On this side, Su Chen also felt a breath locking onto him. It was coming. Roar! A low growl emerged from the blood mist, and Su Chen quickly retreated. Soon, he spotted the Lion King's figure. Human! Compared to before, the aura of the Lion King before him was even more terrifying, its mane at the neck and tail already approaching the 9th tier of transformation. It had only been 3 days, yet the Lion King's strength had become even more fearsome. If they had come a week later, a true 9th tier beast would likely have emerged. Fortunately, everything was still in time. At this moment, the Lion King's consciousness was quite hazy. It felt as if this human had been here before, but it couldn't remember clearly. It was now a massive conglomerate, with countless consciousnesses hidden within its body, causing it to alternate between moments of clarity and confusion. The next moment, as it fully revealed its form, now. Silver Dragon Strike, Cloud-Piercing Split, Qingzhao Sword, Purple Underworld Phantom Kill, Hunting Shadow Flash Kill. Su Chen did not hesitate and reached out to grab fiercely. Meteor Piercing Moon. The main strategy was to catch it off guard, and just as Su Chen had thought, the Lion King's consciousness was extremely unclear. However, it still instinctively sensed the danger posed by these attacks. Like a meteor hammer, its tail swept towards Su Chen and the others. Their combined assault crumbled instantly under this attack, but the energy contained within still carved wounds into its body. The only effective strike came from Su Chen's taie, which pierced a wound directly into the Lion King's chest. Only when its limbs, head, and most importantly, its body underwent transformation would it truly be a 9th tier beast. However, the current situation was unexpected for everyone. They had all launched a surprise attack with all their strength. Yet, only Su Chen's attack had caused an effect, leaving everyone feeling somewhat complicated.
Yu Yuhua couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, what is this thing? So tough?" After being hit by these attacks and feeling the pain from its wounds, the Lion King began to rage. It was unexpected that these humans, whom it regarded as ants, could actually injure it. Su Chen immediately reminded, "Don't get distracted, don't forget what we just said." Everyone snapped back to reality. Indeed, Su Chen had just mentioned that their goal was not to deal effective damage to the Lion King. What they needed to do was to restrain it and create opportunities for Su Chen, as none among them could inflict more damage than he could. Roar! Ants! You have angered me. It must be said that after experiencing this pain, the Lion King's consciousness seemed to become a bit clearer. Soon, everyone scattered. For a moment, the Lion King didn't know whom to pursue first, but it quickly locked onto Su Chen as its target. Because Su Chen's energy fluctuations were the strongest, causing it greater harm, it indicated that Su Chen was the strongest among them. And this energy-rich food was exactly what it needed right now. If it could devour all the people here, it might immediately step into the 9th tier. The thought was good, but Su Chen was not so easy to catch. He continuously used the collapsed ruins and the bodies of the beasts to dodge. Even when the distance was sufficient, he would suddenly turn back and strike with a sword. Although the damage was minimal, it made the Lion King extremely irritable. Moreover, the other 5 would occasionally restrain it, making the Lion King realize that capturing Su Chen directly at this moment was impossible. After quickly scanning around, it set its sights on Lin Xiao, as Lin Xiao was the one among these humans with the weakest energy fluctuations in its perception. Of course, everyone noticed this scene, and Lin Yuan shouted, "Lin Xiao, run!" But how could the Lion King let Lin Xiao escape? Immediately, they chased after Lin Xiao, and Su Chen, seeing this scene, quickly turned around, with the others closely following. Although Lin Xiao had also broken through to the 6th level with Lin Yuan's help, the time of his breakthrough was still too short compared to theirs. It was impossible to contend with the Lion King, but since Su Chen had brought them here, there must be a reason. Soon, under the crowd's restraint, although their pursuit of the Lion King was hindered, the distance was gradually closing. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly appeared beside Lin Xiao. He had finally caught up with Lin Xiao before the Lion King. However, the Lion King was right behind them, about to catch up to the two. At this moment, Lin Yuan gently nodded to Lin Xiao. Then, their left and right palms suddenly came together. Yin-yang path reversal. Twin birth. In the next moment, a dazzling light emerged from Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao, and their figures gradually merged into one. Not only was the Lion King stunned, but even Ling Qianxue and the others were taken aback. Only Su Chen remained calm, as he had known about this situation from his previous life. Suddenly, a figure flickered in and out of the strong light, and the next moment, this figure trembled, and a burst of golden light shattered. A white mech emerged, which, from its appearance, was not much different from Lin Yuan's silver dragon mech. The difference was that the mech was covered in green dragon patterns. Each joint was connected by green components similar to knee pads. The details of the mech were more precise and smooth, but there was no change in its physique. The flowing light of white and green intertwined and suddenly vanished into the mech, adding a touch of restraint to its style. The crowd did not know whether it was Lin Yuan or Lin Xiao inside this mech. In the next moment, the white-green mech manifested a sword in its left hand, which was the Qinggang sword. In its right hand appeared a gun, which was the Long Dan bright silver gun. Its aura was incomparable. Even the Lion King instinctively felt a moment of panic. But this mech would not let such an opportunity slip by. A terrifying power erupted, accumulating on the mech. Even the Qinggang sword and bright silver gun in its hands burst forth with terrifying might. Merge! Grand Dragon breaks the army! A massive azure dragon phantom continuously circled in the air, then suddenly charged towards the Lion King. At this moment, the Lion King also reacted, hastily condensing a terrifying blood-red thunderball and sending it towards the azure dragon. Looking at the blood-red thunderball it had just spat out, the Lion King finally regained some composure. Although it was a hasty response, it knew that this mech was merely created by 2 6th-level mechs, and it was on the verge of breaking through to the 9th level. No matter how great the commotion, how could it be harmed by a nearly 3-level gap? This blood-red thunderball was the result of its ability, condensed from the flesh and blood of so many exotic beasts it had devoured. The blood-red thunderball headed towards the azure dragon as expected. However, in the next moment, the situation the Lion King had anticipated did not occur. Crack, crack. The blood ball only held for a few moments before being shattered in front of the azure dragon, which continued at full speed, charging through the blood mist directly towards it. At that moment, the azure dragon crashed into the Lion King with a fierce impact, right in front of its astonished eyes. Boom! In an instant, the Lion King was violently sent flying, and the white-green mech instantly disintegrated, separating back into Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao. With their current strength,
they were not able to maintain this state for long. The latecomers quickly surrounded Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao. Su Chen, however, watched the Lion King being knocked back into the blood mist, fixating on that area. That last move was indeed powerful, but Su Chen did not believe that the Lion King could be dealt with so easily. After all, there was a gap of nearly 3 levels. You too have such a trick? Oh my goodness, was it you or Lin Xiao in that mech just now? At this moment, Yu Yuo was quite curious, and of course, others were curious too, all wanting to hear Lin Yuan's answer. Because both of their consciousnesses existed within that body, anyone could gain control of it. However, just now, it was Lin Yuan who had taken the lead. I don't really know how to say it. Anyway, I'm not too clear on the specifics. You can think of it this way, just now, it was both me and Lin Xiao. Well, doesn't that just mean you said nothing? Yu Yuo didn't expect that after waiting so long, he would get such an answer. He even doubted whether Lin Yuan was playing him. But that's the reality. Just as Yu Yuo was about to dig deeper, Su Chen suddenly interrupted them. It's coming. Only then did everyone remember that there was still a 9th-tier Lion King below. Soon, the blood mist seemed to be forced back by something, revealing the Lion King's form. When it reappeared before everyone, they saw a terrifying blood hole pierced through its massive head, blood gushing out. Roar! This time, the Lion King's roar even made everyone's eardrums ache. It truly hadn't expected to suffer at the hands of these humans. Its roar even startled other high-tier beasts guarding nearby, but these beasts made no move. What's going on? Why is the boss suddenly so angry? This was from the high-tier beasts outside who heard the commotion. After saying that, it was about to rush inside to see what was happening. But suddenly, a nearby high-tier beast called out to it. Are you crazy? Have you forgotten what happened a while ago? This reminder suddenly made it recall something. It turned out that when the Lion King first started taking action, the third in command, the Leopard King, was extremely opposed. However, the third didn't know that because of the second in command, the Tiger King, the boss, the Lion King, no longer trusted it, and it was an important part of the Lion King's plan. Just before, they had suddenly heard the Leopard King scream, and at that time, a 7th-tier beast guarding here had taken a few others to check the situation. But not long after, the screams of the third in command disappeared, and soon came the screams of those 7th-tier beasts that had gone in. Since then, no matter what happened inside or what kind of noise it made, no one dared to step into this area. After all, just thinking about those screams made these beasts' legs tremble. This beast anxiously pulled back its outstretched forelimb, involuntarily shivering. You're right, let's pretend we didn't hear anything and just guard this place. But what they didn't know was that they had already let the humans in. Meanwhile, on the front-line battlefield, because the actions to cover Su Chen and the others had already used too much manpower and resources, they were now purely relying on stalling. However, ammunition and energy were rapidly depleting. Number 1 looked at the scene before him, knowing that Su Chen and the others didn't have much time left. Because if this trend continued, at most in half an hour, they wouldn't be able to hold on. Once these beasts stopped their offensive and retreated, Su Chen and the others would be in a very dangerous situation. Even if they could successfully slay the Lion King, there would be no way out for them. Now, they could only hope that Su Chen and the others could be quicker. On the other side, Su Chen and the others looked at the Lion King's injuries, which weren't too serious. It could only be said that it had been caught off guard and took a solid hit. But it was indeed tough enough. The Lion King looked at Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao, its eyes filled with uncontrollable rage, wishing to tear these two humans apart on the spot. At this moment, the Lion King was no longer interested in playing this cat-and-mouse game. Humans! Today, none of you will escape. In the next moment, the Lion King erupted with an overwhelming aura. The sky was suddenly filled with swirling blood energy. Among the blood mist, blood-red thunderballs began to coalesce. Su Chen and the others immediately felt a sense of foreboding, for they had just witnessed the power of these things. Although they had been easily shattered by Lin Yuan and the others Haolong Pujuan, the fact that the Lion King could use them to withstand that strike already indicated a lot. But now, none of them could break these attacks. In the next moment, these blood-red thunderballs launched indiscriminate attacks towards them like missiles. Quick, dodge! Yet Su Chen faced these blood-red thunderballs without a hint of panic. With the Tai sword in hand, he struck down one after another, not allowing a single ball to come near him. This method posed no threat to him, and Ling Qianxue and the others quickly reacted, continuously pulling and tugging at the blood balls. In a moment, they used their staggered positions to make the blood balls collide with each other. Through this method, the number of blood balls was steadily decreasing. Meanwhile, Su Chen was fiercely battling the Lion King head-on, attacking once and countering with a sword, truly a back-and-forth exchange. Glancing at the sky, Su Chen realized they had little time left and could not afford to delay any longer. Full firepower. Qi Shao.
Extreme Flame. Wrath of the Dragon God. A massive flame dragon suddenly circled around Su Chen, turning to charge at the Lion King. But the Lion King merely relied on its powerful physique, lunging forward and tearing apart the flame dragon with great force, leaving no trace of the flames that clung like a parasite. However, Su Chen's true goal was not this, but the blood mist. The blood energy contained within the mist could continuously provide the Lion King with recovery and help conceal its form. But now, Su Chen burned it all away. Of course, the Lion King noticed this, but it was powerless to stop it, and after the blood mist dissipated, all the blood-red thunderballs vanished as well. Ling Qianxue and the others were no longer under threat. With the blood mist gone, fish conceal. In the next moment, Su Chen slipped into the space like a ghost. With the threat gone, Ling Qianxue and the others began to restrain the Lion King, using every technique they had, while Su Chen remained hidden in the space. Each time he struck, he left a wound on the Lion King, especially targeting its relatively weak abdomen. Finally, the Lion King could no longer endure, feeling utterly helpless against these ants drove it to madness. At that moment, the Lion King's aura suddenly became terrifying, and everyone noticed that the blood energy, which Su Chen had just burned away, began to overflow from the Lion King. Moreover, the terrifying blood-red thunder was faintly visible, constantly flickering, but fortunately, all of this existed only around the Lion King. Ants, none of you will escape. At this moment, the golden lion had completely transformed into a blood lion. Its blood energy continuously surged upward, gradually forming a blood cloud that covered the area, and all the flesh and blood of the exotic beasts in this region had long since vanished. Looking at the blood cloud above, Su Chen immediately felt a tremor in his heart. He absolutely could not allow this situation to unfold. Suddenly, Su Chen shouted, "Attack! Stop it!" The others also reacted, determined not to let this blood cloud fully form. Shadow Frenzy. Purple Nether Phantom Kill. Qing Shaowan Sword. Monster. Die. Piercing Cloud Split. Silver Dragon Strike. Flowing Cloud 13 Styles. Su Chen and Ling Qianxue coordinated, rapidly crossing through space towards the Lion King. Yu Yuhua and Lin Yuan also unleashed a powerful strike, determined to interrupt the formation of the blood cloud. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao and Luotong acted as long-range support, with Luotong's mech already transformed, unleashing 13 flying blades like flowing light towards the Lion King. But the Lion King still gathered the blood clouds, as if he had not noticed the attacks from Su Chen and the others. At this moment, the Lion King's momentum far exceeded that of the 9th-tier Crimson Fury giant serpent that Su Chen encountered in the desolate mountains. He truly could not understand how an 8th-tier Lion King could achieve this. Facing the 9th-tier Crimson Fury giant serpent, Su Chen considered himself no match, but it was nowhere near this level, not to mention the fusion technique of Lin Yuan and Lin Xiao. The 6 of them attacking together felt somewhat overwhelming. Soon, Su Chen and Ling Qianxue had approached the Lion King, and their continuous spatial jumps had reached their peak. Go! A black flash and a purple flash immediately appeared on either side of the Lion King, attacking at his neck. At this moment, the other attacks had also struck the Lion King, all concentrated on his head. All abilities required strong mental power to support them, and mental power emanated from the head. Su Chen and the others aimed to interrupt the spellcasting. However, the Lion King seemed to ignore their attacks entirely, making no move, though he did deliberately avoid the wounds caused by Lin Yuan and the others. Su Chen and Ling Qianxue did not linger, leaving the area covered by the Lion King's blood-red thunder. The others noticed that the gathering of blood clouds above had actually stopped. Had they succeeded? Just as they thought this, before they could relax, they found the blood clouds were condensing at an even faster speed. At that moment, the Lion King reappeared before them, and they saw 2 blood holes appear on his head, with dozens of meters of wounds on his neck gushing blood. However, this blood was completely absorbed by the blood clouds above. Although the Lion King was severely injured, his breath remained incredibly violent. Humans! Your time of death has come. Just as the Lion King finished this sentence, the blood clouds above had fully condensed, and this range was now unavoidable. Annihilate. Obliterate blood thunder. Suddenly, Su Chen and the others felt a sense of impending doom. In the next moment, the blood clouds pressed down. Countless blood-colored thunders suddenly erupted. They indiscriminately bombarded this area. It was like hell. Seeing this scene, the Lion King laughed wildly. Kick. Ants. You should have the awareness of ants. The power of these blood thunders made everyone tremble with fear. Su Chen and the others quickly dodged these terrifying blood-colored thunders, but continuing like this would ultimately lead to death. Su Chen made a decisive call. Everyone, come to me. Upon hearing this, the others did not hesitate and all gathered towards Su Chen, as Ling Qianxue was closest to him and was the first to arrive. Dragon Abyss.
In the next moment, a green barrier enveloped Ling Qianxue and Su Chen like a sphere. Soon, everyone gathered safely inside the barrier.
What a tough opponent. What on earth is this thing? It was unclear whether Yu Yuhua was referring to the Lion King or the Thunders, but both were indeed troublesome. Especially the Lion King, who was like an unyielding cockroach.
The Lion King also saw the green barrier resisting the blood-colored thunders and did not expect these ants to be so tenacious. In the next moment, the terrifying blood-colored thunders fell like raindrops onto the barrier. Instantly, Su Chen felt an immense pressure, and everyone began to worry.
Help me!
It must be said that Su Chen was consuming too much energy to protect them. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately channeled their power into the barrier. This situation did not last long before a voice emerged.
Crack! Not good, the barrier can't hold.
Immediately, even more intense cracking sounds followed.
Scatter! Boom! Crack!
Finally, the barrier shattered completely, but in that instant, everyone could not run far and were all thrown back by the shockwave, falling to the ground. At the forefront, Su Chen was besieged by countless blood thunders above his head, and in the next moment, they came crashing down. As he gazed at the blood thunders before him, Su Chen's heart stopped beating in that instant, and everything around him seemed to freeze. Suddenly, a sword core burst forth with brilliant light, then exploded into countless golden rays, vanishing within Su Chen's body.
At that moment, an unknown power was quietly taking root within him.
The entire battlefield noticed the blood cloud behind the beast tide. Both the exotic beasts and the frontline combat personnel recognized this phenomenon. The commander at the front line also noticed this scene. He knew that something significant must have happened to Su Chen, but he had no way to cross the beast tide to provide assistance. The high-level exotic beasts guarding the rear of the beast tide had long since disappeared, as just moments ago, some of their companions had perished beneath these blood thunders. Although they did not know what had occurred, they were certain that a major situation had arisen, and thus they began to command the beast tide to retreat. Even from the visuals, one could feel the terror and bloodshed contained within, and this was certainly not something Su Chen had caused. The answer could only be that Lion King, who was on the verge of breaking through to the 9th tier. Not only did Luo Changhua see it, but everyone in the command room also witnessed it, and the beast tide was gradually retreating. Everyone understood what this situation implied.
Commander, this.
Luo Chenghua's mood plummeted upon seeing this scene, but as the highest commander, he could not afford to panic.
Is there any way to stop the retreat of these beasts?
There is no way. It seems to stem from the orders of the high-level exotic beasts.
How long will it take to organize another offensive like this? There are no extra combat aircraft available.
Hearing this, Luo Changhua could no longer contain himself.
If there aren't any, then go find some. Are there no substitute aircraft? If there's not enough ammunition, then go adjust it. Do you all just know how to eat? Within half an hour, organize another operation like this. I only want results, not the process. In an instant, Luo Chenghua's sudden outburst startled everyone, and they quickly began to move in a flurry.
Luo Changhua truly did not expect that in the face of a crisis, no one would actively think of a solution. They were all just waiting. However, he also knew that he could not rush things. He could only hope that Su Chen could hold on through this period, as there was still a glimmer of hope. On the other side, at this moment, Su Chen was unaware of the changes occurring within him. He saw that the countless thunders had indeed come to a standstill in the air, not falling down at all. The people who had been thrown away thought they were doomed, but they felt no pain and soon witnessed an unforgettable scene. Su Chen lay flat in the air, all the blood-colored thunders suspended above him, not descending even a fraction, and even began to tremble. It was as if he were facing a flood or a ferocious beast, not daring to make a move. Not only did Ling Qianxue and the others notice this, but even the Lion King did. It even doubted whether it was hallucinating. Then, it unleashed an even more terrifying ability to stimulate these blood thunders. Yet, despite its efforts, the thunders still did not fall. Instead, the blood cloud in the air seemed to sway precariously. Everyone sensed the anomaly, but only Su Chen remained oblivious, as his consciousness was in a strange space. In this peculiar space, Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes.
Where is this? This was the first thought that crossed Su Chen's mind. Am I not battling the Lion King? What's going on? Have I already died?
The situation before him exceeded Su Chen's understanding. He could only interpret it as having died, with his consciousness leaving his body to arrive in this space. Soon, Su Chen shook his head, sat up, and began to survey his surroundings.
To his astonishment, he found himself above a lake.
Surrounding him was a vast expanse of white sky. Su Chen recalled all his memories, and he was certain he had never seen a place like this. Regardless of whether it was a past life or the present, and it seemed there was no exit here. Soon, Su Chen chose a direction and decided to search for an exit. However, this journey lasted a month, during which Su-chun found that the surrounding environment showed no signs of change, as if he had been standing still all along. This situation drove Su-chun a bit crazy, but there was nothing he could do, he could only keep walking. Throughout this month, he summoned countless mechas, but there was no response, until now, when it seemed he had run out of energy and stopped. Here, he was equivalent to an ordinary person, feeling hunger and thirst, yet unable to die. Su-chun stopped because the mental torment had become unbearable. At that moment, the surface of the lake beneath his feet suddenly changed, as images appeared on the water. This sudden situation instantly lifted Su-chun's spirits. It was very likely that the clue to leaving was within these images. Suddenly, a copper mountain appeared in the scene, enduring the wind and sun, and the storms. After an unknown amount of time, one day, a divine thunder struck down, and under the tempering of the lightning, a divine weapon emerged from the copper mountain, which was a sword. On both sides of the sword blade were engraved the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and vegetation. One side of the hilt inscribed the techniques of farming and animal husbandry, while the other side detailed the strategies for unifying the seas. The sword contained boundless power. Afterward, this sword was obtained by a fated individual from an ancient tribe, who wielded it to slay demons and monsters. Due to its innate ability to intimidate and punish evil forces, it later killed an ancient demon, drinking its spiritual blood, becoming even more formidable. Subsequently, it underwent a legacy, continuously contributing its power for the benefit of all living beings, and was known as the Sword of the Sacred Path. Ultimately, a great flood descended, ravaging the land, but it defended the dragon vein of the world, driving back the flood and saving countless people from disaster. After that, it vanished from the eyes of the world forever. At this moment, Su-chun could not help but understand that this was speaking of the Chenu sword. From the first glance at the engravings of the sun, moon, stars, and mountains on the sword blade, he recognized it. This meant that everything now was related to the Chenu sword, specifically to the core of the Chenu sword. Could it be that some action was taking place with the Chenu sword core? Just as he was thinking this, suddenly, the ground beneath him felt light, and he fell into the lake. Su-chun was startled and quickly swam upwards towards the surface, but for some reason, the more he swam, the further he felt from the surface. At this moment, Su-chun had reached his limit. He could no longer hold his breath, knowing that he was just an ordinary person. As he exhaled, his hands still reached towards the surface, but his eyes uncontrollably began to close. Am I going to die? On the other side, Ling and the Lion King were unaware of what was happening to Su-chun. Just as the Lion King was about to take action, a sudden burst of golden light erupted from Su-chun. At the moment this golden light appeared, all the blood-red thunderbolts vanished as if melted away, and the blood clouds above everyone's heads dissipated like smoke. What was happening? At this moment, Su-chun, who had been lying flat in the air, suddenly straightened up due to some unknown force. With each inch he straightened, the Long Yuan mecha on him transformed a bit, and when Su-chun fully stood upright, the mecha had completely changed. A golden mecha suddenly enveloped Su-chun's entire body, engraved with patterns of the sun, moon, stars, and mountains, resembling a deity. At this time, Su-chun's consciousness gradually returned, and soon, he felt a warmth in his body, realizing he was still engaged in a contest with the Lion King. Suddenly, Su-chun became aware of something. He immediately checked his body, and indeed, the crystal core belonging to Chenu was gone. Yet he felt that his body was now filled with terrifying power, and the barrier preventing him from breaking through the 8th level had vanished. In the next moment, countless golden lights erupted from Su-chun, and in his hand appeared an unparalleled divine sword. At first glance, Ling recognized that it was the Chenu sword, and suddenly a thought emerged in her mind. At this moment, Su-chun had completely undergone a transformation. Just standing there, he instilled a sense of awe in others, and his innate aura of intimidation and authority made the Lion King feel a chill run down its spine. It sensed that the human before it had become entirely different, even harboring an idea of being invincible. Especially since Su-chun was making no movements, the pressure on it intensified. Roar! Unable to bear it any longer, it let out a furious roar, and Su-chun responded with a light command. Kneel! An invisible pressure suddenly bore down on the Lion King. Under this pressure, the Lion King's massive body creaked and groaned. It could not accept that it was bowing to a human. Yet no matter how hard it tried, its limbs continued to bend downward. In the next moment, a terrifying aura erupted from the Lion King. Su-chun was naturally familiar with this power. He did not expect that the Lion King would rapidly break through to the 9th tier under such pressure. Of course, it had summoned powers not its own multiple times in a short span, and now it was paying a great price to break through to the 9th tier. Although the Lion King's aura surged, its life force was like a withering flower, clearly indicating that it was fighting desperately. Seeing the Lion King so stubborn, Su-chun no longer held back. Without any visible movement, he simply pointed the Xianyuan sword at the Lion King, and a beam of golden light erupted once more. As this golden light swept over the Lion King's massive body, its imposing presence gradually faded, even the enhancement of its bloodline diminished. The Lion King's true form was revealed before everyone. The characteristics of the 8th and 9th tiers completely dissipated, making it appear just like an ordinary beast. However, its size was still that of a 9th tier creature, reaching a terrifying 300 meters, yet its life force remained weak. At this moment, the Lion King was truly panicking. It found itself unable to summon any power, even the strength of its bloodline had fallen silent. It was as if none of this had ever happened. Human, what have you done to me? With all its power fading, the Lion King felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Before Su Chen, it was no longer the brutal Lion King from before, but merely an ordinary beast at the mercy of others, and all of this was thanks to the power of the Xianyuan sword. To some extent, the core of the Xianyuan sword had shattered, completely merging into Su Chen's body, making him a vessel for its power. After his breakthrough, the power of the Xianyuan sword fused into Su Chen's bloodline, granting him an innate ability to suppress other bloodlines. To be honest, even Su Chen himself was unclear about the changes in his body. He did not know what his relationship with the Xianyuan sword was now. At this moment, the Lion King had already knelt on the ground, its limbs prostrated, and even its head pressed against the earth, yet Su Chen's power had not receded. As the instigator of this event, he could not let it go. Just moments ago, they had nearly died here, and the number of lives lost in this war was countless. Su Chen spoke softly, "In your next life, do not harm this world again." The Xianyuan sword unleashed a beam of sword light towards the Lion King, which was powerless to resist. Under this sword light, the Lion King's body slowly dissipated, leaving only a brilliant yellow crystal core, signifying that everything that had just transpired was real. From the moment Su Chen suppressed the Lion King, Ling Qianshuet and the others had been completely stunned. They could not imagine what had happened to Su Chen. It was only when the crystal core appeared before them that they finally realized that all of this was true. "Su Chen, what exactly is going on with you?" Yu Hua suddenly felt a dryness in his throat. Just moments ago, they were on the brink of life and death, but with Su Chen's sudden change, not only were they saved, but they also completed their mission. He even felt like he was done for. At this moment, Su Chen was also putting away the crystal core and walking towards everyone. "To be honest, I'm not sure what the situation is either." Su Chen was not lying about this. He truly did not know what had happened, and he couldn't even understand why the Xianyuan sword had appeared. Ling Qianshua seemed to be deep in thought. She and Su Chen only knew that this was the power of the Xianyuan sword, and beyond that, Su Chen didn't know, so she knew even less. "Is everyone okay?" "I'm fine." "That's good. Let's leave first. We still don't know what it's like outside." At this moment, everyone finally came to their senses. The greatest threat had been resolved by Su Chen, and their mission was complete. On the front line of the battlefield, the commander at the front noticed the disappearance of the blood cloud behind the beast tide. He had thought that Su Chen and the others were doomed, but unexpectedly, the situation had turned around. However, he still couldn't be sure about Su Chen's situation. At this moment, the reason for the blood cloud's disappearance was hard to say. It could be that Su Chen and the others had turned danger into safety, but it was also possible that at this moment, he wished he could rush directly into the beast tide to rescue the captain and Su Chen. But he knew that was impossible. For now, he called all personnel on the front line to increase their firepower significantly, trying to slow down the beast tide's retreat. This was all he could do at the moment. Meanwhile, Luo Changwei was watching the command room as everyone was busily arranging everything. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Report, Commander. We have received news from the front line that the blood cloud has dissipated." The sudden news ignited a glimmer of hope in Luo Chenghua's heart. "Secretary, how is the dispatch of the aircraft arranged?" "Report, Commander, the dispatch of the aircraft has been completed, and they are now heading to the southeastern battlefield." "Good. Pass my orders down. Once they arrive, immediately commence rescue." The secretary also knew about the news of the blood cloud's dissipation. Even if Su Chen and the others had turned danger into safety, he did not believe they could return alive. But he understood Luo Chenghua's thoughts and said nothing more. In fact, he was willing to believe. Received. On the other side, Su Chen and the others did not hide their figures and walked out of the area. When the dozens of high-level guarding this place saw Su Chen and the others appear, their brains instantly shrank. How did these humans come in silently? Leading them was a 7th-tier mutated grey wolf, who roared at the sight. "Humans, how did you appear?" This 7th-tier beast was left by the Lion King to guard, while the others were only 6th tier. The rest had long been swallowed by the Lion King. Su Chen did not answer. The Xianyuan sword in his hand was the answer. With a swing of the sword, A brilliant golden sword energy swept across the throat of the 7th-tier beast. A massive wolf head instantly fell to the ground. The noisy place became so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. In an instant, all the other high-level beasts seemed startled and pulled away from Su Chen and the others. This human? How can this human be so powerful? These humans came out from inside. Where is our king? Why didn't he keep these humans here? Are you talking about your king? Sorry, but I've already taken care of it. Upon hearing this, the many beasts were momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Cake. Human, you are indeed powerful, but our king is not something you can compare to. Cake. To say that our king was taken down by you, you probably haven't even seen the full extent of the king's power, ignorant fool. Haven't you all noticed the blood cloud just now? After Su Chen's reminder, they suddenly remembered something, for when the blood cloud covered the sky, some of the strange beasts among them had also been affected. Human, I understand now, you escaped, didn't you? Knowing you cannot defeat our king, you risked your life to escape, yet you still speak so shamelessly. Since our king has no interest in you, capturing you must surely bring a reward. At this moment, Su Chen was completely at a loss for words. The confidence these strange beasts had in the Lion King had reached a blind level. Moreover, they had only left behind a crystal core, with nothing to indicate that the Lion King was dead. Seeing this, Su Chen stopped wasting words. Whether they believed or not, he would just kill them. When the high-level strange beasts saw Su Chen about to make a move, they were all taken aback. Roar! The continuous roars seemed to convey some kind of message. Suddenly, the hundreds of thousands of strange beasts that had flowed back to the rear of the beast tide seemed to have received some kind of command and rushed madly towards Su Chen and the others. Are we in over our heads? Watching the hundreds of thousands of strange beasts charging towards them, it wasn't just Luo Tong who thought this. Yu Hua and Lin Xiao shared the same sentiment. Only Ling Qianshui and Lin Yuan remained relatively calm. Lin Yuan knew that since Su Chen dared to appear like this, he must have his own confidence. Ling Qianshui simply believed in Su Chen, knowing he must have undergone some remarkable change. As they witnessed the scene of hundreds of thousands of strange beasts rushing towards them, Su Chen showed no signs of panic. He merely stomped his right foot lightly. An unknown wave instantly swept across all the strange beasts, and in the next moment, these beasts suddenly reacted as if they had received some kind of stimulus. A chorus of mournful cries erupted, and they fell to the ground in response. In an instant, less than half of the hundreds of thousands of strange beasts still had the ability to move, while the remaining beasts lay prostrate, their limbs trembling wildly, not daring to make a single move. The high-level strange beasts that had just been shouting were also struck with fear after being swept by this wave. They all felt a sense of impending doom. Even mobilizing their entire powers became extremely difficult, as if they were lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Human, what have you done to us? All of this was, of course, due to the changes brought to Su Chen by the Shen Yuan sword. The core of the Shen Yuan sword had shattered and merged into Su Chen's body. Su Chen's bloodline had thus changed, exerting absolute suppression and deterrence against all evil abilities and bloodlines. Su Chen, you broke through? Upon hearing Yu Hua's words, even Ling Qianshui and Lin Yuan were shaken. Breakthrough? Does that mean Su Chen is now? Although they didn't know what had happened, the earlier wave, even though Su Chen hadn't directed it at them, still made Yu Hua and the others feel a jolt in their hearts, as if the mobilization of their powers had momentarily become obscure. It felt like the suppression of a higher being over a lower one. I'm not sure, I just broke through without understanding it. This vague statement about breaking through was another blow to everyone. Yu Hua had originally thought there was still hope to catch up, still a chance to spar with Su Chen, but now it seemed he had no such opportunity. Immediately, Su Chen turned his gaze towards the strange beasts, not answering their words. He had already said what he needed to say. Die! Under several beams of sword light, not a single high-level strange beast survived, and those that had just been lying on the ground now fled in panic. Only those beasts that lay motionless remained. Su Chen suddenly hovered in the air, leaving everyone unsure of what he intended to do. Suddenly, Su Chen held the sword upright before his brow, and above his head appeared a scene of the sun and moon rising together, mountains and rivers converging. In the next moment, the light of the sun and moon poured down through the clouds. Annihilate! At this moment, countless rays of light erupted from behind the beast tide. Like a pillar of light, it poured into the beast tide, and any strange beast that touched these rays was utterly obliterated. Su Chen did not stop. He continued to control the beam of light, sweeping it forward. All the exotic beasts illuminated by the light met with the fate of being reduced to ashes. Behind the entire beast tide, a dividing line appeared on the battlefield, more like a line of death. With just this beam of light, the number of exotic beasts that had died or been injured reached over 100,000. Under this attack, all the surviving exotic beasts that had retreated to the back of the beast tide were now even fleeing back to the front line. This sudden change not only shocked number 1 and the others, but even the beast tide on the front line was unaware of what had happened. Before they could return, they found themselves being touched from behind, or perhaps cut would be a more appropriate term. Of course, the beam of light did not last long before dissipating, leaving only a vast white chasm behind. It stood out starkly and glaringly like a line of life and death on this blood-soaked battlefield. The exotic beasts that had gathered were long gone, some had been turned to ashes under the beam, while others had fled back to the front line. Although there were hundreds of thousands, none had the courage to face Su Chen. Ling Qianxue and Yu Yuhua were completely stunned. Oh my goodness! This is too terrifying. The increase in power at the 8th level is just too exaggerated. Although Ling Qianxue had some mental preparation, she did not expect it to be this extreme. Luotong and Lin Xiao were also at a loss for words, unable to comprehend what was happening before their eyes. As for Su Chen himself, it was his first time using this power, and he realized he had underestimated the suppression ability of the Shen Yuan sword against the exotic beasts. With so many exotic beasts, they had no power to resist at all. Even the initial intimidation caused nearly half of them to collapse to the ground. At this moment, there were no exotic beasts around Su Chen and the others. In such a situation, how could any beast dare to obstruct them? With the fall of the Lion King and these high-level exotic beasts, the situation on the southeastern battlefield had basically been settled. Although the number of the beast tide still seemed large, it was now truly a headless dragon. Defeat was only a matter of time. The beast tide in front had also received news that their base had been taken by a few humans, and their leader had yet to appear. A wave of panic and impatience erupted among the beasts, with fear being the predominant emotion. The combat personnel who were holding back the beast tide also sensed something unusual. They noticed that these exotic beasts were no longer retreating to the rear but were fleeing in other directions, creating a rather chaotic situation. Of course, the alertness of the beast tide had increased significantly. If anyone approached or sensed a threat, these beasts would still retaliate fiercely. The entire beast tide now resembled a pile of loose sand. At this moment, the Heavenly Eye was no longer affected by the psychic cover, and number 6 had also pulled up satellite images from behind the beast tide. Number 1. Come quickly and take a look. Just as number 1 was still on the front line, speculating whether Su Chen and the captain had succeeded, number 6's voice came through the communication. Number 6 must have made some discovery. Soon, number 1 appeared in front of number 6, looking at the image displayed on the Heavenly Eye, which clearly showed the captain and the others. Number 1, look. Is that the captain? Did the captain and the others succeed? From the image, Luotong and the others were clearly visible, along with a vast white chasm extending who knows how far. It's the captain. Then, they discovered an extremely unfamiliar mech in the image, right alongside Luotong and the others. Number 1, look at this mech. Gazing at the golden mech in the image, they had never seen such a finely crafted mech before, and deep down, they felt a vague sense of submission, as if they were encountering a king. This? Number 1 was also startled by this thought, not expecting that just from the image, he would feel such a way. Where did this mech come from? Is it one of ours? It's no wonder that number 1 and number 6 didn't recognize this was Su Chen. This was Xuanyuan's first appearance in the world, and no one had seen this mech before. Even when Luotong and the others witnessed it firsthand at the beginning, they found it unbelievable, let alone them. I'm not sure. Then number 6 seemed to have discovered something. Wait, there are only the captain and the others here. Where are Su Chen and the others? Number 1 and number 6 hadn't even thought in that direction. Their current understanding was that Su Chen was missing, and a strange and terrifying mech had appeared. Number 1, could this mech have been created by Su Chen? Number 1 was taken aback. After all, only Su Chen and their 6 had participated in this operation, and they had only found the opportunity under multiple layers of cover. So, logically, this mech should belong to their side. If it was from their side, then there was only one explanation. After realizing this, no wonder. Right. This is the only possibility. The reserve battle machines have already arrived. I'll send someone to assist immediately. Number 1, it seems like it's not needed. What do you mean? Number 6 pointed at the screen, and number 1 looked over to see Su Chen and Luotong already on the move, not hiding their figures at all. They were striding boldly towards the front lines, but the beasts along the way seemed to have been stimulated by something. They fled in a frenzy, showing no signs of resistance, while some slower ones collapsed on the ground, and then with a bang, turned into a mist of blood. On the other side, due to the sudden restoration of the Heavenly Eye, Luo Changhua had a complete view of the battlefield. Of course, the most eye-catching was the suddenly appearing golden mech. With a slight guess, Luo Changhua deduced that this unfamiliar mech was Su Chen. and it should be that Su Chen had undergone some unknown change. Now, with Su Chen being so high profile and the Lion King not appearing, combined with the previously dissipated blood cloud, it could only indicate one thing: Su Chen and the others had succeeded. Realizing all this, Luo Changwa suddenly burst into a hearty laugh, leaving everyone puzzled. Although this suddenly appearing mech had indeed changed the situation, it wasn't to such an extent, was it? What's wrong with the commander? Luo Changwei was suddenly furious, then laughed heartily, leaving the secretary somewhat bewildered. Ha, Su Chen and the others did a fantastic job. I didn't expect they would actually accomplish this impossible task. Accomplished? Commander, are you saying that the Lion King has been slain by Su Chen and the others? The secretary knew what Su Chen and the others' ultimate goal was, and since Luo Changwa said it was accomplished, it must mean the Lion King had been defeated. However, the Lion King had yet to appear, and now a strange mech had suddenly shown up. He understood Luo Changwa's meaning. The Lion King not appearing already indicated something. Strangely, all the beasts chose to avoid them, not a single one launching an attack. Of course, with the current number of beasts, they were not enough to threaten Su Chen. After all, the highest level beasts on the battlefield were only at the 5th tier, while the 6th and 7th tier beasts had long been dealt with by Su Chen. It had to be said, the feeling of returning triumphantly after such a convoluted journey was quite nice. Thus, Su Chen and his group boldly passed through the beast tide. A quarter of an hour later, they had returned to the front lines, where the Dragon Guard had been waiting for a long time. Just as Su Chen returned to the defense line, the Shen Yuan mech suddenly shed away, and Long Yuan covered Su Chen's entire body once again. Ha! Su Chen had no idea what was happening. The Shen Yuan mech had automatically shed away, and he hadn't done anything. At this moment, number 1 saw that the golden mech had transformed back into the familiar one, confirming that this mech was indeed summoned by Su Chen. Others did not realize anything was wrong. They only thought Su Chen had voluntarily shed the Shen Yuan mecha, fearing that everyone might not recognize him. But only Su Chen knew that he hadn't done anything. The Shen Yuan mecha had simply shed itself. In an instant, his good mood plummeted to the depths, and as for what Long Wei was saying, or what Luo Tong and Yu Hua were discussing, Su Chen didn't hear a single word. Suddenly, Su Chen left the place, and everyone thought he might want to discuss the situation of this operation with Luo Changwa. They didn't pay much attention to it, as there were still hundreds of thousands of alien beasts on the front lines that needed their help. Ling Qianxue felt that something was off. Su Chen wouldn't just leave without saying a word. When Luo Tong redistributed the tasks, Ling Qianxue also left, but fortunately, there were still Yu Hua and Ling Yuan here, which was enough. After all, the current beast tide was not to be feared. On the other side, Ling Qianxue found Su Chen, who had already shed the Long Yuan as well. He had been closing his eyes, feeling the power within his body. However, no matter how he tried, he couldn't find a trace of it. Everything felt like a dream. The core of the Shen Yuan sword had shattered and merged into his body, but he did not feel the power of the Shen Yuan sword within him. When Su Chen opened his eyes, Ling Qianxue saw a hint of anxiety and confusion in his gaze. She quickly asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" After recognizing that it was Ling Qianxue, Su Chen didn't hide anything, as she was already aware of the Shen Yuan sword. Su Chen smiled bitterly. "I can't feel its presence anymore." Ling Qianxue was suddenly taken aback. She realized why Su Chen had such unusual behavior. How is that possible? Isn't the Shen Yuan sword within your body? Ling Qianxue vividly remembered the scene when the Shen Yuan mecha appeared. Since Su Chen could summon it, the Shen Yuan sword must exist within him. Really, I can't feel its power anymore, and I can't summon the Shen Yuan mecha. At this moment, Ling Qianxue understood. For some reason, the power of the Shen Yuan sword had vanished. She knew Su Chen wouldn't joke about such things, but she didn't know much about the Shen Yuan sword, only that it was a sacred sword. You can try to recall from the moment the Shen Yuan sword began to awaken and see if you overlooked something. At that moment, Ling Qianxue suddenly suggested this approach. Su Chen pondered whether he had forgotten something important, which led to the current situation. Thus, he immediately closed his eyes and recalled the moment the Shen Yuan sword began to awaken. The images in his mind unfolded like a tide, and Su Chen searched for answers within his memories. From the moment he entered that strange space, to his search for an exit, and then to the images appearing on the surface of the lake, telling the story of the Shen Yuan sword's origin and deeds. Later, he suddenly sank to the bottom of the lake, and as his consciousness blurred, Su Chen suddenly remembered something. Just as he was sinking to the bottom, feeling that extreme sense of suffocation, a voice had appeared in his mind. That voice told him it would appear when the time was right, urging him not to fear or be afraid, to do what he needed to do. Clearly, this was the willpower of the Shen Yuan sword, and it was only now that Su Chen recalled it. When it was supposed to appear, it was evident that the crisis had been resolved, the Lion King had been defeated, and the beast tide was leaderless, scattered like sand. So, the Xianyuan sword would continue to hide. With this thought, Su Chen felt much more relaxed. When he opened his eyes again, his expression had changed, the anxiety and confusion were gone, and Ling Qianxue knew he had found his answer. How is it? I think I know the reason now. Since the crisis has been resolved, it has gone into hiding. Thank you, Qianxue. Don't mention it. So how can you summon it? I don't know, but it will appear when it's supposed to, Ling Qianxue said, though she didn't quite understand. She knew that Su Chen already had the answer. On the other side, Luo Changhua had learned from Luo Tong that Su Chen had indeed killed the 9th-tier Lion King, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed his thoughts were not wrong, but when he asked for details, Luo Tong was also unclear. After all, he was not the Lion King and did not know what the Lion King had experienced at that time. He only knew that after Su Chen suddenly summoned a golden mech, the blood cloud dissipated. Then, under Su Chen's strike, the Lion King was obliterated, leaving nothing behind but a crystal core. Luo Changhua looked incredulous, not surprised by the Lion King's death, but by the fact that Su Chen could annihilate a 9th-tier beast with a single strike. What kind of power was this? In fact, Luo Tong was not wrong. The Lion King did undergo a transformation under the suppression of Su Chen's bloodline before dying, but it still could not escape death. Its bloodline and abilities were suppressed by Su Chen, rendering it unable to exert even 1/10 of its strength. Su Chen had also stepped into the 8th tier, which ultimately led to such a scene, annihilating a 9th-tier beast with a single strike. He also learned from Luo Tong that the terrifying light column behind the beast tide was also created by Su Chen, and that Su Chen had already stepped into the 8th tier. Luo Changhua was once again deeply shocked and finally said, Su, my brother, is truly a remarkable person. The current beast tide was leaderless, and after encountering Su Chen, they began to flee in all directions. However, with nearly 500,000 beasts, if they truly scattered, the southeast would never know peace. Although the danger from these beast tides had not reached such a level, if allowed to develop, it would still pose a significant threat. Luo Changhua naturally considered this and immediately ordered a large-scale extermination of these beast tides. The originally dispatched substitute warplanes were meant to assist Su Chen and the others, but now that Su Chen's people had returned safely and eliminated the greatest threat, these warplanes could be used elsewhere. Soon, the frontline battlefield received the order for a large-scale extermination of the beast tide, and Su Chen naturally caught wind of it. If these beast tides were still concentrated, it would be manageable, but by now, some had already fled who knows where. This would require a significant amount of manpower, resources, and time. However, there was not too great a threat. After all, there were not even any 6th-tier beasts among the beast tide. Of course, the 4th and 5th-tier beasts still posed a significant threat, but Su Chen clearly was not prepared to stand by and watch. For the members of Haiguang Base and Sunan Base, these beasts could be seen as a trial. Therefore, he planned to send everyone out for this extermination operation. Su Chen originally intended to promote this group to the 5th tier within a month, and this was an opportunity. Soon, everyone sprang into action, and Su Chen naturally joined the battle. Having just broken through to the 8th tier, he needed a fight to consolidate and familiarize himself with his abilities. Moreover, too many people had already died in this battle. The original 500,000 combatants had dwindled to just over 200,000. There should not be greater casualties. The beasts, seeing all humans mobilized, fled even more swiftly. Their king had yet to appear. They probably feared their lair had been taken down, and they were not foolish. Soon, military personnel and warplanes were deployed, with the Sky Eye responsible for locating the areas of the beasts on a large scale. Su Chen and the Dragon Guards had also set out, their main targets being the more threatening beasts within the tide. Of course, these beasts posed no threat to them. Yu Yuhua and Ling Qianxue returned first to gather the members of Haiguang City and Sunan City bases, preparing to carry out the extermination together. The division of the exotic beasts was quite chaotic at this moment, so they acted separately. When Su Chen summoned the Qishao mecha again, the mecha had already changed significantly. Not only were red flames burning on the mecha, but even the phantom of the red dragon had solidified, flickering behind the mecha. All of this was thanks to Su Chen's bloodline awakening, which had greatly enhanced the strength and power of the mecha. Once again unleashing the dragon god's fury, a massive fire dragon occupied the entire area above, more vivid than ever, as if it had gained a life of its own. When this fire dragon descended, a wave of annihilation swept across the entire area, instantly turning the exotic beasts within into ashes, with no power to resist. It wasn't just the Qishao, other mechas also underwent tremendous changes.
For instance, the pure June, which Su Chen was most familiar with, was engulfed in white flames, dancing in the wind, and the sword energy it released was greatly enhanced. A single strike could completely destroy an entire area. Even the terrain would change under its terrifying power. Yuzong was surrounded by transparent flames, and the space around it subtly twisted. This meant that hiding in space would become much easier and more intuitive. Su Chen even, on this basis, suddenly appeared in front of the dragon guards and then vanished again, leaving them completely unresponsive. They didn't even understand how Su Chen managed to do it. After Su Chen dealt with some of the higher-level exotic beasts as much as possible, he also reacquainted himself with his powers. As for what happened next, since Yu Yuhua and Ling Qianxue had brought their members to the battlefield, there was no longer anything for him to do here. However, dealing with so many exotic beasts would take a week or so, and even Su Chen had little way to manage it, as the beast tide was now fleeing in all directions. Thus, the battle that had lasted nearly 3 weeks had come to a conclusion. 3 days later, Su Chen was chatting with Luo Changhua. "Brother Su, this time it's really thanks to you." Now, 3 days after the beast tide, most of the exotic beasts had been eradicated, and this war had come to an end. Su Chen smiled at this. "There's no need for such formalities between us." Although their initial acquaintance was due to various reasons and national issues, their friendship had deepened over nearly 2 years of continuous cooperation. Hearing Su Chen say this, Luo Changhua no longer dwelled on it. "What are your plans next?" With the beast tide issue resolved and the establishment of the division on the right track, he was genuinely curious about Su Chen's next moves. "Let's wait until the beast tide matter is completely settled, but there is indeed something I need to do right now." "What is it?" Within the western wild mountains, a 9th-tier red violent giant snake has appeared. Previously, due to the beast tide and his own insufficient strength to deal with such issues, he hadn't mentioned it to Luo Changhua. After all, at that time, the situation on the southeastern battlefield was tense, with the quasi-9th-tier Lion King and a million beast tide looming. Mentioning this would only add to the troubles, but now it was different. His own strength had undergone a qualitative leap, and for the future development of sinew, this matter was essential, as the resources in the wild mountains were extraordinary. Luo Changhua was taken aback upon hearing this. He had no idea when a 9th-tier exotic beast had appeared in the west. "When did this happen?" "It was when I rushed over from sinew. The war was severe at that time, so I didn't bring it up." "But now?" Luo Changhua understood Su Chen's thoughts at this moment. "Do you need help?" "I'm fine. Your most important task now is still in the southeast, as there are still a bunch of troublesome matters to deal with." Su Chen certainly couldn't be unaware of this. The aftermath of the war was severe. Not to mention the losses incurred, just the aftermath of nearly 300,000 casualties among the combat personnel was a massive undertaking. "Everything can't be hidden from you, Brother Su. Be careful on this trip and pay attention to safety." Su Chen said a few words to Yu Yuhua and Ling Qianxue before leaving the southeastern battlefield. As for Lin Xiao and Lin Yuan, they also returned to Hexing City in the past 2 days. After all, it wouldn't do to leave things unattended there. After 2 or 3 hours, Su Chen finally returned to Shimu City at noon, but as soon as he entered the base, he felt a familiar fluctuation. That's right, it's the aura of someone about to break through. Su Chen seemed to have thought of something. With a flash, he appeared in a safe room and indeed saw Zhang Chao's figure. That fluctuation was emanating from Zhang Chao, and it looked like he was about to break through to the 7th level. Su Chen couldn't help but feel a bit happy. He had not misjudged him. Zhang Chao was indeed working hard. Unlike Yu Yuhua and the others, who didn't have to worry about resources, it was Zhang Chao, who was in the desolate west, that took this step first. But it must be said that although the west is barren, it is precisely this environment that has shaped them. There are few super warriors, but their quality is extremely high, able to suppress their peers. Moreover, Zhang Chao had the pressure of the 8th level Wild Wolf King, and under this pressure, he continued to grow stronger. Seeing that Zhang Chao was on the verge of a breakthrough, Su Chen did not linger but instead left him with a quiet space. At this moment, apart from Zhang Chao and some guards at the base, no one else was around to disturb him. Su Chen left silently. He hadn't forgotten his own business. After half an hour, Su Chen finally arrived at the desolate mountain. However, he immediately noticed that the outskirts of the desolate mountain had been severely damaged, and even some nearby cities had been affected. "It seems that the red violent giant snake caused quite a ruckus back then," he said, turning around and re-entering the desolate mountain. At this moment, in a canyon, a pair of blood-red vertical pupils suddenly opened. It was the 9th level red violent giant snake. It turned out that after Su Chen left, this red violent giant snake searched for a while without success, then attacked the surrounding areas of the desolate mountain, causing widespread destruction. However, after releasing its fury, it still couldn't find Su Chen and the others, so it remained here, not straying too far.
always trying to find a trace. It had just finished searching this morning and found a nearby canyon to rest. Unexpectedly, at this moment, it sensed that familiar aura again. The red violent giant snake sniffed uncertainly and flicked its tongue. Moments later, the aura on the red violent giant snake suddenly became violent. It finally confirmed that aura. That's right. That aura appeared here again. Soon, it twisted its body rapidly and rushed toward a certain direction. On the other side, after Su Chen entered the desolate mountain, he did not conceal his aura, so he encountered some disturbances from strange beasts along the way. Of course, he dealt with them effortlessly. However, at this moment, Su Chen began to mutter to himself. That giant snake wouldn't have left, would it? It's no wonder Su Chen thought this way. He had come in so boldly without hiding any aura. Logically, the red violent giant snake should have discovered him, but it hadn't appeared yet, which made Su Chen suspicious. Just as Su Chen was about to leave this place and turn deeper into the exploration, he suddenly heard a commotion. Roar! Ow! Various roars of strange beasts suddenly erupted and then abruptly stopped. However, Su Chen still heard the fear contained within. What was coming? Soon, Su Chen knew the answer. He saw a fierce red giant snake charging toward him. Su Chen immediately realized that this was the 9th level red violent giant snake, as its aura was too familiar. Roar! An explosive roar suddenly rang out. Countless strange beasts were shaken to the point of bleeding from their 7 orifices, suddenly dying on the spot. It must be said, the momentum of this giant snake was quite terrifying. It immediately spotted Su Chen and, upon seeing the crimson mech before it, finally confirmed that this was the culprit that had killed its mate. Human! So it was you. Su Chen remained remarkably calm at this scene, showing no signs of disturbance. Seeing Su Chen ignore it, the snake's anger intensified. With a fierce sweep of its tail, it charged at Su Chen, turning countless beasts and debris into powder under this violent force. Of course, Su Chen wouldn't be foolish enough to take it head-on. Suddenly, Su Chen's aura shifted, and the crimson Xiao mech ignited with red flames, followed by the manifestation of a phantom red dragon. Su Chen raised his right hand, and a phantom dragon claw suddenly covered his right arm. He threw a punch. A small fist collided with the massive snake's tail. Puff! Instead of the expected earth-shattering impact, there was only a soft thud, and the giant snake suddenly realized that no matter how hard it tried, its tail could not advance an inch. Su Chen didn't give it time to react and swiftly threw another punch with his left hand. The entire snake's tail was bent backward. At this moment, the giant snake felt a piercing pain. Roar! It sensed a heavy blow to the tip of its tail, and the pain was unbearable. Su Chen was determined to take advantage of its weakness. Seeing the giant snake injured, Su Chen swiftly appeared at its belly. At that moment, the phantom red dragon behind him coiled around Su Chen's arm, and with Su Chen's punch, it was also sent flying. By now, a bloody hole had appeared in the giant snake's abdomen. It never expected that after merely swinging its tail, it would be struck by this human again and again. The power contained in those punches was something it found hard to withstand. Taking advantage of this punch, the giant snake also created some distance from Su Chen. It re-evaluated this human before it, but upon seeing the phantom red dragon behind Su Chen, it felt its breath catch. Throughout history, dragons have always held a bloodline pressure over snakes. Even as a 9th-tier giant snake, it was no exception. After all, it was still just a snake. Su Chen noticed the change in the giant snake upon seeing the phantom red dragon behind him, but he quickly understood the reason. What's wrong? Weren't you quite fierce just now, beast? Su Chen's words suddenly pulled the giant snake's thoughts back, and for the first time, it scrutinized this human before it. When it saw Su Chen standing there without a care, it flinched. It couldn't see through this human, but it felt a threat emanating from him. Seeing the giant snake remain still, Su Chen said, "Why have you stopped? If you don't strike, then I will." As the human charged at it again, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in its eyes. Although it couldn't see through Su Chen, it couldn't tolerate such provocation. At that moment, an energy fluctuation began to emanate from the entire body of the giant snake, and under this fluctuation, its form began to change. Its red scales transformed into red armor, a circular frill appeared around its neck, and even 2 sharp horns sprouted from its head. Su Chen realized that the giant snake was enhancing itself due to this bloodline effect, causing a transformation that was unique to 9th-tier creatures. After completing its enhancement, the discomfort vanished, and it faced Su Chen without retreating. Soon, the man and the snake clashed together. Su Chen's body radiated with brilliance as he unleashed a fire dragon slash, but this attack only left some black marks on its terrifying scales. Seeing that Su Chen's attack could only inflict minor, insignificant damage, the giant snake felt a bit more at ease. Immediately, whether it was to swallow, sweep, or entangle, relying on its physical advantage, the giant snake's attacks became even more ferocious. Su-Chen could only respond to each move as it came, fully aware of the giant snake's intentions. Tai-A. Seeing that Qi-Xiao's attack had failed to inflict significant damage beneath the terrifying scales of the giant snake, Su-Chen immediately summoned Tai-A. A pale yellow mech enveloped his body, and at that moment, Tai-A was different from before. It was engulfed in pale yellow flames, and the 6 wing blades behind it shone brilliantly, as if infused with some divine power, dazzling beyond compare. Each time it flew out, it left a trail of pale yellow light. Go! Su-Chen called out lightly, and the 6 wing blades formed a sword net, launching an attack on the giant snake. Initially, the giant snake paid little attention, having suffered no damage before, let alone from these wing blades. But soon, the giant snake realized its mistake. Every time the 6 wing blades sliced through its body, they left a spray of blood mist. They effortlessly pierced its scales, leaving a thin, deep wound, and in an instant, the giant snake understood. These wing blades could actually ignore its scales? In fact, after Su-Chen stepped into the 8th tier, Tai-A, as the sharpest sword, had naturally received tremendous enhancement. However, the giant snake was unaware of all this. In a moment, the 6 wing blades had left countless wounds on the giant snake's body, while Su-Chen continued to grapple with it. Soon, as the giant snake's momentum suddenly erupted, Su-Chen and the giant snake pulled apart. The giant snake had realized it could not afford to continue. Countless blood flowed out, making it appear even more crimson and frenzied. But as the blood flowed out in large quantities, the scales on the giant snake began to flicker, and even its abilities became unstable. At this moment, sensing its own condition, the giant snake became enraged and shouted, "Human! You forced my hand!" It knew it could not drag this out any longer. It might truly fall here. As the giant snake's voice fell, all its abilities began to converge towards a circular, umbrella-like collar around its neck, and its scales began to dissipate. Its form slowly returned to normal, but under the influence of this energy, the collar around its neck actually ignited. Su-Chen understood that this was the giant snake's desperate final struggle, and it would be its strongest strike. Su-Chen did not let his guard down. After all, the beast before him was at the 9th tier. He placed his fingers on his forehead and closed his eyes slightly. The 6 wing blades began to tremble violently. At this moment, the giant snake's energy had also fully accumulated. Human! Die! Burning blood! Boundless flames! Roar! With a furious roar, countless abilities erupted, and the desolate mountains within dozens of miles instantly transformed into a realm of purple fire. A barrier of purple flames appeared in the sky. Everything around, upon contact with this purple flame, was directly incinerated into nothingness, creating an absolute space. Soon, Su-Chen's figure was enveloped within it. Seeing this scene, the giant snake finally relaxed, even indifferent to the collar around its neck being burned away. Just as the purple flames were about to surround Su-Chen, he suddenly opened his eyes. Flowing clouds, piercing stars. At that moment, a surge of energy erupted from the 6 wing blades, forming massive phantoms of star arrows. At this moment, there were actually 6 star arrows. Go! Just as the giant snake was feeling triumphant, 6 streams of light appeared in its line of sight. How could this be? In the next moment, the endless purple fire realm was suddenly pierced by the 6 star arrows, and then shattered instantly. As the fire realm collapsed, Su-Chen finally reappeared before the giant snake, and the area had already turned into a vacuum, leaving only Su-Chen and the giant snake. It was at this moment that the giant snake's body suddenly ignited without warning. Because of Su-Chen's breakthrough, it suffered a tremendous backlash from its abilities, and this purple flame erupted from its bloodline. Help! Su-Chen was startled by the sudden situation, but he had no idea what was happening. In just a few breaths, the giant snake was burned to ashes. Naturally, one must bear the consequences of burning one's bloodline. Only a blood-colored crystal core remained, hanging lonely in the air. To all the readers, first of all, thank you to all my book friends who have supported me all along. It is your support that has given me the motivation to keep going. However, I regret to inform you that this book will come to a pause here. To be honest, I know this book is quite messy and a bit toxic, which may be related to my first experience writing web literature. From the beginning, I intended to write a transcendent story, but since apocalyptic themes were quite popular at the time, I chose to write this apocalyptic tale based on the theme of the 10 famous swords. My grasp of the apocalyptic genre is still too shallow, and those who have read this far are true fans, so there's nothing I can't say. The beginning of this book was a bit dragged out, and the subsequent plot also had some flaws. Of course, this is all due to my own reasons. Although my ideas were quite good and I had an outline, the execution didn't turn out as expected. Therefore, I feel I need some time to reflect.
During this period, I plan to change my environment and clear my mind. If there's a possibility in the future, I will continue writing this book, as there are still chapters about the starry sky in the outline. Recently, this book has also fallen into a low point, and I thought maybe I could really start a transcendent story according to my own ideas. Changing my approach might yield better results. This would allow me to depict the plot and character development more fully. If there are any updates, I will inform everyone as soon as possible. Thank you for your continued support during this time. Thank you all. I wish all my book friends can navigate their joys and sorrows, and may the rest of your lives be smooth sailing. Su-chen was also momentarily stunned, but he was quickly drawn to the crystal core before him. The blood color on it did not linger for long. As the giant snake's presence faded, the blood hue gradually receded, revealing its originally brilliant golden color. At this moment, the phantom of the 6 wing blades had long since disappeared, quietly surrounding Su-chen. No one would have expected that such immense energy was contained within the small wing blades. Looking at the surrounding vacuum, Su-chen finally realized the terror of that purple flame. After all, even he could not reach such a level. It seems I really risked it all. Soon, Su-chen discovered some small surprises. The fire prison of the giant snake had affected some other beasts that had not yet escaped or were attracted by the commotion, and now only solitary crystal cores remained. However, it was evident that after this battle, this place would not see any other beasts for quite some time. Before long, Su-chen also left this place. Zhang Chao had reached a critical point in his breakthrough, just a thin barrier away from the 7th tier. He could clearly feel this barrier, as if someone had gripped his throat. However, after months of accumulation, it suddenly erupted at this moment, his heart roaring in unwilling anger. Break for me! In an instant, the veins throughout Zhang Chao's body surged, a violent energy bursting forth from deep within. Crack! It sounded like a crisp snap of bones, or the shattering of something. Suddenly, Zhang Chao's entire aura changed dramatically, a storm sweeping everything away, and after a brief moment, it was as if a gentle breeze had passed. Zhang Chao slowly opened his eyes, as if waking from a dream, and his gaze became clear once again. Ha 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 ha, I finally succeeded. Feeling the terrifying power surging within his body, he understood that he had finally succeeded. At that moment, Zhang Chao suddenly sensed a presence in the base. As his strength grew, his perception became sharper. Soon, he realized that this presence was quite familiar. Su-chen? Shouldn't Su-chen still be on the front lines? Without time to think further, Zhang Chao quickly ended his retreat. At that moment, Su-chen had just returned to Shinmu. As soon as he arrived at the base, he sensed the still lingering violent aura in the air. Su-chen immediately understood what was happening and smiled. Looks like you didn't disappoint me. Soon, Zhang Chao's figure appeared in Su-chen's line of sight. Upon seeing Zhang Chao, it was clear that he was completely different now. Zhang Chao, noticing Su-chen's scrutinizing gaze, scratched his head and smiled. You did well. But Zhang Chao wasn't one to take credit. If I couldn't break through, that would be a waste of all those resources. It was only then that Zhang Chao realized, have the matters on the front lines been resolved? It wasn't that Zhang Chao was unaware, although news had come a few days ago, he had been busy with his breakthrough during that time. Everything's settled. The military can handle the remaining issues. By the way, I've dealt with the giant snake on the other side of the wasteland, but there shouldn't be any wild beasts appearing for a while, so we can focus on other areas first. Alright, let's finish up what we have at hand, and then I'll make arrangements. But as he spoke, Zhang Chao seemed to realize something. The giant snake on the other side of the wasteland had been dealt with after all, that was a 9th tier beast. Are you talking about the crimson giant serpent on the other side of the wasteland? Yes, is there a problem? Su-chen instantly understood what Zhang Chao was thinking. What, can only you improve while I can't break through? Hearing this, Zhang Chao let out a bitter laugh. He had just thought he could catch up to Su-chen, but unexpectedly, the gap widened again. The small joy of his recent breakthrough vanished instantly. Su-chen had already reached the 7th tier, and now with his breakthrough, he was at the 8th tier. You really are terrifying, Zhang Chao thought for a long time and could only muster this one sentence. Su-chen merely patted his shoulder lightly inside. The revolution has not yet succeeded, we still need to work hard. Zhang Chao's goal was to catch up to Su-chen, so he mostly focused on Su-chen, who had already reached the pinnacle of humanity. What he faced were the colossal creatures of the deep sea. Without dwelling too much on this topic, he asked, by the way, how is everyone's strength now? I was just about to tell you. Currently, there are about 2,000 people, and nearly 20% have broken through to the 5th tier. It's expected that in about 2 months, most will reach the 5th tier. Upon hearing this, Su-chen frowned. Nearly 20% meant it was still less than that. For instance, Ling Qianshuat and Yu Yuo's group had almost reached 30%. As for Lin Xiao and Lin Yuan's group,
nearly half of the members had already broken through to the 5th tier. This progress was simply too slow and would affect their upcoming actions. I'm giving you a strict order. Within a month, all members must break through to the 5th tier, every single one of them. Zhang Chao was about to say something when Su Chen continued. I know we've been slow to start, and achieving this in a month is indeed a bit difficult, but we can't keep going at this pace. Moving forward, I will prioritize resources for you. What you need to do is push them a bit. Hearing prioritize resources, Zhang Chao had nothing more to say. He didn't want to always lag behind others, and with resource support, it wasn't impossible. Alright, I understand. Su Chen did not respond but simply gazed at the horizon. The current situation was fraught with internal and external troubles. He had to focus on resolving one. And for now, the only thing he could address was the internal strife. On the other side, the southeastern front. With the cooperation of Ling Qianxue and Yu Yuhua, the military has been continuously reducing the number of beast tides, leaving only a few small karamis. At this rate, it won't be long before they are completely eradicated. This can be considered the greatest success humanity has achieved since the apocalypse. Everyone felt a sense of unreality, but they would not forget the figure that turned the tide on the battlefield. Luo Changguo watched the continuous stream of good news, and the worry on his face had long since faded, yet there was no smile. He knew that this victory was watered by countless blood. Victory is an explanation to those who have passed away. Secretary General, how is the aftermath for the casualties being handled? Report, Commander, it is being gradually advanced, and it will be fully implemented within this week. Hearing this, Luo Changguo finally breathed a sigh of relief.